Have you heard? Lin Zhe, who always gets first place in the grade, has actually awakened an S-rank profession. You only heard half of it. Lin Zhe is indeed an S-rank professional, but he's a demon summoner. This profession doesn't summon ordinary beasts, nor does it consume mana or health. Instead, it requires sacrificing one's own lifespan. Holy crap, that's terrifying. Who would dare to summon it? So what? Moreover, I've heard that even if you sacrifice 10 or 20 years of your lifespan, you'll only summon low-level demons. To summon high-level ones, you'd have to sacrifice at least 100 years. So this profession is just for show? They wanted to do something big, but then they died. Yeah, Lin Zhe is probably done for now. The Great Xia Kingdom, Tianyu City, the third middle school. In the corridor of the senior high school, students were having a lively discussion. No one reprimanded them. After all, today was an important day for them to awaken their professionalism. 100 years ago, spiritual energy revived, and all races invaded. Humans can awaken a profession at the age of 18, gaining extraordinary powers to fight against other races. The professional ranking is divided into 7 levels, from F to S, with higher levels indicating greater strength. Over the past century, it is thanks to the countless professionals who sacrificed their lives in resisting foreign invaders that we enjoy peace and stability today. Therefore, Awakening Day has become a major event that attracts nationwide attention. Who has awakened to which profession, and which school has produced A-level and S-level professions, have become topics of conversation among the public. At this moment, the focus of the students' discussion in the corridor was Lin Zhe, who had just awakened the S-class profession, Demon Summoner. It's worth noting that a school producing 1 or 2 A-level graduates each year is already something to celebrate. As for S-level professions, there might not be one in the entire city in a year. So, the fact that number 3 middle school produced an S-level professional this year was originally a great thing. But it's precisely this lackluster Demon Summoner class. I bet Qin Feng is the happiest person right now. Isn't he always second best? He's always being outdone by Lin Zhe. You know what? Qin Feng awakened an A-rank profession, Frost Mage, that noble mage profession. I heard that Qin Feng's family is well off. His father is apparently the owner of a large company. In comparison, Lin Zhe's family is much worse off. It is said that he is an orphan and his family is very poor. Every day after school, he goes to the market to kill chickens and fish to work. Sigh, God is so unfair. I'm starting to feel sorry for Lin Zhe. Meanwhile, on the lawn in the school garden, a handsome young man was lying there, leisurely resting with his eyes closed. He rested his hands on his head, crossed his legs, and had a faint smile on his lips, looking relaxed and at ease. This quiet and peaceful scene contrasts sharply with the lively and bustling atmosphere around it. Just then, a deep voice came from behind. Lin Zhe, so this is where you are. I've been looking for you for ages. The boy named Lin Zhe opened his eyes. His vision was blurry, but he could see a tall figure. It was his best friend, Wang Hao. Behind Wang Hao stood a beautiful young woman in professional attire. She was his homeroom teacher, Li Lan. Wang Hao, Teacher Li, what brings you here? Lin Zhe sat up from the grass. Li Lan frowned slightly, but her voice was gentle. It's alright, you should continue to rest. Lin Zhe, your teacher knows you're having a hard time accepting the results of this awakening, so you came here to clear your head. I want to tell you that I have seen all your hard work over the years. You are a strong and sensible child. Your teacher believes you can overcome this setback. If you don't want to participate in the trial instance later, then don't. The teacher will help you ask for leave. Wait, no, teacher, I'll participate. Lin Zhe jumped up from the ground with a whoosh. This is a free instance. I'd be missing out big time if I didn't participate. All the dungeons on the market cost money. If I don't participate in the free ones now, I'd be a complete fool. Teacher Li was only slightly older than them, and Lin Zhe always treated her as his peer, speaking very directly. But Teacher Li was aware of Lin Zhe's family situation. After hesitating for a few seconds, she finally nodded in agreement. Alright then, you can participate, but your profession is too special. Please don't take any risks and joke around with your life. Don't worry, Teacher Li, I know what I'm doing. Teacher Li sighed softly. Well, alright, I won't bother you any longer. After saying that, she winked at Wang Hao and whispered, try to persuade him more later. As she walked, Teacher Li muttered to herself, this child is too concerned about saving face. It's actually okay if he doesn't participate. I just hope he can get over this soon. Sigh. After the teacher had walked away, his best friend Wang Hao asked, my son Lin Zhe, are you really planning to participate in the trial instance? Nonsense. Lin Zhe replied decisively, I finally awakened an S-rank profession. Why can't I participate? And I heard that those who perform well in this trial will qualify to participate in the Western Rising Stars Championship. That's a fantastic opportunity to be accepted by a top university, and you might even get a direct admission. But your profession, Wang Hao's face showed concern. Alright, adopted son Wang Hao. Lin Zhe stood up and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder. I know what you want to say, but don't worry, I have absolutely no problem with my profession. Lin Zhe said confidently. Okay, although I don't understand what you're so smug about. Wang Hao scratched his head sheepishly, but I believe you. Get out. I'm your father. The trial is about to begin. Let's go to the training ground. The two walked arm in arm toward the playground. However, Wang Hao still had some doubts. Lin Zhe's awakened profession seemed so useless, so why was he completely unaffected? In fact, Lin Zhe had been hiding a secret for many years. He was a time traveler. 10 years ago, he was an ordinary college student on Earth who traveled to Earth when his body was only 8 years old. The original owner's parents had both died long ago, and the original owner was also nearing the end of his life. Fortunately, he transmigrated here, which allowed this body to survive. A voice also appeared in his mind. The voice said, "As long as you keep killing living things, you can gain lifespan." He asked, "What's the use of gaining lifespan?" The voice was muffled as it replied, "It will come in handy someday in the future." After that, the sound disappeared without a trace. He was skeptical, but for the past 10 years he has gone to the market every day after school to help people kill chickens and fish. Everyone thought he was working hard to support himself while studying, but in reality he was accumulating lifespan. Day after day, year after year, we have finally arrived at this day. Just after I awakened my profession, that voice sounded again, and a text interface appeared in my mind. Ding! Host awakened profession detected. Congratulations on officially activating the super lifespan system. The system has detected that you have killed a total of 10,659 live chickens, 17,650 live fish, and a number of flies, mosquitoes, ants, etc. over the years. Total lifespan bonus calculated for you, 80 years and 125 days. Your current remaining lifespan is 182 years and 276 days. Upon seeing this number, Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise, "Am I really the birthday person? Damn you, system, you've only returned after all these years. I thought you were dead." Lin Zhe was both delighted and furious. "Don't worry, the system won't die even if you die, asterisk caret caret asterisk." Lin Zhe was speechless. This system is quite sarcastic. Thus, although Lin Zhe awakened a terrible profession that would consume his lifespan, the system just happened to make up for this flaw. That's why he was able to lie down on the lawn and take a nap so easily. Lin Zhe and Wang Hao chatted as they walked toward the playground. Wang Hao said, "Alright, I haven't told you yet, I awakened as a B-rank shield knight. How about we team up later? I've got 2 people on my end to help you get first place." Before the words were finished, an arrogant voice suddenly rang in my ears. "Ha ha ha, Wang Hao, are you kidding me? Lin Zhe, with that useless skill, thinks he can get first place?" The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw several boys staring at them with mocking eyes. The group of men were dressed in luxury brands, exuding arrogance, and clearly displaying the airs of wealthy young masters. The man at the front of the line had a slicked-back hairstyle and laughed the most wildly. That sarcastic remark just now also came from his mouth. Lin Zhe snorted coldly and replied with a faint smile, "I wondered who it was. It turns out to be my defeated opponent, Qin Feng." This person was none other than Qin Feng, who had been consistently suppressed by Lin Zhe in the exams. Despite his wealthy family background and daily replenishment of spiritual liquid, he could only ever hold on to the position of second place for millennia. Therefore, he was already filled with dissatisfaction. Today, he had just awakened an A-level profession, while Lin Zhe had obtained an S-level profession, which made him furious. However, he soon heard that Lin Zhe's profession was completely useless, which made him overjoyed. Qin Feng then let out a cold laugh. "Lin Zhe, what are you pretending for? The whole school knows it's true, your profession is utterly useless. Of course, if you want to sacrifice your lifespan, you might as well perform your death in front of everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, several young men who looked like playboys burst into laughter. "Shut up!" Wang Hao clenched his fists, about to rush forward, but Lin Zhe quickly stopped him. "Don't pay attention to these bastards. Fighting will get you punished." Seeing this, Qin Feng became even more arrogant. "Lin Zhe, so what if you have good grades? In the end, you're still useless. You poor wretches living in the slums of the old city, dreaming of changing your fate and climbing up the social ladder through hard work is simply delusional. I heard you have to go to the market to kill chickens and fish every day after school. You're destined to stay there for the rest of your life." After saying that, he deliberately covered his nose, as if he smelled an unpleasant odor. However, Lin Zhe was not angered by these insults. Instead, he coldly laughed. "Heh, Qin Feng, all you can do now is bark a few times, right? Since we're talking about class, you, a mere A-rank profession, dare to compare yourself to an S-rank profession? Are you even worthy? Anyway, I'm not like you, drinking spiritual liquid like water all day long and still only reaching A-level." "What did you say?" These words clearly touched a nerve with Qin Feng, and he immediately flew into a rage. "You useless class, I can easily crush you with a flick of my finger." As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him suddenly turned cold, and ice crystals began to condense. He is an ice mage, a profession skilled in manipulating ice elements. "Oh, you want to fight?" Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed as he stared directly at the other person. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's gaze, Qin Feng suddenly stopped casting the spell, a hint of panic flashing across his face. What kind of fight are you talking about? You want to get me punished? No way. I'm not going to bother with a trash profession like yours. We'll know who's really good once the trial results are out. I want to see how long you can keep jumping around." After saying that, he slunk away quickly. Faced with Qin Feng's sudden change, the group of followers looked at each other blankly, but soon followed him and ran away. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Feng's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. Strange, is it a hallucination? He muttered to himself as he walked away. Just now, he clearly saw a strange red light flashing in Lin Zhe's eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent, like a bloodthirsty demon. It was as if taking another step forward would mean certain death. Haha, Qin Feng is such a coward. Wang Hao, oblivious to the situation, mocked. Lin Zhe withdrew his sharp gaze and resumed his usual playful demeanor. Yeah, I thought he was going to pull out some big move, but he just farted and ran away. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. You're quite good at using metaphors. Wang Hao laughed loudly. Actually, what Lin Zhe used on Qin Feng just now was the demon summoner's initial skill, Demon Gaze. This skill creates a fear effect, preventing enemies from attacking you. Of course, this also benefited from the ruthlessness that Lin Zhe had cultivated over the years through killing. If it were someone like Qin Feng, a hothouse flower, his eyesight would never be so sharp. At this moment, a prompt popped up in Lin Zhe's mind. Ding! You have received a new mission. Defeat the provocateur Qin Feng in the trial dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Oh, so the system has this function? Lin Zhe was delighted. At this moment, Wang Hao asked, by the way, you haven't answered me yet. Shall we team up later? We'll help you get first place. Lin Zhe patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, thanks, brother. This time I want to try this profession on my own, so I won't team up with you for now. Oh, okay then. Wang Hao nodded. Then be careful. Be especially careful of that Qin Feng. Yes, I'll be careful, don't worry. Lin Zhe's goal is to win first place. He gained more experience by teaming up alone than by teaming up with others, so he worried that if he teamed up, the others would slow down his leveling up. He thought to himself, sorry, bro, let me level up first, then I'll take you through the dungeons. Before they knew it, the two had arrived at the playground. A vermilion Chinese-style archway had been erected beneath the platform, and a thick gray fog swirled around it. This was the portal specifically for the instance. The area around the archway was crowded with people, and the noise was deafening. There were students who had just awakened their professions and were waiting to participate in the trial instance, as well as those who were just there to watch the excitement, and quite a few teachers and school leaders. As soon as Lin Zhe appeared, many people began to whisper among themselves, look, that's the S-rank useless class. He still dares to participate in the trial instance. He has no shame. I should have crawled into a hole long ago. After all, they are S-class professionals, which is at least better than my E-class. That's not necessarily true. Even if he can sacrifice his lifespan for strength, his lifespan is limited. By the time he reaches level 10 or 20, he might not be able to compare to an E-rank profession. 10 minutes later, more than 100 combat-oriented students lined up in several long queues at the teleportation point in front of the archway. Grade Director Lu Jiming, a middle-aged male teacher with a receding hairline, began his speech on the stage. Congratulations to the 124 students who have awakened their combat classes this time. Your leveling progress in the dungeon will be recorded on the leaderboard. The Municipal Education Commission and major universities will pay attention to this ranking. The student who wins first place will represent our school in the Western Rising Star competition. We hope everyone will take it seriously. As a stirring march began, the students walked in an orderly fashion into the gray mist beneath the archway. Qin Feng walked at the front of the group with a few followers, occasionally turning back to stare at Lin Zhe with provocative eyes. Lin Zhe didn't back down and immediately raised his middle finger in response. Soon, all the students entered the portal. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a village filled with yellow sand and weeds. Each squad was randomly teleported to a different location. Immediately, a notification panel appeared before my eyes. Welcome to the Bloodstained Village instance. Suitable for levels 1 to 10. Difficulty, normal. Mission description. A group of kind and simple villagers live in a poor village, but they are being harassed by the rat people. Please help them repel the invaders. Time limit, 5 hours. Note, you will be automatically teleported out of the instance upon death or when the time limit expires. Lin Zhe looked around and found himself in a field overgrown with weeds. He immediately brought up the career panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Class, Demon Summoner. Class Faction, Summoner. Rarity, S rank. Level, 1, 0%. Rank, 0. Breakthrough every 20 levels. Health points, 800/800 equals stamina *10. Mana points, 1000/1000 equals spirit points *10. Strength 50, affects physical attack. Agility 50, affects attack speed, evasion, critical hit rate, etc. Stamina 80, affects health and physical defense. Intelligence 80, affects spell attack. Spirit 100, affects mana, spell defense, etc. Summoning slots 0/2. Skill 1, Summon Demon. Sacrifice a portion of your lifespan to form a pact with a demon, making it your summoned creature. After the pact is formed, each summon consumes 100 mana. Skill 2, Demonic Gaze. Inflicts fear on a designated target within 10 meters, preventing them from attacking you for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Talent, Demonic affinity. The demons you summon will have 100% loyalty to you, and you will also find it easier to win the favor of the demon race. Item: Book of Demons, S rank. This is a medium for summoning demons, written by Baal, the first demon summoner in history, and contains a complete encyclopedia of demon races. As expected of an S-class profession, it starts with 2 skills and a talent, and even comes with an S-class item. Alright, it's finally time to summon my first demon. Lindsay brought up his inventory, selected the S-rank item, Book of Demons, and used it decisively. The next moment, a book as thick as a brick appeared in his hand. Turning to the first page, one sees the sentence, "Are you ready to meet the most powerful race among all races?" As I continued flipping through the pages, I found detailed illustrations of various demons on the yellowed paper. Flame imps, hellhounds, succubi, terror demons, bewitching demons, hellfire. There are many different kinds, a wide variety. Moreover, the demons that appear later in the story become increasingly powerful and dangerous. Let's look at the lifespan required to sign the contract. 5 years for the flame imp, 10 years for the hellhound, 20 years for the eye demon. Even low-level demons have to pay a high price. No wonder everyone says this profession is terrible. After all, other people might never be able to unleash its true power in their entire lives. But I have a lifespan of 182 years. Lindsay's lips curled into a smug smile. 5-year or 10-year contracts are nothing to him. He wants to summon something big. Lindsay turned to the back of the book, his gaze lingering on a demon that looked extremely powerful. Flame demon, lifespan required for contract, 100 years. Description: Balrogs are an ancient and powerful race among demons, symbolizing fire and terror. Great, I choose you. Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 100 years of your lifespan to form a contract with the flame demon? Yes/no. As soon as he finished speaking, a 6-pointed star magic circle automatically appeared on the ground in front of Lindsay, radiating a dazzling light. A blurry figure began to slowly appear within the magic circle. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes. Lindsay looked in the direction of the sound and saw a group of monsters, each about half a person's height, appearing not far away. They looked like giant bipedal rats, covered in fur, with sharp teeth showing in their mouths. He was still holding a machete, his expression fierce. Ratman Scout. Race: Skaven. Rank F race. Level: LV.1. Health points: 200. Skill: Slash. Like human professions, the races of all races also have a ranking system, with 7 levels from F to S. The higher the rating, the stronger the race's status and power among all races. What Lindsay was facing was the F-rank Ratman race, which was ranked at the very bottom. There are more than a dozen level 1 exotic beasts. Upon seeing Lindsay, they all bared their ferocious teeth, their eyes flashing with malice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The leader of the Ratmen let out a sharp cry, as if giving an order. Immediately afterwards, all the Ratmen raised their machetes and charged towards Lindsay. Lindsay remained calm and said dismissively, "How rude of you. Can't you see I'm busy?" The next second, his eyes turned cold, and he swiftly activated the skill, Demon Gaze. The Ratmen immediately recoiled in terror as if they had seen something horrible, some even dropping their weapons. At the same time, within the 6-pointed star formation in front of Lindsay, a tall figure gradually became clearer from a blurry image. A burst of scorching heat followed, with sparks flying through the air. After the magic circle dissipated, a crimson demon appeared in the spot. It has a human-like body, but is over 3 meters tall, with strong muscles and a powerful presence. It has a pair of curved horns on its head, and its skin is as hot as burning lava. It slowly opened its eyes, and an inextinguishable flame burned in its pupils. The moment Lindsay saw it, images of power, evil, fear, and destruction involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Summoned beast: Flame Demon. Race: Demon, S rank. Branch: Flame Demon Seed. Rarity: Grade A. Health points: 280,000. Mana points: 80,000. Strength: 30,000. Agility: 20,000. Stamina: 28,000. Intelligence: 8,000. Spirit: 8,000. Skill 1: Fury of Flames. Deals area of effect damage to enemies within 20 meters. Damage value equals Strength x 10. Skill 2: Lava Domain. Toggle skill activation, dealing continuous damage to enemies within 50 meters. Damage per second equals Strength. Consumes mana per second. Talent: Scorching Airflow. Enemies within 50 meters of the caster have their fire resistance reduced by 50%. Lindsay stared at the attribute panel of his summoned beast, and couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Good heavens, I'm only a level 1 newbie, and I've already summoned a level 60 summoned beast. Keep in mind that level 60 is already at the level of a 3rd-tier ordinary professional, and these numbers are practically boss level. The flame demon stretched its limbs and slowly spoke. "I am Baros, a general of the flame demon clan. Which insect disturbed my sweet dream and forcibly summoned me here?" His voice was filled with anger and arrogance. However, when he saw Lindsay, he was stunned. Immediately afterwards, he knelt on one knee. My lord. Class talent triggered. Demon affinity. Balrog's loyalty automatically reaches 100%. "Humph, you're smart enough to know your place," Lindsay said coldly. "I spent a full 100 years of my lifespan on you, so you'd better behave. I don't want to hear that tone from you again. Yes, my lord. The flame demon appeared extremely obedient. A loyalty level of 100% means absolute obedience and the absolute absence of any thought of betrayal. Even if Lin Zhe asked him to commit suicide now, he would do so without complaint. At this moment, the group of ratmen were all terrified by the scene before them. This human just summoned a demon that everyone feared, and this demon was incredibly loyal to him. Just what kind of monster-level existence is this human race? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Ratman scout shrieked, and the Ratmen immediately abandoned their armor and fled in panic. Oh, I almost forgot about you guys. Hearing the commotion, Lin Zhe remembered there were still some enemies and immediately ordered the flame demon, attack. The flame demon responded, slamming its thick, powerful arm into the ground, instantly cracking the ground within a 20-meter radius, from which blazing flames spewed forth. Immediately, a string of damage numbers appeared. -299,997, -299,998, -299,996. Each instance of damage deals 1,500 times the health of a Ratman. Before the Ratman could even react, they were engulfed by flames, leaving not even ashes behind. Kill a Ratman Scout, experience plus 10, kill a Ratman Scout, lifespan plus 10 days. Kill a Ratman Scout, experience plus 10, kill a Ratman Scout, lifespan plus 10 days. The kill notification appeared repeatedly more than 10 times. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 2, you have gained 5 attribute points to allocate. Current remaining life expectancy, 83 years and 71 days. Lin Zhe exclaimed with joy, that's amazing. The next step is to level up as soon as possible. He looked into the distance. The initial teleportation point was still some distance from the village, so there weren't many monsters there. Meanwhile, in the village, the Ratman army surged in like a tidal wave. Several students are fighting back fiercely. Melee fighters are responsible for slashing and drawing aggro, mages are casting spells, and supports are constantly healing and buffing. These are the foundations they have mastered through repeated practice over the past 3 years. However, in actual combat, the difference between the two is enormous. Especially when faced with the densely packed army of Ratmen, many students were quickly overwhelmed, their health bars dwindled, and they were forced to teleport away. Some were so frightened that they cried out in terror, lost their will to fight, and were ultimately killed by the enemy. Some students, like Lin Zhe, were teleported to a more distant location and secretly rejoiced, great, I don't want to die. I might as well just lie here and wait for the dungeon to end automatically. Only Lin Zhe saw the surging tide of enemies, his eyes gleaming as if he were eyeing the limited edition delicacies in a buffet restaurant. Fire demon, let's attack immediately. These are all real-life experiences. Meanwhile, on the playground outside the instance, several teachers sat in a circle, enthusiastically discussing the content of this instance. This time it's Bloodstained Village? I heard it's the most difficult of all the trial dungeons. That's right, Bloodstained Village is a defense-type dungeon. Facing a massive invasion of beast hordes, it poses a great challenge to beginners. The final boss is the 3 Ratman brothers, who are extremely difficult to defeat. Historically, only a few novices have successfully completed the game. Furthermore, this year the Municipal Education Commission has specifically increased the difficulty of the trial dungeons, with the aim of giving students more opportunities to hone their skills. By the way, they've been in there for a while now. Has the leaderboard been released yet? Almost there, about 2 more minutes. Since everyone starts at level 1, the system needs some time to collect data and generate a leaderboard. No need to look anymore. I'm sure Qin Feng from Teacher Lu's class will definitely take first place this time. Indeed, Qin Feng is an A-rank frost mage, and his past performances have never disappointed. I really envy Teacher Lu for being able to train such outstanding students. That's because Teacher Lu taught so well. Hearing this, the Mediterranean-looking male teacher who had just spoken on stage smiled smugly. Oh, it's all just luck. He is the great director and also Qin Feng's homeroom teacher, Lu Jiming. Seeing the teachers congratulating and flattering him, his smile was as bright as a spring breeze. Only Lin Zhe and Wanghao's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, stood with her arms crossed, her brows furrowed, and her expression worried, not participating in the discussion. Seeing this, a teacher deliberately started the conversation. Hey, I wonder how Lin Zhe, the S-grade student in Teacher Li's class, is doing? Isn't Lin Zhe's profession a useless skill? Without summoning demons, he has no attack skills at all. His actual level is probably about the same as E level or D level, far inferior to Qin Feng. Honestly, it would be such a waste for him to impulsively sacrifice his lifespan. Because Li Lan was young, only in her early 20s, and the youngest among the teachers, the others spoke without any restraint, completely disregarding her feelings. Lu Jiming immediately pretended to comfort her, saying, please don't say that, Teacher Li has had a tough time too. Lin Zhe has put in so much effort from Teacher Li over the past 3 years, only to awaken a useless profession. Sigh, don't be too sad, Teacher Li. You're still young, and you'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. After hearing this, Li Lan's expression turned slightly unpleasant. Lu Jiming, relying on Qin Feng's father being the owner of a large company, secretly provided provided Qin Feng with a lot of resources and also received a lot of bribes himself. But Qin Feng always fell short of Lin Zhe in every major exam, which Lu Jiming never accepted. Now that he has finally turned the tables, he naturally has to make a few sarcastic remarks. However, Li Lan couldn't care less about these gossips at the moment. She was only worried about Lin Zhe's performance in the dungeon. "This child, please don't do anything foolish." Just then, someone nearby suddenly shouted, "Look, the leaderboard is out." The teachers immediately stopped chatting and all looked at the LED screen on the stage. Rank, name, occupation, upgrade progress. First place, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, Rank A, Level 2, 92%. Second place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer, Rank B, Rank 2, 63%. Third place, Li Yuan, Greatsword Warrior, C Rank, Level 2, 58%. Fourth place, Wang Hao, Shield Knight, Rank B, Level 2, 54%. Fifth place, Ma Dongmei, Shadow Priest, C Rank, Level 2, 48%. Sixth place, AI Chang, Explosive Boxer, B level, level 2, 43%. 7th place, Lu Mei, Monk, D level, level 2, 36%. 8th place, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, S rank, level 2, 29%. The entire audience of teachers and students erupted in cheers. "See, I told you so. Qin Feng really is number 1. Just like you predicted, anyone with a brain could guess that Qin Feng would be number 1. Look at Lin Zhe, he's actually ranked 8th. 8th place? That's a bit high. They're probably just writing on other people's successes. They'll definitely be left behind later on." Listening to the people's comments, Lu Jiming's face broke into an even more smug smile, his nose practically pointing to the sky. A group of teachers praised, "Qin Feng in Teacher Lu's class is really amazing. He's already far ahead of the second place, definitely in first place by a wide margin. Congratulations, Teacher Lu. You definitely deserve the title of Outstanding Teacher this time." Lu Jiming smiled broadly, but pretended to be modest and said, "Keep it low-key, a temporary ranking doesn't mean anything." He secretly calculated to himself, "I'm definitely going to win this time. The school's commendation and the Qin family's reward are all mine." Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, Lin Zhe's ranking is rising." Everyone was startled and turned to look at the leaderboard. As expected, Lin Zhe's experience points had risen to 38% of level 2, surpassing his original 7th place. Even more astonishingly, this percentage increased rapidly, like a stopwatch, and within just a dozen seconds, he surpassed the 6th and 5th place finishers in quick succession. The entire audience of teachers and students was stunned. What on earth is going on? What happened inside the dungeon? Meanwhile, inside the village in the bloodstained village, instance, the students are engaged in a fierce battle with the Ratman army. In the crowd, Qin Feng wore a magnificent robe, held a long staff inlaid with gemstones, and his fingers were adorned with various jeweled rings. These are all high-end equipment his family bought for him, providing huge attribute bonuses, and are said to be worth millions of copper coins. At this moment, several frost shields surrounded his body. That's one of the skills of the Frost Mage class, Frost Shield. At the same time, a spiked ice crystal rapidly condensed in the air, then exploded with a bang, scattering ice spikes that pierced several Ratmen simultaneously. This is another of his skills, Ice Explosion. "Ah, give me some more," Qin Feng shouted arrogantly. He swung his staff, relentlessly casting Ice Blast, while simultaneously chugging blue potions to quickly replenish his mana. The students around him were dumbfounded. Is this what a tycoon looks like? Look at his outfit, he drinks medicine like it's cola. He's clearly a mage, yet he excels in both offense and defense. He's practically a one-man army. Is this the power of an A-rank class? However, some students were dissatisfied, such as Wang Hao's team. Wang Hao shouted, "Qin Feng, why did you steal my monster? I finally managed to whittle it down to its last bit of health, and then you took it all away with a single ice crystal." Wang Hao is a shield guard knight, and the team lacks strong damage dealers. But Qin Feng's henchman retorted fiercely, "Steal your monster? Does the monster have your name written on its face? Exactly, if you call it, will it answer?" Qin Feng continued to unleash his skills, ignoring these people he considered inferior. He secretly gloated, "One piece of my equipment is worth more than your entire family's assets. Do I need to consult you before stealing your monsters?" What pleased him even more was that he hadn't seen Lin Zhe at all earlier. He boldly guessed that either Lin Zhe was hiding in a corner and dared not come out, or he had already died and been teleported out. "Ha, Lin Zhe, weren't you pretty arrogant? I'm about to level up to level 3. What do you have to compare with me? You'd better just stay at the bottom and eat shit." Thinking about this made him even happier. He arrogantly ordered one of his henchmen, "What are you standing there for? Go and lure a few more monsters." "Young Master Qin, there are no more monsters," the follower replied, sounding aggrieved. "Am I weird?" He then realized that the number of monsters invading the village was decreasing. Just a moment ago, they were pouring in continuously, but now they'd become sparse. Could it be that I've killed all the monsters? Qin Feng thought smugly. Suddenly, another henchman pointed ahead and shouted, "Look, what's that?" As everyone looked ahead, they saw that in the middle of the road where the Ratman army was advancing, a large area of the ground had turned into lava and was burning fiercely. Amidst the flames, a tall figure is waving his fist. It seems that guy intercepted the entire Ratman army, a sharp-eyed student exclaimed. You mean, he fought against the entire Ratman army all by himself? How could that be? Which of us has that kind of ability? Judging from that person's aura, he seems even stronger than Qin Feng. Impossible, absolutely impossible. That big guy must be a boss, probably from a force hostile to the Ratmen. Just then, on the edge of the burning battlefield, Lin Zhe was leisurely lying in the grass watching the battle. He had just rushed here with the Balrog and was about to start grinding monsters. With a single skill, the Balrog burned a large group of Ratmen to death. Not only that, it also halted the entire enemy's advance, allowing it to enjoy all the experience all by itself. Kill a Ratman Scout, experience plus 10, kill a Ratman Scout, lifespan plus 10 days. Kill a Ratman Archer, experience plus 10, kill a Ratman Archer, lifespan plus 10 days. Kill the Ratman Vanguard, experience plus 20, kill the Ratman Vanguard, lifespan plus 20 days. At this moment, prompts from the career panel and lifespan system appeared alternately, making Lin Zhe's head buzz. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 5, you have gained 5 attribute points to allocate. Huh, I've already leveled up to level 5 in the blink of an eye? Lin Zhe scratched his head. This dungeon is way too easy. After clearing out a large wave of monsters, Lin Zhe found that the enemy had not launched any new attacks for the time being. The Balrog, however, seemed unusually restless, as if it hadn't had enough fun yet. Go back and stay there first. After saying that, Lin Zhe put the flame demon into his inventory. At the same time, a notification pops up in front of everyone in the instance. The first wave of enemies has been eliminated. The second wave will arrive in 10 minutes. Please note, the second wave of enemies is stronger. Please be prepared. Lin Zhe opened the attribute panel. Health points, 840. Mana points, 1040. Strength 54, Agility 54, Stamina 84, Intelligence 84, Spirit 104. Each time you level up, all attributes will automatically increase by 1 point, and you will also gain 5 attribute points to allocate. Lin Zhe has already leveled up 4 times and has accumulated 20 attribute points to allocate. As a summoner, offensive attributes like strength, agility, and intelligence are not needed for now. Let's focus on improving survivability first. After thinking for a moment, he added 15 points to his stamina and 5 points to his spirit. The new attribute becomes health points, 990, mana points, 1090, strength 54, agility 54, stamina 99, intelligence 84, spirit 109. This amount of health is enough for me to survive when I'm attacked in the dungeon. Meanwhile, the students in the village were filled with curiosity about what had just happened. What exactly is that enormous figure blocking the army of Ratmen? Some people speculated that it might be a wild boss, so Qin Feng decided to go and see for himself. If it is indeed a boss, you can gain a lot of experience after defeating it. Qin Feng had already reached level 3 and was full of confidence. After all, he's an A-level player, so he can roam freely in this low-level dungeon. The other students also mustered their courage and prepared to go and investigate. The group gradually approached the location. Large areas of the ground had been burned to scorched earth, with charred corpses scattered everywhere, and scorching smoke still rising from the cracks in the ground. The monster had vanished without a trace, leaving only the figure of a young boy. Upon closer inspection, everyone recognized him as Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe? How could it be him? Everyone looked surprised. Wang Hao immediately ran over, looked around, and asked with concern, Lin Zhe, are you alright? Are you also here to see that boss? Lin Zhe looked completely bewildered. Boss? What boss? In the crowd, Qin Feng saw that Lin Zhe was still alive in the dungeon, and he felt displeased. He quickly let out a sneer. With that useless class, he dares to come and fight a boss? Is that even possible? I think he's just here to pick up the low-level monsters gear, since he's poor and can't afford good equipment. What a pity, the monsters were burned to ashes, and I didn't get a single piece of equipment. Ha ha. A group of followers and some students who were unaware of the truth also laughed. Lin Zhe wasn't angry, he merely glanced coldly at Qin Feng's overly ornate white robe and the numerous gemstone rings adorning his fingers. He said calmly, who do you think you are? I wouldn't recognize you if you didn't speak. Qin Feng, hasn't anyone told you that your outfit makes you look like a woman? We've been classmates for 3 years, and I never knew you had this kind of fetish. A cross-dressing master? What did you say? Qin Feng was furious. He wore clothes worth millions, and wherever he went, people would enviously comment on him. He never expected to be publicly humiliated by Lin Zhe. However, he quickly calmed down, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Ha, Lin Zhe, do you think I'd waste my breath on you? PK is allowed in dungeons, and I'll show you what I'm capable of right now. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him cooled down rapidly, and the students around him took a few steps back, afraid of getting frostbite. At this moment, Wang Hao shouted first, Qin Feng, if you want to fight, you'll have to get past me first. He stood in front of Lin Zhe. A massive iron shield, as large as a door panel, suddenly appeared in Wang Hao's hand. Immediately afterwards, it slammed slammed heavily to the ground with a loud thud, creating a crater in the ground. Xin Feng sneered, a B-level profession paired with a trash profession from the sewers, you two really are birds of a feather. Perfect, you two can die together. As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen thorny ice crystal flowers quickly condensed in the air around Lin Zhe and Wang Hao. This is bad, there are too many, Wang Hao exclaimed nervously. Lin Zhe, quickly hide behind my shield. Lin Zhe, however, showed no sign of panic. He gently patted Wang Hao's shoulder and calmly said, don't worry, let me do it. At the same time, the originally cold air suddenly heated up rapidly. With a deafening roar, a scorching wind swept through the surroundings, instantly melting the ice crystals that were forming. The next moment, a huge figure more than 3 meters tall appeared out of thin air. As the smoke dissipated, the powerful and terrifying flame demon was revealed, its oppressive aura suffocating everyone. Someone shouted in fright, ah, it's that boss from before. The Balrog exhaled scorching breath and laughed arrogantly. Ah, new insects have arrived again. I was just worried about having no one to play with fire for. Upon hearing this, the students all took several steps back, and some even ran away. Although they shouted that they were coming to fight the boss, many of them were just showing off their courage for a moment. Upon truly seeing this devilish appearance, how could anyone have the courage to fight? Although Qin Feng was frightened, he immediately forced himself to remain calm and shouted to those around him, what's there to be afraid of? How difficult can a boss in such a low-level dungeon be? Let's all charge together, we'll all get experience points soon. A burst of laughter came from the other end. Ha, that explains why you guys keep mentioning the boss. So you were talking about the flame demon, huh? Ha, that's hilarious. Lin Zhe laughed so hard he almost fell over. Lin Zhe, what's wrong with you? Qin Feng shouted angrily. Lin Zhe's smile vanished, a wicked glint in his eyes. He ordered the flame demon beside him, go, beat that woman dressed like a girl to death. Yes, my lord, the flame demon obediently replied. What? That boss's name is Lin Zhe something? My lord? Wait, let me sort this out. Could that monster be Lin Zhe's summoned beast? He really sacrificed his lifespan to summon a demon? Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. Qin Feng was also incredulous, instantly losing his inexplicable confidence. What do you want to do? Suddenly, the flame demon became as ferocious as a beast, leaping up and smashing its fist, as big as a wash basin, straight at Qin Feng. Ice shield! Qin Feng shouted in alarm. A large shield made of frost was immediately placed in front of him. However, this ice shield, which had once blocked countless attacks from the Ratmen, shattered instantly like a fragile piece of skin the moment it came into contact with the fire demon's fist, turning into countless fragments. The next second, a fist as big as a cannonball slammed into Qin Feng's face. The intense shockwave spread out instantly, and Qin Feng, his followers, and other students within a radius of 20 meters were all killed. The health bars instantly broke, some empty, some badly damaged. Level 60. Qin Feng, bruised and battered, fell heavily to the ground. Had it not been for the icy shield on his body and the expensive divine equipment that could automatically negate one fatal blow, he would have already perished. Now, his health is down to single digits. What on earth happened? Qin Feng was still in a state of extreme shock. Was this monster really summoned by Lin Zhe? I can't lose. I absolutely can't lose. Qin Feng frantically pulled a bottle of large red potion from his inventory and gulped it down. How could that Lin Zhe possibly defeat me? Absolutely not. The flame demon looked down at him from above, his eyes filled with disdain, as if he were looking at an insignificant ant. Humph, a mere insect, trying to survive? The next second, the Balrog raised his foot and stomped down hard. Qin Feng's health points instantly dropped to 0. At this moment, the large screen outside the instance displays. First place, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, S rank, level 5, 12%. Second place, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, rank A, level 3, 2%. Third place, Xia Xuer, Wind Spirit Archer, rank B, level 2, 78%. Just a few minutes ago, all the teachers and students witnessed Lin Zhe's ranking jump from 8th to 1st place. Moreover, he was more than 2 levels ahead of Qin Feng, who was in 2nd place. Everyone was stunned. Several teachers were so shocked they were speechless. I've been teaching for over 10 years, and I've never seen anyone get promoted so quickly. It's abnormal. That Lin Zhe didn't actually summon a demon, did he? That's insane. Impossible. Grade Director Lu Jiming's face darkened. Even if he summoned a demon, it could only be a low-level demon, and it's impossible for him to achieve this leveling speed. Just then, a teacher shouted, look, Qin Feng has been teleported out of the instance. What? The entire faculty and students erupted in uproar once again. How did Qin Feng, who was just far ahead, suddenly get eliminated? Is this dungeon really that difficult? Lu Jiming was even more shocked. He knew Qin Feng's strength and had personally witnessed him entering the arena wearing a full set of high-level equipment and carrying a large amount of potions. How could I have been teleported out so quickly? On the other side of the portal, several students were slumped on the grass, with Qin Feng in the middle. Lu Jiming rushed over. Qin Feng, what exactly happened inside? Qin Feng's eyes were glazed over, his expression blank, as if he had lost consciousness. Although death in the dungeon isn't considered real death. The scene of the fire demon's attack was so brutal that it dealt him a huge blow to his psyche. Lin Zhe, it's Lin Zhe. Qin Feng murmured to himself intermittently. Lu Zhiming's eyes narrowed. I knew Lin Zhe was definitely up to something. He whispered in Qin Feng's ear, you should rest well first. I have a plan, and I will definitely give you an explanation. After saying that, he strode back to the teacher's area. Lin Zhe definitely cheated in the dungeon. The trial strictly prohibits the use of any medicine other than red and blue potions. He must have taken some kind of buff potion. He must be teleported out immediately. These words caused an uproar among the teachers. What? Lin Zhe actually cheated? I knew it. How could the leveling speed be so fast? It turns out they were cheating. Lin Zhe's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, frowned and said seriously, Teacher Lu, please don't frame my student. Lin Zhe has always been of good character. How could he possibly cheat? Lu Zhiming looked up and sneered. Teacher Li, you are Lin Zhe's homeroom teacher, so I can understand if you are biased towards him, but I advise you not to be too certain. If he didn't cheat, then you need to explain to everyone how he leveled up so quickly. Li Lan was speechless. She didn't actually know what was hidden behind this. She was convinced by her intuition that Lin Zhe would never cheat. Seeing Li Lan speechless for a moment, Lu Zhiming snorted coldly and then ordered the teacher beside him, quickly, go and call the technical department to teleport Lin Zhe out for me. Everything must be based on evidence. You have no right to do this. Teacher Li argued firmly. Teacher Li, please be mindful of your status. Lu Zhiming's face was full of disdain, his tone was firm, and he left no room for argument. I'm the head of the grade, after all. I have the authority to handle this little matter. Quickly, teleport Lin Zhe out. Don't make me say it twice. Just then, a dignified voice came from behind. Let's see who dares. The teachers looked in the direction of the voice and saw an elderly man with a full head of white hair and a radiant spirit walking towards them. Principal Lu, the teachers called out in unison, their attitude extremely respectful. The visitor was none other than Lu Hanlin, the principal of the 3rd middle school of the city. Teacher Lu, as the head of the grade, don't you know that I have personally reviewed all the trial dungeons over the years? How could there be any cheating? Do you doubt my fairness and competence? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhiming's arrogance vanished instantly, and his back was soaked with sweat. But he couldn't lose face, so he had to force himself to continue. But, Lin Zhe's grades are indeed somewhat unusual. Lu Hanlin interrupted without hesitation. Since humanity awakened to professions 100 years ago, every now and then a few exceptionally talented geniuses have emerged. What's so strange about that? Besides, if a genius really does emerge in your grade, shouldn't we be happy? Why was your first reaction to suspect him of cheating? Lu Zhiming stammered, unable to speak. Alright, let's continue watching. I can tell if there's anything fishy going on at a glance. At this moment, a prompt appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Killing a human professional data entity increases lifespan by 30 days. Ding! You have defeated the provocateur Qin Feng and successfully completed the mission. You have been awarded one system lottery draw. TCH, so Qin Feng's life is worthless after all. Lin Zhe curled his lip. Luckily, there's a system reward. At the same time, everyone present was shocked by the scene of Lin Zhe commanding the flame demon to kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng, the popular player favored by everyone, was teleported out of the game just like that? Everyone was thinking to themselves, who exactly said Lin Zhe's profession is useless? This is clearly spreading rumors. Oh no, I just laughed at him. Will he hold a grudge? Wow, Lin Zhe is so handsome. Actually, I believed in him from the beginning, but I just didn't say it out loud. Wang Hao, standing beside him, looked completely bewildered. My son, Lin Zhe, when did you become so strong? I never said I was weak, Lin Zhe said helplessly, spreading his hands. Wait, how many years has the demon made you sacrifice yourself? You're not going to die, are you? Wang Hao suddenly became worried. Of all those present, only Wang Hao genuinely cared about his safety. Moreover, when Qin Feng used the ice explosion technique just now, it was Wang Hao who desperately protected Lin Zhe. Not much, just a few years, Lin Zhe casually made up an answer. He feared that if he actually said 100 years, it would either terrify the other person or no one would believe him at all. Oh, I knew your profession was pretty strong. You've only been doing this for a few years and you can summon something this powerful. Fortunately, Wang Hao was easily fooled and was deceived. By the way, that was so satisfying. Didn't you see Qin Feng's expression when he was knocked down with one punch? He looked like he'd eaten 3 pounds of shit. Ha 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 ha. I've wanted to teach that kid a lesson for a long time. He's always showing off. The two were chatting happily when a notification suddenly popped up on the screen. Attention! The second wave of enemies is approaching. Immediately afterwards, a series of rumbling sounds came, and the enemy surged in from afar like dark clouds pressing in. The students immediately became alert, their expressions tense. Lin Zhe, however, rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. It's here. More experience has been delivered to our doorstep. Alright, let's hurry up and draw the prize while we have the chance. Lin Zhe immediately opened the lifespan system and clicked the lottery button. This will consume 1 draw attempt for you. Would you like to consume lifespan to gain a luck bonus? Consuming 10 10 years of lifespan guarantees an A-level or higher prize in this draw. Consuming 100 years of lifespan guarantees an S-level prize in this draw. Oh, there's a mechanism where you exchange lifespan for a guaranteed minimum? Then let's try it out by spending 10 years of our lives. Consume 10 years of your lifespan to start the lottery. The entry in the center of the screen started scrolling continuously, and there was a lever next to it. Lindsay vaguely saw that the entries included equipment, skill books, talents, one-time use items, and so on. He pulled the lever, and the scrolling speed of the entries gradually slowed down. Finally, it stopped at one term, Soul Link. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, Soul Link, S-Rank, Talent, Soul Link, Summoner Exclusive Talent. Select a summon creature to link with, can be freely switched, and you will gain 50% of that summon creature's attributes, skills, and talents. This effect remains active even when not summoned. Exclamation point. Lindsay was shocked. I didn't expect to get the Summoner's Exclusive Talent on my first draw. This talent might be ordinary for a regular summoner, but for a level 5 newbie like him, his summoned beast had reached level 60, so the attribute bonuses were quite impressive. He eagerly selected the link object, the Flame Demon. Next, check your attribute panel. Health points, 140840. Mana points, 44,190. Strength 15054. Agility 10054. Stamina 14084. Intelligence 4412. Spirit 4419. It also inherited the skills and talents of the Flame Demon. Skill, Fury of Flames. Deals area of effect damage to enemies within 10 meters. Damage value equals strength *5. Skill, Lava Domain. A toggle skill that deals continuous damage to enemies within a 25-meter radius. Damage per second is equal to 0.5 times the user's strength. Consumes mana per second. Talent, Scorching Airflow. Enemy units within 25 meters of the caster have their fire resistance reduced by 25%. Now we're invincible, Lindsay exclaimed with delight. A level 5 newbie actually inherited half of the attributes of a level 60 boss. With over 140,000 HP, over 40,000 MP, and a staggering 15,000 strength plus 2 powerful skills. With such attributes, he could kill a Kodo beast with a single punch, and his running speed would easily surpass that of the 100-meter champion from the world he came from before. Just as Lindsay was immersed in joy, a cold, girlish voice came from behind him, pulling him back to reality. Lindsay, I invite you to join my team. He turned around and saw a tall girl with flowing long hair and delicate, beautiful features. He knew her name was Xia Shuer, and she consistently ranked among the top 10 in her grade. However, compared to him and Qin Feng, her strength was still considerably inferior. For example, this time, Xia Shuer only awakened a B-level profession, Wind Spirit Archer. Xia Shuer said confidently, Lindsay, you are very strong and fully qualified to join my team. His tone was extremely arrogant. It sounded less like an invitation and more like a recruitment of subordinates. Lindsay thought the other person was a complete idiot. Join your team? What would I want? He retorted. Xia Shuer crossed her arms, her expression proud. You should know that my aunt is the wife of the current head of the Dragon Subduing Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, so sorry, I've never heard of it. Lindsay interrupted her without any politeness. You? Xia Shuer seemed to be stuck, her face slightly flushed, and she muttered softly, ignorant. She quickly continued. You did well just now, but the biggest weakness of you summoners is your frail physique. If you are ambushed, even the most powerful summoned beast cannot save you. Therefore, you need to join a strong team, and my team has tanks and healers, which will make up for your weaknesses. More importantly, I can help you apply to your aunt to let you join the Dragon Subduing Guild. The condition is that you team up with me and help me win first place in this trial. Lindsay refused outright. Sorry, I don't need to team up, and I'm not interested in any of your guilds. After saying that, he turned to leave. Xia Shuer was surprised by his cold reaction and stomped her small, white-stockinged foot hard in frustration. Lindsay, you just offended Qin Feng. You should know that with his temper, he will definitely seek revenge on you. Although you are quite capable, with your family's resources, it's impossible for you to defeat the Qin family. So, by joining the Dragon Subduing Guild, you'll finally have a backer. I'm helping you. Lindsay continued walking without hesitation, waving his hand casually. Thank you, I appreciate your kindness. Xia Shuer stood there alone, her cheeks flushed with anger. That Lindsay is such an ungrateful idiot. Just wait for Qin Feng to take revenge. It doesn't matter if you die. Lindsay sneered inwardly. You're helping her get first place, so what am I supposed to get? You're dreaming. Ding. You have received a new mission, victory in this trial dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Oh, what a coincidence. Lindsay was overjoyed and full of energy. At the same time, the footsteps of the second wave of enemies grew louder and louder. This time, the enemy is clearly stronger than the first wave. Each Ratman rode on the back of a gray wolf, wielding a different weapon, looking majestic and imposing. Ratman Cavalry. Race, Skaven, Rank F. Health points, 800. Skills, Wolf Taming, Mounted Combat, Mounted Archery. Many students panicked upon seeing this. They're all level 3 monsters monsters? I'm only level 2. There are still so many left. We're doomed. We're just waiting to die. Help! Why doesn't this stupid dungeon have a 6-minute surrender option? Many people simply chose to give up. Of course, their low level was also due to Lin Zhe's experience in intercepting them alone earlier. At this moment, Xia Shuer, who had been quite confident before, also felt as if she were facing a formidable enemy, and immediately instructed her team members, "Get ready, let's try to hold out for as many waves as possible." Just then, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, what is Lin Zhe going to do?" Lin Zhe faced the surging tide of beasts with ease, as if he were strolling leisurely. Is he crazy? Everyone looked puzzled. Does he intend to fight all the enemies alone? This time, the monsters aren't the level 1 mobs we saw before. Xia Shuer snorted coldly, Lin Zhe, I take back my invitation to you. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. You've forgotten your own name just because you have a little bit of strength? You should stop here too." Her eyes were full of disdain. However, just as the Ratman cavalryman stepped past Lin Zhe, the demon covered in lava reappeared out of thin air, and a loud bang erupted in the air. Boom! The approaching Ratman cavalry were blown apart and scattered in the air. The lava realm is now open. A scorching field ignited around the Balrog, causing all nearby enemies to be continuously burned and lose health points. Although it's continuous damage, a level 60 flame demon's damage per second is enough to instantly kill a level 3 monster. Therefore, those Ratman cavalrymen were simply throwing their lives away. Kill a Ratman cavalryman, gain 30 experience points. Kill one Ratman cavalryman, gain 30 days of lifespan. Kill a Ratman cavalryman, gain 30 experience points. Kill one Ratman cavalryman, gain 30 days of lifespan. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 6, you have gained 5 attribute points to allocate. Lin Zhe's experience bar skyrocketed. The students behind him were once again dumbfounded. Xia Shuer, who had been nonchalant just moments before, suddenly turned pale. Moreover, despite her high level of preparedness, she failed to defeat a single monster, making her look like a joke. "Alright, Flame Demon, charge straight in," Lin Zhe instructed. The next second, the Flame Demon charged straight at the enemy like a cannonball. Lin Zhe was left standing alone on a patch of scorched earth. Lin Zhe is too powerful. No, I should say his summoned beast is too powerful, a student exclaimed from behind. Xia Shuer noticed the flaw and immediately retorted, "No, he was too careless. By releasing his summoned beast, he has put himself in danger. The summoner's body is so fragile. How does he possibly defend himself against a sneak attack? This Lin Zhe is just as I expected. He's nothing but an arrogant and shallow fellow." Lin Zhe sat cross-legged on the ground, his expression unusually calm. Since then, the interface has been displaying a continuous stream of helpful tips. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 7, you have gained 5 attribute points to allocate. Wow, this leveling speed is incredibly fast, Lin Zhe thought to himself with delight. Just as he was getting bored, a sharp and strange sound suddenly rang out. "You laughable human brat, how dare you hinder our operations?" A portal made of gray mist floated in the air, and with heavy footsteps, a huge figure steadily walked out of the portal. What came into view was a giant ratman, 2 or 3 meters tall, with a round and robust body, like a huge iron ball. He held a giant melon hammer in each hand. Upon closer inspection, a normal-sized ratman stands on each of the giant ratman's shoulders. A man wearing a straw hat and holding a crossbow. The other person was wearing a shaman's robe and holding a wooden staff. At the same time, a prompt appears on the screens of all students. The second wave of enemies has been eliminated. We are now entering the boss battle phase. The crowd was shocked and then fell silent. Wait, how did it get wiped out? I didn't even touch the monster. Damn it, Lin Zhe stole them all. Outside the instance, on the playground, the teachers and students were experiencing similar emotional ups and downs. The leaderboard clearly shows. First place, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, S rank, level 7, 5%. Second place, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, A rank, level 3, 2%. Third place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer, B level, level 2, 86%. The difference in ranking between the first and second place is a whopping 4 levels. Moreover, after Qin Feng was teleported out for so long, the players ranked third and below him have gained almost no experience. What's going on? Is there something wrong with the ranking system? Everyone discussed among themselves. Even Principal Lu Hanlin showed a rare look of surprise. He had never seen anything like it in decades. A barely perceptible smile appeared on his face. Could it be that our number 3 middle school is truly about to produce a peerless genius? However, this second wave of enemies is one that the Municipal Education Commission has deliberately increased in difficulty and number, so it will definitely not be that easy. This is the direction of the latest policy, which aims to give newcomers more experience. Children today live too comfortably. Only by experiencing more hardships can they be forged into strong warriors and become pillars of the nation. Lu Hanlin stroked his beard. "Principal, come quick," a teacher from the technology department exclaimed. "They've already started fighting the boss." What? Lu Hanlin's face showed even greater surprise than usual. The computer screen clearly displayed, second wave of enemies eliminated, entering boss battle phase. phase. His pupils contracted sharply. What's going on with this speed? Meanwhile, inside the instance, after the three strange Ratmen appeared, their detailed information was displayed on the interface. The OSS Ratman Brothers, Rat Boss. Race, Skaven, Rank F. Health points, 5,000. Skill, Earthshaking Strike. The OSS, the three Rat Brothers, second Rat Brother. Race, Skaven, Rank F. Health points, 3,000. Skill, Deadly Barrage. The OSS, the three Rat Brothers, the third Rat. Race, Skaven, Rank F. Level, 8. Health points, 4,000. Skill, Lightning Spell. The students were terrified and their legs went weak when they saw the grades. The three bosses are a melee fighter, an archer, and a mage, and the highest one is even level 8. Is this really a beginner's trial dungeon? Everyone, including Xia Shuer, lost confidence and felt that they could not defeat them at all. At this moment, the third rat, dressed in a magic robe, let out a sharp roar. You human brats, today is your doomsday. After saying that, he waved his staff and bolts of lightning instantly struck the students. These second-level students were no match for the enemy. Their health bars quickly dwindled. Seeing that all the hatred was being drawn to others, Lin Zhe thought to himself, I'm afraid I'll have to give them experience points for nothing. He immediately shouted, wait, don't hit them. Come at me if you have a problem. Many classmates were impressed by Lin Zhe after hearing this. Wow, Lin Zhe is so responsible. The third rat sneered, arrogant human, then I'll grant your wish first. No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of lightning struck Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, how are you? Wang Hao shouted, preparing to rush over to help. Don't waste your energy, Xia Shuer said coldly. He brought it on himself. Who told him to release his summoned beast? I think he deserves to suffer a bit. However, the next moment, Xia Shuer's face turned ashen, as if she had eaten shit. Lin Zhe, however, acted as if nothing had happened, standing up from the ground and stretching his limbs. Oh, this feeling is tingly and numb. It's quite comfortable. Only he can see that his health points are displayed as 140868/140870. The extremely high attributes resulted in exceptional defense and elemental resistance, which is why that attack only cost me 2 drops of health. The 3 ratmen were also greatly surprised when they saw this. The third rat roared, what tricks are you playing, you mere human? You're asking for death. Before the words were finished, the second and third rats jumped off the shoulder and rushed to the left and right sides of Lin Zhe respectively. The eldest rat let out a deafening roar and charged straight at Lin Zhe's face. At the same time, the second rat's crossbow kept firing arrows, and the third rat's lightning struck down repeatedly. Lin Zhe's health bar kept fluctuating, -2, -1, -3. Are you guys just tickling me? Lin Zhe shrugged and said casually, you cunning human, what exactly did you do? Old Rat 3 was furious. Have you had enough fun? It's my turn to make a move. Lin Zhe's eyes sharpened, filled with murderous intent. Upon seeing this, the third rat instinctively took a few steps back. The murderous aura in the eyes of this human youth suggested he had been through countless battles. This is bad, retreat immediately, Rat Elder shouted. Having said that, he quickly opened a portal to escape. You've offended me, and you think you can just run away? Lin Zhe revealed a wicked smile. He mimicked the Balrog's movements, slamming his fist into the ground, and the Wrath of Flames skill was immediately activated. The blazing flames instantly engulfed a large area. The 3 Ratman bosses were engulfed in flames. The damage numbers jumped wildly, -75,270, -76,680, -75,292, instantly killed. My life is over. Squeak. Awooh. 3 screams rang out as the 3 Ratman brothers perished. Defeat the 3 Ratman brothers boss, experience plus 1,000, lifespan plus 1,000 days. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 8, you have gained 5 attribute points to allocate. Current remaining life expectancy, 106 years and 241 days. Loot obtained, 10,000 copper coins, one of 3 equipment rewards. The interface pops up 3 options, Desperate Armor, Desperate Raincoat, and Desperate Robe, all of which are level 5 C-grade rarity equipment. These low-level equipment don't offer much of a boost. I'll just pick one and sell it. Lin Zhe casually chose the Desperate Armor. Desperate Armor, Quality C, Protective Gear, Effect, Defense plus 50, Strength plus 3, Constitution plus 3. But these 10,000 copper coins are really good. I haven't earned this much money since I transmigrated. Lin Zhe's eyes gleamed. These 10,000 copper coins are equivalent to 10,000 yuan in cash before the time travel. On the other side, everyone who witnessed Lin Zhe easily defeating the 3 bosses had their mouths agape in a wide O. What exactly is going on with Lin Zhe? Who said the summoner's physical form is weak? Am I dreaming? A summoner can take down 3 bosses without summoning any beasts? Xia Shuer, who had always looked down on Lin Zhe, turned pale and looked increasingly unwell. Lin Zhe dusted himself off and sighed. Sigh, while other summoners sit in the back and drink tea. I have to go into battle myself. What a miserable life. Is this the legendary Versailles? Lin Zhe, you've really gone too far. Don't make me hit you. For a moment, everyone's anger was about to explode. If the system hadn't popped up a notification at the crucial moment, everyone would have almost rushed up up to gang up on Lin Zhe, even though they probably couldn't win. Final boss defeated. Congratulations on successfully clearing the dungeon. A total of 16 players successfully completed the level, and all of them received 500 copper coins. The MVP of this match will receive an additional 1,000 experience points and 1,000 copper coins. Seeing that everyone received a reward, the crowd's anger gradually subsided. In any case, the dungeon finally ended, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. However, their gazes still turned to Lin Zhe with complicated emotions. The MVP is definitely this guy. He's hit the jackpot again. As expected, Lin Zhe happily accepted the MVP reward and successfully completed the lifespan systems task. Ding! You have achieved first place in the trial dungeon. Mission complete. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lin Zhe was secretly delighted. Great, next up is the Rising Star competition. Just then, Wang Hao ran over and patted him hard on the back. Hey, you've been hiding this well. Lin Zhe lightly kicked back. Now you know how powerful I am, right? How about I take you to grind experience and level up next time? Wang Hao said with a smile. Absolutely, at least you have some filial piety. The system then continued the countdown. The instance will close in 60 seconds, and players will be automatically teleported out of the instance. 60, 59, 58. Outside the dungeon, on the playground, teachers and students anxiously awaited the final result of the boss battle. I wonder how much longer they can hold out. The mechanics of the 3 bosses are too difficult for newbies. They are definitely the first hurdle in their professional careers. If I can take one down, I think that would be pretty good. Principal Lu Hanlin is also full of expectations for the results. Just then, a powerful voice came from behind. Level 5. Junior brother Lu, how are the trials going at your number 3 middle school? The person standing in front of me was an elderly man with white hair. Unlike Lu Hanlin's short hair, he had long, flowing hair, which made him appear unrestrained and wild. With a long, white beard, he resembled a wise and venerable sage. Upon seeing this, all the teachers respectfully addressed him as Principal Feng. This person is none other than Feng Wuchen, the principal of the city's number 1 middle school and Lu Hanlin's senior. The number 1 middle school and the number 3 middle school are separated by a road, and the principals of the 2 schools often visit each other. Lu Hanlin bowed slightly. Senior brother Feng, has your school's trial ended? Ah, that's right. Feng Wuchen laughed heartily. Our number 1 high school produced 2 A-level professionals this year, namely a dark mage and a beast spirit warrior. They performed well, one rose to level 4 and the other reached level 5. But those bastards at the Education Commission made the final boss too difficult. They were teleported out after only taking a sliver of health. Ha! Feng Wuchen was beaming with pride, clearly quite satisfied with his student, and didn't forget to show off in front of Lu Hanlin. Although number 1 middle school and number 3 middle school are sister schools, their competition has never stopped. The 2 principals are fellow students and often compete against each other on various occasions. I heard that your number 3 middle school has 1 S rank and 1 A rank this year, but the S rank one is a demon summoner? Feng Wuchen patted Lu Hanlin on the shoulder. Sigh, that kid probably won't amount to much in his life, but everyone has their own destiny, which is beyond our control, so don't take it too seriously. How did that A level perform? Lu Hanlin shrugged. To be honest, that A rank has already been teleported out. Feng Wuchen almost burst out laughing. Ahem. It seems that number 3 middle school is much worse than number 1 middle school this year. Junior brothers, you guys need to step up your game. By the way, now that the A rank has been eliminated, what are the people still in the dungeon doing? They're not all hiding, are they? I think they might as well go and get stabbed. Teleport out sooner. A short pain is worse than a long one. Feng Wuchen stroked his beard, a smug smile on his face. Just then, a teacher ran over excitedly. Principal Lu, we've cleared it. All the students have cleared it. Lin Zhe, who came in first, has even leveled up to level 8. What? Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen exclaimed in unison, but the former was full of joy while the latter was shocked. You cleared the level? And leveled up to level 8? Feng Wuchen looked incredulous, his previous smugness vanishing instantly. Who exactly is this Lin Zhe? He couldn't help but ask. Lu Hanlin, beaming with pride, said, Lin Zhe is that S rank. So what? Didn't my senior brother say he was mediocre? Feng Wuchen was speechless for a moment. In his heart, he cursed, which bastard told me that profession was useless, making me lose face. After a moment, Feng Wuchen asked again, wait, did that demon summoner really sacrifice his lifespan to summon a demon? Lu Hanlin replied, I'm worried about that too. We can only ask him when he comes out. Perhaps, as my senior brother said, everyone has their own destiny, and we have no right to interfere. At the same time, news of the dungeon's completion quickly spread across the playground, causing a stir among the students of number 3 middle school. Everyone was trying to find out who had cleared the game and if they knew anyone from that game. If that person happens to be a friend, they can't help but start bragging about it to everyone around them. When they come out, we have to make him treat us to Mylar ice cream. That's a must. Everyone who sees it gets a share. However, at that moment, a teacher from the technical department walked up to Lu Hanlin with a serious expression and whispered a few words. Lu Hanlin's expression instantly changed from joy to extreme seriousness. The instant instance malfunctioned and the students entered real mode? Inside the bloodstained village instance. Just now, the interface was counting down the transmission time, 33, 32, 31, but when the countdown reached 30 seconds, the numbers suddenly stopped. At the same time, an unsettling red dialog box pops up on each student's screen. The instance will soon be switched to realistic mode. Note, death is real in realistic mode. Good luck! Before the students could react to what was happening, they felt as if the whole world had suddenly gone dark, as if the lights had been turned off. When the light reappeared, they found that their surroundings had changed drastically. Just moments ago it was daytime, but now it is night. A huge blood moon hangs high in the sky, creating an eerie and oppressive atmosphere. In the desolate night, the occasional howl of a wild beast could be heard in the distance, sending chills down one's spine. Most of the 16 students present began to tremble and huddled together tightly. What's going on? Shouldn't we have been teleported out? Why have we entered some kind of reality mode instead? Did I see that right? Someone's dead here, really dead? Could this be a celebration of passing the test, a joke the school is playing on us? Why, I want to get out. Let me out. Lindsay was also full of surprise. It was the first time he had ever heard of a dungeon having a real-world mode. Not to mention that this situation would occur after clearing the trial dungeon. His gaze darkened, and he had a vague feeling that things were far more complicated than they appeared. Right, no matter what, let's draw from the prize pool first. As he spoke, he immediately brought up the lottery interface and once again chose to consume 10 years of his lifespan to guarantee an A-level reward. Countless entries scrolled rapidly in the center of the page, eventually stopping at one entry, seeing through everything perfectly. Congratulations on drawing the skill. Insightful observation. Rank A. Skill description. Insightful observation. A general-purpose skill. Once activated, it allows the user to detect hidden information invisible to the naked eye. The effect is linked to the user's spirit attribute, continuously consuming mana, and takes effect every second. It looks like a non-combat skill, but perhaps it's just right for the current situation. Lindsay immediately absorbed the skill scroll. Insightful observation, activated. Suddenly, his vision seemed to be filtered. Whatever he stared at would display additional text descriptions. Grass, a type of plant. Stone, an inorganic substance. Wang Hao, an ordinary human male. This character is really lively and interesting. When Lindsay's gaze fell on the village not far away, the unusual situation immediately caught his attention. A wisp of thick black smoke was seen slowly rising from the village, which looked very unusual. Is there something unusual in that village? Lindsay wondered to himself. Just then, rustling sounds suddenly came from all directions. The students were all drawn by the sound and became tense and alert. As night fell, pairs of blood-red eyes slowly enveloped them. Lindsay activated Insightful Insight again and discovered that the surrounding area was densely packed with ratmen, but this time the situation was somewhat different. Ratman Scout. Race, Skaven, Rank F. Level, 15. Health points, 4,000. Skills, slashing, shooting, etc. The monster that was just a level 1 mob has suddenly jumped to level 15. Its health is even higher than that of the previous bosses. Lindsay's expression immediately turned serious. It seems that this real mode is not part of the original content of this trial at all. It's more like there's some kind of malfunction in the system. Immediately afterwards, the system sent a message. Ding! You have received a new quest. Trigger and defeat the final boss of this dungeon. Reward, 1 chance to draw a prize, guaranteed to win a class-exclusive S-rank reward. Upon seeing the words guaranteed S-rank and profession exclusive, Lindsay immediately became interested. I'm guaranteed an S-rank reward, and it has to be job-specific? This boss is definitely a must-fight. Meanwhile, as the enemy gradually approached, the other students also saw the Ratman's level information and were terrified. Level 1 monsters have turned into level 15 monsters? Are they crazy? Help! I need to get out. Someone please help me. Mom, I don't want to die. Several girls were so frightened that they burst into tears on the spot. Wang Hao, who was standing next to him, also panicked. What on earth is going on? Lindsay remained calm and composed. We've probably been teleported to an unplanned instance. Wang Hao asked in horror, is it that scary? Can we still go back? Lindsay shook his head. I don't know. Now, you can team up with me. After saying that, Wang Hao and Lindsay immediately formed a team. Next, Lindsay summoned the flame demon. Boom! A massive demon appeared out of thin air, and the scorching air currents instantly blew many ratmen away. The Balrog let out a deafening roar, which frightened some of the ratmen into retreating. Immediately afterwards, the flame demon activated Lava Domain, inflicting a continuous burning effect on surrounding enemies. Although these ratmen were level 15, the fire demon dealt 30,000 damage per second, and anyone who entered the area was instantly vaporized. The monsters along the way were all transformed into Lindsay's experience points without any doubt. Kill Ratman soldiers, experience plus 80, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill Ratman soldiers, experience plus 80, lifespan plus 150 days. After forming a team, experience will be distributed evenly. Lindsay didn't care about this at all. After all, it was a matter of life and death, and he wouldn't fuss over such a little experience. At the same time, Wang Hao's experience points also increased with each kill, increasing by 80 points at a time. Wang Hao was overjoyed. I leveled up to level 4 in the blink of an eye. So this is what it feels like to cling to someone's coattails. Godfather, I bow to you. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way towards the village under the protection of the lava domain, showing no signs of being in a dangerous instance. Everyone was stunned. Seeing this, the other students also wanted to enter Linza's lava field to seek refuge. Linze, bring a big team, bring us all in. In a dungeon, a small team can hold a maximum of 4 people, and small teams can also form larger teams. Experience will still be distributed when fighting monsters. Linze's eyes lit up. Adding is fine, but it'll be 2,000 copper coins per person, cash on delivery, no credit. What? We need to pay more. Everyone immediately looked troubled. Do I owe you anything? Linze turned and walked away impatiently. Is 2,000 copper coins for a life too much? Wait, I'll pay. Most people gritted their teeth and immediately opened the transaction window. Linze immediately accepted the more than 30,000 copper coins and was overjoyed as he listened to the sound of the money going into his bag. Just then, Xia Shuer, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. Linze, aren't you taking advantage of my misfortune? When your classmates were in danger, instead of stepping forward to help them, you openly amassed wealth? Xia Shuer spoke with righteous indignation, but Linze stared at her with a dumbfounded look. This young lady is beautiful, but she's not very bright. Linze shrugged. Fine, you can pretend to be high and mighty if you want. Anyway, I didn't force you to join. If you don't want to, that's fine too. After saying that, he led a group of students deeper into the village. Seeing Linze walking further and further away, and the Ratman soldiers closing in, his Xia Shuer was so frightened that she hurriedly chased after him, saying, wait, I promise, I promise. Linze turned around. You agreed? Sorry, the price has gone up to 20,000 now. If you don't want to, then forget it. Xia Shuer was so angry she couldn't speak. In the time it took her to turn around, the price had already increased tenfold. Helpless, she could only silently open the trading interface and accept her loss. Linze spread his hands. Why are you showing off for no reason? Xia Shuer followed behind the group angrily, cursing inwardly. I'm so angry, Linze, you just wait and see. Under Linze's protection, the group successfully entered the village. Through his special vision, he discovered a cloud of black gas emerging from a bungalow. Linze thought for a moment and asked Wang Hao, in the previous instance, you were directly teleported to the village. Did you see any NPCs? Wang Hao shook his head. No, that village is very desolate. There's nothing there. Linze frowned. That's strange. The mission mentioned that the village was inhabited by a group of kind and simple villagers, and the Ratmen were going to invade them. We hunt rat people to protect the villagers. But where have the villagers gone? That mission description, was it just made up? Wang Hao scratched his head. Aside from that, I can't even remember what it said. Linze shook his head, his expression serious. No, according to the textbooks, no matter what kind of copy it is a data projection of real events in the past. However, most of the dungeons on the market have their data altered to reduce the difficulty. Therefore, I suspect that this so-called realistic mode is the complete picture of the instance. Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. The reason why there were no villagers in the previous trial instance was because the villagers themselves were problematic and might even pose a greater threat to us students, so they were removed. Wang Hao was completely bewildered by what he heard. The amount of information was so overwhelming that he could hardly process it. Meanwhile, on the playground outside the instance, when the teachers learned that the game had entered real mode, they were all in an uproar. The technical staff were extremely busy, trying to force the students to leave, but to no avail. Report to the principal. We still can't find any trace of the students. It's as if they vanished into thin air. Lu Hanlin frowned. I personally checked the instance, and there were no problems with the process. How could it have entered the real mode? Feng Wuchen stroked his beard, also puzzled. Moreover, I haven't heard the term real mode in a long time. It was used to train border soldiers before. Later, this model became too dangerous and uncontrollable, so it was discontinued. Lu Hanlin nodded. That's right. In real mode, the high level of monsters is secondary. The key is that if they are not killed for a long time, it may cause spatial rifts and endanger the real world. At this moment, Linze's homeroom teacher, Li Lan, walked over and asked nervously, Principal Lu, what are the students' chances of survival in the real mode? Lu Hanlin sighed deeply. After a long pause, he said somberly, to be honest, there's almost no hope. The thought that his dozen or so students might be killed by powerful enemies in the dungeon filled Principal Lu with anguish. Moreover, there is a very promising Linze among them. Upon hearing this, Teacher Li's eyes welled up with tears, and she couldn't help but sob. Linze, you are such a poor child. Achoo, Linze sneezed. Why do I have this feeling that someone is talking badly about me behind my back? At this moment, Linze and his students had arrived in front of the house that was emitting black smoke. Only then did everyone realize that the Ratmen would automatically stop after tracking them for a certain distance, their blood-red eyes staring greedily at them, but they dared not take another step closer. It was as if if they were wary of some terrifying existence. At this moment, a strange humming sound came from the house, which sounded like a group of people chanting scriptures, but was even more eerie and unpredictable than the sound of chanting scriptures. Just hearing that sound makes one feel uneasy. Perhaps sensing someone approaching from outside, the chanting inside the house suddenly stopped. A deep, resonant voice rang out. Who goes there? Why are you sneaking around like rats? Are you here to steal our sacred relic as well? The sound sent chills down the spines of the students outside. They whispered amongst themselves, who is inside the room? Lindsay's eyes sharpened. Who are they? Why don't we just go in and see? Flame demon, attack. The next second, the flame demon's fist, as powerful as a cannonball, slammed into the wall of the house. Boom! A wall was instantly pierced, and bricks and rubble flew everywhere. Inside the small hall, dozens of villagers were kneeling. They were dressed in black robes and worshipped a headless statue at the far end of the room, creating an extremely eerie scene. Hearing the noise, everyone slowly stood up and turned to face the crowd outside. Every villager's face was deathly pale, their eyes vacant and lifeless, like walking corpses. One of the hunched old men stepped forward and said in a sinister voice, "It seems we have a group of impolite guests." Wang Hao exclaimed, "Lindsay, you were right. There's definitely something wrong with these villagers. How did you figure that out?" Lindsay calmly spread his hands. "Otherwise, how could I have become the top student in the grade? Damn it, he tricked me again." At the same time, many students began looking at the villagers' information. Kind-hearted villagers. Simple and honest villagers. Race, human, rank D. Level, 2. Health points, 800. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help but complain, "Wait a minute, is this what you call kind and simple?" Lindsay shook his head helplessly, then activated Insightful Insight to conduct an in-depth investigation. In this special vision, each villager is enveloped in a ghostly green light, and the true information revealed is as follows. Demonic villagers. Race, undead, no rating. Health points, 5000. Skills, thirsty soul, soul sacrifice. As expected, they hid their true identity. As for why the undead race has no hierarchy, Lindsay learned in his textbook that the undead race is excluded from all races and is not classified into different levels. Be careful, these are level 20 undead monsters, Lindsay warned everyone. What? Level 20? Stronger than those ratmen. Everyone was terrified. The old man let out a chilling laugh. "Humph, I thought you were someone important, but you're just a bunch of kids below level 10. Are you all like those rats, coveting our sacred objects?" Lindsay asked with great interest. "A sacred object? What sacred object?" The old man said coldly, "Humph, of course it's a sacred relic used to resurrect the Duke of the Dead. No, why am I wasting my breath on you, you little brat? You're all going to die here today." As soon as he finished speaking, all the villagers began to rub the magic ball with both hands. A ghostly green energy rapidly gathered in their hands. What exactly is going on? Then, with a push of his hands, many skull-shaped energy objects instantly flew out and floated towards the students. Thirsty Soul. Deals spell damage to the target and inflicts a corrosive effect, causing damage over time and having health regeneration. Upon seeing the eerie green skulls, the crowd scattered in terror, fearing they would be struck. Only Wang Hao stood firmly in front of Lindsay, a large shield slamming to the ground with a loud thud. "Guard the territory." An energy field instantly enveloped the two, blocking the skull's attack. "Thanks, buddy, but there's no need to go to all that trouble," Lindsay replied casually. The flame demon waved his hand dismissively, brushing aside the approaching skull, his eyes filled with disdain. "Had such petty tricks, and you dare to show them off." With that, the fist engulfed in flames suddenly swung out. "Spare his life." The flame demon was stunned. The one who spoke was none other than Lindsay. Lindsay chuckled. "Wait, let me disband the big team first, so these people don't steal my experience." Seeing that everyone else was fleeing, he immediately disbanded the team. "We can continue." With a single punch, the Balrog flattened a group of demonized villagers. Kill corrupted villagers, experience plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days. Kill corrupted villagers, experience plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days. Lindsay and Wang Hao's experience points started to rise rapidly again. There must be something fishy going on here. Lindsay's system notification popped up. "Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 9, you have gained 5 attribute points to allocate." Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. "I'm about to level up to level 5. After the flame demon's punch, the entire house teetered on the brink of collapse, and the interior was blackened by flames. The old man stared at the flame demon's imposing figure in astonishment. He's actually a demon. Then, turning to Lindsay, he asked, "You sacrificed your lifespan to summon this demon?" Lindsay replied dismissively, "So what? He, what an ignorant little brat. Does he even know what it means to play with fire and get burned?" Lindsay grinned crookedly. "Whether you'll self-immolate or not, I don't know, but you'll be the one who gets burned first." As soon as he finished speaking, he also unleashed a powerful punch, Wrath of Flames, striking the old man directly. The old man was struck by the force of the punch, crashing into the wall behind him. With a pft, he spat out black blood and collapsed to the ground. "I never imagined that a human child who was not even level 10 would possess such great power," the old man said, barely clinging to life. "However, However, our death is not the end, but a new beginning. He. The old man sneered. Let me witness your demise. In an instant, green energy emanated from the dead villagers and converged on the headless statue on the wall. Lindsay then noticed that the headless statue had a necklace around its neck with a dark green gemstone set in the center. The soul energy of those villagers is being absorbed by this green gem. Then, a massive earthquake shook the ground, and the houses began to collapse. Lindsay and Wang Hao quickly took a few steps back. A huge skull emerged from the ruins, with green flames burning in its two sunken eye sockets. Boss Undead Duke. Head. Race, Undead. Health points, 100,000. Skill, Annihilation Cannon. Roar. The giant skull roared deafeningly towards the sky. A level 30 boss with 100,000 HP? Upon seeing the enormous skull, the students who had been scattering and running away fled even more frantically. The rat horde, which had been watching from a distance, immediately chose to retreat. After all, the pressure from a level 30 boss is too great. Even the slightest contact could be fatal. From within the ruins, the old man's voice came with difficulty. Run. Scream all you want. The Undead Duke will wipe you all out, and our undead race will surely regain its glory. You old codger, how come the house collapsed and didn't crush you to death? And you still have so many questions? Lindsay retorted without any politeness. The flame demon sneered. What undead race? They're nothing but lowly trash rejected by all races. As soon as he finished speaking, the skull seemed to be enraged, and the green flames in its eyes burned even hotter. Immediately afterwards, with its jaw slightly open, a heavy cannon of green energy blasted towards the flame demon. The flame demon's eyes flashed with a chilling light, and he immediately jumped away. The heavy artillery struck the ground and instantly vanished into nothingness, leaving not even a trace. Lindsay asked with concern, Flame Demon, how is the situation? Can you still handle it? The Flame Demon said with an air of dominance, My lord, your question is an insult to me. Lindsay sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll head out then. The Fire Demon leaped forward and charged toward the skull. The skeleton tried to open its mouth to fire a second energy cannon, but the Balrog had already struck first, delivering a powerful uppercut that slammed into its jaw, slamming its mouth shut. With a muffled bang, the energy cannon exploded inside the skull's mouth, shaking its entire head and causing it to lose half of its health. Immediately afterwards, the Balrog unleashed a fiery punch, slamming it into the skull and creating a large crater. The green flames gradually died down, and the enormous skull, lifeless, crashed heavily to the ground. However, the Balrog grew stronger with each battle, still not satisfied. His fists rained down like a meteor shower, smashing the massive head to pieces before finally stopping. I never imagined that the human race could actually control the demon race. Deep within the ruins, the old man murmured to himself unwillingly before finally breathing his last. Boss Undead Duke. Head. Defeated. Experience plus 5,000. Lifespan plus 10,000 days. Congratulations on leveling up. You are currently level 10 and have gained 5 attribute points to allocate. Boss drops, 50,000 copper coins, Thirsty Soul Skill Book, Cursed Gem Necklace, set 1/5. Your current remaining lifespan is 156 years and 343 days. Ding! The final boss has been defeated, and the mission is complete. You are awarded one chance to draw a prize, which guarantees a class-specific S-rank reward. At the same time, a notification popped up. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, the Flame Demon. Current level, 61. Goodness, after killing so many monsters, the Balrog has finally leveled up. Lindsay finally breathed a sigh of relief after reading the long message. It's finally over. At this moment, Wang Hao excitedly shouted from the side, I just leveled up twice, and I'm level 6 now. Lindsay's dad, don't say anything. I'll take care of all your meals for the next month. Congratulations on successfully completing the level. All players who complete the level will receive 1,000 copper coins. The MVP of this match will receive an additional 2,000 experience points and 5,000 copper coins. Instantly, cheers erupted from all directions of the village. The bushes, the trees, the pigsties, the wells, under the stoves, the outhouses, all the places where the students had just been hiding were now bustling with excitement. Did you guys see that? Lindsay just took down that level 30 boss all by himself. Lindsay is amazing. I didn't even dare to look directly at them. Lindsay helped us kill the boss, and we even got 1,000 copper coins. I think Lindsay charged us too little. Everyone wore smiles on their faces, having survived a calamity, and their impression of Lindsay had completely changed. What's the first thing you want to do after you get out? I want to have a big meal. Go home to see mom. Change your pants. I couldn't hold it in and I peed. Finally, the instance displayed its final notification again. The instance will close in 60 seconds, and players will be automatically teleported out of the instance. 60, 59, 58. Outside the instance, on the playground, the technical department is still struggling to deal with the copy failure. At this time, the police also arrived at the scene, and a team of fully armed officers were on high alert. Even the bureau chief came to the scene in person, which clearly shows that he attaches great importance to this matter. After all, if the monsters in the real mode are not eliminated in time, they could very likely trigger a spatial rift and threaten the real world. Lu Hanlin asked. Director Su, why did the real mode suddenly appear? Do you have any clues? A burly, serious-looking man replied, I suspect this incident may be related to an illegal religious group we've been investigating recently, but it's just speculation at the moment. There's no concrete evidence. The most urgent task now is to find the whereabouts of the missing students. This person was none other than Su Jianxin, the chief of the Tianyu City Police Department. He sighed softly and continued, Principal Lu, you need to be prepared. Those students are probably in grave danger. Similar cases are not uncommon in history. The chances of surviving are extremely slim, and even if one survives, severe psychological trauma is inevitable. In addition, this incident can almost be classified as a major and serious accident, which is expected to have a negative impact on society. The school also needs to do a good job in public relations. Lu Hanlin sighed deeply. I understand. In any case, the accident happened during my tenure, and I must take responsibility for the lives of these 16 students. Therefore, after this matter is over, I will publicly apologize to the students' families and the public, provide compensation, and resign to take responsibility. Upon hearing this, the surrounding teachers rushed forward to dissuade him. Principal Lu, please don't do this. This is not your fault. Feng Wuchen also sighed and said, Junior brother Lu, what you are doing is too painful. Lu Hanlin said firmly, stop talking, I'd made up my mind. Just then, a commotion arose from the playground. They're out. They're out. The students are out, a teacher shouted as he ran. Everyone's eyes lit up. Lu Hanlin rushed forward hurriedly. How many have come out? All 16 are out. What? Everyone could hardly believe their ears. How are they in terms of mental state now? Mental state? Everyone's very happy. They said that Lin Zhe defeated the final boss, which is why everyone was teleported out. When a group of students came out, they lifted Lin Zhe high in the air and cheered in celebration. These words silenced all the teachers, the principal, and the police officers. They found what they were hearing too incredible and even began to doubt reality. After several seconds, Lu Hanlin and Su Jianxin spoke almost simultaneously. Quick, take me to see the students. After the students came out, the leaderboard on the screen was updated accordingly. First place, Lin Zhe, Demon Summoner, S rank, level 10, 2%. Second place, Wang Hao, Shield Knight, B level, level 6, 5%. Third place, Qin Feng, Frost Mage, rank A, rank 3, 2%. Fourth place, Xia Shuer, Wind Spirit Archer, B level, level 2, 93%. Look, Lin Zhe is already level 10. It takes an average person at least a week to reach level 10 after changing jobs, but he reached it in just one dungeon? And what's the story with Wang Hao, who came in second? Half an hour later, in the principal's office, Lin Zhe sat on the leather sofa, with Lu Hanlin, Feng Wuchen, and Su Jianxin sitting opposite him. He recounted his experiences in the instance in as much detail as possible. Of course, he didn't mention a word about obtaining the lifespan system. After hearing the story, the three of them were still somewhat unsettled. You just came out like that? Su Jianxin asked. Yes, mainly because the system automatically teleported me out after defeating the boss, otherwise I could have farmed more experience, Lin Zhe said with a hint of regret. The three bigwigs looked at each other in bewilderment. They were all experienced experts, but this student who had just awakened had actually defeated a level 30 boss all by himself. This was simply unheard of. If it's true, Lin Zhe is probably an unparalleled genius. Even within the history of the Great Xia Kingdom, this is absolutely unprecedented. After a while, Su Jianxin spoke first. Lin Zhe, if what you said is true, then you have undoubtedly made a great contribution. On behalf of the Tianyu City Police Department, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Lu Hanlin also said excitedly, on behalf of all the teachers and students of the school, I thank you. In addition, I would also like to express my sincerest gratitude to you personally. Lin Zhe scratched the back of his head and tentatively asked, don't be so polite, gentlemen. I wanted to ask, is there a bonus? Su Jianxin and Lu Hanlin exchanged a glance. Then, hearty laughter erupted in the office. Ha, you're quite straightforward. I like that, Su Jianxin said with a smile. Don't worry, I'll apply for a 10,000 copper coin bonus for you when I get back. Ha ha ha. Lu Hanlin laughed too. I will also apply to the school committee, and I've decided to personally award you another 10,000 copper coins. I'm so sorry, Lin Zhe said, suppressing a laugh and feigning modesty. Ah, young friend Lin Zhe, don't be so polite. At this moment, Feng Wuchen interjected, do you know that you saved my junior brother's career and preserved his reputation in his later years? Lu Hanlin sighed softly. Ah, I'm really ashamed. Lin Zhe, although you'll be graduating in a little over a month, if you encounter any difficulties or need any help in the future, just ask me. These words made Lin Zhe a little embarrassed. Just then, Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, by the way, I have another question. Is that real mode just as I guessed? Su Jianxin nodded. You're very smart, you've basically guessed it. Starting from the invasion of humanity by various races 100 years ago and the awakening of professional beings among humans, some dungeons will be randomly generated in various parts of Blue Star. The content of these dungeons is all based on real events that have been projected into data. Initially, all dungeons dungeons were completely based on real events, even today's newbie trial dungeons. So back then, the newbie casualty rate was extremely high, which could even have created spatial rifts, allowing alien races in the dungeons to invade the real world. Until 30 years ago, humans developed the technology to manually manipulate copies, allowing them to delete or modify copy data. Just like making various edits and modifications to a complete video, most copies on the market today are like this. Of course, if you want to experience real combat, you can still go to the border battlefield. It's just that the city dungeons will no longer use the real mode. As for why the bloodstained village instance suddenly switched to realistic mode, further investigation is needed. Feng Wuchen chimed in, I wonder how the bloodstained village dungeon came to be used as a newbie trial. Perhaps we can look for clues from the Education Commission. Su Jianxin nodded in agreement. Elder Feng is right. We were just about to go and investigate. Then I'll take my leave now and go back to arrange my work. After seeing Su Jianxin off, the three continued their conversation. Lu Hanlin frowned and said, there's one more thing that we're all quite concerned about. Lin Zhe, just how many years of your lifespan did that demon cost you? Are you feeling unwell right now? For example, symptoms like insufficient blood and qi, palpitations, or shortness of breath? Lin Zhe couldn't tell the truth that he had sacrificed a full 100 years of his lifespan, so he could only vaguely say, actually, it was only 4 or 5 years of my lifespan. Don't worry, Principal, I'm fine, very fine. Lu Hanlin asked in confusion. Lin Zhe added guiltily, 10 years, I sacrificed 10 years of my lifespan. Feng Wuchen laughed heartily and said, you're quite an interesting young friend. Let me take a look. After saying that, he grabbed Lin Zhe's hand. Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise, Principal Feng can even tell a person's lifespan? I am a Taoist priest, so I naturally know a bit about yin and yang and the 5 elements. Although I can't give you an exact number, it's probably close to the truth. After saying that, he carefully examined Lin Zhe's palm and face. About 5 minutes later, Feng Wuchen released Lin Zhe's hand, and Lu Hanlin sighed softly, I'm really ashamed. Lin Zhe, although you'll be graduating in a little over a month, if you encounter any difficulties or need help in the future, just tell me. These words made Lin Zhe a little embarrassed. Just then, Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something and asked seriously, by the way, I have another question. Is that real mode really as I guessed? Su Jianxin nodded, you're very smart, you've basically guessed it. Level 5. Since the invasion of humanity by various races 100 years ago, and the awakening of professionals among humans, some dungeons have been randomly generated in various parts of Blue Star. The content of these dungeons is a data projection of events that actually happened in the past. Initially, all the dungeons were completely replicas of real events, even the newbie trial dungeon like today's was based on real events. As a result, the death rate of newbies was very high at that time, which may have even led to spatial rifts, allowing the alien races in the dungeons to invade reality. Until 30 years ago, humans developed the technology to artificially manipulate copies, which allows for the deletion and modification of copy data. Just like making various modifications and edits to a complete video, this is what most copies on the market look like today. Of course, if you want to experience real combat, you can still go to the border battlefield. It's just that the city dungeons no longer use the real mode. As for why the bloodstained village instance suddenly entered realistic mode, further investigation is needed. Feng Wuchen picked up the conversation. I wonder why this bloodstained village dungeon was used as a newbie trial dungeon. Perhaps we can find some clues from the Education Commission. Su Jianxin nodded in response. Elder Feng is right. We are just about to investigate. Well then, I'll take my leave now and go back to make some work arrangements. After seeing Su Jianxin off, the three continued their conversation. Lu Hanlin frowned and said, there's something else we're all quite concerned about. Lin Zhe, just how many years of your lifespan did that demon consume? How are you feeling right now? Do you have any symptoms like insufficient blood and qi, palpitations, or shortness of breath? Lin Zhe certainly wouldn't honestly admit that he had sacrificed a full 100 years of his lifespan, so he could only vaguely say, actually, it was only 4 or 5 years. Don't worry, Principal, I'm fine, very fine. Lu Hanlin asked in confusion. Lin Zhe guiltily changed his story. 10 years, I sacrificed 10 years of my life. Feng Wuchen smiled and said, you're quite an interesting young friend. Why don't you let this old man take a look? After saying that, he grabbed Lin Zhe's hand. Lin Zhe asked in surprise, Principal Feng can even tell a person's lifespan? Feng Wuchen proudly replied, my profession is a Taoist priest, so I naturally know some yin-yang and 5 elements techniques. Although I can't calculate the exact number, I can still tell roughly how close it is to the truth. After saying that, he began to observe Lin Zhe's palmistry, facial features, and so on. About 5 minutes later, Feng Wuchen released Lin Zhe's hand, his brows furrowed, and he fell into deep thought. Lu Hanlin asked anxiously, Senior Brother Feng, tell me quickly, how much lifespan does Lin Zhe have left? Is the situation bad? Should I avoid him? No, it seems that young friend Lin Zhe's lifespan is longer than both of ours. Lu Hanlin was completely bewildered. After a long while, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It just goes to show that the demon summon summoner profession is too rare in history, and we don't know enough about it. Feng Wuchen stroked his beard inside. Ah, young friend Lin Zhe, why didn't you apply to our #1 high school back then? However, you still have more than a month until graduation, so transferring to our school now isn't too late. We'll provide you with even more abundant resources. Get out of here. Lu Hanlin slammed his fist on the table, interrupting him. You're blatantly trying to poach my talent right in front of me, aren't you? Feng Wuchen chuckled. I was just joking. You're so old. Why are you still taking it so seriously? Lu Hanlin roared. You old bastard. After the two bickered for a while, Lin Zhe muttered to himself, these two fellow disciples are so old. Why are they still acting like children? After the argument, Lu Hanlin said to Lin Zhe in a serious tone, I almost forgot. Congratulations on winning first place in this trial. In half a month, you will represent our school in the Western Rising Star competition. Use the remaining time to improve your strength. When Lin Zhe returned home, it was already close to evening. He lives in an old neighborhood in the old city. The building is over 30 years old and looks dilapidated. The small house was left by the original owner's parents, who died young. As a child, the original owner spent a happy childhood here. However, when he was 8 years old, the family of 3 encountered an invasion by a foreign race while traveling. Both his parents died, and the original owner almost lost his life as well. It was from that time that Lin Zhe transmigrated into the original owner's body, and 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. For the past 10 years, he has lived a frugal life, unlike the extravagant lives, luxury cars, beautiful women, and extraordinary martial arts skills of those time travelers in novels. But today, fate has finally begun to change. Lin Zhe entered the house, dropped his school bag, and slumped onto the old sofa in the living room. A day felt like several days. Let's take a look at the attribute panel first. Name, Lin Zhe. Class, Demon Summoner. Class Faction, Summoner. Rarity, S rank. Level, 10, 32%. Rank, 0. Health points, 143,390. Mana points, 41,590. Strength 15309. Agility 10159. Stamina 14339. Intelligence 4139. Spirit 4159. Assignable attribute points, 25. Talents, Demonic Affinity, Soul Link, Scorching Current. Skills, Summon Demon, Demonic Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Domain, Insightful Insight. Summoning slots, 1/2. Lin Zhe distributed the 25 attribute points he had evenly, since that number wasn't much for him anyway. He then checked his money balance. Amount of gold, 118,326 copper coins. Almost 120,000. Lin Zhe immediately perked up. I remember before today, I only had a little over 2,000 copper coins on me. This doesn't even include the 30,000 copper coins that Officer Su and Principal Lu promised me. Lin Zhe deeply felt that the relationship between power and money in this world was so close that it was suffocating. Then, he opened his inventory. After defeating the undead duke, he obtained the skill book Thirsty Souls, a C-rank mage skill that the villagers had used when casting the skull energy orb. Since it was of little use, Lin Zhe planned to sell it at the exchange. The other item is the cursed gem necklace. Lin Zhe looked at the necklace that emitted a faint green light, which seemed to be the one worn around the neck of the headless statue. Cursed gem necklace, set 1 out of 5. Category, jewelry. Effect, strength plus 1000, inflicts confusion on the wearer. There is a 50% chance that attacks will result in an error, and this effect cannot be removed while the character is equipped. Set bonus, 5-piece set. The attribute bonuses are pretty good, but the negative effects are too severe. Let's put it aside for now. Next came the moment Lin Zhe had been most looking forward to. This time, you're guaranteed to get a class-exclusive S-rank reward without consuming any lifespan. The lottery results started scrolling, and Lin Zhe rubbed his hands together before pressing the stop button. A flash of golden light, and the prize is frozen in time. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Copy Summon, S tier. Ha, what does that mean? Talent, Copy Summon. A summoner-exclusive talent that allows you to summon multiple copies of the same type of summon creature, with no limit on the number, and it only occupies one summoning slot. The cost per summon remains the same, but the summon creatures share experience points and equipment. Lin Zhe read it several times and finally understood its meaning. His eyes lit up immediately. So, even though I only have one summoning slot left, I can infinitely stack the same type of demon? He immediately opened his book of demons. I currently have a little over 156 years left to live. If I could stack summons. Lin Zhe's gaze locked onto a majestic and imposing creature, a hellhound. Summoning a hellhound requires 10 years of lifespan. Although it is only a low-level demon, summoning multiple hellhounds should result in considerable combat power. Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 10 years of your lifespan to form a contract with the hellhound? Yes/no. The copy summon talent has been triggered. Continue summoning? Trigger. After confirming it 10 times, Lin Zhe once again unhesitatingly devoted a full 100 years of his lifespan. Current remaining life expectancy, 56 years and 343 days. The familiar 6-pointed star summoning circle reappeared on the living room floor. In an instant, 10 creatures resembling large black dogs appeared before them, crowding the already cramped living room. They are about half the height of an adult, covered in glossy black short fur, with strong and well-defined muscles, exuding a powerful fighting aura. The biggest difference between them and ordinary dogs is that they have 3 slender eyes on their faces, each with a bright red pupil in its socket, which is both terrifying and handsome. Level 3. Then, the summoning circle gradually disappeared, and the 10 large black dogs bent their front legs slightly in unison, giving Lindsay an elegant bow. Class talent, Demon Affinity has been triggered. The loyalty of Hellhounds has automatically reached 100%. Woof! 10 Hellhounds enthusiastically pounced on Lindsay. It looks incredibly fierce, but it's still just a dog at heart. Summoned Beast, Hellhound, Race, Demon, S rank, Branch, Beast Demon, Rarity, Grade A, Level, 20, Health Points, 30,000, Mana Points, 15,000, Strength 2,000, Agility 4,000, Stamina 3,000, Intelligence 2,600, Spirit 1,500, Skill, Bloodthirsty Bite, attacks a single enemy, damage equals Agility x5, inflicting a bleed effect over the next 10 seconds, dealing damage per second, damage equals Agility x1, cooldown, 10 seconds. Although their level isn't top tier, 10 of them together, along with the Flame Demon, basically form an army. Lindsay stroked the short fur on the forehead of the lead Hellhound, and its 3 slightly frightened eyes immediately closed slightly, looking extremely comfortable. Seeing this, the other hunting dogs also rushed over to be petted, and the scene immediately became chaotic. Go back and rest, all of you. Stop messing around. Lindsay couldn't handle it all, so he simply put them into his summoning inventory. That night, Lindsay slept unusually soundly. The next day, he didn't get up until after 10 a.m. After all, we don't have to go to school today. The senior high school students have completed their career awakening. The next month is free training time, and they will return to school to take the National Unified Examination after a month. However, Lindsay's current goal is the Western Rising Stars Championship in half a month. This competition is an annual grand event in the western region of the Great Xia Kingdom. At that time, the best students from various universities will gather together to compete in a special instance. Students with excellent grades will have a much greater chance of being noticed by top universities across the country, and may even receive bonus points or be recommended for admission. Therefore, Lindsay's task during this period was to continuously improve his combat capabilities. When I opened the chat group after getting up, I found that the new messages had almost exploded. Most of the messages were congratulatory and envious from classmates I wasn't very familiar with. These people, who were dismissive of his profession yesterday, have suddenly become enthusiastic today. He simply chose to ignore it. One of the messages came from Feng Wuchen, the principal of number 1 middle school. Young friend Lindsay, are you really not going to consider transferring schools? It also included a pinky emoticon at the end. Lindsay's lips twitched. This old rascal really hasn't changed. Wang Hao also sent a message. Let's go. I promise to cover all 3 meals a day. Let's go have a big meal. Lindsay replied, I have to run a dungeon today. Let's talk about it another day. Wang Hao replied, wow, you're the real king of rolls. In addition, he received a message from Teacher Li. Lindsay, congratulations on qualifying for the championship. I've recommended these dungeons suitable for students to level up. Be careful. Lindsay clicked on the link and found that they were all dungeons suitable for level 10 beginners. West Wilderness, Piggy Coast, Gulan Forest, etc. He shook his head. These simple dungeons would only slow down his leveling. Although he is only level 10 now, his summoned beasts are not that simple. He originally wanted to directly challenge dungeons of level 30, 40, or even higher difficulty, but unfortunately these dungeons all required players to reach level 20 and complete a first-tier breakthrough before they could enter. Therefore, the highest level dungeon he can challenge right now is level 20. Lindsay searched online for many guides and finally settled on a level 20 dungeon with a relatively high difficulty, Forbidden Forest. The entrance to the Forbidden Forest dungeon is located in the northern part of Tianyu City. A traditional Chinese archway stands in the square, serving as the portal to the instance. In addition, the square also features ticket booths, restaurants, souvenir shops, and fountains. This is because most of the copies on the market today are contracted out to major companies, forming a vertically integrated commercial operation model. At this moment, many professionals gathered in the square, and a long queue formed in front of the ticket office. Judging from their age, they are almost all college students or guild newbies from the community, with most of them between level 18 and 20. Lindsay is the only one who is only level 10. Therefore, when he stood in the line, the eyes of those around him were filled with contempt. It's like seeing a toddler who's just learned to walk barging into an adult's bar, with eyes that say, little brat, this isn't a place for you. Then it was Lindsay's turn to walk to the ticket booth. Behind the ticket counter, an older woman was scrolling through her phone without looking up, saying routinely, look at the camera, verify your identity. She checked the information. Lindsay, Demon Summoner, level 10. Level 10? Finally looking up, she saw the boy in front of her who still looked childish. She sneered and thought to herself, where did this little brat come from? Doesn't he know his own limitations? once. However, she didn't try to stop her. As long as she could make money, she didn't bother with any nonsense. He said coldly, tickets are 2,000 copper coins each. Lin Zhe scanned the QR code to pay. The older woman slammed the ticket onto the table with a thud and shouted, next. Lin Zhe was about to leave when he suddenly noticed a poster on the wall behind the old woman. The poster reads, Chu Zhonghong holds the record for the fastest perfect clear of this dungeon, with a time of 1 hour and 36 minutes. Welcome to challenge him. Lin Zhe stopped and asked, excuse me, what kind of reward will I receive if I break this speed record? The woman paused for a moment, then looked him up and down with a hint of disdain. What's wrong? You want to set a new record? Why don't we try and see? Lin Zhe replied casually. Ha! The middle-aged woman chuckled dryly, handing him a small booklet with a hint of annoyance. It's all written in there. Okay, hurry up if you're done, there's a long line behind you. Lin Zhe didn't argue with her, took the booklet and walked away. The people at the back of the line immediately began to whisper among themselves. Challenge the record? Does he even know who the record holder is? It's none other than President Chu, the president of the Dragon Subduing Guild, one of the 4 great guilds. Moreover, Chairman Chu's record has stood for over 20 years, and no one has ever broken it. Could it be that it will be surpassed by a mere level 10 kid? They really don't know their own limitations. As Lin Zhe walked towards the teleportation portal, he opened the booklet and read it carefully. It turns out that as long as you defeat the 3 bosses in the dungeon, you'll get a perfect clear. If you can create the fastest record for a perfect clear, you will be personally received by the previous record holder, Chu Zhonghong, the president of the Dragon Subduing Guild, and will be able to choose any item from the first floor of the Dragon Subduing Guild's item vault. However, the score only counts the challenge of entering the instance for the first time. In other words, each person only has 1 chance. Ding! You have received a new mission. Break the record for the fastest clear of the Forbidden Forest dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. It was just a casual question, but now I'm determined to break this record. He quickened his pace and rushed toward the portal. After entering the portal, Lin Zhe found himself in a small camp in a forest. Towering ancient trees stood all around, their dense foliage blocking out the sunlight and making the entire environment exceptionally dark. 3 trails extend from the campsite, each leading to a different part of the forest. Welcome to the Forbidden Forest instance. Level restriction, level 20 and below. Difficulty, hard. Mission description, a snake plague has broken out in the forest. A force sent to exterminate the beasts was wiped out. You must avenge them and appease the spirits of the dead. Time limit, 12 hours. Note, you will be automatically teleported out of the instance upon death or when time expires. There are 2 NPCs selling food and basic equipment in the camp, and quite a few other players are also staying there. Lin Zhe gazed at the 3 paths leading in different directions, and the description of the Forbidden Forest from the brochure came to mind. It was divided into 3 major areas: the Misty Swamp, the Heart of the Ancient Tree, and the Deep Nest. You can only break the record by defeating the bosses in all 3 areas. Therefore, it doesn't matter which path you start from. He randomly chose one of the paths and walked straight in. Look, that kid actually chose the Misty Swamp, came the murmurs from the camp. Does he know that area has a low average experience level and is particularly easy to get lost in? It's the least cost-effective of the 3 areas. Wait, he's only level 10, and he hasn't even teamed up yet? Are you crazy? He's probably just a clueless little kid. Lin Zhe walked alone on the quiet forest path. The sunlight overhead grew thinner and thinner, and a hazy mist filled the surroundings, creating a gloomy and silent atmosphere. Moreover, the path began to fork, like a maze, and he couldn't figure out which way to go for a while. He decisively summoned the Hellhound. In an instant, 10 giant black dogs appeared before him, wagging their tails and lunging forward, sticking out their tongues as if to lick his face. Stop! Lin Zhe quickly called out to them. Although I don't dislike dogs, it still feels strange to have my face licked by a creature from hell. He gave the order. You, find the way to the boss. Woof! 10 big black dogs immediately sprang into action, sniffing around as they ran toward the forked path. Lin Zhe then sat down on the spot and closed his eyes to rest. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him, accompanied by a refreshing fragrance. Soon after, a beautiful figure bumped into them. Oh, you scared me. The girl quickly took a step back. Oh, it's a person. I thought it was a monster. She patted her chest. Is this level of politeness acceptable? Lin Zhe complained. He. The girl laughed awkwardly. Sorry, the fog is too thick. I can't see clearly. She stopped smiling and asked, did you come here alone also to fight the Earth Dragon? Earth Dragon? Lin Zhe asked, puzzled. Isn't this path the path to the Misty Swamp to fight the Swamp Witch? The girl exclaimed in surprise. What? I've gone the wrong way again? Lin Zhe carefully examined the girl in front of him. She looked to be about her age, wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans that accentuated her good figure. Her shoulder-length hair was tied into a neat ponytail. With her exquisite features, she was definitely one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen, especially her bright, large eyes, clear and innocent. Ugh, I read the guide. How did I still get lost? The girl complained in frustration. Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. Lately, lately, I've encountered quite a few beautiful women who are not very bright. The last one was Xia Shuer. To be honest, Xia Shuer is a bit too vulgar, while the one in front of her exudes a fresh and refined aura. They are on completely different levels. The girl spoke again. Excuse me, do you know the way? Can we team up? No. Lin Zhe refused her without hesitation. Don't be so quick to reject me. Actually, I'm a freshman at the Western War Academy, and I even have an S-rank profession. Lin Zhe was slightly taken aback, somewhat surprised. He immediately activated his detection skill and began checking the girl's information. Name, Chu Yuyu. Occupation, Dragon Tamer, S-rank, level, 20, tier 0. So it really is an S-rank profession. Chu Yuyu put her hands on her hips and smiled smugly. Suddenly, her expression changed. Wait, you're also S-rank? Lin Zhe. Demon Summoner is also a summoning class? Wait, you're only level 10? Lin Zhe shrugged and remained silent. Chu Yuyu puffed out her chest and smiled. Lin Zhe, according to seniority, you should call me senior sister. Besides, I'm also a summoning expert, so I can impart a lot of professional knowledge to you. How about it? Tempted enough? Team up with me. Lin Zhe refused outright. I refuse. He thought to himself, although the woman is somewhat attractive, she can't possibly slow down my speed in breaking the record. How can you be so heartless? Chu Yuyu's cheeks puffed out in anger. Just then, a rustling sound came from deep within the forest. The next instant, 10 large black dogs, each half the height of an adult, rushed out of the bushes. Each of them had 3 blood-red eyes, and their imposing presence was terrifying. Ah! Chu Yuyu exclaimed in surprise. Prepare for battle. To her surprise, the 10 big black dogs obediently pounced on Lin Zhe and sat down in front of him, wagging their tails and appearing very docile. Have you found the way? Lin Zhe asked. Woof, one of the big black dogs responded. Chu Yuyu stared in disbelief. These are all your summoned beasts? Wait, they're all level 20? She was utterly shocked that a level 10 summoner could summon 10 level 20 summoned beasts. Even though she herself was an S-class student and was known as a prodigy, she had never seen such an exaggerated situation before, which was truly shocking. Lin Zhe stood up. Alright, I'm going to fight the boss now. Wait, if you don't want to team up, can I come with you? Chu Yuyu asked eagerly. To be honest, I have a terrible sense of direction. If I had to walk alone, I probably wouldn't be able to get out of here until tomorrow. She was well aware of her own weaknesses. Level 6. Lin Zhe said indifferently, suit yourself, just don't steal my experience points. After saying that, he strode forward. Okay. Chu Yuyu beamed and immediately followed. The two made their way through the misty forest, encountering some small monsters along the way. They were all easily killed by Lin Zhe's hellhounds. Kill the worm monster, experience plus 50, lifespan plus 50 days. Kill a shadow squirrel, EXP plus 60, lifespan plus 60 days. Defeat the mushroom demon, experience plus 70, lifespan plus 70 days. There weren't many monsters, and they posed no threat whatsoever. Level 6. After walking for about 10 minutes, Lin Zhe and Chu Yuyu, along with 10 large black dogs, finally arrived at an open area. Looking around, there is a swamp, and in the middle of the swamp stands a dilapidated bungalow. We got out of the maze so quickly? Chu Yuyu said excitedly. I heard from others that people who see this maze map for the first time take an average of 2 hours, but we only took a dozen minutes. Your big black dogs are really awesome. Upon hearing this, the hellhounds struck stylish poses, as if showing off their prowess in front of a beautiful woman. Looks like you have no ambition at all, Lin Zhe complained. Just then, a strange voice came from the hut in the center of the swamp. Ah, a new guest has arrived? It was accompanied by a sharp, piercing laugh. Then, a hunchbacked old woman came out of the house. She was filthy, her clothes were tattered, and her hair was disheveled, as if she hadn't washed it for years. She held a staff taller than herself, with several skulls hanging from it. BOSS, Swamp Witch. Race, Human, Rank D. Health points, 20,000. Skills, Swamp Binding, Cursed Rain. Description: this place was originally inhabited by the native inhabitants of the forest. Since the invasion of the snake tribe, they have been driven mad, obsessed with the study of witchcraft in an attempt to drive out the intruders. But in the end, they became unable to distinguish friend from foe, killing indiscriminately, and descended into utter madness. Watch out! Chu Yuyu immediately became alert. Although the swamp witch doesn't have much health, she's skilled at using various negative status effects, and she can also regenerate health. Don't rush to make a move, let me handle it, Lin Zhe said firmly. Chu Yuyu smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so chivalrous. No, I'm just too lazy to let you share experience points. At this moment, the swamp witch let out another strange laugh. Hee, young people are so energetic, still flirting even on their deathbed. The next moment, Lin Zhe and Chu Yuyu felt the soil beneath their feet become soft and yielding, and both of their feet sank into it. Chu Yuyu exclaimed in alarm, oh no, I've been hit by the slowing effect. My movement speed has been reduced by 80%. Lin Zhe remained unfazed. Anyway, I'm not the one fighting. Hellhound, charge. 10 hellhounds shot out like arrows, their 10 fangs tearing at the witch simultaneously. What? These are your summoned beasts? So many. The witch was clearly quite surprised. After a round of bloodthirsty bloodthirsty bites, the witch's health bar quickly dwindled. No, it's not over yet. The witch teleported to the rooftop. He chanted complex incantations, shaking his long staff, which rattled several skulls. Then, a black drizzle began to fall in the forest. This is the witch's second skill, Rain of Curses, which inflicts random negative effects on the target and also heals herself. Shu Yu explained. I didn't expect you to know so much, Lin Zhe said casually. I'm a top student from the Western War Academy, and my education wasn't wasted. Wait, why does it feel weird to be praised by a high school student like you? The 10 large black dogs were all affected by the rain, suffering negative effects such as blindness, confusion, and paralysis, which greatly hampered their movement. They're just a few beasts. The witch laughed triumphantly on the rooftop, the rain simultaneously healing her. However, her laughter stopped abruptly the next moment. She discovered that she was still losing health, and at a much faster rate than she was recovering. Bloodthirsty Bite inflicts bleeding damage over the next 10 seconds, and 10 hellhounds will inflict 10 times the bleeding damage. No, the witch screamed, and a few seconds later, she collapsed to the ground, bleeding profusely, and died. Defeat the boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3000, lifespan plus 3000 days. Loot obtained, 2000 copper coins, skull staff, equipment enhancement stone, grade D. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 11. At the same time, a message popped up. The record for the fastest completion of a single area in the Misty Forest has been broken. The new record holder is Lin Zhe, with a time of 19 minutes and 36 seconds. The message was shared across the entire instance, and Shu Yu saw it as well. They actually broke the record? Her eyes widened. Meanwhile, in the plaza outside the instance, the news of the Misty Forest breaking the record appeared on the big screen. The crowd in the square immediately erupted in cheers. The single area record has been broken? Who is this Lin Zhe? Why does that name sound familiar? Stop joking, you don't even know him. No, it seems to be that level 10 kid who just boasted about breaking the record. Ticket office at this time. An impatient customer urged, hey, I need to buy a ticket, hurry up. What are you standing there for? The ticket seller responded blankly, that kid just now really broke the record? Shu Yu circled around Lin Zhe a few times, curiously observing this and that. His expression was full of suspicion. This is too suspicious. How could a level 10, no, level 11 high school student be so strong? You didn't use some kind of disguise tool, and you're actually a perverted old man, did you? Lin Zhe stared at her as if she were an idiot. I find you suspicious. You don't seem interested in leveling up, so why are you following me? Lin Zhe asked. Shu Yu laughed awkwardly. I was just lost at first, and I was hoping you could show me the way. Having witnessed your strength, I'd like to ask you for a favor. What kind of help? I'm not going into the dungeon to level up, but for the final boss, the Earth Dragon. Moreover, I don't want to defeat it, but rather capture it to make it my summoned beast. So, I'd like to ask you to help me catch it. Shu Yu clasped her hands together and pleaded. I refuse, Lin Zhe said without hesitation. Helping her capture the boss means forming a team to share experience, and the experience gained from capturing it is less than that from killing it directly. After all, you've already obtained a summoned beast, so the system definitely won't give you as much experience anymore. Hey, think it over again. Shu Yu said hurriedly. I'll pay you 500,000 copper coins. How about it? Lin Zhe stopped in his tracks. 500,000? That's all you get for catching a summoned beast? He looked Shu Yu up and down with a sly look in his eyes. Although this girl is dressed simply and plainly, her temperament is extraordinary. Could she be a rich heiress? Shu Yu felt a chill run down her spine from being stared at, and her hands instinctively covered her chest. After a while, Lin Zhe spoke up. Then I'll offer 600,000. There's one more condition. We'll team up when fighting the Earth Dragon, and you'll stay behind me and not make any moves at other times. Deal. Shu Yu agreed without hesitation. To show my sincerity, I'll pay half upfront now. After saying that, she immediately opened the transaction window and transferred 300,000 copper coins to Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's balance immediately soared to 420,000. He added, although I took your money, I want a challenge for a perfect clear record, so the boss in the next area is not the Earth Dragon. Shu Yu was somewhat surprised. You actually want to challenge that record? The last record holder was old. Shu Zhonghun, 1 hour and 36 minutes, and no one has broken it for more than 20 years. She suddenly smiled and said, it's okay, I support you in breaking his record. Need my help? It's free. Oh, Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised by her reaction, then simply said, let's go. The two returned along the same route, even faster than when they came. Back at the initial camp, everyone's gaze towards Lin Zhe immediately changed. A hint of awe appeared in their eyes, and some of the more perceptive individuals even tried to approach them and get closer. Lin Zhe ignored them and hurriedly led Shu Yu into the second path, which led to the heart of the ancient tree. This route was much easier to navigate than the previous maze-like area. Although it was still a forest, it was much more open. You can also see many professionals fighting monsters in the forest, and the atmosphere is no longer as gloomy as before. The monsters this time are snakes, all of level 15 or higher. But under the sharp teeth and claws of 10 hellhounds, they basically didn't survive more than 5 seconds. Slay the giant jungle python, experience plus 150, lifespan plus 150 days. Slay the steel-armored viper, EXP plus 160, lifespan plus 160 days. Defeat the demonized crimson chain, experience plus 170, lifespan plus 170 days. Experience points were increasing like crazy, as if they were free. Shu Yuyu obediently followed behind, without trying to gain any experience. Their actions attracted the attention of those around them, who began to whisper among themselves, "Look, that guy is amazing. He's killing monsters incredibly fast. Learn from him. I bet he's really trying to woo that girl. That's why he's putting in so much effort. Look at that girl, she's just following behind, not doing a thing, getting all the experience for nothing." This is probably the classic combination of a goddess and a simp. This woman definitely has a bunch of backup options. Shu Yuyu blushed crimson and quickened her pace. Lin Zhe, however, did not get angry and instead whistled. The 10 hellhounds immediately understood and charged at the monster the people were fighting, stealing the experience points. "Why did you steal my monster?" many people angrily rebuked. "If you don't want to get robbed, focus on fighting monsters and don't meddle in other people's business," Lin Zhe retorted coldly. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the boss's area. In the center of a wide lawn stood a towering tree. A number of professionals had already gathered on the lawn, all waiting for the boss to spawn. Many of them already knew each other in their respective guilds, and they chatted and laughed as they waited, each of them looking determined to win. Shu Yuyu explained, "This time the boss is the Thorn Serpent, which respawns every 30 minutes, and many people challenge it every day. When a boss spawns, everyone usually rushes forward to attack it together. Whoever deals more damage gets more experience points. This has always been a common way of competing." "Yes, that makes sense. I like fair competition." Lin Zhe nodded. Shu Yuyu continued, "However, this will make it difficult for you to achieve your record, because the condition for achieving the record is that the challenger must deal at least 50% damage to each boss. There are so many people here now, we can't just ask them to stop fighting, can we? Even if we did, they wouldn't listen." Lin Zhe, however, remained calm and said, "It's alright. Okay, just don't be too fixated on it." Shu Yuyu comforted her. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "They're here! They're here!" All eyes turned to the giant tree, where a huge snake's head appeared on its canopy that blocked out the sky. It is said to be a snake, but it is not quite like a snake. It is more like a strange existence that is a fusion of trees and flesh, and it looks very eerie. The giant snake's body was as thick as a round table, and it snaked and coiled down the tree trunk. BOSS, Thorn Serpent. Race, none. Everyone, health points, 50,000. Skills, Deadly Poison Mist, Thorn Entanglement, Serpent Summoning. Description: after arriving in this forest, the Snake Clan began a forbidden life ritual in an attempt to create a completely new life form. However, this ritual, which goes against the natural order, will ultimately backfire. "Brothers, let's go," many squad leaders shouted. Instantly, each team launched an attack on the boss, with each class fulfilling its specific role. The giant thorn serpent's body continuously displayed damage numbers, -125, -204, -198, -376, critical hit. The giant snake was no pushover. It opened its blood-red maw and hissed angrily. Immediately afterwards, thorns sprouted from the ground, entangled everyone in them. This skill has a guaranteed hit mechanism, dealing damage per second and inflicting a stun effect. Shu Yuyu explained to Lin Zhe while taking out a health potion and drinking it. However, the stun only lasts for 10 seconds, so hang in there. "I don't want to keep going anymore. I'm ready to lay my cards on the table." The next second, before everyone's eyes, a colossal creature engulfed in raging flames crashed into the giant snake like a meteorite. It was the flame demon summoned by Lin Zhe. Damage dealt, -33,698. Everyone was stunned. What is this thing? Its basic attack deals over 30,000 damage? What exactly is that? A wild boss? Nonsense. I've fought this boss many times and have never seen a monster like this before. Many people immediately used their identification spells to try and see the enormous creature in the flames. The result showed several question marks, indicating that it was at least 30 levels higher than their level. Everyone gasped again. At this moment, the 10-second entanglement of thorns was still in effect, but the Balrog grabbed the giant snake by the neck and slammed his huge, fiery fist into the snake's head. Many timid people closed their eyes. The scene was simply too violent. -38,964. Another ordinary heavy punch, and the giant snake's health bar instantly dropped to 0. The confinement period finally ended, but the boss had already perished. Everyone stood frozen in place, completely bewildered by what had just happened. Lin Zhe's interface popped up a prompt. Defeat the boss Thorn Serpent, experience plus 4,820, lifespan plus 5,000 days. Loot obtained, 5,000 copper coins, Thorn Dagger, Equipment Enhancement Stone, Grade C. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 12. Shu Yuyu, standing beside her, was filled with shock. That huge monster just now, was it also summoned by you? Isn't your summoned beast a big big black dog? Just then, another message popped up in front of everyone in the entire instance. The fastest clear time for a single area in the heart of the ancient tree has been broken. The new record holder is Lin Zhe, with a time of 15 minutes and 29 seconds. Everyone, underscore. If someone were to fly over the forbidden forest at this moment, they would surely hear a unanimous chorus echoing from every corner of the forest. Everyone was in an uproar. It's that guy named Lin Zhe again? This is the second time already. Will they break the record for the third region next? Where is this great Lin Zhe now? I really want to see what he looks like. Outside the instance, in the plaza, everyone saw the new record on the screen, causing another uproar. Several staff members rushed around anxiously, urgently relaying the message. Big news is about to break. Call Chairman Chu right away. Meanwhile, outside the boss area of the Thorn Serpent, before everyone could recognize him as the one who had cleared the level, Lin Zhe quickly left the scene. Otherwise, who knows how long they'll be watched, delaying their progress to the next area. As he ran, he opened his inventory and carefully examined the equipment dropped by the two bosses. Skull Staff. Quality, B-grade, type, weapon. Equipment restriction, level 20 or higher. Effect, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, shadow spell damage plus 20%. Thorn Dagger. Quality, grade A, type, weapon. Equipment restriction, level 20 or higher. Effect, agility plus 100. If the skill deals damage over time, duration plus 50%, damage per second plus 50%. Both pieces of equipment are pretty good, especially this Thorn Dagger. It's perfect for the Hellhound. At this moment, Chu Yuyu followed closely behind, panting as she called out, "Slow down, no one is chasing us anymore." Lin Zhe then slowed down. Chu Yuyu said, "Alright, now you need to help me capture the Earth Dragon. Remember, you must reduce the boss's HP to below 10% to successfully capture it." Is that so? That's a big problem. A rare hint of uncertainty appeared on Lin Zhe's face. "I'm afraid I might accidentally kill it." Chu Yuyu looked helpless. Is this some kind of new version of Versailles? Lin Zhe asked curiously. "I've been wanting to ask this for a while now. You've had your Awaken class for a year now. Don't you have your own summoned beast? Do you have to come here to catch one?" Chu Yuyu smiled mysteriously. "Of course not." As soon as she finished speaking, a soft, seven-colored light appeared beside her. Then, a small creature appeared in the light. It was a young dragon, about the size of an eagle, its entire body crystal clear and shimmering with a blue-green luster. The most eye-catching feature is a pair of translucent wings, as thin as cicada wings, colorful and exceptionally beautiful. The entire dragon looks incredibly ethereal. Summoned beast, fairy dragon. Race, dragon. Rank A, elf. Rank B. Chu Yuyu introduced, "This is my summoned beast, named Icarus. It's just too young to go to the battlefield. That's why I haven't fought much in a year, so my level is only 20. Lin Zhe stared at the extraordinary flying dragon, somewhat stunned. "This dragon looks like it's worth a lot of money." "Yeah, it cost me a total of 300 million copper coins, almost using up all my living expenses in college," Chu Yuyu said with an embarrassed smile. "But it's too weak now to help me break through to the first level. That's why I can only come here to catch Earth Dragons." Take away the young master? Lin Zhe was completely stunned. Listen to this? 300 million copper coins is just for university living expenses? Goodness, it seems this girl really is a rich heiress. Was the price you just quoted too conservative? Lin Zhe immediately felt regretful and wished he could beat his chest and stamp his feet in despair. Poverty truly limits people's imagination. At this moment, in Lin Zhe's eyes, Chu Yuyu had become a machine that could withdraw money at any time. What kind of look is that? Don't come any closer." Chu Yuyu hurriedly covered her proud and firm breasts with both hands. Unbeknownst to them, the two had already stepped into the third area, Deep Nest. Compared to the previous two areas, this area has a more gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. The dense foliage overhead blocked out the sun, and almost no sunlight could penetrate to the ground. "Icarus, it's your turn," Chu Yuyu called softly. Squeak! The fairy dragon let out a delicate cry. In an instant, it emitted a soft glow and transformed into a flying street lamp. However, just as the light illuminated the area ahead, Chu Yuyu exclaimed, "Ah!" Several figures were walking towards them. The group of people were wearing black trench coats and top hats, their bodies completely covered, making it impossible to see their faces. "This is our sacred forest, and you filthy humans dare not desecrate it," the other party shouted sternly. The next instant, everyone's top hats fell off, revealing not human heads, but writhing snakes beneath. "Oh my god, this is disgusting," Chu Yuyu exclaimed. "Even though I checked the travel guide beforehand, I still felt nauseous when I saw it in person." Snake Man soldiers. Race, none. Health points, 5,000. Skills, Death Embrace, Poison Bite. These are the soldiers mentioned in the mission who entered the forest to resist the snake plague, but they were subjected to human experiments by the snake tribe and turned into what they are now, Chu Yuyu explained. Looking at these strange snake men, Lin Zhe was also shocked and immediately summoned his hellhounds to rush forward in fight. Since the opponents were all level 20 and there were quite a few of them, the hellhounds and snake men soldiers engaged in fierce combat. It seems the big black dogs still need to improve their their strength. Lin Zhe sighed. Having grown accustomed to instantly killing monsters, this evenly matched confrontation made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot. He quickly opened his inventory and equipped the thorn dagger to the hellhound. Instantly, each hellhound had an eagle beak-shaped short dagger in its mouth, the blade gleaming with an eerie green light. This is the effect of the copy summon talent. As long as one summon creature is equipped with an item, other summon creatures will automatically be equipped with the same item. Furthermore, as long as one summoned beast gains experience, the other summoned beasts will also gain the same amount of experience simultaneously. 10 hellhounds, each carrying a thorny dagger, instantly boosted their agility to 500 points, making their attack much fiercer. The duration and effects of continuous damage have also been greatly enhanced. Soon, one by one, the Snakeman soldiers fell to the ground. Kill Snakeman soldiers, experience plus 200, lifespan plus 200 days. Kill Snakeman soldiers, experience plus 200, lifespan plus 200 days. Along the way, Lin Zhe entered a frenzy of experience gain, defeating more than 30 Snakeman soldiers in succession. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 13. Congratulations. Your summoned beast, the Hellhound, has leveled up to level 21. Soon, the two finally arrived at the outer edge of the boss area. However, something seems to have happened ahead. A number of professionals have gathered at the entrance and are arguing fiercely. The dungeon belongs to everyone. Why should you monopolize it? Why won't you let us in? Two burly men in black t-shirts blocked the doorway, arrogantly replying, why should we? Because we're from the Tiger Subduing Guild. Our guild leader is fighting the boss inside right now. This is none of your business. What did you say? The Tiger Taming Guild? Upon hearing this name, all the professionals were taken aback. Only then did everyone notice that the two burly men were wearing black t-shirts with a picture of a tiger descending a mountain. The Tiger Taming Guild is a branch of the Dragon Subduing Guild, and this instance is also managed by the Dragon Subduing Guild. Sigh, there's no way to explain this. They're the ones with connections, so they can only accept their bad luck. However, one tough young man shouted, even if you're the Tiger Taming Guild, you can't be this domineering. Shut up, a burly man roared, then kicked out with a powerful kick. The man was kicked more than 10 meters away and fell heavily to the ground, unable to move. Seeing this, the others dared not say anything more and could only shake their heads and disperse. This is too much. Chu Yuyu clenched her fists, her anger burning. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Let's go take a look. As soon as Lin Chu and his companion stepped forward, they were blocked by the two burly men. Are you blind or deaf? One of the burly men sneered. You two little brats dare to try and steal the boss? You should go and fight some wild monsters instead. Ha! Lin Zhe used his insightful insight skill to investigate and discovered that the two were mostly level 30 professional players, which was obviously far beyond the level limit of the dungeon. It was obviously exploited by using a bug to get in. This bug involves using special items to lower your level, sneaking into the dungeon, and then removing the bug later. Chu Yuyu didn't back down and retorted directly, so what if you're from the Fuhu Guild? The dungeon rules clearly prohibit any form of private room booking. I'm going to report you. Report? The burly man didn't take it seriously at all, laughing loudly. We've booked our own place. Who are you going to report to? Ha ha ha. Another burly man walked over and said coldly, why waste your breath on two children? He then yelled at Lin Chu and the other man, get out of here. If you know what's good for you, don't force me to take action. You guys have really gone too far. Chu Yuyu's voice trembled with anger. Too much? I think you're quite a beauty. How about I let you experience something even more outrageous? The burly man said aggressively. At this moment, Lin Zhe finally spoke coldly. Why waste so much time talking? Chu Yuyu was both angry and aggrieved. Lin Zhe, how could you say such sarcastic things? Her eyes were glistening with tears, and she was about to cry. You didn't understand what I meant. Lin Zhe spoke casually, but suddenly unleashed a powerful force. With a scream, the burly man with the fierce face was violently knocked away and crashed heavily into the back wall, his body still engulfed in flames. Minus 75,260. The big man's health bar instantly dropped to 0, and he was forcibly teleported away by the system, leaving only a blurry humanoid mark on the wall. Lin Zhe withdrew his fiery fist and continued, what I mean is, if you don't like something, why not just kill it? Chu Yuyu and the burly man next to her both stared wide-eyed. That level 30 giant was actually killed by Lin Zhe, a level 13 guy, with a single punch? Chu Yuyu was extremely shocked. Wasn't he a summoner? I always thought his summoned beasts were powerful, but I didn't expect him to be so strong as well. 75,000 damage. Can a level 13 character really deal that much damage? They're all S-class, so how can there be such a huge difference? At this moment, the burly man finally came to his senses and roared, you're asking for death. Name, Niu Dazhuang. Occupation, heavyweight, rank C, level 30, tier 1. His clothes were torn, revealing exaggerated muscles. He assumed a wrestling stance and lunged at Lin Zhe. Ding! You have received a temporary additional mission. Clear out those who are hogging the dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lin Zhe's lips curled up slightly. The boss area is currently in effect. Corpses, bones, and pools of blood are standard features here. A dozen or so men who looked like thugs stood in the center, each wearing a black t-shirt with the tiger descending the mountain logo printed on it. Between them were two deck chairs, on which lay a short, stout middle-aged man, adorned with gold and silver, sporting a small mustache, and exuding a greasy air. On the other bed lay a beautiful woman in her early 20s with long, wavy hair and an outstanding figure. Her long, slender legs were visible beneath her hip-length dress. Slap! The man's large hand slapped her thigh and said, "Ting ting, the boss will respawn in 5 minutes. Get up and get ready." The beautiful woman said coquettishly, "Oh, Mr. Wang, we've already done it 5 times today. I'm really tired. Can we take a break? This place is full of bones and pools of blood. It really terrifies me." The man addressed as Boss Wang chuckled and said, "Silly girl, I booked the whole place just for you today, hoping you can quickly break through to level 20. It turns out that this greasy middle-aged man is Wang Dekai, the president of the Fuhu Guild. The long-legged beauty was one of his lovers, Lu Tingting, who was also a streamer on Douyin with millions of followers. Lu Tingting usually posts videos about practicing ancient martial arts of the Great Xia dynasty, claiming that she has reached level 40 and broken through to the second stage. Of course, many people watch her videos mainly for those suggestive shots, because they can always see some amazing angles. However, a few days ago someone revealed that her actual level was only level 14, her education and qualifications were all fake, and the videos were staged and edited frame by frame. In an effort to cover up the scandal, Wang Dekai brought her here today for a last-minute crash course, frantically grinding levels. The beautiful woman complained, "It's so annoying. It's all because of those hateful netizens who dug up some dirt on me that I'm only level 14. I've been wearing the disguise ring the whole time, even when I take it off in the shower." The man said lecherously, "Don't bother me. When you reach level 20, I'll take you for a bath, and then I'll personally check you out." The beautiful woman pouted and said coquettishly, "Oh, come on, where are you going to check me?" As the two were flirting and teasing each other, oblivious to everyone else, a noise suddenly came from outside. Then, a burly figure flew in through the doorway in a disheveled state and crashed heavily to the ground. It was the burly man in charge of guarding the gate. Before he could even speak, he was teleported away. A handsome young man walked in through the doorway, followed by a beautiful young woman. The greasy-looking Wang Dekai flew into a rage. "What kind of useless guards are these? They can't even stop two little brats." Shu Yuyu stepped forward and questioned, "You're Wang Dekai, the guild leader of the Fuhu Guild? Who gave you permission to book the entire venue? Did that old man Chu Zhongheng agree to it?" Wang Dekai's face was full of disdain. "Where did you come from, little girl? Do I need your signature to book the whole place? And you can't just call Chairman Chu by his name like that. What a pair of overconfident little brats. Kill them both." Lu Tingting immediately covered her face and whispered in Wang Dekai's ear, "These two must be here to gather dirt on me. If we kill them, then no one will let them out." Wang Dekai immediately changed his tune, "Then arrest them." The black-clad thugs responded in unison, and the next second they all pulled out their equipment and swarmed towards the two men. According to the information, these men in black are all between level 30 and 40, and they have different professions. They all looked fierce and menacing as they charged towards the two men. "Oh no, I was too impulsive and angered them," Shu Yuyu shouted. However, just as the men in black approached with their weapons raised, they suddenly seemed to see something terrifying and retreated in panic, some even throwing their weapons to the ground. Demon Gaze, a hard crowd control skill for demon summoners, which has already applied a fear effect to them. Then, the ground around Lin Zhe began to melt, turning into scalding lava. This was the lava domain skill, and anyone who stepped on it began to lose health rapidly. Some people tried to rush up and grab Lin Zhe after the fear effect wore off, but were knocked back by a Flame Fury attack. Kill a professional, data entity, experience plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. Kill a professional, data entity, experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. Kill a professional, data entity, experience plus 400, lifespan plus 400 days. Instantly, more than a dozen thugs in their 30s fell to the ground, some seriously injured, others dead on the spot. You're only level 13? Wang Dekai was shocked and turned pale after checking Lin Zhe's information. Although he himself was a master who had broken through to the second level, he dared not say that he could easily defeat so many masters of level 30 to 40. However, as the guild leader, he knew that he couldn't afford to lose face, so he mustered his courage and angrily rebuked. "You think you can do whatever you want just because you're a little stronger? Young man, don't be so arrogant. There are plenty of hidden talents in this world. My advantage, Wang Dekai's advantage, is my extensive network of connections. Once I get out of here, crushing you will be as easy as crushing an ant." However, the next second, a fist as powerful as a cannonball slammed into his face. Name, Wang Dekai. Class, Blade Dancer. Rank A. Level, 45, Tier 2. Put. Lin Zhe stared at the other person's professional name and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Dekai looks like a pig's head. He has absolutely no connection to the word dancer. However, with an A-level profession and a breakthrough to level 45 and second tier, he is indeed a master in both name and substance. senses. Even such a powerful figure had most of his health depleted by Lin Zhe's punch just now. He was lying on the ground in a sorry state, his nose broken and blood flowing continuously from his nostrils. With blood flowing into his mouth from his nose, he could only mumble incoherently, "You just wait. So what if I die in the dungeon? I'll be fine once I get out." "But you're a different story. You'll definitely die once you get out." Still being stubborn at a time like this? Lin Zhe walked up to Wang Dekai and said coldly, "I really don't know if you're just being tough or if you've lost your mind." The next second, a second punch followed, the force of which caused the ground beneath Wang Dekai to crack like a spiderweb. Kill a professional, data entity, experience plus 450, lifespan plus 450 days. I have to admit, PvP gives very little experience, it's like fighting monsters. Lin Zhe wiped the blood from his fist and said calmly, "Ding! You have defeated the person who was occupying the dungeon and completed this additional quest. You have been awarded one system lottery draw. This is pretty good." Shu Yuyu witnessed Lin Zhe repeatedly defeating everyone and was deeply shocked. Although defeating these people gave her a sense of satisfaction, Lin Zhe's fighting style was too violent, making her heart pound. "What are you all standing there for?" Lin Zhe shouted from a short distance away. "The boss is about to respawn, let's team up." His face showed no trace of the fierce battle that had just taken place, as if nothing had happened. "Oh, okay." Shu Yuyu came back to her senses. They had previously agreed that, in order not to let Shu Yuyu take away the experience points for nothing, they would wait until the very end to form a team. Team formation successful. Suddenly, the entire scene shook violently. The next moment, a huge creature suddenly rushed out from the pool of white bones and blood ahead. It looked exactly like a giant crocodile, its body covered in hard rock scales, with its hindquarters still buried deep underground. "It's an earth dragon," Shu Yuyu exclaimed. "BOSS Earth Dragon. Race, Dragon, Rank A, Health Points, 70,000. Skills, Summon Snakemen, Rain of Rocks, Earth Grasp, etc. Description: the serpent race reveres dragons. Perhaps this is the true reason they came to this forest." The earth dragon opened its blood-red maw and roared deafeningly to the sky. "Watch out, it's about to summon the snake people," Shu Yuyu warned, covering her ears. Sure enough, a strong wind blew up and countless snakemen emerged from the ground. Each snakeman was like the ones they had encountered on the road before. They had human bodies, but their necks were replaced by several wildly writhing snakes. "Ah!" A woman's scream suddenly rang out. Internet celebrity Lu Tingting was seen being roughly grabbed by several snakemen, her clothes torn and her hair disheveled. She was hiding to the side, and Lin Zhe didn't even notice her. The snakes around the snake people's necks coiled around her long legs and chest, and began to bite, a scene of extreme cruelty. Soon, Lu Tingting's health bar was depleted, and she was teleported away. "Battle Demon, Hellhound, come out and get to work." As soon as he finished speaking, the Balrog and 10 Hellhounds appeared at the same time. 10 Hellhounds, each carrying a thorny dagger, swiftly pounced on the surrounding snakemen. Enraged, the Flame Demon charged straight at the Earth Dragon and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A fist like a cannonball struck the head of the Earth Dragon, sparks flew, and cracks appeared in the rock armor covering the head. Damage dealt, 30561. The Earth Dragon instantly lost half of its health. The Earth Dragon let out an angry howl, and then its body, which was buried in the soil, continued to burrow out until its entire body was lifted into the air. "Ah, we've entered the second stage," Shu Yuyu exclaimed, deeply shocked. As the most difficult boss in the Forbidden Forest dungeon, it was actually forced into the second phase by Lin Zhe's summoned beast with a single punch. Lin Zhe secretly rejoiced. Luckily it was just a normal attack. If it had been a skill, I wouldn't have even seen the second stage. Be careful, in its second phase it will spend most of its time hovering in the air and unleashing various powerful skills. Your summoned beasts are powerful, but they lack effective aerial attacks. The Earth Dragon was seen circling in the air. Although its head resembled that of a crocodile, its body was more like a giant snake covered in rock scales, and it was 50 meters long. "Is this the awe-inspiring power of the dragon race, the pinnacle of all races?" Shu Yuyu exclaimed. Then, the Earth Dragon's tail quickly wrapped around the nearby cliff, suddenly coiled up, picked up a huge rock, and its whole body began to fly and spin in the air. Attention! This is its strongest skill, Earth Grip, which deals terrifying damage and will instantly kill you if you get hit. The Earth Dragon spun several times in the air, then its tail lashed out with powerful momentum, sending the boulder hurtling towards the two at high speed. "Flame Demon, protect!" Lin Zhe calmly gave the order. The next moment, the Flame Demon instantly stood in front of the two, forcefully blocking the flying boulder. The stone dealt 49-45 damage to the Fire Demon. It must be said that this damage is enough to be fatal for professionals below level 20. But the Flame Demon was already level 61 with 280,000 HP, so this damage only scratched its skin. The Fire Demon became even more enraged after being attacked, breathing out scorching breath and sneering, "Humph, a mere Earth Dragon, and one of the lowest ranking species at that, dares to swagger in front of me." After saying that, he lifted the boulder with one hand, gathered his strength in his arm, and then threw the boulder like a shot put. The Earth Dragon was completely unprepared for this move and tried tried to dodge, but was still hit on the tail by the stone. It let out a miserable howl and crashed heavily to the ground. After taking a certain amount of damage, the boss will enter a stun state, which is one of the combat mechanics. Good opportunity, go. Lin Zhe gave the order. The fire demon charged at the earth dragon like an arrow, and taking advantage of its brief incapacitation, firmly grasped the entire dragon in its hand. Flame demon, control your firepower, don't kill him. Lin Zhe reminded him. Turning to Chu Yuyu, he ordered, what are you standing there for? Go and catch it. Oh, Chu Yuyu finally came to her senses. Stunned by the intense battle, she almost forgot the purpose of her trip. She quickly pulled out a master-level beast cage from her inventory. Finding the right moment, he threw it over. A golden light flashed across the earth dragon's body, and it instantly disappeared from the fire demon's grasp, being teleported into the beast-catching cage. The flame demon was engrossed in its battle when it saw its enemies disappear and was immediately stunned. Huh? Where are my monsters? Then, baring its teeth, it roared at Chu Yuyu. Human female, did you steal my monster? Ah, help! Chu Yuyu was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she instinctively hid behind Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe couldn't help but laugh at the comical scene. Immediately afterwards, a prompt appeared on the two-person interface. Successfully captured the boss Earth Dragon. Experience plus 2,000. Loot obtained, 5,000 copper coins. Earth Dragon set box. Equipment enhancement stone, grade D. Congratulations on successfully completing the level. You have gained 5,000 experience points and 5,000 coins. Since it involves capturing rather than killing, the experience gained is relatively low. Moreover, Lin Zhe did not receive any lifespan bonus this time. He would never have agreed to this fight if it weren't for the reward of 600,000. At this moment, all players in the entire instance received another message. The record for the fastest clear of a single area in Deep Nest has been broken. The new record holder is Lin Zhe, with a time of 23 minutes and 18 seconds. The fastest record for a perfect clear of all areas of the Forbidden Forest has been broken. The new record holder is Lin Zhe, with a time of 58 minutes and 23 seconds. When the record-breaking message popped up for the third time, everyone was shocked once again. This guy named Lin Zhe has really broken the fastest record in the entire region. You need to know that he just broke a record that had been held by the president of the Dragon Subduing Guild for more than 20 years. Just who is this Lin Zhe? I need to find out all his information within 3 minutes. I just heard from someone that Lin Zhe is just a 10th grade high school student. Don't be silly, you actually believe that kind of thing? You're old, you've probably been tricked into buying health supplements. Within the area of the Earth Dragon boss. Ding! You have broken the record for the fastest clear of the Forbidden Forest dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Lin Zhe casually dusted off his clothes, completely unaware that the discussion about him outside was about to explode. Chu Yuyu stared at the Earth Dragon she had just caught in her inventory, her face full of joy. Lin Zhe, thank you so much. As agreed, I'll pay you the balance now. After saying that, she immediately initiated a transaction request. It's no big deal, Lin Zhe replied casually. Watching the remaining 300,000 copper coins pour into his account, his balance instantly soared to 730,000. This was a huge sum of money that he had never seen before or after his time travel. By the way, congratulations on breaking the record, Chu Yuyu added. I can't believe you actually did it, and you were more than half an hour faster than Chu Zhangheng. That's amazing. She was so excited she almost jumped up. Thank you, Lin Zhe replied calmly. More than breaking records, he was more interested in what surprises the 2 lottery draws offered as a reward from the system might bring. There's also the opportunity to pick out treasures in the Dragon Subduing Guild storage room. Now that we've defeated all 3 bosses, the system will automatically teleport us out soon, Chu Yuyu reminded us. Let's rest for a bit. She sat down on the recliner left behind by the group of people, stretched, and showed off her curves. Lin Zhe opened his inventory to check his loot. Earth Dragon set box. One-time use item. Opening this item will grant you any piece of equipment from the Earth Dragon set. This item will disappear after use. Lin Zhe opened it without hesitation. Earth Dragon armor. Top. Quality. Grade B. Type. Armor. Equipment requirements. Strength greater than or equal to 80. Effect. Stamina plus 50. Defense plus 200. Earth spell damage reduced by 30%. It's better than nothing. I'm not wearing any gear yet, so I'll put this on for now. After saying that, he dragged the armor into the equipment slot. At this point, a countdown timer pops up on the screen. You have successfully completed the dungeon and will be teleported out of dungeon 60, 59, 58. Lin Zhe recalled that he was also teleported into real mode after seeing this countdown yesterday. Therefore, seeing the countdown again made him feel a little strange. However, at that moment he noticed that his inventory was emitting a ghostly green light. Upon opening it, I discovered that the light was emanating from the cursed gem necklace that I had obtained after defeating the undead Duke. As if sensing something, 32, 31, 30. The countdown suddenly stopped. At the same time, the lifespan system popped up a notification. Ding! You have received a new mission. Defeat the final boss in real real mode. Reward, 1 system lottery draw, guaranteed to win an S-level reward this time. Lin Zay's eyes sharpened, so there really is a real mode? Entering real mode soon. Note, in real-time mode, death is a real death. Good luck. Lin Zay thought to himself, the odds of winning are way too high. Oh my god, what's going on? Chu Yuyu, who was next to him, was obviously not as calm as him and couldn't help but shout. As soon as he finished speaking, the world in front of him went completely dark. When it lit up again, the scene had changed dramatically. A pool of blood remained on the ground ahead, but the bones lying in it had turned into moving skeletons. The ground around them was littered with the corpses of snake men. It seems the snake man was killed by these skeletons in a fierce battle. At this moment, the skeletons were kneeling around the center of the blood pool, chanting indistinct songs in a low voice. It sounds exactly like the song the villagers sang when they worshipped the Duke of the Dead. The entire area was dark and bloody, filled with an eerie atmosphere, as if one were in a blood-soaked hell. Where exactly is this? Chu Yuyu's voice trembled. Clearly she hadn't understood the situation since the beginning. Shouldn't we have been teleported out? Lin Zay said calmly, I'll tell you later. For now, find a corner to hide in and make sure you don't get killed. Chu Yuyu nodded and obediently ran away into the distance. Lin Zay immediately shouted, System, give me a lottery. The lottery will interface popped up again, and he had accumulated 2 more chances to win. Would you like to consume lifespan to gain a luck boost? Consuming 10 years of lifespan guarantees an A-grade or higher prize in this draw. Consuming 100 years of lifespan guarantees an S-grade prize in this draw. Take it, it will cost you 20 years of your lifespan. The entry started scrolling and then stopped. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Elemental Frenzy, Rank A. Skill description, Elemental Frenzy. When used, loses half of your health, increasing elemental damage to 300%. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Exclamation point. Lin Zay exclaimed in surprise. Although there are side effects, the benefits are well worth it. Moreover, it deals elemental damage, making it perfect for equipping the fire demon. Second draw. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Shadow Strike, Rank A. Skill description, Shadow Strike. Transform into a shadow state, becoming unattackable, and increasing movement speed by 200%. Entering and exiting shadow state each deal dark damage, amount equals agility times 1. Shadow state lasts 10 seconds, with a 10-second cooldown. This skill is also quite suitable for hellhounds. Lin Zay immediately equipped the 2 skills to the 2 demons respectively. At the same time, the ground shook violently once again, and bubbles rose from the blood pool. The skeletons seemed to be under a spell, marching in unison toward the pool of blood until they were completely swallowed up. The singing stopped, replaced by a suffocating silence. After a few seconds of silence, the blood pool churned, and a giant skeletal dragon burst forth. Judging from its size and appearance, it is clearly the skeletal form that the Earth Dragon from before transformed into. BOSS Undead Earth Dragon. Race, Undead, Dragon. Health points, 180,000. Skills, Summon Undead, Ghost Breath, Death Grip, etc. See more. Description. Why have the noble dragon race fallen to this state? Perhaps the question should be asked of the true invaders. The Undead Earth Dragon emerged fully from the ground, its eerie green flames burning in the deep-set skull eye sockets, and roared at Lin Zay as if expressing endless rage. Why are you yelling at me? It's not like I'm the one who turned you into this. Lin Zay smiled. He immediately thought, I'll take this experience gift pack. In the plaza outside the instance, people were just discussing how someone broke a new record. Although it didn't concern them personally, everyone loved watching the excitement, and for a while, everyone was discussing who this Lin Zay was. The atmosphere was jubilant and lively, like a festival. A staff member dialed the phone number of Guild Leader Chu Zhongheng. Guild Leader Chu, someone has broken your record in the Forbidden Forest instance. Do you have time to come and take a look today? A deep, strong middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the phone. Oh, is that so? But I have an important meeting today and I'm afraid I can't get away. Tell him to come to our company another day and you can reimburse his travel expenses. The staff member quickly agreed. Then we'll arrange for him to meet with you another day. Mr. Chu, you're busy. Just as I was about to hang up, another staff member leaned over and whispered a few words. The man's face immediately turned grim. Wait a minute, Mr. Chu, something's happened. The Forbidden Forest has just entered real mode. I heard there are 2 young people trapped in the real mode. One of them is the young man who just broke the record. The other one seems to be your daughter? The voice on the other end of the phone said, what did you say? The crowd remained reluctant to disperse in the square. Everyone wants to see what the record breaker looks like, and maybe even get a photo with them to post on social media. Many of them came from various guilds and had already prepared their lines for inviting Lin Zay to join their guilds. However, they were unaware that Lin Zay was currently trapped in the real mode. Given this emergency, the authorities would naturally not easily disclose it to the public for fear of causing unnecessary panic. The police arrived at the scene immediately. After all, this was the second real-world case to occur in Tianyu City in just one day, drawing great attention from higher authorities. Director Su Jianxin, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, personally came to the scene and is currently asking the staff for detailed information. I heard that the coverage area for this realistic mode is the boss area of Deep Nest? That's right, but thankfully there are only 2 students inside. Watch your words. Su Jianxin slammed his hand on the table in front of him, smashing it to pieces, and shouted angrily, "What do you mean it's alright? Aren't the lives of 2 students important?" "Yes, I'm sorry." The staff member was too intimidated to utter a sound. "Immediately evacuate everyone still in the instance to prevent the danger zone from expanding. We must race against time to minimize losses." Yes, I'll arrange it right away." "Wait, give me the information on those 2 students first." "Yes." The staff member obediently handed over the documents. Just then, a police officer rushed over to deliver the news. "Director Su, no need. I just received news that the 2 students have already cleared the game, and the real mode has been deactivated." Su Jianxin was stunned. "What? You cleared it? Weren't there only 2 students inside?" "That's true, but they did beat the game." Su Jianxin suddenly seemed to have thought of something and quickly flipped through the documents in his hand. The next second, his eyes widened in shock. "Lindsay? It's him again? Deep Nest, within the boss area. Skills, none. Just 2 minutes ago, the Balrog's newly acquired skill allowed it to burn its own health down to half, resulting in a 3-fold increase in fire elemental damage. A punch landed on the head of the undead earth dragon, dealing nearly 100,000 points of damage. It only took 2 punches to empty its health bar. At this moment, the berserk Balrog did not stop. He grabbed the tail of the undead earth dragon and frantically smashed its skeletal body everywhere, until that skeletal body was broken into pieces. Then, it kicked the earthworm's skull around like a ball. "Not enough, not enough, my lord. Could you find me a more evenly matched opponent next time? Is it my fault?" Lindsay shrugged, a helpless smile on his lips. "Defeat the boss undead earth dragon, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 15. Loot obtained 20,000 copper coins, undead earth dragon set box, fallen gem ring, equipment enhancement stone, grade B, level 20. Ding. You have defeated the final boss in the real mode and completed the mission. You have been awarded 1 chance to win a prize, and you are guaranteed an S rank reward this time." A series of system prompts popped up. "I've leveled up 2 ranks, and my lifespan has increased by more than 50 years. Lindsay couldn't help but laugh. "What kind of realistic mode is this? It's practically a level grinding mode. Give me a dozen more." Chu Yu watched in disbelief from afar. Only after confirming that it was safe did she dare to walk to Lindsay's side, her eyes involuntarily scrutinizing the young man. Aside from being handsome, he doesn't seem to have anything particularly special about him, and even in terms of handsomeness, he's slightly inferior to the other readers. She had witnessed Lindsay demonstrate his strength multiple times today, and she was almost tired of using the word shocking. She was born into a prestigious family and had seen many experts. She herself was an S-class prodigy, but she had never encountered someone like Lindsay. After holding it in for a while, she finally couldn't help but ask, "Lindsay, what's the background of your summoned beast? Who is your master?" It's just an ordinary summoned creature." Lindsay scratched his head and replied with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary high school student." I knew you wouldn't say it." Chu Yu muttered, a blush creeping onto her face. At this moment, another message appeared on the interface. "You have completed the dungeon and will be teleported out of dungeon 60, 59, 58. This time, the 2 were successfully teleported out. A few seconds later, they finally returned to the Chinese-style archway in the square. Unexpectedly, the moment the 2 appeared, they were caught in the gaze of countless eyes. After 2 seconds of silence, the crowd erupted instantly. "What? This boy is Lindsay? He looks quite young. Let me see. Wait, he's only level 15? Could it be that the rumor that he was only level 10 when he went in is true? Wow, Lindsay is so handsome. Does he have a Douyin account? I want to follow him. Lindsay, are you interested in joining our guild? We can offer you top-notch benefits." "Move aside, Lindsay, why don't you join our guild instead? We have much better resources." Immediately, everyone surrounded Lindsay, making it impossible to move. Lindsay had never experienced such a scene before, so he could only smile awkwardly and then politely decline all the invitations. Just then, a discordant voice rang out from the crowd. "Don't be fooled by Lindsay. His record was obtained through illegal means." Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. A beautiful woman with long, flowing hair and wearing a short skirt that reached her hips walked out from the crowd. It was Lu Tingting from the previous instance. "Ah, I know her. Isn't she Tingting, the famous Douyin blogger?" Yes, I see her short videos all the time." Lu Tingting crossed her arms over her chest, making her proudly erect breasts even more eye-catching. Her long hair was draped over one shoulder, and her pretty face was slightly furrowed, giving her a pitiful look. "A friend of mine was waiting inside for the boss to respawn, but Lindsay knocked him out and then took over the boss himself. My friend suffered great psychological trauma and even had to go to the hospital. I was so angry that I had to expose Lindsay's true colors." As soon as he finished speaking, an uproar erupted around him. What? Lin Zhe is actually this kind of person? Upon hearing this, Chu Yuyu instantly flew into a rage. What did you say? There should be some bottom line if you're going to make things up. I've already verified this with Chairman Wang. The truth can't be covered up by you. At this moment, a short, stout man with a small mustache stepped out from the crowd. It was Wang Dekai. He said with a serious expression, "That's right, we have verified what Ms. Tingting said. Lin Zhe has indeed violated the rules. Therefore, we have decided to cancel his new record." The crowd erupted in uproar again. If she really is the president of the Subduing Tiger Guild under the Dragon Subduing banner, then it seems that what Tingting said is true. Tingting is a big internet celebrity with millions of followers, so I choose to believe her. This Lin Zhe, no wonder I thought highly of him earlier. I didn't expect him to be such a morally corrupt guy. Well, now the new record has been cancelled. Serves them right for reaping what they sowed. Public opinion shifted instantly, and everyone started criticizing Lin Zhe. Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting exchanged a smile. I was still seething with anger after being kicked out of the dungeon by Lin Zhe. Lu Tingting had a sudden inspiration and, taking advantage of the two people's identities, one an internet celebrity and the other a club president, joined forces to sow discord. Lin Zhe was just a poor student of low status and had no power to refute. Lin Zhe, do you think this matter will pass if you don't say anything? Wang Dekai continued in a serious tone. Shouldn't you apologize to Ms. Tingting? Chu Yuyu was about to step forward to explain, but Lin Zhe gently stopped her. No need to say anything. At this time, saying more will only make things worse. How about it? Apologize. Wang Dekai urged, a provocative smile on his face, as if to say, you think you can mess with me? You're still too green. In society, what often brings people down is not fists, but various means. But Lin Zhe seemed completely unconcerned about these rules. His eyes instantly turned icy cold, so cold that Wang Dekai involuntarily took 2 steps back. What? You want to fight? This is outside the instance. Hitting people is illegal. At that moment, a loud shout came from the back of the crowd. Enough. Seeing this, the crowd spontaneously made way for him. A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, who looked refined yet exuded an imposing presence, strode over. Upon seeing him, Wang Dekai was immediately taken aback. President Chu, what brings you here? I feel like there's even more juicy stuff waiting for me, so this trip was definitely worthwhile. That person was Chu Zhongheng. Upon seeing Chu Zhongheng, Wang Dekai immediately dropped his previous arrogance and bowed obsequiously, saying, President Chu, what brings you here in person? Do I need to report to you before I come? Chu Zhongheng's deep voice was full of confidence, and his tone was authoritative and unquestionable. That's not what I meant. Chairman Chu, you've come at the right time. There's a violation here that I'm dealing with seriously. I heard everything you said just now, Chu Zhongheng said expressionlessly. But why was it only the two of you talking? Why didn't you let the other 2 students share their version of events? President Chu, you have no idea. These 2 are full of lies. Please don't believe them easily. Poof. Chu Zhongheng's face grew increasingly cold, almost turning ashen. I don't even believe my own daughter, so why would I believe you? Yes, yes, yes. What? Wang Dekai almost cried out in surprise. Chairman Chu's daughter? Wait, that girl's name is Chu Yuyu. Dragon Tamer, S rank. Could this surname and profession really mean she's the daughter of the Chu family? Lu Tingting's face instantly turned ferocious. Chu Yuyu snorted coldly, turning her face away from Chu Zhongheng, as if she was sulking. Lin Zhe was not surprised. He had already guessed it pretty much. Chu Yuyu is clearly a wealthy heiress who spends money without hesitation, and given her surname, it's hard not to associate her with the Chu family. However, he has never been interested in gossip about the wealthy, and the other party didn't seem to want to talk about it either, so he didn't press the matter. Chu Zhongheng continued, Wang Dekai, you've got some nerve. I already found out before I came that you were taking over the dungeon with your mistress to level up, and now you want to pin the blame on 2 students? Although the dungeon is contracted by our guild, it is still a national resource. How dare you monopolize it? His tone was calm, yet every word was forceful, carrying an invisible pressure that made everyone around him involuntarily tense. After all, he had already broken through to the 4th rank and was a powerful A-rank professional, Dragon Knight. President Chu, please calm down. I was confused for a moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Dekai no longer dared to be stubborn and immediately lowered his head to admit his mistake. Then, he glared venomously at Lu Tingting beside him. It was all this woman's idea. I was just instigated by her. Wang Dekai, you bastard. Lu Tingting stomped her feet angrily. You were the one who suggested leveling up, and I told you I wasn't going to. I was doing this for your own good. Who told you, you slut, to pretend to be level 40 when you're only level 14? The 2 completely broke off relations and started arguing fiercely. The surrounding crowd watched with great interest, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. What? Tingting is Wang Dekai's mistress? Didn't she always say she was single, and she's really only level 14? I've been watching her videos for 2 years, and it's all fake? I've recorded the whole thing. It'll definitely go viral online. Chu Zhongheng snorted coldly. Go argue with us at the police station. Also, I will withdraw my investment immediately. From this moment on, the Fu Wuhu Guild and the Jianglong Guild will completely sever ties. Ah, Chairman Chu, please let me explain. Wang Dekai knelt on the ground, his face contorted with grief. Enough, stop shouting. At that moment, a dignified voice came from the crowd. I heard someone wanted to go to the police station. Bring these two back for questioning. The person who arrived was none other than Su Jianxin. No. Wang Dekai and Lu Tingting were filled with despair and tried to plead, but the two police officers handcuffed them. Brother Su. Chu Zhongheng nodded in acknowledgement. Everyone was stunned. Why did two big shots like Chu Zhongheng and Su Jianxin both come? Is it really just for such a trivial matter? There's no need to act so quickly. Chu Zhongheng and Su Jianxin walked up to Lin Zhe at the same time, one clasping his hands in a fist salute and the other nodding politely. Are you Lin Zhe? Level 30. Brother Lin Zhe. The two of them greeted each other in unison. Those around were even more shocked. Why are these two big shots so respectful to this student named Lin Zhe? Just who exactly is Lin Zhe? Could it be that he really has a powerful backer? Unbeknownst to everyone, they had just experienced a life-or-death crisis in the instance, a true test of realism. Had Lin Zhe not been there by chance, the others would likely have perished. It could even create a spatial rift, allowing a level 45 undead earth dragon to directly enter the real world. It can be said that most of them were saved by Lin Zhe. Chu Zhongheng said respectfully, Brother Lin Zhe, thank you for taking care of my Yuyu. This girl is so naughty, she ran off to play by herself and you've had to worry about her. Play? Chu Yuyu retorted irritably, fine, you've always treated me like a 3-year-old anyway. I'm going back to school now. Lin Zhe, sorry, I'll contact you later. With that, she turned and strode away without looking back. Chu Zhongheng was left standing there, looking embarrassed. Lin Zhe muttered to himself, it seems the father and daughter don't have a very harmonious relationship. Su Jianxin cleared his throat to ease the tension. There are too many people here, let's find a quieter place to talk. 20 minutes later, in the president's office on the highest floor of the Dragon Subduing Guild headquarters, Lin Zhe recounted in detail what happened in the dungeon, but of course, he didn't mention the system's secrets. After he finished speaking, both bigwigs gasped in surprise. So you just came out like this? Chu Zhongheng asked. I wanted to grind for a while longer, but I was automatically teleported out after defeating the boss. This setting is really annoying. Chu Zhongheng, Su Jianxin, you're asking for trouble. I asked a similar question last time. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. After a while, Chu Zhongheng took the initiative to smooth things over. Anyway, thank you for protecting my daughter. It also made me see Wang Dekai's true colors, and I feel truly ashamed. Su Jianxin continued, indeed, you have once again saved us from a major disaster. On behalf of all the citizens of the city, I thank you. The bonus application I mentioned yesterday hasn't been submitted yet, but it looks like I can just add another one today. And, of course, a silver medal for outstanding citizen is also indispensable. Silver medal? What's that? Lin Zhe asked curiously. This medal is awarded based on the size of a citizen's contribution. It is not only a symbol of honor but also a good piece of equipment. The silver medal can increase all attributes by 50. For Lin Zhe, a 50-point attribute boost was insignificant. He was more looking forward to the treasure selection process in the storage room. Su Jianxin continued, based on your description, both instances of the real mode seem to be related to the undead. We can basically pinpoint the mastermind behind it all. It's an illegal cult that has recently infiltrated our city. A religious sect? Lin Zhe and Chu Zhongheng were both taken aback. Yes, it's called the Church of the Dead, and their goal is to restore the undead race. Moreover, these followers have infiltrated the general public, and even some powerful and wealthy people have joined them. Lin Zhe squinted, recalling the sensation emitted by the cursed gem necklace before entering the real mode. After defeating the undead earth dragon, I obtained a fallen gem ring. He secretly checked his inventory. Fallen gem ring, set January 5th. Category, jewelry. Effect, spirit plus 1000, reduces the character stat by 10 levels when equipped, and cannot be removed. Set bonus, 5-piece set? Lin Zhe thought to himself, the negative effects are truly frightening. Both of these ornaments are extremely strange and must be of great importance to that church. Thinking of this, he asked, Officer Su, is there anything I can do to help with this church? Su Jianxin smiled and shook his head. No need. Everyone has witnessed your strength. Our Tianyu City Police Department is not just sitting around doing nothing. We wouldn't ask ordinary citizens to arrest criminals. That would be too embarrassing. Alright, I'm heading back to the police station now. Old Chu, you'd better take good care of this distinguished guest. Besides, he and your precious daughter are quite a good match. After saying that, she burst into laughter and strode away. Chu Zhongheng sighed helplessly. Omega, Lin Zhe could only manage a wry smile. Ahem. Chu Zhongheng took the initiative to break the awkwardness and changed the subject, saying, by the way, you broke my record of more than 20 years. According to the agreement, you can choose any item on the first floor of our storage room. In addition, because you protected the little girl and prevented the real mode from causing further harm, you can choose one more item later. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's eyes immediately lit up. Good heavens, 2 treasures. President Chu, you're too kind. Lindsay quickly thanked him, his heart filled with joy. By the way, Chu Zhonghan leaned closer to Lindsay mysteriously, asking somewhat embarrassedly, has Yu mentioned me to you? What did she say about me? His eyes gleamed with a longing for affirmation. Oh, Lindsay was a little embarrassed. She didn't say anything. Sigh. Chu Zhonghan deflated like a punctured balloon. To be honest, this girl is going through her rebellious phase and she never even looks at me properly. He was completely different from the domineering CEO he had been just moments before. He was more like a complaining old father. Hey, young Lin, when you chat with her, could you say a few good things about me? I'll definitely thank you handsomely. Lindsay thought to himself, please, I only met you two today, why do you want me to be your top mediator? But seeing Chu Zhonghan's sincere expression, he could only vaguely reply, I'll try. That's good. Chu Zhonghan breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, I have an appointment with a client today, so I have to leave right away. Someone will take you to the storage room in a moment. Take your time and pick what you need. Don't be shy. Okay, take care. Lindsay watched Chu Zhonghan leave and finally breathed a sigh of relief. A few minutes later, a beautiful female staff member wearing a business suit skirt, black stockings, and high heels walked over. Are you Mr. Lindsay? I'm Huan, President Chu's secretary. I'll take you to the storage room to select some items. Lindsay followed his female secretary down the elevator to the building's basement level. Beep beep. After swiping the access card, two doors slowly pushed open to the sides. An extremely spacious area unfolded before us, with various props and equipment neatly displayed on layers of shelves. The variety is dazzling and overwhelming. This isn't a storage room, it's a treasure trove. Seeing Lindsay's surprised expression, Huan smiled and said, this is only the first floor. There are 2 more floors below. However, according to the rules, Mr. Lin, you can only choose the treasures on this floor. Afterwards, Huan began to show Lindsay around the storage room one by one. Within a space of several hundred square meters, various props and equipment were displayed together, most of which were of grade B or higher, and some even emitted a dazzling light. This is overwhelming. Lindsay immediately activated his insightful observation skill to examine the items that interested him. Dragon Blood Armor, level requirement 40, quality A, effects, strength plus 500, defense plus 500, increases dragon affinity. Star Bow, level requirement 20, quality B, effects, agility plus 300, critical hit rate plus 20%, night attack power plus 100%, day attack power dash 50%. Brick Codex, level requirement none, quality A, effect, for healers only, healing effect minus 90%, physical attack power plus 900%. Spell Machine Gun, level requirement 10, quality B, effect, casts a fireball every 0.5 seconds, mana cost plus 50%. Pouch of Infinite Mana, level requirement none, quality A, effect, instantly restores all mana, cooldown 1 hour. These are all B grade or higher equipment from the second tier onwards. In addition, there are many materials of unknown origin, such as the horn of an evil dragon, pure gold fleece, crystal cockroaches, mechanical hearts, etc. Lindsay was overwhelmed by the choices, but he didn't find anything particularly suitable for him. He asked bluntly, are there any heavy weapons with exceptionally high power boosts? Huan blinked. Don't you summoners need the spirit attribute more? Lindsay explained, it's not me using it, it's my summoned beast using it. Although Huan didn't know how summoned beasts used weapons, she thought for a moment and said, there are actually a few. Please come with me. Soon, the two arrived at a wall covered with various heavy weapons. Lindsay used his insightful observation skill to examine each item one by one. Destroyer's Greatsword, level requirement 40, quality B, effect, strength plus 1000, 10% chance to trigger additional damage. Storm Guardian, level requirement 35, quality A, effect, strength plus 500, critical hit damage plus 30%. Each attack is imbued with the power of a storm. Remember, only storms can topple trees. Thunder Axe, level requirement 30, quality A, effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 500, mage type damage increased by 100%. Molten Hammer, level requirement 40, quality A, effect, strength plus 1500, fire damage plus 20%. Wait a minute. Lindsay's gaze lingered on the last weapon. It was a heavy hammer whose very appearance alone was extremely destructive. The hammerhead was covered with cracks, and a substance as hot as magma flowed from the cracks. Both its attributes and effects are a perfect match for the flame demon. Lindsay made a decisive decision. This is it. Mr. Lin, please note that this weapon is level 40. Your summoned beast cannot equip it for the time being, right? Huan reminded him. Lindsay was too lazy to explain further and simply replied casually, it's okay, it'll be ready soon anyway, let's prepare in advance. Huan looked at him with surprise, and then the hammer was unlocked and put into Lindsay's inventory. You can also choose a second item. Lindsay pondered for a moment and asked, my profession is demon summoner, do you have any related equipment? Huan thought carefully for a moment and replied, there are a few staff type items suitable for summoners, but your class is rather special, so there aren't any. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly seemed to be deep in thought thought, speaking of demons, there is something related to this. Please come with me. The two arrived at a corner of the storage room, where various materials were piled up haphazardly and were obviously not valuable. The female secretary rummaged through the pile of items for a while and finally pulled out an oval-shaped object, about the size of a cushion, but obviously quite heavy. Quality? Even someone with perfect insight couldn't detect it? Lin Zhe was secretly surprised. Huan took the initiative to explain. This is a demon dragon egg. It is said that it was put in by the second-generation president, who is also the grandfather of President Chu. No one has used it for so many years, so it has just been left here. Demon dragon? This word immediately piqued Lin Zhe's interest. As far as he knew, the demon dragon was a hybrid creature born from the mating of the demon race and the dragon race, and both the demon race and the dragon race were at the pinnacle of all races. This demonstrates the immense power of the demon dragon. Moreover, this special creature did not appear in his book of contracted demons, the Book of Demons, making it even more precious. Lin Zhe carefully examined the dragon egg in front of him. Its surface was a dull, dark gray. When you touch it, it feels cool and smooth, and some parts seem like stones. But how can we be sure it's still alive after all these years? Lin Zhe asked. According to the former chairman, the egg is currently inactive and can only be revitalized and hatch under specific conditions. But what specific conditions are required is unclear to everyone. So that's how it is. Lin Zhe stroked his chin, lost in thought. If they can hatch, it will undoubtedly greatly enhance their combat power. However, the hatching process seems to be quite difficult. Huan noticed his hesitation and said, Mr. Lin, since you seem very interested in it, how about this? If you can't hatch it after you take it back, you can use it to replace an item. You are a distinguished guest specially designated by Chairman Chu, so we have the sincerity to show our appreciation. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, this is the one. He immediately put this second treasure into his possession. Lin Zhe thought to himself, my summoning slots are full now. I'll probably have to wait until I reach level 20 and break through to the next tier to unlock a new summoning slot. We still need to hurry up and upgrade. Rank is another important standard for measuring the strength of a professional, in addition to rarity and level. When everyone awakens their profession, they start from level 0. After that, every 20 levels you gain, you will receive a job-specific breakthrough quest, which will allow you to advance to the next rank. Level 20 is tier 1, level 40 is tier 2, level 60 is tier 3, and so on. With each tier advancement, attributes and skills will be improved. However, the higher the rank, the more difficult the breakthrough mission becomes, and some people may never be able to complete it in their entire lives. In the Great Xia Kingdom today, people who have broken through to the first level are a common sight. Breaking through to the second tier grants considerable strength. Breaking through the third level makes one a master of this era. Breaking through to the fourth rank is truly 1 in 10,000. Having broken through the fifth level, one has reached the realm of perfection. As for breaking through to the sixth rank, there are only a handful of people in the entire Great Xia dynasty, the most famous of whom is General Huayu of Great Xia. The 7th and 8th tiers have long since become ancient legends. Throughout human history, there has never been a professional higher than the 8th rank. As Lin Zhe walked home, the knowledge he had learned in textbooks came to mind. Looking at himself, although he was far ahead of his peers, he had not even broken through to the first level. Compared to the countless masters throughout history, the gap is like a chasm. He looked up at the starry sky and couldn't help but feel how insignificant he still was. I must become stronger as soon as possible, he vowed to himself. It was already 10 p.m. when I got home. After a busy day, Lin Zhe slumped onto the sofa, only then realizing how exhausted he was. However, he still opened the item box to check his loot for the day. Undead Earth Dragon Set Box, one-time use item. Opening this item will grant you any piece of equipment from the Undead Dragon set. This item will disappear after use. Lin Zhe opened the box without hesitation. Undead Earth Dragon Shoes. Quality, Grade B, Type, Armor. Equipment restriction, level greater than or equal to 40. Effect, Stamina plus 300, Defense plus 1000, Speed plus 80, Earth-type spell damage reduced by 30%. It requires level 40 to wear this, looks like I'll have to sell it. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel disappointed. Next, he will have one more chance to win a prize, which he received after setting a new record, and this time he is guaranteed to win an S-level prize. Full of anticipation, Lin Zhe clicked on the lottery page. Congratulations on drawing the talent, turning misfortune into good fortune, S-rank. Talent, turns misfortune into good fortune. Immune to all negative effects. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe's spirits lifted instantly, and his fatigue vanished. A brief introduction may be short, but often it contains significant information. This effect is incredibly powerful. His first thought was of the two items he obtained in real mode, the cursed gem necklace and the corrupted gem ring. Put it on right now. Instantly, my strength and spirit each increased by 1,000 points, and I was truly unaffected by those strange negative effects. Then, Lin Zhe checked his panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Class, Demon Summoner. Class Faction, Summoner. Rarity, S rank. Level, 15, 8%. Talent, rank, 0. Health points, 143,990. Mana points, 51,690. Strength 15309, plus 1,000. Agility 10169. Stamina 14349, plus 50. Intelligence 4149. Spirit 4169, plus 1,000. Talents, Demonic Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summoning, Scorching Airflow. Skills, Summon Demon, Demonic Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Domain, Insightful Insight. Summoning slots, 2 out of 2. Equipment, Earth Dragon Armor, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring. Not bad, quite satisfied, Lin Zhe thought to himself with delight. Finally, his gaze settled on the Demon Dragon Egg in his inventory. He took out the Demon Dragon Egg, placed it on the sofa, looked at it from left to right, and tapped it. It looks like a rock. Could it really be a bad guy? The female secretary said that incubation requires specific conditions, but who knows what those conditions are. Ding! You have received a long-term quest, the Demon Dragon Raising Project. Current stage objective, hatch a Demon Dragon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Final reward? Ha! Lin Zhe was taken aback. This is the first time I've ever received a mission like this. And the final reward is so mysterious, it feels like it's beyond my imagination. It seems that raising this dragon is the only option. When the topic of raising dragons came up, Lin Zhe suddenly thought of someone. Dragon Tamer, Chu Yuyu. He immediately opened the chat window. Sure enough, Chu Yuyu had already sent several messages. Lin Zhe, thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner another day. Sorry I was in a hurry earlier, I just didn't want to run into that old geezer. Lin Zhe replied with a polite remark, and then sent over the question about hatching the eggs. A few minutes later, Chu Yuyu replied, each dragon has its own suitable incubation environment. For example, my fairy dragon needs to use the leaves of the fairy forest to make a nest, plus fairy spring water to hatch. I'm not too sure about the demon dragon you mentioned, but it probably also needs things from its native environment. The growth environment of organisms? Lin Zhe asked thoughtfully. The environment in which demons grow up, isn't that the underworld? Do I have to make a trip to hell? That's not a place you can just go to whenever you want. Lin Zhe remained silent. Could it really be a return? As he pondered, drowsiness overcame him, and he actually fell asleep on the sofa while holding the dragon egg. The next morning, Lin Zhe was woken up by a phone call. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao shouted in a loud voice, my son Lin Zhe, what were you doing behind my back yesterday? Lin Zhe, still half asleep, looked completely bewildered. Wang Hao said, you don't know? Go check the news. After hanging up, Lin Zhe opened a news website where the headline read, shocking, the 20-year record of Chu Zhonghong of the Dragon Subduing Guild has been broken. The new record holder is actually a 2015 high school student. Famous internet celebrity Tingting exposed as only having a level 14 skill, ancient martial arts secrets completely debunked. The whistleblower is actually him? The daughter of the Chu Group's president has a high school boyfriend. Both are S-level celebrities. Is it a perfect match or a forbidden love? Clicking into the main text, you'll see Lin Zhe's photo in the center. The content contains both facts and a considerable amount of fabrication. For example, some say he's a rich second generation, others say he's the heir appointed by the Dragon Subduing Guild. The more you look at it, the more absurd it becomes. What a fucking unscrupulous media outlet. Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to any of that. He quickly got up, washed up, and prepared to go back to the Forbidden Forest dungeon to grind for levels. Although it wasn't difficult for him, it was still the dungeon with the highest experience for players below level 20. Over the next 2 days, Lin Zhe watched it repeatedly. Defeat the boss Swamp Witch, experience plus 3,000, lifespan plus 3,000 days. Defeat the boss Thorn Serpent, experience plus 5,000, lifespan plus 5,000 days. Defeat the boss Earth Dragon, experience plus 7,000, lifespan plus 7,000 days. Killed. After scrolling for a while, even the boss almost recognized him. I've finally reached level 18. This upgrade isn't very efficient. We need to think of another way. If the dungeon doesn't work. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, and he suddenly remembered. Oh right, how could I forget? We can also go to the Misty Border. What exactly is the Misty Frontier? Lin Zhe had learned in his textbooks that after the invasion of all races 100 years ago, most of the Great Xia Kingdom was eroded by the Misty Border. There are more than a dozen large cities like Tianyu City, but each city is relatively isolated and not connected to the others, and surrounding the city is the Misty Border. The Misty Frontier will periodically refresh battlefield instances, each of which is a true-to-life mode. If you die in one, you really die. However, the experience points are also much higher than in city dungeons. But I need a pass to go to the border battlefield, and I have to find a way to get one. Back home, Lin Zhe dialed Principal Lu Hanlin's number. Hello, is this Lin Zhe? What do you need? Hello Principal Lu. A friend of mine wants to go to the Misty Border to run dungeons. I wonder if you could help him get a pass. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone before someone slowly said, you kid, if you want to go, just say so. Why keep me in suspense? Hee hee, the principal is wise. However, I must refuse your request. Ha, why? Lindsay asked anxiously. The Misty Borderlands isn't a place for someone your level. Although you reached level 10 the day you awakened, it's only been a few days. You'd probably only reach level 13 or 14 at most, right? I just reached level 18, Lindsay replied with a smile. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Level 18 isn't enough either. In principle, only those who have broken through to the first rank can enter the Misty Border. Besides, many people are unwilling to go even if they have broken through to the first rank since it's too dangerous. Lindsay, aren't there readily available dungeon resources in the city? Why not use them? If the entrance fee is too expensive, I can sponsor you. That's not the reason. Lindsay's tone became serious. Principal, didn't you say that back then everyone played in real mode? On the contrary, I think our generation is too pampered. The invasions by foreign tribes on the border have never stopped, but we're hiding in the cities playing a game of cat and mouse. If the foreign tribes break through the border one day, we might not even have the strength to resist. Moreover, as you know, Principal, I am fully capable of handling the Misty Border. Therefore, I implore you to allow me to give it a try on the border battlefield. Lindsay's words were passionate, sincere, and resolute. Lou Hanlon remained silent for a while, then sighed softly. You're quite the character, kid. You've even convinced me. Since you've put it this way, it would be too stubborn for me, as the principal, not to agree. I will send the travel permit to your email address. Please check your inbox later, but please make sure you are safe. Lindsay beamed with joy. Thank you, Principal. After hanging up the phone, he jumped up excitedly at home. Now the experience problem is solved. Hopefully, I can break through to the first tier directly at the border. There's still half a day left, so I might as well go to the exchange and sell the loot from the past few days, then buy a set of equipment. Lindsay always does what he thinks of. Half an hour later, he was already standing at the entrance of the nearest stock exchange to his home. Welcome to Tianbao Exchange. Upon seeing someone enter, a female shop assistant in a short skirt and black stockings immediately greeted them in a coquettish voice. She had exquisite makeup, a wavy hairstyle, and deliberately left the top buttons of her clothes undone, making her look sexy and alluring. Just as I was about to greet him, I saw that the person was dressed plainly and looked rather rustic. He was a student. Upon checking the information, it turned out that he was only level 18. The saleswoman's enthusiasm vanished instantly, and her voice became listless. Just take a look around. Lindsay ignored her emotions and looked around the interior of the exchange. It was spacious and bright, with all sorts of rare and exotic treasures displayed on the walls and in the counters, making it quite luxurious. However, it's still quite a bit inferior to the storage room of the Dragon Subduing Guild that I visited a few days ago. Lindsay said, "Hello, I'd like to sell a few items and buy a set of equipment." The alluring shop assistant secretly rolled her eyes, thinking, what good stuff can a poor student like you sell? You're really wasting my time. She immediately called out impatiently, "New Guiley, come out and greet them." Then he turned and left. Coming, a gentle female voice came from inside. A few seconds later, a young female shop assistant walked out quickly. "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I was eating in the back." She walked up to Lindsay and quickly apologized. "Then you can finish eating first. I'm not in a hurry," Lindsay replied with a smile. No, you're a guest. How can we keep you waiting? Please have a seat here. What do you want to trade? Following her instructions, Lindsay sat down on a single leather sofa, with a computer for trading placed in front of him. These are all the items. Lindsay put all the equipment he didn't need into the trade window. This includes 6 skull staves, 5 thorn daggers, and the undead earth dragon shoes that can only be worn by level 40 players. Okay, the system will automatically calculate the price. Please wait a moment. The female shop assistant's voice was gentle and sweet. The total value of your items is, 1,030,000 copper coins? The female shop assistant was clearly not expected to expect this. Although she didn't dislike Lindsay, she never expected that this seemingly ordinary boy would possess such valuable items. Even Lindsay himself didn't expect that a few pieces of equipment he casually put together could be exchanged for more than 1 million copper coins. The female shop assistant checked the items carefully again and confirmed, "Yes, the price is correct. Most of your equipment is high grade and below level 20, and you also have one level 40 B grade item, which alone is worth 500,000 copper coins. Are you sure you want to make the transaction?" "No problem, deal," Lindsay replied readily. Instantly, 1.03 million copper coins arrived in his account, and his total gold coin balance jumped to 1.78 million. Lindsay nodded in satisfaction and continued, "I'd also like to buy a set of equipment that suits my level and class. Could you recommend one?" "Okay, this way please." The saleswoman's smile brightened even more, thinking that she had encountered a very good customer. After all, she gets a commission from the transactions. Lindsay followed her to the clothing section, which was filled with all kinds of outfits in different styles. This is the Dragon Star set. It has excellent stats and also provides spell damage reduction. It's one of our best-selling items, and the full set costs 600,000. This is the Astral Master set, which has a good bonus to all attributes. When you wear it, there will will be a starlight shimmering effect. The whole set costs 800,000, but there is a 5% discount right now. This is the young man set, which has a high bonus to mental attributes. The close-fitting design highlights the body lines, and the quirky appearance is very popular among young people. The whole set costs 880,000. The female shop assistant patiently introduced each item. At this moment, a set of light armor with black as the main color caught Lindsay's eye. Includes a top, pants, shoes, and a hat. All 4 items are included. Mr. Lin has excellent taste. This Dark Knight Overlord set is armor designed specifically for non-strength classes, with a full defense bonus of 1000. Moreover, it adopts our latest black technology. When you wear it at level 0, all your attributes will be increased by 200. After breaking through to level 1, it will automatically increase to 500 for all your attributes. You can wear it until you break through to level 2. However, this set is a bit pricey, costing 1.2 million copper coins. I'll take this one, Lin Zhe decided without hesitation. He was too lazy to choose anymore. He had earned over 1.7 million in 3 days anyway, and he could earn it back even if he spent it all. After paying, Lin Zhe immediately dragged the set into his equipment inventory. His attributes changed accordingly. Level 18, 18%. Rank 0. Health points 145550. Mana points 53,750. Strength 15315 plus 1,200. Agility 10175 plus 200. Stamina 14355 plus 200. Intelligence 4155 plus 200. Spirit 4175 plus 1,200. The numbers in parentheses are equipment bonuses. The female shop assistant was also very happy. She did not expect to receive such a large order after only a few days of work. The two were walking out chatting and laughing when a shop assistant and a female customer approached them. The shop assistant was the same alluring woman who had been at the door earlier. With a mocking smile, she said, "Oh, finished your tour? Take care." The implication was that Lin Zhe was just there to take a look and wouldn't buy anything. At this moment, the female customer spoke up. Lin Zhe, it's you." That was Xia Shuer, Lin Zhe's classmate. During the trial instance, she wanted Lin Zhe to help her get first place, but Lin Zhe ended up getting first place instead, and even second place was taken by Wang Hao. Later, Lin Zhe ripped her off, swindling her out of 20,000 copper coins. But Lin Zhe did save her life that day, so these past few days, every time she thinks of him, her heart is filled with conflict. "I never expected to meet you here again. What's wrong? Can't it be me?" Lin Zhe replied directly. Have you leveled up these past few days? Let me tell you, I've already reached level 10, and I'll be level 11 soon," Xia Shuer said proudly. "Oh, that's good, congratulations," Lin Zhe said casually. "You?" Xia Shuer's face turned red with anger again. "I know you level up quickly, but I've already joined the Dragon Subduing Guild. There are experts helping me level up, and I'll probably surpass you soon. How about it? I invited you to join the Dragon Subduing sect back then, but you wouldn't agree. Now you regret it, don't you? However, I can give you another chance. As long as you help me level up, I'll plead with my aunt to let you join." Lin Zhe looked her up and down as if she were an idiot. "Thanks, but no thanks, I'm leaving." He gave a triple rejection. "Lin Zhe, what kind of attitude is this?" Xia Shuer said angrily, hands on her hips. At this moment, the alluring female shop assistant chimed in, "Miss Xia, this person really doesn't know what's good for him, but he's just a poor boy. As the niece of Chairman Chu's wife, why bother with him? This kid just came to our exchange, sold some things, and looked around the equipment. I guess he can't afford anything, and he's about to leave now." Upon hearing this, the female shop assistant next to Lin Zhe retorted, "How can you talk about our esteemed customer like that? Although she is a newcomer and has a gentle personality, she is not naive and knows how to protect the interests of her customers." "A distinguished guest?" The glamorous female shop assistant was taken aback, then sneered, "Literally, how long has it been since you made a sale? You're actually treating this poor kid like a distinguished guest?" The shop assistant, Shaoli, responded, "Don't you know? This Mr. Lin's total transactions here just now amounted to over 2 million. What? The alluring shop assistant's cherry-like mouth gaped open. "Are you serious?" "Of course." Shaoli pressed his advantage. "I will report your attitude towards our esteemed guest to the manager." The alluring shop assistant's face turned pale and then flushed. This unassuming kid is actually so powerful? And he was clearly her customer just now. She was the one who made him leave. She was immediately filled with remorse. The argument attracted a lot of onlookers, including customers and staff. "Is that the young man who made over 2 million in the transaction? A hidden tycoon?" At this moment, a passerby said, "Look, isn't this young man the one who broke Chu Zhongheng's record, the one we've been talking about in the news these past few days?" "It seems so. And wasn't it said that he and Chu Zhongheng's daughter, Chu Yuyu, were a couple? Wow, even though he's dressed simply, he's really handsome." Xia Shuer was shocked. She's been busy playing dungeons these past few days and hasn't been paying much attention to the news. Uncle Chu Zhongheng? Sister Yuyu? Although she often mentioned the Dragon Subduing Guild, Chu Zhongheng was actually her father's and sister's husband, so their kinship was rather rather distant. We don't usually have much contact, and we're not that close at all. But when did Lin Zhe become so close to them? Could it be that Sister Yu is really his girlfriend? And just moments ago she was smugly inviting him to join the dragon subduing clan? Wouldn't that make me look like a clown? She was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. Shop assistant Xiaoli was even more delighted to hear this and immediately handed Lin Zhe a business card. Mr. Lin, please feel free to contact me anytime if you need any business in the future. Mr. Lin, you can also look for me. Another shop assistant quickly came over. Come to me, my service is more considerate. The alluring female shop assistant also caught up. Mr. Lin, you are so magnanimous and forgiving. As long as you come to me, I can provide extra services. Immediately, several waiters rushed to hand over their business cards, creating a lively scene. Seeing this, Lin Zhe grabbed Xiao Li's business card, ignored everyone else, and ran straight outside. They're gone, they're gone. They disappeared in an instant. The people left in the shop were unable to calm down for a long time. After running far away, Lin Zhe found a new email in his inbox. He opened it and saw that it was indeed a border crossing permit from the principal's office. Tomorrow I can go to the border battlefield to grind monsters, Lin Zhe said with anticipation. Meanwhile, in the upscale villa area on the outskirts of Tianyu City, a luxury private car was parked in front of a mansion. A mysteriously dressed person stepped out of the car. He wore a black cloak with a hood hanging low to cover his head and a strange white mask on his face. He strode across the courtyard, showed his identification to the two security guards at the gate, who were also wearing white masks, and went straight inside. The man walked through the spacious mansion, encountering servants, butlers, gardeners, and visitors like himself, all of whom wore white masks of various shapes and sizes. He knocked on the door of a room at the end of the second-floor corridor. Come in. A brief response came from inside the room. The man gently pushed open the door and entered. What came into view was a spacious conference room with an impressive red oak desk in the center. The house was empty. The man was being stared at by a white skull mask standing upright on the desk. I heard the plan isn't going well? The skull mask didn't move, but it emitted a cold, hoarse voice. Yes, master. The man replied, bowing his head. Both deployment plans for the real-world mode have failed. The first time, we deployed them to a top high school, intending to nip those awakened individuals in the bud, but unexpectedly, one student cleared the level. The second time, we tried the hardest dungeon for Tier 0 awakeners, and we ran into that student again, and he also took our 2 gems. A bunch of useless trash, the skull mask roared. You can't even beat a high school student. What use are you? Master, please calm down. The man immediately knelt down. That high school student's profession is an S-class demon summoner. He looks very powerful. Demons, the skull mask murmured. If this race, which has been dormant for hundreds of years, were to reappear, it would pose a great threat to us. Listen carefully, we must not allow that human high school student to grow up. We must nip him in the bud as soon as possible, the masked man commanded. Don't worry, master. We have received intelligence that he will be going to the Misty Border tomorrow, and I have already sent assassins. Yes, step back. The masked man finished speaking and then fell silent. The next day, at the eastern border of Tianyu City, at the city gate, many soldiers in armor were on guard duty and patrolling. Please show your pass. A soldier guarding the city checked each person leaving the city. They are the Border Legion, a special force stationed year-round on the Misty Border to resist invasions by alien races. When it was Lin Zhe's turn in line, he voluntarily handed over his permission. Hiss. The soldier frowned slightly as he looked at the permission information. S-rank profession, level 18. Young man, although you are an S-rank professional and have a license, are you sure you want to leave the city? Are you aware of the dangers of the Misty Border? Yes, thanks for reminding me. I understand, Lin Zhe replied calmly. Alright, then you can go. After Lin Zhe left, the soldier sighed to himself, so young, yet so reckless? Once outside the city gates, the scenery changes immediately. Before me stretched an endless wilderness, shrouded in thick fog, a gray expanse that seemed to have lost all color. Fortunately, there were some professionals passing by on the road, otherwise it would have felt like stepping into a desolate wasteland. Lin Zhe followed the map and walked along the edge of the city wall, trying to stay as far away from the fog as possible. About 10 minutes later, he finally arrived at a campsite with a simple sign at the entrance, Camp 4. The camp was filled with soldiers and professionals, creating a lively atmosphere. The camp was surrounded by mist, with 2 Chinese-style archways standing at the edge, which served as portals to the battlefield instance. At this moment, a weathered-looking officer stepped forward and loudly proclaimed, I am Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th Detachment of the Border Legion. Everyone immediately fell silent. First of all, thank you all for coming to the Misty Border, sharing the heavy responsibility of the Legion in fighting against the alien races, and contributing to the protection of Great Xia. Upon hearing this, all the professionals couldn't help but take it seriously. This was no ordinary dungeon, but a real war. Quality, Grade A. Captain Zhang Qi continued, our Camp 4 now has 2 dungeons open, both with a difficulty level of 40 or below. You can choose whichever you prefer. After defeating the final boss, the instance will be considered considered a successful defense against the alien invasion and will be permanently closed. Hearing this, Lindsay frowned slightly. Why is the difficulty only within level 40? I reckon the principal requested a lower difficulty instance specifically for safety reasons, but he himself doesn't need it at all. At this point, several soldiers began distributing items to everyone. Zhang Qi said, "These are the monitoring device and the return scroll. The monitoring device can record everyone's kills of monsters and bosses. Once a kill is successful, honor points will be accumulated, and there will be an extra reward for defeating the final boss. The return scroll is for emergency escape. Please make sure your safety is the top priority. All items dropped in the instance can be picked up or traded by the players, or turned over to the military in exchange for honor points. Now, please form your own teams and enter the dungeon in an orderly manner." The moment he finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became lively. Some people were from the same guild and had already formed a team, so they went straight into the dungeon. He opened the lottery interface. Some people were also looking for teammates on site. Lindsay, however, remained unresponsive. Many people were whispering among themselves, "Look, that guy over there is only from the class of 2018. He looks like a high school student." Don't be ridiculous. You think you could even reach grade 18 in high school? He's probably just short. No matter what, a level 18 student dares to come here. He's probably just trying his luck, seeing which fool will team up with him. Wait, look what he's going to do. Lindsay walked alone into a portal. He didn't team up, he actually went in alone. An onlooker exclaimed in surprise. "That's amazing. I bet it won't be long before they even know the cause of their death." A few seconds later, Lindsay was teleported to a valley. Welcome to the Deadly Insect Valley Dungeon. Level restriction, level 40 and below. Difficulty, realistic mode, no difficulty level distinction. Mission, for the survival of humanity, eliminate the invading evil spider race. The Border Legion stands with you. Time limit, none. As expected, the border battlefield is entirely in realistic mode. For Lindsay, this was already commonplace. He looked around and found that the place was full of various tropical plants, and the air was humid and stuffy. He immediately activated his mind, and 10 large black dogs instantly appeared beside him. They wagged their tails, as if they hadn't seen each other for 800 years, full of enthusiasm. "Lead the way and find the enemy," Lindsay ordered. Woof! The 10 hellhounds responded in unison like well-trained soldiers, and then ran off. Lindsay followed closely behind. About half a minute later, 2 figures appeared where Lindsay had just stood. The 2 were wearing black cloaks and eerie white masks. The eyes beneath the mask gleamed with murderous intent. "That child is our target for assassination?" "Yes, but he's only level 18, while we're both level 40. Is it really necessary for us to make a move? I think the higher-ups are getting more and more conservative. They're so afraid of a level 18 exam. What great things can they possibly accomplish? Shoo, don't talk back. Hurry up and catch up." Lindsay followed the hellhounds for a while, when suddenly the hellhounds stopped alertly. Crack, crack. The ground beneath our feet cracked open. Immediately afterwards, a group of humanoid spider monsters emerged from the crack. Spider-Man Vanguard. Race, Evil Spider, Rank E. Health points, 9,000. Skill, Poisoned Weapon. These Spider-Men were all as tall as adults, with 8 legs covered in yellow and black hair. Each of them held a sword and lunged at Lindsay with bared teeth and claws. The hellhounds immediately went into battle alert. Lindsay reminded them, level 30 monsters are not something you can easily handle. From now on, everyone should use shadow tactics to coordinate your attacks. Woof! 10 large black dogs instantly transformed into streaks of black shadows, scurrying across the ground. Where the shadowy figure appeared, it was accompanied by a small-scale dark attribute explosion. Lindsay shouted, "Flame Demon, come out." The next second, a ball of flames suddenly burst into flames on the ground, and the Balrog reappeared. "My lord, are there more insects for me to kill?" "Wait, are they really insects this time?" the Flame Demon asked in confusion. Lindsay handed over a piece of equipment. "Flame Demon, here's a treasure for you." As soon as he finished speaking, a heavy hammer appeared in the Balrog's hand. That was the molten hammer that Lindsay had carefully selected from the Chu Group's warehouse. Strength plus 1,500, fire attack increased by 20%, and it also has a special effect that melee weapons have a chance to be damaged. The Flame Demon weighed the heavy hammer in his hand, overjoyed. "This is truly a wonderful weapon that suits my hand perfectly. Thank you for the gift, my lord. I will certainly live up to your expectations." With that, the Flame Demon slammed his hammer into the ground. With a deafening roar, flames erupted and magma spewed forth within a 50-meter radius. The spiders couldn't withstand the attack and instantly turned to ashes in the sea of fire. Defeat the spider leader, EXP plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. Defeat the spider leader, EXP plus 300, lifespan plus 300 days. With a significant increase in experience points, Lindsay's level progress has rapidly increased, reaching 96% of level 18. He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. "I definitely didn't choose the wrong path. I love the thrill of my experience bar climbing like crazy." Flame Demon, dog, maintain the offensive. charge. In an instant, a giant demon, accompanied by 10 ferocious black dogs, swept across the valley, carving out a path of blood and fire, leaving no small monster alive along the way. Lin Zhe, relying on his exceptional agility, followed closely behind with lightning speed, not falling behind at all. Those who witnessed this from elsewhere pointed at the route Lin Zhe had taken and exclaimed in alarm, "Look, there's a fire over there." At this moment, beside a pile of charred spider corpses, 2 men in black wearing white masks stood looking completely bewildered. "Strange, with our agility and the speed-up scrolls we used the whole time, how come we haven't seen any trace of our target along the way? Could he have already used a return scroll to escape? He's only level 18 after all. Or just hang up, that would save you trouble, haha." 3 kilometers away, Lin Zhe had arrived at the bottom of a wide valley, surrounded by towering cliffs. He was slightly out of breath. "I'm a little tired from running. Let's take a rest." He then found a rock and sat down. "Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 19. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, the Hellhound. Current level, 22. Not bad." Very satisfied, Lin Zhe thought to himself with approval. Just then, he suddenly realized that he was stepping on a pile of white spider silk, and before I knew it, a green mist began to rise from my feet. Camp 4 outside the instance. A new recruit is talking to Captain Zhang Qi. The new recruit asked, "Captain, which of these 2 dungeons do you think is more difficult?" Zhang Qi pondered for a moment. "The difficulty is about the same, but I hate Deadly Insect Valley more. The opponents there are spider people. Although their health and attack power are not high, they are best at using various negative status attacks. Poisoning, slowness, paralysis, all sorts of conditions take turns, making it extremely painful. Especially for mobile classes like mine, my movements are severely restricted and I can't find any opportunities to deal damage. It's incredibly frustrating." As a double-edged hunter, Zhang Qi spoke through gritted teeth, clearly having suffered many losses. Lin Zhe then realized that he had fallen into a trap. He and his summoned beast stood on spider silk, and green poisonous gas gradually spread around them. The fire demon and hellhound both lost health and their movements became as sluggish as if they were stuck in a swamp. They were simultaneously affected by both poisoning and sluggishness. "Go back first, dog," Lin Zhe said, putting the hellhound back into the summoning slot. "As for the Balrog, it has 280,000 HP, so losing a little HP is no big deal. It won't die even if it loses HP until tomorrow. He possesses the talent of turning misfortune into good fortune, which grants him automatic immunity to all negative states. So at this moment, he has no trouble at all." Just then, something began to slowly flow from the surrounding stone walls. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't water at all, but a swarm of tiny spiders rushing towards him. "Oh my god, this has completely triggered my trypophobia," Lin Zhe couldn't help but complain. "Fire demon, burn them, roar!" The flame demon roared to the sky, and then a scorching lava domain condensed around itself. The moment those little spiders touched the lava, they instantly turned into wisps of smoke. This smell, the bird protein, even the neighbor's kid is drooling over it. The experience bar started to rise rapidly again. "Kill a small spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Kill a small spider, experience +1, lifespan +1 day." While the experience and lifespan of a single spider are limited, their numbers are enormous. There are at least tens of thousands of them in front of us. Just as Lin Zhe was immersed in the thrill of leveling up, a furious roar suddenly came from the valley. "How dare you mistreat my clan's descendants like this? You will surely die today." Immediately afterwards, a colossal object descended from the sky, landing heavily on the open ground in front of him, raising a cloud of dust. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a giant spider, but its head was connected to the upper body of a woman. This scene was extremely bizarre. Boss, Fire Poison Spider Queen, Race, Evil Spider, Rank E, Health Points, 120,000, Skills, Wildfire, Spider Web Binding, etc. Expand to view details. Description: the Evil Spider Clan, a matriarchal society, is controlled by 4 spider queens who rule over billions of people. The Fire Poison Spider Queen has the most violent temper, so do not provoke her easily. Suddenly, the Spider Queen pulled out a long, thick staff from an unknown source, gripped it tightly with both hands, and began to slowly wave it. In an instant, the entire valley was engulfed by a ball of purple flames. Skill: Wildfire. Deals magic damage to enemies within range, inflicting burning and poison status effects. Damage increases with intelligence. The Balrog stood proudly amidst the sea of fire, his eyes filled with disdain. So here comes someone who plays with fire? Your low-level evil fire can only scare those inferior races. Let me show you the power of Hellfire. As soon as he finished speaking, the Balrog activated Wrath of Flames, gripping his heavy hammer as he lunged at the Spider Queen. Hellfire? Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat, as if he had suddenly made a connection to something. Is this the hatching condition for the demon dragon? Just as the Balrog's hammer was about to fall, the Spider Queen swung her staff and transformed into a phantom to dodge. Suddenly, a ball of spider silk burst open on the spot, tightly binding the flame demon. The next second, the Spider Queen materialized behind Lin Zhe. "Oh, a mage who can teleport?" Lin Zhe Zhe replied calmly. Ha ha, how foolish. From the very beginning, my target was you, the human summoner. You are now simultaneously infected with burning, poisoning, and slowing effects. You have no chance of escape. Die. Before he could finish speaking, the long staff slammed down. Lin Zhe nimbly dodged, and said nonchalantly, before you brag, take a look at my condition. What? The Spider Queen was stunned when she checked Lin Zhe's condition. How come you didn't get any of the effects? Impossible. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zhe swiftly activated the Wrath of Flames, skill inherited through Soul Link, unleashing a powerful strike. Minus 79,634. One punch dealt nearly 80,000 damage. Go, you dogs. 10 large black dogs appeared instantly, turning into shadows and pouncing on the Spider Queen. Ah! The Spider Queen let out a shrill scream, the sound echoing throughout the valley. Defeat the fire poison spider boss, gain 12,000 experience points, lifespan increased by 12,000 days. Loot obtained, 12,000 copper coins, fire poison staff, Spider Queen's venomous jaw, material, equipment enhancement stone, grade B. Congratulations on successfully completing the level. You have gained 5,000 experience points and 5,000 coins. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 20. Tier 1 breakthrough quest initiated. Accept now? Yes/no. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. Finally, I can break through to the first tier. Just as Lin Zhe was preparing to accept the breakthrough quest, everyone in the instance simultaneously received a system notification. Successful completion detected. The instance will close in 60 seconds, and everyone will be automatically teleported out. 60, 59, 58. The people in the camp were completely bewildered. Camp 4 outside the instance. The new recruit and Captain Zhang Qi were still talking. The new recruit asked, Captain, do you think those professionals can successfully complete Deadly Insect Valley? Zhang Qi lit a cigarette and sneered, I think it's difficult. They're all spoiled and pampered. They'll probably be too lazy to continue when faced with those annoying negative states. Their efficiency is too low. What's more, I just saw a level 18 player go in. They were practically risking their lives. Zhang Qi exhaled a puff of smoke and sighed, alas, is my great Xia really destined to die out? The new recruit seemed a little nervous. If the professionals can't pass, does that mean we'll have to step in? Zhang Qi nodded solemnly. That's right. If the border battlefield instance exists for too long, it will invade reality. We must defeat the boss before that happens. But don't worry, our Great Xia Border Legion is full of experts, and we can easily handle the level 40 dungeon. You can go in and train later. No sooner had he finished speaking than the recruit suddenly pointed towards the portal. Look, someone's coming out. A boy who looked like a high school student slowly walked out from under the Chinese-style archway. Zhang Qi snorted coldly. Isn't he just that freshman from the class of 2018? He came out in less than 10 minutes. That's good. If he doesn't suffer a little, he probably will never know the true cruelty of the border battlefield in his life. The new recruit frowned and said, No, Captain, there are many more people coming out behind him. Sure enough, Lin Zhe was followed by a large group of professionals. Everyone's face was filled with bewilderment, as if they had encountered something shocking and hadn't yet recovered. This dungeon isn't that difficult, is it? Zhang Qi shook his head and sighed. Sigh, this generation of professionals is hopeless. At that moment, a soldier excitedly ran to Zhang Qi's side and loudly reported, Captain, the Deadly Insect Valley dungeon has been successfully cleared. Time, 8 minutes and 49 seconds. Zhang Qi felt as if struck by lightning, his whole body trembling. What? You beat the game? Not even 9 minutes? Which team defeated the final boss, and which guild did they belong to? Zhang Qi asked eagerly. The soldier scratched his head and said, You might not believe it, but it was someone named Lin Zhe. He wasn't in a party, and he was only level 18 when he went in. Zhang Qi was dumbfounded. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground, and he froze on the spot. After a long while, he finally came to his senses, grabbed the soldier's arm and shook it violently. Are you fucking telling the truth? Or is the monitoring device malfunctioning? Captain, stop shaking it, I'm going to throw up, the soldier said, feeling aggrieved. You know, the monitoring device uses the core technology of Great Xia. It can't possibly malfunction. Zhang Qi gradually calmed down, then looked at Lin Zhe over at the camp. Could he really be a genius? The professionals following behind Lin Zhe looked at each other, their faces full of confusion. You've already cleared the game? I was just fighting a few little spiders, and someone else has already done it? I'm in an even worse situation. I just got lost in the Insect Valley and didn't encounter a single monster. How did I end up out here? Who exactly entered our instance? They're so powerful. Go challenge something even harder. Don't try to steal our resources. At this moment, Lin Zhe was still immersed in the excitement of receiving the first-tier breakthrough mission and did not hear the murmurs behind him at all. He quickly retrieved the task request he hadn't finished reading earlier. Tier 1 breakthrough quest initiated. Accept now? Yes/no. He chose yes without hesitation. Tier 1 breakthrough quest. Solely defeat an alien boss that is 20 levels or more higher than your level. That's it? Lin Zhe's lips curled up slightly. The rank breakthrough quests are all tailored to the characteristics of each profession. For example, the task of a warrior class is usually to kill a certain number of monsters. The tasks of the healing profession are mostly related to saving lives and healing the wounded. I never expected that the demon summoner's mission would be to kill a boss that is much stronger than me and that I couldn't even team up with someone. One can imagine how difficult this task would be for someone else. They might be stuck at level 20 for life. But for Lindsay, fighting bosses of a higher level was already a routine operation. Ding! You have a new task. Successfully break through to level 1. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Wow, isn't this a double gift? Lindsay was overjoyed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go to the second dungeon. As soon as he finished speaking, Lindsay stepped into the second portal without hesitation. With a shift in time and space, Lindsay soon arrived at a vast plain. He was in what looked like a camp, surrounded by other professionals. The camp was small and simply furnished, with some weapon racks, lookouts, and a few crossbows and catapults. In front of the campsite stretched an endless grassland. Looking around, all one sees is desolation. Human and alien corpses were scattered everywhere, and the smoke of battle had not yet completely dissipated. Welcome to the Wild West dungeon. Level restriction, less than or equal to 40. Difficulty, realistic mode, no difficulty level. Mission description, resist the invading hog tribe and protect the human camp. The Border Legion stands with you. Time limit, none. Looking at the situation before him and the mission description, Lindsay roughly guessed that this dungeon was probably a defense-type dungeon, similar to the trial dungeon Bloodstained Village. A new person has joined, one of the professionals exclaimed excitedly. It would be best if more people came. We're almost at our breaking point, another person said as he repaired a broken crossbow. It seems the situation on the human side is not optimistic. However, when everyone saw Lindsay's level, their expressions immediately changed. What? Only level 20? Is he here to die? You made me so happy for nothing. Are all kids these days so arrogant and ignorant? At this moment, a dignified young girl's voice came from behind Lindsay. Newcomer, this is not a place for you. Please teleport back immediately. Lindsay turned his head and saw a girl carrying a giant sword. She didn't look much older than Lindsay. She wore a modified Chinese-style short skirt, her hair was tied in pigtails, and her hair was adorned with an elegant pearl headdress. Her features were exquisite, yet she exuded an air of arrogance. Most striking was the giant sword on her back, which was even taller than her, creating a stark contrast with her slender figure. Lindsay used his exploration technique. Name, Shi Yueying. Class, Berserker, S rank, level 36, Tier 1. They appear to have considerable combat strength. However, Lindsay directly retorted to her words. Why shouldn't I come? Doesn't it say here that people below level 20 can't enter? Just open your eyes and look around, Shi Yueying said with a hint of impatience. Everyone here is a professional of level 30 or above, but after holding off 2 waves of alien races, the situation is still extremely critical. You're only level 20, no one has time to protect you. You'll only be a hindrance if you come. At this moment, an older man came over and chimed in. Young man, listening to Miss Chi will do you good. Miss Chi? Lindsay was completely confused. Good heavens, another rich girl? Why do I keep running into so-and-so's rich girl these days? Did they just pick up this young lady off the street? Seeing Lindsay's confused expression, the uncle put his hands on his hips and began to lecture. Don't you know Chi Yueying, the eldest daughter of the Chi family, one of the 4 great families of the Sword Edge Guild? She is the pride of our Chanyu city, and is now a top student at the Western War Academy. We almost lost just now. Luckily, Miss Chi directed everyone, and we managed to withstand 2 waves of attacks. So now we'll all listen to her. Oof, what an ignorant brat. Several others chimed in. Lindsay shrugged and spread his hands. So what? What obligation do I have to know her? You young man. Alright, ignore him. Chi Yueying shouted to the professionals. The enemy's next wave of attacks will be here in a few minutes. Everyone hurry back to your posts. Understood. The crowd obeyed and quickly dispersed. Chi Yueying then glanced at Lindsay disdainfully and said, I only reminded you because you're an S-rank professional. Since you won't listen, then good luck to you. No one here will try to recruit you, and we hope you won't cause any trouble for others. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. Lindsay picked at his ear with his little finger, thinking to himself, is this woman being a little delusional? When did I ever say I would fight alongside you? In fact, he had no intention of staying here passively waiting for trouble. Instead of this kind of tower defense strategy, it's better to take the initiative and directly expose the enemy boss. With these thoughts in mind, Lindsay left the camp and headed deeper into the plains. A professional spotted it and immediately alerted them. Miss Chi, look, that level 20 newbie has left the camp. Everyone looked over and began to discuss. What is he going to do all by himself? Are you crazy? Are you trying to get yourself killed like this? Does this kid think this place is like a dungeon in the city where you can teleport back if you die? Chi Yueying coldly watched Lindsay's retreating figure and shook her head. That damned devil is impossible to reason with. After Lindsay left, many more professionals entered the instance. Most of them were forced to end the mission prematurely in another instance. I was planning to grind monsters and level up today, Sorry, but I didn't expect to clear the game so quickly, so I had to come here. These people all followed Miss Chi's orders and prepared to deal with the approaching monsters. Mixed in with the crowd were two people dressed in black robes and wearing white masks. Although the outfits were strange, everyone in the dungeon was dressed differently, so no one paid much attention. The two men looked around as if searching for something, whispering among themselves. Strange, I clearly saw that kid just come in. How come he's gone again? This is bizarre, so bizarre. I suspect he discovered us a long time ago and is just playing us. Looks like I underestimated him. His level might be fake, he could be a real expert. Never mind, we'll just play it by ear later and do something big. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe walked about 2 kilometers across the grassland and found that although he could still see the scenery ahead, it was blocked by an invisible wall. It seems like this is the end of the road. Just then, dozens of spatial rifts suddenly appeared in the air wall. Immediately afterwards, countless alien monsters charged out on motorcycles. They have human-like bodies, but are much more robust than humans, and have a wild boar's head on their necks. He was also holding various firearms in his hands. Wild Boar Rider. Race, Boarman, Rank D. Health points, 12,000. Skills, Savage Charge, 6-shot burst, etc. View details. Lin Zhe stared at the Boarman's appearance for a moment, then exclaimed, "This equipment is pretty advanced? A wild boar riding a motorcycle? That's an eye-opener. I'm getting dermatitis." Immediately, more than a dozen enemies opened fire on Lin Zhe. Some used revolvers, while others carried shotguns. -201, -198, -389. Critical hit. Lin Zhe instantly lost more than 2,000 health points. "Damn it, I was careless just because of your outfits," Lin Zhe said calmly. "Flame Demon, dog, get out there and get to work." The next moment, a ball of fire and 10 shadows simultaneously launched a counterattack against the enemy. -38,087, -2,180, -32,562, -2,642. Damage numbers far exceeding their health values floated above the enemy's heads. Kill the Quillboar Rider. Experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. Kill the Quillboar Rider. Experience plus 350, lifespan plus 350 days. My experience points surged again. It's just that since I haven't broken through to the first level yet, I can only store this experience away for now. On the other side, inside the camp, seeing the enemy charging rapidly from afar, everyone was on high alert, their nerves taut. Shi Yueying stood on the high platform and addressed the crowd with an imposing air. "Attention everyone, take your positions and prepare to engage the enemy. The Boarmen are skilled in machinery and firearms, and are quite powerful, but we must hold out through this wave." Yes, everyone responded in unison. It must be admitted that although Shi Yueying is an arrogant young lady, she has shown remarkable talent and demeanor at this crucial moment. In the blink of an eye, many boar riders sped over on motorcycles, and the professionals rushed to meet them. Shi Yueying took the greatsword from her back and shouted, "Cover me." Immediately, she held the greatsword horizontally in front of her, gathering her strength, and the hilt began to emit a silvery white light. The two men understood each other perfectly and quickly ran in front of her to shield her from the attack. About 10 seconds later, the entire giant sword was enveloped in silvery white light. "Get out of the way," she shouted, and the two middle-aged men immediately moved aside. Shi Yueying swung her sword forward, and a crescent-shaped blade of light, about 20 meters wide, shot out swiftly. Before the enemy in front could react, they were cut in two with a single stroke. The light blade flew more than 100 meters before gradually dissipating, leaving no enemy alive along its path. This move immediately drew cheers from the crowd. "Miss Chi is amazing. Miss Chi is truly awe-inspiring. This moonlight greatsword technique truly lives up to its reputation." Shi Yueying leaned on the greatsword to barely keep her balance, panting heavily, "Don't get distracted, keep fighting." Only she knew that this move had consumed a great deal of her energy and had a cooldown period of up to an hour. At this moment, someone in the crowd said, "Have you noticed that there are significantly fewer enemies in this wave than in the previous two waves?" Immediately, someone chimed in, "Yes, there are definitely far fewer. Could it be that we've almost wiped out the enemy?" Suddenly, one of the lookouts shouted, "Spotted something in the distance." The others picked up their binoculars and looked. A red humanoid monster and several black canine beasts were engaged in a fierce battle with the Boarmen. There was also a man in full black armor standing next to him. "It looks like that young man from earlier." Someone recognized him by his clothes. "How did he get there?" "No, those monsters are his summoned beasts," someone finally realized. "He went there to stop the monsters in the first place. No wonder there are so few monsters around here." These words immediately caused an uproar in the camp. Many people rushed to grab the binoculars to look. Shi Yueying immediately had someone make room for her. Sure enough, the boy who had previously ignored her was standing there quietly, looking relaxed and at ease. He was surrounded by a huge magical beast and several black dog-like creatures, who were helping him kill enemies. Flames erupted everywhere, and the Boarmen were instantly reduced to ashes upon contact with them. Moreover, they continued to output power without showing any signs of cooling down or fatigue. Shi Yueying stared blankly, a rare rare look of surprise appearing on her usually proud and unyielding face. How is this possible? He's only level 20. How can he be so strong? Just then, everyone felt the ground shake violently, followed by a continuous mechanical roar from afar. Everyone steadied themselves and looked towards Lindsay. A massive spatial rift slowly opened, and a colossal creature emerged from it. Meanwhile, Lindsay's perspective was much clearer. The behemoth initially revealed a mechanical horn, and then gradually showed its body, which resembled a cuboid. Once it had completely driven off, Lindsay could see clearly, it was a fully armed mechanical combat vehicle. It was as tall as a flaming demon, but much wider, covered in golden fire-patterned armor, and surrounded by cannons. BOSS Thunderfire Vajra Chariot. Race, none. Level, 42. Health points, 200,000. Skills, Thunderfire armor-piercing rounds, flame jet, massive charge, etc. Expand to view details. Description: the Boar people are a race skilled in mechanical craftsmanship, and this treasure is their prized possession, crafted by the legendary Boar people artisan pigs. The people in the distance were astonished when they saw the information about the boss. The level 42 boss is far beyond the level of each of them. Moreover, just looking at the indestructible appearance of that chariot is enough to send chills down one's spine. That young man is finished. Even the most powerful S-rank profession is useless now. He hasn't even broken through to the first rank yet. Yes, he was a young man with great potential, but he was too reckless. It's a real pity. However, at this moment, a glint flashed in Lindsay's eyes. Level 42, exactly 22 levels higher than me, almost enough to complete the first tier breakthrough quest. Flame Demon, tear it down. Roar. The Flame Demon roared, raised its heavy hammer, and charged forward. The tank reacted quickly, spinning backward. A shell was suddenly fired from the cannon barrel. Skill: Thunderfire armor-piercing bullet. Deals thunder and fire damage to the target. Damage equals strength *3 plus spirit *1. The Flame Demon did not dodge at all, and smashed the cannonball directly in front of it with its hammer. Boom! The shell exploded, producing a deafening roar. The Flame Demon took minus 34,322 damage. The Flame Demon roared in shock. What the hell? This thing can actually explode? Lindsay said helplessly, you really didn't know before? I thought you were just showing off. Looks like I need to give you a lesson in modern technology. The Balrog dusted himself off, unconcerned. It's nothing, what's a little fire? I grew up soaking in lava. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up and jumped directly onto the top of the chariot. The chariot spun wildly, trying to shake off the Flame Demon, but he held it firmly. Then, the Flame Demon activated Elemental Frenzy, instantly converting half of its maximum health into 3 times the elemental damage. Raising his heavy hammer, Flame Fury, slammed it down onto the chariot. Clang! A piercing metallic clang echoed throughout the camp, clearly audible to everyone. Damage dealt, minus 784,521. The people watching the battle from the distant camp all had their mouths agape in an O shape, and Miss Chiyueying was no exception. Duo Xiao? Everyone exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the damage numbers displayed by the Flame Demon. The chariot only has 200,000 HP. Even for these nearly level 40 professionals, it would take a dozen people working together a long time to defeat it. Chiyueying's ultimate skill can only deal a maximum of 20,000 damage, and it also has a long cast time and cooldown. However, that monster just now actually dealt 780,000 damage in a single attack. This was the most incredible scene they had ever seen in their lives. Meanwhile, on Lindsay's side, the Flame Demon smashed a large hole in the top of the chariot with his hammer, and the chariot immediately stopped and came to a halt. The Balrog, still unsatisfied, continued to wield his hammer, unleashing his full fighting spirit, regardless of the enemy's fate. Before long, the entire tank was smashed and twisted, with wreckage scattered all over the ground. Defeat the boss Thunderfire Vajra Chariot. Experience plus 22,000. Lifespan plus 22,000 days. Loot obtained, 22,000 copper coins. Thunderfire Vajra Cannon. Archer Faction Weapon. Orichalcum Steel *3. Materials. Equipment Enhancement Stone. Grade B. Congratulations on completing the Tier 1 Breakthrough Quest. You have successfully advanced. You have gained plus 20 to all attributes, a new S-rank class skill, and 2 new summon slots. Ding! You have successfully broken through to level 1 and received the reward, 1 system lottery draw. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 22. Upon seeing the series of rewards, Lindsay was so excited he almost jumped up. Not only did he break through to the first tier, but the accumulated experience also directly leveled him up to level 22. View your attribute panel now. Name, Lindsay. Class, Demon Summoner. Class Faction, Summoner. Rarity, S rank. Level, 22, 3%. Rank, 1. Health points, 150380. Mana points, 54,030. Strength 15343 plus 1,200. Agility 10203 plus 200. Stamina 14383 plus 200. Intelligence 4183 plus 200. Spirit 4203 plus 1,200. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summoning, Scorching Current, blueprint, turning adversity into fortune. Skills: Summon Demon, Demonic Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Domain, Insightful Observation, Demonic Hot Spring. Equipment: Dark Knight Overlord Set, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring. Summoning slots: 2 of 4, Fire Demon, Hellhound. Current remaining lifespan: 286 years and 343 days. Lindsay noticed that a new skill called Demon Hot Spring had appeared in his skill bar. This was the class exclusive skill that he automatically gained after his Tier 1 breakthrough. Skill: Demon Hot Spring, S rank. A support skill. The summoner can open a Demon Hot Spring within a 20-meter radius around themselves, restoring health to summon creatures. Restoration per second equals 10 times spirit points and removing negative status effects. It can even heal dead summoned creatures. Duration: 10 seconds. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Although it's a recovery skill, it looks incredibly powerful. Lindsay's eyes sparkled. The stats of this skill are incredibly enviable for any healing class. But what excited Lindsay even more was that his summoning slot suddenly increased by 2. This means that, in addition to the Demon Dragon Egg, he can summon an extra demon. He immediately opened his personal item, the Book of Demons, and started looking at items with lifespan requirements exceeding 100 years. Anyway, he already has a lifespan of over 200 years, which is more than enough and extravagant enough. However, the longer my lifespan, the harder it is for me to choose. Which one should I choose? Level 18. The Flame Demon is like a berserker, while the Hellhound is like an assassin. Should I pick a mage-type summon next? At this moment, a picture of a demon caught Lindsay's attention. She was a female demon with long, flowing hair and an extremely hot figure. She was dressed very little, barely able to cover her exquisite curves. She had a pair of small red horns on her head, bat wings spread behind her, and a long, thorny whip in her hand. Succubus Queen, contract lifespan requirement, 150 years. Description: Succubi are skilled in control magic and are extremely unique beings in the underworld. The Succubus Queen, as the name suggests, is the leader of the succubus race. Lindsay's eyes gleamed. It's you. Tell me, who doesn't love the succubus race, especially a succubus queen? If I don't summon her, wouldn't I be betraying my manly nature? Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 150 years of your lifespan to form a contract with the succubus queen? Yes/no. As soon as he finished speaking, the 6-pointed star summoning circle reappeared on the ground. In the dazzling light, a bewitching and alluring figure slowly appeared. As the light faded, the beautiful figure from the illustration appeared vividly before Lindsay. However, she was hundreds of times more beautiful and captivating than in the illustrations. Her skin was smooth and delicate, her features alluring, and her figure stunning. Lindsay blushed and his heart raced. Class talent: Demon Affinity has been triggered. The Succubus Queen's loyalty has automatically reached 100%. The Succubus Queen was seen floating in mid-air with her feet off the ground. Upon seeing Lindsay, she immediately grabbed one of his hands and knelt down on one knee. Those fiery red lips lightly kissed the back of Lindsay's hand, and at the same time, a captivating voice rang in his ear. My name is Lilith. Are you my master? Oh, this. Lindsay scratched his head and laughed. Kneeling down on our first meeting is really embarrassing. Let's do it another time. Summoned Beast, Succubus Queen, Race, Demon, Branch, Succubus, Rarity, Grade A. Health points, 150,000. Mana points, 350,000. Strength 10,000, Agility 20,000, Stamina 15,000, Intelligence 28,000, Spirit 35,000. Skill 1, Painful Lash. Wields the long whip, dealing dark damage to enemies within range. Damage equals spirit points *5, and has an 80% chance to inflict a mind control effect on enemies, lasting 300 seconds. Skill cooldown, 1 second. Skill 2, The Magic of Love. Releases a heart, applying a charm effect to enemies within range, causing them to only attack friendly targets. Lasts 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Talent, Spiritual Fortress. Increases the user's resistance to control spells by 90%. Equipment, Pain Whip, with pitifully little cloth. Oh dear, I've run into another boss-level summoned beast, Lindsay exclaimed as he looked at the attribute description. His intelligence and mental attributes are both exceptionally outstanding, perfectly compensating for the Flame Demon's weaknesses. He felt his demon army was gradually taking shape. Oh, right, there's one last thing, the lucky draw. As he spoke, he immediately opened the lottery page. Would you like to sacrifice lifespan to increase your luck? Sacrificing 10 years of lifespan guarantees an A-level or higher reward in this draw. Sacrificing 100 years of lifespan guarantees an S-level reward. Lindsay pondered for a moment. He realized that his lifespan was not long, and he dared not act rashly when it involved consuming 100 years at a time. Since there will be many more chances to win prizes in the future, I decided to spend 10 years of my lifespan first. The lottery ticket started scrolling and then slowly came to a stop. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Wheel of Fortune, Rank A. Skill description, Wheel of Fortune. Spin the wheel to inflict a negative status effect on the target, including but not limited to freezing, blindness, sleep poison, instant death, etc. See details details for further information. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Lin Zhe rested his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Although this isn't an attack skill, it looks quite interesting, and it's perfect for the succubus queen. He then handed her the skill book. Lilith thanks Master for feeding her. The succubus queen smiled gently, her alluring demeanor causing one's heart to tremble. At this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something strange. Strange? We should be automatically teleported out after defeating the final boss. Why hasn't there been any notification after all this time? Isn't something going to go wrong again? The thought had barely formed in his mind when he quickly checked his equipment inventory and saw that the cursed gem necklace and the fallen gem ring were flashing simultaneously. Good grief, my luck is just too bad. He looked up and saw that the sky was already covered with dark clouds, all of which were converging on the camp. At this moment, a notification appeared in the instance. This instance has entered nightmare mode and cannot be exited until it is cleared. Ding! You have received a new mission. Clear the nightmare mode of this dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Let's rewind 10 minutes. In the camp, everyone watched in shock as Lin Zhe's summoned beast defeated the boss with a single blow. Within the crowd, the two men in black cloaks and white masks also showed expressions of astonishment and whispered among themselves. This kid was definitely hiding his strength. There's no way he's only level 20. No wonder he sent the two of us to assassinate him. But now it seems that even we might not be able to deal with him. It seems that the time has come for us to make sacrifices. Do we really have to do this? No, after all, our death is not the end, but a new beginning. After saying that, one of them took out a badge inlaid with a red gemstone and gently held it in his palm. With my blood, I call your name. All for the glory of the undead, the two shouted in unison. The next moment, the two of them simultaneously slit their wrists and dripped their blood onto the gemstone. The gem seemed to come alive instantly, greedily absorbing their blood. By the time the others in the camp reacted, they saw two bodies lying on the ground, their blood drained. In the air, a red gemstone brooch floated, emitting an ominous red light. Immediately afterwards, the sky suddenly changed, and large patches of dark clouds began to gather above the camp. The shape around the badge gradually materialized, eventually revealing a skeleton knight riding a skeletal warhorse. The warhorse and the knight were fully armored, with the knight holding a guandao, a type of halberd, exuding an incomparably domineering aura. BOSS, Undead General. Race, Undead, no class distinctions. HP, 250,000. Skill, Annihilation /. At the same time, everyone received a notification. This instance has entered nightmare mode and cannot be exited until it is cleared. Undead, level 56? Nightmare mode? No one expected such a surprise to be hidden in this instance, and they immediately panicked and ran in all directions. Really? Someone immediately pulled out a town return scroll, only to find that it was unusable. Don't panic, everyone calm down. Shi Yueying shouted amidst the chaos, trying to quell the crowd's emotions. However, the next moment, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless white skeletal arms emerged from the ground, lunging straight at everyone's legs. The professionals immediately used various skills to counterattack, only to find that the skeletal arms were like weeds that could not be burned out and kept regenerating. Even more terrifying is that another arm can grow from one arm, spreading out like branches and leaves. In an instant, many people were firmly grasped and unable to move. Shi Yueying swung her greatsword, severing the skeletal arms surrounding her. But an even more cunning arm emerged from beneath her feet and tightly wrapped around her two calves under her short skirt. Then, these arms climbed upwards like vines, quickly binding her tightly. Ugh! Shi Yueying groaned, struggling desperately, but she couldn't break free at all. At the same time, almost all the professionals in the entire camp were entangled by the skeletal arms. The skeleton knight stood proudly in the center of the crowd, uttering a cold and aged voice. The lowly human race is nothing but a sacrifice. Then, the ruby badge on his chest began to flash, and blood began to flow from the mouths, eyes, and noses of many people. The blood flowed towards the gem, creating streaks of crimson blood in the air. Ah! People screamed in terror. Shi Yueying's eyes showed a rare look of horror when she saw this scene. She was known as a prodigy since childhood, admired and respected by thousands, but unexpectedly she stumbled here. Am I going to die here? And die so inexplicably? This was the first time in her life that she had tasted utter despair. Wait! She suddenly remembered someone. That's right, if it's him, maybe he can save us. Just then, a voice rang in her ear. Oh dear, I was only gone for a short while, how did it become like this? Shi Yueying looked in the direction of the sound and saw the young man dressed in light black armor appear. Behind him followed a gigantic monster and 10 black canine-like beasts. In midair, there appeared another stunningly beautiful older woman whom we hadn't seen before. A glimmer of hope flashed in Shi Yueying's eyes. Quick, come help, she shouted immediately, her tone still carrying her usual commanding manner. Lin Zhe, however, said unhurriedly, "Oh, isn't this Miss Qi? What happened to you in just a few minutes? Didn't you just say I was just causing trouble? Why are you asking me to help now?" You! Shi Yueying was speechless. A few seconds later, she finally managed to squeeze out a few words. "It was my fault just now, and I hope you can help me now." If she hadn't known her life was in danger, she probably would never have been able to utter those words of humbly admitting her mistake. Lin Zhe grinned mischievously. Then tell me, what exactly did you do wrong? Shi Yueying's cheeks immediately flushed red with embarrassment. The men around her, upon hearing this, all shouted angrily, you brat, don't go too far. Miss Qi has already given you a way out. Oh, Lin Zhe said with a smile, then forget it. I never force others to do things. After saying that, he seemed to be about to turn and leave. Wait, Shi Yueying hurriedly called out. I'll talk. I shouldn't have looked down on you because of your rank, and I even said you would cause trouble for everyone. I'm sorry. Her words were filled with shame, and her face was as red as a ripe apple. Especially since she was completely bound hand and foot, she looked particularly humiliated and embarrassed. Ha, not bad, I forgive you, Lin Zhe said with a smile, but I came here to fight the boss anyway, whether you say it or not, I will fight it. You! Shi Yueying was both ashamed and angry, and was speechless. If she hadn't been tied up and unable to move, she would have loved to smash her head against a rock and die. Lin Zhe ignored her and walked straight toward the skeleton knight. A skeletal arm immediately emerged from the ground, attempting to grab him, but was instantly incinerated into ashes by the lava domain. Seeing this, the skeleton knight sneered. You humans are indeed a bit stronger than them, worthy of my personal attention. Lin Zhe retorted without backing down. No, you're not qualified for me to do it myself. It seems I misjudged him. He's nothing but an arrogant brat. A ghostly green flame ignited in the skeleton knight's eyes. Now I'll show you what I'm made of. Having said that, he tightened the reins with one hand, raised his guandao, a type of halberd, high with the other, and charged fiercely towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe thought to himself, nonsense, I'm a summoner, of course I won't take action myself. He then said to the succubus queen in the air, Lilith, are you confident in being the main DPS this time? The succubus queen glanced flippantly at the skeleton knight, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Master, don't joke around. If you don't kill this kind of guy within 3 minutes, his body is yours to do with as you please. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Could you slow down a bit? Master, you're annoying. Hearing this, Shi Yueying, who was standing nearby, blushed slightly and muttered under her breath, shameless. Lilith blew a kiss to the skeleton knight, and with a wave of her hand, a pink heart floated out. Snap! The knight swung his sword and shattered the heart. Such a paltry trick, yet you dare to embarrass yourself with it. Before he could finish speaking, the knight's mind suddenly became clouded. The next moment, he raised his guandao high and actually slashed at the skeletal warhorse he was riding. This is the charm effect of the succubus's skill, the magic of love, which causes enemies to attack friendly units. The warhorse let out a long neigh, its head instantly detached, its body fell apart, and the rider fell heavily to the ground. 10 seconds later, the knight finally regained consciousness. What have you done to me? He was furious as he looked at the scattered skeleton of his beloved horse. Before they could react, Lilith's barbed whip lashed out. Minus 165,302. The skeleton knight's health dropped by more than half in an instant. What kind of thing is it to take advantage of someone's misfortune? If you have the guts, let's have a fair duel, the knight roared. At the same time, his guandao, a type of halberd, was enveloped in eerie green flames. I didn't expect you, an undead, to be so well behaved. The succubus queen sneered condescendingly. Suddenly, a bright red vertical pupil flashed in her eyes, and her voice was icy cold. Does this queen need to consult you before hitting you? The queen's imposing presence sent chills down the spines of everyone present. The next moment, the skeleton knight knelt down with a thud and respectfully said, Yes, your majesty. Lilith, resting her chin on her hand, said lazily, That's more like it. You may take your own life. Yes, your majesty. This is precisely the mind control effect of the succubus queen's skill, painful lash, which allows her to completely control her enemies. The knight gripped his sword in reverse and thrust it towards his own abdomen. Spare his life. The shout rang out. It was Lin Zhe. Stop! Lilith immediately ordered, freezing the blade in midair. Lin Zhe walked up to the skeleton knight. Although he was kneeling, he was still half a head taller than Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe remained calm and asked, Speak, what is the purpose of your undead race? Why do you repeatedly cause trouble for our human race? Lilith reminded him, Answer my master's questions truthfully. Yes, the skeleton knight replied. I am but a warrior, acting on orders, and my knowledge is limited. I only know that the undead race is unwilling to be excluded from the ranks of all races and wants to join them. Many humans have agreed to help our race revive in exchange for the power bestowed upon them by our race. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Lin Zhe continued, What kind of spies have you planted among the humans? Where are their bases? I don't know about these things. Lilith whispered in Lin Zhe's ear, Master, if he says he doesn't know under my mental control, then he really doesn't know. Lin Zhe nodded and ordered the skeleton knight, Alright, I won't delay your suicide any longer. Continue. Understood. Without hesitation, the knight plunged his blade straight into his own body. Defeat the boss, undead general, to gain 40,000 experience points and 40,000 lifespan days. Loot obtained, 40,000 copper coins, shattering blade, blood gem badge. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 23. Ding. Nightmare mode dungeon cleared. Reward Reward, 1 system lottery draw. The way the skeleton knight died caused everyone present to gasp in shock. Compared to head-on combat, this method of killing is truly unpredictable and elusive. Even Lindsay couldn't help but shudder. Luckily, she's extremely loyal to me, otherwise I wouldn't even know if she were plotting against me one day. At the same time, the skeletal arms that bound the people's bodies slowly turned to ashes and scattered in the wind. At this moment, a message came from the instance system. Nightmare mode has been cleared. The dungeon will close in 60 seconds, and all players will be automatically teleported out of the dungeon. 60, 59, 58. People then suddenly realized that they had finally been saved. After a 2-second silence, everyone cheered in unison. This young man saved us. That's amazing. He's only level 20. Wait, when did he reach level 23? Judging from his conversation with the skeleton, it turns out that the human race has been targeted by the undead? In that case, this young man is even more of a hero. His profession is S-class? Actually, I've had my eye on him for a long time. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Lindsay, just as they had once surrounded Miss Chi. Chi Yueying stood alone outside the crowd, the blush on her cheeks still lingering. Meanwhile, at Camp 4 outside the instance, hurry up and drill, a frantic voice kept urging. This man was Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th squad. A soldier in front of him was holding a tool that looked like an electric drill and was frantically drilling into the portal made of gray mist under the Chinese-style archway. This tool is called the space drill, and it is specifically used to open portals between spaces. The Border Legion just received news that a nightmare mutation had occurred in the Wild West instance, and the entire legion was immediately in an uproar. Occasionally, a very small chance of an anomaly will occur in the border battlefield instance, nightmare mode. The difficulty increased dramatically, and what was even more serious was that the teleportation function failed, preventing people inside from getting out and people outside from getting in. It was as if the portal had been completely closed. Historically, during several nightmare mode appearances, almost all players within the instance were wiped out. However, more than a decade has passed since the last time, and most people have long forgotten about this hidden danger. Currently, Zhang Qi and his team are attempting to force open a passage using a space drill to enter the instance and begin rescue operations. They learned that a total of 29 people had entered the instance, 28 of whom were powerful individuals close to breaking through to the 2nd tier. To make matters worse, Chi Yueying, the daughter of the Qi family, one of the 4 major guilds, and known as the Pride of Heaven, was also among them. If she cannot survive, it will not only be a major loss for Tianyu City and even the Great Xia Kingdom, but may also cause serious social repercussions. Everyone was anxious and at a loss for what to do. Drill faster, Zhang Qi urged repeatedly, but he was at a loss for what to do. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared on the portal, nearly collided with the drill, and immediately retreated. My god, is this some kind of murder plot? The people outside the teleportation portal were astonished, and the soldiers quickly retracted the space drill. The figure was reflected on the portal again, and then walked out steadily. It was that young man who was only level 18 before. Zhang Qi and his soldiers were shocked once again. Lin Zhe walked out nonchalantly, followed closely by many other professionals. They're out? They're all out? Everyone was dumbfounded. Just moments ago they were full of hope, praying that the people inside would be safe and sound. However, as people gradually emerged, they found it hard to believe what they were seeing. After a moment of stunned silence, the soldiers came to their senses and rushed forward to help the injured. Zhang Qi stood there, stunned, and asked incredulously, did they really beat the game? At this moment, Chi Yueying walked out from the back of the crowd. She had several bruises on her face and legs, her clothes were torn in many places, and she had a lonely look on her face. Zhang Qi suddenly seemed to realize something. That's right, how come I didn't think of that? The Qi family's daughter is known as a favored daughter of heaven. She must have extraordinary strength. She must be the one who led everyone to pass the level. He immediately stepped forward and said with great enthusiasm, Miss Qi, how are you? On behalf of the Legion, I am very grateful to you. Would it be convenient for us to sit down and have a chat? I would like to hear how you led everyone to victory. Chi Yueying froze upon hearing this, her distraught expression instantly turning to shock, then to rage and embarrassment. You're here to humiliate me too? As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't hold back any longer and suddenly burst into tears, covering her face and running away. Ha, Miss Qi! Zhang Qi stared blankly at her departing figure. At this moment, the crowd around him erupted in cheers and applause. Zhang Qi looked in the direction of the sound and saw a crowd surrounding the young man, praising and thanking him. Level 25. Thank you so much, young man. If it weren't for you, I would be finished today. You're amazing. You're truly our hero. Yes, I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son at home, otherwise I would kowtow to you. You're too kind. Lin Zhe's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as he smiled and immediately pulled out his phone's QR code. No need for kowtowing, just send me a red envelope. Someone immediately became less enthusiastic. Zhang Qi looked at the scene before him with a classic black and white question mark expression. What exactly is going on here? According to military statistics, the accident resulted in 2 deaths, while the remaining 26 27 people all survived with only minor injuries. About half an hour later, the military asked everyone about the specific situation. Finally, Zhang Qi believed that it was Lin Zhe who had rescued everyone and even defeated a level 56 boss. Moreover, it seems to have uncovered a conspiracy that concerns the safety of humanity. It's a good thing he initially thought the least highly of this kid. Zhang Qi slapped himself hard, cursing inwardly, "It's my fault for judging people by their appearance." At this moment, Zhang Qi smiled sheepishly and said to Lin Zhe, "Young brother Lin, we are so grateful for your courageous act today, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Give me your monitor and I'll help you exchange it for honor points." Lin Zhe handed over the monitoring device. Zhang Qi plugged the detector into the system interface, read the data, and the computer screen displayed Lin Zhe's honor points. 1,086 points. What? So many? Zhang Qi and the soldiers around him were stunned. A typical level 40 dungeon run will reward you with around 200 honor points. Lin Zhe came for the first time, completed 2 dungeons, and scored over 1,000 points. Seeing everyone's surprise, Lin Zhe asked, "What are these honor points used for?" "Ha, you didn't know?" Zhang Qi explained, "You can exchange items in the Legion Honor Shop. All you need to do is download our app." Okay. Lin Zhe nodded with a smile. "I'll head back now." "Wait." Zhang Qi immediately called out to him. "Young brother Lin, there is another important matter. I just received a message that City Lord Lei Zhenyu wishes to see you." "Ha? The City Lord of Tianyu City, Lei Zhenyu, who is known as the Thunder God." This time Lin Zhe was surprised. "Now." Zhang Qi laughed heartily and took something out of his inventory. A flash of golden light and a winged tiger appeared before them. Roar! The tiger roared, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Qi rode straight up. "A flying mount?" Lin Zhe's eyes widened. Mounts are generally expensive, and flying mounts are even more rare and hard to come by. "Don't be envious, this isn't mine, it's what the Legion gives to each captain." Zhang Qi saw through Lin Zhe's thoughts and said with a smile, "Hurry up and get on." Lin Zhe then realized what was happening, quickly climbed onto the tiger's back, and sat steadily behind Zhang Qi. The next moment, the flying tiger flapped its wings and spread its huge wings, making the surrounding air rustle. Amidst envious glances from the crowd, Lin Zhe and Zhang Qi flew into the sky with Fei Hu. Flying tiger weaves through the clouds and mist. This is the first time Lin Zhe has seen the entire Tianyu city from such a perspective. The entire bustling city was spread out before them, a true reflection of the Great Xia Kingdom's current strength and power. However, the gray fog on the edge of the city made his heart tighten. Thinking of the undead race's plot to invade humanity, Lin Zhe fell into deep thought. Is today's prosperity really as stable and secure as most people believe? Just as his thoughts were racing, Flying Tiger had already stopped on the lawn in front of a building. The plaque above the building prominently displayed the 3 large characters, City Lord's Mansion. The two jumped off the Flying Tiger, with Lin Zhe following closely behind Zhang Qi, and passed through a corridor heavily guarded by soldiers. Lin Zhe quietly activated his insightful insight skill to check the soldiers' information and discovered that they were all experts who had broken through to the 3rd tier. Finally, the two arrived at a room at the end of the corridor. The interior was simply decorated, with a broad and tall figure standing in the center. Zhang Qi reported respectfully, "Lord Lei, Lin Zhe has arrived." The man turned around. He was about 50 years old, with slightly disheveled hair and a thick beard that made him look like a majestic lion king. He was tall and strong, and even in military uniform, his well-developed muscles were still visible. What's even more shocking is the powerful aura emanating from him. This kind of pressure is unmatched by any expert or boss Lin Zhe has encountered in the past few days. Lin Zhe tried to investigate with his insightful insight ability, but all he saw on the screen was a series of question marks. When Lei Zhenyu saw the young man enter the room, he looked him up and down and asked, "Oh, you're Lin Zhe?" As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and slapped Lin Zhe on the shoulder with a large hand. "Greetings, Lord Lei." Lin Zhe replied politely. Zhang Qi, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Ah, ha, what's wrong?" Lin Zhe asked, puzzled. Lei Zhenyu then let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, I really put all my strength into that palm strike just now. Anyone else would probably be kneeling on the ground by now, but you're perfectly fine. Heroes have always emerged from among the young. Indeed, the reputation is well deserved." It turns out that what seemed like a simple pat on the shoulder was actually a test of strength. Fortunately, Lin Zhe's attributes were off the charts, so he didn't sense anything at all, otherwise, he would have been truly embarrassed. Lin Zhe chuckled awkwardly. Lord Lei's way of greeting people is quite unique. "Here, take this." Lei Zhenyu handed him something. Lin Zhe took it and saw that it was a gleaming silver medal engraved with Great Xia Honorary Citizen, Platinum Medal. "I heard Su Jianxin was going to award you a silver medal before, but this time I've upgraded it to Platinum. Honorary Citizen of Great Xia, Platinum Medal. Quality, S-grade, type title, equipment restrictions, none. Effect, all attributes plus 1000, defense plus 2000. Description, thank you for your outstanding contributions to Great Xia City." Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. These attributes are amazing. "Thank you, City Lord." "You're welcome. You deserve deserve this medal. I'm the one who should be thanking you. Alright, sit down, and let's get down to business, Lei Zhenyu said, then sat down directly on the desk. Lin Zhe also found a chair and sat down. Lei Zhenyu's smile faded, and he said seriously, I've already heard about the undead clan, and Su Jianqin's investigation has made progress. The problem with your trial instance a few days ago was because a high-ranking official in the Education Commission secretly sided with the undead clan and tampered with your instance. That person has been apprehended. The incident in the Forbidden Forest instance was also due to a traitor within the Chu group, and Chu Zhongheng is currently investigating it. I have another question for you. Lei Zhenyu stared sharply at Lin Zhe. You defeated the undead race 3 times. Did they leave any crucial clues? Lin Zhe's heart tightened, and he immediately thought of the 3 strange gemstone ornaments. He had never revealed these secrets to anyone. However, at this point, there was no need to hide it any longer, so I told Lei Zhenyu the whole story about the 3 items. Lei Zhenyu pondered for a moment before speaking. It seems they used these sinister gems to summon the dead. There are 2 more left. Here's what we'll do. These 3 items were originally your spoils, so you can keep them. However, I still need you to continue searching for the remaining 2. You might be targeted by them. Are you afraid? I smiled confidently. Who's afraid of who's a coward? Haha, you really have the style I had back in the day. Lei Zhenyu laughed heartily. Don't worry, I'll send someone to protect you secretly. I thought to myself, actually, there's really no need for it. Of course, I can't let you be used as bait for nothing, so I'm going to let you join our Army's Special Operations Team and even give you the rank of Major. Special Operations Team? I've never heard of that name before. As the name suggests, it is a team that specializes in handling confidential matters. I hesitated for a moment. Thank you, Lord City Lord, but I still want to continue my studies at university and further my education. Stay humble and avoid arrogance. You have a very high level of awareness. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Lei Zhenyu nodded approvingly. But that's alright. I'll give you your position and rank first, and I'll assign you tasks from time to time, so it won't interfere with your studies. Okay, I readily agreed. Since we've come this far, I'd better comply. By the way, Lord Lei, I have a question I'd like to ask. Is our Tianyu city, and even the entire Great Xia dynasty, really as peaceful and stable as the people imagine? A hint of surprise flashed across Lei Zhenyu's face, then he said seriously, I didn't expect that you, at such a young age, would start thinking about such profound issues. He pondered for a moment and said, since you're willing to ask this question, I think you already have the answer. Since the awakening of professions among humankind, Great Xia has never been free from the crisis of invasion by myriad races. Moreover, other human nations such as the White-Headed Eagle Kingdom, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, and the Gari Kingdom have always been eyeing Great Xia with covetous intent. The people can live and work in peace and contentment today precisely because the country and the army are silently protecting everyone. Young man, Lei Zhenyu said, his eyes gleaming with expectation as he looked at me, in times of crisis, never forget your roots. We must strive to be strong. I was instantly filled with patriotic fervor, stood up, and saluted. We will certainly not fail in our mission. Don't get excited yet. Lei Zhenyu's expression relaxed. There's one more thing. Next week is the Western Rising Star Championship. This time, you'll be representing not only number 3 middle school, but also Tianyu City. The competition will be held in Tianqing City. Prepare in advance. We've lost to Tianqing City and Nanyun City for the past 2 years, so we must prove ourselves this year. Let me see what Feng Loxi and Yun Laomo look like when they're humiliated. Old Master Feng? Old Demon Yun? I wondered to myself, could it be Feng Yuan and Yun Tianxiong, the city lords of Tianqing City and Nanyun City? Lei Zhenyu then said, oh, right, this is for you. After he finished speaking, he handed me something else. I took it and saw that it was a long sword. I carefully examined the sword's information. Blade of the Sky. Quality, S rank. Type, weapon. Equipment restrictions, none. Effect, strength plus 500, intelligence plus 1000, spirit plus 1000. Skill, Sky Flash. Allows instant teleportation to any location within 20 meters, dealing lightning damage upon reappearance. Damage equals intelligence plus spirit, 60-second cooldown. S rank, 3 elemental bonus, and it even has a teleportation skill? My eyes lit up. Lei Zhenyu recalled, back then, I was the same age as you. This was the reward the old city lord gave me after I won first place in the Rising Star competition. Now, as the city lord, I pass it on to you. I wish you a resounding victory and great success in your military endeavors. What's wrong? After saying goodbye to Lei Zhenyu, I returned home. It was already late. Today's harvest was truly bountiful. Not only did it break through to tier 1, but it also summoned the succubus queen. They also received a large amount of spoils, as well as the Skyblade as a gift from the city lord. And then there's the 3rd gem ornament belonging to the undead race. The two walked and talked. Blood gem badge, set 1/5. Category, jewelry. Effect, constitution plus 1000, inflicts bleeding effect on the wearer. Automatically causes massive bleeding every 10 seconds, resulting in a loss of 10% of health. Set bonus, 5-piece set. The negative effects are still quite quite obvious. However, Lin Zhe was directly immune, so he equipped himself with the gear without hesitation. Seeing that he had collected 3/5 of the set in his equipment inventory, Lin Zhe became even more excited, wondering what kind of surprise the complete set would bring. Alright, I still have one more chance to win a prize. This was the extra opportunity he gained after defeating the Skeleton Knight that morning. Lin Zhe immediately opened the lottery interface. Would you like to consume lifespan to gain a luck bonus? Consuming 10 years of lifespan guarantees an A-level or higher prize in this draw. Consuming 100 years of lifespan guarantees an S-level prize in this draw. Seeing that he still had 187 years to live, he really wanted to take a gamble and bet on 100 years. But ultimately, to be on the safe side, they chose to sacrifice 10 years of their lifespan. The lottery tickets slowly rotated and then stopped. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Time Management Master, S-level. Ha, it's actually S-rank. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. Luckily, I didn't impulsively waste 100 years of my lifespan. I never thought I could achieve such a great result with such a small investment in just 10 years. But what does this talent mean? It sounds a bit mysterious. Talent, Master of Time Management. When you encounter events such as learning, forging, or refining that require time to complete, you can trigger this talent and choose whether to consume your lifespan to complete the task directly. Level 5. Lin Zhe read it carefully several times and roughly understood the use of this talent. He immediately took out an advanced mathematics textbook from the bookshelf and shouted into the air, "System, help me trigger my talent." Talent triggered, Master of Time Management. Do you wish to consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes/no. However, he chose no without hesitation. Nonsense. Who would want to waste their lifespan learning math? Besides, learning math itself is quite life-shortening. Just then, the phone rang. The caller ID showed the name as Police Chief Su Jianxin. Director Su? Lin Zhe answered the phone. What can I do for you? Just call me Officer Su. A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. You're something else, kid. I heard you've already been received by Thor and even become a major? Hee, it was just a coincidence. Oh, right, there's one more thing. Su Jianxin's voice suddenly sounded a little awkward. Thank you for taking care of my daughter today. Your daughter? Lin Zhe was completely confused. Who is she? He didn't run into anyone surnamed Su today. Oh, my youngest daughter's name is Qi Yueying. Ah, this. Lin Zhe was immediately surprised and even more confused. Officer Su, how come your daughter has the surname? Ha, I have a son and a daughter, both of whom take my mother's surname. After all, the Qi family is a prestigious family, one of the 4 major guilds. Back then, I was practically married into their family. Unexpectedly, Officer Su was a son-in-law who married into the family. The person on the other end of the phone continued, alas, the children's mother passed away early, and I've been busy with work, which has resulted in Yueying lacking guidance since childhood. She's a stubborn and proud girl, so please forgive her if she offended you today. It turns out that Officer Su's wife had passed away. Well, she didn't really offend me, on the contrary. Lin Zhe recalled the humiliation he had inflicted on Qi Yueying today. He had not only seen her in a disheveled state with her hands tied up, but had also made her beg him for mercy. Although I feel a little smug when I think about it now, how embarrassing would it be if Su Jianxin found out? However, given Qi Yueying's personality, she definitely wouldn't tell her father about this. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe quickly tried to smooth things over. It's nothing, it's nothing. Su Jianxin said, my daughter is usually very proud. Today, she has learned a lesson from a strong person like you. I'll have her come to thank you in person later. As soon as he finished speaking, a girl's voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Dad, who told you to call him and say all this? I'm not thanking that guy. You stubborn girl, listen to me. A heated argument between a father and daughter came through the phone, and then the call was abruptly cut off. Lin Zhe. A few minutes later, just as Lin Zhe was about to go wash up, he suddenly received an email notification from Qi Yueying. Content, thanks for today. The main text consisted of only 4 words, and the tone was somewhat indifferent, suggesting reluctance. Lin Zhe didn't care much, but he noticed that there was something attached to the email. Upon opening it, I found it was a book called The Secret of Turtle Breathing. Lin Zhe looked completely bewildered. What is this thing? Is it some kind of indirect way of calling me a turtle or a turkey? He took the book out of the interface and examined it carefully in his hand. Judging from its appearance alone, the book is unremarkable, even somewhat old. Turning to the first page, a card fell out. The words written above, in a style that blends strength and gentleness, read, "This book contains ancient martial arts from the Great Xia dynasty. It may be useful to you." There was another line of smaller print below, but you probably won't be able to learn it anyway. Lin Zhe, good grief, you're giving me a gift, but you have to belittle me too, huh? He had heard before that the professionals in the Sword Edge Guild, which was led by the Qi family, also practiced the ancient martial arts of the Great Xia dynasty. The Great Xia ancient martial arts is a general term for a set of martial arts that people practiced before the emergence of professional martial arts. At that time, it was mainly used for physical fitness. Later, after the concept of professional awakening came into being, people discovered that ancient martial arts could improve attributes. Lindsay opened the prologue of The Secret of Turtle Breathing and learned that the book was mainly used to prolong life. It seems that Chi Yueying knew his profession required sacrificing one's lifespan, so she specially gave him a book that could help him. I didn't expect this girl to be so thoughtful. However, ancient martial arts and professional skill books are different. Skill books can be mastered instantly and the skills can be used in the next second, while ancient martial arts require slow and gradual training. This is also the most controversial aspect of ancient martial arts today. Many people think it's useless, purely metaphysics or psychological comfort. Moreover, the quality of people who practice ancient martial arts varies greatly. For example, Lu Tingting, the mistress of the Fuhu Guild whom I encountered last time, is a borderline internet celebrity who uses the name of ancient martial arts. Talent triggered, master of time management. Do you wish to consume lifespan to learn this book? You can pause at any time, yes/no. For Lin Zhe, the situation was different. With this talent, he could instantly learn ancient martial arts. He chose yes without hesitation. Currently studying the turtle breathing technique. You've spent a year getting started. Level 20. You've spent another 5 years and achieved some success. You've spent another 12 years achieving mastery. You've spent another 15 years reaching the Jingjue realm. You've spent another 21 years mastering the turtle breathing technique to perfection, reaching the level of a grandmaster. You can even regulate your breathing and prolong your life while sleeping. As soon as the interface was closed, the entire contents of the turtle breathing technique were imprinted into his mind and could not be erased at all. I felt a stream of energy travel from my lower abdomen to my whole body and then out through my ears. Instantly, I felt refreshed and clear-headed, and every breath was pleasant and effortless. The remaining time of the lifespan system is also constantly increasing. Plus 1 day, plus 1 day, plus 1 day. Goodness, it took 54 years to learn a single skill. Fortunately, I finally mastered it. It was worth it. Not only did they learn it, but they also reached the highest level, where they could increase their lifespan by 1 day every minute simply by regulating their breathing. This means that your lifespan can increase even if you leave your character idle. That night, Lindsay fell asleep using the turtle breathing technique. When I woke up the next day, I felt refreshed all over and didn't have that feeling of not being able to get out of bed like I usually do. Moreover, he gained more than 500 days of life in just one night. At this rate, I can earn back the lifespan I've wasted in less than 2 months, and after that it's all pure profit. Even better, he discovered that his physical and mental attributes had each increased by 5 points. This proves that the ancient martial arts of the Great Xia dynasty are indeed useful for professionals, but most people learn them too slowly and the effects are too minimal. With a week left before heading to Tianqing City for the competition, he didn't plan to push himself as hard as he had in the past few days. You should get some rest. Besides, he's already level 23, which is more than enough for him to participate in the Rising Star Championship. First, he asked Wan Hao to go out with him. When Wan Hao saw that Lin Zhe was finally willing to come out, he immediately treated him to a sumptuous seafood feast. When they met, Wan Hao proudly told them that he had already reached level 10. When Wan Hao saw that Lin Zhe had already broken through the class barrier and reached level 23, he was dumbfounded. It's important to know that the higher the level, the more experience points are required to level up, and many people struggle to break through a level even after several months. In addition, Lin Zhe planned to go to a dungeon, but this time not to level up but to conduct an experiment. He looked up some guides online and specifically chose a dungeon called Ash Valley. This area is characterized by volcanic and lava landscapes, and the enemies within are the stone golems. But Lin Zhe didn't come here to fight monsters. He found a secluded clearing, took out the demon dragon egg from his inventory, and summoned the Balrog. Flame demon, you said last time that your flames were the flames of hell, right? Lin Zhe asked. That's right, the Balrog answered proudly. This is genuine hellfire, absolutely no fakes. Very good, use your flames to hatch this egg. The Balrog bent down and stared at the dragon egg. This is a demon dragon's egg? Oh, you know him? The flame demon nodded. During the heyday of the demon race, we did see the special species of demon dragons, but they were just hybrid offspring of demons and dragons, and were not worthy of our pure-blooded demon's attention. Still dare to be proud? Lin Zhe retorted. Did I ask you? He discovered that Balrog was a staunch believer in bloodline theory, and sometimes quite pedantic. I know I was wrong. The flame demon obediently admitted his mistake. Enough talk, breathe fire, Lin Zhe ordered. The Balrog immediately unleashed its skill, completely engulfing the dragon egg in raging hellfire. Lin Zhe stood quietly to the side, feeling somewhat uneasy. I don't know if this method will work. I hope it doesn't burn the eggs. He wasn't idle either. He summoned hellhounds to help observe while he closed his eyes, meditated, and practiced the turtle breathing technique. About half an hour later, the hellhound suddenly started barking. Lin Zhe opened his eyes and saw the dragon egg trembling slightly in the flames. He was overjoyed. It seems my guess was right. As Chu Yu said last time, dragons must be hatched in a suitable environment. The hatching environment for the demon dragon is naturally the underworld, and Lin Zhe also read in the book that the underworld is richest in fire and lava. At At this moment, a notification popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Trigger talent, Master of Time Management. Consume lifespan to directly hatch the demon dragon egg? Yes/no. Lin Zhe chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, the flames around the dragon egg leaped and raged as if accelerating. You spent 12 years hatching the demon dragon egg. Wow, it took 12 years to hatch an egg. Luckily I have this talent, otherwise who could endure such a long wait? Cracks appeared on the surface of the dragon egg at some point, and the cracks continued to multiply. Suddenly, with a snap, a hole appeared at the top of the egg. A dark head popped out, looking like a lizard, blinking its eyes, with an eggshell on its head, making it look very cute. Then, the little black lizard broke free of its eggshell. Its small wings slowly unfolded from their wrinkled state, and then it actually took flight. Squeak! The little dragon made a childish cry. Ding! You have hatched the demon dragon, completing step 1 of the long quest. You have received 1 system lottery draw. Long-term quest step 2. Nurture the dragon to adult stage. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Final reward? Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied. At the same time, Xiaolong made a whimpering sound and flew towards Lin Zhe. Then she rubbed her face against his frantically. A dignified demon dragon acting so cute, it really has no airs at all. But while he said he didn't like it, his body language betrayed him, and he immediately pulled Xiaolong into his arms. Automatically bound to a master, this contract requires no sacrifice of lifespan. Class talent, demon affinity has been triggered. The demon dragon's loyalty has automatically reached 100%. It's really true that we don't need to sacrifice our lifespan anymore? Looking at the little dragon in his arms, Lin Zhe sighed inwardly. What a good child. It wasn't for nothing that I went through all that trouble to hatch you. Summoned beast, demon dragon, juvenile stage. Race, demon, dragon. Branch, special species. Rarity, S rank. Level, 1. Health points, 8,000. Mana points, 10,000. Strength 800. Agility 800. Stamina 800. Intelligence 1200. Spirit 1000. Skill, lightning ball. Deals lightning damage to a single target. Damage value equals intelligence value times 5. Talent 1, elemental immunity. Grants 90% immunity to all elemental damage. Talent 2, darkness immunity. Completely immune to all dark attribute damage. Although it's only level 1, its attribute value is already 10 times that of an ordinary person. 2 more magic immunity talents, he's practically invincible. Lin Zhe was already eagerly anticipating how powerful it would become when it grew up. Alright, it's time to go back and pack our things. We have to go to Tianqing City first thing tomorrow morning. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Zhe suddenly sensed something strange, as if a pair of eyes were secretly watching him. Dog, attack! In an instant, 10 hellhounds charged in one direction like arrows released from a bow. Wait, Major Lin. A woman's cold and wooden voice came from the center of the hellhounds. Then, a slender figure slowly deactivated her invisibility. She wore a black bodysuit, the material of which was smooth as glue, and half of her face was covered by a black diamond fong mask, revealing a pair of beautiful but lifeless eyes. Who are you? Lin Zhe asked. The woman removed her mask, revealing a delicate face, still expressionless. She took out an identity plaque and slowly said, I am Han Qi, a member of the Great Xia Special Operations Team. Lord Lei sent me to protect you in secret. Her voice was flat and emotionless, and she gave the impression of a cold, robotic person. Name, Han Qi. Class, Shadow Assassin, Rank A, Level 46, Tier 2. Lin Zhe then remembered that Lord Lei had indeed mentioned a few days ago that he would send people to protect him, but he didn't expect it to be so efficient. He immediately dismissed the hunting dogs and said, I misunderstood you, but do I look like someone who needs protection? Han Qi replied blankly, I've discovered it, but I must continue with my mission. Has anyone ever told you that you're like a robot? Lin Zhe finally couldn't help but complain. Han Qi replied, they call it the expressionless attribute. Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. Forget it, I probably can't persuade you. If you want to come, then come. Han Qi replied respectfully, yes, Major Lin. By the way, don't always call me Major. I don't want to be too conspicuous. Yes, Major Lin. I understand, Major Lin. Meanwhile, inside a luxury villa in the suburbs, a group of mysterious people dressed in black cloaks and wearing white masks gathered in an office at the end of the corridor. A white mask floating on the desk emitted a voice. Tomorrow will be the crucial moment that will determine whether the undead race can be revived. You humans have failed several times before, but if you succeed tomorrow, you will be granted immortal life and infinite power. And that troublemaker, whoever can get rid of him, will be richly rewarded. Yes, sir, a group of people in white masks answered in unison. The next morning, Lin Zhe, carrying a backpack, arrived at the designated meeting point Tianyu City Teleportation Station. Because the cities are separated by fog, traditional transportation and riding pets are difficult to pass through. People can only travel between cities using designated portals. Inside the hall, many students had already gathered, with the teleportation portal behind them. Class teacher Li Lan was also in the crowd. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Li Lan immediately waved. laughed. Lindsay, over here. It's only been a few days, but you seem different? You've gotten even more handsome? He seems more mature now, and his eyes are much more determined. Just tell me I've gotten old. The two were chatting and laughing when a discordant voice suddenly interrupted them. Hey, isn't this Lindsay? What bad luck to run into you so early in the morning. Lindsay looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man dressed in designer clothes walk in. It was Qin Feng. Behind him was Lu Jiming, Qin Feng's homeroom teacher and also Lindsay's grade director. Both of them had malicious expressions on their faces. Lindsay retorted without any politeness, "Oh, isn't this Qin Feng, whom I defeated before? What are you doing here? Did you come here specifically to see off the number one?" "Hee, of course I'm here to participate in the Rising Star competition," Qin Feng said arrogantly. "So what if you went through all that trouble to get first place? My dad used his connections to get me registered. It was a piece of cake. Of course, someone like you, from a low social class who slaughters chickens and fish in the market, wouldn't understand these things." Upon hearing this, Teacher Li flew into a rage. "Qin Feng, how could you talk like that?" The other teachers and students present also frowned. Lu Jiming, standing behind Qin Feng, immediately interjected, "Teacher Li, the students are chatting, shouldn't the teacher stay out of it? Besides, I think Qin Feng is right. It's much better for children to recognize the realities of society early on than to live in a dream world all the time." As he spoke, a greasy and repulsive smile appeared on his face. "Teacher Lu, you." Li Lan was speechless, and could only secretly regret her clumsy tongue. "Alright, I'm pressed for time. I won't waste it with you idle people. Let's go." Qin Feng adopted an arrogant attitude and glanced at Lindsay with disdain once again. Then, he led Lu Jiming straight toward the teleportation portal ahead. Just then, a cloud of black mist suddenly exploded above Qin Feng and Lu Jiming's heads. A woman wearing a black bodysuit descended from the sky, appearing swiftly before the two like a shadow. The next second, two gleaming daggers were already pressed against their necks. Upon seeing this, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Qin Feng and Lu Jiming were so frightened that they trembled all over. How could this woman in black suddenly appear out of nowhere? Could it be that she's been lurking here all along, unnoticed by anyone? "You, who exactly are you?" With a dagger pressed against his neck, Qin Feng instantly lost his previous arrogance. What are you trying to do in front of everyone?" Lu Jiming's voice trembled, his tone changing with fear. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that he was actually a level 46A rank professional. The woman in black stared at the two with lifeless eyes and said coldly, "You two were disrespectful to young Master Lin. You can be eliminated immediately." These words caused another uproar in the audience. "Young Master Lin? Is it Lindsay?" Qin Feng and Lu Jiming stared wide-eyed. Wasn't Lindsay from a slum? Could he be hiding his identity? To be able to hire such a high-level assassin, one's identity must be extraordinary. Only Lindsay himself knew that Han Chi originally wanted to say Major Lin, but remembering that he didn't want his identity to be revealed, he swallowed the word Major. Little did he know that others had already begun to speculate about his identity. The quickest to react was Lu Jiming, who immediately put on a fawning smile and said, "Lindsay, please don't hit us. Let's talk this out. I didn't know who you were before, so please be merciful and spare us." Qin Feng quickly chimed in, "Yes, Lindsay, I misunderstood you before. I didn't expect you to be so shrewd. From now on, we can be brothers and make something of ourselves together." Han Chi stared blankly at Lindsay. "What do you think we should do?" Lindsay thought to himself, "What else can I do? I can't possibly kill them in front of everyone, can I? That would only cause you a lot of trouble." He casually said, "You guys handle it yourselves, just don't go too far. I'm leaving now." After saying that, he led the still astonished Li Lan into the teleportation portal. The remaining group of teachers and students in the hall were dumbfounded. This Lindsay is truly exuding domineering aura. After exiting the teleportation station, Lindsay officially arrived in Tianqing City. This was the first time he had left the area of Tianyu City since he transmigrated. Tianyu City and Tianqing City are two important major cities in the western region of the Great Xia Kingdom. On the surface, these cities are sister cities, but their competitive relationship is actually quite complex. The Rising Star competition, in particular, is a major event that both cities pay close attention to every year, and the competitive atmosphere is especially intense. There is also a city called Nanyun in the west, which is located in a remote area and is full of mystery, so it doesn't attract much attention. The annual Rising Star competition brings together up-and-coming professionals from these three cities to compete against each other and vie for rankings. Lindsay sat on the bus, and the street signs were full of advertisements and sponsorships for the Rising Star competition, which clearly showed how popular the competition was. At this moment, Han Chi sent a message, "Major Lin, those two people have been punished." Lindsay asked, "Oh, how was the punishment?" Han Chi replied, "They made them strip naked and run around the lobby, but they were quickly caught by security. I took the opportunity to sneak away." A photo was then attached. Lindsay's lips twitched. "You're a real ruthless killer." He had to admit, he was somewhat impressed by Han Chi's imaginative ideas. Since the competition doesn't start until tomorrow, the organizers took the teachers and students students to visit famous attractions in Tianjin City today and also let them sample local delicacies. In the evening, everyone happily checked into the Grand Hotel for free. Lindsay lay on the spacious bed in the hotel and couldn't wait to summon the demon dragon. He felt just like an old father who hadn't seen his son for a day. However, as soon as he appeared, Xiaolong sat on the ground and burst into tears. Lindsay looked bewildered. Is it hungry? Does it want milk? The next second, the succubus queen was summoned. Lindsay asked, Lilith, can you breastfeed the little dragon? Lilith blushed and said coquettishly, Master, you're so mean. I haven't even had a baby yet. Where would I get milk from? Then she struck a seductive pose. However, how about I and my master have one now? Lindsay said awkwardly, let's get down to business first. The succubus queen explained, Master, you don't know, but the cubs of our demon race don't drink milk, they only eat meat. Lindsay thought to himself, eat meat? Where am I supposed to get meat for it to eat? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Thinking of tomorrow's match, he patted Xiaolong's head with a self-deprecating smile and comforted him. Sweetie, just bear with it today. We'll make it up to you at the buffet tomorrow. As if understanding, Xiaolong quieted down with teary eyes. Alright, I still have one more chance to win a prize. Let's give it a try. Lindsay immediately opened the lottery page and sacrificed another 10 years of his lifespan to guarantee an A-level reward. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Infinite Devour, S-Rank. Talent description, Infinite Devour. When devouring any creature with attributes, it inherits 10% of its attribute values. Question mark. Lindsay exclaimed, another S-Rank. Am I blessed with incredible luck? This talent is too shameless. It increases attributes just by eating. He turned his gaze to Xiaolong. Since you love to eat, I'll give you this talent. Little dragon gazed at Lindsay with his innocent, wide eyes, completely unaware of how invincible he would become after today. Tianjin City Gymnasium, the location of the New Star Championship instance. Just walking around outside, you can feel the festive atmosphere. Lindsay slowly walked into the venue, where he saw a large crowd of people. Students, teachers, audience members, reporters, people from all walks of life gathered together. Two large screens were set up on both sides of the stadium to broadcast the battle situation in the instance in real time. In the center of the field stood a Chinese-style archway that was larger than I had ever seen before. This is the entrance to the instance for this tournament. Dozens of contestants from 3 cities have gathered in front of the archway. Each contestant was full of energy and high spirits, some even wearing luxurious equipment, clearly elite talents carefully cultivated by various universities, families, and guilds. Lindsay walked slowly through the crowd, immediately attracting a lot of attention. First up are the contestants from Tianyu City. In the past few days, they had all heard more or less about Lindsay's legendary deeds. Yesterday at the station, they even witnessed his spectacular performance of killer toying with the provocateur. Therefore, everyone looked at Lindsay with awe and respect. The contestants from Tianjin City and Nanyun City, however, seemed somewhat different. Their information was clearly lagging behind. Did you know? This guy is the only S-rank profession in Tianyu City this year, but it's said to be a useless profession. Tianyu City was crushed by Nanyun and Tianjin last year, and it doesn't seem to be improving this year either. Moreover, I've heard that Lindsay has a very close relationship with the daughter of the Dragon Subduing Guild. He's practically a nepotism hire. Therefore, they didn't take Lindsay seriously at all, their faces full of contempt and disdain. Among the crowd, there was another person with a cold gaze, staring directly at Lindsay. Yesterday, Han Shi forced him to run naked in public, and he was arrested by security guards and almost sent to the police station. Afterwards, he sent people to secretly investigate Lindsay's background, only to find that the other party had no backing at all and was a complete pauper. Xin Feng was furious in the hotel room and smashed everything in his room to pieces. Those humiliating scenes were still vivid in his mind, and he vowed to take revenge. Humph, Lindsay, you just wait. Xin Feng's eyes gradually turned cold. This time I brought my trump card. Just then, the stadium's loudspeaker announced, please be quiet, our match is about to begin. First of all, welcome to the 60 participants from 3 cities. Among them are 4 S-level professionals, 24 A-level professionals, and 32 B-level professionals. Do you know who I am? The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Next, I will explain the rules of this competition. The New Star Championship instance is a specially designed pyramid-shaped map with 7 levels. A pyramid-shaped map immediately appeared on the large screen, with the bottom layer being the largest and the area decreasing as you move up. Each floor is divided into several areas, and each area has different terrain, alien monsters, and bosses. After entering, participants will be randomly teleported to a certain area on the first floor. You can choose to fight monsters or engage in PvP battles. As long as you win, your points will be counted. After reaching a certain score on each floor, players can choose to enter the portal in the central area to challenge higher floors. The screen displays the points required for advancement to each level, in the following order: 1,000 points, 3,000 points, 5,000 points, 8,000 points, 12,000 points, and 20,000 points. The higher the level, the greater the difficulty, and the more points you earn. Special reminder, you are prohibited from using using any consumables you bring with you in the dungeon. You may only use the potions provided by the tournament organizers. Finally, we will select the top 3 winners of the year based on each contestant's total score. At the same time, we will determine the best city based on the overall score. The champion will receive a $1 million prize prepared by the organizing committee. Upon hearing the enticing prize money, the audience immediately began to discuss it, and the contestants were all highly motivated and ready to go. Now, I declare, the competition officially begins. The audience erupted in prolonged applause and cheers once again. Then, the contestants stepped into the portal one by one, and Lindsay followed. Just then, a system task notification popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Ding! You have a selectable task to claim. Please choose from the following options. Option 1, rank in the top 3 of this competition. Reward, 1 system lottery draw, A-level or lower reward. Option 2, win first place in this competition. Reward, 1 system lottery draw, guaranteed at least A-level reward. Option 3, win first place in this competition and reach the 7th floor. Reward, 2 system lottery draws, designated as S-level rewards. This time I can choose a mission? Moreover, the rewards for option 3 are significantly better than the other 2. No hesitation, I'll choose it. Lindsay chose the 3rd option without hesitation. Then, he calmly stepped into the portal. A few seconds passed, and Lindsay found himself in a dense forest. Welcome to Zone 16 of the 1st floor, Goblin Forest. Immediately afterwards, countless goblins wielding weapons surged in from all directions. Goblin Warrior, Goblin Archer, Goblin Shaman. Race, Goblin, Rank F. Level, 5. Health points, 1000. Skills, Cleave, Evil Arrow, Amplification Totem, etc. Faced with the swarming goblins, Lindsay calmly said, "It's been a long time since I've seen such low-level monsters, I'm a bit rusty." Xiaolon, it's time for self-service. No sooner had he finished speaking than the demon dragon appeared before him. Roar! The demon dragon, whose eyes were practically glowing green with hunger, was hallucinating when it saw the goblins swarming towards it. It was as if fresh, live meat was being delivered right to its doorstep. The next second, it spat out a ball of lightning from its mouth, which accurately struck a goblin. Damage dealt, 4,998 points. The goblin was instantly scorched by the lightning, emitting an enticing aroma. Gurgle! The demon dragon's belly gurgled, and it immediately pounced on the goblin, devouring it with gusto. Kill a goblin warrior, experience plus 50, lifespan plus 50 days. Gain plus 5 match points. The demon dragon devours the goblin warrior, triggering the talent, Infinite Devour, inheriting 10% of its attributes, and granting plus 5 to all attributes. The other goblins, seeing the demon dragon devour its own kind, could not tolerate it and launched an attack on it. Damage, -2, -3, -6, critical hit, -2. Although the demon dragon is only level 1, it has thick skin and tough flesh, so these attacks are nothing more than mosquito bites to it. However, being bitten by mosquitoes too often can also be infuriating. Oh whoa! The demon dragon let out a roar that sounded like a child's first cry, and then a circle of lightning spread outwards. The demon dragon has learned a new skill, Electric Ring. Skill, Electric Circle. Releases a circular shockwave of lightning attributes centered on the caster, which continuously expands to a maximum diameter of 30 meters, dealing damage to enemies in its path equal to 5 times the caster's intelligence. Cooldown, 20 seconds. He actually mastered the skill on his own. Lindsay was overjoyed. This was the first time he had ever seen a summoned beast learn a new skill on its own. The electric circle swept through the area, instantly killing all the goblins it encountered. At the same time, the match points have risen rapidly, reaching 536. Your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, has leveled up. Current level, level 2. The Demon Dragon also began to devour the deliciously roasted goblin feast. The attribute values then skyrocketed. Summoned beast, Demon Dragon, juvenile stage. Race, Demon, Dragon. Branch, special species. Rarity, S rank. Level, 25. Level, 2. Health points, 9,500. Mana points, 11,500. Strength 950, Agility 950, Stamina 950, Intelligence 1350, Spirit 1150. Skills, Lightning Ball, Electric Ring. Talent, Magic Immunity, Infinite Devour. The attributes increased dramatically after just one level. Unfortunately, after eating more than 30 roasted goblins and reaching level 3, Xiaolong couldn't eat anymore and started to doze off on the spot. After all, he's still a baby and his energy is limited. Otherwise, who knows what kind of monster it will turn into. The large screens on both sides of the stadium are broadcasting the battle situation inside the instance in real time. With a total of 60 participants, the camera constantly switched to show the competitive state of each contestant. At this moment, a girl with a ponytail appeared on the screen, her bright red hair particularly eye-catching. Holding a bow and arrow with a flame pattern, she nimbly weaved through the goblin horde, firing arrows in succession. Each arrow burns with orange flames, bursting into dazzling fireworks when it hits the enemy. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, mostly from boys. Wow, it's Mengli, a popular player from Tian Tanyu City. Her profession is A-level spark shooter. I heard that she joined the Dragon Subduing Guild on her first day of professional awakening, and that she has a good relationship with Chu Yuyu, the heiress of the Dragon Subduing Guild. She really is my wife, both beautiful and cool. Get lost. When did she become your wife? She's clearly my wife. The camera then switched to another contestant. The image shows a girl with a cool and aloof demeanor, deep eyes, wearing ethnic-style clothing and adorned with silver ornaments, exuding an air of mystery that is both approachable and elusive. The girl was facing the Hedgehog clan, and was currently surrounded by a group of enemies tightly bound together like a ball of spikes, making it almost impossible for physical attacks to break through their defenses. With a calm expression, she slowly took out a silver bell from her wide sleeve and gently shook it. Jingle bells! The silver bells rang out with a clear and melodious sound. The next second, the ground beneath the Hedgehog man's feet began to undulate, and countless dense insects emerged. In an instant, the girl was surrounded by a sea of poisonous insects, and dozens of Hedgehogmen died from the poison. The audience gasped in shock. Someone asked curiously, "Who is this contestant?" An excited voice replied from the other end, "She's Io from Nanyun City, an S-rank insect master. Wow, so beautiful, with a touch of sickly beauty, I love it. My dearest Mengli, by the time you read this letter, I will have already fallen in love with a Yao. I want to say sorry to you. Oh my god, you men are disgusting. Sisters, let's protect this aloof beauty, a Yao." The camera angle changes again. This time, the moment the character appeared, the entire audience erupted in cheers, with female viewers screaming, "Shi Xingyu! Shi Xingyu! Shi Xingyu!" In the scene, a handsome young man holds a long sword, his swordsmanship flowing smoothly and elegantly. At the same time, 6 long swords danced around him, combining defense and offense. In an instant, more than a dozen ratmen were cut down by the sword. Is this the power of the S-class profession, swordsman? No wonder they are the pride of our Azure City. So handsome, so cute. Little Xingyu, mommy loves you. I heard Qi Xingyu is from the Qi family of the Sword Edge Guild, and his sister is the famous Qi Yueying. Look at their abilities, background, and looks. I'm so envious and jealous. The camera continues to move. In the picture, a boy sits cross-legged with his eyes closed, seemingly unconcerned. On the ground in front of him lay a small, dark creature, fast asleep. A buzz of discussion began in the audience. Who is this? It seems to be that guy surnamed Lin from Tanyu City. He's the only S-rank professional in Tanyu City this year, but I heard it's a trash professional. That's right, it's him. His profession is called Demon Summoner, and it's said that you have to sacrifice your lifespan. Who would dare to use him? That sleeping little thing must be his summoned beast, right? Let me see. Young Master Duo, only level 3? My god, this is way too weak. For a time, even those spectators in Tanyu City who had heard the rumors about Lin Zhe began to have doubts. After all, no one has actually seen his performance. You guys think Lin Zhe has been all over the news these past few days? Could he really be a fraud? I think she must have signed with some company and is deliberately creating hype. She's probably going to become an internet celebrity soon, right? Sigh, Tanyu City is indeed a bit weak this year, and it's estimated that it will lose to Tianqing City and Nanyun City again. Because Lin Zhe's performance was uninteresting, the director quickly switched to the next contestant. Meanwhile, in the instance, seeing that Xiaolong was still fast asleep, Lin Zhe did not disturb him and quietly sat aside to practice the turtle breathing technique. Just then, a girl's voice came from behind. "Are you Lin Zhe?" His voice was aggressive and uncompromising. Lin Zhe turned around and saw a red-haired girl holding a bow and arrow standing not far away. It was Mengli from Tianqing City. "Aside from your face, which is not bad, you seem pretty ordinary to me," Mengli bluntly commented. "Who are you?" Lin Zhe asked, somewhat bewildered. "Humph, you don't need to know so much," Mengli said bluntly. "I'm here to settle accounts with you." Lin Zhe asked, completely bewildered. "Settle accounts? Do I know you?" Mengli sneered. "You don't need to know me at all. It's just because you're a brat who's trying to get close to our Yuyu." It turns out that Mengli is a huge fan of Chu Yuyu, and it was because of Chu Yuyu that she joined the Dragon Subduing Guild. There is a fan club for Chu Yuyu online, and she is the leader of that club. She was furious when she saw the news about Lin Zhe a few days ago and was determined to find him and demand an explanation. Before Lin Zhe could respond, Mengli continued, "Let me tell you, our sister Yuyu is gentle, kind, sweet, and generous. She's definitely not worthy of a toad like you. She's too kind and naive. That's why she was so easily fooled by someone like you." When Mengli praised Chu Yuyu, her eyes were full of tenderness and admiration. Mentioning Lin Zhe immediately ignited his fury. All of this left Lin Zhe stunned. "Actually, I've only met Chu Yuyu once," Lin Zhe tried to explain. "You?" Mengli's anger intensified. "I never imagined you were even worse than I thought. You're the kind of scumbag who does things but doesn't dare to admit them. Get lost." As soon as she finished speaking, she took a nimble step back and leaped lightly into the air. At the same time, the bowstring in his hand was taut, and the arrowhead flashed with fire, igniting an orange flame. At this moment, outside the instance, in the VIP lounge high up inside the venue, high school principals and admissions directors from prestigious universities gathered gathered together, their eyes glued to the contestants in the game. These admissions directors all had keen eyes, carefully observing each contestant in the newcomer competition. After all, this competition is their main battleground for vying for outstanding students. One of the directors said, "Tianqing City is really on a roll this year. Not only have two S-level professions emerged, but several A-level professions have also performed quite impressively. Take Mengli for example, she's outstanding in both combatability and potential. Our school can't do without her." Everyone stepped back a bit. Another director immediately retorted, "Please have some self-respect. Mengli is also on our university's reservation list, and we will never let her go easily. Everyone, calm down and compete fairly." Upon hearing this, the principal of Tianqing No. 2 Middle School stroked his beard smugly, because Mengli was indeed from their school. Standing beside him were Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen. "Old Lu, old Feng, your Tanya City really hasn't been performing well this year," the principal said with a smile. "Especially you, Lao Lu, you finally got an S rank, but it turns out to be a useless class. It's a real pity for you." Despite saying that, the implication was one of blatant boasting. Lu Hanlin did not argue, but calmly replied, "No rush, no rush, let's watch the game." Feng Wuchen chimed in, "No rush, no rush. Before we officially graduate, we still don't know which high school Lin Zhe will be attending." Lu Hanlin immediately replied, "Go to the side." Principal Mengli shook her head and smiled wryly, thinking to herself, "These two are really stubborn as mules." Just as everyone was discussing this, a message suddenly popped up on the big screen. "Tianqing City, Mengli has been eliminated, with a total score of 102 points. The admissions directors who were vying for Mengli were also stunned. WW. A heated discussion immediately erupted in the audience. "Goddess Mengli, how come she was eliminated so quickly? Could it be that we've encountered some powerful boss? Impossible. How strong could the boss on the first floor be? I think he was ambushed. I can't accept this. Who will avenge my wife?" At this moment, the large screen began playing a real-time replay of Mengli's actions. Just a minute ago, Mengli retreated, preparing to shoot Lin Zhe with her bow and arrow. Suddenly, she felt something huge bump into her from behind. She reacted quickly and immediately distanced herself from the monster. Upon closer inspection, the monster's skin was as hot as lava, and it had a pair of curved horns on its head, making it look both evil and powerful. "Strange, are there such monsters in the Goblin Forest?" Mengli asked, puzzled. Then, she tentatively fired a few arrows. Crack, crack, crack. The arrows exploded into several dazzling sparks on the monster's body. However, after the sparks died down, the giant beast remained motionless, without even the slightest external injury. Suddenly, the monster spoke up, saying, "Heh, yet another lowlife dares to play with fire on my head?" Then, in the next second, the scene was instantly engulfed by a sea of fire, and the camera abruptly stopped. When the replay ended, everyone present was stunned. After a long silence, the discussion gradually broke out. "What the hell was that? Such a difficult boss in the first level of the dungeon? Could something have gone wrong?" The principals and department heads in the VIP lounge reacted equally strongly. "Quickly call a technician. Did the data in the dungeon design go wrong, putting a high-level boss on the first floor?" At the same time, all eyes in the audience turned to Lin Zhe. Was Goddess Mengli just competing against Lin Zhe? Then why wasn't Lin Zhe eliminated? I guess Lin Zhe ran away as soon as he saw that monster, thus escaping a disaster. What an unlucky guy, his luck has exploded. And why doesn't he go and help Goddess Mengli? People began to condemn it. Inside the instance, Lin Zhe was still unaware that he had become the target of everyone's criticism. He couldn't help but complain, "Who the hell is that woman? Why is she acting like this out of nowhere?" He had just seen Mengli attack him without warning, so he simply summoned the flame demon. Then, the same story unfolded as before. At this moment, a prompt appeared on Lin Zhe's interface. Gained 100 match points, current total points, 636. Let's get to 1000 points first, then hurry up and try for the second level. Next, Lin Zhe led the Balrog to set the mountain on fire and thoroughly cleaned up the Goblin Forest. When you encounter the level 8 boss, the Goblin King, you can kill him in one hit. The points quickly rose to 1084. Meanwhile, many other participants also quickly broke through 1000 points. After all, the first level isn't very difficult. Of course, many were eliminated early on, mostly weaker B-level professions. Lin Zhe walked to the center of the first floor, stepped into the teleportation portal, and the spacetime suddenly changed. Welcome to the second level, Area 7, Blood Wolf Canyon. The surroundings transformed into a rugged canyon, shrouded in a hazy mist. A faint wolf howl could be heard from afar from time to time. Lin Zhe walked slowly along the path lined with grass on both sides. The surroundings were so quiet that even the sound of his own footsteps was exceptionally clear. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead. The next moment, several ferocious beasts with blood-red eyes suddenly leaped out of the thick fog. Hunting blood wolves. Race, Blood Wolf Clan. Health points, 2500. Skill, Blood Wolf Claws, Deadly Bite. Several blood wolves pounced on Lin Zhe, but he showed no fear and roared, "Your turn, hellhounds." The next second, 10 fierce and imposing blazing black dogs emerged from the shadows on the ground. The Hellhound versus the Blood Wolf seems like a perfect match. The monsters we encountered before were all too high level, so now is the perfect time for the Hellhounds to level up. 10 Hellhounds charged at the Blood Wolves, and with racial superiority and the added benefits of equipment and talents, the enemy was instantly routed. The once arrogant Blood Wolves now let out pitiful howls. Kill a Blood Wolf on the hunting front, gain 100 experience points, lifespan increased by 100 days. Kill a Blood Wolf on the hunting front, gain 100 experience points, lifespan increased by 100 days. Points plus 8. Points plus 8. Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe patted the Hellhound's forehead. However, at that moment, the Hellhounds suddenly pricked up their ears and looked ahead warily. A figure slowly emerged from the thick fog. Accompanying it was a clear, bell-like ding-dong. As the figure drew closer, Lin Zhe realized that it was a girl dressed in ethnic clothing. She was beautiful, but she had a cold and aloof aura that kept strangers at bay. It was a Yao, an S-rank profession from Nanyun City, who was a master insect tamer. The girl, expressionless and tilting her head slightly to one side, said, "S-rank, you too?" Lin Zhe asked curiously, "Who are you?" He silently complained to himself, "Why do I keep running into such weird characters today? This guy can't even speak clearly." Unbeknownst to Lin Zhe, the audience outside the instance was once again in an uproar. "Look, my new wife, Io, has appeared. She's about to have a duel. Wait, it's Lin Zhe. I heard that Io just won 3 PK matches in a row. None of her opponents lasted even a minute. Lin Zhe is finished now. Alright, Ayao, help my ex-wife Mengli teach that brat a lesson." Everyone watched with anticipation, eager to see how Lin Zhe would embarrass himself. Io gently shook the bells on her body. With a whoosh, countless poisonous insects suddenly emerged from beneath Lin Zhe and the Hellhound's feet. "Here it comes, the girl and the bugs, my favorite scene." Some viewers with unique tastes cheered excitedly. As soon as those poisonous insects appeared, the Hellhounds began to lose health rapidly. "Oh, is it poisoning?" Lin Zhe realized. "Wait, something's not right." Besides poisoning, there are also various negative states such as paralysis and slowness, and even a special curse. What an amazing bug. Lin Zhe was also somewhat surprised, not expecting this girl to be so strange. He then recalled the Hellhounds. "Look, Lin Zhe is done for. He's recalled all his summoned beasts." The audience watched with great interest. However, the next second, Io noticed something was wrong. Lin Zhe's health remained unchanged. Aren't you afraid of poisonous insects?" A slight ripple appeared on Yao's usually cold face. What she didn't know was that Lin Zhe possessed the talent of turning misfortune into good fortune, granting him direct immunity to negative status effects. Lin Zhe slowly spoke. "Why are you all attacking me for no reason? Are people all so rude nowadays?" His expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Since you want to fight, then I won't hold back." Their eyes met, and Io immediately took a step back. They immediately assumed a fighting stance, as if they had encountered an unprecedented crisis. The unsuspecting audience cheered again. "Look, it looks like Io is about to unleash a powerful attack. I've never seen such a cold beauty make such a big move before. I can't wait." Quickly beat that Lin Zhe to the ground. The next second, Io moved. The movements were as fast as lightning, but instead, he turned and ran in the opposite direction from Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, audience, huh? What they didn't know was that Io grew up in a wild valley and possessed extremely keen animal instincts. At this moment, the hairs on her body stood on end. Terrible, that person, so terrifying. Io trembled slightly as she ran away. Everyone was completely baffled by the scene before them. What happened? Did I miss something? The camera didn't capture what Lin Zhe did to Yao, so why did Yao just run away? Lin Zhe is trash. Unless he did something to Yao in public, I really can't understand why Yao would run away. I don't understand, but I'm shocked. Many people started making wild guesses, and the more they thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, the principal and department heads were equally puzzled. Several principals stepped forward and asked Lu Hanlin, "Old Lu, what exactly did Lin Zhe do to that girl?" "Let me tell you, it's illegal to molest someone." Lu Hanlin shook his head helplessly. "Is it possible that Lin Zhe is really that capable?" Upon hearing this, the other principals immediately shook their heads in denial. "Keep blowing your own horn. What kind of strength could a demon summoner have? If he had any strength, he would be dead already. Forget it, forget it. I'd like to see how long Lin Zhe can hold out." Lin Zhe summoned the dying hellhounds and then activated his new talent after breaking through to level 1 Demon Hot Spring. He began to treat the dog's wounds. Instantly, the hellhound's health and status were restored to full. "Alright, let's get back to grinding." After saying that, he jogged off and quickly cleared out the wolf pack in Blood Wolf Canyon. As they reached the end of the pass, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. A giant wolf with entirely red fur came into view, much larger than the previous minions. BOSS, Blood Moon Wolf King. Race, Blood Wolf Clan. Level, 15. Health points, 16,000. Skills, Arcane Dagger, Spell Torrent, etc. Expand to view details. Description: a wolf who stole magic from an elven magic academy leads his pack to greater strength. A ring ring of flying knives formed by magic appeared around the Wolf King, their tips pointing directly at Lin Zhe. The 10 hellhounds were equally defiant, standing in front of Lin Zhe, baring their fangs, and issuing a warning to the Wolf King. Lin Zhe asked, "Dogs, how's your confidence? Need to call for backup?" The hellhounds barked decisively, as if to say they were full of confidence. "Great, charge!" The 10 large black dogs instantly transformed into 10 shadows on the ground, sliding towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King was quite surprised and immediately used his magic throwing knife to stab at the shadow. However, hellhounds are invincible in shadow form, and throwing knives cannot harm them at all. The next moment, 10 shadowy figures approached the Blood Moon Wolf King and then exploded, with 10 large black dogs leaping up at the same time and biting at the Wolf King's body. Despite the Wolf King's superior attributes compared to the hellhound, it still struggles to cope when facing 10 times the number of enemies. Soon, under the continuous bleeding attacks of the hellhounds, the Wolf King's health bar was depleted. Defeat the boss Blood Moon Wolf King, experience plus 2,500, lifespan plus 2,500 days. Loot obtained, 2,500 copper coins, spell dagger, skill book Blood Moon Wolf King's tooth, material. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Hellhound. Current level, 23. At this point, Lin Zhe's score had climbed to 2,836 points. I'm almost at the 3rd level, but it seems I've already cleared all the monsters on this map? Lin Zhe was slightly troubled. After thinking for a moment, he decided to head towards the center of the area, searching for monsters to continue fighting as he went. Meanwhile, in the center of the area on the 2nd layer, several B-level professionals from Tianyu City were passing by the teleportation portal. "We need to quickly reach 3,000 points so we can go to the 3rd level," one of the professionals said excitedly. "Yes, I really can't look forward to it." But suddenly, everyone felt dizzy. "What's wrong? I feel nauseous and want to vomit." "Me too. Could it be that I ate something bad last night?" "Look, there are lots of little people dancing above my head." "I didn't see the dancing little man, but 2 mushrooms are walking over there, one thick and one thin." "That thick mushroom is walking towards me." "Wait, what is it going to do?" "Help, the mushroom is going to kill me." The participants themselves were baffled, yet they were instantly eliminated. However, this scene was clearly visible from the audience's perspective. The audience didn't understand what the mushrooms the group was talking about were. In reality, they saw a man and a woman appear behind the professionals. The woman was tall and beautiful, with long, straight, jet black hair that cascaded down to her calves, giving her an air of mystery. The man was tall and muscular, wearing a sleeveless shirt that revealed his strong arms, which were covered with strange tattoos. It was this man who easily defeated those B-level professionals, one in each hand, as if crushing chicks. After finishing, the man said smugly, "Humph, is this all the professionals from Tianyu City and Tianqing City are capable of? They're utterly trash." As soon as he finished speaking, many people in the audience voiced their dissatisfaction. The woman nestled seductively beside the man and said in a sweet voice, "Barbarian Bone, your movements just now were so cool and fierce." The man wrapped his arm around the woman's slender waist and said with a smile, "This is nothing. When we win first place in Nanyun City, I'll show you something even more handsome and fierce tonight." The audience was immediately dumbfounded. "Do you two know there are cameras filming here? Do you have to show your affection in public like this? Honestly, it's making me really curious." The two continued to chat enthusiastically. The woman said, "That move just now was quite effective. I'll buff them first and then you can deliver the fatal blow. I think we should just lie here and wipe out everyone from Tianqing and Tianyu City." The man said, You're really smart. It's settled then." So, in the following period, the two of them used this technique to hunt down several professionals one after another, including many A-level experts. They specifically targeted the people from Tianyu City and Tianqing City, while allowing the contestants from Nanyun City to enter the next level. This behavior thoroughly displeased many people in the audience. "What kind of nonsense is this? You're lying in ambush here. It's not fair at all." "Yes, that's so unsportsmanlike. And could you please stop touching things in the bushes all the time? And stop making those weird noises." Level 45. In the VIP lounge, many principals also expressed similar dissatisfaction. "These two must be Manhwa and Yu from Nanyun City. They're both A-rank professionals, very strong. Why would they do something like this, plotting against people?" A principal dressed in ethnic clothing stepped forward, a hint of smugness in his eyes. "The Rising Star competition is not only about skill, but also about tactics. Which rule says you can't use underhanded tactics?" The other principals were speechless, since in principle, there was no prohibition. Meanwhile, inside the instance, Manhwa and Yu were lying in ambush in the bushes when suddenly a figure appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Ayao, the new darling of many. Ayue immediately stepped forward and asked, "Ayao, how's things going on your end?" Ayo replied in an uncommon language, 8 people have been killed, and 2 others are difficult to deal with." "Oh, which 2 are the most difficult to deal with?" "Qi Xingyu and Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe is the most dangerous." "Ha, I've heard of Qi Xingyu. He's really strong, but that Lin Zhe is supposedly just a nominal S-rank professional. He shouldn't be this powerful." Ayu was full of doubt. scouts. Alright, Io, you go and continue hunting other targets. We'll take care of things here. Okay, Io responded and left. After hearing this conversation, the people outside the instance finally understood that their strategy for Nanyun City this year was to work together to eliminate players from other cities. This naturally increases the chances of our own people winning the championship. Although the tactic was reasonable, many viewers were still so angry that they beat their chests and shouted that it was unfair. At this moment, a handsome young man dressed in light black armor walked slowly with light steps. From the bushes, Mangu frowned and said, I don't think Yao is reliable either. She can't even beat that Lin Zhe, yet she says he's the most dangerous. I couldn't help but laugh just now. What's so dangerous about Lin Zhe? Yu said dismissively. Wei explained, Yao grew up in the deep mountains, so she probably hasn't seen much of the world. I heard that Lin Zhe's profession is completely unusable. Mangu laughed and said, hee, this has piqued my curiosity. I'd like to see what this guy is all about. Aua said confidently, is there any need to ask? My Mangu is definitely much stronger than him. Mangu laughed and replied, you're the best talker. Come on, give me a kiss. After saying that, the two of them snuggled together intimately again. Just then, the boy in light black armor passed through the bushes where they were lying in ambush and headed towards the teleportation portal. The two immediately activated their detection skills. Speak of the devil, and he appears? I'll cast an illusion. Aua stood up and pulled out a red mushroom from somewhere. It was the kind with a red umbrella-shaped base. Then, she began to dance a folk dance on the spot. Hearing the noise, Lin Zhe turned around and saw a woman with long, flowing hair frantically twisting her body while holding a mushroom. Am I hallucinating? Lin Zhe asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Aua gave a smug and wicked smile. He's fallen for it. Mangu swaggered toward Lin Zhe, his step steady and tinged with arrogance. As he walked, he sneered, so you're Lin Zhe. Just as I expected, you're as skinny as a chick, not even as good as a B-grade trash. On Mangu's muscular arms, strange tattoos suddenly emitted an eerie glow. Immediately afterwards, he clenched his right fist, assumed a charging stance, and the next second he threw a powerful punch at Lin Zhe's face. There was a lot of discussion in the audience. Lin Zhe is finally finished this time, but if Mangu wins, I feel bad. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Zhe didn't do anything bad. Let's observe a moment of silence for Lin Zhe. Barbarian Bone's fist seemed to carry an overwhelming force, heading straight for Lin Zhe's face. However, the next moment, Lin Zhe gently raised his hand and caught the fist steadily in his palm, as easily as catching a sandbag. Mangu was stunned? Lin Zhe said helplessly, I've always wanted to ask you too. One of you dances without saying a word, and the other hits people without saying anything. What exactly are you trying to do? Mangu and Ayu were both shocked. What? You weren't fooled by my illusion magic, you Gu illusionist? And you caught me, a battle tattoo warrior, who amplifies his power 100-fold through tattoos, with just one hand? The two were so shocked they could barely speak before they realized, could what Ao said be true? Lin Zhe coldly remarked, what a pair of lunatics. However, he continued, but I do have a more suitable opponent for you. The next second, the flame demon and the succubus queen appeared together behind Lin Zhe. One was enormous, the other was extremely alluring, their presence far surpassing that of the couple before them. The two tried to check their information, but found it was all question marks. Just how powerful are these two summoned beasts? However, they never got a chance to receive an answer. The next moment, two high-level demons, one throwing a punch and the other wielding a whip, almost without using their full strength, instantly emptied the health bars of both of them. This scene was captured in its entirety by the camera and played clearly on the large screen outside the copy. Everyone present, including the principal and the director of admissions in the VIP room, was so shocked that their mouths were agape. I just can't wrap my head around it. This Lin Zhe, is he really that powerful? He actually summoned two beasts, and both of them instantly killed their opponents? Did you guys notice? One of the summoned beasts is the same one that fought against Mengli, so Mengli was actually also instantly defeated by Lin Zhe? Upon hearing this reminder, everyone gasped in shock. Who said Lin Zhe was weak? Show yourself, or I promise I won't kill you. After easily defeating the crazy couple, Lin Zhe's score reached 3,036 points, qualifying him to enter the third level. Just as he was about to step into the portal, the Balrog suddenly sensed something was wrong. It strode over to the nearby bushes, reached out its large hand, and grabbed into them. Ah, help, a delicate girl cried out. The next second, a small little girl was pulled out of the bushes by the Balrog. My lord, we've caught a little mouse, the flame demon boasted proudly. Lin Zhe squinted. Is there an ambush here? The girl hurriedly shouted, wait, I'm not a bad person. Her voice was trembling with the urge to cry. Lin Zhe ordered, put her down. The flame demon released his grip, and the little girl cried out ouch, and sat down on the ground, looking quite comical. As she rubbed her bottom, she explained, I was just about to enter the portal when I saw that couple bullying someone. I didn't dare to step forward, so I've been hiding here. Until you came. Lin Zhe looked her up and down. She was short and petite, with two buns in her hair and wearing a bright yellow dress. She looked quite cute. Are there elementary school students participating in this competition?" he asked in surprise. The little girl frowned and retorted, "Who's a primary school student? I'm 18 years old, and I'm a senior in high school." "I know you are Lin Zhe. My name is Zhou Xiaoyu. Our schools are very close. I attend number 1 middle school." "Oh, so you're also from Tianyu City, or from Principal Feng Wuchen's school?" Speaking of Principal Feng, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head and said softly, "Actually, he gave me a task to persuade you to transfer to number 1 high school." Lin Zhe chuckled helplessly. "I didn't expect this old man to still be so persistent. Just ignore him." Zhou Xiaoyu then said, "Can I team up with you?" "Sorry," Lin Zhe replied curtly, "I don't team up with others." Teaming up means splitting experience and points equally, which is just asking for trouble. "Is it really not possible?" Zhou Xiaoyu said, feeling wronged. "Then it seems I can only stay here and wait for the time to run out. After all, with my talent for automatically attracting monsters, going to the 3rd floor is too scary." After saying that, Zhou Xiaoyu lowered her head and walked back to the bushes where she had been, squatted down, and prepared to be an unnoticed mushroom. "Wait!" Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up. "What talent did you say you had?" I have a talent that allows me to automatically lure monsters, and I can't turn it off. Let's form a team, now, right now." Lin Zhe immediately beamed with joy. Outside the venue, the broadcast started again. "Dear viewers, here's a summary of the competition. 29 out of 60 contestants have been eliminated, leaving 31 to continue competing. Many contestants have already entered the 3rd level, which means they will face even tougher challenges and fiercer competition. How many people will actually make it to the 4th level? Let's wait and see." Inside the VIP room, the principals clasped hands tightly. For true masters, the 1st and 2nd levels are merely warm-ups. The 3rd level is where the real battle begins. The monsters on this floor are generally level 15 or higher, and most students reach around level 15 by the time they awaken their class and participate in the competition. More importantly, the dungeons are structured like a pyramid, with fewer areas and fewer bosses at the top. This means that resources are limited and competition may be fierce. Cooperation or competition became the key tactic. Therefore, this layer best reveals the true strength of the contestants and serves as the dividing line between the strong and the weak. At this moment, a group of admissions directors looked on with keen eyes and high expectations. They come from top universities in the Great Xia dynasty, such as Tsinghua University, Peking University, South China Sea University, Western War College, Eastern Biological Research Institute, and Qinglong Martial Arts Academy. They knew perfectly well that the 3rd level was the best opportunity to discover top talent. Several names had already been written on their draft. The most popular character is still Qi Xingyu. He is not only the successor of the Wenjian Guild leader, but also quite strong in dungeons. With his move 10,000 Swords Come from Heaven, he can fight against an entire team by himself. Another A-level contestant has attracted attention, Xin Feng, the Frost Mage. He wields powerful ice elements and performs exceptionally well. Rumor has it that his father owns a large company. Perhaps recruiting him could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. As for Lin Zhe, although he is quite capable, many directors only put him on the waiting list because of his strange methods. Xin Feng, dressed in luxurious equipment, easily defeated a boss, and his score was high enough to qualify for the 3rd level. "I've had a professional coach helping me through dungeons these past few days, and it's really helped me a lot." Xin Feng thought to himself with glee. "Thanks to my dad, he even got me an A-grade accessory with pretty good stat boosts." His gaze turned cold, and he muttered to himself, "Lin Zhe, a poor wretch like you has no chance of getting these resources. What makes you think you can compare to me? Wait a minute, I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Meanwhile, on the other side of the instance, after hearing about Zhou Xiaoyu's automatic monster luring talent, Lin Zhe immediately pulled her into the party. This is practically a walking experience farming machine. With her, do I still need to go looking for monsters to fight myself? Lin Zhe thought to himself with delight. Lin Zhe leaned down and looked at Zhou Xiaoyu, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu hurriedly covered her chest and asked in terror, "What do you want to do?" "I'm thinking about some exciting things," Lin Zhe thought to himself, figuring out how to grind monsters next. "My god, that's insane." Zhou Xiaoyu trembled, her whole body shaking. In the end, the two stepped into the portal leading to the 3rd floor. Time and space shifted, and a few seconds later, they found themselves in a desolate wilderness. "Welcome to the 3rd level, Area 1, Crimson Wasteland." As far as the eye could see, the bones were piled up like mountains and the blood flowed like rivers. A gentle breeze carried a strong, pungent smell of blood. Zhou Xiaoyu's expression changed drastically, and she whispered, "I feel like there are many monsters approaching us." Just then, pairs of blood-red eyes suddenly emerged from the bushes, each pair staring intently at Lin Zhe and his companions. "Ah!" Zhou Xiaoyu screamed in fright and hid behind Lin Zhe, trembling. Lin Zhe, however, was filled with excitement. Those pairs of blood-red eyes were slowly approaching, gradually tightening their encirclement. Then, one after another, red-skinned creatures that looked somewhat like gorillas appeared before them. Orc soldiers. Race, Orc, rank D. Level, 15. Health points, 3000. Skills, Bloodthirst bloodthirsty / etc. Ha ha ha, so it's just two humans. One of the orcs chuckled contemptuously. Brothers, we're having roast meat tonight. Woohoo! The other orcs immediately let out a series of strange cheers. Immediately afterwards, they swarmed forward. Ah, help! Zhou Xiaoyu crouched down, covering her head, completely unable to look directly at the onrushing enemies. Mom, I want to go home. She regretted insisting on going to the third floor. However, just as she was silently waiting to be eliminated, she noticed that the orcs had not rushed over. Zhou Xiaoyu looked up and saw that the orcs automatically turned to ashes after rushing a certain distance. Upon closer inspection, Lin Zhe and the ground around her had turned into a patch of lava and scorched earth. Lin Zhe stood motionless, with a leisurely and contented expression on his face. This is also Lin Zhe's skill? Isn't he a summoner? Zhou Xiaoyu stared wide-eyed in surprise. The orcs in the front row realized this and shouted, "This human is suspicious. Retreat!" But the orcs behind them seemed to be out of control, continuing to charge, pushing their comrades in the front lines into the fire, only to move to the front themselves, in an endless cycle. Oh, this is your talent for attracting monsters? Lin Zhe was also pleasantly surprised. It seems I don't need to actively chase monsters anymore. I didn't expect you to be so effective, he said approvingly to Zhou Xiaoyu. Why, is that even human language? Zhou Xiaoyu said in frustration, this talent is making me afraid to even go out. However, at least one thing is comforting. The experience points are constantly increasing. Kill an orc soldier, experience plus 75 points plus 8, lifespan plus 150 days. Kill an orc soldier, experience plus 75 points plus 8, lifespan plus 150 days. In addition to lifespan, Zhou Xiaoyu also shared experience and points. For Lin Zhe, although it was a 50-50 split, the speed was far superior to chasing prey himself. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhe had eliminated over 100 orcs, and his score had increased by over 1,000 points. Let's go fight the boss, Lin Zhe said, pulling Zhou Xiaoyu along as they ran forward. Along the way, many more monsters were attracted, but Lin Zhe easily dealt with them all. Along the way, they encountered other players who were stunned by the two players' actions. Before they could even react, the monster had already been stolen. They hadn't run far when they arrived at the boss area. Beside several stone houses, a half-orc, much larger and stronger than the soldier from before, lay on his side on a throne made of animal bones. Boss, Orc Tribe Chief. Race, Orc, Rank D. Health points, 35,000. Skills, Axe Slash, Blood Rage, etc. Expand to view details. Upon hearing someone enter their territory, the Orc Chieftain lazily opened his eyes, glanced around, and slowly got up. He then leaped to a spot not far from Lin Zhe, now wielding two enormous battle axes. Lin Zhe clenched his fists, ready to fight, when suddenly the situation changed drastically. Suddenly, countless ice spikes flew from behind him, shooting towards the leader like a torrential rain. Even Lin Zhe was almost caught in the crossfire, and he quickly pulled Zhou Xiaoyu aside to avoid the attack. Clearly, the leader had not expected this sudden attack at all. By the time he came to his senses, he was firmly held in place by the freezing effect of the ice spikes. -1,000, -1,500, -1,200. The numbers kept jumping. Dozens of ice spikes quickly routed the orc leader. Lin Zhe was completely unaffected. Could it be that I was robbed of my monster? This was the first time Lin Zhe had encountered such a situation, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. So this is what it feels like to have your monsters stolen. He suddenly realized, to be honest, it's really annoying. He turned around and saw a young man in a white robe holding an expensive scepter, standing there arrogantly. Who else could it be but his old rival, Xinfeng? Xinfeng smiled smugly and said, "Hey, isn't this my good classmate Lin Zhe? Sorry, I didn't recognize you just now. I almost hit you." His face was full of arrogant smiles. However, if I had recognized you, I would have taken care of you just now. What do you mean? Zhou Xiaoyu stood up angrily to defend Lin Zining. I can tolerate you stealing our monsters, but you want to kill us? Xinfeng sneered. Oh, where did you come from, you little elementary school student? Then he mocked, Lin Zhe, didn't you refuse to team up? How come you've teamed up with a little girl? Ha, I knew you weren't interested in girls back in school, so this is what you like? Lin Zhe, however, was not angry. He knew that Xinfeng was just a dog who loved to bark. He replied calmly, Xinfeng, why are you always here, like a ghost? Didn't you find yesterday's streaking enough exciting? Upon hearing this, Xinfeng immediately recalled the humiliation he suffered at the teleportation station yesterday. Enraged, he brandished his long staff. Countless ice spikes rapidly condensed in the surrounding air. Xinfeng had used this move, Ice Explosion, in the trial dungeon, but this time the scale was probably 10 times larger than before. Lin Zhe feigned surprise. Oh, I didn't expect you to have become so much more capable. Xinfeng said arrogantly, Hehe, I've had several experts carry me through dungeons lately. You can't even be envious of these resources. Pa, why am I wasting my breath on you? Xinfeng's eyes flashed. Lin Zhe, die. The next moment, ice spikes from all directions attacked Lin Zhe. Just as Lin Zhe was about to activate his lava domain, he suddenly heard Zhou Xiaoyu shout, watch out. Immediately afterwards, a cloud cloud of smoke appeared around her. Suddenly, her petite body swelled up and transformed into a colossal creature, over 2 meters tall, holding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, blocking Lin Zhe's path. The large shield in her hand formed an energy field like an umbrella, blocking all the ice spikes. Qin Feng was astonished, never expecting that this little girl could transform and become several times larger than before. To my surprise, she actually blocked my signature move. Roar! The giant beast Zhou Xiaoyu roared at Qin Feng, and its saliva even splashed onto his face. Do you want to die? The behemoth roared in a gruff voice, and I hate being called a primary school student. At this moment, she was completely different from the slightly shy girl she had been just moments before. Qin Feng immediately cowered. Lin Zhe, you actually brought in reinforcements. 2 against 1, what kind of man are you? With that, Qin Feng fled in a disheveled state. After Qin Feng escaped, a cloud of smoke appeared next to Zhou Xiaoyu, and then she returned to her original petite appearance. Lin Zhe, who witnessed her performance just now, was also so shocked that he couldn't speak. You have this side to you? Why, shut up. Zhou Xiaoyu was clearly unhappy, covering her blushing face. I'm a girl, and I ended up as an A-rank beast spirit warrior, and he can't control his words and actions after transforming. It's so embarrassing. Lin Zhe was speechless. He put one hand on Zhou Xiaoyu's head. But thank you for earlier. You did a great job. Even if she hadn't made a move, Lin Zhe wouldn't have suffered much harm. Here, take this. Lin Zhe tossed her a weapon. Destruction blade. Quality, grade A, type, weapon. Equipment restriction, level 20 or higher. Effect, strength plus 800, stamina plus 8000, critical hit rate plus 20%, critical hit damage plus 30%, 50% chance to inflict bleeding effect on attack. This was the loot Lin Zhe had obtained after defeating the Skeleton Knight. Wow, the stats are amazing. Zhou Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. This weapon could sell for over 1 million copper coins, right? Take it, no need to be polite. This amount of equipment is nothing to Lin Zhe. More importantly, this warrior weapon was a perfect fit for Zhou Xiaoyu. Thank you so much. Since Qin Feng killed the boss first, the two had no choice but to turn to other areas on the same floor to continue fighting monsters. After all, only by accumulating 5,000 points can one enter the 4th level. They first arrived at Area 2, where the monsters were Boremen and the boss was a weakened version of the King Kong chariot. Lin Zhe quickly took the lead and eliminated the other players. The two then rushed to Area 3. This time, the enemy was gnolls. Lin Zhe had Zhou Xiaoyu run ahead to attract a large number of monsters, while he would sit back and reap the benefits. Several players were engaged in a fierce battle with the gnolls when they suddenly saw 2 figures flash by like the wind, one after the other, attracting the monsters as if they were metal to a magnet. The battle was interrupted, and the players looked completely bewildered. Where's the monster? The audience outside the stadium also gasped in surprise. Lin Zhe is indeed powerful, but what new tricks has he come up with this time? When did he start bringing a little girl along to work? That's shameless. I'm deducting full marks from his score. A certain part of my body got hard. That's right, it's my fist. At the same time, Lin Zhe received an upgrade notification. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 24. I didn't expect to level up while fighting monsters. Zhou Xiaoyu also leveled up to level 18, and so, the two fought their way to the entrance of the boss area. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and someone else beat them to it. 2 men and a woman were standing at the door, discussing tactics. One of the men was Qin Feng, who had just escaped. However, Qin Feng's attitude towards the other two was completely different this time. He was very humble and polite, unlike his previous arrogance towards Lin Zhe. The girl was beautiful and had a curvaceous figure. She was wearing a cropped t-shirt and jeans, with 2 revolvers strapped to her waist. She had an elegant demeanor and was like a goddess. The other person was a handsome young man with a dignified and imposing presence. Zhou Xiaoyu recognized the boy at a glance and whispered, "Ah, it's Qi Xingyu." When Qi Xingyu's face appeared on the big screen, people erupted in excitement once again, especially the female fans, who went into a frenzy. "Ah, Qi Xingyu is so handsome. Fly bravely, Xingyu, the moon will always be with you." They call themselves the moon. Finally, they filmed my brother again. This director is so stingy. He didn't give my brother enough screen time. I'm going to complain. And the girl next to him, isn't that an XIN from Tianqing City? Her profession is A-rank, elemental gunner. That's right, Qi Xingyu and an XIN seem to be childhood sweethearts, growing up together since they were little. They're such an irresistible couple. Wait, look, Lin Zhe is here too. At this moment, the 3 people at the boss's door also noticed Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's appearance and turned to look at them. Qin Feng snorted coldly and spoke first. "Oh, it's you again, you dog? You haven't been following me all this time, have you?" Zhou Xiaoyu immediately retorted. "What do you mean by stalking you? We're here to fight the boss." Qin Feng recalled Zhou Xiaoyu's transformation earlier and felt a little scared, but remembering he had helpers by his side, he immediately mustered his courage and said, "I'm sorry, but we've already taken this place. Also, please open your eyes and take a good look. Who is this person next to me? Why don't you quickly bow?" Lin Zhe scratched his head and said bluntly, "I don't know them. Who are they?" He genuinely didn't recognize him. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng's eyes widened in anger. You can curse me all you want, but you actually dare to insult young Master Qi. I think you're tired of living. Actually, he had just started talking to Qi Xingyu, but now he naturally wanted to take advantage of the situation to bully others and suppress Lin Zhe. Meanwhile, in the audience, many were extremely dissatisfied with Lin Zhe's words. Is he genuinely unaware of Qi Xingyu, or is he just pretending? He doesn't even recognize Qi Xingyu. Is he arrogant or simply ignorant? How dare he speak rudely to our Gigi? Let's all join forces and cyberbully him. I admit Lin Zhe has some ability, but he's too arrogant. He'll probably die without even knowing how he died. This is going to be good. I hope Qi Xingyu can leave Lin Zhe with a whole corpse. Inside the instance, an Xian, who possessed a goddess-like aura, also showed dissatisfaction upon hearing Lin Zhe's words. How can this person be so rude and disrespectful? Qin Feng, is he someone you know? Qin Feng's expression immediately changed, and he replied respectfully, it's definitely not an acquaintance, we're just from the same school. This kid lives in the slums and has extremely poor manners. Oh my god, an Xian exclaimed, covering her mouth dramatically as if in disbelief. Then, Qin Feng looked at Qi Xingyu with a fawning gaze. I wonder if young Master Qi would be willing to take action and teach this rude madman named Lin Zhe a lesson. Oh, he's Lin Zhe? Qi Xingyu, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. That's right. Qin Feng immediately replied with utmost respect. I didn't expect that young Master Qi had also heard of him. Yes, he awakened a useless S-rank profession, with a terrible reputation. Ha ha ha. Alright, that's enough. Qi Xingyu interrupted Qin Feng, glancing at Lin Zhe from head to toe. He then stepped forward, expressionless, and walked straight toward Lin Zhe. Seeing this, Qin Feng revealed a malicious smile, waiting for the show to begin. In the audience, almost everyone who saw this scene wore the same expression as Qin Feng. In the VIP lounge, a group of principals and directors also gathered to watch the excitement. Several school principals surrounded the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, the school Qi Xingyu attended, and began to fawn over him. Professor Wang, it seems that Qi Xingyu from your school is about to show his strength this time. I support you. Lin Zhe may have some skills, but his character is really lacking. He should have learned his lesson long ago. I think Lin Zhe should be glad. After all, he lost to our top seed in the Western region. It's not shameful to say it out loud. Some people even spoke directly to Lin Zhe's principal, Lu Hanlin. Old Lu, go back and properly manage your Lin Zhe. To become an outstanding professional, you must first learn how to be a good person. Lu Hanlin stood alone in the corner, staring intently at the screen. Qi Xingyu walked towards Lin Zhe step by step, each step firm and powerful. This made Zhou Xiaoyu shrink back involuntarily, and she whispered, we can't beat him, we'd better run. Lin Zhe did not respond, standing calmly in place. He wanted to see just how capable Qi Xingyu really was, given all the hype Qin Feng had given him. At this moment, Qi Xingyu had already walked up to Lin Zhe and stopped. The two were less than a meter apart. Everyone watched intently, thinking that a great battle was about to break out. Just then, Qi Xingyu took the lead. He clasped his hands in a fist salute, his face beaming, and bowed deeply to Lin Zhe at a 90-degree angle. Brother Lin, please accept my bow. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoyu, Qin Feng, and Xian, and everyone in front of the screen were all stunned. Everyone's mind seemed to freeze, unable to believe what they were seeing. Even Lin Zhe was completely taken aback by Qi Xingyu's actions, and several big question marks appeared above his head. Qin Feng immediately spoke up. Young Master Qi, are you sure you're not mistaken? He originally thought he would see Lin Zhe make a fool of himself, but instead, this strange situation turned out to be what he saw. An Xian, standing beside him, also looked puzzled. Qi Xingyu, what are you trying to do? Qi Xingyu, however, remained calm and composed, turning to the two behind him and saying, Qin Feng and Xian, we originally agreed to team up to fight the boss, but I changed my mind. Give me some face, and I'll let Brother Lin have this boss. Furthermore, I want to dissolve my team with you and follow Brother Lin. As soon as the words were spoken, Qin Feng and an Xian were so shocked that they were speechless. An Xian couldn't help but stomp her foot and said somewhat impatiently, Qi Xingyu, have you lost your mind? Qin Feng was like an ant on a hot pan, anxiously shouting, Young Master Qi, what are you doing? Lin Zhe was just being rude to you. Qi Xingyu waved his hand and said, alright, stop talking and let's go. After saying that, he immediately left the three-person team and automatically handed over the position of team leader to an Xian. An Xian was so angry that her face turned red. Wait a minute. At this moment, Lin Zhe slowly looked at Qi Xingyu and said coldly, although I don't know what you're planning, my team is not short of people. Want to join my team? No way. His tone was unusually firm. But in his heart he was thinking, nonsense, I don't want to drag more people into sharing experience and points. However, Qi Xingyu was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and replied, no problem, no problem. It doesn't matter if we don't team up. As long as I can be by Brother Lin's side and witness your brilliance, that's enough. These words left everyone, both inside and outside the instance, completely bewildered once again. Many of the young female fans in the audience were completely shattered by their illusions. The godlike figure in their hearts was actually bowing and scraping to Lin Zhe, who appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, their hearts were bleeding. Many people began to speculate, just who is Lin Zhe, the one who made a Yao flee in panic and Qi Xingyu bow down? Could he have some powerful backer? In the VIP lounge, the principal of Tianqing No. 1 Middle School, who had just been surrounded by people and was feeling quite smug, almost coughed up blood. Those who had been flattering him were incredibly embarrassed, thinking to themselves that they should have waited until later to make their harsh remarks. Lu Hanlin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. This kid is indeed extraordinary. Feng Wuchen, standing beside him, also laughed heartily, deliberately saying loudly, "It seems the top seed in the West is someone else. Who could it be?" Those who had just been praising Qi Xingyu and belittling Lin Zhe turned pale and then flushed upon hearing this. Right after Qi Xingyu uttered those sycophantic remarks, and Xian finally couldn't hold back anymore. "Qi Xingyu, I think you've gone mad. Humph, I can't control you anymore." After saying that, she turned her head haughtily and walked away with an air of indifference. Qin Feng was left standing there awkwardly and helplessly followed them out. At this moment, only Lin Zhe, Qi Xingyu, and Zhou Xiaoyu remained in this place. Qi Xingyu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, they're finally gone." Then, he looked at Lin Zhe with eyes full of admiration. "Brother Lin, please come in quickly. The boss is almost dead." Lin Zhe remained motionless, his brows slightly furrowed. Unsolicited kindness is always suspicious. "Tell me, what exactly do you want?" "Ha," Qi Xingyu said meekly, "what purpose would I have? I only admire you immensely after my father and sister told me about your deeds. By the way, my father's name is Su Jianxin and my older sister's name is Qi Yueying." Lin Zhe then remembered that Officer Su had indeed mentioned having a son and a daughter. Qi Xingyu, with a gossipy expression, leaned close to Lin Zhe's ear and whispered, "By the way, what exactly did you do to my sister that day? She hasn't said a word for 3 days since she came back. You have no idea, that old woman is usually so fierce to me. This is the first time I've ever seen her look so defeated. Ha, in one word, awesome." Lin Zhe's lips twitched slightly. Recalling the scene of teasing Qi Yueying that day, he quickly smiled and said perfunctorily, "Just a little trick, just a little trick. Stop talking, the boss is about to die, I have to go in quickly." After saying that, he quickly ran into the boss area. BOSS, Hogwarts, the Jackal King. Race, Null. Level, 22. Health points, 30,000. Skills, Prey Marking, Deadly Bite, etc. Description, once known as the Nightmare of Newbies, now it only summons 2 lackeys to taunt. A giant gnoll appeared before them, wielding short knives in both hands, a drooling tongue lolling out of its greedy mouth. "Hia hia hia, you lowly human, let me." Before he could finish speaking, he was instantly killed by the flame demon summoned by Lin Zhe. Defeat the boss, the Null Hogwarts, and gain 2,000 experience points. Lifespan increased by 40 days. Points plus 200. Current total points 5,060. Loot obtained, 2,000 copper coins, Evil Dagger, Equipment Enhancement Stone, Grade C. Brother Lin's methods are indeed superb. Qi Xingyu stepped forward and praised again, "I am far inferior to him." Lin Zhe secretly suspected that he might be sent by his enemy to flatter him. At this point, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had both scored over 5,000 points, successfully qualifying to enter the 4th level area. "Alright, we're heading to the 4th floor now. Farewell." Lin Zhe just wanted to get rid of the sycophant as soon as possible. "That's good too." Qi Xingyu sighed softly, then immediately put on an expression full of enthusiasm. "I will definitely reach 5,000 points as soon as possible and catch up with Brother Lin." "There's no need for that," Lin Zhe said, then led Zhou Xiaoyu and quickly ran towards the portal to the 4th floor. Meanwhile, in the audience, everyone began to firmly believe that Lin Zhe must have an amazing backer, otherwise why would Qi Xingyu be so obsequious to him? At the same moment, in the packed crowd, 2 people dressed in black robes and wearing white masks were talking in hushed tones. "Is this Lin Zhe the one who has repeatedly obstructed our plans?" "That's right, if we don't get rid of him, he will surely become a great threat in the future." "Where are our pawns? Why haven't they made a move yet? Do you think they'll stay still forever?" "Don't worry, he'll make his move sooner or later. After all, what we gave him has helped him a lot, and that weak young master simply can't resist the temptation of that power." Meanwhile, in another part of the instance, after Qi Xingyu voluntarily left the team, and Xian walked alone in frustration, with Qin Feng following closely behind. "And Xian," Qin Feng called out to her, "why did you leave by yourself? Young Master Qi has definitely been deceived by that Lin Zhe. You have to go and persuade him to stop associating with that Lin." And Xian stopped and looked at Qin Feng with a reproachful expression. "How dare you say that? I have no idea where you came from, yet you stubbornly joined my and Qi Xingyu's team. As it turned out, Lin Zhe followed us too. And do you think I didn't see through you? You just want to use me and Qi Xingyu. Get out." After saying that, and Xian turned and left. Qin Feng stood still, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes. "Damn it, my Qin family is one of the more prominent families in Tianyu City. If it weren't for Qi Xingyu and the Qi family's sake, do you think I would give you, you filthy bitch, a friendly look? So neither you nor Qi Xingyu respect me, and Lin Zhe deserves to die." Just then, a whisper quietly sounded whispered in his ear. Do you want power? Do you want revenge on those who look down on you? You no longer need to rely on others, simply call upon me, and you will become powerful. Quality, grade A. At the same time, a yellow gemstone on his belt was emitting an ominous glow. Qin Feng's eyes were glazed over as he slowly nodded. Lin Zhe, I'm going to kill you. The next second, a cloud of black mist engulfed Qin Feng completely. In the audience, the faces behind the two white masks revealed an evil smile. It's starting. Enveloped in a cloud of black mist, Qin Feng exuded a cold and ruthless aura. His eyes were cold and filled with venom, as if the aura of death was spreading from him. Let's start with you, you filthy bitch, he said coldly to an Xian's retreating figure. What did you say? An Xian turned around abruptly, immediately noticing Qin Feng's unusual behavior, a hint of fear flashing across her face. She decisively drew the two revolvers from her waist, ready to fight. As an A-rank, elemental gunner, each of her bullets carries a different elemental attribute. Qin Feng waved his scepter, and countless sharp ice spikes instantly appeared around an Xian. These ice spikes seemed different from before, each one was entwined with eerie black mist. Ah, you stupid woman. Qin Feng, now in a state of madness, let out a near-maniacal laugh. You've probably never been with a man before, haven't you? It might hurt a little in a while, just bear with it. You pervert, what exactly do you want to do? An Xian trembled involuntarily. The next second, countless ice spikes shot towards her. Ah! An Xian let out a shrill scream. In the audience, everyone who saw this scene showed expressions of disgust. Qin Feng has gone too far. Yes, an Xian is a great beauty after all. How can we treat her like this? However, some viewers with unique tastes expressed different opinions. Hee, that was really exciting. No time to spare, this is it. Among the crowd, only the two people wearing white masks showed smug smiles. It seems that all the hard work these past few days has finally paid off. Yeah, it's been incredibly tough for me these past few days. I've been pretending to be a professional coach and guiding this young master through the game. Who knew he was so difficult to deal with? Fortunately, he eventually succumbed to temptation and used the belt we gave him. That's the weakness of human nature. Because the previous footage was too violent and bloody, the director immediately switched the camera. The audience was quickly drawn to other scenes and gradually forgot what had just happened. Only in the dungeon, a beautiful woman's gruesome corpse lay quietly, slowly enveloped by black mist. You're next, Lin Zhe. Qin Feng revealed an extremely evil and twisted smile. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the competition, a monitor noticed something unusual. Strange, why hasn't an Xian, whose health has reached 0 in the instance, been teleported out yet? Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu had already reached the 4th floor. Welcome to the 4th level, Area 6, the Treeman Forest. Wow! Zhou Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. I never dared to dream that I could climb to the 4th floor. The two were in an ancient and primeval forest, surrounded by towering trees. They had only taken a few steps when they heard the sounds of fierce fighting ahead. The two followed the sound and saw a man and a woman engaged in fierce combat. Lin Zhe recognized the girl. It was a Yao, whom he had scared away earlier. Holding a silver bell, a Yao shook it continuously, summoning swarms of worms and flying insects to attack her opponent. The boy seemed unfamiliar. He wore black-rimmed glasses, had short, neat hair, and appeared refined and cultured. He was holding a wrench in his hand. As the swarm of insects approached him, they suddenly collided with dozens of mechanical devices the size of ping-pong balls, causing sparks to fly and explosions to erupt continuously. Inside the VIP lounge, the principals were engaged in a lively discussion. Unexpectedly, Shi Xingyu, who was initially favored, has fallen behind. Putting aside Lin Zhe and his little follower, even a Yao and Chen Hang, who are also S-level, have already entered the 4th level. Yes, Chen Hang's profession is S-rank, mechanic, don't underestimate him. Chen Hang is also an outstanding student in Tianqing City, but he has always been overshadowed by Qi Xingyu's brilliance, a principal of Tianqing City said leisurely. Lin Zhe was delayed by Qin Feng and Qi Xingyu, and was ultimately a step too late. Unexpectedly, a Yao and Chen Hang, both S-level, had already entered the 4th level. The two met at the entrance, and a Yao immediately began to carry out the plan for Nanyan City, taking the initiative to attack Chen Hang. The two fought fiercely, and the situation reached a stalemate at one point. The two stopped fighting and looked at Lin Zhe when he appeared. Startled, Io immediately recalled the insects, which then swarmed around her, assuming a defensive stance. Dangerous target detected, Io muttered to herself. Hey you over there. Chen Hang called out to Lin Zhe, go fight monsters somewhere else. My bombs don't have eyes, be careful not to get blown up. Surprisingly, they were quite polite. Io said to Chen Hang, Lin Zhe is in great danger. It's best if we join forces. Oh, you're Lin Zhe, one of the 4S level contestants in this competition? Chen Hang pushed up his glasses. Hello, my name is Chen Hang, and I'm an S-rank mechanic. How about we team up or battle? Chen Hang's tone was both polite and forthright. Lin Zhe's eyes welled up slightly. Hello, Chen Hang, you're the first normal person I've met today. Along the way, they met Meng Li, a Yao, the Mangu couple, Shi Xingyu, and of course Qin Feng. Everyone seemed to have some kind of mental abnormality. Even Zhou Xiaoyu, who was standing next to him, was not quite normal in a certain sense. This made him worry about the mental state of the new generation in the Great Xiao dynasty. Ha! Chen Hang looked bewildered upon hearing Lin Zai's words. But the next second, Lin Zai stopped joking, extended his right hand, and confidently beckoned his finger toward the two of them. You two come at me together. I'm in a hurry. What arrogance! Chen Hang's eyes narrowed, and he said to Yao, don't make a move yet, let me test his strength first. With that, he swung the wrench in his hand, and several mechanical turrets immediately appeared beside him. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a loud bang came from behind the three of them. The next moment, a black, unidentified substance exploded out of thin air. It was like both a gas and a liquid, and it spread rapidly in all directions. At the center of the black matter stood a figure dressed in a white robe, with a striking yellow gemstone belt around his waist. That was Qin Feng, but he looked even more sinister and cold than usual. Then, Qin Feng slowly uttered a few words, Lin Zai, I found you. At the same time, the video feed on the large screen inside the venue suddenly stopped. Ha! The audience erupted in an uproar. The signal to the fourth floor is down, a staff member shouted in panic in the monitoring room. Just now, an Xian's failure to be teleported out normally has already attracted attention. Before the cause could be determined, the signal was interrupted again just a few minutes later. A man who looked like an officer hurried in. He is Lu Pengfei, the police chief of Tianqingcheng. Reporting to Director Lu, we have detected contamination on the fourth layer of the replica, and all signals inside have been lost. The fourth floor? Which contestants are on there? 3 S-level professionals and 1 A-level professional. 2 A-level contestants are also missing on other floors. The staff handed over detailed information. All 3 S-level contestants are on that floor. Lu Pengfei frowned. If anything happens to these people, the consequences will be unimaginable. Fortunately, Qi Xingyu hadn't gone inside yet. Lu Pengfei's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his tone was serious. Immediately interrupt the match under the pretext of technical malfunction, forcibly teleport the contestants from other floors out, and urgently evacuate all the audience. Okay, I'll do it right away. Wait a minute, Director Lu. There's a new situation. Qi Xingyu just entered the fourth level, and now all 4 S-level characters are trapped there. What? Lu Pengfei's mind went blank, and he almost fainted. Meanwhile, the fourth level of the dungeon. Brother Lin, I'm here. Qi Xingyu shouted excitedly as soon as he was teleported in. The next second, he found that the entire instance looked like the end of the world. The sky was blood red, and the ground was covered with countless black, unidentified substances. From those black substances, skeletons with stark white bones kept crawling out. Where the black matter gathered, stood a mage dressed in white robes who looked extremely powerful. What's going on? Qi Xingyu was completely bewildered. Lin Zai smiled slightly. Didn't you insist on coming to see it? How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? Apart from Lin Zai, everyone else was greatly shocked by this apocalyptic scene. Meanwhile, various skeleton soldiers crawling out of the ground surrounded them, and these soldiers were of different types. Elite undead soldiers. Race, undead. Level, 40. Health points, 20,000. Elite necromancer. Race, undead. Level, 45. Health points, 15,000. Elite undead shieldbearer. Race, undead. Level, 40. Health points, 30,000. Upon seeing the attributes of these monsters, everyone couldn't help but gasp in horror. Zhou Xiaoyu was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Lin Zai. Is this a monster that only appears on the fourth floor? Yao said nervously, danger, danger. Qi Xingyu smiled wryly. Following Brother Lin has indeed brought one pleasant surprise after another. Chen Hang calmly calculated, according to preliminary calculations, my probability of winning is only 0.26%. Zhou Xiaoyu gave up struggling. I might as well close my eyes, wait for them to kill me with one blow, and then teleport me out. That's too naive, Lin Zai said calmly. The instance has been corrupted. If you die here, you're really dead. Lin Zai's words shocked everyone else. After all, they are still high school students and have never truly faced the possibility of death. Lin Zai pointed at Qin Feng and said, if you want to leave here, the only way is probably to defeat him. Qin Feng? How could he have become like this? Qi Xingyu asked, his face full of confusion. Everyone immediately used their detection spells, but all they could see were a bunch of question marks. No, he's no longer Qin Feng, Lin Zai explained. The information displayed through his insightful observation skill is Boss, Archmage status, race, undead, level, 70, health points, 400,000, skills, Ice Burst, Death Harvest, Summon Undead, etc. Expand to view details. It's actually a level 70 monster. It's all thanks to that kid Qin Feng that he got to experience the pinnacle of life. At that moment, the lifespan system popped up a notification. Ding! You have received a temporary additional mission. Resolve the current crisis in this dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw, guaranteed S-rank reward. Great! This is the opportunity we've been waiting for. Lin Zai's spirits instantly lifted. He instructed the others, if you want to live, follow my orders. I'll handle the boss. You guys are responsible for dealing with those skeleton soldiers. Try your best to delay them and stay alive. The other 4 nodded as as if they understood, clearly not fully grasping the situation yet. At this moment, the necromancer Tardis, who was possessing Qin Feng's body, sneered and said, "He, you are Lin Zhe? The person this body has been talking about all along? It seems he truly hates you, so much so that he summoned me. It is thanks to his hatred that I can feed on it and synchronize with his body." Lin Zhe retorted bluntly, "You talk as much nonsense as the original owner. I only care about whether the original owner can survive if you are defeated." "Humph, absolutely impossible. Even if he's not dead, he's in a vegetative state." Tardis chuckled sinisterly. "Then I'm relieved," Lin Zhe said with a relaxed expression. Tardis then realized he had been led astray and quickly changed his tune. "Want to defeat me? In your next life." The surrounding air froze instantly in the next instant. Above the trees above them, countless ice spikes swirling with black mist were condensing, hundreds of times larger than the attack Qin Feng had unleashed. This is Ice Burst Sky Curtain, an advanced version of the Ice Burst spell. However, Lin Zhe didn't give him a chance to make a move. A burst of flames erupted, and the Balrog appeared out of thin air, wielding a heavy hammer, and smashed it directly at Tardis. A level 61 summoned beast? Tardis was clearly surprised that Lin Zhe, who was only level 24, could summon such a high-level summoned beast. I'm level 70, what do you have to compare with me?" He sneered and immediately began chanting a spell. With a whoosh, he vanished from the spot. Ha! The flame demon's hammer missed its mark, and he stood there stunned. The next moment, Tardis appeared in the air, hovering above the suspended ice spikes. Is it teleportation? Lin Zhe hadn't expected his opponent to use this move. Arrogant human brat. Tardis raised his staff, a smug smile on his face. "I hope you'll learn humility in your next life." A shower of black ice spikes rained down on Lin Zhe. However, the next second, Lin Zhe's figure also disappeared from the spot. This time it was Tardis's turn to be surprised. Suddenly, a nebula exploded behind him, dealing 14,569 damage. Lin Zhe emerged from the nebula, holding a long sword with a warm luster, its blade crackling with lightning. That was a gift from Lei Jinyu, the Blade of the Azure Sky, which also came with a teleportation and damage increasing skill called Flash of the Azure Sky. Lin Zhe swung his sword and slashed straight at Tardis. Katatis was no ordinary person. He teleported again, flashing behind Lin Zhe. The black energy at the end of his staff quickly condensed into a huge scythe blade, and the staff became the scythe handle. Then, the sickle cleaved straight down towards Lin Zhe's head. Death Harvest inflicts instant death on enemies with a 100% chance of success. Cooldown, 24 hours. Lin Zhe's agility in the air was no match for Tardis's, and the scythe-shaped black energy instantly pierced through his neck. Upon seeing this, the contestants felt a sudden chill run down their spines, thinking to themselves, "This is it, we're completely finished." The instant death state is the most deadly and dangerous of all negative states. Ha 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 ha. Tardis burst into laughter. This is the price of arrogance. However, the next second, Lin Zhe actually stood up, touched his neck, and said calmly, "Fortunately, instant death is also a negative status effect. If it were a real knife, I probably wouldn't have been able to dodge it." "What?" Tardis exclaimed in astonishment. "You're still alive." Meanwhile, in the monitoring room outside the copy, just as everyone was racking their brains, two distinguished middle-aged men walked in. One of them was tall and strong, like a lion king standing proudly among his peers. The other person was tall and thin, wearing a white suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with strong and powerful facial features. "Lord Feng, Lord Lei, you've arrived." Director Lu Pengfei immediately stood up and saluted. "The one resembling the Lion King is Lei Jinyu, the city lord of Tianyu City. The other is Feng Yuan, the city lord of Tianqing City." Upon learning of the incident at the rookie competition, they immediately dropped everything and rushed over. "How is the situation?" Feng Yuan asked. "Reporting to the city lord." Lu Pengfei hesitated. "The other contestants in the instance have been forcibly teleported out, and the audience is also being evacuated in an orderly manner, but there is still no progress on the contaminated fourth floor. We can only detect that the boss inside is at least level 70. Level 70, Feng Yuan's face darkened. "I heard that 4 S-rank classes are trapped inside?" "Oh," Lei Jinyu's eyes lit up. "So, Lin Zhe is in there too?" "Yes, Lord Lei," Lu Pengfei replied. Phew, Lei Jinyu let out a long breath. "Then I'm at least half relieved." Feng Yuan and Lu Pengfei looked puzzled. Feng Yuan said, "Do you know what you're saying? I have indeed heard that Lin Zhe is very strong, but they are facing an enemy of level 70 or higher." Lei Jinyu said with a smile, "Old Feng, all I can say is that without Lin Zhe here, these students would have been wiped out long ago. Now that Lin Zhe is here, I see hope. Just pray that Lin Zhe performs well." Ha ha. Feng Yuan shook his head and complained in a low voice, "That old dog Lei, he's still so careless at a crucial moment. Is he senile?" When Tardis saw that his ultimate move had failed to kill Lin Zhe, he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. "What is the origin of this human? Is he planning to retreat for the time being? Since you're already here, why don't you stay a little longer?" At that moment, a woman's voice, soft and seductive, rang in his ears. "Who?" Tardis was about to turn around when he found that his neck wouldn't obey him. To others, a seductive succubus had appeared behind him. Tardis was completely under control. Such strong mental control. Cold sweat broke out on Tardis's forehead. Lindsay slowly approached him, a cold-killing intent gathering in his eyes. "I don't care what your undead race is after. Repeatedly invading my great Xia is courting death." The words of Lord Lei echoed in his mind. "Never forget the dangers. We must strive to be strong. No matter how many times you come, I will wipe you all out." After saying that, Lindsay instructed the succubus beside him, "Lilith, have some fun with him." "Yes, master." The next moment, a lottery wheel made of condensed energy appeared next to Lilith. On the roulette wheel, each slot represents a negative effect. This is the skill Lindsay drew earlier, Roulette of Fate. By simply spinning the roulette wheel, you can randomly inflict a negative effect on the enemy. Let's see what prize this lucky winner will receive, Lilith said in a sweet, coquettish voice, mimicking a hostess. "Oh, congratulations, sir, it's pain." What did you do to me?" Tardis immediately felt unwell all over, as if every bone was being gnawed by insects, and his blood was slowly draining away. 1 minute later, Lilith spun the roulette wheel again. "Oh, this time it's dizziness." Taddis was suddenly dizzy and fell to the ground. "Oh, this time it's an epidemic." His stomach was churning, and he felt like he was about to vomit and have diarrhea. Me, a dignified necromancer, about to vomit and have diarrhea in public? No way, I have to hold it in. Ugh. "Oh, this time it's poisoning. It's freezing. It's burning. It's electric shock." Lilith spun the roulette wheel again and again, a bright smile always on her face. But the people around couldn't help but gasp. What kind of torture is this? Tardis was tortured to the point of near death and finally began to beg for mercy. "Stop spinning. Stop spinning. Please, have mercy on me. Even if you don't care about me, at least consider the original owner of this body." "Damn, then we have to turn it around even more," Lindsay exclaimed, even more excited. After spinning more than 10 times, on the last time, the roulette wheel stopped on the smallest square. "Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the grand prize, instant death." The next second, Tardis died on the spot without a sound. "Don't you say love is death? Here you go. In our great Xia, the most important thing is reciprocity." Lindsay patted the dust off his clothes and said with a smile. Seeing Lindsay's series of fierce moves, the other contestants' jaws almost dropped. They were all wondering to themselves, is this Lindsay really in the same year as us? At the same time, various prompts popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Defeat the boss, Archmage status, to gain 30,000 experience points and increase lifespan by 60,000 days. Loot obtained, 30,000 copper coins, Chaos Gem Belt, Death Harvest, Skill Book, Skull of Tardis, Materials. Points plus 3,000, current total points, 8,060. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 25. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Flame Demon. Current level, 62. Damn it, I forgot to leave the team before the fight, and the experience was split again. Lindsay felt a wave of frustration, but it was too late to fix it. In an instant, he felt like he had lost 100 million, and he wanted to beat his chest and stamp his feet in despair. After gaining free experience points, Zhou Xiaoyu awkwardly laughed to hide her unease. "Ha, thanks to the pro for helping me level up. I'm level 19 now." The other three looked on with envy. "I'm so jealous, why didn't I get to share this experience with them?" At the same time, after Tardis died, the endless skeleton seemed to be drawn back into the black matter by some force. Soon, the black substance gradually dissipated, and the copy returned to its original state. Only Qin Feng's body remained lying there, lifeless. Lindsay stared coldly at Qin Feng's corpse, thinking to himself, "You're just a pretentious and narrow-minded playboy. We don't have any deep-seated hatred between us. But you have engaged in collusion with foreign races. Whether you did it willingly or were forced to, you deserve to die." Ding! You have successfully resolved this dungeon crisis and completed the temporary supplementary quest. Reward, 1 system lottery draw, guaranteed S-rank reward. That's about right, Lindsay thought to himself, trying to reassure himself. In the monitoring room, the technicians made no progress, and Feng Yuan paced back and forth anxiously. "Useless. All of you are useless. If anything happens to the students, you will all have to apologize to the people. I'm afraid I can't continue as the city lord any longer." Lei Zhenyu comforted him from the side. "Old Feng, it's been a long time since I've seen you so anxious. The last time was when we were in school, when you confessed to the prettiest girl in our class and got rejected." Old dog Lei. Feng Yuan couldn't help but curse. What kind of time is this to be joking around? All 4 of the only S-level players in the western region this year are inside, and even several A-level players have gone missing. If they die inside, the loss will be too great. As he spoke, he excitedly waved his arm, and with a smack, it hit a soldier who was walking over in the face. "Ouch," the soldier said, covering his face with a pained expression. "Reporting to Lord Feng, the signal on the 4th floor has been restored." "Really?" Feng Yuan quickly grasped the soldier's hand and asked excitedly, "How are the contestants doing?" "Reporting to the city lord, they have successfully defeated the boss and cleared the pollution." What? Feng Yuan could hardly believe his ears. Although he didn't want anything to happen to them, he still found it hard to believe that these high school students had actually defeated a level 70 boss. At this moment, Lei Zhenyu patted patted him on the shoulder. How about it? Didn't I tell you? With Lin Zhe around, there's not much to worry about. Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses to hide his earlier panic, but I always felt that this Lin Zhe was just a newbie in his early 20s. Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu laughed loudly. Since the emergence of professionals 100 years ago, Great Xia has produced a wealth of talent, with many geniuses. Sorry, this time it's a genius that our Tianyu city picked up. I still don't believe Lin Zhe can complete it alone, Feng Yuan said. There are several S ranks inside, especially Qi Xingyu, the heir of the Qi family. Maybe they defeated him together. At this point, the images from the copy were redisplayed on the monitor in the control room. Several people walked towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe, we really owe you a lot this time. Chen Hang spoke first. I was just thinking of sparring with you, but I was truly blind to your talent. I'm ashamed. After he finished speaking, he bowed slightly. Thank you. You are my benefactor, Io said softly, a rare ripple appearing on her usually calm face. Thank you, Lin Zhe. Zhou Xiaoyu said gratefully. Brother Lin, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Qi Xingyu exclaimed excitedly. If you don't mind, I'm willing to follow you forever. There's no need for that. Lin Zhe found the words a bit cheesy and just wanted to get rid of him. This scene was also fully recorded by the cameras in the monitoring room. Seeing is believing, and this time Feng Yuan was completely speechless. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Lei Zhenyu couldn't help but burst into laughter. After a while, Feng Yuankai finally came to his senses and hurriedly instructed his staff, quickly, contact the students immediately. I want to speak with them in person. Feng Yuan's voice rang in everyone's ears. Hey, can the students inside hear me? This is Feng Yuan, the city lord of Tianqing City. Once they confirmed that they had made contact with the outside world, the group was finally able to relax completely. They briefly told Feng Yuan what had just happened. Feng Yuan sighed. I never expected that Qin Feng would actually. In addition, we also found the body of his mentor Lu Jiming in the toilet. He should have been murdered by those necromancers. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. We will open the portal in a few minutes. We'll talk about everything else after we come out. At this moment, Lin Zhe suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Wait a minute. The system task requires me to get first place and reach the 7th floor, but I'm only on the 4th floor now. If I leave now, won't I lose the reward? He immediately switched off. Lord Feng, can I continue to the next level? Those around and those in the monitoring room were stunned upon hearing this. Having survived such a calamity, do you still want to continue the journey? After a while, Feng Yuan said earnestly, in principle, it is possible, but Lin Zhe, you must be very tired. Why don't you come out and rest first? He thought for a moment and added, if you're worried about your ranking, don't worry at all, because your points already put you firmly in first place. Lin Zhe scratched his head. Of course, he couldn't reveal that he had a system task, so he quickly made up an excuse. My family has always been poor, and I've always hoped to participate in a dungeon like this. I want to broaden my horizons. Moreover, from a young age, our teachers taught us that where there's a will, there's a way, and we, the people of Great Xia, cannot give up halfway through our endeavors. Also, the audience outside must have been waiting for this match for a long time. If it ends like this, it might cause negative public opinion. He threw out every reason he could think of, appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them. Alright, stop talking. Feng Yuan interrupted him, falling into a brief silence. Lord Feng, I also want to continue going up. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoyu took the initiative to speak up. I didn't do anything just now, but I gained a lot of experience for nothing. In order to repay Lin Zhe, I am willing to continue to help him lure monsters. In that case, I'm going too, Chen Hang said. Although I haven't reached the score to go to the 5th floor yet, as a reserve force of Great Xia, how can I give up so easily? I agree, I'll go too, Io said. Then I'll definitely go too, Qi Xingyu said with a smile. It would be best if I could join Brother Lin's team. No way. Lin Zhe refused outright. As expected, I was rejected. Well, I'd like to try on my own, Qi Xingyu said, somewhat unwilling to give up. For a moment, all 5 of them were vying to continue climbing. Let's do another comprehensive assessment, Feng Yuan said cautiously, though he had a headache. What's the point of evaluation? A hearty, gruff voice suddenly came through the voice chat. I, Lei Zhenyu, approve it. Old dog Lei, what are you approving so recklessly? Who's in charge in Tianqing City? The 2 city lords were arguing fiercely, leaving everyone stunned. The call was quickly cut off. A while later, they received a text message. The game continues, be careful. Meanwhile, inside the stadium, as soon as the match was announced to be suspended, the audience erupted in boos. Give me my money back. However, for safety reasons, the authorities were adamant and demanded that the audience evacuate in an orderly manner. At this moment, a large number of spectators were pouring out. Among them were the 2 men in black wearing white masks. The 2 men, their faces beaming with joy, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding crowd of complainers. It seems our plan has succeeded. The contamination will soon spread to other floors and eventually invade the real world. At that time, the arrival of the undead army will be just around the corner. We've truly endured hardship and made great contributions this time. We're just waiting to go back and receive our reward. Just then, the stadium's loudspeaker announced, Dear viewers, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. The problem has now been fixed, and you may choose to return to your seats to watch the game. Viewers who have already left can continue watching the game on their mobile devices. The crowd erupted in cheers once again. Great, great. Luckily, I haven't left yet. Everyone returned to their seats. Just now, after discussions with all the senior officials, Lord Feng decided to continue holding this important annual event. However, only the 5 contestants, including Lin Zhe, were allowed to continue the competition, and the military was dispatched to conduct strict checks on the 1st to 3rd floors. In addition, an Xin, who was killed by Qin Feng, was also teleported out. Although she suffered considerable mental trauma, she is said to still have hope of recovery. Amidst the jubilant crowd, only the 2 men in black remained frozen in place. What? Has the pollution already been cleared? That's Lord Tardis, who has level 70 strength. Just then, one of them received a phone call. The moment the call connected, the person on the other end started cursing, "You 2 pieces of trash. Lord Tardis's signal has disappeared, and the Chaos Gem signal is nowhere to be found." This, the man in black stammered, speechless. They knew in their hearts that no matter how much they cursed, it would be useless, and they themselves felt confused. The voice on the other end of the phone softened slightly, saying, "Alright, you all need to get back to Tianyu City immediately. There's only 1 gem left. While Lei Jinyu is away, execute Plan B as soon as possible. Success or failure hinges on this." "Yes," the 2 replied. Then, with a whoosh, they transformed into 2 black shadows and vanished without a trace from the crowd. Inside the venue, the large screens on both sides redisplayed the live footage from the replica, with the camera focusing precisely on Qi Xingyu's face. People who were already overjoyed at the return of what they had lost were now even more excited. In the scene, Qi Xingyu is seen unleashing a move called 10,000 Swords from Heaven. The 6 flying swords briefly transformed into hundreds of sword energies, like a dense rainstorm falling from the sky, slaying all the monsters within a radius of 50 meters. This move was incredibly cool and immediately won rounds of applause from the audience. Although Qi Xingyu's sycophantic behavior earlier caused many people to lose his fans, it seems that he has regained a lot of goodwill. The scene then shifts. In the icy wilderness, a dwarf tribe was advancing in steel war chariots when suddenly the road exploded, clearly having been ambushed by landmines. The dwarf soldiers in the rear hurriedly pulled out their guns and cannons to fight back, but unexpectedly dozens of mechanical turrets suddenly appeared around them and started firing fiercely. Caught off guard, the dwarf soldiers were annihilated. Then, a refined-looking young man wearing glasses walked out of the battlefield and stylishly wiped his nose. "It's Chan Hang. I didn't expect him to be so cool." Exclamations rose and fell from the crowd. The scene changed again. In the jungle, a foxwoman boss is searching everywhere. Suddenly, the ground behind her transformed into a pool of poisonous insects, and silently, a dark figure emerged from among them. The shadowy figure gently embraced the foxwoman from behind, and the next second, countless poisonous insects spread along the shadowy figure to her body. The poisonous insects began to gnaw at her flesh, emitting a shrill scream. Soon, the foxwoman was reduced to a skeleton, while the shadowy figure's eyes remained calm and icy. This bizarre method of killing monsters sent chills down the spines of the audience. "Oh my god, it's Yao. She's gotten even more twisted. But I feel like, I like her more now," some boys said shyly. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge, the university president and department heads are also watching the live stream. Each contestant's outstanding performance drew frequent nods of praise from them. "Don't you guys think these contestants seem stronger than before?" Yes, they remained unusually calm when facing the level 20 monsters on the 4th floor. Could it be that they underwent some special training during that 10-minute system malfunction? It felt like everyone was giving it their all, as if they were chasing some kind of goal. "By the way, how's that contestant named Lin Zhe doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the scene switched to Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu. Lin Zhe was sitting leisurely on the grass, a stark contrast to the tense scene of the 3 people fighting fiercely just now. A commotion immediately erupted from the audience. What new tricks is Lin Zhe planning this time? Can't he learn from the other 3 and be a little more motivated? This is so boring. Let's switch to another app. However, this time the director did not switch the camera as quickly as the first time, because Lord Feng specifically instructed that they should keep a close eye on Lin Zhe to see what he would do. Achoo! Lin Zhe sneezed while sitting on the grass. "Why does it feel like someone is cursing at me?" Upon entering the 5th floor, he didn't rush to engage the monsters. Instead, he first organized his attributes and items, and most importantly, the lottery draw. He opened the item box and took out the newly acquired belt inlaid with yellow gemstones. Chaos Gem Belt, set January 5th. Category, Jewelry. Effect, Intelligence plus 1000. Wearer will be affected by the Chaos effect, more likely to fall into a state of irrationality. Set bonus, 5-piece set? So it was because Qin Feng was wearing this that he lost his mind and summoned the monster? Lin Zhe thought to himself. However, this negative effect had no impact on him. He immediately equipped the belt, and 4/5 of the set bonus was activated. Next, he opened his personal information information panel and checked it carefully. Name, Lin Zhe. Class, Demon Summoner. Class Faction, Summoner. Rarity, S rank. Level, 25, 3%. Rank, 1. Health points, 171390. Mana points, 77,590. Strength 16349, plus 3000. Agility 10309, plus 1500. Stamina 14639, plus 2500. Intelligence 4239, plus 3500. Spirit 4259, plus 3500. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summoning, Scorching Airflow, Turning Misfortune into Fortune, Master of Time Management. Skills, Summon Demon, Demonic Gaze, Flame Fury, Lava Domain, Insightful Insight, Demonic Hot Spring. Summoning slots, April 4th, Fire Demon, Hellhound, Succubus Queen, Demon Dragon, Juvenile. Equipment, Blade of the Sky, Night Overlord Set, Cursed Gem Necklace, Fallen Gem Ring, Blood Gem Badge, Chaos Gem Belt, Great Xia Honorary Citizen, Platinum Medal. After reviewing the attributes, Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Alright, next up is the lucky draw. This time it's a designated S-level reward, which is highly anticipated. He immediately opened the lottery interface. Various entries scrolled rapidly, eventually stopping. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Virology, S-rank. Skill description, Virus Transmission. When an enemy target is hit by a negative status effect, it can spread that effect to another enemy target within 10 meters, repeating indefinitely. Each transmission costs 100 mana. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe was shocked as he read the description. This is practically cheating, and it's especially suitable for Lilith. He immediately bestowed the talent upon the Succubus Queen. Lilith currently has 350,000 mana, and each infection costs 100 mana, meaning she can infect 3,500 times without replenishing mana. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, and he immediately came up with a completely new strategy for killing monsters. Zhou Xiaoyu, sitting next to her, was already dozing off in the grass. Wake up, the monster is coming. Lin Zhe deliberately scared her. Ah! Zhou Xiaoyu sprang to her feet with a start, looking around frantically and shouting in terror, "Where's the monster? Where's the monster?" Her appearance was extremely comical. Lin Zhe smiled slightly and whispered a few instructions in her ear. Zhou Xiaoyu nodded timidly, then ran towards a certain area of the instance. In the stands outside the stadium, everyone had been staring at Lin Zhe's screen for 5 minutes, but he remained seated cross-legged on the lawn, meditating. This is unbelievable. We came all this way to watch the game, and he just sits there without moving? Yeah, is he trying to cultivate immortality? Change the channel. I want to see Qi Xingyu, Io or Chen Hanger fine too. Just as everyone was discussing this, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from afar, like a muffled thunderclap, and the whole earth seemed to tremble. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Xiaoyu's petite figure rushed toward Lin Zhe, screaming as she ran. Following closely behind was a group of monsters as dense as a dark cloud. As they drew closer, they realized that among the monsters were various alien races, including minotaurs, elves, and giants. The audience was immediately stunned. Someone quickly reacted, "Wait, aren't minotaurs and elves monsters from the 5th level?" Yes, could it be that Lin Zhe has already reached the 5th level? A level higher than Qi Xingyu and the others? Zhou Xiaoyu screamed and ran wildly, but was swallowed up by the monster horde as soon as she fell behind. It turned out that Lin Zhe had just asked her to lure monsters from different areas, bringing all the monsters of different races together in one place. Lin Zhe, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. What's the rush? Lin Zhe smiled faintly. Lilith, it's time to get to work. The next moment, the graceful Succubus Queen reappeared in the air. Let's try out the new skill. Yes, master. Lilith slightly bent over and shot out a pink heart-shaped bubble. The bubble hit a Minotaur warrior, and its eyes immediately became empty and lifeless. Then, with a loud ah, it began to attack its own kind. The Taoren shaman beside him cursed angrily. Next, Lilith used her newly learned skill, Virus Transmission, on the charmed Minotaur warrior. Instantly, the charm effect spread to the shaman who was cursing. The two Minotaurs immediately began attacking each other. The rest is simple. The charm effect spreads like a virus, from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, wildly infiltrating the monster horde. In an instant, hundreds and thousands of monsters, regardless of their own kind or race, began to fight amongst themselves. Soon after, experience and points notifications began to rain down on Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu. Lin Zhe stood leisurely to the side, calmly watching the farce unfold. This scene once again widened the eyes of the audience. What? He cleared the 5th floor in 16 minutes and 39 seconds? That includes the time he spent lying down before that. What kind of weird fighting style is this? Is he cheating? Lin Zhe watched the monsters fight the whole time, without contributing any effort himself. And he, a grown man, made Zhou Xiaoyu lure the monster. How shameless is he? I'm going to sue him for employing child labor. No, Zhou Xiaoyu is already an adult. Everyone was discussing Lin Zhe's fighting style, but they couldn't help but admire it. After all, the number of monsters is indeed decreasing. Moreover, this is the 5th level, and the difficulty is considerable. No one can underestimate it. In the monitoring room, Feng Yuan couldn't help but gasp. It was he who told the director not to switch the camera because he just wanted to see how amazing Lin Zhe really was. Now I've seen it for myself, but I always feel that the definition of strong is different from the traditional one. Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu patted his shoulder and laughed smugly. Old Feng, you're too old-fashioned. As long as you can defeat the enemy, who cares what methods you use? As long as you don't cheat, anything is fine. Feng Yuan adjusted his glasses, remaining non-committal. Slay an elf hunter, experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Kill the Tauren shaman, experience plus 125, lifespan plus 250 days, points plus 15. Slay a giant warrior, experience plus 140, lifespan plus 280 days, points plus 18. Although each monster gives only a small amount of experience and points, the sheer number of monsters is overwhelming and cannot be ignored. After killing more than 2,000 monsters, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu's score finally climbed to 12,033 points, successfully qualifying them to enter the next level. Not only that, Lin Zhe also successfully leveled up. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 26. In addition, he also acquired a bunch of unimportant loot, such as hundreds of elven staves and over 200 minotaur totems. Lin Zhe stuffed all these things into the prop box, intending to sell them later. Alright, it's about time to go to the next level. Lin Zhe stood up from the grass and patted the dust off his clothes. I wonder what kind of alien races I'll encounter on the next level, Zhou Xiaoyu said with a hint of trepidation. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment and then said, you should have noticed by now that the floors of this instance correspond exactly to the ranking of the alien races among the myriad races. The first layer consists of F-rank ratmen and the like, the second layer consists of E-rank bloodwolves, the third layer consists of D-rank gnolls, and so on. Then the sixth level must be occupied by an A-level race. A-level race? Zhou Xiaoyu's mouth gaped open. Isn't that something like dragons? That's right, the A-level races mentioned in the textbook include at least two, dragons and vampires. I never imagined that I, who had only awakened my profession 2 weeks ago, would actually have to deal with the dragon race. Zhou Xiaoyu was a little scared. What's there to be afraid of? Lin Zhe said calmly. This dungeon is purely man-made, and the monsters have definitely been weakened. I estimate that the monsters on the next level will only be around level 30. Only level 30 something? Zhou Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him. I'm only level 20. You're making it sound like level 30 is low. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe chuckled. The monsters on the 6th floor were not important to him. He was more looking forward to the 7th floor. Not only because that is the target of the system task. Furthermore, he speculated that the monsters on the 7th floor were of an S-class race, currently known to include gods and demons. The corresponding scenarios should be the realm of gods and the realm of hell. Although this is a man-made copy, it should at least have this kind of setting. Thinking of this, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. After saying that, he stepped into the portal first, and Zhou Xiaoyu followed nervously. They've entered the 6th floor. The crowd immediately erupted in excitement. It is said that the last time someone climbed to the 6th floor in the Rising Star competition was more than 10 years ago. Upon entering the 6th floor, Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu were immediately met with a rude awakening. A bolt of lightning struck down with a whoosh, hitting him directly in front of his toes. Fortunately, Lin Zhe reacted quickly, taking a step back and pulling Zhou Xiaoyu away to avoid the danger. Looking up, I saw a huge, deep blue dragon soaring across the sky. Its body was occasionally flashed with bolts of lightning. BOSS, Light, the Sky Ruler. Race, Dragon, Rank A, Level, 35. Health points, 100,000. Skills, Breath of Thunder, Thunderwing Impact, Static Field, etc. Expand to view details. Description: one of the 5 great dragons, the master of lightning power, rumored to have close ties with the Celestials. Oh, we're facing a boss right away? Lin Zhe muttered to himself, looking at the giant dragon above his head. And it's right? Ah, it's right, Zhou Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. Dragons are an extremely mysterious high-ranking race, but the dragon Right, the ruler of the sky, is already a household name. It was included in the Dasha Junior High School textbook An Introduction to Foreign Races and even had special illustrations. Many people, during their student days, would look at that picture while fantasizing about becoming a dragon-slaying hero in the future. Lin Zhe never expected to see it in person here. Legend has it that Right is at least level 100 or higher, but this guy is only level 35? If I knew, I'd probably be furious. Lin Zhe couldn't help but complain. The weakened artificial Right hovered above Lin Zhe's head, its gruff voice issuing a warning. Let me see who it is. Good heavens, it's 2 humans as insignificant as ants. I swear, I could crush you with just one fingernail. Lin Zhe was completely bewildered. What's with this strong English to Chinese translation accent? However, Right was clearly not joking. His enormous wings began to crackle with lightning and thunder. Immediately afterwards, a thunderbolt struck Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiaoyu. Succubus, Balrog, both of you attacked together. The flame demon leaped out with a bang, using its thick arms to block the lightning bolt, deflecting the thunder with its bare hands. It feels tingly and numb, like I'm getting a massage, the flame demon boasted proudly. Then, the succubus cast the roulette of fate, and the pointer stopped at petrification. The dragon suddenly froze in mid-flight, unable to move, and then crashed heavily to the ground. The Balrog immediately rushed forward and began to smash his giant hammer down wildly. 80,000, 80,000. In less than 2 blows, the counterfeit right was smashed to pieces, a truly pitiful sight. Even the live stream footage was automatically pixelated. The audience was once again speechless with shock. Right, one of the legendary 5 great dragons, was defeated so quickly? This is the 6th floor. I remember very few people in history have been able to reach this floor. We've really hit the jackpot this time. This Lin Zhe seems to have some skills. The principal and directors in the VIP room finally believed in Lin Zhe's abilities. A group of people surrounded Liu Hanlin, flattering and fawning over him, their attitude completely different from before. Old Liu, congratulations. Our school has produced a real gem. Old Liu, actually I was just trying to motivate Lin Zhe. The directors of several prestigious universities also officially added Lin Zhe's name to their recruitment list, placing it at the very top. They're already planning what resources to use to poach talent. Defeat the boss Sky Ruler Light, experience plus 15,000, lifespan plus 15,000 days, points plus 1,000. Loot obtained 15,000 copper coins, Azure Robe, Sky Halberd, Dragon Scale, material. Easy. Lin Zhe clapped his hands. At that moment, he suddenly realized that he had gained all the experience and points, and that they hadn't been split evenly at all. He turned to look at Zhou Xiaoyu. Zhou Xiaoyu smiled shyly and said, "Hee, I don't think I've made any contribution, so I won't share my experience with you. Actually, I'm already quite satisfied with reaching the 6th floor. I have enough points to get into a good university. I think I'll stop here and stop being your little follower." "Thank you, Lin Zhe." She flashed a bright smile, clearly having made up her mind. Lin Zhe didn't insist any further, and said with a smile, "Alright, thank you for your help along the way." Then, he summoned his 4 demons, which stood in a neat row. Balrog, Succubus Queen, Hellhound, Little Devil Dragon. Seeing that the demon squad was already taking shape, Lin Zhe was very satisfied. He gave the order, "Now, it's up to you to show your strength." "Yes, my lord." "Yes, master." "Woof woof." "Chirp chirp." The 4 demons responded in unison, though not in perfect unison. "Let's go, let's try to finish this quickly." Aside from the giant dragon from before, the remaining enemies on this level are mostly lower-ranking dragons such as wyverns and earth dragons. There is also the dragon race's dependent race, the dragon human army. However, with a level 62 Balrog and a level 65 Succubus Queen leading the main force, the dog led the assassin squad, and the little devil dragon was responsible for picking off the leftovers. All the alien races were quickly defeated and routed. The little devil dragon also took a few bites, using its infinite devouring talent to boost its attributes, and has now reached level 5. Seeing the weak monsters in the dungeon, Lei Jinyu couldn't help but complain, "Old Feng, your 6th level is too easy. There's only 1 dragon, and the rest are just scraps?" Feng Yuan laughed and said, "Nonsense, this is an artificial copy after all. Humans have only ever seen the Sky Ruler dragon, and that was decades ago. As for those legendary dragons, who could actually create one? Besides, a giant dragon is scary enough. Who would have thought that Lin Zhe would defeat it so easily? It makes this dungeon seem particularly weak." Lei Jinyu smiled smugly. "No wonder Lin Zhe is so amazing. But now that you mention it, I'm starting to worry about what you've done to the 7th floor." "Don't even mention it." Feng Yuan sighed and rubbed his forehead. "I really hope Lin Zhe doesn't go to the 7th floor. It just feels a bit embarrassing." Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's points have exceeded 20,000. He walked confidently toward the portal to the 7th floor. Everyone, whether they were at the scene or watching the live broadcast on their screens, held their breath. This moment may become an unforgettable one for them, because they are about to witness someone successfully enter the 7th floor. This is an unprecedented feat. Lin Zhe was also filled with endless curiosity about the celestial realm or the underworld, hoping to see other demons, or even the celestial race. After stepping into the portal, a brief shift in time and space occurs. Welcome to the 7th level, Hell Realm. The true appearance of the 7th floor was revealed to Lin Zhe and everyone else in the next instant. The rough art style, rudimentary models, and glaring colors barely make it clear that this is a lava field. It felt like I was just playing a well-made AAA game, and then suddenly I was playing a pixelated game on the NES. One second I was admiring a detailed painting of along the river during the Qingming festival. The next second it turned into a kindergarten child's doodle. "What the hell is this?" Lei Jinyu spat out a mouthful of tea. "I could imagine it being rough, but I never imagined it could be this rough." Ahem. Feng Yuan tried to remain calm. This 7th floor was designed decades ago, and it was already very advanced technology at the time. Because no one has ever been able to enter it, it has never been updated. Besides, which human has ever seen the underworld? Designers can only build it based on their imagination. Lei Jinyu almost wanted to join the other audience members in shouting, "Refund! Refund!" But the one who felt this absurdity most acutely was Lin Zhe himself. Walking into this world with its extremely rough art style, his previous high expectations have now been completely shattered. Suddenly, a large red gorilla appeared before them. It looks extremely ugly, has very low resolution, and you can still clearly see the grid pattern on the edges. The red gorilla, panting heavily, lunged madly at Lin Zhe. Monster information then pops up. BOSS, Flame Demon. Race, Demon, S rank. Level, 35. Health points, 120,000. Skills, Flame Fury, Lava Domain, etc. Description, said to be an extremely violent branch of the demon race, details unknown. Put. Lin Zhe almost burst out laughing when he saw this message. Ah, Flame Demon, this monster is yours to handle. The next second, the Balrog appeared before him. Looking at the monster and its description, he was immediately enraged. Who on earth is this bastard who dares to insult our noble Flame Demon clan? Then he swung the hammer and smashed the red gorilla to pieces. Next, Lin Zhe encountered some strange demons. Things like hellish imps, beholders, swamp demons, and so on. Their art style is just like that of the red gorilla. They all look rather odd and deformed. However, one of the succubi was quite pretty, but Lin Zhe discovered that she looked exactly like the girls in some videos from Japan. It's likely that the person who designed this copy simply copied and pasted it. What's even more interesting is that Lilith got jealous and insisted on asking who was prettier between the two of them. Lin Zhe explored this frustrating dungeon for quite a while and killed a lot of monsters. Since the monsters were all level 35 or higher, the experience gained was quite considerable. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 27. I don't think there's anything good left. Lin Zhe was a little disappointed. Anyway, I've already reached the 7th floor, and I should be able to complete the tasks the system gave me. I might as well retreat. Outside the instance, the audience had grown tired of this cringeworthy instance, and many people got up and left to go home. Everyone was thinking, alright, you're already in first place, hurry up and come out. Lin Zhe originally intended to leave, but out of caution, he finally used insightful observation to carefully scan his surroundings. Suddenly, through his special vision of seeing through fire, he discovered something in the distance marked by a golden light. Lin Zhe suddenly became interested. Luckily, I took a closer look. Could there be some good stuff hidden in this crappy dungeon? He immediately strode forward in that direction. The further he went, the rougher the modeling of the surrounding environment became, almost like a poorly made work from the 3 years of animation learning series, which was really hard to look at. At this moment, he arrived at the entrance to a space, and the object marked with golden light was on a display stand about 50 meters away. Flames, so fake they looked like they were made of paper, were rising from the ground between the entrance and the display stand. However, when Lin Zhe stepped on the flames, he was actually injured. Minus 29,801. Ha, the damage is that high? Lin Zhe was also somewhat surprised. At this moment, a prompt appeared on his screen. The final trial of this dungeon has begun. Do you dare step into these hellish flames and obtain the legendary treasure? Perhaps retreating in time is the wise choice. Tip: don't overestimate your intelligence. There's only one secret to success: being down to earth. Ha, there's a final trial in a place like this? They really know how to hide it. At the same time, the live stream suddenly turned into a colorful mosaic, making the content completely unreadable. What's going on? Feng Yuan exclaimed in the monitoring room. Could it have been contaminated again? After experiencing an accident, everyone was a little apprehensive. Fortunately, the staff found no contamination or abnormalities after testing. The only issue was a malfunction in the livestream. Inside the instance, Lin Zhe repeatedly read the prompt text. So, in other words, if you want to get that item, you have to obediently step over it? Other methods, such as flying, climbing walls, teleporting, or even hooking things over, would definitely be considered fouls. However, upon seeing the words Hellfire, Lin Zhe couldn't help but laugh. This would be an insurmountable challenge for others, but for him, it was a piece of cake. The person who set the question probably didn't expect someone to bring a demon into the dungeon. The next second, Lin Zhe sat directly on the Flame Demon's shoulder, letting the Flame Demon step into the paper-thin Hellfire. Sure enough, he wasn't hurt at all. Ha, the temperature is just right, the Flame Demon boasted smugly. Stop talking nonsense and get going, Lin Zhe ordered. In less than a minute, he easily arrived at the display stand. With no flames covering the ground around the display stand, Lin Zhe jumped off the Flame Demon's shoulder. The items on the display stand appeared in front of him. It was a golden flame, completely different from the crude modeling around it. The flame looked extremely realistic. It pulses silently, as if it will never go out. At this moment, another notification popped up above Lin Zhe's head. Congratulations on completing the final trial. You have received the reward, Eternal Flame. The next second, the golden flame slowly flew towards Lin Zhe. Weapon inlay, Eternal Flame, mythical grade. Effect: when socketed into equipment, fire damage will be converted to true damage and increased to 5 times its original value. The flames are controlled by the wearer's will. If not recalled, the flames can incinerate everything and will never be extinguished. This item can be freely socketed into any weapon and can be freely removed. What, mythical level? Lin Zhe was shocked. From childhood to adulthood he has always believed that S-Class is the pinnacle. Now, a mythical item has actually appeared. How could something so powerful be hidden in this crappy dungeon? Was it intentionally placed there? And the effect is just too powerful. Lin Zhe's eyes gleamed. It was immediately embedded into the molten hammer in the fire demon's hand. The hammer itself already looked powerful and imposing, but now it was engulfed in golden flames, shining brightly. Thank you for your generous gift, my lord. The flame demon smiled broadly, full of gratitude. Congratulations on clearing all floors of this dungeon. You will be automatically teleported out of the dungeon in 60 seconds. 60, 59, 58. It's finally over. Lin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart finally relaxing. By this time, Shi Xingyu, Chen Hang, and A Yao had already finished the competition. Shi Xingyu successfully reached the 5th floor, but ran out of mana and had to teleport out on his own. Chen Hang and A Yao, however, were stopped at the 4th floor. The three of them waited anxiously outside for Lin Zhe's final decision. At that moment, a handsome young man dressed in light black armor stepped out of the portal. Several cameras were immediately pointed at his face, and the footage was projected onto a large screen in real time. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. Regardless of how much they had questioned and belittled Lin Zhe before, everyone couldn't help but offer their blessings and respect at this moment. Lin Zhe is awesome. Lin Zhe is so handsome. Lin Zhe, I have to have your babies. Immediately afterwards, the final standings for the competition were displayed on the big screen. First place, Lin Zhe, 24,360 points. Second place, Zhou Xiaoyu, 12,056 points. Third place, Shi Xingyu, 9,624 points. Fourth place, Io, 8,789 points. Fifth place, Chen Hang, 8,438 points. Seeing Lin Zhe's score, which was far ahead, the scene erupted in cheers once again. At the same time, the system also sounded a notification tone. Ding! You have won first place in this competition and reached the 7th floor. Reward, 2 system lottery draws, designated as S-level rewards. Zhou Xiaoyu, Shi Xingyu, and others swarmed forward and surrounded Lin Zhe. Zhou Xiaoyu said excitedly, Lin Zhe, thank you. I actually got 2nd place. I can't believe it. I'm afraid if I tell my grandma when I get back, she'll have a heart attack from excitement. Shi Xingyu laughed and said, Brother Lin, you truly are amazing. I acknowledge you as my elder brother. Which school are you planning to apply to? I absolutely have to go to the same school as you. Io teased, Shi Xingyu, you're disgusting, but you have a point. At this moment, 2 tall figures appeared behind the students, who quickly made way for them. It was none other than the 2 city lords, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan. Lei Zhenyu patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder heartily. You kid, you really didn't disappoint me. Then, he stared at Feng Yuan with a provocative look. What? Still dare to say that Tianyu City has no one? Feng Yuan adjusted his glasses, ignoring Lei Zhenyu, and turned to Lin Zhe, saying, Lin Zhe, we in Tianqing City are currently running a talent recruitment program with very generous policies for changing your household registration. If you join us, I promise you a garden villa, and get out of here. Lei Zhenyu was instantly enraged. Trying to poach my girlfriend right in front of me? By the way, Lin Zhe, which university do you want to go to? Don't you know? The admissions officers are practically fighting over you. Lin Zhe scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. I need to think about it some more. Just then, a soldier rushed over and whispered a few words in Lei Zhenyu's ear. Lei Zhenyu's expression changed drastically. What? My city lord's mansion has been attacked? Upon receiving the message, Lei Zhenyu immediately pulled Feng Yuan and Lin Zhe aside and discussed it in a low voice. Feng Yuan was also shocked. The city lord's mansion of Tianyu City was actually attacked by the undead race? Lei Zhenyu nodded. It said that those ghostly things set up an anchor point in my office and have already started invading the real world. Anchor point, which is the location point of the copy. If alien races want to invade Earth, they must first establish an anchor point, create a copy there, and gradually infiltrate reality from the copy. These are the rules of the planet, and no race can violate them. Lei Zhenyu continued to explain. They must have planned this in advance, deliberately creating chaos during the competition to lure me over. They took advantage of my absence to invade my territory. Lin Zhe frowned and asked, but I don't understand, why did they specifically choose your city lord's mansion as their anchor point? Even if you weren't there, wouldn't the difficulty of invading be much higher than in other places? The situation is urgent. I'll explain in detail later. Lei Zhenyu's expression was unusually solemn. Lei Zhenyu straightened his body and said to Lin Zhe with a serious look, Major Lin Zhe of the Special Operations Team, listen to my command. Lin Zhe paused for a moment, then immediately stood up straight. Here, your first mission is to come back to Tianyu City with me to defeat the enemy. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's blood boiled instantly. He stood at attention, saluted, and replied firmly, yes, sir. After saying that, Lei Zhenyu took out a scroll and then unfolded a temporary teleportation portal in front of him. The next second, the two stepped into the portal side by side. Feng Yuan watched them leave and exclaimed, Lin Zhe is already a major? That's truly remarkable. powerful. He shook his head helplessly and said, with great power comes great responsibility. I'm afraid Lin Zhe will have to miss the award ceremony later. A few seconds later, Lin Zhe and Lei Zhenyu appeared in the garden near the city lord's mansion. Looking around, thick smoke was billowing from the roof of the city lord's mansion, and piercing sirens could be heard all around, with many soldiers going in and out. However, visual barriers had already been erected around the area, so the citizens outside could not see the real chaos. A loud crash suddenly rang out, and a corner of the city lord's mansion collapsed. The sounds of weapons clashing came from inside, indicating that a fierce battle was underway. Damn it! Lei Zhenyu couldn't help but curse. These damned ghosts, are they trying to tear my house down? He suppressed his emotions and turned to Lin Zhe to explain. You just asked why the undead invaded the city lord's mansion. Now I'll give you the answer. More than 30 years ago, the undead invaded Great Xia, and we suffered heavy losses. But the professionals of Great Xia were not to be trifled with, and together we repelled them. In the end, I personally killed the undead lord. However, the undead lord is immortal, and his heart has been preserved in my city lord's mansion. I didn't expect these undead to become restless again in recent years, using the promise of power as bait to lure many humans and create chaos. You were the one who resolved the recent incidents. Their ultimate goal is to resurrect the undead lord and revive the undead race. After hearing this, Lin Zhe asked, so they've come here to steal that heart? That's right. Lei Zhenyu rubbed his sleeves, his arm muscles bulging. It's utterly delusional. I asked you to come along so you could see a big scene. After all, you're still a student, so just watch quietly for a while. It's perfect timing. I haven't been on the battlefield in ages. My fists are itching to get back on the action. Instantly, Lei Zhenyu was enveloped in lightning, as if he were wearing a layer of armor formed from lightning. His messy hair made him look like a lion, with each strand standing on end. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes. It was a rare opportunity to witness Lei Zhenyu display his strength. His profession is melee lightning mage, and his level is said to be over 100, making him a preliminary step into the ranks of 5th tier experts. Lei Zhenyu dashed out in one stride, his entire body sweeping across the city lord's mansion like a bolt of lightning, leaving ravines in his wake. Ding! You have a new mission. Completely thwart the undead race's revival plan. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Another mission? Lin Zhe glanced at the system and immediately followed. At this time, the city lord's mansion was in a state of disarray, with many walls collapsed. From the city lord's office, countless skeleton soldiers crawled out, each of them being at least tier 2. In the corridor, the soldiers were locked in a fierce battle with the skeleton soldiers. Although most of the soldiers were 3rd tier breakthrough experts, they still had to concentrate fully when facing the dense horde of skeleton soldiers. In addition to the skeleton minions, several undead generals also joined the battle. A skeleton general riding a skeletal warhorse and wielding a long spear strode out of the portal. Taking advantage of the soldiers' preoccupation with other tasks, he suddenly thrust out his spear. The 2 young soldiers fell to the ground instantly. I will make you humans pay for what you did to my undead race in the past, the skeleton general roared arrogantly. Dream on! Accompanied by a booming voice, a figure enveloped in blue lightning rushed out from the corner of the corridor, heading straight for the skeleton general like a cannonball. The skeleton general immediately held his spear horizontally in front of him for defense. However, the next second, a crack sounded, and the spear broke in two. Immediately afterwards, a punch carrying immense force slammed into the general's skull, which instantly shattered like a watermelon into dust. But the power of the punch did not stop there. The skeleton soldiers behind the general were also swept up by a giant blue shockwave and turned to ashes. Thunder Fist is one of the main skills of melee thunder magic. Lei Zhenyu sneered at the general, who was now just a skeleton, and said disdainfully, if it weren't for your undead race invading my great Xia first, our 2 races could have lived in peace. Remember, no matter how many times you come, this will always be the ending for you. Lord Lei. All the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lei Zhenyu appear. Lin Zhe followed behind and witnessed the spectacular move firsthand. He was filled with admiration for Thor's strength. Just then, a crisp sound suddenly came from the corridor, like a glass bottle shattering on the ground. Immediately afterwards, blackness spread rapidly throughout the corridor, as if everyone was immersed in black water. At the same time, a negative status appeared in everyone's status bar: Abyss Curse. Abyss Curse reduces all attributes and stats by 90% for 10 minutes. Cannot be dispelled by skills or items. What kind of effect is this? The soldiers cried out in terror. Sure enough, everyone's attributes were reduced to only 1/10 of their original value, with both health and mana bars significantly shortened. This is bad, we've been ambushed. Lei Zhenyu roared. He too had fallen victim to this deadly curse. A woman's sinister laughter echoed in the air. He, you can all have fun here. As the voice faded, an endless stream of skeleton soldiers poured out from the end of the corridor. All the soldiers looked grim. They had been able to hold their own against these skeleton soldiers, but now, afflicted by the Abyss Curse, they feared that a single hit would be fatal. Its values plummeted by 90%, and even its speed became extremely slow, making escape impossible. Damn it, the undead always know how to play dirty. dirty tricks. Lei Jinyu roared in fury. It's alright, I'll handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, a wall of lightning quickly formed, erecting a barrier between the soldiers and the skeletons. Although Lei Jinyu was also affected by the curse, as a 5th-tier expert, his attribute values still exceeded the original levels of many soldiers. However, he also knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Damn it, I have to find a way right now, he vowed to himself. Just then, a boy's voice came from behind. Lord Lei, it's my turn to make a move. The boy, clad in light black armor, stepped effortlessly on the black cursed substance, seemingly unaffected. Everyone, including Lei Jinyu, was shocked. How are you alright? Only Lin Zhe knew that although the abyss curse was powerful, it was always a negative effect. He is immune to all negative states. Lin Zhe walked to the front of the soldiers' ranks, facing the surging skeleton soldiers, and threw a punch, his fist burning with raging flames. The Wrath of Flames skill was activated, instantly engulfing all the skeleton soldiers in hellfire. The human soldiers were all astonished to see Lin Zhe kill the skeleton soldier with a single punch. This young man is only in his early 20s, he hasn't even broken through to the 2nd tier yet. Lei Jinyu's eyes widened slightly. He had known for a long time that Lin Zhe was a genius, but this was the first time he had experienced his unfathomable strength up close. And isn't his profession about summoning demons to fight? How come he's so strong himself? This isn't just genius, it's monstrous. Ha, I never expected to fall into an ambush, how embarrassing. Lei Jinyu laughed self-deprecatingly, then turned his gaze to Lin Zhe. I originally wanted you to watch the battle, but now it seems I'll have to let you take action yourself. Lin Zhe calmly replied, no problem, leave it to me. Then he called out into the air, Han Chi, are you there? The next moment, a woman dressed in a black bodysuit appeared out of thin air from the shadows on the ground. It was Han Chi from the Special Operations Team. I'm here. Her tone remained calm and even. Lord Lei, Major Lin, leave this place to me for protection, Han Chi said expressionlessly. Okay, thank you. Lin Zhe replied, then turned and walked outside. Lin Zhe stopped walking outside alone. Let's draw the 2 system rewards first. This time they're all designated S-rank rewards. He eagerly brought up the lottery page and pressed the start button. Congratulations on drawing the skill, Heaven and Earth Manifestation, S-rank. Skill, Celestial Manifestation. Enlarges the body to 100 times its original size, and all attributes are also increased by 100 times. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 10 hours. Congratulations on winning the item, Summoning Beast Tier 2 Evolution Ticket *1, S-rank. Item, Summoning Beast Tier 2 Evolution Ticket. A one-time use item that can evolve a Tier 1 Summoning Beast to Tier 2. One skill, one item? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up, and both seemed pretty powerful. Which demon should this law of heaven and earth be used on? His first thought was of the flame demon, which was already extremely destructive. If this skill were used, it could practically destroy the world. Secondly, there's the succubus. Just imagining her becoming enormous is exciting. However, in the end, he decided to hand it over to the demon dragon. This will not only make up for its current lack of combat power, but also allow it to cause unimaginable destruction once the demon dragon grows up. So he immediately taught the demon dragon this skill. As for the evolution ticket, it's an item that allows a Tier 1 summon to evolve into Tier 2, and currently only the Hellhound meets the requirements. Without hesitation, Lin Zhe used the evolution ticket on the Hellhound. Congratulations! Your summoned beast, Hellhound, has evolved into Hellhound. Summoned beast, Hellhound. Race, Demon. Branch, Beast Demon. Rarity, Grade A. Level, 40, Tier 2. Health points, 30,000. Mana points, 15,000. Strength 2,000, Agility 4,000, plus 100, Stamina 3,000, Intelligence 2,600, Spirit 1,500. Skill evolution, Bloodthirsty Bite Deadly Bite. Deals damage to a single enemy, equals Agility *10, and inflicts a bleed effect over the next 20 seconds, dealing damage per second, equals Agility *2. Cooldown, 2 seconds. New skill, Prey Mark. Applies a mark to the target that is only visible to the user, guiding the prey's direction. Attacking the prey again will deal critical damage, and the mark will then disappear. Maximum mark duration, 10 days. Other skills, Shadow Strike. Equipment, Thorn Dagger. After evolving, the big black dog's appearance changed significantly. Its body became much larger. It grew from about half a person's height to almost the same height, exuding a powerful and intimidating presence when it approached. Its 3 blood-red eyes also became even more ferocious. But the next second, the 10 big black dogs, looking silly, stuck out their tongues and enthusiastically pounced on Lin Zhe. Stop! Lin Zhe immediately shouted. Oh dear, with you guys pouncing on me like this, I'm afraid I'm going to fall apart. Do you know that you already weigh over 200 pounds? Meanwhile, in the back garden of the city lord's mansion, a group of people dressed in black robes and wearing white masks were gathered together. In the darkness, a tall, slender undead woman slowly emerged. She wore a Gothic-style long dress, was thin, had pale skin, and her black hair was loose over her shoulders. She held a floating glass bottle filled with an unidentified black substance in her hand. As soon as the woman appeared, the white-masked men immediately knelt down reverently and shouted in unison, "Greetings, Lich Lord." "Get up," the woman said in a haughty tone. "My human servants, you have worked hard this time. If the plan succeeds, my king will surely grant you immortality and immense power." A white-masked figure stepped forward and bowed, reporting to the Lich King, "Our king's heart is hidden in an underground vault, and we are breaking through the ceiling barrier. However, I'm worried that once Lei Jinyu receives the news, he'll rush back very soon." He. The woman let out a chilling laugh. "It's not that they're coming back soon, it's that they're already back, and they brought Lin Zhe, who has ruined my plans time and time again." "What?" All the white-masked figures were astonished. "This is really troublesome." The woman continued with a smile, "What's there to be afraid of? They've already fallen into my trap." She pushed the glass bottle in her hand in front of everyone and smiled slightly. "I went through a lot of trouble to get this in order to subdue Lei Jinyu. No matter how powerful he is, as long as his level is below the 6th rank, he cannot escape the negative effects of this thing. The Lich King is wise." All the white-masked figures cheered in unison. Just then, a voice came from the side. "What are you all doing here, sneaking around like this?" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a handsome young man slowly walking out. "What, Lin Zhe?" The woman's expression changed drastically. "You were clearly under the curse of the abyss, how come you're unharmed?" When the white-masked men saw him, they retreated in terror, like mice encountering a cat. Lin Zhe smiled without saying a word and walked straight toward the woman. "I don't believe it." The woman waved her hand, and the glass bottle flew towards Lin Zhe. The bottle shattered in front of him with a bang, and the black substance spread rapidly, instantly turning everyone in the space black. "Ah, Lich Lord, even we." The white-masked figures fell into the abyss of curses, wailing in agony. Their health bars instantly shrank to a very short length, almost reaching 0. "What are you afraid of?" the woman sneered. "This state will only last for 10 minutes. The important thing is to take care of Lin Zhe first." However, the next moment, she was surprised to find that Lin Zhe's pace did not slow down at all. Level 30. What's wrong with you?" the woman asked, her voice trembling. "I should thank you," Lin Zhe said casually. "You saved me a lot of trouble." Immediately afterwards, 10 enormous hellhounds burst forth from the void and pounced on the white-masked figures. "Help!" Screams of agony rose and fell. The hellhound devoured the already dying white-masked figures in a matter of seconds. Lin Zhe stared coldly at their corpses and sneered. As humans, yet willing to become traitors for that bit of worthless power, they truly deserved to die a miserable death." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the Lich, a chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes. "So you're the mastermind behind this?" At the same time, her information appeared in his eyes. "Boss, Undead Lich Hela. Race, Undead. Health points, 150,000. Skills, Undead Summoning, Evil Infusion, etc. Expand to view details." Description: she was once a powerful assistant to the Undead Lord. After the fall of the Undead race, she dedicated herself to resurrecting the Undead Lord and rebuilding the Undead race. "Only level 70? I thought she was much stronger," Lin Zhe said dismissively. "Hela, you, a level 20-something, actually think my level 70 is too low?" Lin Zhe looked Hela up and down with disdain, making scornful tsk sounds. Hela felt an unusual sense of humiliation. Fortunately, she had never personally experienced what it was like for humans to return home for the new year and be gossiped about by their neighbors at the village entrance, otherwise it would have felt extremely familiar. Enraged by the insult, Hela roared, "I am a high lich of the undead race, how dare you look at me like that?" "Your perception is very accurate," Lin Zhe sneered. "You are trash, and all of you undead are trash." Hela was so angry she wanted to rush up and fight immediately, but she quickly came to her senses. She knew that Lin Zhe in front of her was not just arrogant, he was the biggest threat besides Lei Jinyu. But she couldn't back down, and snorted coldly, "I'm not going to argue with you." "Then let him play with you." After saying this, Hela chanted a spell, and the earth trembled violently. Meanwhile, she floated to the air in the distance and sat down to watch the battle. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and one side of the city lord's mansion collapsed. A gigantic, skeletal hand burst through the outer wall and emerged. Immediately afterwards, a huge skeletal monster slowly rose from the ruins. It was over 20 meters tall, its body made up of huge skeletons, and it gripped a long sword tightly in its hand. Within those two empty eye sockets, eerie green flames burned faintly. BOSS, Undead Duke Gar, full form. Race, Undead. Health points, 300,000. Skills, Death Cannon, Deadly Scream, Soul Drain, etc. Expand to view details. Description: once one of the three most powerful lieutenants of the Lich King, alongside Archmage Thaddeus and the Lich Hela, he lost his mind after being severely injured by humans and can only be controlled by Hela. "Oh, this looks like an old face," Lin Zhe said calmly, looking at the enormous skeleton. When the first trial dungeon enters the true mode, the final boss is the Undead Duke, although at that time there is only one head. This time, however, it is his complete form. Duke Gar, the Undead, clearly recognized Lin Zhe as well. The eerie green flames in his eyes burned even more intensely, as he clearly remembered the humiliation of being knocked down by the fire demon with a single punch last time. It went into a frenzy, letting out a deafening roar, raising its long long sword and striding toward Lindsay. Thump, thump, the huge body stomped violently on the ground. Lindsay remained calm and said, "Little dragon, it's your turn to go up now. Try out your new skill." The next moment, a dark little devil dragon appeared beside him, squeaking and acting cute. Hela, who was in midair, immediately used her detection spell, and the result showed that it was only level 5. She knew perfectly well that Lindsay was indeed quite capable, because he had 2 demons that were level 60 or higher. But now, he actually sent out a level 5 monster to tank a level 70 boss? Has he become so arrogant that he has forgotten who he is? However, the little devil dragon immediately unleashed its newly acquired S-rank skill, Heaven and Earth Transformation. In an instant, the tiny, dark figure vanished from the spot. "Huh, where's the dragon?" Hela asked, surprised. The next second, the originally clear sky suddenly turned gloomy, as if it were covered by a huge dark cloud. Looking up, I saw a huge creature flying overhead. "Is that the dragon?" Hela exclaimed. "How did it become so huge?" At this point, the little demon dragon had grown to 100 times its original size. The attribute also soared to health points 1.1 million, mana points 1.3 million, strength 110,000, agility 110,000, stamina 110,000, intelligence 150,000, spirit 130,000. Not only Hela, but even Lindsay was stunned. Is this the stat line a level 5 monster should have? However, since the baby dragon is only enlarged proportionally and has not grown into an adult dragon, it still retains its somewhat cute appearance. Squeak! The demon dragon let out a childish cry, which shook the heavens and earth and made everyone tremble. Only the undead duke, having lost his mind, was not afraid of the scene before him. Suddenly, its skull opened its mouth wide, gathering eerie green energy towards the dragon in the sky. "Idiot, don't fight head-on!" Hela hurriedly shouted to stop her. However, it was too late. The next second, with a whoosh, a death cannon shot towards the demon dragon. Squeak! The demon dragon flipped in the air, narrowly dodging the attack. The death cannon shot straight into the sky, shattering a cloud into pieces. Squeak! The demon dragon let out an angry roar. Immediately, a huge blue ball of lightning shot out from its mouth and landed lightly on the undead duke. Boom! A loud noise was accompanied by a strong shock wave, which kicked up sand and stones all over the sky and even snapped small trees in half. That power was truly astonishing. Damage dealt, 745,601. It directly exceeded twice the total health of the undead duke, instantly killing him. The Duke of the Dead let out a mournful wail, his white bones gradually crumbling into ashes amidst the blue lightning energy. Defeat the boss, Duke Guard the Undead, to gain 60,000 experience points and 60,000 lifespan days. Loot obtained, 60,000 copper coins, Kingslayer longsword, grim white bones, materials, skeleton summoning scroll, one-time use. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 28. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Demon Dragon. Current level, 12. The little devil dragon jumped directly from level 5 to level 12, a full 7 levels higher. Seeing this, Hela was completely stunned, her jaw almost dropping. Just what kind of monster is this Lindsay? Lindsay pointed at her in midair and said, "Xiaolong, there's another target over there." Hela was startled, and then she saw a huge shadow rushing towards her. However, the next second, the giant shadow shrunk to a tiny black dot with a bang. Why? Lindsay, the demon dragon, and Hela were all stunned. Damn it, I completely forgot that the duration of Law of Heaven and Earth is only 2 minutes. As soon as he said this, he couldn't help but recall a large-scale monster fighting TV series he had watched before he transmigrated. The ultimate move is powerful, but it's really not durable. Lindsay couldn't help but complain. Hela patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death, but we can't get entangled with them any longer. Finding the king's heart in the basement is the most important thing. With that, she transformed into a spiraling phantom and flew away with a whoosh. Seeing Hela escape, Lindsay didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he asked the 10 hellhounds, "Are they marked?" Woof, the hellhounds responded decisively. It turns out that Lindsay had just had the hellhounds use their newly learned skills to apply the prey mark to Hela. Although Hela herself couldn't perceive it, Lindsay could clearly see the mark, and it lasted for 10 days. At this moment, with the help of the insightful insight skill, Lindsay clearly saw Hela appear on the ground. In an instant, 10 hellhounds darted into the shadows and began to burrow underground. Meanwhile, in the basement corridor, many human soldiers lay lifeless on the ground. At the end of the corridor, in the treasure vault, various equipment and props were scattered all over the floor, in a messy state. Several people in white masks were searching inside. Whoosh! A phantom image spun out, transforming into a pale-faced woman wearing a gothic dress. Lich Lord! The white-masked figures all knelt down and bowed. "Stop kneeling, have you found it?" Hela's tone was anxious. Reporting to Lady Hela, "Please look here." A white-masked man handed over a locked wooden box. The wooden box looked ordinary on the outside, but it faintly emitted a thump sound, as if there was something alive inside. Hela's face lit up with joy. "This is it. We've searched for a long time," the white-masked man said with some difficulty, "but we can't find a key that matches this lock. lock. No need to look anymore, Hela said calmly. This box is a cursed item. It didn't come with a key. As for how to open it, she changed the subject, a sinister smile appearing on her face. She uttered a short incantation, and the next moment, she drew out threads of energy from each of the white masks. Several streams of energy converged at the keyhole of the wooden box. Those wearing white masks suddenly felt their bodies gradually weakening. Lady Hela, what have you done to us? Someone cried out in terror. The only way to open the box is to absorb souls, Hela said with a smile. This is your final contribution to resurrecting our king, and you should feel honored. Hela, you bastard. Only at the very last moment of their lives did the white-masked men realize that they had become pawns. In less than a minute, everyone collapsed to the ground, motionless. With a crisp click, the wooden box opened. Inside lay a bluish-gray heart, still beating strongly. Oh, Hela's eyes gleamed with excitement. My great king of the dead. She dropped the wooden box and held the beating, bluish-gray heart in her hands. He then knelt down devoutly, raised his hands to his heart, and chanted a string of incomprehensible incantations. Before long, the blood vessels at the top of the heart slowly spread out. Then, flesh gradually grows around the blood vessels. It's as if a life is gradually taking shape around this heart. Great king of the dead, your most loyal servant Hela welcomes your birth, Hela murmured devoutly. However, the next second, 10 hellhounds suddenly leaped out of the shadows from the ground around Hela and pounced on her. When the prey mark effect is triggered, the caster will deal critical damage when catching up with the prey. 162,031. Hela only had 150,000 HP and was instantly killed by this sudden attack. Not bad, not bad. Now the dog's got some skills. Lin Zhe walked slowly into the treasure vault. You despicable. Hela lay on the ground, barely alive, before she could finish speaking. Old baby, still talking so much nonsense even on your deathbed. Lin Zhe interrupted her without any mercy. Ha 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 ha. However, Hela suddenly burst into maniacal laughter on the ground. What's gotten into him now? Lin Zhe frowned. The undead lord has been resurrected. Humanity was too late after all. Ha ha ha. Hela's laughter was tinged with madness. Lin Zhe turned his gaze to the heart that was gradually forming flesh and blood. BOSS, the heart of the undead lord. Race, undead. Health points, 100. That's it? Lin Zhe sneered disdainfully. Destroying it would be a piece of cake. Destroy? Oomph. Naive. Hela said with her last strength. The king of the undead transcends the laws of all races. He is immortal and indestructible. Even if you, Lin Zhe, are powerful, you cannot stop him. Even if your human race's most elite experts came, it wouldn't make a difference. Immortal and indestructible? Lin Zhe frowned slightly. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Fire demon, come forth. Level 40. The next moment, the enormous fire demon appeared beside Lin Zhe. Here's your new tool. Let's test its effectiveness, Lin Zhe ordered. Yes, my lord, the flame demon replied. The Balrog took out a hammer, which was different from the previous one. The flames had turned into a dazzling gold. The eternal flame, controlled by the user's will, burns everything and never goes out. The Balrog swung his hammer, smashing it heavily into the heart. Golden flames instantly covered the surface of the heart. I told you long ago that my king is immortal and indestructible. So what if he uses fire elementals? Hela sneered. Even if he is burned to ashes, he can immediately regenerate flesh and blood. So annoying. You know how villains die from talking too much? Lin Zhe coldly complained. Golden flames burned away the newly grown flesh around the heart bit by bit, and then the heart gradually shrank in the flames. As it was about to be burned to ashes, a piercing scream came from its heart. Then, the heart completely dissipated into the air, leaving only a few orange sparks that slowly drifted down to Hela's eyes. Hela stared in horror at the landing of the Martian. This is impossible, impossible. The fire gradually died down. Finally, the terror on Hela's face froze, her body turned into a pile of bones, and then crumbled and weathered away. Defeat the boss, Undead Lich Hela, to gain 60,000 experience points and 60,000 lifespan days. Loot obtained, 60,000 copper coins, Great Lich's robe. Defeat the boss, Heart of the Undead Lord, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days. Loot obtained, Gem of Pain earring. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 29. Ding! You have completely thwarted the undead race's revival plan and have received the reward. One system lottery draw. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied when a series of prompts popped up. At that moment, he noticed the Pain Gem earring in his hand. It was a dull, black gemstone earring. This is the last piece of the 5-piece set. Lin Zhe exclaimed with delight. Just as I was about to check the attributes, I heard a flurry of footsteps outside the door. At the head of the line was Lei Jinyu, followed closely by Han Qi and a group of soldiers. 10 minutes later, they had successfully lifted the curse of the abyss. Did that thief find the heart of the undead lord? Lei Jinyu rushed in, excitedly asking. Before Lin Zhe could speak, he noticed the open wooden box on the ground. Lei Jinyu's heart tightened, and he immediately shouted anxiously, "It's over. The heart has been removed? Could it have been taken away by the thieves? Damn it, it's all my fault for falling into this trap." After saying that, he punched the cement pillar pillar next to him, and the pillar immediately dented a large hole. Lord Lei, I know you're anxious, but please don't be hasty, Lin Zhe said with a hint of helplessness. I've already killed the lich, and I've destroyed the heart of the undead lord. What? Upon hearing this, Lei Zhenyu became even more agitated than before, his expression filled with disbelief. The undead lord is immortal and indestructible. How do you manage to do that? If anyone else had said this, he wouldn't have believed a word. But today he had witnessed too many miracles created by Lin Zhe, and besides, this was clearly not the time to joke. Therefore, he had no choice but to believe. Lin Zhe scratched the back of his head, somewhat embarrassed, and hesitated in his heart. Should I tell them about how I obtained the eternal flame on the 7th floor? Lei Zhenyu understood and instructed the soldiers behind him. The crisis has been resolved, everyone go, and rest for a while. We'll send people to thoroughly search the entire building later. Soon, only Lin Zhe, Lei Zhenyu, and Han Qi remained in the room. Han Qi is one of our own, and also your subordinate. You can trust her without worry, Lei Zhenyu instructed. Lin Zhe nodded and recounted every detail of what he encountered on the 7th floor. After listening, Lei Zhenyu pondered for a moment. There was such a strange encounter. No wonder the scene suddenly cut off. We thought the instance had been corrupted again. It seems that the person who designed this instance arranged it on purpose. Let's not talk about that now. Lei Zhenyu patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder. Major Lin Zhe, you've done another great service this time. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Our Tianyu City, no, our great Xia, has truly nurtured a future star. Lei Zhenyu was so excited that he couldn't stop smiling. Sorry, I got a little too excited. He stopped smiling. Now you have one more thing to do. Lin Zhe's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. The award ceremony for the championship shouldn't be over yet. You should hurry back and collect your prize. Oh, that's all? Lei Zhenyu said seriously. You have just devoted your efforts to the great Xia, but this kind of thing is destined to be kept secret from the public. The peaceful and prosperous life that people enjoy today is the result of the silent dedication of countless unsung heroes. But at the very least, I can't let you miss your award ceremony just because I dragged you here to do this mission. Go, step onto the podium, let everyone see your brilliance. That is your glory, and you deserve to enjoy it. Meanwhile, inside the stadium of the Tianqing City Rising Star Championship, the award ceremony is now officially beginning. Accompanied by a majestic march, Zhou Xiaoyu and Qi Xingyu walked onto the podium to receive their awards. The announcer's voice came over the loudspeaker. Let's congratulate Qi Xingyu on winning 3rd place in this competition. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Next, let's congratulate the runner-up, Zhou Xiaoyu. Although many people did not know her, they still gave her applause and blessings. Next up is the champion, Lin Zhe. However, due to some personal matters, Lin Zhe was unable to attend. A wave of disappointment immediately arose from the audience. What's going on with Lin Zhe? How can the champion be absent from such an annual competition? What's going on? Feng Yuan watched this scene from the side and shook his head helplessly. However, before the broadcast could finish, a temporary portal suddenly appeared in the center of the award stage. Everyone was stunned, and the entire room fell silent instantly. A handsome young man dressed in light black armor confidently stepped out of the portal. Oh well, luckily I made it in time. Lin Zhe smiled awkwardly. The host reacted quickly. It seems Lin Zhe has taken care of his business. He always manages to surprise us. Now, let's warmly congratulate Lin Zhe, the champion of this Rising Star competition. The entire venue erupted in cheers. The award ceremony concluded amidst cheers. Holding a gleaming golden trophy and a sign that read 1 million yuan in prize money, Lin Zhe slowly walked down from the podium. Click, click. The flashes of various cameras went off one after another, and Lin Zhe was immediately surrounded by a group of reporters. Lin Zhe, what are your thoughts now? Lin Zhe, what's your secret to becoming stronger? Could you share it with everyone? Lin Zhe, which university are you planning to apply to? In the end, security personnel helped him out of the predicament. However, he was soon surrounded by admissions directors from various universities, who all vied to recommend him. Lin Zhe, how about checking out Eastern Biological University? We're the strongest university in the country for summoning. We're willing to provide you with a single dormitory room, all dungeon fees will be waived for 4 years, and there's a variety of equipment and weapons for you to choose from. Lin Zhe, you must have heard of Tsinghua and Peking universities, right? We are the top comprehensive universities in the country. We have complete facilities, state-of-the-art training facilities, and close cooperation with the United States in high technology. Come to our South China Sea University. The benefits are definitely better than anywhere else. Plus, there are lots of beautiful female senior students, and we can arrange for you to study with them. Is this how you do it? The other directors all cast strange glances their way. Lin Zhe, I'm from the Western War Academy. We focus on training combat-ready personnel, and the benefits are excellent. More importantly, the school is located in Tianyu City, making transportation very convenient. Get out of here. What kind of benefit is this? The other directors immediately retorted. Lin Zhe didn't answer, but he already had the answer in his heart. Yes, Captain. often. In fact, just before the undead invaded the city lord's mansion, he hadn't yet decided which university to choose. Perhaps it will become the most famous Tsinghua and Peking universities in the country? But after what he had just experienced, he realized that he had developed a deep affection for Tianyu City since he was 8 years old when he traveled there. Although he is an orphan, he has friends, teachers, and the city lord here. If Tianyu City encounters another crisis, he wants to be the first to step forward and protect his hometown. A man's ambition may lie in all directions, but he must also protect his roots. Therefore, he decided to choose the Western War Academy. Lindsay immediately took the director's business card and said calmly, "Teacher, we'll contact each other again later." The director was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lindsay to agree so quickly, and nodded hurriedly, "Okay, I'll wait for your news." The other directors panicked upon hearing this and urged, "Lindsay, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Think it over more." Lindsay quickly slipped away and disappeared into the crowd. It was already late when I returned to my home in Tianyu City. He lay on the sofa, utterly exhausted. Looking back on today, it was a long day, starting with participating in the competition and then resolving the crisis of the undead. He opened the news and saw that the news of his victory was on the front page, along with his photo. He was too lazy to open it and simply ignored it. However, one news item caught his attention. Qin Dongjun, owner of a well-known pharmaceutical company, "I want justice for my deceased son." This Qin Dongjun is none other than Qin Feng's father, whom he often talks about. The news report stated that Qin Dongjun believed his son's death during the competition must have been caused by other competitors framing him. The organizers have gone to negotiate, but the two sides have not reached an agreement. Lindsay snorted coldly, thinking to himself, with a son like this, Qin Dongjun is no ordinary person either. I'm afraid I'll be the one getting come knocking on my door someday. After turning off the news, Lindsay began to review his day's findings. Aside from a few items that can be directly listed on the exchange, the most important item is the pair of pain gem earrings. He opened and viewed the properties. Painful gemstone earrings. Category, jewelry. Effect, agility plus 1000, randomly inflicts one negative status effect, excluding instant death, on the wearer every hour. This effect cannot be dispelled. Set bonus, 5-piece set? Without hesitation, Lindsay put it directly into his equipment slot. Instantly, all 5 pieces of jewelry emitted light of different colors. The question mark at the end of each piece of jewelry has finally been revealed. Set bonus, all attributes plus 1000, negative status effects of each accessory increased by 100%. Gain the skill, Summon Undead Elite. Skill, Summon Undead Elite. A temporary summoning skill that randomly summons one of the following in battle: Archmage status, Dukgar, or Lich Helia. The negative effects can be ignored. With an extra 1000 to all attributes, plus the skill, the performance is not bad. Next up is the most anticipated moment, the prize draw. However, just as Lindsay opened the system interface and was about to draw a prize, a message suddenly popped up. You have completed more than 10 tasks. Do you want to use one lottery chance to unlock a new system feature? Yes/no. Lindsay's eyes lit up. The system has new features? Using one lottery chance to get a new feature should be worthwhile. Lindsay thought to himself and immediately chose yes. New feature successfully launched. Prize upgrade. All prizes obtained through this system's lottery can be upgraded by consuming lifespan. Lindsay's eyes lit up immediately. System, tell me, what is my current total lifespan? Current remaining total lifespan, 1,374 years and 123 days. Congratulations on becoming an immortal tortoise. How come your system can swear? Lindsay's lips twitched slightly. It's unbelievable that so much lifespan has been accumulated in just one day. He recalled how many high-level bosses he had killed that day, and felt it was all reasonable. System, bring up the list of upgradable features. The next second, the system listed a long list of names, all of which were the talents and skills he had drawn before. Soul Link, S-rank upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Time Management Master, S-level upgrade progress 1/2, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Infinite Devouring, S-rank upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Turning Misfortune into Good Fortune, S-rank upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 1,000 years. Virus Transmission, level S upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 1,000 years. Law of Heaven and Earth, S-rank upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 1,000 years. Insightful Insight, rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Elemental Frenzy, rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Shadow Raid, rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Roulette of Fortune, rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. At a glance, they all require hundreds or thousands of years of lifespan, with the highest requiring as much as 5,000 years. Talents are generally more expensive than skills, especially those related to rules, which can be ridiculously expensive. It seems that my lifespan is not so long after all. After careful consideration, Lindsay decided to upgrade the turning misfortune into good fortune talent first. After all, this talent is very useful, and it has been the key to our recent victories. Other skills are still manageable for the time being. Would you consume 1,000 years of your lifespan to upgrade your talent, turning misfortune into good fortune? Yes/no. He chose yes without hesitation. Talent turns misfortune into good fortune. Immune to all negative effects. Talent turning misfortune into good fortune. Immune to all negative effects and converts them into positive ones. Current upgrade progress 2/3, lifespan required for continued upgrade 5,000 years. Exclamation point. Lindsay's eyes gleamed. That's incredible. The next second, he immediately felt a refreshing energy surging through his body. Opening his equipment inventory, he discovered that all the negative effects of the 5-piece undead gem set he was wearing had been transformed into positive ones. Cursed gem necklace, 50% chance of error when attacking a target, increases critical hit rate by 50% when attacking. Fallen gem ring, reduces attribute value by 10 levels, increases attribute value by 10 levels. Blood gem badge, causes massive bleeding every 10 seconds, amounting to 10% of health, automatically heals once every 10 seconds, amounting to 10% of health. Chaos gem belt, more prone to losing your mind, stay clear-headed. Painful gem earrings, each hour, randomly inflicts one negative status effect on the wearer, excluding instant death. Each hour, randomly inflicts one positive status effect on the wearer, excluding resurrection. 5-piece set effect, increases the negative status effect of each accessory by 100%, increases the positive status effect of each accessory by 100%. Looking at these changes, Lindsay was speechless for a moment, except for blurting out, "Yes, this is like cheating. It's a leap in power." He glanced at his status bar and saw two buffs, increased speed and increased stamina. This is clearly a buff that the painful gem earrings randomly apply every hour. With the added effect of the 5-piece set bonus, the effect is doubled, so there are two states. Looking at his remaining lifespan of just over 300 years, Lindsay thought to himself, "It seems I can't stop practicing the turtle breathing technique every day, and I need to extend my lifespan even more." Just then, his voice call rang, and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar name. Hu Weidong. Lindsay pondered for a moment, then took out the business card from his pocket and realized that Hu Weidong was the director of the admissions office of the Western War Academy. "Hello, is this Lindsay? It's me, Director Hu. Hello. Congratulations, Lindsay, on winning the championship again. We are also honored that you chose our school. Are you free recently? I'd like to show you around the school and get your enrollment paperwork done while we're at it." So urgent?" Lindsay said helplessly. He hadn't even graduated from high school yet, but the school was already urging him to complete the college enrollment procedures. "Ha ha," came a slightly embarrassed laugh from the other end of the phone. "It's better to complete the procedures early so we can arrange a dormitory for you in advance. Of course, your dormitory will definitely be the best single room on campus." Lindsay could tell that because many schools wanted to recruit him, they were afraid he would change his mind at the last minute, so they were in a hurry to get him to complete the procedures. He smiled knowingly to himself, not exposing the other person's lie, and agreed, "All right then, how about the day after tomorrow? Since he has already decided to go to that school, there's no harm in going along with their wishes." "Sure, no problem." The person on the other end of the phone sounded very happy. "I'll send you the detailed address in a bit. Contact me anytime if you have any questions. Then I won't bother you any longer today. Goodbye." After hanging up the phone, Lindsay opened the chat software. Sure enough, information flooded in like an explosion. Wang Hao sent a voice message. "My son Lindsay. Oh no, Godfather Lindsay, you're amazing. You won the championship. If you become rich and powerful, don't forget me." Shu Yu sent a message. "I saw the news about your victory. Congratulations. Let's have dinner together sometime. By the way, did Mengli, that little girl, have you two had a falling out? She seems a bit withdrawn these days." Even Shi Yueying left a comment. "Congratulations. By the way, my brother didn't say anything strange, did he?" As Lindsay was scrolling, he gradually lay down on the sofa and unknowingly fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the city lord's mansion of Tianyu City, due to extensive damage to the attic, Lei Zhenyu's office was temporarily moved to the underground emergency shelter. It was late at night, and he was still participating in an online meeting. Moreover, it was a meeting of the 12 city lords of the Great Xia dynasty, which was of a very high level. He sat alone at a large round table. Although the other 11 chairs were unoccupied, each seat had a light screen in front of it, with the city name marked in 4 directions: Western Region, Tianyu, Tianqing, Nanyun; Northern Region, Baidu, Luodu, Heilong; Eastern Region, East China Sea, Large Lake, and adjacent mountains; South, Nanhai, Jianhua, Longtian. These are the 12 major cities of the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, a steady voice came from the light screen of Donghai City. "So, does this mean the crisis of the resurgence of the undead has been completely resolved?" "That's right," Lei Zhenyu replied. "However, there may still be some remaining traitors, which we are currently eliminating. Those guys used a villa in the suburbs as their base. base, which we also destroyed. Old Dog Lei still uses thunderous methods. The speaker was Yun Tianxiong, the city lord of Nanyun City. Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu said with a smug smile, the main credit should go to a newly born genius from my Tianyu. By the way, he also won the championship of this Western Rising Star competition. I've heard a little about him. A dignified woman's voice came from the light screen of Luodu City. I watched the news tonight. I think his name was Lin Zhe? That's right. Lei Zhenyu replied proudly. This boy will surely be a pillar of the great Xia in the future. Hey Xiaolei, an aged voice echoed from the light screen in South China Sea City. Taking too big a step can lead to trouble. You'd better cut back on your boasting. In the words of the young, you're just making poisonous milk. That's right, the city lord of Great Lake City echoed in a soft tone. Which of our cities hasn't produced a few peerless geniuses? There's nothing strange about it. Oh, Lei Zhenyu crossed his legs and said confidently, have you ever done something like a level 20-something defeating several level 70 geniuses? What? The other city lords were stunned for a few seconds, then angrily cursed, you're just bragging. I don't believe you. Feng Yuan said calmly, although I'm reluctant to admit it, what Old Dog Lei said is true. Upon hearing this, the other city lords fell silent. Thanks, Old Feng. Lei Zhenyu replied with a laugh. However, his smile soon faded, and his expression turned serious. Alright, enough of that. There's something more important to discuss. When we fought the undead today, we were hit by a negative status effect called Abyss Curse, Lei Zhenyu said solemnly. That thing shouldn't be something the undead themselves possess. I'm worried that this Abyss is that thing. The Abyss? Feng Yuan asked in surprise. You mean the Abyss clan, the cancer of all races? These words shocked the other city lords as well. The Abyss clan, the female city lord of Thousand Flowers City said. They are special beings in the legends of certain races. If a race is likened to a field, the Abyss is like a locust swarm, leaving nothing but barren land wherever they go. That's why it's called the cancer of all races. Feng Yuan said, human professions have existed for 100 years, and we have never seen this race, nor have we heard of any other races encountering it. It has always existed only in the myths and legends of a very small number of races. Yes, the female city lord of Luodu City added, City Lord Lei, aren't you being too sensitive? Perhaps that negative status just happens to contain the word abyss? Lei Zhenyu shook his head and said, I hope so too. But what curse can directly reduce all values by 90%? I've never heard of one in my life. These words silenced the other city lords. I think it would be better to report this to General Huayu first, Feng Yuan suggested. Even if it's not true, it's good to have a record. That's all we can do. Lei Zhenyu nodded heavily. 2 days later, early in the morning, Lin Zhe jumped out of bed early because he was going to the Western War Academy to complete his enrollment procedures today. The school is not far from home. It only takes half an hour by bus. As soon as I got off the bus, a magnificent school gate came into view, with 6 powerful characters written on the plaque, Western War Academy. Several sculptures of professionals stand in front of the school gate, each one heroic and upright. The entire school gate is solemn and magnificent. It looks more like a military camp than a school. Hu Weidong, the director of the admissions office, was waiting at the entrance early. When he saw Lin Zhe appear, he greeted him with a smile. Lin Zhe stared intently at the design of the school gate, while Hu Weidong laughed and said, how about it? Not bad, right? Actually, the school was originally a military base, so it inherited this iron-blooded style. These sculptures represent outstanding graduates from various years, many of whom later became heroes who made great contributions in battle. Let's go in. Upon entering the school gate, one finds that the buildings are mostly modern in style, the green spaces are vast, and many students walk along the road with high spirits. A sense of longing welled up in Lin Zhe's heart. Looking back, before he transmigrated, he had only attended an ordinary third-tier university. In this life, he finally fulfilled his dream of attending a prestigious university. Hu Weidong helped him complete the formalities. After finishing, Hu Weidong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and his smile became even brighter. Afterwards, he showed Lin Zhe the dormitory that had been prepared especially for him. Unlike the simple dormitory he had imagined, with several bunk beds in one room, this dormitory was a one-bedroom apartment with a separate kitchen and bathroom. It looked even more luxurious than Lin Zhe's own home, which did tempt him. Hu Weidong seemed to see through his thoughts and said, you can move in any time, but at the latest it will be a month from now, which is when the freshman year officially starts. After leaving the dormitory, Hu Weidong took him to visit various facilities such as the teaching building, canteen, physical training hall, and dungeon battle hall. As they prepared to go to the stadium, they found many people filing in through the main gate. Lin Zhe asked curiously, is there any important event today? Hu Weidong slapped his forehead and said with a smile, oh dear, I almost forgot. Today is an academic exchange meeting between our school's summoning department and the Eastern University of Biology, which is being held right here in the stadium. Since you're also from the summoning faction, I'll take you to see it and introduce you to Director Ma of the summoning faction. Lin Zhe thought to himself, Eastern Biological University? I heard it's the top school in the country for summoning techniques. He nodded and said, okay, let's go take a look. By this time, the stadium stands were already full of people. In addition to all the teachers and students of the summoning department, many students from other departments skipped classes specifically to attend this exchange meeting. After all, this was an academic exchange with another school, which attracted a lot of attention. In this era where martial arts are highly valued, so-called academic exchanges are actually just a form of martial arts competition, which naturally attracts a large audience to watch the spectacle. As soon as Lin Zhe entered the stadium, he saw two giant beasts wrestling fiercely in the center of the field. One of them was an ancient bear king, enormous in size, with thick limbs, sharp teeth, and exceptionally ferocious. On the other side is a tall and majestic male deer with a pair of towering, winding antlers on its head, which makes it look dignified and noble. Both giant beasts are level 40 or higher. At this moment, the stag was ramming its opponent with its antlers, while the ancient bear king held onto the antlers tightly with both hands, its body remaining motionless. The two sides are engaged in a contest of strength. The announcer's voice came over the radio. On one side is Shui Yang from the Eastern University of Biology, whose profession is ancient beast summoner. On the other side is Lu Ming from our school, whose profession is a spirit beast summoner. Two of our students have already lost to Shui Yang. Can Lu Ming turn the tide? Behind the two giant beasts, two boys were issuing commands. Deer, hang in there, don't let up. Bear King, unleash your killing move. The next second, the ancient bear king gripped the deer antlers tightly with both hands, and his whole body suddenly leaned back, executing a back throw. The giant deer let out a miserable howl as its head slammed heavily to the ground, instantly reducing its health by more than half. The giant deer lay on the ground convulsing, unable to stand up for a long time, and its status bar displayed a negative status, broken bone. An uproar erupted in the stands. What kind of power is this? It rendered giant deer incapable of fighting with a single move. As expected of the Eastern Biological University, it truly lives up to its reputation. I've heard that Shui Yang's ancient bear king is a legendary beast from ancient texts. It's truly formidable. And I heard that Shui Yang isn't even the strongest student they sent this time. On the radio, the host said, "It seems the battle is over. I announced that Shui Yang has won." Wait, what is the ancient bear king trying to do? Shui Yang shouted, "Bear King, press your advantage. Don't give them a chance to survive." The ancient bear king roared and immediately swung his fists, smashing them one after another at the giant deer that had lost its ability to fight. The giant deer let out a series of shrill screams, making the hearts of the audience tighten. Soon after, Julu's health points were completely reduced to zero. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Is it really necessary to be this harsh for an academic exchange meeting? Yeah, everyone raises their summoned beasts with great care. We've already lost twice in a row. There's no need to be so ruthless. What's going on with this Eastern Biological University? Are they here for an exchange, or to cause trouble? Anyone who doesn't know the situation would think someone killed his father. The broadcast, which had been so enthusiastic, suddenly lost its tone. I declare Shui Yang the winner. In the center of the stands, two middle-aged men, slightly older than the other, stood side by side. One of the men, with a full beard, laughed smugly. "Ha, it seems your Western War summoning skills really need improvement." He is Director Wang from the Eastern University of Biology. The other man, dressed in a suit and tie, was Director Ma of the summoning department at the Western War Academy. At this moment, Director Ma's face was quite ugly, but he could not vent his anger due to his position. He could only suppress his anger and say, "Your school style is still ruthless. We have all lost, yet you don't even give us a way out." Director Wang replied smugly, "Humph, that's for sure. Once we're on the battlefield, the enemy won't show any mercy. Sorry, that's just our style." As soon as he finished speaking, the students accompanying him behind him showed smug expressions, clearly agreeing with what he said. Director Wang's words were not entirely wrong. Because the cost of reviving a summoned beast is extremely high once it dies, people usually stop at the point of attack in friendly matches like academic exchange meetings and don't really go all out. However, at this moment, Shui Yang, who had won on the playground, appeared unusually arrogant. Facing the boos from the crowd, he unabashedly raised his middle finger and provoked, "Ha, if you're not convinced, come down and have a go with my ancient bear king. You Western War Academy students, do you think you can win just by talking? In my opinion, you're all trash." This provocation sparked discontent among many students. However, everyone either lacked the strength or was not a summoner at all, so they could only grit their teeth in their hearts. From the stands, Lin Zhe and Hu Weidong watched the entire battle unfold. Hu Weidong said indignantly, "This student has really poor manners. Isn't this bullying?" Lin Zhe did not show his joy or anger, but felt that the other party's behavior was indeed a bit excessive, especially Shui Yang's actions, which were a bit like those of a clown. Is it really necessary for a summoned beast that's only level 40 to jump around like this? Ding! Your sharp commentary on the contestant has been detected. You have been given a new mission. Make the opposing school completely admit defeat at the academic exchange conference. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Wait, can't I even give a casual review? Shui Yang continued circling the playground, giving the middle finger to the people in the stands, which aroused more and more people's disgust. Even Director Ma of the Western War Division couldn't hold back any longer. Director Wang, your student is being far too impolite. Director Wang, however, didn't seem to care and laughed. Hee, young people are fine, it's good to be a little proud. Director Ma knew perfectly well that while they claimed it was an academic exchange, they were actually just there to show off their strength. Just then, Hu Weidong led Lin Zhe to Director Ma's side. Director Ma, let me introduce you to a new student. This is Lin Zhe, who officially enrolled this September and is also a summoner. Although Director Ma was dissatisfied, he wasn't very interested. He only glanced at Lin Zhe and gave a perfunctory greeting. Oh, I see. Lin Zhe took the initiative to speak. Hello, may I go up and participate in the competition? Director Ma was taken aback and looked Lin Zhe up and down a few times. This is an academic exchange meeting, where everyone is free to compete, but you haven't even started your freshman year yet? Lin Zhe thought to himself, you think I want to do this? I finally wanted to rest for a few days, and the system just had to give me a task. They're really chasing after me to give me rewards. What can I do? Sigh. Upon hearing Director Ma's words, Hu Weidong quickly explained, you may not know, but Lin Zhe just won the Western Rising Star Championship a few days ago. Level 35. Really? Director Ma replied absent-mindedly. But no matter how fierce the Rising Star competition is, it's still just a competition for high school students. This is a competition for outstanding students from several years of university. If they participated in the Rising Star tournament, they would all be champions. At this moment, Director Wang, with a full beard, spoke up. Director Ma, you're wrong about that. Why stop him? Let everyone experience the champion's strength. My students haven't even faced the champion yet. Although he spoke lightly on the surface, everyone knew he was being sarcastic. The students accompanying him also cast cold glances at Lin Zhe, as if they were eyeing a piece of fat meat waiting to be slaughtered. Lin Zhe also sensed the subtle praise and criticism from old Wang, but he did not expose him on the spot. Instead, she smiled and said to him, Director Wang, if I beat all your students, aren't you going to give me some kind of reward? Upon hearing this, the group of people were immediately stunned. Stop messing around. Director Ma hurriedly stopped him. What nonsense are you spouting, you freshman who hasn't even started school yet? He inwardly groaned. Today is the worst day ever. It wasn't enough that the students lost, now a clueless freshman has come and embarrassed me too. Director Wang laughed heartily. This young man is quite interesting. Have you seen this thumb ring on my hand? He was wearing a large, bright green thumb ring on his hand, which looked quite valuable. This is a teleportation gem ring. It can open teleportation portals at will. It's worth more than 50 million on the market now. If you can really beat my student, I'll give it to you. But there's a condition. Director Wang turned to Director Ma with a malicious smile. This student has lost. Director Ma, you have to give my student something of equal value. Director Ma looked completely bewildered. It's settled then. Before Director Ma could react, Lin Zhe had already agreed and turned to run straight to the playground. Wait a minute, I haven't even agreed yet. Director Ma looked at Lin Zhe's retreating figure, his face turning ashen. Is Lin Zhe a spy sent by Director Wang? He's trying to ruin me. I've really lost out this time. In the center of the playground, Shui Yang was still arrogantly shouting at the stands, who else? At this moment, a handsome young man walked onto the stage, and enthusiastic applause immediately erupted from the audience. The radio host hurriedly said, it seems our Western War has another challenger. He's from, Lin Zhe, who'll be a freshman next semester. These words caused an uproar at the scene. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. What exactly is going on? Even if there's no one else in the Western War, do you really need to drag a high school student out to make up the numbers? Director Ma shook his head repeatedly, saying, I really can't bear to lose face like this. Shui Yang laughed until his stomach hurt. Has your Western War Academy really fallen to this level? You're even dragging out students who haven't even enrolled yet. Lin Zhe was not angry, but said calmly, to deal with you, there are already enough people who haven't even enrolled yet. He waved his hand and said, enough with the nonsense, bring it on. I can give you 3 moves first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gigantic fire demon appeared on the playground. Shui Yang sneered, you want me to have 3 moves? You really don't know your own limitations. My ancient bear king is level 46. Wait a minute? He looked at the Balrog stats, level 62? A bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, but he still forced himself to remain calm. So what? My ancient bear king has the bonus of an ancient ferocious beast, so its attributes are not much worse than a level 60. Besides, since you said you'd give me 3 moves, I won't hold back. He immediately seized the opportunity. The next second, the ancient bear king appeared on the field, with a size similar to the flame demon, or even more robust. The 2 colossal beasts faced off, creating a palpable sense of oppression. Ancient bear king, charge. Shui Yang ordered. The battle will be decided within 3 moves. Roar. The ancient bear king roared as it charged toward the fire demon, its thick limbs pounding the arena with a thump sound. Then, a giant bear paw slammed down on the flame demon. Following Lin Zhe's instructions, the flame demon neither dodged nor retaliated, remaining firmly in place. The force of the palm strike strike was like a tidal wave, and the effect was extremely shocking. The audience was stunned, and some could not even bear to look at it. Damage dealt to the flame demon, 23. The ancient bear king was stunned, Shui Yang was stunned, and the entire audience was stunned. That palm strike just now clearly hit the flame demon. But the flame demon remained unmoved, a disdainful expression on his face, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?" Roar! The ancient bear king was enraged. Since being trained by Shui Yang, it has almost never suffered a defeat. How could it tolerate such humiliation? The next moment, it used its arms to lock the flame demon tightly, preparing to use the previous deadly back throw. However, it was stunned once again. It discovered that no matter how hard it tried, the opponent's feet never left the ground. To the onlookers, the sight of the two magnificent beasts embracing tightly seemed to freeze on the field, creating an extremely awkward moment. Lin Zhe couldn't help but cover his eyes. He simply couldn't look directly at it. The flame demon roared as if it had been harassed. "My lord, I can no longer tolerate this." The next moment, scorching flames erupted from his body, completely enveloping the ancient bear king who was clinging to him. "Oh, whoa!" The ancient bear king screamed repeatedly in the flames, rolling on the ground in agony as its life force rapidly diminished. Lin Zhe said helplessly, "Oh, I'm sorry, it seems my summoned beast didn't last 3 moves before it started to attack." Shui Yang cried out in desperation, "Stop, stop, I give up." "Stop?" Lin Zhe sneered. "Didn't your director Wang just teach us not to leave the enemy a way out?" "I've kept those words firmly in mind." The ancient bear king struggled in the sea of fire until its health points finally reached 0. A notification popped up on Lin Zhe's screen. "Slay the ancient bear king, experience plus 20,000, lifespan plus 20,000 days." Shui Yang collapsed instantly, kneeling on the ground as if he had lost his soul. After all, the ancient bear king is a rare species, and it would cost at least 100 million copper coins to revive it. This means Shui Yang probably won't be able to use it as a summoned beast for several years. At the same time, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the stands. The oppressive feeling from before has finally vanished, and this time it was a beautiful comeback victory. Director Ma of the Western War Bureau revealed a look of surprise. This Lin Zhe is indeed quite capable. Only Director Wang and a few accompanying students looked grim. Director Wang glanced at the ring in his hand, a trace of worry crossing his mind. But he quickly regained his confidence and smiled at a boy with Korean-style bangs and a stern face, saying, "Luo Shang, it's your turn to play this time." Then he leaned close to Luo Shang's ear and whispered, "Just use the one I gave you." Luo Shang nodded slightly, a cold smile appearing on his lips. "Don't worry, Director, watch how I deal with him." On the field, Lin Zhe stood quietly, listening to the applause and cheers from the audience. At that moment, a boy with a cold and aloof demeanor slowly walked over. His features were stern and cold, his face expressionless, radiating a powerful aura. The scene gradually quieted down, turning into hushed conversations. "Ah, it's Luo Shang from the Eastern University of Biology. I heard he's the most outstanding student among the visiting students this time." "Yeah, he's only a junior in college, but he's already level 50. Moreover, Luo Shang is the eldest son of the Luo clan, the most powerful organization in Donghai City. He is by no means an ordinary person. It seems we're going to lose this battle in the West. No matter how strong the high school students are, they can't possibly beat Luo Shang." The radio host also began to introduce. "Now it's Luo Shang's turn to enter. His profession is S-rank dragon tamer. I wonder if Lin Zhe can maintain his momentum from before. Well, let's wait and see." The host's voice carried a hint of unease. Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat, and he asked with slight interest, "Dragon tamer? Isn't that Chu Yuyu's profession?" Luo Shang calmly walked to the designated spot and waved his right hand. The next second, the air on the playground suddenly cooled down, and despite the bright sunshine, it still gave people goosebumps. Immediately, a crack appeared in the space above Luo Shang's head, and a flying dragon covered in ice crystals slowly flew out. Summoned beast, Ice Dragon Lord. Race, Dragon, Rank A, Level, 69. Health points, 300,000. Squeak. The ice dragon let out a long, clear cry in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone was speechless, awestruck by the noble and powerful summoned beast. The broadcast blared again, "Luo Shang has actually summoned a level 69 Ice Dragon Lord. Such a noble breed is rare even on the entire Blue Star." From the stands, Director Wang snorted coldly, "Is that even a question? This is something I finally managed to get after running through the high-level border dungeon more than 3,000 times. To be honest, Luo Shang using it to deal with that high school student was a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But to win, we have to use any means necessary. Their Eastern Biological University truly embodies the spirit of ruthlessness." The host then asked, "So, what kind of summoned beast will Lin Zhe summon this time to fight?" Lin Zhe stood firmly in place, calmly casting a summoning spell. The next second, a small, jet-black dragon with a pair of tiny horns on its head appeared beside him. "Chirp chirp," the little devil dragon chirped in a childish voice. Immediately, the entire audience erupted in uproar and discussion. The host exclaimed in surprise, What? Lin Zhe actually summoned a level 12 baby dragon?" "Ahem, Lin Zhe, as the host, I'd like to to offer a friendly reminder, you don't necessarily have to use a dragon to fight a dragon. That summoned beast from earlier was quite good. I agree. At this moment, Luo Shang spoke coldly, your little dragon is worth a lot, isn't it? You don't look like a rich person, so you probably can't revive it. I advise you to switch to a more ordinary one to make do. Anyway, the outcome was already decided. You're bound to lose. Lin Zhe thought to himself, you're quite enthusiastic, aren't you? It's okay, this is enough, he replied calmly. Heh, don't blame me for not warning you then. Luo Shang's eyes gradually turned cold. Go, Ice Dragon Lord. Squeak. The ice dragon let out a clear cry in the air. Immediately afterwards, the wings covered in ice crystals flapped violently. Instantly, a biting wind, mixed with countless ice spikes, attacked the little demon dragon. The spectators were sweating profusely. Let alone that little dragon, even they themselves would have been doomed facing that onslaught. Crack, crack, crack. Countless ice crystals fell like raindrops on the ground in front of Lin Zhe. After a while, the icy mist gradually dissipated. The little devil dragon had vanished without a trace in the mist. Was Xiaolong completely wiped out in an instant? Some people in the stands were worried, some were regretful, and some sighed that they should have known better. As everyone's attention was focused on the spot where the little dragon had disappeared, the ice dragon in the air suddenly let out a mournful cry. A small demon dragon, 100 times larger than the ice dragon, appeared behind the ice dragon and grabbed it as if it were a toy. Then, a ball of lightning shot directly from the ice dragon's long, elegant neck. Damage dealt, 1,093,891. Because this little dragon has reached level 12 and possesses the Infinite Devour talent, its attributes have been greatly enhanced and it has now reached Strength 1952, Agility 1965, Stamina 2048, Intelligence 2191, Spirit 2236. Furthermore, the Law of Heaven and Earth skill amplifies the attributes by 100 times. Therefore, this lightning ball directly caused more than 1 million damage. The Ice Dragon Lord only had 300,000 HP. How could it withstand such a heavy blow? Before it could even react, it instantly perished. He passed away without any pain. Slay the Ice Dragon Lord. Experience plus 50,000. Lifespan plus 50,000 days. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Demon Dragon. Current level 15. This smooth and seamless sequence of actions left everyone speechless. A level 12 dragon instantly killed a level 69 ice dragon? What kind of monsters are this little dragon and Lin Zhe? Luo Shang was clearly still in shock and said in a trembling voice, WH, what, my ice dragon? Several seconds later, his expression finally broke down and he knelt down on the ground. That's a rare ice dragon lord on the entire planet Earth too. Ah! He yelled loudly, disregarding all dignity. Lin Zhe ignored him and called out directly to Director Wang in the stands. Director Wang, do you still have any students who want to come up? Faced with everyone's unanimous gaze, Director Wang was speechless. The students behind him pushed back one by one, trying to push the people in front of him forward. Everyone was thinking, damn it, please don't make me go up there. I can't revive my summoned beast. A few seconds later, Director Wang gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. We admit defeat. Immediately, the teachers and students of the Western War College were in an uproar. Ding! You have forced your opponent to completely admit defeat. Mission complete. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. A few minutes later, amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, Lin Zhe slowly walked back to the stands. He extended his hand to Director Wang and said with a grin, hee, Director Wang, then I won't stand on ceremony. This, humph. Director Wang reluctantly took off the bright green thumb ring and slammed it into Lin Zhe's hand. Teleportation stone ring, category, jewelry. Skill, creates a portal to a designated anchor point. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The value of the ring was still within his means. Those two severely damaged summoned beasts couldn't be dealt with for tens of millions. Their value was at least in the hundreds of millions. Moreover, and more importantly, it requires a lot of effort. Oomph, let's go. Director Wang led a few students and slunk away. Don't go. Sit down and have some tea. Director Ma called out sarcastically from behind. Now it was his turn to be smug. From ignoring Lin Zhe just moments before, he instantly became obsequious and flattering. Lin Zhe, welcome to the team. You are the future hope of our summoning department. Wait a minute. Lin Zhe immediately stopped the excited Director Ma. Who said I wanted to join your summoning department? Lin Zhe remained calm. Who said I wanted to join your summoning department? Director Ma was stunned. Wait a minute. I need to get this straight. Aren't you supposed to be enrolling at our Western War Academy next semester? Yes, Lin Zhe replied. Isn't your profession a demon summoner? That's right. Lin Zhe nodded. If you're not joining our Western War summoning faction, which faction do you plan to join? At this moment, Hu Weidong, who hadn't spoken until now, said with a smile, Director Ma, you may not know, but Lin Zhe applied to the warrior department. What? Director Ma exclaimed anxiously. You are clearly a summoner class, yet you want to go head-to-head with melee classes? Lin Zhe countered. Then let me ask Director Ma, based on today's match, what shortcomings do you see in my summoning skills? That's a very high level, even reaching the level of a senior senior college student. Director Ma shook his head in praise. So, if you could join our summoning department, it would definitely be a great boost to your abilities. Lindsay shook his head. Since Director Ma says so, doesn't that mean I don't need to study this anymore? Joining the summoning department won't improve my skills much. On the contrary, I feel that I still have a lot of room for improvement in combat, which is why I signed up for the warrior department. This. Director Ma was speechless for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I have an idea, Lindsay. I'll hire you as a special advisor for our summoning department. Lindsay was completely confused. Special advisor? What does that do? It's about assisting in teaching, demonstrating skills, or leading students in practical exercises, kind of like a teaching assistant. Wang interrupted. Director Ma, it's not in accordance with the rules to have a freshman as a teaching assistant. Director Ma retorted, what's wrong with that? We appoint people based on merit. Why be bound by rules? Besides, I'll pay Lindsay's salary myself. Oh, and you can also enjoy all of our summoning systems teaching facilities. Clearly, he really wanted to recruit Lindsay into the summoning class. Lindsay said politely, since Director Ma has said so, I have no choice but to accept it without hesitation. Great. Welcome to our summoning department, Director Ma said, shaking hands. Afterwards, the two exchanged contact information, and Lindsay said goodbye and left. After the academic exchange meeting ended, teachers and students walked out of the playground one after another, and Lindsay was also walking among the crowd. Suddenly, Lindsay felt 2 taps on his left shoulder. He instinctively turned his head to the right. A girl with a gentle and beautiful smile appeared behind them. It was Chu Yuyu. Seeing that Lindsay had actually seen through her feint, Chu Yuyu's eyes widened slightly. Lindsay, you weren't fooled by me? Lindsay thought to himself, Wang Hao and I have been using this move so many times that it's become muscle memory. Ahem. Before Lindsay could speak, Chu Yuyu continued, I didn't expect that you would improve so much in just a few days. You actually managed to defeat a player of Luo Shang's caliber. It turned out that Chu Yuyu had also been sitting in the audience, watching the entire match intently. She was pleasantly surprised to see Lindsay take the stage. By the way, what was that dragon you were using earlier? I didn't see you use it when we did a dungeon together last time. Wait a minute. Chu Yuyu seemed to suddenly remember something. That dragon isn't the one you asked me about hatching last time, is it? You found a way so quickly? You know, many dragon eggs take several years to hatch. Lindsay replied with a smile. Hee, it's a long story, but I have my own way. Thinking to himself, nonsense, I put in 12 years of my lifespan, otherwise how could it have hatched so quickly? Chu Yuyu added, by the way, congratulations on officially joining our Western War. I didn't expect that you would become my junior brother after just a few days. Quick, call me senior and let me hear it. Lindsay rolled his eyes at her, trying to take advantage? No way, not even a window. As the two walked and talked through the crowd, Lindsay didn't notice that many people around him cast envious glances, especially the boys. Look, isn't that my goddess Chu Yuyu? How come Lindsay seems to know her too? You loser, let go. Chu Yuyu is the daughter of the Dragon Subduing Guild. She has plenty of suitors. Lindsay probably wants to pursue her too, right? You're wrong. Didn't you see the news from a few days ago? Apparently, Lindsay and Chu Yuyu have already officially announced their relationship. What? Are you kidding me? He hasn't even finished his freshman year yet. Is he even fully grown up? Just who is this Lindsay? I really can't accept this. A group of men and women were gossiping behind them, their faces full of sour looks. Just then, another girl walked towards them, her demeanor as cool and aloof as the moon, yet with a touch of heroic spirit. Yuyu, the girl greeted Chu Yuyu, but when she suddenly saw Lindsay beside her, she was startled. A blush crept onto her face, but she put on a sullen expression. Lindsay, what are you doing here? And Yuyu, how do you know him? The person who arrived was none other than Chi Yueying, the eldest daughter of the Chi family. Chu Yuyu was also a little surprised. What, sister you know her too? As soon as she finished speaking, Chi Yueying immediately recalled the awkward scene of her first meeting with Lindsay, and her face turned even redder. Asking everything will only hurt you, Chi Yueying said fiercely. Ha ha ha. Lindsay laughed awkwardly. Damn, what a small world. Who knew that Chi Yueying was Officer Su's daughter, Shi Xingyu's sister, and Chu Yuyu's friend the day he flirted with her? Ahem, by the way, Chi Yueying said to Lindsay somewhat shyly, her blush still lingering. Congratulations on joining our warrior department. Lindsay asked, oh, so you're also a warrior type? Chi Yueying said proudly. You don't even know this? I'm the ace of the warrior class. Chu Yuyu was dumbfounded. Wait, you joined the warrior class, not our summoner class? The three of them, talking back and forth, once again sparked even more heated discussions among onlookers. What's the deal with this Lindsay? How does he even know Chi Yueying, a third-year student in the warrior department and the daughter of the Wenjian Guild? And Chi Yueying usually acts like a chivalrous woman, but she became so shy in front of Lindsay? Look at him, one on his left and one on his right. What's the relationship between these three? Is Lindsay enjoying the legendary blessing of having multiple wives? What feudal remnants? I'm so sour. No, I'm going to report them. No, my brain can't handle it, it's about to explode. Everyone stared at Lin Zhe with resentful eyes. The three, completely unaware of the situation, continued chatting amidst envious glances. At this moment, Lin Zhe looked at Qi Yueying and said, "By the way, Senior Qi, the turtle breathing technique you gave me is quite useful." "Thank you. Do you have any other ancient martial arts that I can learn? Now that I've joined the warrior class, I need to start from the basics. Besides, I've already accumulated a lot of lifespan that I haven't used." Oh, Qi Yueying didn't expect him to bring up this topic and immediately became interested, her beautiful eyes lighting up. "So, what level have you reached in your turtle breathing technique?" Shu Yuyu couldn't help but complain. "Sister Yu is really a martial arts fanatic. She gets all excited when it comes to practicing martial arts. And you?" Shu Yuyu glared at Lin Zhe. "Why can you call Sister Yu senior so openly, but not me?" Lin Zhe chuckled. "It's probably because you're a bit bad at the game." "You!" Shu Yuyu stomped her foot angrily. "I can't be bothered with you." Put. Qi Yueying couldn't help but laugh out loud. This scene made everyone around them look like they'd eaten lemons, their faces contorted with sourness. That Lin Zhe actually angered Miss Chu? You even made the usually serious senior Qi Yueying laugh? Oh god, may the heavens strike this brat with lightning. Qi Yueying said seriously, "Let's get down to business. What level have you reached?" Lin Zhe scratched his head. "I don't know much about your ancient martial arts." "How many levels are there in ancient martial arts?" Qi Yueying explained in a serious tone. "Generally, ancient martial arts techniques are divided into 5 levels: beginner, minor mastery, major mastery, exquisite mastery, and grandmaster. By the way, there is a transcendent realm above some martial arts masters, but that can be ignored because normal human lifespans simply cannot reach it. It is just something from ancient legends." "So, have you reached the beginner level in the turtle breathing technique?" "He should have reached the grandmaster realm by now," Lin Zhe said casually. He remembered that the last time the system used the talent Master of Time Management, it did mention the word grandmaster. "Humph, do you think I'm joking with you?" Qi Yueying retorted unhappily. "You've only been practicing for a few days?" "My grandfather practiced for more than 30 years after he got that book, and he only reached the great perfection level." As the name suggests, the turtle breathing technique requires one to be as steady as a divine turtle, to cultivate and regulate one's breath in stillness, without the slightest distraction in one's mind. How could someone as impatient as you possibly learn it? When you reach the highest level of mastery, your breath will come out of your ears while you sleep. This is called turtle breathing, and you will surely enjoy great wealth and longevity. Qi Yueying began her lecture without realizing it. Lin Zhe was speechless. After all, he would never reveal the secret of learning that consumes lifespan. Seeing Lin Zhe's embarrassed expression, Shu Yuyu gloated. "You kept talking so much. Did you make our Sister Yu angry?" "Sister Yu, if you're so eloquent, then say more and talk to him properly." This amused Qi Yueying, who said, "Alright, it seems that the slow and deliberate martial art of turtle breathing technique is not suitable for you. I'll give you this one." As she spoke, Qi Yueying immediately initiated a transaction request. Lin Zhe saw a new ancient book appear in the window. "The Thunderclap Technique." He read the name aloud. "That's right," Qi Yueying said. "In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. This book, Thunderbolt Technique, emphasizes speed, which should suit your impatient personality." She continued, "However, it still requires diligent practice and gradual improvement. It cannot be achieved overnight." "Thank you, Senior," Lin Zhe said with a smile as he accepted the Thunderbolt Technique. But secretly I thought, oh my god, so you think I'm just an impatient guy? I'll just have to accept it since I've taken your money. Shu Yuyu interjected. I didn't expect Lin Zhe to be interested in practicing ancient martial arts. Are these ancient martial arts really useful? Qi Yueying immediately responded, "Of course our great Xia ancient martial arts are useful. The era of professional awakening has arrived. Although skill books can directly teach skills, attribute improvement still relies on equipment and leveling up. Although cultivating ancient martial arts is slow, it is the most cost-effective way to improve attributes. You don't need to be rich to reach a high level. This is very helpful in improving the overall combat strength of the great Xia dynasty, which is why our Qi family's Sword Edge Guild has always been committed to promoting ancient martial arts. By the way, I'm currently preparing a Douyin account to promote ancient martial arts. You too should follow me quickly." Qi Yueying started talking nonstop, giving them a thorough explanation of the science. Lin Zhe and Shu Yuyu exchanged a helpless glance. Lin Zhe said in a low voice, "Why did you have to ask her that kind of question if you had nothing to do?" Shu Yuyu gently twitched her cheek. "Just call me talkative." Afterwards, the three of them went to a high-end restaurant for lunch, which was paid for by Shu Yuyu. During the meal, Qi Yueying specifically instructed Lin Zhe to practice the thunderclap technique diligently so that she could use it as material for her battle cry later. Lin Zhe could only give an awkward smile to get through it. After the meal, the three of them took their leave. Upon returning home, Lin Zhe immediately took out the thunderclap technique and placed his hand on the cover of the book. Talent triggered, Master of Time Management. Do you wish to consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes/no. You can pause at any time. He chose yes without hesitation. Currently learning the Thunderbolt technique. You've spent 3 years just beginning to grasp the basics. basics. You've spent another 8 years achieving some success. You've spent another 17 years achieving mastery. You've spent another 23 years reaching the Jingjue realm. You have spent another 28 years reaching the Grandmaster level. Now you are ready to impart knowledge and teach. Although you have reached the pinnacle, a sense of confusion still lingers in your heart. 8 more years of cultivation have yielded no progress. Do you wish to continue consuming your lifespan to learn? Yes/no. Oh, we can continue? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly, and then he decisively chose continue. You continued to expend 56 years, finally breaking through to the extraordinary realm. With a single thunderous roar, mountains crumbled and the earth shattered, thus achieving perfection. When he opened his eyes again, with a slight exertion of his will, it seemed as if his hand contained immense thunder, his aura surging and ready to be unleashed. Good heavens, it took me a full 143 years of my lifespan. His total life expectancy is now 423 years and 43 days. But at least we've reached the extraordinary realm. What pleased him even more was that his strength and agility both increased by more than 500 points. Lin Zhe was quite satisfied with this result. Alright, I got a chance to win a prize in the competition this morning, but I haven't used it yet. He immediately opened the lottery page, sacrificing 10 years of his lifespan to ensure he would receive an A-level reward. Congratulations on drawing the talent. Indestructible body, rank A. Talent, unbreakable body. Increases physical and magical defense by 50% and grants a shield equal to the user's maximum health. When taking damage, the shield is consumed first and then regenerates at a rate of 10 points per second. This talent is quite good. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. Although it's not a talent that directly increases combat power, its key function is survival, essentially giving you double the health points. He immediately began learning this talent. The 170,000 plus health bar, coupled with an equivalent shield, made him feel secure and at ease. Just then, the phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, it turned out to be Lei Jinyu. Hello, Lord Lei. Lin Zhe, a mission has arrived. Upon hearing Lei Jinyu's words, Lin Zhe's gaze sharpened. Please speak. It's a border mission, Lei Jinyu said slowly on the other end of the phone. A new instance appeared in central China yesterday, and several professionals are trapped inside. I want to send you to rescue them and try to conquer the instance. Central part of the Great Xia? Lin Zhe repeated. That's right, it's the misty forbidden zone in the central region. Since transmigrating to this world, Lin Zhe has learned about the geography of the Great Xia dynasty. Since the era of universal awakening, the Great Xia kingdom has been divided into 4 regions: east, south, west, and north. Each region contains 3 large cities and several small cities. The cities are separated by border fog. The central region of the Great Xia dynasty was completely shrouded in mist and did not belong to any of the 4 cardinal directions, hence it was called the Mist Forbidden Zone. This is why the dungeons in the central region are generally of a higher level and are more dangerous than those on the borders of various cities. Lei Jinyu continued, this instance was just generated yesterday, and it's suitable for levels 50 to 60. Several professionals went in, and haven't come out yet. The monitoring system shows they're still alive, but they haven't been able to escape for unknown reasons. When I saw this task, you were the first person I thought of. After all, you have a lot of similar experience. I understand, Lin Zhe asked. When do we depart? I will send you the specific time and location first thing tomorrow morning. Remember to come back and get reimbursed for the teleportation fee to the teleportation station. No need, Lin Zhe replied. I just got a new teleportation ring. You just need to tell me the anchor point of the dungeon. Oh, you have this stuff? Lei Jinyu shook his head with a smile. You little rascal, you always bring new surprises after just 2 days apart. You're truly a force to be reckoned with. It was all by chance, just by chance, Lin Zhe said modestly. Level 65. Oh, right, there's something else I need to remind you of. Lei Jinyu's expression turned serious. The central region is not under the jurisdiction of any city. Usually, it's a joint team of professionals sent by various cities that participates. Therefore, some people may have impure motives. On the surface, we are teammates fighting side by side, but there is also open and covert struggle behind the scenes. Sending you there this time is also to train you. Understood, I will pay attention, Lin Zhe replied. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. The Forbidden Zone of Mist? Lin Zhe wondered to himself. I wonder what new and interesting things I'll encounter this time. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. The next day, Lin Zhe got up early and used the teleportation stone on his finger at home. A jade-colored teleportation gate slowly opened in the living room. A few seconds later, he arrived at his destination as agreed. Old Wang's props are really useful, Lin Zhe thought to himself. He found himself teleported to a small camp with a Chinese-style archway standing on one side, which was the portal to the instance. Several Border Legion soldiers stood guard vigilantly around the area, while a group of professionals had gathered and were talking under the archway. Lin Zhe checked their information and found that they were all above level 50. He stepped forward, and a man who looked like a soldier immediately noticed him and asked, "Hello, I am Su Wei, the captain captain of the 17th Detachment of the Border Legion. I am leading this mission. And you are? I am Lin Zhe from Tianyu City. Tianyu City. Lin Zhe. Oh, I remember now. Su Wei nodded. You're the youngest and highest-ranking one in this mission, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the other professionals all looked at Lin Zhe. Upon checking his level, it turned out he was only level 29? This is a dungeon for levels 50 to 60. The crowd couldn't help but cast suspicious glances at them. Su Wei said to everyone, don't underestimate him just because he's low-ranking. I heard he was personally recommended by the city lord, so he must have some skill. These words made the others look away with some skepticism, and also made Lin Zhe have a slightly better impression of Su Wei. Just then, Lin Zhe was suddenly bumped hard on the side. A burly figure walked past him from behind, accompanied by a rough, hoarse voice. What good is skill alone? When it comes to border dungeons, experience is king. The man walked straight towards Su Wei, bumping into Lin Zhe without even glancing at him, clearly doing it on purpose. Lin Zhe then got a good look at him. He was about 30 years old, with his hair tied up in a bun at the back of his neck, a scar on his rugged face, and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He looks like a seasoned veteran. Name, Shui Chong. Class, Chain Warrior, Rank A, Level 58, Tier 2. Brother Shui. Several professionals immediately greeted him. Others whispered among themselves, isn't that Shui Chong from the Luo Clan Guild? He's been quite active lately. It seems this person is quite famous. Shui Chong ignored the others and walked straight up to Su Wei, casually greeting him. Captain Su, we meet again. Oh, it's you, Shui Chong, Su Wei replied. You're here again? How many times has this been this month? Don't even mention it. Shui Chong waved his hand. It's all because of my good-for-nothing brother. He lost the competition a few days ago, and even his summoned beast was killed. He's such a useless piece of trash. I came here this time to find him a new summoned beast. Lin Zhe almost burst out laughing. The brother he was talking about, is he probably Shui Yang, who was all arrogant and got defeated by himself? Shui Chong continued. Let me tell you, the summoner class is weak and expensive. In battle, you can only rely on summoned beasts, which is practically useless. If that kid loses again, I'm sending him to a factory to screw in screws. Don't say that. Su Wei smiled awkwardly. There are summoners among our mission participants. It's that young man, Lin Zhe, Su Wei replied. Shui Chong glanced at Lin Zhe, as if he hadn't seen him at all, narrowed his eyes, and exhaled a puff of smoke. Is this the guy Captain Su was talking about who has some special skills? He sneered. A level 29 newbie, recommended by the city lord? I bet he got in through connections. Captain Su, do we really want to let someone like this run dungeons with us? I'm afraid that in the end we won't be able to save the person, and we'll end up getting dragged down by him instead. These words stirred up emotions among the other professionals, and several of them showed signs of worry. Faced with repeated provocations, Lin Zhe simply retorted, scared? You can still make it home to find your mother in time. What did you say? Shui Chong didn't expect Lin Zhe to be so tough. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed imposingly, you'd better know who you're talking to. As soon as he finished speaking, he assumed a fighting stance. Enough. Su Wei quickly stopped Shui Chong, adopting the authority of a captain. Both of you, keep quiet. Shui Chong, even though you have dozens of experience runs in the border dungeons, you still have to take in newcomers. Lin Zhe, don't be too impulsive. The Misty Forbidden Zone is not an ordinary border instance. We must all work together once we enter. Lin Zhe responded calmly, I'm fine, as long as no one causes trouble. Shui Chong sneered, since Captain Su has said so, I have no objection, as long as no one holds me back. Su Wei shook his head helplessly, thinking that this team might be difficult to lead. Su Wei then began to count the people, including himself. There were a total of 12 people. He walked up to the group and reiterated, this mission involves not only conquering the dungeon but also rescue operations, making it quite challenging. We must all work together as one. As soon as the words were spoken, people walked into the fog gate. A few seconds later, the 8 people had entered the instance. Corrupted Fairy Forest. Level restriction, less than or equal to 60. Difficulty, Nightmare Mode. Task description, please help the indigenous people purify the polluted spring water. At the same time, Lin Zhe's system popped up a notification. Ding! You have received a new mission. Successfully clear this dungeon. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. As soon as I entered the instance, a putrid smell hit me. Looking around, what should have been a lush, green forest is now desolate and barren. The grass on the ground was all grayish-yellow and withered, devoid of any vitality. The sky in the distance was a somber grayish-purple. Upon seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but frown. What's going on? A female professional asked anxiously. It looks like the entire forest has been polluted by something, Su Wei said seriously. He scanned the crowd and solemnly instructed, don't make any rash moves or leave the group without permission. The crowd nodded and lined up to follow him. Only Shui Chong walked up beside him and offered him a cigarette. Here, Lao Su, have a smoke. No need, thank you, Su Wei declined. We still need to be careful in the dungeon. Hey, this is nothing, Shui Chong said, puffing on his cigarette. This dungeon is for levels below 60, and I'm level 58, which is considered top tier for this dungeon. Don't worry. worry, I'll speedrun them later, as long as no one holds me back. What, are you scared? He deliberately raised his voice so that the people behind him could hear it. The group continued on their way and arrived at a wetland. There were many small ponds in the surrounding grass, the water a dull, grayish-green. Entered Instance Area 1, Thirsty Swamp. At this moment, someone noticed something amiss and shouted, "Look at the ground, there are monster footprints." Sure enough, a series of claw marks were left on the soil among the grass, clearly the traces left by some kind of wild animal. Xuechong squatted down, carefully examined the footprints, then dipped his hand in some mud, sniffed it, and said calmly, "It should be a wild beast like the shadow moon leopard. Let's go, let's follow these footprints and take a look," Su Wei suggested. The group followed the footprints for a few minutes and then saw a group of black beasts roaming on a large grassland ahead. Each beast has glossy black fur, but a crescent-shaped white hair on its forehead. Race, Shadow Moon Panther, Rank D. Health points, 20,000. Skill, Shadow Moon Claw. Description, a wild beast living in the fairy forest, worshipping the moon goddess like fairies, some even being tamed as mounts for fairies. It really is a shadow moon leopard. Su Wei's eyes lit up, and he patted Xuechong on the shoulder. Not bad, Xuechong. The other professionals behind him also cast admiring glances at him. Xuechong crossed his arms smugly. I've been through the border dungeon at least 100 times, so I naturally have this much common sense. That's why I said that running dungeons relies on experience. Not everyone can do it. After saying that, he secretly glanced at Lin Zhe. Just then, everyone noticed a shadow moon leopard lying on a large rock not far away, a creature much larger than its kind. BOSS, Shadow Moon Leopard Queen. Race, Shadow Moon Panther, Rank D. Health points, 150,000. Skills, Night Strike, Shadow Moon Claw, Moon Goddess's Blessing, etc. Level, 56. Description, although the leader of a D-rank race, it is extremely noble. Every year, countless male leopards fight to the death for mating rights. Ah, it's actually the boss, the professionals exclaimed in a low voice. What luck, Xuechong exclaimed triumphantly. Let's go take it down together. Wait a minute, Captain Su Wei said seriously, let's find the missing person first. Old Su, don't worry, Xuechong said impatiently, this won't take long. These shadow moon leopards are only level 50, they're all squishy, even the boss only has 150,000 HP. I've fought them many times before, no problem. He turned and beckoned to the other professionals. Those who want to fight, come with me. The spoils are yours. I just want to capture that boss alive. After all, my useless brother still needs to summon beasts. What a hassle. Upon hearing that the spoils would belong to everyone, several professionals immediately became eager to try their luck. No way. At this moment, Lin Zhe spoke up. This isn't an ordinary shadow moon leopard. Several professionals looked at him with suspicion. Just now, Lin Zhe used insightful observation to observe these shadow moon leopards and discovered that each of them had an unusual black mist hidden inside their bodies, which seemed very strange. Hoof. Xuechong let out a disdainful sneer. You're just a level 29 newbie. It's your first time in a dungeon. What kind of nonsense are you giving orders? What else could it be but an ordinary shadow moon leopard? Don't listen to this newbie. He can't beat these high-level monsters and wants everyone to stay quiet. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward first. Subsequently, 3 other professionals followed suit. Among those who remained, a female professional with shoulder-length hair said, I also feel something's off. It gives me the creeps. Xuechong suddenly transformed, donning heavy armor and his arms wrapped in thick iron chains, the ends of which were connected to blades. His class is A-rank, chain warrior, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, and proficient in both ranged and melee combat. The other 3 professionals also quickly changed their combat stances. In an instant, before several shadow moon leopards could react, they were pierced by the blade and fell to the ground dead. Hee hee, easy peasy. Xuechong was even more smug. Everyone says the shadow moon leopard is easy. If you come to a dungeon and don't fight monsters, what are you guys planning to do? Just enjoy the scenery? Ha ha ha. However, at that moment, a professional looked at the shadow moon leopard's corpse and asked in confusion, strange, why didn't I gain any experience? The next second, the dead shadow moon leopard suddenly came back to life, and many black tentacles grew on its body. Before the professional could react, the tentacles had already wrapped around his hands and feet. Ah, the professional exclaimed in surprise. Suddenly, the shadow moon leopard leaped into the nearby pond, pulling the professional in with it before disappearing without a trace. What's going on? Xuechong was also taken aback by this situation and stood there stunned. At the same time, all the shadow moon leopards in the area suddenly sprouted flamboyant tentacles, which rushed toward the professionals in unison. When checking the information, all the descriptions of shadow moon leopards had changed to corrupt, race, what the hell is this thing? Xuechong panicked and retreated repeatedly. Brother Xue, save me. At this moment, another professional who was fighting monsters with Xuechong shouted for help. His legs were tightly entangled by tentacles as he was dragged toward the pond by a shadow moon leopard. A bead of sweat trickled down Xuechang's forehead. Damn it, I can't even protect myself. You guys figure it out yourselves. After saying that, he prepared to retreat. I'll go save him. Su Wei saw that things were not going well and already had 2 crescent diamond-shaped battle blades in his hands. Forget it, I'll do it, Lin Zhe said coldly. At the same time, 10 shadows appeared beneath his feet and he quickly rushed toward the person who had called for help. The next second, the shadowy figure transformed into a large black dog, lunging forward and severing all the entangled tentacles with the dagger in its mouth. The professional seemed to have escaped death, and it took him several seconds to come to his senses before he scrambled back to the group. At this moment, a huge, fiery red demon appeared before everyone, revealing its broad back. It swung a massive, extremely violent hammer and slammed it into the ground, instantly igniting golden flames that surrounded the long tentacle Shadow Moon leopards. Screech! The Shadow Moon leopard pack let out a sharp scream amidst the raging flames, and then one by one they were annihilated, body and soul. An experience tip popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Kill corrupted, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. Kill corrupted, experience +1, lifespan +1 day. What, only 1 point? Are you kidding me? He was filled with doubt. At the same time, everyone who saw the divine skill Lin Zhe had just displayed was stunned. Just who is this level 29 newbie? Not only can it defeat monsters of much higher levels, but it can also wipe out a large number of enemies in an instant. Brother Lin Zhe, Sui asked in shock, were those all your summoned beasts? Lin Zhe nodded slightly. The professional he had just rescued immediately ran over. His legs were still too weak to stand, so he knelt down and hugged Lin Zhe's legs, shouting excitedly, Brother Lin, thank you so much. If it weren't for your help, I would have been dead right there. You are my savior, my second parents. Lin Zhe's lips twitched as he tried to shake him off, but instead, he was held even tighter. Wait a minute, don't smear your tears and snot all over my pants. Others also changed their opinion of Lin Zhe and cast grateful glances at him. At this point, Xue Chong and another professional sheepishly returned to the group. Sui said seriously, Xue Chong, I have repeatedly emphasized not to act rashly. We have already lost one of our teammates, a heavy loss. Your experience is a good thing, but you can't rely solely on it. It's thanks to Brother Lin Zhe's prior warning and timely rescue that the losses weren't even more severe. Knowing he was in the wrong, Xue Chong could only reluctantly nod. He cursed inwardly, damn it, who knew those Shadow Moon leopards would mutate into monsters? Damn it, not only did we fail to capture the Shadow Moon leopard queen, we also lost face. At this moment, as he watched Lin Zhe become the focus of everyone's attention, a cold gray glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Zhe didn't care what others thought. What puzzled him most at that moment was, why did these monsters only give 1 experience point? And he couldn't find any specific information about them even with his insightful observation skill. Just then, a female professional with shoulder-length hair shouted, Hey, look! From the grass, the black tentacles that had been growing on the Shadow Moon leopard emerged from the soil again, waving their claws menacingly. Then, like snakes, they slowly crawled towards the crowd. Everyone, including Lin Zhe, was taken aback. Run! Lin Zhe was the first to react and hurriedly reminded Su Wei. Faced with this strange monster, he felt that running away was the only wise choice. Besides, this monster has pitifully little experience points, so there's no reason for it to stay here indefinitely. Okay, let's run. Su Wei nodded and immediately gave the order. So everyone fled towards the forest. After running for about a few minutes, they realized that the tentacles behind them had stopped chasing them. At this moment, they entered a dense forest. However, the forest also seemed to be polluted, with all the trees appearing a lifeless gray. Entered Instance Area 2, Fairy Forest. Where should we go next? One of the professionals asked. Su Wei pondered for a moment and said, let me sort things out. The mission description is to purify the polluted spring water. Those who have gone missing are likely also looking for the spring. So, our first step is to find the spring. But this forest is so big, where can we find a spring? I'll give it a try. At this moment, a bespectacled, honest-looking professional stepped forward. He briefly introduced himself. I am Li Mingzhi from Linshan City. My profession is water elemental mage, and I can sense water sources. After saying that, he closed his eyes and gently shook the staff with both hands. After opening his eyes, a look of certainty appeared on his face as he pointed in a certain direction. It's over there. Let's go, Su Wei ordered. So everyone headed in that direction. Along the way, they didn't encounter any more strange monsters, only a few ordinary wild beasts, which were easily dealt with. After walking for about 5 minutes, Li Mingzhi said excitedly, I can sense it, we're almost there. Sure enough, not long after, everyone heard the sound of rushing water. Immediately afterwards, several girls could be heard sobbing. Everyone looked at each other, their vigilance immediately rising. Through a thicket of bushes ahead, they saw several women kneeling and sobbing beside a gray-green, stinking ditch. These women looked almost like humans, except they had pointed ears, big eyes, and a pair of wings as thin as cicada wings on their backs, and their skin was exceptionally fair. Several professionals were stunned. Is this stinking ditch the spring? One person asked. Are those girls elves? No, they are fairies, Su Wei explained. Fairies and elves are closely related, but fairies have an extra pair of wings and are more lively and unrestrained in personality. I should just capture a few fairies and take them back as summoned beasts, Xue Chong muttered, licking his lips. Fairy maid. Race, fairy, rank rank C, health points, 100,000. Skills, natural blessing, dark side of the moon, natural summoning. Who's there? At that moment, several fairies looked over. The professionals looked at each other awkwardly before emerging from the bushes. We mean no harm, Sue said. You? The fairies looked around, then their faces suddenly lit up with surprise. You must be our saviors. What? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. The high priest is right. You are our saviors who have come to purify the spring. Several fairies stopped crying and started laughing. They were wearing long white gauze dresses that revealed their curves. Each one of them was as bright and beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. Several male professionals stared wide-eyed. However, Lindsay frowned slightly because he noticed that several of the fairies also had a faint wisp of black energy inside their bodies. Sue clasped his hands in a fist salute and said, "We can't call ourselves saviors. We are indeed here to carry out the mission of purifying the spring water." That's wonderful. The fairies hugged each other and laughed. Sue asked, "Also, several of our compatriots came to carry out a mission yesterday. I wonder if you saw them?" Several fairies shook their heads blankly. A fairy covered her mouth and chuckled, "Saviors, the source of the pollution in the spring is on the mountain. Please follow me." After saying that, several fairies skipped and hopped ahead. "Keep up," Sue commanded. Just as everyone was about to follow, Lindsay stood still, his expression solemn. Sue saw through his thoughts and comforted him. "Don't worry, I also feel something's amiss. But let's follow them first. We might find some clues. Everyone, listen to my instructions. Act immediately if anything happens." At this moment, Shuechong glanced at Lindsay disdainfully. "Kid, don't think you're the only one who's clear-headed just because everyone else is confused. What happened just now was just a momentary oversight on my part. No one here can't see that these fairies are suspicious. When it comes to experience in dungeons, you're not even ranked among the top in our group." After saying that, he swaggered ahead. Lindsay watched their departing figures and muttered to himself, "No, you know nothing." At this moment, his system suddenly popped up a notification. Ding! Warning, you have entered the abyss's observation range. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Lindsay wondered, the abyss, what exactly is that? This is the first time the system has displayed such a warning. What is the abyss? He had been in this world for 10 years, yet he had never heard of this word before. The people in front were clearly unaware of the situation and continued to follow the fairies through the forest. Lindsay pondered for a moment and decided not to tell them yet, fearing that it would be futile. The group continued onward, the path gradually becoming steeper, clearly indicating they were climbing a mountain. The higher they went, the more they felt something was wrong. The surrounding trees had become sparse, and each tree looked malnourished, with withered branches and leaves. Sue tried to get information out of the fairy. "What exactly happened to your forest? How did it get so polluted?" A fairy voice replied softly, "About 50 years ago, an insect invaded the forest and burrowed into our spring. We fairies were helpless against it. The insect carried a corrosive power, and the mother spring flowed in all directions, eventually corroding the entire forest into what it is today." As the fairy spoke, her eyes seemed to well up with tears, making her appear pitiful. Sue quickly asked, "Then to purify the spring water, we must defeat that worm?" The fairy nodded. "Yes. Our high priest said that a group of humans will soon come to help us get rid of the giant worm and purify the spring. I never thought we'd finally meet you today. Saviors, you must help us." The fairy spoke with tears in her eyes, but the professionals exchanged doubtful glances, not entirely convinced by her words. As they were talking, the group arrived at the entrance of a cave from which came the sound of dripping water. "All the spring water comes from here," a fairy said, gesturing an invitation at the cave entrance. However, the professionals hesitated at the cave entrance. The cave was pitch black, exuding a sense of danger, and no one dared to step in easily for fear of a trap. "Are you all worried about the danger inside?" the fairy asked. Shuechong snorted coldly. "Humph, who knows if what you're saying is true or false?" The fairy remained calm, her innocent expression turning flirtatious. "You all are quite cautious." Then, his expression gradually turned ferocious. "However, it's probably too late to leave now." Instantly, black tentacles burst forth from the bodies of each fairy, rapidly extending towards the group. "Prepare to meet the enemy." Sue quickly stepped forward, his battle blade gleaming silver. "Damn it, it was a trap after all," Shuechong roared, rushing forward. "Let me teach you a lesson. Corrupt? Race?" The information about each fairy was once again filled with question marks. The next moment, thousands upon thousands of tentacles poured out of the hole, a dark mass. Shuechong was startled and quickly stepped back. The tentacles tightly bound Sue, who was standing at the front, and then two more people behind him were also trapped by the tentacles. Lindsay immediately activated Lava Domain, causing the tentacles to ignite with continuous flames, preventing them from advancing further. However, in just a moment, Sue and the other two were dragged into the depths of the cave, leaving only echoes of screams that gradually faded away. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Of the 11 people, 3 were suddenly gone, including the team leader. Besides Su Wei, the water elemental mage Li Ningzhi and the long-haired female professional were also arrested.
What do we do now? A professional asked, trembling.
Damn it! Shuicheng cursed angrily. I quit, I'm leaving.
After saying that, he took out a teleportation scroll.
The next second, he froze on the spot. The teleportation failed? What? Everyone exclaimed. This means that even if you want to escape, you can't.
Lin Zhe thought to himself, this is probably related to that so-called abyss.
Shuicheng slammed his fist on the ground. It's all my useless brother's fault. If it weren't for catching a summoned beast for him, I wouldn't have come to this godforsaken place. Then, should we still go and rescue Captain Su and the others? A professional asked, trembling. Save people? Shuicheng roared. You can't even protect yourself. What are you trying to save? However,
Su Wei is, after all, the captain of the Border Legion.
If we give up like this, we'll probably have even more trouble, another professional reminded.
Shuicheng hesitated for a moment, then said, whoever wants to go in and rescue them can go.
I'll stay outside and provide backup. Lin Zhe smiled, inwardly cursing, coward.
At the same time, the system popped up a notification.
Ding! You have received a temporary additional mission. Rescue the trapped individuals. Reward, 1 system lottery draw.
Lin Zhe laughed and said, since someone is afraid, then I'll go.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Shuicheng immediately flew into a rage. Who are you calling a coward?
Lin Zhe smiled calmly and walked up to him. Let me borrow your chains.
Shuicheng was stunned. What are you doing? To save people, Lin Zhe said casually. If none of you go, how can I move so many people by myself? You think you can just lend it to me like that? Shuicheng said arrogantly. Who do you think you are? Oh, so you don't want to save anyone? Lin Zhe waved his hand. Then forget it, let's not save anyone.
I'll tell the truth when I get out, but of course, I have to get out first. Other professionals nearby also advised, Brother Shuicheng, lend it to him.
We need to stick together now. Saving Captain Su will be good for all of us. Hoof! Shuicheng responded defiantly, throwing the chain to the ground. Thank you. Lin Zhe wasn't angry. He bent down to pick up the chain and said with a smile,
by the way, I didn't tell you, did I?
I'm the one who killed your brother Shuiyang's giant bear. You can only blame your bad luck. You just had to run into this today. After saying that, he walked into the cave without looking back, only to hear Shuicheng roaring outside. After entering the cave, Lin Zhe summoned the hellhounds, put chains on them, and quickly traversed the cave. Entered Instance Area 3, Creeping Cave. At this moment, he discovered that he had been hit by a debuff. Abyssal Gaze, you have been targeted by the abyss.
Your mental strength will permanently decrease by 10 points per minute.
Once your mental strength reaches 0, you will be completely corrupted by the abyss. Permanently reduced? That's a really harsh debuff. However, thanks to the advanced talent turning misfortune into good fortune, the reduction effect has been transformed into an increase in spirit value.
Lin Zhe's lips twitched involuntarily. Moreover, the further you go in, the faster your mental energy increases. Before long, it reached an increase of 50 points per minute. This is good news for me, but I'm afraid Captain Su and his men won't be able to hold out for long.
Lin Zhe quickened his pace inwardly.
After a sprint, he arrived at a relatively spacious cave. The first thing that catches the eye is a pool that occupies half of the cave.
The water inside is grayish-green and emits a pungent stench. This is probably the spring that the fairies were talking about.
The cave ceiling and walls were densely covered with black tentacles, and dozens of fairies were suspended among them, like puppets in a puppet show. 3 team members, including Su Wei, were also suspended along with them. At this moment, a fairy was speaking in a sinister and piercing voice towards the spring, a stark contrast to her previous gentle demeanor.
Lord Insect, we have brought the human professionals with us.
Please enjoy them to your heart's content. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire cave began to shake violently. Immediately afterwards, the grayish-green liquid in the pool began to rise continuously, as if it would drown the 3 of them alive. Lin Zhe sensed something was amiss and immediately used his insightful insight ability to survey his surroundings. No trace of life was found, but a notification popped up.
BOSS, Abyss Giant Worm. Race, HP, 10 million. What is this thing? Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise. A level 100 boss with 10 million HP?
Although he had challenged bosses of higher levels many times, he was still shocked when he saw this number.
Am I seeing things? There's an extra 0.
The sight before him made his heart tighten suddenly, and a very ominous guess popped into his mind.
Isn't this cave and the ever-rising grayish-green liquid a stomach and gastric juice? No wonder I can't see any other monsters here.
It turns out I'm actually inside a gigantic monster.
Good heavens, the insects those fairies talked about were actually such enormous creatures?
Those black tentacles are very likely the predatory organs of this giant beast. This explains why the Shadow Moon leopard encountered initially had no experience points. That's because they had long since become part of the giant beast's body, like bait to lure people in. The entire forest was originally within the predation range of this giant insect.
This is the real root cause of forest decay.
The thought of being inside someone else's belly filled Lin Zhe with nausea, and he hurriedly ordered the hellhound, go and save them first.
In an instant, the 10 large black dogs transformed into 10 shadows and raced along the wall. Soon, they leaped out and used their thorny daggers to sever the three people's entangled tentacles, saving Sue and the others. The three were already in a daze. Lindsay quickly used chains to tie them to the hellhound and ordered, "Take them out first." Woof! The big black dogs carried the people and ran away along the way they came. Meanwhile, the tremors in the cave not only did not subside but became even more intense, like an enraged beast. Dozens of fairies instantly awoke, letting out strange screams, and countless black tentacles rushed towards Lindsay. The grayish-green gastric juices continued to gush out, rolling in. Lindsay said calmly, "Sorry, I'm not interested in you because you provide far too little experience. To catch the thief, you must first catch the king." His target was this giant insect. The next moment, a massive fire demon blocked Lindsay's path. "Destroy this cave." "Yes, my lord." The flame demon swung his giant hammer and slammed it hard into the ground. Damage dealt, -4,487,612. This attack caused nearly 4.5 million damage. This is the result of the Flame Fury skill dealing 10 times the power damage, supplemented by the Elemental Frenzy skill's triple amplification and the Eternal Fire skill's fivefold enhancement. With a single strike, the fairies controlled by the black tentacles were instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The surrounding rock walls suddenly burst open, revealing writhing flesh. Under the scorching flames, the flesh began to burn, burst, and char. "Keep smashing." Lindsay was completely absorbed in the scene and thoroughly enjoying himself. Since entering the instance, he has felt depressed and hasn't been able to fight a single battle properly. "Now I can finally have some fun." The second blow also dealt 4.5 million damage. Just as the flame demon was about to unleash its third hammer blow, a new notification popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Boss Abyss Giant Worm defeated, experience gained plus 200,000, lifespan increased by 200,000 days, 547 years 245 days. Loot obtained, 200,000 copper coins, abyssal jaws, weapon, giant insect armor, giant insect fangs, materials, abyssal cursed gastric juice, consumable. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 30. Ding! You have successfully rescued the trapped person and received the reward. One system lottery draw. Wait, how many days has my lifespan increased? Lindsay stared at the lifespan data he had been rewarded with, utterly astonished. That's awesome, he couldn't help but exclaim. This time, he immediately brought up the lottery page and started the lottery. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Abyss Walk, S-Rank, Talent, Abyss Walk. You and your summoned creatures can walk freely in the abyss. What the hell is this? Lindsay exclaimed, a bunch of question marks popping up above his head. This description is like it didn't say anything at all. It doesn't help with the battle at all. What a useless talent. Lindsay was completely devastated. At the same time, his mood affected the entire cave, and stones began to fall one after another. This brought him to his senses, and he immediately put away the flame demon and started running back. Just as he was speeding along, a large rock suddenly crashed down, blocking his path. The next second, accompanied by a blue light, the boulder instantly shattered. As the dust settled, Lindsay, surrounded by electric light, assumed a punching stance. Fortunately, I have mastered the thunderclap technique to the extraordinary level. Having said that, he dashed forward through the narrow cave like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, outside the cave, several large black dogs escorted Sue and his companions out, then vanished into the shadows. At this moment, Sue and the others had already woken up. Upon learning that Lindsay had saved them, the three were moved to tears. Immediately afterwards, the entire mountain began to shake violently. "Has brother Lindsay not come out yet?" Sue asked anxiously. "You've been out for a while now, why hasn't he come out yet?" One of the team members frowned. "Could it be?" "Yes, it's too difficult to survive in this situation." Shuechong quickly chimed in, "Captain Sue, this mountain is about to collapse, let's get out of here quickly." On the surface, they seemed eager, but inwardly they were somewhat gloating. The next moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from the cave entrance, and Lindsay appeared before everyone. "Lindsay!" Everyone's eyes lit up, and they all gathered around. Lindsay said in a deep voice, "The mountain is about to collapse, escaping is the most important thing." Yes, everyone responded in unison, having long regarded him as their pillar of support. Only Shuechang's face grew increasingly gloomy, and he thought to himself, "I told you the mountain was going to collapse, and you all stood there motionless. But when that kid said it, you all nodded like crazy. You don't even respect me, do you?" Of the 11 team members, some summoned their mounts, while others activated their speed buffs, and they all rushed towards the foot of the mountain at top speed. Along the way, rocks collapsed, and I was nearly hit several times. Finally, everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain safely. Entered instance area 4, Back Mountain. At that moment, the entire mountain behind them collapsed with a deafening roar. A huge worm rolled down from the landslide and collapsed to the ground. Its body stretched for over 100 meters, but it showed no signs of life. Everyone who saw this looked shocked. Could this be the insect that the fairies were talking about that pollutes the spring? I could imagine it would be big, but I didn't expect it to be this huge. It's disgusting. The bug is dead, so our mission is complete, isn't it? Just then, a cold laugh rang out from the sky. Mission accomplished? Dream on, kill my beloved pet, and nobody will leave here alive. The next moment, a woman's figure appeared out of thin air. She has pointed ears and big eyes, so she is clearly a fairy. Wearing a purple clown costume, his quirky and mischievous appearance was particularly eye-catching. BOSS Luna, the Abyss Puppet Master. Race? The screen is filled with question marks again. At the same time, a sudden burst of footsteps came from all directions. Looking around, hordes of fairies were swarming towards them, forming an encirclement. The demons seemed to have lost their senses, and they approached the group in perfect unison. Corrupted fairy. Race? Health points, 50,000. Skills, nature's summoning, corruption, dark side of the moon, corruption, nature's blessing, corruption, etc. Expand to view details. Have these fairies also been corrupted? A sense of unease arose in everyone's hearts, and the atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss and pointed ahead of the fairy procession, shouting, "Look, there are even humans among them." Following his gaze, everyone saw several human-like figures mixed in with the others. They are. Suwei's eyes widened as he quickly brought up several portraits on the interface. That's right, they are the missing professionals. Everyone was shocked to hear this. After a long search, they were surprised to find that they had infiltrated the enemy's ranks. They seemed to have been brainwashed, one professional speculated. At this moment, Lindsay activated his special vision of seeing through fire, and clearly saw that a thin black line connected to the top of the heads of the corrupted fairies and several professionals. Countless black lines converged in mid-air, into the hand of the fairy named Abyss Puppet Master Luna. It seemed as if everyone was a puppet she was manipulating. No wonder she was called a puppet master. Suwei's expression was grave. We must rescue them. Lindsay, however, poured cold water on the situation from behind. It's too late. Stop thinking about saving people. Everyone check your status bar first. Upon looking at each other, everyone discovered that they had all been afflicted with a negative status effect called abyss gaze. Abyssal gaze, you have been targeted by the abyss. Your mental strength will permanently decrease by 100 points per minute. Once your mental strength reaches 0, you will be completely corrupted by the abyss. The rate at which mental energy is decreasing has reached 100 points per minute. Lindsay deduced that the culprit behind this state was none other than the puppeteer Luna. The closer one got to her, the more pronounced the effect. Everyone's faces were filled with horror. What on earth is that? Once your mental strength reaches 0, you will be completely corrupted by the abyss? Someone finally realized, have the spirit values of those fairies and professionals dropped to 0? At this moment, Luna let out a series of mischievous laughs in midair. Ha ha, you finally figured it out, didn't you? Looks like you're not so slow after all. Then make a choice. Either be worn down to death or surrender to me now. Oh, by the way, your fellow countrymen, she pointed to the missing professionals, have all chosen to surrender. Luna covered her face with her fingers, peeking at everyone through the gaps, her face full of anticipation as if watching a good show. So, what will you choose? Everyone's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Rebellion means facing hordes of fairy legions. The battle will be far from easy. Even if you manage to win by chance, having your mental strength reduced to 0 means you will be completely controlled. Do we really have to choose to surrender? Everyone was caught in a dilemma. You want me to surrender? No way. Suwei's voice was unwavering. I am the platoon leader of the Great Xia Human Race Border Legion. Even if I die, I will fight to the last moment, and then I will commit suicide. These words immediately ignited the passion of the crowd. That's right, we'd rather die than submit to foreign invaders. Brothers, charge with me. Lindsay mingled in the crowd, observing people's reactions with a satisfied smile. You really don't know what's good for you. Luna frowned slightly and said coldly, since that's the case, then die. As soon as she finished speaking, she gently fiddled with the black threads in her hand, and the fairy army she controlled began to surge towards the crowd like a tide. When the men quickly assumed fighting stances, preparing to engage in combat. However, at that moment, an even more alluring voice rang out from behind Luna. This little girl knows how to have fun. Who? Luna turned around in surprise. Suddenly, Lilith, the succubus queen, appeared silently behind Luna, wearing a black high-cut bikini. She wore a meaningful smile, her charm even more intense than Luna's. In her presence, Luna seemed to transform into a child, appearing incredibly naive. Suwei and the others gaped in astonishment. Where did this monster come from? Lilith gripped a long, barbed whip tightly in her hand and lashed it out at Luna. Whoosh! Luna quickly teleported to a farther location, dodging the attack. Hee, you reacted really quickly, Lilith said with a playful smile. But can you really dodge it? The next moment, a lottery wheel suddenly appeared behind Lilith with a wide variety of items on it. Let's see what prize this little girl will win, Lilith said, transforming into a concierge and gently spinning the wheel. Luna's eyes narrowed. I don't have time to play games with you. She waved her hands, and several black threads flew rapidly toward Lilith. However, in the next instant, Luna's movements suddenly froze. Congratulations, little sister, you've been petrified. Lilith clapped her hands joyfully in celebration. What? You did me? Luna stammered, her eyes filled with rare fear. Now it's your turn to choose, Lilith said, her face face full of anticipation. Do you want a quick death or a torturous one? Her seductive voice sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. Compared to Luna, she is more like an evil villain. Lilith, let's stop wasting time and finish this quickly. Lin Zhe shouted to her. Master, you're so annoying. Lilith showed a hint of disappointment. I wanted to play a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone around Lin Zhe was so surprised that their mouths dropped open. They then realized, so this monster is actually Lin Zhe's summoned beast? Just how many powerful summoned beasts does he have? And this one is so beautiful, yet it calls him master? Lilith lashed out with her whip, striking Luna and instantly shattering her petrified body into scattered fragments that fell to the ground. Luna was instantly killed. It's over so quickly? Everyone felt their minds go blank. They all looked at Lin Zhe, feeling a growing sense of awe for this young man. Shui Chong stood behind Lin Zhe, his feelings growing increasingly complex, a mixture of resentment, jealousy, and hatred. He took a deep breath, and the gray in his eyes grew even more intense. However, everyone's emotions were quickly interrupted. Suddenly, Lilith's movements became mechanical and stiff, like a puppet. Oh dear, what's wrong with me? Lilith said coquettishly. Lin Zhe's gaze darkened as he saw several black threads connecting to Lilith from behind. At the same time, a burst of maniacal laughter rang out in the air. Ha ha ha, when it comes to control skills, I'm your nemesis. The next second, Luna reappeared in the air at full health and strength at the other end of the black thread. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, secretly lamenting, this is it. Seeing the situation reverse again, everyone complained bitterly. Even Lin Zhe's powerful summoned beast was controlled, so they were powerless to reverse the situation. The group, who had been so aggressive just moments before, were now wavering again. Exclamation point. Shui Chong cursed angrily, what bad luck today. I should never have come to this instance. There's no point in saying all this now, Lin Zhe said coldly. Let's focus on the battle. Damn it, who do you think you are? Shui Chong, who had been holding back for so long, finally exploded. You've ordered me around time and time again. Now you're out of options. Alright, Shui Chong, calm down, Sui said, patting him on the shoulder. But Shui Chong immediately shook off his hand. Don't touch me, Shui Chong roared. If I hadn't wasted time saving you, I wouldn't be surrounded like this. These words made Su Wei's face turn extremely ugly. However, in the next instant, a starry sky-colored longsword was already at Shui Chang's neck. Lin Zhe gripped his longsword and coldly uttered a few words. If you wanna die, I'll grant your wish right now. Shui Chong was furious, but dared not make a move. His neck was grazed by the sword blade, and blood slowly flowed out. That's enough. Su Wei patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder. Now is not the time for infighting. Lin Zhe sneered. I think some people are the cancer that hinders our unity, and it would be best to get rid of them as soon as possible. Su Wei whispered in Lin Zhe's ear. I support you, but Shui Chong is backed by the Luo clan guild. His actions are too blatant and may cause trouble. Just then, another burst of laughter came from Luna's side. Ha ha, what a show. I've heard that the human spirit is fragile, and it's certainly true. She gently moved her fingers, and Lilith slowly flew towards the group. Luna laughed and said, let your own summoned beasts teach you a lesson. Before she finished speaking, Lilith raised the whip in her hand. Everyone's faces turned deathly pale instantly, as if a great calamity had befallen them. However, Lin Zhe casually said, alright, Lilith, stop pretending. Luna asked, puzzled. The next moment, Lilith gently picked at the black threads wrapped around her body with her fingers, removing them one by one as casually as if she were brushing aside a stray strand of hair stuck to her skin. He then put on a disheartened expression. I hate you, master. I wanted to act a little longer to scare them, but I didn't expect you to see through me so quickly. Everyone's mouths dropped open. So you were just trying to scare us? Congratulations, you did it. Great job. Luna's mouth dropped open in astonishment. How are you alright? This is an adult's secret, little sister, mind your own business. Lilith put on a very seductive expression. Lin Zhe then remembered that Lilith possessed an innate talent for resisting mind control spells, mental fortress. So what if they're not under my control? Luna said arrogantly. I still control them. Her fingers flew across the ground, and the corrupted demon on the ground raised its weapon and pounced on the crowd. Lilith chuckled mischievously. What if I make them out of your control? She pouted, and a pink heart flew towards a corrupted fairy. The demon stopped abruptly, paused for 2 seconds, and then suddenly began to attack its companion with bared teeth and claws. At the same time, Lilith's virus transmission science began to take effect, spreading from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and all the fairies began to fight each other, plunging the scene into chaos. Su Wei and his group were prepared to draw their swords and fight to the death, but they were completely dumbfounded when they saw the monsters start fighting each other. At this moment, prompts kept popping up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Defeat the corrupted fairy. Experience plus 550, lifespan plus 550 days. Defeat the corrupted fairy. Experience plus 550, lifespan plus 550 days. I am in an extremely happy mood. The enemies were killing each other, and the black threads above their heads were tangled and intertwined, forming a complete mess. Ah! Luna screamed in midair, waving her hands and angrily throwing away all the black threads in her hands. I hate the feeling of threads getting tangled together. It's so annoying. Her voice was neurotic, almost frantic. Then, she cast a venomous glance at me. You've really pissed me off. As she spoke, she pulled out a black leaf. With a gentle shake, a drop of black dew fell to the ground with a plop. The game is over. Luna cupped her face, her eyes filled with anticipation. Enjoy the power of the abyss. The black dewdrop instantly spread outwards. The ground it swept over immediately turned into nothingness as if it had been corroded. In an instant, the once flat land turned into a bottomless abyss of nothingness. Moreover, it was clearly just a drop of dew, yet it seemed to spread rapidly in all directions as if it were endless, and the void was also expanding at an extremely fast pace. What is that thing? Sue cried out in terror, watching as the void was about to spread to his feet. Seeing this, Lindsay's heart sank, and he also felt that the situation was not good. Run, he shouted immediately. The group understood and summoned their mounts or used speed buffs to desperately flee. Lindsay then summoned the Hellhound and mounted it. The Hellhound quickly took off running. The void, however, pursued them relentlessly at an astonishing speed. Ah, run away, run. Let's see how long you can last. Luna laughed maniacally from behind. At this moment, everyone was so nervous that they were covered in sweat and they had no time to care about anything else except escaping for their lives. Shuechong, riding a rhinoceros beast, stared at Lindsay, who was slightly ahead, with a sinister look in his eyes and a fierce intent rising in his heart. Lindsay, die, he roared, swinging the chain in his hand and suddenly locking it around the hind leg of the demonic hound that Lindsay was riding. Oh whoa! The big black dog yelped in surprise, lost its balance, and fell heavily to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the spreading void instantly engulfed Lindsay. What happened? Everyone turned around when they heard the voice. Shuechong feigned a panicked expression. Lindsay fell down and got sucked into that black hole. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison, and the situation immediately became tense. Only Shuechong lowered his head and revealed a smug, wicked smile. In the darkness, Lindsay slowly stood up. Once I get out, that guy's done for. But where exactly is this place? He looked around and saw only darkness. Entered the hidden area of the dungeon, Heart of Darkness. Talent triggered, Abyss Walk. Lindsay was puzzled. There's a hidden area? And how could it trigger a talent? A second later, it dawned on him. Could this be the abyss? Let's find a way through the hidden area first. He began to walk slowly through the boundless darkness. As I walked, I could vaguely see some gray figures against the black background on both sides. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be a group of women with pointed ears. Are they fairies? Lindsay asked in surprise. There are actually them here? Each fairy was frozen in a fleeing posture, their faces filled with terror and helplessness, as if it were the last moment of their lives. After walking for a while, Lindsay noticed a faint glimmer of light ahead. Although extremely small, it was exceptionally conspicuous in the darkness. Lindsay immediately quickened his pace and ran towards the light. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the glowing object was a transparent substance suspended above the ground. It is crystal clear, somewhere between a liquid and a gas, and emits a faint fluorescence. The dim light illuminated the face of a sleeping girl. Judging from her appearance, the girl also belonged to the fairy race. She was fast asleep, leaning against a dilapidated wall, her eyes closed, but her face was pure and beautiful. In the dim light, her skin was as white as jade, so delicate it seemed to break at a touch. Perhaps hearing the noise, the fairy girl slightly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lindsay suddenly appear before her, she let out a scream. There's a ghost. She sat on the ground, kicking her legs frantically to avoid it. You're the ghost, your whole family are ghosts, Lindsay replied helplessly. Ha, he's actually a human? The fairy girl rubbed her sleepy eyes and only then did she see Lindsay's appearance clearly, looking a little flustered. I didn't expect that besides me, there's another person here who hasn't been corrupted by the abyss, she asked curiously. Lindsay's mind was filled with questions. Who are you? My name is Lilin, she introduced herself, and I am the high priestess of the fairy race. High priest? Lindsay repeated. He recalled that when the fairies led the way at the beginning, they did mention the identity of the high priest. It is said that the high priest once prophesied that a savior would appear and purify this spring. However, he instinctively thought the other person was an old man, but he didn't expect Lillian to look so young. Don't look at me like that, Lillian said with a hint of displeasure. I'm already 149 years old. We fairies are a long-lived race. Of course, 149 years old is indeed young in our race, roughly equivalent to your human puberty. Lindsay thought helplessly, should I call you grandma? Alright, now it's my turn to ask a question, Lillian said seriously. You, a human, why are you here? Lindsay thought for 2 seconds and decided that exchanging information was the best option at this time. So he recounted to her, as concisely and clearly as possible, what he had encountered after entering the instance. After listening, Lillian lowered her head and remained silent for a long time, her eyes revealing endless sorrow, making her look pitiful and touching. After a while, she slowly spoke. I never thought Luna would end up like this. Lindsay did not interrupt her, but simply waited quietly for her to continue. After a while, Lillian seemed to have calmed down and began to tell the whole story. I have
had exceptional spiritual power since childhood, which is why my people elected me as the high priest, responsible for divination of the tribe's future.
Our tribe lives a quiet and peaceful life in this forest. Until more than 100 years ago, Luna was born.
At that time, the whole forest sang for her, because she was the most spiritually powerful fairy in our tribe's history.
That's why I brought Luna to the sacrificial hall and took her in as my apprentice.
Actually, I want to train her to become the next high priest. This child has an extremely strong thirst for knowledge and is also very talented.
She quickly mastered many kinds of magic. Soon, she
was almost surpassing me. She even began to study an extremely profound spatial magic that allows her to travel to other dimensions.
Looking back now, it's all my fault for spoiling her too much back then. Until one day, Luna successfully opened the portal to space. She told me that she saw a dark future behind the portal. Our race would be completely destroyed by a catastrophe.
However, I did not foresee that future, so I could not believe her. Alas, looking back now, if I had listened to her warning, perhaps things would not have come to this. After that day, Luna became increasingly strange, often uttering strange words in a daze, and her temper became more and more irritable. The people of her tribe gradually became afraid to approach her. From then on, she devoted a lot of time to spatial magic and often disappeared for years at a time. Until one day, when she reappeared, she was completely unrecognizable and brought back an extremely dark power.
The abyss? Lindsay blurted out. Exactly. Lillian nodded.
Luna said that all races will eventually be annihilated by the abyss, so it is better to submit to the abyss sooner rather than later. When our people tried to resist her, we discovered that the power of the abyss was extraordinary, so powerful that it was impossible to resist. And so the whole forest was corrupted and became what you see before you.
After listening, Lindsay took some time to process the information. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Then why are you here? Why weren't you corrupted by the abyss along with your people?"
That's because Lillian's gaze fell on the ball of light that was both liquid and gas in front of her, and she said slowly, "It protected me. This is the spring that our fairy race has protected since ancient times. Legend has it that it was a blessing bestowed by the gods. When Luna breached our last line of defense, I vowed to protect the spring with my life, holding it tightly in my arms.
When I awoke, I came here.
My people were all swallowed by the abyss, and only I, holding the spring, survived." Lindsay then remembered the frozen fairies along the roadside, which must have been his fellow tribesmen who had perished.
"But I'd like to ask you something," Lillian said, looking at him curiously. "How did you manage to get here unharmed?"
Lindsay stretched his limbs.
"Is something wrong here? Something's not right? This is the realm of the abyss. How could any normal person possibly survive in here?"
Lillian pondered for a moment and said, "To give an analogy, if all other races were fish, then the abyss would be like an extremely arid desert, where it would be impossible to survive."
"So that's how it is."
Lindsay finally understood just how useful his abyss walk talent really was. Otherwise, if he had been sucked into this place the very first second, he would probably be dead already. Thinking back, he initially thought it was a useless talent, which was a huge loss. Then one last question, Lindsay's gaze turned serious. "How do we clear this hidden dungeon?" As soon as she said this, Lillian was silent for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Impossible, there's no way to get out." Lindsay frowned slightly. "Logically speaking, since it's a dungeon, there should be a way to clear it."
"How come we can't get out?" "That's true in theory, but what if the conditions for passing the test are extremely strict?" Lillian explained. "Does this mean we're going to fight an extremely difficult boss?" Lindsay asked.
Lillian shook her head again. "Don't rush, talking won't help. Come with me." Having said that, she stood up, carefully cradling the spring in her hands, and walked forward. The ball of light emitted a glow, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Lindsay followed closely behind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the two arrived at the edge of a cliff, with an unfathomable void beneath their feet. Beside the cliff stood three strangely shaped stone statues, each with an outstretched hand, as if asking for something.
"Look, these are the conditions for passing the checkpoint. There are 3 in total," Lillian said. "Take a look at what they require. Quality, grade A. Once you see it, you'll know how absurd it is."
Lindsay walked curiously to the first stone statue, and saw an interface automatically pop up in the palm of the statue. To clear the level, one must offer up the most important treasure. First treasure, health points.
Description: sacrifice health equal to your maximum health. See, the first condition is this demanding, Lillian sighed.
Even if you take a buff that increases your health, your maximum health will still be taken into account, so there's no way to compromise. While Li Lin was speaking, Lindsay was operating something. Suddenly, the stone statue announced, "The first treasure has been successfully sacrificed."
Lillian was stunned. "Wait, what's going on?"
Li Lin opened her eyes wide and immediately used her detection technique on Lindsay, but they found that Lindsay's health bar was still full.
How did you do that?" Lillian could hardly believe it.
Lindsay smiled slightly. When he saw the sacrifice requirements for the first treasure, he remembered a talent he had recently acquired.
Talent, Unbreakable Body.
Increases physical and magical defense by 50% and grants a shield equal to the user's maximum health. When taking damage, the shield is consumed
first, then health. The shield regenerates at a rate of 10 points per second. According to this talent rule, if the opponent wants to take away his life points, they must first break through the shield. So just now, he only lost his shield. His health bar didn't drop a single drop. After the first stone statue met the requirements, it withdrew its outstretched hand. Lindsay slowly walked towards the second stone statue. On that outstretched hand, the information interface popped up again. Those who wish to pass the level must offer up the most mysterious treasure. The second treasure, time, description, sacrificing twice the average lifespan of one's own race. That's it? Lindsay almost burst out laughing. He silently asked the system in his mind, "System, how much lifespan do I have left?" Current remaining total lifespan, 1,227 years and 33 days. My goodness, it's been over 1,200 years without us even realizing it. Lillian grumbled from the side. You see, if the first treasure could still offer some protection, the second one is simply impossible. There's no buff that can increase lifespan. Moreover, this setting is too insidious. The lifespan of the sacrifice is directly linked to the race, and even long-lived races cannot escape it. Lillian shook her head helplessly. Let's go back. However, at that moment, the second stone statue also emitted a voice announcement. The second treasure has been successfully sacrificed. Ha! This time, Lillian didn't shout or yell, but stood there blankly, feeling like her mind couldn't process what was happening. Lindsay stood there with a smile on his face, completely unharmed. Lillian stared at him, looking him up and down with a puzzled expression. Wait a minute, how come you're not dead? Lindsay retorted speechlessly. Does what you're saying sound like human speech? Just now, Lindsay sacrificed 204 years of his lifespan. This is exactly twice the average lifespan of humans today. Since everyone switched jobs, people's lifespans have indeed been much longer than in the world before he traveled there. Lillian was still in a state of extreme disbelief, desperately trying to comfort herself with various reasons. Could it be that he truly has more than twice the lifespan of a human? Impossible. Or is there some kind of bug in this stone statue? She racked her brains but still couldn't figure out what was going on. While she paced back and forth, muttering these words, Lindsay had already walked to the third stone statue. Just as I thought. To clear the level, you must offer up your most precious treasure. The third treasure, life. Description: 3 lives are sacrificed. The sacrificed lives are permanently lost and cannot be resurrected by any means. Lindsay murmured, this time it's a matter of life and death? It seems this dungeon isn't going to be easy for anyone to clear. I knew it. Lillian returned to normal and walked over, saying, there are only the 2 of us here, but it needs 3 lives. The only scenario I can think of is that a group of people came here who are not afraid of the corruption of the abyss, and 3 of them are willing to sacrifice themselves so that the others can get out. There's obviously no chance for the 2 of us, Lily said, unable to contain her anger at the ridiculously harsh conditions. This time, even Lindsay fell into deep thought. Sacrificing 3 lives is not entirely impossible for him, a summoner. But the key issue is that the sacrificed life will be permanently lost and cannot be resurrected by any means, which is problematic. He felt reluctant to sacrifice the Balrog, the succubus, the little dragon, even the dog. Besides, they have so many top-tier attributes, it's like they're both my flesh and blood. Just as Lindsay was struggling with this, he suddenly remembered something. Wait, I think I also have a temporary summoning skill. He opened his equipment inventory to check the effects of the 5-piece undead gem set. Skill: Summon Undead Elite. A temporary summoning skill that randomly summons one of the following to fight for you each time: Archmage Thetis, Duke Gar, or Lich Helia. Lindsay's previously distressed expression instantly transformed into a broad smile. Isn't this perfect? He immediately used his skill, and the next second, a gust of cold wind swept by, and the necromancer Tardis appeared before him. Lillian was startled to see someone suddenly appear beside her, another ghost. Wait, why did I say another? Lindsay smiled and said, you're right this time, he really is a ghost. Tardis bowed respectfully before Lindsay and said, Master. Lindsay looked at him, as if he saw Qin Feng possessed by himself, his eyes filled with a hint of disdain. Very good, go and complete your mission. Yes. Tardis walked toward the statue without hesitation. Then, Lindsay continued to use his skills, and Hela and Gar appeared one after the other. Both were equally respectful and resolute, and chose to sacrifice themselves without hesitation. Lindsay sighed inwardly. I never imagined this skill could be used like this. This is truly the most useful move of the undead race. Lillian, standing nearby, stared in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Are you 3 big guys just going to silently throw your lives in there? Is this human a demon? No, he's more terrifying than a demon. After the last undead disappeared, Lindsay noticed that the skill was immediately disabled, meaning it was permanently lost. At the same time, the third statue gave a hint. The third treasure has been successfully sacrificed. Congratulations on clearing the hidden area. You have gained 100,000 experience points. Immediately afterwards, the third stone statue slowly lowered its outstretched hand, and a rectangular portal opened at the edge of the cliff. A blinding white light shot in instantly, and Lindsay and Lilin couldn't help but cover their eyes. Can we go out now? Lillian asked laughed incredulously. The next second, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Why, I've been inside for who knows how long. I thought I'd never get out. Do you know how I've been through all this time? Wah! She cried, tears and snot streaming down her face, her heart breaking. Lindsay couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at her. Considering she was already 149 years old, her reaction was like that of a child. After she had cried for a while, Lindsay asked, "Alright, once we get out, do you have any way to make the spring water clean again?" Lillian wiped away her tears, picked up the ball of light in her hand, and said, "It can purify the area, but Luna will definitely stop me." Lindsay rubbed his hands together, full of confidence, and said, "No problem, once we get out, I'll definitely give her a good kick." After saying that, the two walked into the portal one after the other. Meanwhile, in the decaying forest. Although Lindsay had been sucked into the hidden instance and no one knew how much time had passed, time in the normal instance did not seem to have passed for very long. The flow of time is clearly different in the two worlds. A group of professionals are still frantically fleeing for their lives, relentlessly pursued by the void behind them. At this moment, several professionals had already been sucked into the void and instantly turned to ashes. The panic among others intensified. Xuechong rode a rhinoceros beast at breakneck speed, but the rhinoceros beast had limited speed and was about to be swallowed up by the void. With quick reflexes, Xuechong swung the chains binding him, hooked himself onto a professional riding a warhorse, and leaped onto the horse, leaving the rhinoceros beast to fall into the hollow. "What are you doing?" the professional on horseback cried out in alarm. "Go play." Xuechong forcefully flung the man off, then rode his warhorse to continue his escape. "Xuechong, what are you doing? You're killing someone," the others shouted as they saw this. "What are you yelling about?" Xuechong retorted fiercely. "At this moment, saving your life is the most important thing." Luna, who had been following them, witnessed the scene. She let out a burst of laughter. "Ha, keep fighting and grabbing, show your true humanity. I love watching you weak lives struggle in despair. Ha ha ha." However, the next moment, a portal of light suddenly opened behind her. A boy in black jumped out from inside with a whoosh. His entire body was enveloped in lightning, and his speed was so fast that it was almost imperceptible. He kicked Luna hard in the back. "Ah!" Luna cried out in pain as she was thrown a great distance away. Coming to her senses, she saw the boy in front of her and was shocked. "It's you? Impossible. How can you resist the power of the abyss? There are still 3 more challenges in the hidden area. How could you possibly come out alive?" For the first time, Luna's eyes showed disbelief and terror. At this moment, the fairy high priestess Liline slowly walked out of the time portal. Under the sunlight, her skin appeared even whiter, and she exuded an aura of purity. "Luna," Lillian said slowly, "how long are you going to keep this up?" "Stop now, Sister Liline." Luna was shocked. "You're still alive?" Her surprise was tinged with a hint of relief, but her eyes quickly darkened again. "Even if you come out, what can you do? Here, my power is limitless." After saying that, she released dozens of black threads from her hands again, tightly connecting them to the polluted land. "Ha!" Lindsay sneered. "Then I'll make you kneel down." The next moment, the Balrog, succubus, demon dragon, and 10 hellhounds appeared around Luna and charged at her. "What is this?" Luna was clearly not expected to see this and immediately tried to teleport away. "Oomph, little sister, where do you think you're going?" The succubus had anticipated this and used her control skills to freeze her in place. The next instant, the flame demon's fist slammed out like a cannonball. 10 hellhounds pounced at the same time. Finally, a giant shadow swept across the sky, and the demon dragon transformed into a massive ball of lightning, crashing down. In an instant, the area within tens of meters exploded, leaving nothing but barren land. "Damn it, Xiaolong, don't accidentally hurt our own people," Lindsay warned sternly. "Roar!" The demon dragon made a cute gesture in the air, but its roar was deafening and echoed for a long time. This scene stunned Lily. She looked at Luna and saw that despite the continuous attacks, Luna was still alive, with the black threads in her hands constantly supplying her with energy. Although her face was charred black, her body looked as if it had been burned by charcoal, her hair was disheveled, and she looked extremely disheveled. "Ha ha ha." Luna forced a laugh through gritted teeth. "As long as this polluted land still exists, I will not die." "Luna, that's enough." Lillian's voice came from behind. "I spoiled you too much in the past, which led to such a big mistake." Lily's tone was authoritative, yet mixed with a hint of helplessness and sorrow. "Now, it's time to end this farce." As soon as she finished speaking, she gently waved her hand, and the glowing spring slowly fell to the ground, gradually merging into the soil and disappearing. Immediately afterwards, the land, which had been gray and corrupt, was revitalized. The restored land spread rapidly. What? Luna was horrified. "The spring I've been searching for so long has been in your hands all along. Thanks to it, I've been able to survive in that endless abyss until now," Lillian said softly. "Everything seems to be predestined. As more and more lands regain their vitality, Luna's power gradually diminishes. Even the question marks on the panel that were previously visible are now beginning to reveal the truth. BOSS, Luna, the Abyss Puppet Master. Race, Abyss. Health points, 100,000. Skill, Dark Puppet Technique. Oh, Lindsay glanced at the message and couldn't help but
but complain. I didn't expect her true form to be so weak. The next moment, he activated the Thunderbolt technique, his whole body rushing towards Luna with lightning speed, and punched her straight in the heart, ending her life with his own hands. Luna groaned, spitting out a pool of black liquid. How is this possible? Her eyes gradually lost their luster and turned gray. Defeat Boss Luna, the Abyss Puppet Master, gained 40,000 experience points, lifespan increased by 40,000 days, 109 years, 315 days. Loot obtained, 40,000 copper coins, Puppet Master's costume, equipment, gate to all realms, item, Abyss Core, material. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 31. Ding! You have successfully cleared this dungeon and received the reward, 1 system lottery draw. They only gave me this little bit of experience? Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. Let's take a look at the spoils first. Equipment, Puppet Master's costume, grade A, wearable by level 40 and above. Defense plus 2,400, spirit plus 2,400. Increases resistance to mind control spells by 50% and increases the hit rate of mind control spells cast by the user by 50%. Item, Gate to all realms, S rank. Opens a random dungeon each time, all with a difficulty level of real mode or higher. Cooldown, 24 hours. Material, Abyss Core, S rank. It is said to be able to forge equipment imbued with the power of the Abyss. Its specific functions are currently unknown. This outfit would be suitable for Lilith, Lin Zhe thought to himself. As for this prop, it's quite interesting. Judging from the description, this is basically a private dungeon generator? I can farm dungeons every day without leaving home. As for this Abyss Core, Lin Zhe picked up the stone that was emitting an ominous black aura. Ding! You have received a new quest. Successfully craft a piece of equipment using the Abyss Core. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Oh, there's another mission? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. At this moment, Luna died, the spreading void finally stopped, and the spring began to purify everything. The land that had once turned to nothingness has grown back with soil and vegetation. A commotion arose in the distance. Looking over, Lin Zhe saw several professionals arguing fiercely. Shui Chong, I just saw it, someone roared. You killed someone. Yes, I saw it too. You even pushed someone off the mount in your attempt to steal it. So what if I did it? Shui Chong retorted fearlessly. In that situation, survival was the most important thing. This is a dungeon, not a city. Killing people here is not illegal. Lin Zhe stared at Shui Chong, his eyes instantly turning cold. I almost forgot, there's still a bill that hasn't been settled. As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly walked towards Shui Chong. The team, originally consisting of 12 people, is now reduced to 6 after Lin Zhe's departure, a devastating loss. Faced with the questioning of the crowd, Shui Chong showed no remorse and instead directly confronted them. At this moment, Su Wei also walked over and angrily questioned, Shui Chong, why did you harm your comrade? Companion? All I know is that if I hadn't intervened, I would be the one dead. Besides, killing someone in a border instance isn't uncommon. Su Wei was furious. How dare you say that? Do you even respect me, a lieutenant in the border regiment? Hee, Captain Su, I'm fine with being respectful to you normally, but don't try to pressure me with this. Shui Chong seemed completely unmoved. Killing someone in a dungeon is no big deal, especially since I have the Luo clan guild behind me. At most, I'll have to go out and face an investigation. He's absolutely right. According to the regulations of the Great Xia dynasty, killing someone outside the instance is strictly illegal. However, PvP between professionals is allowed in dungeons, and deaths are quite normal. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Shui Chong had done something like this. Faced with his nonchalant attitude, everyone could only shake their heads helplessly, having no other options. Just then, a boy's voice came from not far away. Why are you wasting your breath talking to him? Just kill him, won't that solve everything? Everyone looked over and exclaimed in surprise, Lin Zhe, you're not dead? Lin Zhe, holding a long sword, walked lightly towards Shui Chong, each step carrying a murderous aura. His eyes were cold, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. The crowd was intimidated by his aura and automatically made way for him, not daring to obstruct him. When Shui Chong saw that the person he had framed had returned alive, he panicked and his face immediately turned flustered. What do you want? Don't do anything rash. I'm from the Luo clan guild, if you dare touch me. Su Wei hurriedly stepped forward to persuade him. Brother Lin Zhe, listen to me. Before he could finish speaking, Su Wei suddenly felt a scalding liquid splash all over his face. Looking back, Shui Chang's arm had been severed, and blood was gushing from the wound. You fucking... Shui Chong hesitated for 2 seconds, then suddenly clutched his wound and screamed, "Aya! This sword is a reward for not watching where you're going and bumping into me," Lin Zhe said coldly. Fuck you! Shui Chong roared, grabbing the chain with his other hand as he charged forward. The next instant, the hand, along with the chain, fell to the ground. Ah! Shui Chong shouted again. This sword strike is a reward for your disobedience and reckless charging. Having lost both hands, the pain caused Shui Chong to instinctively kneel down on the ground. However, the boy's gaze remained as cold as ice. Lin Zhe. Shui Chang's voice finally softened. If you kill me, the Luo clan guild will never let you go after you get out.
out. But if you don't kill me, I can give you any top-tier equipment you want after we get out. Before the words were finished, a spherical object landed with a thud, rolled a few times, and looked astonished. Everyone took a step back in horror, only to see that Xue Chong, a 7-foot-tall man, had no neck left. 5 meters away, a young man in black armor stood with his back to the crowd, shaking off the bloodstains from his starry sky-colored longsword and slowly sheathing it. Everyone stared in disbelief and fell silent. Lin Zhe turned around, and everyone involuntarily took a step back. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief only when his cold gaze gradually softened. Lin Zhe, you've gone a bit too far, Su Wei said, sweating profusely. I'm afraid this is going to cause trouble. Lieutenant Su, Lin Zhe said, as a major of the Great Xia dynasty, I swear to eradicate this scum of humanity, this cancer of the Great Xia. If anyone dares to come to me, I will clean them up one by one. This, Su Wei was stunned, thinking to himself, Lin Zhe is actually a major? I had no idea before. So, does anyone else have something to say? Lin Zhe asked, glancing at the others. No one dared to utter a sound. Just then, Lillian flew over and said with a hint of mockery, you humans are really interesting. Instead of being grateful to the guy who saved you and allowed you to live, you are worried about the person who framed you. The one who saved us? You mean, Lin Zhe? Everyone was surprised again. They were so busy escaping that they didn't have time to look back and see what had happened, and they were also puzzled as to why the enemy had suddenly died. Now that I think about it, those summoned beasts do seem to belong to Lin Zhe. Suddenly, everyone realized that it was Lin Zhe who had saved the day. Everyone felt a surge of gratitude and admiration for Lin Zhe. The long-haired female professional stepped forward and said, my name is Mu Yun, and I come from Manhwa City. This is the second time you have saved me today. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Immediately afterward, the water elemental mage Li Mingzhi also stepped forward. Yes, thank you so much. Others gathered around, thanking them repeatedly. Su Wei wiped the blood splattered on his face and said respectfully, Brother Lin Zhe, no, Major Lin Zhe, I just lost my footing. I hope you won't take it to heart. Suddenly, one of the professionals shouted indignantly, Xue Chong, that guy deserved to die. He almost killed us all. Another person feigned ignorance and asked, who saw how Xue Chong died? It looked like he was killed by the boss, right? Immediately someone chimed in, yes, he was killed by a monster. Nobody should say anything like that. Lin Zhe smiled slightly, glanced at Xue Chong lying in a pool of blood, and thought to himself, it's really lucky that this guy survived until just now. However, I should also thank him for tripping me up, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to enter the hidden map or meet Lilin. In that case, this dungeon will probably never be solved. Alright, Lin Zhe said to everyone, let bygones be bygones, let's turn the page on this matter. At this moment, a message notification popped up on each person's screen. The spring water has been completely purified. Congratulations on clearing this dungeon. You have gained 30,000 experience points. The system will close in 60 seconds. Countdown begins, 60, 59, 58. Finally, we can get out? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces beaming with undisguised joy. At this moment, the entire forest has transformed into a beautiful landscape of green hills and clear waters. Lilin walked towards Lin Zhe, a blush on her face. I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. We really owe you a lot this time. You are a great benefactor to our fairy clan. Oh, right, this is for you. Lilin handed Lin Zhe an item. Lin Zhe took it and saw that it was a ball of light with the same properties as the spring, only smaller in size. Item, small spring, mythical grade, capable of purifying all dark things. Mythical level? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. The same level as the eternal flame? Lillian laughed and said, this is something I separated from the spring. You are the hero who defeated the abyss, but the abyss may have its eye on you. Perhaps you will need it more than I do in the future. Thank you. Lin Zhe accepted the money. Well then, it's time to say goodbye. Lillian said with some reluctance, I foresee that we will meet again someday in the future. Okay, goodbye, Lin Zhe replied. The next moment, time and space shifted, and everyone was teleported out of the instance. When Lin Zhe came to his senses, he found that everyone was already standing in the camp in the central misty forbidden zone. Seeing that everyone was exhausted and their numbers had been halved, the soldiers responsible for guarding the area quickly stepped forward to greet them. Captain Su, why have you been inside for so long? What happened? Only then did everyone realize that it was already dark. It's a long story, Su Wei sighed. Let's hurry up and get back to the city. As soon as Su Wei finished speaking, he walked up to Lin Zhe and said, Major Lin, let's call it a day for now. Contact me if you need anything. Lin Zhe returned the greeting with a bow. Immediately afterwards, several other professionals gathered around, flatteringly asking, Brother Lin, what are the arrangements for later? Would you do me the honor of having me treat you to a meal? Come visit our thousand-flower city. The scenery there is absolutely stunning. I was here first. Everyone chimed in, trying to curry favor with him. Lin Zhe waved his hand gently and said calmly, Thank you, but I have urgent business to attend to today, so I'll take my leave now. Before he finished speaking, he took out the teleportation stone ring from his hand. In an instant, a portal with an emerald-colored border appeared out of thin air before him. him. Lin Zhe stepped into the portal without looking back and disappeared into thin air. The people in the camp were dumbfounded. Was that a teleportation ring? Isn't that thing very expensive? Usually only high-ranking members of a guild are equipped with these kinds of things, right? Everyone felt that Lin Zhe was an unfathomable young man. They all shook their heads and left with a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion in Tianyu City, the houses that were destroyed a few days ago are still under urgent repair. Lei Jinyu finished his workday, stretched his limbs, and said, "Since there aren't too many things to do today, let's go for a drink later." Lin Zhe had only taken a few steps out of the office when a portal suddenly opened in the corridor, and he walked out. Ha! Lei Jinyu was stunned. "Lin Zhe, what brings you here?" "Lord Lei, I have something important to report." Lin Zhe's expression was serious. "Have you heard of the abyss?" Lei Jinyu frowned slightly, and his relaxed expression suddenly turned gloomy. The two returned to the office together, and 15 minutes later, Lin Zhe recounted the whole story of what had happened that day. He glossed over the details concerning the system. After he finished speaking, Lei Jinyu's face grew increasingly gloomy. Lin Zhe asked, "What exactly is this abyss?" Lei Jinyu said with a worried expression, "The abyss is a race that surpasses all other races, and is also known as the cancer of all races. Wherever they go, they bring utter destruction. The corrupted fairy forest you just mentioned is their doing. However, legends about the abyss have always existed only in the stories of some alien races. I never expected that such a terrifying existence would appear in our border instance." Lei Jinyu sighed. "This is my dereliction of duty. I shouldn't have let you participate in such a difficult mission. However, looking at it from another perspective, if you hadn't gone, the effects of the dungeon might have already seeped into reality, with even more serious consequences. In short, the situation is extremely serious, and I must immediately convene a meeting of the 12 city lords." Upon hearing Lei Jinyu's words, Lin Zhe realized just how dangerous this so-called abyss was. He originally thought they were only slightly stronger than the undead, and victory didn't seem too difficult. Seeing that Lei Jinyu was about to start a meeting, Lin Zhe said, "Then you go ahead with your work, I'll take my leave now." "No, don't go yet," Lei Jinyu called out to him. "Stay and join the meeting with me." Lin Zhe looked completely bewildered. How could I possibly attend a meeting of the 12 city lords? Half an hour later, the two appeared together at the large round table in the conference room. Lei Jinyu sat at the table, while Lin Zhe sat to his side and slightly behind him. Above the other 11 chairs, 11 light screens lit up in sequence, each displaying the name of a city. After Lei Jinyu relayed the events of the day to the other city lords, the meeting room fell silent. After a long while, the light screen of Baidu City sounded first. "So, the legends about the abyss are actually true?" The light screen of Linshan City also spoke. "Lord Lei, you had doubts about this not long ago, but you encountered it today. What an extreme coincidence." Lei Jinyu smiled wryly. "I'm also confused, but the facts are there." An old man's voice came from the light screen of Donghai City. "I have a question. What if those professionals encountered just another powerful enemy? How can we be sure that it was really the legendary Abyss clan?" Lei Jinyu turned his gaze to Lin Zhe, signaling him to speak. Lin Zhe understood and said loudly, "I understand that you city lords have no doubts because you haven't seen it with your own eyes. But as someone who experienced this instance firsthand, I am very certain that the enemy is the Abyss. I think if you ask other witnesses, they will give the same answer." However, the first reaction of the other city lords to Lin Zhe's words was surprise. The Lord of Great Lake City questioned in a shrill voice, "Lord Lei, why did you bring outsiders with you? What kind of decorum is this to allow such unqualified people to attend the meeting of the 12 city lords?" Lei Jinyu confidently replied, "This is Lin Zhe, whom I mentioned before. He is no ordinary person. If he hadn't happened to enter the instance today, our great Xia might have been corrupted by the abyss long ago." These words caused an uproar among the other city lords. "Lin Zhe? Is that the high school student you mentioned who helped you fight off the undead?" "Old Lei, I find your words even less convincing. You're saying a high school student repelled the Abyss clan?" "Yes, even if he's incredibly talented, he's still just a high school student. Everything follows certain rules. If you tell this to 10 people, I doubt 11 will believe you." "Yeah, Lao Lei, aren't you overpraising this kid a bit too much?" All right, shut up." Lei Jinyu shouted sternly. "You don't believe me, do you? Then open your eyes and see for yourselves." Lin Zhe took out an object emitting black smoke and placed it in front of the light screen. It was his spoils of war for the day, the core of the abyss. The light screen had a camera function, and all the city lords saw the ominous-looking item and carefully read its description. Immediately, all the city lords fell silent. "If you still don't believe this, then you're really out of your mind," Lei Jinyu said in a deep voice. "Whether today's crisis is accidental or not is still uncertain. Perhaps it's just that the instance happened to appear on the border. But it's also possible that we've already been targeted by the abyss. If it is the latter, then it is very likely to become the greatest crisis in the history of the Great Xia dynasty, and even the entire human race." Lei Jinyu's loud voice echoed in the room, causing everyone's heart to tremble slightly. It has been over a century since the awakening of professions among the entire population
population, and the human race has only recently enjoyed a period of relative peace.
Is this tranquility about to be shattered again?
Alright, that concludes today's meeting, Lei Jinyu said. We still need to discuss how to proceed and report back to the general. After he finished speaking, he hung up the light screen, and the room immediately went dark. He looked somewhat tired in the darkness.
Oh dear, I didn't get to drink again today, he said with a self-deprecating laugh. Lin Zhe asked, Lord Lei, is there anything I can do next?
Lei Jinyu let out a long sigh and said, to be honest, this is too unusual, and I don't know what will happen next.
But don't worry too much. Just keep doing your job and continue your university studies. I'll assign you more tasks if needed.
Afterwards, Lin Zhe left the city lord's mansion, and a teleportation portal directly transported him to a residential area near his home. He found an inconspicuous little restaurant to eat at, while thinking about the abyss that Lei Jinyu had mentioned earlier. Looks like I need to level up quickly and try to break through to the second tier first.
After dinner, Lin Zhe walked home on the dark road.
The old street where he lives is dark and narrow at night due to its age. The trash cans along the way were poorly managed, with garbage overflowing and emitting a foul stench. Lin Zhe thought to himself, I'll have to move to the school dormitory in a few days. Just as he walked into a dark alley without lights, he vaguely sensed a strange movement behind him.
He turned around and immediately used the insightful insight skill.
There was no one around, except for a patch of shadow on the ground marked in bright red. The other party's information is displayed directly on the screen.
Name, Chen Chuan. Class, Shadow Strike, Rank A, Level, 61, Tier 3. Is someone following me? Lin Zhe thought to himself.
He pretended to be calm and continued walking forward for more than 20 meters. When he looked back, he found that the shadow was even closer. Just then, a message came through the communicator on his screen.
Han Chi, Major Lin, I've discovered someone is following me.
The other party is 15 levels higher than me, but even so, I will not back down and will fight to the death.
Lin Zhe, there's no need. You don't need to take action for now.
After sending the message, Lin Zhe casually called out, Chen Chuan, come out. Chen Chuan, who was in the shadowy figure, was immediately startled. How could someone hiding in this dark place, turning into a shadow, possibly be discovered? What he found even more unbelievable was that, despite using a talisman to conceal his information, the other party still called out his name directly.
You know, when you're lying in ambush and someone calls out your name on the spot, it feels like being struck by lightning. As a professional assassin, this is an immense disgrace.
Thinking of this, the dark figure on the ground moved and rushed towards Lin Zhe at lightning speed.
Shadow binding technique. The next second, many tape-like black shadows emerged from the ground around Lin Zhe, binding his body tightly like a mummy. Easy, done.
Chen Chuan, hidden in the shadows, smiled confidently.
So what if you've discovered me?
Chen Chuan muttered to himself.
According to the intelligence, you're just a level 27 newbie. No, you're level 31 now? Fine, so what if I'm level 31? Since I became a professional assassin, I've never missed a single prey I've set my sights on.
The next moment, Chen Chuan's shadow was already close to Lin Zhe's feet, and he darted out of the shadow like the wind. A short dagger was pointed directly at Lin Zhe's heart.
Damage caused, 193. Chen Chuan, die, die, die.
Chen Chuan nimbly moved around Lin Zhe, constantly stabbing him in vital areas with his dagger.
The damage numbers kept popping up. 201, 194, 392, critical hit, miss, 191.
After all that effort, they couldn't even scratch Lin Zhe's health bar, let alone weaken his shield by a tiny bit.
No, this can't be. How could this happen? Chen Chuan exploded in anger. It seems we have no choice but to use that move.
I said it's about time you stopped. At this moment, Lin Zhe finally spoke, a faint smile on his face, as if he were playing a game.
Your chances are over. Now it's my turn.
The next second, his whole body crackled with lightning, and with a bang, he forcefully broke free from the black shadows that were wrapped around him.
Before Chen Chuan could react, a fist carrying the power of lightning was swiftly thrown out.
Chen Chuan was sent flying dozens of meters away, and then with a thud, he landed in a stinking trash can.
Ugh!
Chen Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a sharp pain in his sternum as if it were breaking.
Damn, just how powerful is this summoner?
He was in so much pain that he saw stars.
No, I have to escape now, or I'm definitely going to die.
After saying that, his body once again turned into a black shadow and desperately fled into the distance.
Major Lin.
Han Chi appeared beside Lin Zhe.
The enemy isn't dead yet. Should I chase after him and finish him off? He must have been hired. Lin Zhe smiled calmly. Follow him and find out who's behind this. Yes.
Han Chi had barely finished speaking when he immediately vanished into thin air. Lin Zhe stretched his limbs, pondering repeatedly which people he had offended in the past few days.
The Abyss Clan? Surely they wouldn't act so quickly? And they wouldn't be so weak as to hire human assassins to kill us. Shui Chong, Shui Yan, Luo Clan Association? The contestants in the championship? Or is it that the undead race hasn't been completely eradicated? Well, I didn't realize until I counted how many enemies I've made.
Lin Zhe helplessly spread his hands.
Is this the trouble that comes with being too powerful? In a corner of the city, City.
Inside a traditional Chinese courtyard house, several burly men in black were holding Qin Xuan, who was kneeling on the ground. After an unknown amount of time, the gate of the mansion in front of us finally opened slowly. A figure walked out from inside. He was shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see his features or clothing. "So, your mission failed?" the figure asked in a dignified voice.
Branch president.
Qin Xuan knelt on the ground, trembling as he spoke. "Please let me explain. That kid is definitely not simple." "Humph, a kid who just broke through to the first level has rendered you helpless," the figure sneered.
"Qin Xuan, you're getting more and more useless. The client paid a hefty sum for these kills. How did you do your job?"
Ignoring his own injuries, Qin Xuan frantically kowed out on the ground, saying, I know, it was my negligence this time.
"Please give me another chance."
The figure said slowly, "You only have this one chance, so make the most of it. Otherwise, you know the consequences all too well. You'll be the next sacrifice offered to Lord Shadow Fiend." After speaking, the figure turned and went into the house, and the door closed heavily again. Qin Xuan was left on the ground, kowtowing in terror, continuing until his forehead bled. The next day, Lin Zhe slept until he naturally woke up, feeling exceptionally refreshed. Throughout the night, he also used the turtle breathing technique to accumulate a considerable amount of lifespan. However, upon opening her eyes, the first thing she saw was a long-haired woman sitting on the edge of the bed.
"My God!"
Lin Zhe was startled. Boys also need to learn how to protect themselves when they are at home.
Upon closer inspection, I recognized it as Han Chi.
At this moment, she looked extremely tired. Her eyes were half closed, and her head kept drooping down, as if she was about to fall asleep.
Hearing Lin Zhe's reaction, she opened her eyes and tried to perk up. "Major Lin, you're awake."
Her face remained expressionless, but the dark circles under her eyes were quite heavy, making her look somewhat comical.
Lin Zhe began, "What are you doing here? Didn't you ask me to follow that person last night?"
"I wanted to report back after you woke up," she said casually.
"How long have you been sitting here?" "It's been 3 hours," Han Chi replied. Lin Zhe remained silent.
"This Han Chi is just like a robot. He doesn't even know how to be flexible when executing orders."
"Don't do that again. It's okay to report later," Lin Zhe said. "Alright, tell me, what did you find out?"
"Yes," Han Chi replied. "That person comes from a very famous yet mysterious assassin organization called the Shadow Guild."
"The Shadow Guild? Does our Great Xia have such a dark underground organization?" Lin Zhe asked.
Strictly speaking, the Shadow Guild is not a native organization of Great Xia. It originated in the United States and now has branches all over the world. This guild specializes in doing shady things for the rich and powerful. As long as the price is high enough, they can handle assassinations, arson, kidnappings, thefts, and even the most dangerous missions. Our Great Xia has also been harassed by them for many years, but the other party's whereabouts are extremely secretive, and the case-solving rate has always been very low.
"Really?" Lin Zhe asked thoughtfully. "So, where did you follow them yesterday?"
"I detected that their gathering place was a courtyard house, but in the blink of an eye it turned into an unfinished building."
"I guess they used some kind of spatial skill."
"Their mission failed this time, and they'll probably come after you again soon."
"Major Lin, my resources are limited, so I suggest you send more men." You're quite honest." Lin Zhe waved his hand.
"But no need, I'm ready to entertain them anytime they come."
"Okay, report complete. I'll take my leave."
Han Chi bowed, then vanished as if into thin air.
"Wait a minute." Lin Zhe suddenly remembered something. "How many times have you sneaked into my house like this?" "Ha!" Han Chi tilted his head blankly. "I protect you at your house every day."
Lin Zhe was speechless. If he didn't know her personality, he would have suspected that she did it on purpose.
"Remember, don't sneak into my house without my permission from now on."
After Han Chi left, Lin Zhe remembered that he still had one chance to win a prize yesterday that he hadn't used. He immediately opened the lottery page and started scrolling through the entries.
"Congratulations on drawing the talent, 1000 Thunder Burial, rank A. Talent, 1000 Thunder Burial, upgrade progress, 1/3. Lightning elemental damage increased to 200%, skill range increased to 200%. Lin Zhe beamed with delight. It looks pretty good.
Quite suitable for Xiaolong." He immediately equipped the skill book to the little dragon. "Alright, now there's one more very important thing." Lin Zhe's gaze turned to the S-rank item he had obtained from Luna, Gate to All Realms.
To get stronger faster, it's best to run a dungeon every day. He made a quick decision to use the tool.
The next second, a portal about the size of a front door appeared in front of them.
Item, Gate to All Realms.
Opens a random dungeon each time, all with a difficulty level of real mode or higher.
Cooldown, 24 hours. Please confirm, do you wish to begin the trial of the myriad realms? Yes/no. Friendly reminder, this dungeon is quite difficult, and you only have one life. Please choose carefully.
Lin Zhe thought there shouldn't be any major problems and was about to select yes when his personal system popped up a notification.
An item that can be deeply bound to the system has been detected. Would you like to consume 100 years of your lifespan to bind it? What is this thing?
Lin Zhe frowned curiously. Once bound, this item will gain several new functions. For example, each instance entered can be set as an anchor point, allowing repeated entry. entries. Additionally, if you die in the dungeon provided by this item, you can revive by spending life points. The life points required for revival depend on the difficulty of the dungeon.
It has such a magical function? Lin Zhe was overjoyed.
100 years of lifespan consumed, binding complete.
The gate to all realms disappeared from the inventory and transformed into an icon on the system interface. Start the trial of the multiverse? Yes/no. Lin Zhe chose yes without hesitation.
Then time and space shifted, and he found himself in a lush green grassland.
Instance, grass plains, level restriction, none. Difficulty, realistic mode. Mission description, the villagers here are being attacked by slimes. Please help them escape. Lin Zhe completed the dungeon with ease. The gate to all realms can only be used once a day.
For the next 2 days, he entered the dungeon every day, and it didn't take much time. He encountered relatively simple dungeons, and after a few days, he finally reached level 32.
On the third day, Lin Zhe entered the instance again.
After the time-space shift, he found himself in a desolate and abandoned place, littered with piles of white bones. He was crouching behind a large rock that was about half a person's height.
Brave the land of the dead. Level restriction, none. Difficulty, nightmare mode.
Mission description, among the undead race, the Corpse Clan is being oppressed by the Skeleton Clan. Please help them escape their predicament and overthrow the Skeleton Clan's rule.
The undead race? It's them again?
Lin Zhe was startled.
Haven't they been completely wiped out yet?
But he soon realized that these copies were reflections of real events from the past, and not necessarily the current situation.
Corpse Clan? Skeleton Clan? What the hell are these?
Lin Zhe was completely baffled by the mission description.
Entered Instance Area 1, Burial Grounds.
Just then, footsteps came from the other side of the rock.
He peeked out and saw a group of people passing by not far away.
Leading the group was a majestic skeleton soldier, carrying a large cleaver in one hand and holding several chains in the other end of which was tied to a group of prisoners. These prisoners all had bluish-gray skin, tattered clothes, shackles around their necks, and leg irons on their feet.
Regardless of gender or age, they were all emaciated and looked pitiful.
On both sides and behind the group were several skeleton soldiers wielding large swords, who kicked and shoved them from time to time, yelling and urging them to quicken their pace.
Lin Zhe casually glanced at the information of one of the prisoners. The Corpse Clan. Race, undead. Level, 14. Health points, 5800. Skill, bite.
Description, a weak and lawful zombie belonging to the undead race.
Lin Zhe glanced at the skeleton soldiers again. Skeleton elite soldier. Race, undead. Level, 46. Health points, 40,000.
Skills, annihilation/corpse poison technique, etc. Description, belonging to the Skeleton Clan within the undead race, they possess formidable combat power. Good heavens, the level difference is so huge, no wonder those zombies could only become prisoners, Lin Zhe muttered to himself.
However, the mission description seems to suggest I'm on the zombie side?
Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, then prepared to stand up from behind the rock and prepare to fight. However, suddenly, he felt a hand pressing down on each of his shoulders. Before he knew it, two people appeared behind him, standing on his left and right sides respectively.
Who? Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise.
To be able to get close to him without him noticing, one must be exceptionally strong.
Shoo, don't make a sound, one of them whispered a reminder. Young man, what are you doing here? Another voice asked immediately.
Lin Zhe turned around and finally saw what the two people looked like. They were all in their 20s, not much older than Lin Zhe. One of them wore glasses, had a well-defined face, and looked refined, yet subtly revealed a hint of ruthlessness. The other was completely unkempt, with a stubble beard, messy hair, and a carefree demeanor.
Strange, why do these two look so familiar? Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Wait, aren't these Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu when they were young?
Lin Zhe stared at the two people in front of him, completely stunned. He carefully confirmed that, without a doubt, these were Feng Yuan and Lei Zhenyu.
The two looked almost identical, except that the younger one had a more youthful and innocent air about her. It seems that the events in this instance occurred more than 30 years ago?
Lin Zhe wondered to himself.
He immediately used his skill to scan the two of them. Name, Lei Zhenyu. Class, Melee Lightning Mage, Rank A, Level, 59, Tier 2. Name, Feng Yuan. Class, Light and Dark Priest, Rank A, Level, 57, Tier 2.
Neither of them had broken through to the third rank yet. At this moment, a new task reminder pops up.
Ding! You have received a new mission. Successfully clear the dungeon while 2 NPCs survive. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Another mission?
Seeing Lin Zhe's stunned expression, Feng Yuan scolded Lei Zhenyu. Look at you, you scared him half to death.
I told you not to be so reckless and pat someone on the back. Lei Zhenyu looked completely innocent. Hey, how did I act rashly? Didn't you just take a picture of him too?
He turned to Lin Zhe and said with a smile, young man, don't listen to him.
Hey, you're only level 31, right? Still in college? How did you end up in such a high-level dungeon?
Lin Zhe then came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Oh, I just accidentally came in.
Did he have a fight with his family and run in here in a huff? Lei Zhenyu asked. Feng Yuan ran his hand over his head and said, why are you bothering me?
Why ask
so many questions. Ha ha ha. Lei Jianyu's eyes showed understanding. I understand, youthful arrogance. But this place is too dangerous. Nightmare mode can't teleport us out yet, so you'll have to come with us. Just then, a shout came from afar. Who's lurking around over there? The other side had already detected their voices. Lei Jianyu and Feng Yuan immediately shut up, but it was too late. With a series of thuds, several elite skeleton soldiers carrying large machetes approached them. Damn it! Lei Jianyu cursed. I told you, I'm terrible at ambushes, we're going to fight head-on. After saying that, he stood up, and a pair of brass knuckles appeared in his hands, with crackling lightning on his fists. Feng Yuan shook his head helplessly. It's always like this when we team up. He also stood up, a thick holy book appearing in his hand. Just two humans, the skeleton soldier said disdainfully. Take you back and offer you as sacrifices to our king. Feng Yuan frowned slightly and whispered to Lei Jianyu, listen to my instructions, in a moment. Before he could finish speaking, Lei Jianyu had already charged out, his fist crackling with lightning power, heading straight for the enemy's face. Bang! The skull of the skeleton soldier shattered instantly in the lightning. However, immediately afterward, several other skeleton soldiers wielding sharp blades attacked. Light waterfall technique. Feng Yuan's voice came from behind. The next moment, a waterfall formed of holy light cascaded down from above the enemy's head. Holy light has a natural advantage against the undead. The skeleton soldiers immediately seemed to lose their power, their skeletons scattering all over the ground. Thanks, Lei Jianyu said casually to Feng Yuan. Enraged, Feng Yuan pointed at his nose and yelled, Lei Jianyu, can you please stop being so impulsive every time? Can't you listen to orders? Hey, don't get so worked up, Lei Jianyu said nonchalantly. Anyway, we won. Lin Zhe, standing to the side, looked at the extremely unreliable Lei Jianyu and chuckled inwardly. I never expected that City Lord Lei would be so reckless back then. Just as the two were arguing, a cold laugh interrupted them. Haha, you won? You dare to run wild on our skeleton clan's territory and expect to leave alive? You humans are far too arrogant. Suddenly, a crackling sound came from all directions. The previously scattered bones began to be pieced back together. Not only the skeleton soldiers, but the bones piled up on the plains also seemed to come alive, forming human shapes. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of skeleton soldiers surrounded them completely. This is getting a bit troublesome, Lei Jianyu said, scratching the back of his head. How dare you say that? Feng Yuan rebuked angrily. Is it my fault? Lei Jianyu replied with a grin, then his eyes sharpened. Looks like I'll have to show you my true skills. Young man over there, try to stay away. You might get hurt. In an instant, the power of lightning enveloped his entire body, and Lei Jianyu transformed into a blue humanoid energy body with his hair standing on end. Old Lei, are you really planning to use your newly learned ultimate move? Feng Yuan asked cautiously. That move has a one-day cooldown. What will you do after you use it? Use it first, then talk about it. Lei Jianyu struggled to gather his strength, even speaking seemed difficult. Listening to their conversation, Lin Zhe smiled calmly and said, forget it, I'll handle this. He slowly stood up. Young man, what are you doing? Now is not the time to cause trouble. Feng Yuan was about to lose his temper. Lei Jianyu was already a headache for him. How come another one who doesn't listen to orders has come along? However, the next second, a loud boom suddenly erupted from the middle of the skeleton soldiers, and a demonic dragon as huge as a mountain suddenly appeared. It sat down with a thud, crushing a large number of skeleton soldiers to death. Lei Jianyu and Feng Yuan were shocked and quickly assumed a defensive stance, thinking that a big boss had arrived. Immediately, the demon dragon unleashed the electric ring skill, a ring of lightning spreading outwards from the center of its body. With the blessing of law of heaven and earth, the damages increased 100-fold, and with the newly learned 10,000 thunder burial talent, the damage and range double again. Enemies caught in the aura of light had damage numbers of approximately 2 million displayed above their heads and were instantly annihilated. Slate Elite Skeleton Soldier, experience plus 460, lifespan plus 460 days. Slate Elite Skeleton Soldier, experience plus 460, lifespan plus 460 days. Lin Zhe kept getting experience tips popping up above his head, repeating them nearly 100 times. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Demon Dragon. Current level, 17. To Lei Jianyu and Feng Yuan's astonishment, the enormous demon dragon shrunk back to a tiny size and flew toward Lin Zhe. Then it started chirping cutely. You did a good job. Lin Zhe patted its head. What? Lei Jianyu and Feng Yuan finally reacted. This young man, is this your summoned beast? Their mouths were agape, wide enough to fit a fist. After a while, the two walked up to Lin Zhe, their attitude noticeably more polite than before. Lei Jianyu clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and said, we were truly fortunate to have this young man come to our rescue just now. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving, and heroes often emerge from among the young. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Lei Jianyu, and this is Feng Loxi. Get out of my way. Feng Yuan shoved him aside, pushing up his glasses in anger. This guy never talks seriously. Hello, my name is Feng Yuan. My name is Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe introduced himself somewhat awkwardly. These two people were originally
originally his father's, but now they become his peers and are playing all sorts of childish tricks in front of him, which makes him feel strange and a little uncomfortable. By the way, Lord Lei, what brings you to this instance? Lin Zhe asked. The next second, he realized that his way of addressing her seemed inappropriate, but it was too late. Wait, what did you just call me? Lei Zhenyu asked, his eyes wide. You just called me City Lord? Lei Zhenyu asked again. I was distracted for a moment and called the wrong name. Ha. Lin Zhe could only cover up his embarrassment with laughter. Lei Zhenyu laughed heartily. Ha, you're quite an interesting young man, calling everyone you meet City Lord. Don't be silly. Feng Yuan slapped Lei Zhenyu away. Brother Lin must know that we too are under Lord Mu's command. Lord Mu? Lin Zhe realized that it was Mu Tianqing, Lei Zhenyu's former city lord. However, Brother Lin, Feng Yuan's tone became serious. You can't just use that title carelessly. Lei Zhenyu said nonchalantly, what's the big deal? There's no one else here. To be honest, we were also sent here by that old man Mu to carry out a mission today. It is said that there are some strange things in this instance, and the undead are secretly plotting something that is detrimental to our human race. Lin Zhe nodded, now completely certain that he had indeed entered a scenario from over 30 years ago. He remembered that Lei Zhenyu had mentioned before that when the undead king tried to regain power, he had personally crushed it, which was why that heart was kept in the city lord's mansion of Tianyu City. Then he looked at the captured undead civilians. After the skeleton clan soldiers died, they did not flee. Instead, they trembled with fear, as if their souls had been shattered. Remembering that the main quest was to help them, Lin Zhe walked straight over. Lei Zhenyu followed behind and whispered, they're also undead. In my opinion, we should just kill them. These words made the prisoners tremble even more. Lin Zhe coldly addressed the group of zombies. Tell me, in which direction are the skeletons who captured you? A zombie who still looked like a little boy shakily raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Lin Zhe nodded, raised the starry-colored longsword in his hand, and the little zombie was immediately terrified. The next second, with a swift movement, the chains were all severed. You're free now, so get out of here, Lin Zhe said coldly. This move stunned Lei Zhenyu, Feng Yuan, and all the zombies. Lin Zhe shook his head, thinking to himself, I have no choice. This mission requires me to save them, and they are indeed harmless to humans. He turned to the two men and said, Lei Chang, Brother Lei, Brother Feng, let's hurry up and fight those skeletons. The two nodded and followed Lin Zhe forward. Along the way, they encountered several small skeleton tribes, all of which were quickly wiped out by the three of them. Seeing Lin Zhe's agile skills, Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan admired him even more. This young man, although he looks a few years younger than us, is just as strong as us. Lei Zhenyu stepped forward and asked Lin Zhe, by the way, Brother Lin, what was that dragon you summoned just now? Its lightning power is truly enviable. His tone was full of envy. Lin Zhe felt a little smug, never expecting to be flattered by his city lord and superior one day. There's something else I've been wanting to ask you, Lei Zhenyu said. Your starry sky-colored longsword looks familiar. As soon as he finished speaking, an identical longsword appeared in Lei Zhenyu's hand. This sword was a gift from Old Man Mu, a reward for winning first place in the Rising Star Championship, Lei Zhenyu explained. However, my preferred weapons are gauntlets and knuckle dusters, so I rarely use them. How did you get this one? Lin Zhe then realized that this blade of the azure sky was the very weapon Lei Zhenyu had given him 30 years later. I was careless, so careless. I shouldn't have taken it out. To be honest, this sword was also a gift from the city lord. Lin Zhe had no choice but to explain. That's true, it was indeed given to him personally by the city lord. That old man Mu is really wicked. Lei Zhenyu was instantly enraged. I thought this was a unique weapon, but I didn't expect it to be mass-produced. That old man is wicked. He'll definitely give this weapon to everyone he meets, while bragging about some amazing lineage. Brother Lin, we've all been fooled by that old man Mu, Lei Zhenyu said indignantly. Lin Zhe's lips twitched. Luckily, he's just an NPC, otherwise there would definitely be misunderstandings if he went out. Unbeknownst to them, the three of them had already reached the edge of a cliff. What came into view was a dilapidated castle on the opposite cliff, which looked particularly eerie and sinister under the shadow of dark clouds. That should be it, Feng Yuan said, pointing in the opposite direction. But how do we get across? Lei Zhenyu looked at the deep valley between the two cliffs, which was at least 100 meters away. Below the cliff, there was an even deeper, unfathomable darkness. Look, what's that? Feng Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. On the opposite cliff, a white suspension bridge was automatically forming and gradually extending in this direction. Only upon closer inspection can one see that each section of the suspension bridge is made up of segments of bones connected together. Before long, the white bone suspension bridge was completed. Is this for us to cross? Lei Zhenyu said, then prepared to step onto the bridge. But Feng Yuan stopped him. Wait a minute, it's not that simple. He looked at the suspension bridge swaying in the wind, and his expression became serious. At that moment, an interface popped up in front of the three of them. Welcome to Dungeon Area 2, Bridge of Bones. Starting level challenge. 3, 2, 1, loading complete. Rules: the suspension bridge consists of 10 sections, each with 2 bone planks on the left and right, but only one plank is secure secure. Please select the correct plank and successfully cross all 10 sections to pass the level. Special reminder, the only way to cross the cliff is by crossing the bridge, all other means are strictly prohibited. After reading the rules, all three of them couldn't help but frown. So, we have to choose correctly 10 times in a row, or we'll die? Lei Jinyu realized that things were going badly. Feng Yuan picked up a stone and threw it sharply towards the opposite bank. The stone was intercepted by an invisible force in mid-air and eventually fell into the abyss. Lin Zhe understood what he meant and said, this kind of rule-based level probably doesn't allow for any tricks. Trying to rely on flying or anything like that is absolutely impossible. He released his big black dog to test the waters, but it was blocked by an invisible wall. As expected, summoned beasts won't work either. Lin Zhe shook his head. But this is real mode, if you die, you really die. Feng Yuan sighed. We're really in a dilemma now. Lei Jinyu slammed his fist into the ground, creating a large crater. I hate these kinds of dungeons that aren't about fighting monsters. Lin Zhe pondered for a moment, thinking to himself, they're NPCs, so it doesn't matter if they die, but the system has a mission, and I must ensure they stay alive. He composed himself and said, let me give it a try. Young Master Lin, what are you trying to do? Feng Yuan nervously tried to stop him. No matter what, we can't let you, a junior, take this kind of risk. Lin Zhe smiled confidently. It's okay. If I fall, you guys must not rush up. You must stay where you are and wait, understand? Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan were overwhelmed by his imposing aura. Although they didn't fully understand what he meant, they nodded thoughtfully. They looked more like Lin Zhe's two underlings. Okay, I'm going to start. Lin Zhe walked to the first section of the suspension bridge, hesitated for a moment, chose the left side, and then stepped forward without hesitation. Crack! The bone pedal broke instantly. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe almost cursed out loud, but his foot slipped. He plummeted straight into the abyss. Brother Lin Zhe. Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan were also startled and hurriedly ran to the edge of the cliff, leaning down to look down. Unfortunately, there's no one to be seen anywhere. How could this happen? I clearly told him not to act impulsively. Feng Yuan paced anxiously in place. Brother Lin Zhe. Lei Jinyu collapsed to the ground, wailing, you died such a tragic death. Lin Zhe opened his eyes and found himself in a state of chaos. Recalling what had just happened, he couldn't help but curse. I died after only taking the first step. My luck is just too bad. At this point, the system displays a prompt. Detection indicates you have died in the trial of the myriad realms. Do you wish to revive by consuming lifespan? This will consume 10 years of lifespan. Yes/no. Lin Zhe then revealed a slight smile. Just now, when the three of them faced the test of death, he suddenly remembered that the gate of all realms was already bound to the lifespan system, and that lifespan could be used to revive. No matter how difficult the dungeon is, as long as he has enough lifespan, he can keep reviving, which is why he dared to step onto the suspension bridge in one go. However, to my surprise, I died right after taking the first step. Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly and decisively chose yes. Of course, if you choose no, you're doomed. Resurrected after consuming 10 years of lifespan, currently being teleported back to the dungeon entrance. A flash of white light, and Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. At this moment, beside the white bone suspension bridge, Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan were filled with grief and regret. Feng Yuan appeared somewhat restrained, silently grieving. Brother Lin Zhe, I never expected you to be so brave. If I manage to return alive, I will definitely report this to Lord Mu and have you recognized as a martyr. I will also make sure the whole city knows about your heroic deeds. Lei Jinyu was different. He beat his chest, stamped his feet, and wept bitterly. Brother Lin Zhe, you were too impulsive. If anyone should die, it should be us two older brothers. Although we haven't known each other for long, we, as your older brothers, will never forget you. They looked like old men and women wailing at the village entrance. I couldn't be your brother in this life, but I'll definitely be your little brother in the next. Just then, a voice came from behind. Brother Lei, Brother Feng, what are you doing? The two were taken aback and turned around to see a handsome young man in black armor standing in front of them. Who else could it be but Lin Zhe? The two froze on the spot, especially Lei Jinyu, whose face was still covered in tears and snot, making him look extremely comical. Brother Lin Zhe? You, how come you're not dead? Lei Jinyu's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe what he had just witnessed. When did I say I would die? Lin Zhe smiled faintly. Didn't I tell you to wait for me where I am? As soon as he finished speaking, he strode towards the suspension bridge. Remember, if I go the wrong way, wait for me. The two nodded repeatedly, but both looked puzzled. Lin Zhe took the second step with style. With a crack, the bone pedal broke again. Armanos, Lin Zhe cursed as he plummeted. Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan looked at each other, completely dumbfounded. What exactly is going on? After a while, Lin Zhe appeared in front of the two of them again. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. The two of them stared blankly as he walked over and fell down again and again, until they finally became numb to it. Do you think Brother Lin Zhe will make the right choice this time? I bet wrong. Then I can only bet on the right thing, even though I have a feeling I'll lose. You two actually made a bet? Lin Zhe thought to himself, really wanting to throw them off the cliff. Thus, out of 10 10 choices he made on the suspension bridge, he made 6 mistakes, and it took him 60 years of his lifespan just to be resurrected. Lin Zhe's lips twitched. I really hope the reward the system gives me this time is worth my unjust death. After some effort, he finally passed the checkpoint. Congratulations on successfully completing the level challenge. Experience plus 50,000. Lin Zhe rubbed his forehead and shook his head. My god, this is definitely the most devastating failure I've ever experienced since I changed jobs. Could it be because the longer one lives, the more difficult one becomes to deal with? No wonder people always say that Europeans have short lifespans? Lin Zhe casually guessed, recalling the pay-to-win mobile games he had played in his previous life. However, his heroic feat this time made Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan admire him extremely. After the three of them successfully crossed the cliff, Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan were almost in awe of Lin Zhe. Wow, how did you do that? Lei Jinyu scrutinized Lin Zhe, as if appraising a rare treasure. I, Lei Jinyu, have never admired many people in my life, but I truly admire you. Feng Yuan clasped his hands in a fist and said, that's right, it really shows me what it means to have mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. Alright, enough of that. Let's focus on preparing for the next challenge, Lin Zhe said. The three of them turned around at the same time and looked up at the ancient castle they had seen on the opposite cliff. A crimson moon hung low in the sky, dark clouds covered the ground, and a strange, Gothic castle stood alone before us. The castle's outer walls have been eroded by time, and vines have climbed all over the mottled stone walls. The outermost iron gate was covered in rust, as if no one had visited it for many years. The entire building exuded an aura of danger. Welcome to Dungeon Area 3, Evil Spirit Castle. This must be the enemy's lair, right? Lei Jinyu said seriously. I heard that the undead king is hiding inside. Feng Yuan pushed up his glasses. This castle looks very sinister. I wonder what other tricks are going on inside. Who cares about their tricks? Lei Jinyu said nonchalantly. Why don't we just charge in and take them out? Feng Yuan shook his head repeatedly. Here we go again. I've told you so many times, you can't be so impulsive. These castles are often full of traps and hidden weapons, so we can't let our guard down. No. Lin Zhe spoke up at this moment. This time I support Brother Lei. There are definitely traps and hidden weapons, but if we follow the enemy's pattern to break through them, wouldn't we be wasting a lot of time? So, my choice is. Before the words were finished, a burst of fire suddenly exploded in the air, and a huge fire demon appeared before them. Lin Zhe continued, so my choice is to just tear it down. The next second, to Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan's astonishment, the flame demon raised his giant hammer and smashed it against the castle's outer wall. With a deafening roar, the mottled city wall collapsed, and half of the castle was instantly engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, deep within the castle, in the king's hall, on the high throne, a 9-foot-tall skeletal king leaned against it, looking languid. This was the undead king during the undead race's heyday. BOSS, Undead King. Race, Undead. Skills, Death Roar, Undying, and Unyielding, etc. Expand to view details. I heard there are 3 little mice outside, he said in a powerful and domineering voice. Your Majesty, report. There are 3 humans. The lowest level is only 31. They are not worth mentioning. It was the Archmage Thatus who spoke. Also present were the Lich Hela and Duke Gar. All 3 were around level 50 to 60, which was quite immature compared to level 70 30 years later. Gar, dressed in a magnificent robe, shook his head and laughed. I didn't expect that just 3 humans could make it this far. Their strength is quite impressive. Hela continued, however, I have laid out a grand scheme in the castle. If they dare to come in, they will only face certain death. They can't do anything anyway, the Skeleton King sneered. 3 rats, thinking they can turn the world upside down? Meanwhile, outside the instance. But as soon as he finished speaking, a loud boom suddenly came from outside. The entire castle shook violently, and dust fell from the ceiling. Your Majesty, the situation is dire. It's terrible, a skeleton soldier rushed in to report. The castle has been destroyed by the enemy. After the Balrog slammed down his hammer, golden flames quickly spread throughout the entire castle. Amidst the raging flames, hissing and crackling sounds echoed from all parts of the castle. Then, various experience tips popped up in front of Lin Zhe. Slay an elite skeleton soldier, gain 460 experience points, lifespan increased by 460 days. Slay an elite skeleton shield guard, gain 500 experience points, lifespan increased by 500 days. Defeat the innocent skeleton maid, experience plus 120, lifespan plus 120 days. Defeat the beautiful skeleton dancer, experience plus 150, lifespan plus 150 days. It feels like something strange has gotten mixed in? Lin Zhe frowned helplessly. The next moment, he decisively cast a summoning spell. The Balrog, the Succubus Queen, and the Hellhound appeared together, standing in a neat row. You have 30 seconds to get to the battlefield, Lin Zhe ordered. All troops, attack. Immediately, the demons unleashed their special skills and raced towards the depths of the castle. Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan were once again dumbfounded. Besides that dragon from earlier, what's going on with these summoned beasts? Are they all this destructive? Meanwhile, inside the king's hall. What? The undead king was furious, smashing a nearby table to pieces with his fist.
3 humans dare to burn down my castle?
Your Majesty, only one of them actually burned the castle, a soldier reported.
His summoned beast was exceptionally powerful. What a joke.
Duke Gar, the undead, sneered, interrupting the report. With a million-strong army of my undead race here, let him see just how powerful he really is. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loud roar came from outside the door. The entire wall collapsed with a roar, and countless undead soldiers tumbled to the ground. Standing on the corpses were a giant red demon, a seductive succubus, and 10 three-eyed demon hounds, each half a person's height.
The undead inside were all stunned. Why are they all demons? Oomph, not even one who can fight.
The flame demon, still holding several corpses of undead generals in his hands, arrogantly surveyed the crowd in the hall.
I wonder if any of you have even a little bit of fighting ability? Insolence!
Duke Gar, the undead, was furious and smashed his wine cup on the ground. How dare you slight my undead race?
Let me teach you a lesson.
Having said that, he drew his sword and charged at the flame demon.
Oh, isn't this my defeated opponent?
The flame demon sneered.
What? I've seen you before? Gar was stunned.
The Balrog ignored him and slammed his hammer down the next second. Gar screamed and tried to block with his sword, but was sent flying by the blow, his sword and all.
Ice burst sky curtain.
Archmage Thaddeus shouted from the other side.
The temperature in the hall plummeted, and countless icicles condensed in the air.
However, Tardis suddenly froze, as a seductive voice came from behind him. Tardis's eyes were glazed over.
Think carefully, who is your real enemy?
Understood, Tardis replied. The next moment, all the ice spikes he controlled shot towards the undead king on the throne. Tardis, what are you doing? The undead king roared in fury.
You have betrayed me.
He hurriedly dodged, but the ice spikes pierced the throne, leaving it riddled with holes.
Enraged, the undead king pulled out a 2-meter-long giant sword from behind his back and swung it at Tardis.
A dark green sword light flashed, and Tardis was cut in two.
Ha ha, what a wonderful show.
The succubus queen clapped her hands and laughed, then vanished without a trace. On the other side, 10 hellhounds swiftly transformed into shadows and charged toward the undead lich Hela. Hela fled in panic to the back of the hall, with the hellhound close behind. The undead king watched as his subordinates died or fled, and a dark green rage ignited in his eyes.
Oomph, they're all useless.
At the same time, Lin Zhe, Lei Jinyu, and Feng Yuan were on their way to the king's hall when countless skeleton soldiers suddenly surrounded them.
Brother Lin Zhe, your summoner body is weak, let us protect you.
Lei Jinyu shouted, and lightning pillars suddenly rose around him, swirling around Lin Zhe. The lightning exploded, and the skeleton soldiers were reduced to ashes. Feng Yuan then conjured a light bow in his hand and fired countless holy arrows, raining down on the skeleton soldiers like a storm. Before they knew it, the 3 of them had arrived at the entrance of the king's hall. The king of the dead's gaze turned cold as he stared at the 3 figures that had suddenly appeared, his eyes instantly turning fierce.
Oomph, if we can't beat the demons, are we going to lose to a few weak humans as well?
Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung his greatsword, unleashing a dark green sword light that slashed straight at Lin Zhe, who was standing at the front.
Watch out!
Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan shouted in unison, their hearts tightening. Before Lin Zhe could react, he was struck by the sword.
Damage caused 1389, and it was his shield that was hit. Lei Jinyu, Feng Yuan, and the undead king were all stunned. Feng Yuan couldn't help but tease, didn't you just say he was frail? Lei Jinyu turned his head, looking confused. I don't remember. Is this really true?
As the two were talking, Lin Zhe gripped the blade of the sky, transformed into a streak of lightning, and charged toward the undead king.
Clang!
The undead king reacted swiftly, raising his sword to meet the attack. But the next moment, a small, jet-black dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Before he could react, a ball of lightning struck the back of his head. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and my vision blurred instantly. He felt a sudden sense of foreboding, but it was too late. His opponent gave him no chance to catch his breath. In an instant, Lin Zhe's blade rose and fell, and the head of the undead king fell to the ground. He then realized, so he's the real leader of the demons.
I've just asked for trouble. However, he did not completely perish. His severed head spoke from the ground. So what if I lost this time? My body is immortal, and one day... Alright, stop talking nonsense, I've had enough.
Lin Zhe interrupted him directly. The next second, the Balrog's golden flames completely engulfed the severed head until it turned to ashes. Boss Undead King defeated, experience plus 50,000, lifespan plus 50,000 days, 136 years 440 days. Loot obtained, 50,000 copper coins, Undead King's greatsword, equipment, Undead King's spine, material. The hall returned to silence. The entire battle had lasted only 5 minutes. Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan stood there, stunned, and said in disbelief, This is it? The undead race was wiped out by us? I want to ask, what's the point of us coming to this instance today? We feel like we're even more superfluous than those skeleton soldiers. Lin Zhe sheathed his long sword and waited calmly for the level completion settlement. However, he soon noticed something was wrong. The system did not display a message indicating that the task was completed. Even more strangely, those big black dogs, who were supposed to be chasing Hela, have not returned. He activated his special vision, seeing through fire, and looked around. Through the space behind the hall, he could vaguely see a striking black stripe floating in the air. It looks like a black scar. Hidden level triggered. Black scar. Another hidden level? Lindsay immediately followed the guidance of insightful insight and stepped into the indicated direction. Passing through the back door of the hall, at the end of the winding corridor, a spacious courtyard comes into view. 10 large black dogs stood guard at the entrance to the courtyard, barking fiercely, but hesitated to take a single step inside, as if something terrifying was hidden in the courtyard. Lindsay approached to observe and saw a spatial rift, resembling a scar, suspended in the air in the center of the courtyard. The edges of the crack seemed to wriggle slowly, as if they were alive. Hela knelt before the rift, praying devoutly, "Great Lord of the Abyss, please descend your divine power and save my undead race." Immediately, a thick, black liquid flowed from the crack, resembling blood seeping from a wound. Lindsay felt nauseous. He then recalled that during the battle at the City Lord's mansion, Hela had used a power called Abyss Curse to trap Lei Jinyu. Unsurprisingly, this was the source of the curse. So the undead race has been secretly worshipping the Abyss all along? Lindsay finally connected the two things. Without hesitation, he stepped into the courtyard, and his Abyss Walk talent immediately lit up. Sure enough, the entire courtyard was completely enveloped by the substance of the Abyss. "I knew you were no good, you undead, but I never expected you'd actually pledge allegiance to the Abyss ruler." Lindsay's eyes narrowed, and he quickly activated his mind to unleash the thunderclap technique. The next moment, a palm strike carrying the force of a thunderbolt struck Hela hard in the back. How could you possibly have stepped into?" Hela was shocked, then collapsed to the ground and died. Lindsay frowned as he stared at the black liquid gushing out and the cracks in front of him. He took out a glowing sphere from his inventory. It was the mythical item given to him by the fairy priestess Lillian, Miniature Spring. Unexpectedly, Lillian's words were not unfounded and actually came in handy. Lindsay dripped the glowing spring water onto the ground. The light instantly spread throughout the courtyard, gradually covering the entire area, and the writhing spatial rift began to heal, eventually disappearing without a trace. Hidden level cleared. Black Scar, EXP plus 50,000. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 33. Congratulations on leveling up your summon beast, Flame Demon. Current level, 63. Congratulations on leveling up your summon beast, the Succubus Queen. Current level, 66. Congratulations on leveling up your summon beast, Hellhound. Current level, 41. Congratulations on leveling up your summon beast, Demon Dragon. Current level, 19. Wow, they've all been upgraded? Lindsay couldn't help but laugh. This battle was definitely a win. Ding! You have successfully cleared the dungeon while ensuring the survival of both NPCs. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Ding! You have started a long-term quest. Purify the Abyssal Rift 10 times. Current progress, January 10th. Task rewards, successfully purifying 3 times grants 1 system lottery draw, guaranteeing at least an A-grade reward. Successfully purifying 6 times grants 1 system lottery draw, guaranteeing at least an S-grade reward. Rewards after 10 successful purifications are unknown. There's a new long-term quest? A glint of light flashed in Lindsay's eyes, his heart filled with anticipation. What will the final reward be? However, he then realized a serious problem. So, the Abyssal Rift isn't just this one place, but scattered throughout different times and spaces? This undoubtedly means that the last corrupted fairy forest instance was no accident. Let's take a look at the rewards from the spoils of war. He opened his inventory and carefully examined the reward he had just received. Weapon, Undead King's Greatsword. Level requirement, 60 or higher. Strength plus 3,800. Spirit plus 1,000. Defense plus 2,000. Critical hit rate minus 20%. Critical hit damage plus 40%. Material, Spine of the Undead King. Can be used to craft weapons. Just then, Lindsay saw that the slots for the spine and the abyss core he had obtained last time in his inventory were both flashing yellow. Materials that can be combined with the abyss core to create equipment have been detected. Equipment blueprints have been generated. He immediately remembered the task the system had previously issued to forge a piece of equipment using the abyss core. But the problem is, who should we get to build it? In this world, to craft equipment, you usually have to find people who have awakened the blacksmithing profession. However, equipment related to the abyss core is clearly not something that can be made by just anyone. Never mind, let's not rush it. Let's talk about it when we get out. At this point, the clearance and settlement interface finally popped up. All skeleton clan members have been eliminated. Congratulations on clearing this dungeon. You have gained 30,000 experience points. The system will close in 180 seconds. Lindsay closed the interface and returned to the King's Hall. Lei Jinyu and Feng Yuan immediately came forward to greet them. Feng Yuan clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Brother Lindsay, we really owe you a lot this time. We too didn't help much. We're truly ashamed. Lei Jinyu wasn't so polite and said directly, still calling me little brother? I think calling me Brother Lin would be more appropriate. As he spoke, he walked over and put his arm around Lindsay's shoulder. Don't you think so, Brother Lin? Hey, Brother Brother Lei, Lin Zhe replied without any politeness, secretly pleased with himself. I never imagined that I would one day be called brother by Lord Lei. This adventure was truly worthwhile. By the way, Brother Lin, where do you live? We'll visit you another day, Lei Zhenyu asked. Well, I'm afraid even if I told you, it wouldn't be easy for you to find it. Lin Zhe replied somewhat tactfully. Lei Zhenyu persisted, saying, it's okay, I can find it if you tell me. Feng Yuan lightly tapped the top of his head. Alright, stop prying into other people's privacy. Then, he turned to Lin Zhe. Well then, Brother Lin, to express your gratitude, please keep this. After saying that, he opened the trading window. Equipment socket. Holy Lights protection. Can be socketed into equipment. Dark resistance plus 40%. Allows resurrection upon death with 10% health restored. Cooldown, 240 hours. This is a resurrection armor? Isn't it a bit too expensive? Lin Zhe asked somewhat embarrassedly. Feng Yuan patted him on the shoulder. It's a small matter. It's absolutely worth it to give to a young talent like Brother Lin. TCH, you, old Feng, think you can be a good person just because your family is rich? Lei Zhenyu quickly interjected. In that case, I, Lei, also have something to give you. He rummaged through his inventory for a while before finally handing Lin Zhe an item. Accessory, Acting City Lord Badge. All attributes plus 10%, defense plus 10%. Description, a badge personally issued by the City Lord, which can exercise some of the City Lord's rights. This thing can just be given to me like that? Lin Zhe was completely bewildered. Feng Yuan immediately exploded. Lei Zhenyu, are you crazy? If you don't have anything to give, don't put on airs, okay? Lei Zhenyu waved his hand. Alright, it's not a big deal. I don't need this myself. I might as well give it to Brother Lin and let him use it as a decoration. Lin Zhe's lips twitched. Lord Lei back then was really unreliable. Lei Zhenyu continued. That old man Mu was always fierce towards me, ordering me around like a beast of burden, and he even said it was for my own good, saying that he believed I would become the city lord in the future. I don't believe him at all. That old guy is wicked. I think he just wants to use me as free labor, and to be honest, I'm not really interested in being the city lord. Hearing this, Feng Yuan shook his head and sighed, full of helplessness. Sigh, what should I say to you? Lin Zhe chuckled to himself. Do you think I believe that? Alright, we've gotten off topic. Lei Zhenyu said with a smile. Anyway, thanks to Brother Lin Zhe this time, we become friends. Once we're out of the dungeon, let's have a sworn brotherhood. After saying this, the three of them clasped their hands together and respectfully bid each other farewell. The countdown to teleporting to the instance is in its final seconds. Brother Lin, I'll contact you again after we get out. The two young city lords waved goodbye to him at the same time. We can still keep in touch even if we go out, but I'm afraid it won't be the same you as before, Lin Zhe thought to himself, feeling a slight sense of regret. The next second, time and space shifted, and Lin Zhe was back home. Lin Zhe sat on the sofa, recalling the scene of Lei Zhenyu and Feng Yuan calling him brothers, and couldn't help but find it funny. Fortunately, it was just a data projection, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how embarrassing it would have been. Let's draw the prize quickly. He immediately opened the lottery page and started spinning the draw. Congratulations on drawing the class exclusive talent, Demon Master, S-tier. Talent, Demon Master. Effect 1, I choose you. All attributes of the demons you send out receive a 20% increase. Effect 2, Demon, go. Easier to detect nearby demons, current detection range, 10 kilometers. Effect 3, Demon Gathering. Demons with whom there is no contractual relationship are more likely to develop favorability and loyalty. Ah, Lin Zhe grinned crookedly. Looks like the 60 years of lifespan he invested in the dungeon wasn't wasted. But these skill names all sound a bit like knockoffs, don't they? He shook his head helplessly. This system is really complicated. Lin Zhe read the description carefully several more times and nodded in satisfaction. The first effect alone is already very powerful, but it seems that the second and third effects are not needed for the time being. After all, there's no chance to come into contact with other demons right now. Just then, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller ID clearly showed Lei Zhenyu. Ha, what's going on? Does he know what I just saw in the dungeon? Logically, the other party shouldn't know which instance I enter. After analyzing the situation in his mind, Lin Zhe felt a little guilty, but he still answered the phone. Hey, lady, no. Lin Zhe had only said half of the word brother when he quickly changed his words. Lord Lei, is there anything I can help you with? What's the rush, Lin Zhe? I heard from Han Chi that you're being targeted by the Shadow Guild? Lei Zhenyu asked on the other end of the phone. Oh, is that all? Lin Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. What? You thought I was going to talk about something else? Lei Zhenyu retorted. Oh, no, I just thought there was something more important going on, Lin Zhe quickly said, trying to smooth things over. Don't underestimate this. Although I know your strength, the Shadow Guild is the strongest assassination organization in the world. Its headquarters are in the United States, and they have several fifth-tier experts. Even I have to be a little respectful to them. However, fifth-level experts are usually used to assassinate heads of state, so you don't need to worry too much about that for now. If you need it, I can send you more people. Thank you for your concern, City Lord, but it's not necessary. necessary, Lin Zhe replied simply.
I can handle it myself. Alright, I knew you'd say that, so I won't say any more, Lei Zhenyu said.
By the way, speaking of the Shadow Guild, they are actually somewhat related to your profession.
Oh, what is it? Lin Zhe immediately became interested.
It is said that the Shadow Guild worships demons, and the one they worship is an ancient and powerful demon called the Shadow Demon, which is also the origin of their name. It is said that the Shadow Fiend loves to devour people's souls, so those who are assassinated by them are also fed to the Shadow Fiend. Of course, this is just a rumor and may not be true.
I'm just reminding you to be careful. Shadow Fiend?
Lin Zhe wondered to himself, excitement welling up inside him.
If the other side really has such a demon, then wouldn't my newly acquired talent finally have a use?
Thinking about all this, Lin Zhe said, Lord Lei, perhaps I can directly wipe out the Shadow Demon Guild.
What did you say? Lei Zhenyu almost didn't hear him.
After a long silence, he finally said, Lin Zhe, I know you have the strength, but don't be too hasty. The Shadow Guild is all over the world, and there are countless experts among them.
How can you take them down by yourself? Okay, fine.
Lin Zhe thought to himself, there's no way to explain this to you.
Ha, but I'm not saying anything bad about you.
There's no harm in young people being a little wild. When I was that age, I was also full of vigor. At such a young age, he has already been noticed by the old city lord and is to be groomed to become the future city lord.
Lin Zhe looked at the acting city lord badge in his hand and silently complained. Didn't you say you weren't interested in being a city lord, and you even gave away the badge?
Lei Zhenyu boasted for a while longer, then said, alright, enough rambling. I'm getting off work early today, so I need to go for a drink. Lin Zhe shook his head, thinking helplessly, in some ways, this guy really hasn't changed much. He turned off his communicator and, seeing that it was getting late, prepared to wash up and go to bed. But before going to sleep, he thought about the assassins from the Shadow Guild again, so he made some preparations and then turned off the lights.
Next, all we can do is wait and see.
Meanwhile, in the darkness, three mysterious figures nimbly moved across the top floor of the building.
All three were dressed in black, resembling three agile black panthers. One of the tall, thin men said, Shen Xuan, is that target you're talking about really that powerful? He actually called on the two of us who are about to break through to the 4th level to help? You're not playing us, are you?
A woman with a curvaceous figure then said, hee, if you dare to mess with us, you'll have to bear the consequences. The third person was Chen Xuan, who had attempted to assassinate Lin Zhe last time.
He sneered, I'm just playing you guys for no reason.
After it's done, you can have your share of the commission. I don't want a single penny.
I just want to save my life.
As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them arrived at the rooftop of an old residential building. The target lives in a place like this, the tall, thin man asked doubtfully.
Chen Xuan, I'm starting to doubt you more and more. Chen Xuan cautiously whispered, Shoo, don't let your guard down. You all wait here, I'm going to find out what's going on.
The slender woman walked to the railing on the rooftop, and without hesitation, she jumped off, her figure disappearing into thin air in an instant. When she reappeared, she was already standing outside a window on a certain floor. Her identity is a spatial mage, level 79, a master about to break through to the 4th tier.
Is this the one? The woman said dismissively, staring coldly into the room through the window. It looks unremarkable.
The next moment, her body disappeared again, and then reappeared in the room.
So easy, he didn't even set up a barrier. The woman became even more confident. I really don't understand what Chen Xuan is so nervous about.
However, the next second, her expression froze. In the darkness before her, several pairs of blood-red eyes lit up, each one fierce and ravenous, pouncing on her as if they were starving. The woman's scream pierced the night sky.
Making noise in someone else's house late at night, aren't you afraid of disturbing their rest?
Lin Zhe rubbed his eyes and appeared in the living room in his pajamas. The windows were wide open, and 10 hellhounds filled the room, leaving almost no room for them. They surrounded a woman lying in a pool of blood, who had stopped breathing. Looking at her graceful figure, Lin Zhe sighed softly, what a pity. He then instructed the dogs, get rid of her, don't make a mess of my living room. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 large black dogs transformed into shadows, dragged the corpse into the shadows, and began to feast on it.
Meanwhile, on the rooftop,
Chen Xuan and the tall, thin man were shocked to hear the woman scream.
What's going on?
The tall, thin man showed a hint of fear for the first time.
I told you to be careful. Chen Xuan's forehead was beaded with sweat. This target is no ordinary person.
The tall, thin man spat on the ground. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just a first-tier newbie.
I'll go check him out.
After saying that, he was about to jump downstairs. Just then, a sweet, coquettish voice came from behind.
Where are you going? Why don't you stay and play with me for a while?
The tall, thin man was startled and was about to turn around when a long, barbed whip lashed out at him. But his reaction was extremely fast. Just as the whip was about to touch his skin, he twisted his body at an angle that no human could do, thus dodging the attack.
He then did several somersaults, widening the distance between them.
His profession is Snake Shadow Fighter, and he is also a master who was close to breaking through to the 4th tier. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that the person opposite them was a woman with small black wings and a hot figure.
You're quite agile, aren't you?
The succubus queen Lilith said coquettishly, resting her chin on her hand.
I like you even more now. Come here quickly and let your big sister have some fun.
Her voice was so charming and seductive that even the two men next to her couldn't help but swallow hard.
But as a seasoned combat professional, the tall, thin man shouted sternly, "Who are you?"
"Humph, you lowly servant, you are not even worthy to know my name." The next second, Chun Chuan and the tall, thin man were both frozen in place, realizing that their bodies were out of their control.
When did you?" the man asked in terror.
"Serves you right for being disobedient.
Now your big sister is going to have some fun with you."
Just then, a boy's voice came from the stairwell.
"Lilith, what's wrong with you? I'm asking you to deal with them, not to seduce them."
A handsome young man walked up to the rooftop. Lilith immediately clung to them. "Master, you're so mean, I was just teasing them. I'll only ever be loyal to you for the rest of my life."
"Ugh, how many times have I told you, don't say such embarrassing things in public."
Lin Zhe hesitated for 2 seconds, then added, "We'll talk about it when we get home."
Yes, master."
Then, she looked at the two men, her gaze shifting from provocative to sharp and ruthless.
"Speak, who hired you to kill my master?"
At this point, both men were completely under mental control.
The tall, thin man answered first, "I don't know anything.
I was called here by Qin Chuan to help."
"Oh," Lilith said with a hint of amusement, resting her chin on her hand. "Then you're useless. You might as well kill yourself."
"Yes," the tall, thin man answered with exceptional loyalty. The next second, he gripped his neck tightly with both hands, and with a crisp crack, he broke his own neck, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. That action was so bizarre that it made people gasp in horror. Lilith slowly turned her head to look at Chun Chuan, a half-smile playing on her lips, and tilted her head slightly. Even Lin Zhe felt a chill, thinking that it was fortunate that she was one of their own, not an enemy.
Chun Chuan replied blankly, "Only our branch manager knows who the client is. I'm just carrying out a mission. However, I can take you to the branch manager." "Humph, at least you're still somewhat useful." Lilith adopted a queenly demeanor and said coldly, "Lead the way." "Yes, please follow me."
After saying that, Chun Chuan prepared to leave. However, after taking just one step, he suddenly clutched his head with both hands and let out a painful scream. He seemed unable to bear it any longer, and rolled around in agony on the spot. Lilith and Lin Zhe were both stunned, completely unprepared for his reaction.
Level 10. The next second, Chun Chuan suddenly exploded with a bang and died on the spot. The scene was so shocking that it left everyone speechless. Lilith pondered for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "It seems that he has already been implanted with some kind of program that will trigger self-destruction once betrayal is detected. I never imagined that you humans would resort to such vicious and evil methods."
A strange glint flashed in Lin Zhe's eyes.
"Humans certainly have many ruthless methods, but what if this time, it's the same method used by demons?" His gaze was fixed on the scene, and he noticed a wisp of black, malevolent spirit emerging from the tall, thin man's corpse, slowly rising into the air, and then flying off in a certain direction. The perceived demon's effect in the demon master talent has been triggered. "Keep up."
Lin Zhe smiled faintly, his expression indifferent.
Meanwhile, in some corner of the city,
inside a courtyard house, several fully armed thugs in black were patrolling back and forth. Inside the house, a person shrouded in darkness suddenly felt a jolt, as if sensing something amiss.
"That good-for-nothing Chun Chuan has actually..."
He clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "If this continues, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to headquarters." Just then, his communicator rang, and the caller ID showed a number from the United States.
He didn't dare to delay and immediately answered the phone. An angry shout came from the other end of the phone. "Gu, the branch leader of the Great Xia, what exactly are you doing? You can't even handle a level 30-something first-tier newbie, and you've lost 3 members. Not only that, Lord Shadow Demon just gave an order that one of your members has been mentally controlled, his soul has been corrupted, and he is unable to return to his original form." The shadowy figure known as branch manager Gu hurriedly explained, "President William, it's truly my fault for not performing my duties properly. I'll send more men right away."
"Forget it," President William said coldly. "I no longer trust the strength of your Great Xia. I'll just send the elites from our United States directly." "Humph, if it weren't for that client surnamed Qin who added 100 million in compensation this time, I wouldn't bother supporting your Great Xia branch."
Yes, President Gu nodded vigorously.
"All things come from the shadow, and the soul of all things returns to the shadow. All things come from the shadow, and the soul of all things returns to the shadow." After the two of them recited a strange slogan in unison, they ended the call. Branch President Gu slumped into his chair, his voice trembling as he cursed, "Damn it, it's all those 3 good-for-nothing's fault. Our Great Xia branch was never valued by the American headquarters, and now it's probably being neglected even more."
Just then, a voice rang in his ear. "Heh, you, a citizen of Great Xia, have actually become a dog of the United States and developed feelings for it?" "Who?" President Gu exclaimed in surprise.
"Help!" he shouted urgently towards the outside. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no sound outside. He immediately looked out the window and saw that the fully armed thugs in the courtyard were lying on the ground, lifeless.
"What? When is this?"
The next moment, he sensed someone behind him and turned around abruptly. A boy had appeared
appeared in the room that had been empty just moments before. Didn't your guild want to find me? I came here myself, so you don't have to go up there and get killed one by one. You're Lin Zhe? Branch President Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been working in the guild for over 20 years, and this was the first time anyone had dared to provoke him. But after all, he was a master who had broken through to the 4th level. How could he tolerate a child jumping around on his head? In an instant, a crescent-shaped battle blade appeared in his hand, imbued with the power of shadow, and shot out at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Lin Zhe reacted quickly and dodged immediately. However, the next moment, the black shadow that enveloped Gu Feng separated automatically, as if a clone had been created from him. A black battle blade was gripped in the shadowy figure's hand, its speed undiminished as it thrust towards Lin Zhe once more. The speed of the attack far exceeded Lin Zhe's expectations. He immediately activated the thunderclap technique and narrowly avoided the attack. Class, Shadow Soul Warrior, Rank A, Level 89, Tier 4. As expected of a 4th tier expert, you've certainly got some skills. Lin Zhe smiled slightly. It seems I underestimated your guild before. At this moment, Lin Zhe was facing not just one enemy, but two, Gu Feng and his shadow clone. Oomph, what arrogance. The other party sneered. Don't blame me, a 4th level expert, for having to fight you, a 1st level player, 2 against 1. Lin Zhe chuckled. Is this a group fight? The next second, the succubus and the hellhound appeared, surrounding the man and the shadowy figure completely. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, and the outer wall of the mansion collapsed. The Balrog, brandishing his hammer, poked his head in. My lord, why aren't you calling me into this fight? This time, Gu Feng was completely dumbfounded. How do you have so many summoned beasts? Lin Zhe said, be careful not to kill him, we'll have to question him later. Then, he slowly walked outside. Just then, a shout suddenly came from inside the house. Lord Shadow Demon, help me. A chilling wind suddenly swept through the courtyard, and a dense surge of dark energy erupted from Gu Feng's body. An oppressive and ominous aura quickly enveloped the entire area. The next moment, a huge black shadow appeared in the sky above the mansion. Lin Zhe looked up. The dark figure was about 30 meters tall and its entire body was formed from black, smoky substances. Its body is shaped like an inverted triangle, with 2 strong and powerful hands, but its lower body has turned into a wisp of black smoke and has no feet. His head was obscured by the smoke, with only his eyes and mouth glowing crimson, making him appear both powerful and malevolent. Lin Zhe immediately used his skill to check the details. Shadow Fiend, Phantom. Health points, 400,000. Skills, Soul Harvest, Soul Contract, Soul Impact, Soul Elegy. Expand to view details. As soon as the Shadow Demon appeared, the demons involuntarily took a step back, their vigilance increasing sharply. It's actually a Shadow Demon, the Flame Demon exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you know him? Lin Zhe asked. Lilith continued, Shadow Fiends are one of the older species among our demon race. They feed on souls and survive by relying on soul power. Everyone thought they were extinct long ago, but I didn't expect to see them today. However, Lilith looked puzzled. But what? Lin Zhe pressed. However, shadow demons have never been this large, the fire demon quickly explained. Their race could never be as tall as our fire demons. I see. Lin Zhe stared at the huge black shadow, lost in thought. At that moment, the dark figure spoke in a deep, rough, yet extremely authoritative voice. Who summoned me to this place? Gu Feng immediately jumped onto the roof, knelt down, and respectfully replied, reporting to Lord Shadow Demon, it is I. I humbly request Lord Shadow Demon to help me kill the enemy, and I will offer double the souls. The Shadow Demon looked down at Lin Zhe and the demons with its blood-red eyes and said arrogantly, just one human and a few inferior members of the same race, are they really worth my time? Who are you calling inferior? The Flame Demon roared, annoyed. You Shadow Demons are nothing but a bunch of useless trash who hide in the gutter sucking people's souls, and you dare to talk back to me? Hey, your Flame Demon clan is nothing but a bunch of grumpy and ill-mannered gorillas. I think you are the best example of that. What did you say? The Flame Demon was furious. My lord, stop talking nonsense and let me go smash him. Lin Zhe watched in stunned silence. These two demons were actually arguing, and they were even resorting to personal attacks? Is this how your demon race fights? This is actually quite novel. Don't move. Seeing that the Flame Demon was about to rush forward, Lin Zhe immediately stopped him. His purpose in coming here was to find Shadow Fiend. If Shadow Fiend could become one of my subordinates, I would not only gain a powerful combat force, but I could also deprive the Shadow Fiend guild of its core pillar. Of course, if Shadow Fiend disagrees, killing him is fine too. Lin Zhe looked up and said directly to Shadow Demon, I am a human demon summoner, and I do not want to start a war with you unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng immediately sneered through his nostrils. Now you want to plead for mercy? Let me tell you, it's too late. Lin Zhe ignored him and continued speaking to the Shadow Demon. I suspect that your appearance is just a disguise. Your true form isn't actually that large. Also, you can only appear in this phantom form each time, right? The Shadow Demon's blood-red eyes flickered slightly. Lin Zhe smiled faintly, knowing he had guessed correctly. Gu Feng flew into a rage. What did you say? How dare you slander the powerful Shadow Demon Lord? Shadow Demon, crush this human. Gu Feng roared. Enough, shut up. Shadow Demon coldly shouted at Gu Feng. That's right, shut up. Before he could finish, Gu Feng froze. Wait, is this being said to me? The Shadow Demon ignored him and instead scrutinized Lin Zhe. I didn't expect you humans to have such clever ones. I've appeared in their guild hundreds of times without anyone noticing. Since you're right, what are you planning to do? Lin Zhe was straightforward. It's simple, sign a contract with me and become my combat force. I can give you more souls, and you will no longer be confined to this phantom form. Oh, mere humans? You've got quite an appetite for that, the Shadow Demon said with interest. The conditions you offered are indeed tempting, but what if I don't agree? Lin Zhe chuckled. Actually, from the very beginning, you had no other choice. Ha! Before Shadow Demon could react, a loud cry of a cub suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, a demonic dragon several times its size appeared behind it, drooling as if it were about to devour it at any moment. Shadow Fiend was stunned. This human race has actually made pacts with several demons, and each one is so powerful? After pondering for a long time, Shadow Fiend finally spoke. Alright, it seems I have no other choice. However, my true form is not in this world. If you want to sign a contract with me, you have to come find me. The ritual item to open the portal is on him. The Shadow Demon pointed at Gu Feng. The next moment, the Shadow Demon turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished without a trace. Wait, Lord Shadow Demon. Gu Feng was stunned. Lord Shadow Demon said a few words and then ran away? And it seems they've reached some kind of agreement with Lin Zhe? So what am I here? Should I leave? Of course, even if he wanted to leave, it was too late. Several demons were closing in menacingly. Half an hour later, a fire broke out in a courtyard house in Tianyu City. The fire was fierce, and by the time the firefighters arrived, the people inside had already perished in the flames and their identities could not be identified. On the rooftop, 200 or 300 meters from the fire, Lin Zhe was twirling a pencil in his hand. Props, ritual pencil. Description: at midnight, a demonic magic circle is inscribed, which can open a temporary portal to a designated location. This is the key to the location of the Shadow Fiend. Perhaps, that is the realm of hell? However, it's already past midnight, so we'll have to try again another day. At the same time, Lin Zhe also learned something important from Gu Feng. The person who hired their guild to assassinate him was Qin Feng's father, Qin Dongjun. Lin Zhe thought to himself, I've made too many enemies lately. I almost forgot about this guy. But once he started talking about it, he understood. To raise a son like Qin Feng, his father was clearly no ordinary person either. Meanwhile, inside a high-end single-level residential building in Tianyu City, a noblewoman, dressed in a gorgeous nightgown, held a portrait of a young man in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Wind, my wind, you left us so tragically. Wah! The person in the portrait was Qin Feng. A middle-aged man with a serious expression walked over, sat down beside the woman, gently patted her back, and comforted her. Alright, stop crying. I've already spent a lot of money to arrange for someone to take care of the guy who killed my son. My Fomer has always been an excellent student, but Lin Zhe ruined everything. No matter the cost, I will make him pay with his life for my Fomer. The next day, Lin Zhe slept until almost noon before getting up. There's nothing I can do. When I don't have classes, I can do whatever I want. After getting up, he made a list of things he needed to do next. First, you need to sign a contract with the Shadow Fiend, but this can only be done at exactly midnight to open the portal. Secondly, regarding the matter of Qin Feng's father, Qin Dongjun, it is necessary to act discreetly considering his special status. Third, he has another task, to forge equipment using abyssal cores. The materials are all there. All he needs is a good craftsman. He thought about the people he knew and finally thought of the Qi family's Sword Edge Guild, a guild that specialized in dealing with swords, where he should know the craftsman. He already knew 3 members of the Qi family, Su Jianxin, Qi Yueying, and Qi Xingyu. Then let's ask that kid Qi Xingyu. So he sent a message to Qi Xingyu. Unexpectedly, the other party replied quickly and sent a long message. Long time no see. I'm so happy to receive news from Brother Lin. I wonder how Brother Lin is doing. By the way, I heard that Brother Lin was recommended to the combat department of the Western War Academy, so I resolutely joined as well. I hope to make good progress under Brother Lin's guidance during my 4 years of university. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The only downside is that my nagging sister is also in the combat department. I guess she'll be forcing me to practice every day. I'm so jealous, but at least she only has 1 more year until graduation, so Lin Zhe sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Damn it, I really regret asking you. Qi Xingyu sent a second message on his own, this time finally getting to the point. Don't worry about the craftsman, Brother Lin. I've already found Grandpa Nyo, the best craftsman in the Sword's Edge Guild. But I must warn you beforehand, Grandpa, Nyo has a bit of a quirk. He says he needs to meet you in person before deciding whether to forge your equipment. Do you have time this afternoon, Brother Lin? Lin Zhe replied directly, no problem. Qi Xingyu, alright, Brother Lin, see you this afternoon. In the afternoon, Lin Zhe used the teleportation ring to directly open a teleportation portal. The place they were teleporting
teleported to was right at the entrance of the Sword Edge Guild. Unlike the bustling metropolis common in Tianyu City, this place is located in a quiet and secluded mountain, shrouded in mist and filled with birdsong, bringing peace to the mind. After taking only a few steps, they saw Qi Xingyu already waiting there, followed by a butler and a maid. Qi Xingyu immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Brother Lin, it's been a long time." Then he started showering him with concern and asking all sorts of questions, making Lin Zhe want to kick him away. Then, the butler in a suit led the two into the guild gate, followed closely by a maid in black stockings who held up a parasol for them.
Is this what young master's life is like? Lin Zhe couldn't help but sigh.
Next, the group continued to climb the winding stone steps. Lin Zhe then realized that the entire Sword Edge Guild was built against the mountain. Walking along the misty mountain path, surrounded by lush green trees and the sounds of birdsong and fragrant flowers, we occasionally passed by an antique-style building where members in uniform were practicing martial arts. All of this reminded Lin Zhe of scenes from cultivation novels in his previous life. Such an atmosphere truly captivated him. Along the way, when the guild members saw Qi Xingyu, they all excitedly shouted in unison, "Greetings, young master." Some people even went up to ask for photos, as if Qi Xingyu were a celebrity here. As for Lin Zhe, he looked completely bewildered. Everyone was speculating about who this young man was, that he could receive a personal audience with the young master. As they climbed the mountain path, the butler introduced the Sword Edge Guild to Lin Zhe. Sword Edge Guild, as the name suggests, is a guild that focuses on swordsmanship training, and most of the professions it recruits are related to swords. The guild is further divided into three branches: the Sword Inquiry branch, the Sword Testing branch, and the Sword Forging branch. The Sword Inquiry branch emphasizes intelligence and mental attributes, while the Sword Trial branch focuses on strength attributes. Lin Zhe couldn't help but think of the terms Qi Sect and Sword Sect. Qi Xingyu's profession is Immortal Swordsman, belonging to the Sword Inquiry branch, while Qi Yueying is Berserker Swordsman, belonging to the Sword Trial branch. The Sword Forging branch gathers life skills professionals who mainly forge weapons, and this is Lin Zhe's destination today. Qi Xingyu introduced, "The person we are going to meet today is the president of the Sword Forging branch, and also a legendary craftsman of the Great Xia dynasty, Niu Daming. Grandpa Niu has crafted weapons for many famous figures in the Great Xia dynasty, and he also personally crafted my 7 flying swords. However, as I told you before, Grandpa Niu has a rather eccentric temper, so Brother Lin, you must be more tolerant of him."
Lin Zhe nodded.
After walking for a while, the group finally arrived at a building, from which came the sound of clanging and banging.
"We've arrived," Qi Xingyu said.
As soon as you enter the gate, a wave of heat hits you, and the air is filled with the smell of metal and charcoal. In the center of the room was a huge furnace, with flames roaring. Beside the furnace, a group of robust craftsmen were busy with the various processes of forging weapons. One of them, a short, somewhat hunchbacked, silver-haired old man, surveyed them, occasionally berating them harshly.
"Li Dashan, how many times have I told you, when you're forging iron, you have to control the force, not just go at it blindly? Su Xiaoqiang, stop chatting with the girl on the communicator while you're polishing. And you, Su San, the quenching and cooling rate must be strictly controlled. Too fast and the sword will crack. Are you deaf, blind, or stupid?" In terms of height, he was only half the height of those strong men, and his weight was much thinner. But those burly men were so well trained by him that they dared not utter a single complaint. Niu Daming sighed with his hands behind his back. "Sigh, you are truly the worst class of students I've ever taught. It seems I, Niu Daming, have no successor." The visitors at the door looked at each other in bewilderment. Lin Zhe immediately took out his information to check the old man's details. Name, Niu Daming. Occupation, craftsman, rank F. Level, 102, tier 5. You won't believe it until you see it, and what you find will shock you. It's actually a tier 5 life skill. Lin Zhe was secretly surprised. It's important to understand that all professions related to daily life are classified as F level, which is why many people in society look down on them. Moreover, life professions usually lack combat skills, making it extremely difficult to level up by fighting monsters. And this old man actually leveled up his life skills to level 102. Lin Zhe couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. At this moment, Qi Xingyu greeted warmly, "Grandpa Niu, we're here." "Oh, it's Xiaoyu." Niu Daming didn't react much when he saw his young master enter, and casually replied, "What brings you here?" Qi Xingyu's lips twitched. Didn't I tell you this morning? I brought my older brother to you to have weapons made." "Oh, it seems so." Niu Daming glanced lazily at Lin Zhe. "Hello," Lin Zhe greeted politely. Niu Daming glanced at him coldly, then turned and said, "Go back. I won't forge a sword for you." Lin Zhe was stunned. "Wait, Grandpa Niu," Qi Xingyu exclaimed anxiously. "You two should at least talk first. Lin Zhe is my older brother." Niu Daming, with his back to them, said coldly, "Look at his profession, demon summoner? That kind of profession doesn't look like that of a gentleman. I, Niu Daming, am a man of integrity, and I despise evil spirits more than anything else in this life." Lin Zhe was even more confused after hearing Niu Daming's words. "Wait, what's going on? Some people say he only knows how to do useless jobs, and some people
think he is too low ranking, but this is the first time someone has said that he is not a decent person. What kind of moral blackmail is this? Lin Zhe withdrew his earlier respect for the old man and retorted directly.
Grandpa Nyo, I have always respected you as a meritorious official of the great Xia dynasty. I never expected that you, at such an old age, would still judge a person's character based on their profession.
That is far too superficial. The moment those words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned. How dare this kid talk back to teacher Neil like that? The burly men's faces immediately turned grim.
Kid, what do you mean by that? Don't you even know basic manners? Old Master Nyo is not someone you can casually comment on. You have absolutely no manners.
Yes, how dare they speak so arrogantly about our beloved teacher? Shi Xingyu quickly stepped forward to ease the tension. Everyone, it's all a misunderstanding. Please stop arguing. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Niu Daming slowly turned around, staring intently at him with a deep gaze and an unfathomable meaning in his eyes. Lin Zhe did not back down either, looking back with a firm gaze. The two stared at each other for several dozen seconds before Niu Daming finally laughed. Kid, you've got guts.
Alright, I can forge weapons for you, but you have to pass my test. Shi Xingyu's expression changed, and he hurriedly reminded him, wait, Grandpa Nyo, is it that test?
The burly men inside the room wore expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show.
Niu Daming looked up and laughed. Exactly.
After he finished speaking, he walked to the wall, to a place covered by a piece of cloth. He suddenly lifted the cloth, and a portal appeared before everyone's eyes. This is my test, Niu Daming said slowly.
Lin Zhe glanced at the portal and was slightly surprised. Is this a dungeon? Humph, not bad.
Niu Daming crossed his arms and said proudly, this is our sword forging branch's trump card, crafted by our own hands. The burly men behind him imitated his movements, revealing sinister smiles to Lin Zhe.
It was as if it were saying, kid, you're in for it this time.
Shi Xingyu leaned close to Lin Zhe's ear and whispered, Brother Lin, about that dungeon.
Stao Yu. Niu Daming immediately interrupted. You are not allowed to disclose the contents of the dungeon, otherwise it will be considered cheating and you will be disqualified immediately. Shi Xingyu had no choice but to take 2 steps back.
Lin Zhe remained calm and replied indifferently, no problem, I accept the test.
After saying that, he walked straight toward the teleportation portal.
As time and space shifted, Lin Zhe opened his eyes again and found himself in a clean and bright place. This place doesn't feel like reality, it's more like a clear and ethereal realm, with many translucent orange jade stones floating around, radiating an orange glow. Looking down, I saw that I was standing on a translucent orange jade slab, with an endless void beneath it.
Welcome to the instance, the Will of Gold and Stone. Level restriction, none. Difficulty, nightmare. Task description, no items or tools are allowed. Figure it out yourself. I'll eat my hat if you give me hints.
This description. Lin Zhe shook his head helplessly. What a stubborn old man. He looked around and found another orange, translucent stone slab not far ahead, and there was one every so often, each one higher than the previous one. These stone slabs are arranged in a row, like steps suspended in midair. Lin Zhe leaped up and stepped onto the piece closest to him. At that moment, a piece of jade floating beside him suddenly crashed into him. Lin Zhe's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dodged away. He looked down at the empty space beneath his feet and thought, if I get hit, I'll probably fall down. Immediately afterwards, the orange jade stones floating around him seemed to come alive and rush towards him at high speed. Everyone in the room stopped what they were doing and gathered around the monitor, watching the screen with great interest. Niu Daming sat at the very front, his eyes filled with scrutiny and expectation. The disciples hadn't seen such fun in a long time, and they were all in high spirits. Some even took out a bag of sunflower seeds and started eating them. Shi Xingyu sat down next to Niu Daming and noticed something unusual. Grandpa Niu, why do I feel like this stone is moving much faster than when I went in back then? Niu Daming confidently raised his head. Silly kid, back then I set it to easy difficulty for you, but I set it to nightmare difficulty for him.
Ha!
Shi Xingyu was a little confused.
You don't want him to clear the game? Niu Daming snorted coldly. This kid is too arrogant. It's a good thing to temper his arrogance.
As a craftsman, I am not only skilled at forging weapons, but I also have a knack for training people. A disciple next to him immediately chimed in. That's right, that kid is too arrogant.
How dare he talk to his teacher like that? If young people aren't taught a lesson now, they might cause a lot of trouble in the future.
Shi Xingyu shook his head helplessly, knowing that there was no point in saying anything more at this moment. Lin Zhe jumped up several steps in succession, dodging several flying jade stones, and gradually realized that this was a test of his reaction and speed. He immediately activated the thunderclap technique, which he had already mastered to the extraordinary level, and the jade stones in his eyes seemed to slow down considerably. The next movements were incredibly smooth. He jumped up more than a dozen steps in a row, dodging the flying rocks with ease. Just as he was standing on a step, 4 stones flew from 4 directions at the same time, up, down, left, and right. Lin Zhe hurriedly jumped to a higher step. However, the steps suddenly started sliding on their own. As soon as Lin Zhe stepped onto the steps, they slid further away. Playing dirty tricks, he cursed under his breath, then his foot slipped and he fell to the ground.
In front of the screen, Niu Daming crossed his legs, seeming seemingly waiting for the answer. Alright, that's enough. The disciples cheered gleefully. Oh ho. Only Qi Xingyu shook his head and sighed. It seems Brother Lin's trip was in vain. Never mind, let me think if there are any other craftsmen who can help. Niu Daming instructed the disciple beside him. Go, forcibly teleport him out. Just as the disciple was about to get up, the scene changed again. A huge black shadow burst out from the bottom of the screen and soared into the air. Upon closer inspection, it was a huge black dragon, and the person carrying it on its back was Lin Zhe. It turns out that when Lin Zhe fell, he summoned the little demon dragon and used the heaven and earth transformation skill to ride on it. At this moment, the little demon dragon flew swiftly in the direction guided by the stone steps. The flying stones were still flying everywhere, but they were as harmless as mosquito bites when they hit the little dragon. In less than 2 minutes, Xiaolong rose to the height of the last step. Lin Zhe jumped onto the step and put Xiaolong away. The disciples in front of the screen were all stunned. One of the disciples stood up and angrily retorted, "Wait, isn't this a foul? This doesn't count." Qi Xingyu responded softly, "Senior brother, you're wrong. The dungeon doesn't prohibit summoned beasts, so flying is naturally allowed." That's right. Niu Daming glared at the disciple. "I designed this dungeon myself. Do you think I don't understand it? Sit down and stop embarrassing yourself." The man had no choice but to sit down. Niu Daming stroked his white beard. "I have to admit, that kid is really something. However, my design still has flaws. Next time, I'll have to make the flying stones bigger." Qi Xingyu exclaimed, "My goodness, it seems the challenges ahead will be even tougher." At this moment, the last step on the screen was carrying Lin Zhe slowly upwards. Niu Daming's eyes sharpened. The first test is just a warm-up. The next test will truly test his strength. The disciples sat down again, their eyes filled with anticipation. Qi Xingyu's heart sank, and a faint pain appeared on his face, as if he were recalling some unpleasant past events. The steps carried Lin Zhe slowly upwards, and colorful auspicious clouds gradually rose around him. Soon, the steps came to a small, floating island and finally stopped. Lin Zhe walked down the steps and looked around. He found that the island was actually a circular platform with small orange jade stones scattered on the ground and a few auspicious clouds floating in the air. Directly opposite stands a huge jade stone, as tall as a 7- or 8-story building, radiating a dreamlike orange glow. The entire environment looked completely safe and auspicious, rather than dangerous. What exactly is this test? Lin Zhe wondered. However, when the orange light shone into his eyes, he suddenly felt dizzy. Ha ha ha, it's starting. Seeing Lin Zhe's dizzy appearance, one of the disciples couldn't help but laugh out loud. I wonder what strange things that guy will see. Whatever it is, it'll definitely be enough to give him a hard time. The disciples present all war expressions of anticipation and excitement, as if waiting for the lottery results to be announced. At the doorway, the maid and butler that Qi Xingyu had brought were also staring at the screen. The maid in black stockings asked in confusion, "Why are they so happy?" "You've come to the right person. I've always accompanied the young master when he participated in this instance before," the butler explained. The difficulty of this dungeon lies in the fact that the stone can create illusions, showing the challenger the most formidable enemy they have ever encountered. Moreover, this enemy is hundreds of times stronger than the real enemy, so there is no way to pass the level by force. The test is whether the challenger can calmly face their inner fears. The innocent-looking maid nodded thoughtfully. "I see." Over at the table, Niu Daming asked Qi Xingyu beside him with great interest, "Xiaoyu, do you remember what you saw back then?" Qi Xingyu immediately looked embarrassed. It's my sister." "Ha ha ha." Niu Daming couldn't help but burst out laughing. "And it was your sister in her gigantic form. We were all stunned when we saw that. You were only 11 years old then, and a huge awing chased you all over the place, making us laugh until our stomachs hurt. But since you used your kite-flying skills to whittle down your sister's health by 10%, I'll consider you a pass." "Ha, alright, Grandpa Niu," Qi Xingyu said somewhat embarrassedly. "Stop teasing me, let's see how Brother Lin performs." I wonder what Lin Zhe will face this time." Niu Daming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. "No matter what he encounters, he must be fearless and strive to overcome it in order to pass my test. None of my disciples have been defeated by weakness of will. I, Niu Daming, never forge equipment for the weak." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding disciples all showed proud expressions, as if they had received great recognition. Lin Zhe struggled to recover from the dizziness. He rubbed his eyes and found that nothing had changed around him. There was nothing dangerous or complicated, and the whole space was quiet and peaceful, making one want to take a nap in the orange light. "What exactly is going on?" Lin Zhe asked, his face full of confusion. He then used his insightful observation skill to observe carefully. There was nothing unusual around them, but when their gaze fell on the huge, intact jade wall, a message popped up on the screen. "Orange Amber Stone Father. Race, Stone Golem. Skills, Absolute Defense, Dangerous Illusion." Lin Zhe was astonished upon seeing the enormous life points. "Wait, young master duo? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? Could this be the test?" He immediately summoned the Balrog and commanded, "Balrog, smash it hard." "Yes, my lord." Without hesitation, the flame demon swung his molten hammer and smashed it fiercely against the
jade wall. The damage number popped up, 301908.
Only 300,000 damage?
Lin Zhe recalled the 4.5 million damage the flame demon dealt to the abyss giant worm with a single blow last time and couldn't help but doubt.
Flame demon, did you not use all your skills?
Lin Zhe hurriedly questioned.
I've used them all, the flame demon replied, somewhat aggrieved.
Lin Zhe pondered to himself. It seems that the wall's defensive capabilities are exceptionally strong.
It's okay, keep smashing. Smash harder. Smash as hard as you can. Yes, my lord.
Seeing Lin Zhe's actions, everyone off-screen felt something was amiss.
Something's not right. Why isn't there any reaction? What is this kid doing? Why is he smashing rocks? Xixing asked in confusion. Could it be that the orange amber stone is malfunctioning?
Impossible, Niu Daming said slowly.
Do you know how extraordinary the origin of this orange amber is?
There is an ancient Chinese idiom, where there is a will, there is a way, which tells the story of a man who practiced archery diligently.
He encountered a
tiger at night, shot an arrow, and found that he had only hit a stone, but the arrow was deeply embedded in the stone.
That kind of stone is orange amber.
And the dungeon I personally crafted, the Will of Golden Stone, utilizes this orange amber stone, specifically the oldest and highest quality piece.
There's absolutely no way it could have any problems.
But Niu Daming stroked his white beard, his expression also showing confusion. Why doesn't this orange amber stone create illusions for that kid?
Meanwhile, inside the instance,
amidst a series of clanging sounds, the Balrog was vigorously smashing the stone.
My lord, we've been smashing it for so long.
Why isn't the stone moving at all?
The flame demon asked in confusion.
It's alright, keep smashing, Lin Zhe ordered. In his unique vision, the stone wall's total health was indeed slowly decreasing at a rate of about 300,000 each time, but the change was not obvious. He thought to himself, it seems that the key to this test is sincerity and patience.
There's a Chinese idiom, where there's a will, there's a way,
meaning that if you're truly sincere, even metal and stone can be moved, and the name of this instance happens to be the will to remain steadfast.
That's right, that must be the reason.
Suddenly, a crack came from the stone wall, and a crack appeared at the top. My lord, it's working, the flame demon exclaimed joyfully. Lin Zhe's face lit up with joy, his confidence soaring. Flame demon, keep smashing.
I refuse to believe this stone wall can't be broken. Anything with life points, even a god, I'll smash until it submits.
After more than 30 minutes, the fire demon's persistence finally paid off, and the entire stone wall collapsed with a roar. Defeat Orange Amber Stone Father, experience plus 60,000, lifespan plus 60,000 days, 164 years 140 days.
Congratulations on achieving your first kill. You have received an additional 20,000 experience points.
Loot obtained, 80,000 copper coins, goldstone set, legendary.
Ha, first pass? Lin Zhe was taken aback. Didn't you say that many people had tried this test before? Didn't they all fail? And this equipment, legendary grade, second only to mythical grade? Equipment, gold and stone set. Level restriction, 30. Effect, all attributes plus 1,000, physical and magical damage reduction by 90%. Wow, the effect. Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise. Wearing it, I'm absolutely invincible.
He immediately took off his original black light armor and put on this set of equipment. The entire suit of armor radiated the luster of orange jade, making it appear extremely luxurious. When Lin Zhe cleared the dungeon for the first time, an orange beam of light shot straight into the sky from the workshop, and brilliant orange fireworks bloomed in the sky.
The entire mountain where the Sword Edge Guild is located shone brightly under the glow of these fireworks.
Everyone on the mountain stopped their work and training, looked up at the sky, and their faces were full of surprise. In a small hut atop the mountain, an old man with an air of otherworldly wisdom slowly emerged, gazing at the strange phenomena filling the sky with astonishment.
Just then, a little boy ran over in a panic, shouting, Guild Master, the sword forging branch's ace dungeon has been cleared by someone.
Inside the workshop, everyone stared in disbelief as the boulder was shattered on the screen.
Even Niu Daming was no exception. After a moment of silence, he came to his senses. The orange amber stone I crafted with my own hands was actually smashed? Wait a minute, I suddenly realized I've activated nightmare mode, which means it's really broken. It's really broken. Niu Daming's vision went black and he almost fainted. Teacher Niu, what's wrong? His disciples rushed forward to support him. At that moment, the portal slowly opened, and Lin Zhe walked out as if nothing had happened. He immediately shouted, Grandpa, I've cleared the game. Is that enough? The next second, he saw Niu Daming slumped in his seat with a look of utter despair, while his disciples were still showing concern and asking him what was wrong. Lin Zhe was completely bewildered. What on earth is going on?
Upon seeing him emerge, one of his disciples immediately shouted angrily at him, It's all your fault.
Teacher Niu is in such a state. How dare you say you're qualified? I think you'd better leave right now. At the same time, a dense, rain-like sound of footsteps could be heard outside. I heard that the dungeon that the sword forging branch president personally crafted got its base destroyed. It's said to be the first time in over 30 years. No wonder the fireworks were so spectacular. Let me see who's so amazing.
It turned out that after witnessing the strange phenomenon, people all over the mountain rushed to watch, and the scene instantly became packed with people. The disciples were all at a loss. What should we do now? After a while, Nyo Daming finally came to his senses. He stood up, sighed, and said, "Oh well, if the dungeon's gone, it's gone. We can just build another one later." Then, he turned his gaze to Lin Zhe. "This is the first time I've met someone like you. The orange amber stone couldn't even create an illusion in front of you." Lin Zhe looked completely bewildered. "Illusion? What illusion? Isn't this dungeon supposed to test patience?" Cough cough. Nyo Daming almost fainted again. "Boy, let me ask you, from childhood to adulthood, have you never encountered a formidable enemy or a frightening opponent?" Lin Zhe frowned slightly, thought seriously for a while, and finally shook his head blankly. "No?" People inside and outside the house looked at each other in bewilderment. Everyone thought Lin Zhe was bragging, but there were indeed no illusions in the instance, which is undeniable. Only Lin Zhe was seriously considering this question, seemingly unsure what constituted a troublesome enemy. "Did fighting for more than 2 minutes count?" "Judging from your eyes, you don't seem to be lying," Nyo Daming said. "Xiao Yu praised you so much before, and I thought it was an exaggeration. I didn't expect you to actually have something special about you. Alright, no matter what, you've cleared this dungeon. I, Nyo Daming, never go back on my word, and I will naturally forge equipment for you. However, could you grant me one more small request?" Lin Zhe replied without hesitation. "Please speak, senior. I think your summoned beast with the hammer has some talent for craftsmanship. Can I take another look at it?" Lin Zhe smiled and said, "That's easy. Fire demon, come forth." The next second, the Balrog appeared directly in front of everyone. It raised its hammer, scanned the people present, and asked with a fierce expression, "My lord, who are you going to smash this time?" The crowd was so frightened that they all took several steps back. Lin Zhe scolded, "I'll smash your head, you big dummy. Stand still and let the old man have a good look at you." Yes. When everyone saw that the ferocious monster had actually obeyed and stood still, they all gasped in shock. Many people who were just speaking rudely are now still shaken. Thankfully they didn't anger it, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Nyo Daming, however, showed no fear of the flame demon. Instead, he walked around it with a curious expression, looking it over here and there. While observing, he exclaimed in admiration, "Look at those arms. They're born to be craftsmen. Look at his stance, much more stable than my students. And this hammer, TSK, what a waste. It's such a waste not to use it for blacksmithing." After reading it, he sighed, "Alas, it's far superior to my useless students, but unfortunately it's a demon, not a human." Just then, a hearty laugh came from outside. "Ha ha ha, old Nyo, the one you've chosen is probably one of the rarest in the world. Whether he's a demon or a human, why bother with formalities when you've accepted him as a disciple?" As the voice rang out, the people outside automatically parted to make way for them, shouting in unison, "Greetings, chairman." Then, an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, exuding an air of otherworldly wisdom, slowly walked over. "Grandpa!" Shi Xingyu exclaimed excitedly, "Why are you here?" The person who arrived was Qi Yunhuan, the current guild leader of the Sword Edge Guild. Qi Yunhuan revealed an innocent and carefree smile. Your friend has caused such a commotion that everyone in our guild, from those who don't do their jobs to those who don't work, has come to join in the fun. As your grandfather, of course I had to come and see." He turned to look at Lin Zhe and said with a smile, "You must be Lin Zhe, right? Xinger and his father have mentioned you to me many times before. And although she doesn't say it, she really admires you." Lin Zhe bowed and said, "Greetings, Chairman Qi." Qi Yunhuan then looked at the flame demon. "Oh my, this is the first time I've ever seen a living demon. It's truly an eye-opener. Brother Nyo, what's your decision? This is a golden opportunity." Nyo Daming looked troubled. "Brother Qi, what you're saying, asking this demon to be my disciple is absurd. Besides, even if I agree, his master might not agree." Lin Zhe's eyes darted around, and he started to think. Letting the flame demon learn craftsmanship from Nyo Daming will save him the trouble of searching for people to make things, which is undoubtedly a good thing. However, I wonder how long it will take to learn it. Thinking of this, he said, "Grandpa Nyo, it's no problem for Yenma to become your disciple, but we can't stay here long. Do you have any books that we can study when we get back?" Upon hearing this, Nyo Daming and Qi Yunhuan exchanged a glance and then laughed. "You little rascal, your scheme is blatantly ripping my nails," Nyo Daming said, stroking his beard. "But whatever, you're the one who cleared my instance." As he spoke, he took a thick book out of the inventory and tossed it to Lin Zhe. The book is titled, Nyo Daming's Handwritten Essentials of Forging. This is the culmination of my many years of hard work. I hope you will study it carefully. Nyo Daming instructed. Lin Zhe was overjoyed and quickly clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Grandpa Nyo. Flame Demon, hurry up and become my disciple." The Flame Demon was completely bewildered. He hadn't said a word, yet he had been made a disciple? "It feels like I've been sold out." However, he still followed human example and bowed respectfully. Below's the Flame Demon, pay my respects to my master." "What? You have a name?" Lin Zhe asked in surprise. "My lord, they already said that," the Flame Demon replied somewhat aggrievedly. "If you don't believe me, just look back at the episode where I first appeared. appeared.
Ha 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 ha. Nyo Daming's laughter interrupted their conversation.
He stroked his beard and exclaimed, I never thought that in my old age I would be able to take on a devilish disciple.
This is truly an eye-opener for me. Alright, enough chit-chat. Nyo Daming turned to Lin Zhe. What kind of equipment do you want me to forge?
Lin Zhe immediately handed over 2 materials and equipment blueprints through the window.
The 2 materials were the Abyss Core and the spine of the Undead King.
When Nyo Daming saw the Abyss Core emitting black energy, his expression immediately turned serious.
He immediately ordered his disciples, all of you, get out, and also, drive away all those onlookers outside. After the area was cleared out,
only Lin Zhe, Shi Xingyu, Nyo Daming, and Shi Yunhuan remained in the workshop.
Nyo Daming carefully placed the Abyss Core on the smelting table, examined it closely for a while, and said, I've been a craftsman for most of my life, searching for countless mines. I've mined all kinds of rare ores from various dungeons, such as the Blue Illusion Crystal from the Merfolk's underwater world, the Miasma Crystal from the Crystal Forest, the Sunstone from Giant's Canyon, and the Orange Amber from the dungeon just now. But I have never seen such an evil stone as you. It looks ordinary, but it exudes an invisible power, and if I am not careful, it will drag me in. Shi Yunhuan stared at the information on the stone, pondering for a long time. The core of the abyss, the abyss. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, his eyes widening slightly. Young friend Lin Zhe, this abyss couldn't be. Lin Zhe nodded. President Shi guessed correctly, it is indeed that abyss.
After he finished speaking, he explained the whole story to everyone, and then specifically reminded them,
please do not disclose this to the public for the time being, as such news could cause panic if it gets out.
After hearing his story, the 2 experienced old men gasped in shock.
Shi Yunhuan slowly said, I never expected that you would have encountered such dangerous enemies at such a young age and still be able to successfully overcome the challenge. This has truly broadened my understanding of you. Your future is limitless. After saying that, he specifically instructed Shi Xingyu beside him, Xinger, from now on, stick with Lin Zhe, understand?
Shi Xingyu nodded vigorously. Grandpa, of course, I am willing to follow Brother Lin forever.
Lin Zhe thought to himself, as long as you don't exaggerate so much every time. Then, a look of worry appeared on Shi Yunhuan's face. If the abyss really descends, our human race will probably face a great calamity. I wonder if there is any countermeasure. Let me think about it carefully.
Shi Yunhuan lowered his head and muttered to himself, then walked out of the room and left quietly.
That's just how Grandpa is. He gets lost in his own world when he's thinking about something, Shi Xingyu said helplessly. Never mind that old man, Nyo Daming said. I'm not like him. I'm just a blacksmith. I can't think that far ahead. He picked up his tools and waved to the 2 young men. Alright, you can go now. I'll call you when I'm done forging. So Lin Zhe and Shi Xingyu went out of the workshop and waited outside. Several disciples re-entered the workshop, and soon the sounds of intense forging could be heard, with thick black smoke billowing from the chimney on the roof. Occasionally, one could hear Nyo Daming loudly reprimanding his disciples. This is how Grandpa Nyo always looks when he's working, Shi Xingyu said, seemingly already used to it. About 2 hours later, a disciple came out of the workshop and greeted the 2 men. The weapons have been completed. Please come in. The 2 immediately entered the workshop, where they saw a long sword forged from white bones on the smelting table. The sword was slender and made up of sections of bone blades, and the whole sword was faintly emitting black smoke. Upon seeing this, the surrounding disciples all scurried away as if they had encountered an evil spirit. Lin Zhe stepped forward, picked up the long sword, and examined it carefully. Congratulations on obtaining the weapon. Evil soul infiltrates, S rank. Evil spirits have seeped into my bones. Category, weapons. Level restriction, level 60 and above. Effect, agility plus 2000, spirit plus 2000, attacks deal additional abyss attribute damage. Skill 1, Black Moon devours heart. Releases a crescent-shaped sword aura each time, dealing damage equal to 5 times the agility and 5 times the spirit, consuming 100 mana. Skill 2, switch form. Can switch between sword and whip forms. For 10 seconds after switching, critical hit rate increases by 30%, critical hit damage increases by 90%, and attack speed is doubled. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Sword form, skill damage is doubled when facing a single enemy. Whip form, when facing multiple enemies, the skill's attack range is doubled. It feels pretty good. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. It can even switch forms? If it had a whip form, it would be perfect for Lilith. It would also enhance her direct attack capabilities, which would be fantastic. The next instant, the alluring succubus queen appeared beside him, leaving the group of burly craftsmen dumbfounded. These burly men, who spent their days forging iron in the mountains and rarely had any entertainment, were all staring intently at this stunning beauty, their mouths practically watering. Here, take it. Lin Zhe tossed the longsword to Lilith. Wow, thank you for the gift, master. Lilith held a longsword and twirled it several times, the slender blade perfectly matching her figure. Immediately afterwards, she swung her longsword horizontally, and each section of the bone blade on the blade instantly separated, automatically connected in the middle by a soft, flesh-like substance, transforming the entire sword into a long whip of bone blades. The whip danced, startling
startling the lecherous men who had been staring at her, causing them to take several steps back. Lilith laughed heartily. "Alright, you can go back now," Lindsay said, withdrawing Lilith. Just then, the system notified me that the task was complete. Ding! You have successfully crafted a piece of equipment using the Abyss Core. Quest complete. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Perfect. Lindsay thought to himself with pride. Suddenly, he remembered something, looked around, and asked, "Hey, where's Grandpa Nyo? I haven't thanked him in person yet." A craftsman immediately stepped forward and replied, "Oh, the master just used up a lot of energy forging the sword and has gone back to rest now." Then, he handed Lindsay a note. "These are some words that the teacher specially left for you, telling me to make sure you give them to him." Lindsay took the note and saw that the handwriting was strong and vigorous, and it read, "Young friend Lindsay, the core of this abyss is an extremely evil object. Weapons forged from it will surely be filled with evil energy. But I've learned a truth from you, this demon summoner. It's not the weapon that distinguishes between good and evil, but the person who wields it. I am so old, yet only today have I truly come to understand this principle. May this weapon, which I have forged with my own hands, help you slay demons and monsters, and pave a bright path for our human race." Nyo Daming, the blacksmith, left this message. After reading the note, Lindsay put it into his inventory, feeling a surge of excitement. He silently replied in his heart, "I will certainly live up to your expectations, senior." When Lindsay returned home, it was already getting dark. The thought of having to find Shadow Fiend again at midnight tonight made him feel a little lazy. Sigh, only the readers in front of the screen can compare to someone as handsome and hardworking as me. He couldn't help but sigh. Alright, let's do a prize draw first. He immediately opened the lottery page and spun the wheel. Congratulations on drawing the talent, Wrath of the Rock, rank A. Talent, Rage of the Rock. When you have a shield value, each time you take damage, you will trigger a counterattack on the enemy. Counterattack damage equals 2 times the damage you received before reduction. Anti-armor. Lindsay was overjoyed. Perfect for using in conjunction with my shield. At this point, the system popped up another prompt. A synthesizable talent affix detected. Unbreakable body plus rock fury equals undying body. After synthesis, the original affixes become invalid, and all effects will be inherited by the new affixes. Synthesize? Yes/no. Ha, the system has this function? Let's combine them then. We won't lose anything anyway. And when we upgrade talents after combining them, it's equivalent to spending 1 lifespan to upgrade 2 talents. Lindsay chose yes without hesitation. Synthesizing. Synthesizing complete. Congratulations on acquiring the talent, Undying Golden Body, S rank. Talent, Undying Golden Body. Effect 1, increases physical and magical defense by 50%, generates a shield equal to the user's maximum health. When damaged, the shield is consumed first, and the shield regenerates at a rate of 10 points per second. Effect 2, when you have a shield, each time you take damage, it will cause recoil damage to the enemy. The damage value is equal to twice the damage you received before the reduction dot. Today, he not only obtained a set of Golden Stone set that improves defense, but also gained a new defensive talent. Now he is practically a walking wall of bronze and iron. Alright, it can be further strengthened. He remembered the gift that the younger version of Feng Yuan had given him in the previous instance. Equipment socket, Holy Light's protection, can be socketed into equipment. Dark resistance plus 40%, allows resurrection upon death with 10% health restored, 240-hour cooldown. It was a stone that emitted a warm, milky white light, and he immediately set it into the Golden Stone set. At this moment, Lindsay possesses a 50% defense bonus, 90% damage reduction, a shield equal to his health, shield damage reflection, and the ability to revive after death. This is fucking. Lindsay himself felt it was a bit perverted. I won't die. I definitely won't die now. Even if I wanted to commit suicide, it would probably be difficult. Alright, next is the second thing. Lindsay composed himself, teach the flame demon craftsmanship. To prevent the Balrog from breaking through the ceiling of his house, he opened the gate of all realms and entered a relatively simple instance. Then, he found an open space and summoned the Balrog. Baros, take this and study it carefully. He tossed the handwritten copy of Nyo Daming's Essentials of Forging to the flame demon. Then, the system popped up another prompt. Talent triggered, Master of Time Management. Do you wish to consume lifespan to learn this book? Yes/no. You can pause at any time. Select yes. Currently studying Nyo Daming's handwritten manuscript of essential forging techniques. Your summoned beast has spent 9 years learning all the words in the book. Your summoned beast has spent another 0.01 years, 3 days, learning all the techniques in the book. Your summoned beast has spent another 0.5 years mastering all the essential points of the book. Your summoned beast has completed its mission after another 0.5 years, becoming a legendary craftsman. After completing his training, the flame demon Baros was extremely excited, jumping and hopping around with his hammer in hand. Ha, my lord, I am now full of power. It's not the brute force we usually use, but the power that comes from knowledge. I feel like my brain has finally clicked. Lindsay stared at the text that had just appeared on the screen and fell into deep thought. Wait,
something feels off. It took him 4 years to become a legendary craftsman, but 9 years to learn to read. I completely overlooked the fact that demons can't understand the Great Xia script at all. Lin Zhe rubbed his forehead, never expecting things to develop in this direction. However, the Balrogs do have a talent for forging. Even without the time management master, their speed far surpasses that of humans. I wonder what kind of expression old Master Neo would have if he knew. Just thinking about it is interesting. Alright, it's time to go back. Lin Zhe put the still excitedly jumping flame demon back into the summoning bar. There's one more crucial thing to do tonight. Master, it's time to get up. A soft voice suddenly rang in my ears. Lin Zhe suddenly opened his eyes. Oh no, what time is it? He saw the stunningly beautiful Lilith pressed close to him, staring at him with alluring eyes. Hee, Master, you look so cute when you're asleep, Lilith said playfully, but don't be nervous, it's only 11:50 p.m. You asked me to provide moaning services, of course I won't forget. Wait, that's a bit ambiguous, Lin Zhe quickly corrected. It should be called a wake-up service. After Lin Zhe emerged from the Gate of Myriad Realms, he was overcome with drowsiness, so he summoned a succubus and asked her to wake him up. Lin Zhe jumped out of bed immediately. Okay, let's get ready to go. He took out the ritual pencil and skillfully drew a 6-pointed star magic circle on the living room floor. Then, he sat quietly to the side, waiting for midnight to arrive. 3, 2, 1. As the clock struck midnight, the 6-pointed star array emitted a dim light. Then, a portal slowly opened in the light. Lin Zhe's face lit up with joy, and he walked in without hesitation. After a few seconds of time-space shift, he regained his senses and found himself in a gray, hazy world. The surroundings were dimly lit, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a faint ray of light peeked through the distant horizon, resembling both dawn and dusk. A few flashes of lightning occasionally streaked across the dark clouds, but there was no thunder. Looking around, it resembled an abandoned manor. The grasslands were barren, the trees were bare, and the scattered buildings had collapsed. Not far from Lin Zhe stood a Western-style palace whose style was completely out of place with the manor. It resembled a medieval palace that Lin Zhe had seen in a movie before his time travel. Fragments of Hell Realm. Time and space. Level of restriction, none. Difficulty, realistic mode. Task description, none. Is this the Hell Realm? Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise. He had originally imagined Hell to be filled with terrifying sights like lava, fire, and torture racks. It looks much like the human world, except that the overall tone is gray and gloomy, with an eerie atmosphere. Lin Zhe immediately summoned all his demons. This long-awaited heir. Lilith took a deep, greedy breath, her chest heaving proudly. I never imagined that you, Master, would actually come to the underworld. The Balrog said dismissively, this place is really boring. It can't compare to my hometown, where you can even take a bath in lava. 10 hellhounds ran merrily nearby. The little demon dragon hid behind Lin Zhe, curiously observing everything around it. This was its first time stepping into the underworld since its birth. Lin Zhe had no time to wander around. He immediately activated the Demon Master talent and began to sense the shadow demon's whereabouts. Finally, his gaze settled on the palace in the distance. The palace before them was extremely magnificent, standing out starkly against the backdrop of the surrounding manor. The palace walls, weathered and worn, were dilapidated. Lin Zhe led a group of demons to the palace gate, where 2 huge doors stood before them. Flame Demon, open the door, Lin Zhe ordered. The door was 2 heads taller than the Balrog, and it was decorated with intricate reliefs. But with a gentle push from the Flame Demon, the door slowly opened. Level 20. Creak, creak. The old door made a sound, and dust fell down. Lin Zhe entered the palace and found it spacious, but gloomy and dark, as if no one had set foot there for hundreds of years. The air was filled with a musty smell. The hall was filled with old tables, chairs, and statues, all covered in a thick layer of dust. Dim light streamed in from the windows on both sides, with only a few faint beams of light. My lord, are there really any living creatures here? The Flame Demon asked doubtfully, accidentally knocking over several statues as he walked. Just then, a rough and powerful voice came from ahead. Who goes there? His tone was noble and arrogant. Lin Zhe recognized it as the Shadow Demon's voice he had heard that day. It's me, the person you made an appointment with, he responded to the air. You really came. The voice carried a hint of panic. The next moment, the huge black shadow that had appeared before reappeared at the end of the palace. His blood-red eyes were sharp as blades, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, as if they could steal one's heart. Lin Zhe, however, felt no emotion whatsoever. Instead, he was somewhat displeased and shook his head, saying, Brother, since we're going to sign a contract, stop hiding and just show your true colors. Shadow Fiend seemed a little flustered. You insignificant human, what right do you have to demand that I appear? Oh, you want to back out? Lin Zhe's eyes darkened, and he ordered the demons behind him, beat them out. Wait. The voice suddenly softened, and she immediately replied, I'm coming out right now. It hesitated for a few seconds, and then the huge black shadow began to dissipate. At the same time, a human figure gradually emerged from the bottom of the shadow, growing upwards from the feet. The shadows gradually faded, and the figures became clearer until they were fully visible. Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of
surprise. What came into view was a little girl who was only 1.45 meters tall. She was petite, but had a pair of large wings on her back that were almost as tall as her, and wore a purple-black gothic dress. Her eyes were green, her face was delicate and pretty, and she had a pair of huge, curved horns on either side of her head, which contrasted sharply with her petite body and made her look somewhat clumsy. Lindsay also caught a glimpse of her information in his eyes. Race, demon. When the little girl saw Lindsay, her eyes darted away, and she seemed a little shy. She said timidly, "I didn't expect you to come so soon. I wasn't mentally prepared at all." Lindsay was completely dumbfounded. Although they had already guessed that the huge phantom was just a disguise, they never expected that its true form would be a lowly. Moreover, unlike that imposing figure, the real person actually had a somewhat socially awkward appearance. "I didn't expect it to be such a cute little girl." Lilith spoke first. "Let big sister pat your head." The Balrog couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you're that shadow demon from that day? I thought you were someone important, but it turns out you're just a little girl." Upon hearing this, the little girl put her hands on her hips and retorted angrily, "Who are you calling a little blonde brat? You rude and ill-mannered fire gorilla. What did you say?" The flame demon was instantly enraged, his entire body engulfed in flames. "I think you're courting death." As soon as he finished speaking, he struck a pose as if he was about to go up and fight. "Alright, stop arguing." Lindsay's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority that silenced the flame demon immediately. Lindsay smiled and looked the little girl over, then said, "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Lindsay, the human demon summoner and your future contractor." The little girl regained some of her shyness and began to introduce herself. "I am the princess of the Shadow Demon clan. My name is Noctira. You can call me Nora." "Oh, she's actually a princess?" Lindsay thought to himself. "Is this the palace of your Shadow Demon clan?" Lindsay looked around and asked, "Where are the rest of your clan?" A hint of desolation appeared on Nora's face. "My people are all dead, killed by a powerful monster. I'm the only Shadow Demon left." "A powerful monster?" Lindsay asked with slight curiosity, but the atmosphere was not suitable for further inquiry. "Excuse me," he quickly changed the subject. "How long have you been here?" "You're looking for death." About 100 years ago," Nora replied. Lilith said with sympathy, "My goodness, little girl, have you been here all alone for so long? You must be very lonely." Lindsay was speechless. "The way you put it, the way you say it, makes me feel uneasy." Nora seemed oblivious to the hidden meaning, her eyes remaining clear. "I haven't always been alone. I don't know when it started, but some of your humans sensed me through a medium and then signed a soul loan contract with me. They regularly offer their souls to me, and I reciprocate with my power. Their high-ranking officials also come here to worship regularly, but I never let them into the palace." Lindsay understood. The people she was referring to were from the Shadow Guild. A mutually beneficial relationship was formed between the two sides. The Shadow Guild provided Nora with souls as food, and Nora granted them power in return. The members of the Shadow Guild were completely unaware that the shadow demon they worshipped was actually a little girl. Lindsay slowly said, "Just as you said that day, after you signed the contract with me, I can take you out. From now on, you will no longer need to maintain contracts with those people, and I can also help you obtain more souls." Hearing this, Nora's big eyes lit up noticeably, sparkling. "Can we really go out?" Her expression was like that of a child who hadn't eaten for days suddenly seeing a delicious roast chicken. "Of course," Lindsay replied, "but you may have to wait a little longer." He spread his hands. "To be honest, my summoning slots are full right now. I have to wait until I reach the next stage before I can officially sign a contract with you." A hint of disappointment flashed across Nora's face, but she quickly regained her radiance. "There's no need to wait any longer. I have a way." She began to explain. "We shadow demons have a talent. We can transform into shadows and attach ourselves to any object. For example, if you have a weapon, I can become your contracted weapon spirit. This way, it will only take up your weapon slot, not your summoning slot." There's that kind of thinking? Lindsay was somewhat surprised. As for weapons, he first took out his skyblade, but quickly shook his head, feeling that this weapon was more suitable for him to use. "Are there any other weapons?" He flipped through his inventory, and suddenly his eyes lit up. The next second, a giant sword over 2 meters tall appeared on the ground. The blade was heavy and dull, without any luster, and the hilt was shaped like several skulls. "The Undead King's greatsword is a loot obtained from defeating the Undead King last time." Nora looked at the sword's design and was very satisfied. "This is the one." The next second, she transformed into a black shadow and floated towards the giant sword. Soon, the greatsword was enveloped in a layer of black shadow, making it look even more evil and powerful than before. Then, the giant sword miraculously stood upright on its own, with its tip on the ground and its hilt pointing upwards, and even emitted the voice of a little girl. "Alright, hurry up and sign the contract with me." This works?" Lindsay's eyes widened as he looked the greatsword up and down, a smile playing on his lips. Could this be the Sword Maiden? He silently prayed in his mind, System, how much lifespan do I have left?" Querying, "Current remaining lifespan, 1,713 years 315 days. Okay, sign the contract immediately." At the same same time, the system pops up an interface.
Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 300 years of your lifespan to form a contract with the Shadow Fiend? Yes/no. Select yes. Just wait, I'm not done with you. Contract successfully signed.
A flash of black light appeared, and the Shadow Greatsword replaced the original Undead King's Greatsword, lying quietly in the inventory.
Summoned Beast, Shadow Fiend. Race, Demon. Branch, Shadow Demon. Rarity, S rank. Health points, 400,000. Soul power, 100,000.
Strength 35,000, Agility 50,000, Stamina 40,000, Intelligence 20,000, Spirit 20,000.
Talent 1, Soul Harvest.
All skills consume soul power, not magic power, increasing the maximum soul power by harvesting the souls of all things.
Talent 2, Form Switching. Can switch between Shadow Warrior form and human form. Shadow Form Skill, Soul Elegy.
Releases black souls within a 50-meter radius around the caster, dealing dark damage, damage equals agility x10, and inflicting
fear and slow effects. Each black soul consumes 100 soul points.
There is no cooldown, but the skill cannot be cast once soul points are depleted.
Human Form Skill, Soul Loan.
Consumes soul power to grant another person a bonus to all attributes in the form of a loan, but the recipient's soul will belong to the Shadow Demon.
General Skill, Shadow Fiend Phantom.
Creates a giant phantom that taunts enemy targets with 100% certainty, and has 10 times the health and defense of the real body.
Wow, this looks really good. Lindsay couldn't help but praise as he looked at the description on the panel.
The Shadow Warrior form is an attack skill, and the human form is a buff skill, but the cost is truly outrageous. It has to be said, the demons really know how to lend money at exorbitant interest rates.
After closing the interface, Lindsay was satisfied. Class Talent, Demonic Affinity triggered. Shadow Fiend's loyalty automatically reaches 100%.
The Greatsword transformed back into its little girl form, bowed slightly to Lindsay, and said respectfully, "Nora greets Master."
"Okay, get up.
From now on, you'll be my 5th summoned beast," Lindsay said.
Lilith seemed a little jealous. "Ugh, Master, you won't share your love for other people in the future, will you?" The Flame Demon looked displeased. "Heh, a little yellow-haired girl, she can get the Lord to sign a contract? Humph."
The Shadow Demon stomped its little foot and transformed into a giant black sword in dissatisfaction, flying around the palace and deliberately dangling in front of the Flame Demon.
Hee, gorilla, come and catch me." The giant sword laughed mischievously. "Don't think I can't catch you."
The Balrog also began to run and jump around in the palace.
Hee.
Lilith covered her mouth and chuckled. For the first time in centuries, the palace, which had been empty and deserted, seemed to resound with joyful laughter.
Seeing the scene in disarray, Lindsay frowned and shouted, "Come back here, all of you."
The Shadow Demon and the Fire Demon immediately quieted down and obediently stood back beside him.
"You're not allowed to argue anymore, understand?"
"Understood," the two demons replied in unison, appearing obedient.
"All right, let's go, it's time to go back," Lindsay said, walking outside. Stepping out of the palace gates, Lindsay returned to the abandoned manor. He asked Shadow Fiend Nora, "By the way, how did this place become like this?"
The Shadow Fiend slowly replied, "It was that monster that caused the extinction of our Shadow Fiend race. This place was originally the territory of our Shadow Demon clan, until one day, that monster suddenly appeared, and only I was protected by my clan and escaped." At this point, her voice choked with emotion, and her eyes glistened with tears. Moreover, the monster's power not only left this place desolate, but also caused space-time distortions, completely isolating this manor from the outside world.
"For over 100 years, I have been trapped in this limited area. A power darker and more powerful than a demon?"
Lindsay pondered the words, sensing a strange undercurrent.
Could it be the power of the abyss? His eyes widened slightly, and he immediately said to Nora, "Come on, take me to the edge of the manor." Nora led Lindsay and the demons quickly to the edge of the manor.
A wall of energy, like a gray mist, suddenly appeared before them, emanating a strong aura of evil. The aura caused several demons to instinctively take a few steps back, but Lindsay stood steadily to the side and slowly reached out to touch it.
"Master, don't touch it," Nora cried out urgently. "This power will corrupt people."
But it was too late. Lindsay's hand had already touched the energy barrier.
"Oh no," Nora exclaimed. However, the next moment, she was stunned to see that Lindsay was safe and sound, without a scratch. "Huh, Master isn't afraid of this power?" Shadow Demon said in surprise. Hee, never seen this before, have you?"
The Flame Demon seized the opportunity to mock. "My lord has many special skills. You're still green, you should learn from him."
"Humph." Nora turned her face away, ignoring him.
Lindsay quietly observed the energy barrier. His guess was right, it was indeed the power of the abyss. He took out the mythical item, Miniature Spring, from his inventory and dripped a drop onto it. Instantly, a soft light shone from the spot where the drop was applied, and the light quickly spread outwards. Soon, the gray, misty energy barrier collapsed and disintegrated, eventually disappearing completely.
The demon stared in disbelief, and Nora's eyes widened even more. "I never thought Master could handle such power?" After the energy barrier disappeared, the scenery around the manor was revealed. Lindsay found that they were in a place with higher terrain.
Looking down, there is a vast gray plain, surrounded by mountains in the distance.
However, at that moment, Lindsay noticed something amiss.
Not far away, near the location of the energy barrier, a black crack floated in the air, about 1 meter above the ground.
A black, tar-like substance slowly seeped out from the crack. Lindsay's eyes sharpened. A spatial rift in the abyss?
The demons were also shocked when they saw the terrifying spatial rift. Instinct told them that this thing was no benevolent being and that it was exceptionally powerful. But Lindsay was secretly delighted.
He remembered his mission, to purify the 10 abyssal rifts.
I was just wondering where to find these things, but they came to me on their own. Lindsay quickened his pace and walked towards the crevice, taking out the miniature spring again to purify it. However, a sudden change occurred. The crack, which was about to close, suddenly burst open, and several pale hands reached out from inside. Every hand reached out to grab Lindsay. Lindsay, who was less than a meter away from the crack, reacted quickly but was still grazed on the cheek by the fingernail of one of the hands, leaving a small cut. He quickly retreated and wiped the blood from his face. Upon closer inspection, the hands were thin and bony. Their skin is pale as if they had just been taken out of a cold freezer. Each finger has long, sharp black nails. After Lindsay withdrew, the hands split into 2 groups, one above and one below, desperately trying to pry open the abyss rift, as if tearing open a wound.
When the crack was torn into a near elliptical shape, an even more horrifying sight appeared. A huge eyeball flipped up from below and stopped in the center of the rift.
The entire abyssal rift instantly transformed into a gigantic eye, complete with several pale hands extending from the eyelashes, creating an extremely eerie sight. That enormous pupil moved nimbly, scanning everything before it. Lindsay and the demons were shocked by what they saw. Abyss general, race, abyss, grade, health points. Meanwhile, outside the instance, skill. This was the first time Lindsay's interface had displayed such garbled text, as if it had been subjected to severe interference.
Just then, the eye emitted a deep and awe-inspiring voice. Who dares to violate my domain?
Upon hearing the sound, the greatsword that Nora possessed seemed to have encountered its natural enemy and retreated several steps.
It's him. Nora's voice trembled.
He's the monster who killed our people. There's no mistake that voice.
The pupils of those eyes turned to Nora, staring at her for 2 seconds before saying, "Oh, I didn't expect the shadow demons to still be around."
"Very well, I will clean it up again today." He spoke casually, as if he were doing something effortless. The next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. Immediately afterwards, Lindsay noticed that the colors of the surrounding scenery changed abruptly, as if everything had been covered with a color-reflecting filter. Then, the colors of the world began to switch constantly between red, green, and blue filters.
Skill, roar in fury. The target's mental value decreases randomly, fluctuating every second, and their mental state changes accordingly.
When mental value reaches 0, the target falls into the abyss.
This is bad, master. Run! Nora cried out in panic. My people have been affected by this attack.
They've all gone mad and are killing each other.
Ha 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 ha.
The eyes burst into laughter.
Trying to escape? It's too late.
You lowly beings of all races, always frantically fleeing and crying for help on the road to death. How foolish and laughable. Ah. However, his laughter soon stopped abruptly, because he noticed that the human was standing calmly in the distance, completely unaffected. The demons behind him, though looking panicked as they stared at the constantly changing colors, remained unharmed.
Nora snapped out of her daze, incredulous. I'm actually alright?
Lindsay's talent, Abyss Walk, activated, protecting him from the spiritual corruption of the abyss, and his summoned beasts were naturally unaffected as well. A hint of confusion flashed in the giant eye's pupils. What's going on?
Lindsay immediately switched to taunting mode. You've got quite a big show of all this colorful stuff. Are you putting on a light show? Why not just gouge out your big eyes and put them at home during the holidays? That would be quite festive.
Lilith chimed in, Master, we could even open your human nightclubs, so everyone could dance together.
Great idea. Insolence. Anger was revealed in those eyes for the first time.
Immediately afterwards, the pale hands above and below his eyes suddenly stretched out and reached out to grab Lindsay.
Heh, impotent rage, is that it? Lindsay sneered. Master, let me do it. Lilith flew to him.
In an instant, a slender white bone sword appeared in her hand. It was the newly forged weapon, Evil Soul infiltrates the bone. With a wave of her hand, her long sword instantly transformed into a bone-bladed whip, drawing the outstretched pale hand into its attack range. Then, countless black crescent-shaped air blades roared out, severing one hand after another.
Impossible! The giant eye exclaimed in utter shock. I sense, this weapon possesses abyssal attributes? How could this be?
Making a fuss over nothing, Lilith said seductively.
There are many things you don't know, let me teach you.
The next instant, the bone-bladed whip was about to lash out at Big Eyes. Wait a minute, Lindsay stopped Lilith in time. His gaze shifted to the shadowy greatsword hiding in the back, cowering and hesitant. Nora, it's your turn this time.
What? The greatsword trembled twice. No, master. Every time I see him, I think of my dead people. I'm scared.
I know, Lindsay said expressionlessly, that's why I want you to kill him with your own hands. You should know that the best way to overcome fear is to face it directly. Only then will you be worthy of being my subordinate.
coordinate. Nora was still somewhat hesitant and stopped in her tracks. The large eye overheard their conversation and immediately flew into a rage. Humph, how dare you speak so openly, completely disregarding me. You human brat, I'll remember you. The next time we meet, it will be your death day. As soon as he finished speaking, the edges of the crack began to close again, but the eyeball tried to take the opportunity to escape. They talk a big game, but their actions are incredibly cowardly. Where do you think you're going? The next moment, two thick, red arms gripped the opening of the crack tightly, preventing it from closing. These arms belonged to the flame demon. The Balrog appeared to be struggling, and shouted at Nora, "You little blonde brat, hurry up. Don't you still want revenge? I hate it when you're so indecisive and drag your feet. Ah, I can't hold on much longer." Nora finally made up her mind, swung her sword horizontally, and thrust it straight at the large eye. The next second, the big-eyed girl let out a piercing scream. Ah! Immediately afterwards, countless black, tar-like substances gushed out wildly. "You monster who killed my entire clan, I will kill you." Nora burst out with resentment, her greatsword churning within her eyes. Ah! It hurts so much. Big Eyes let out an even more miserable, sinister laugh. The scene was far too gory. Even Lindsay felt pain upon seeing it and quickly turned his head away. After stirring for a while, the big eye seemed to have lost its life force, and Nora then pulled the sword out. Then, the cracks began to shrink, close, and eventually disappear. Abyss General defeated, experience plus 80,000. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 34. Ding! Your long-term quest, purify the abyssal rift 10 times. Current progress, February 10th. Purify it one more time to receive a stage reward. Just a repulsion? Lindsay stared at the prompt on the interface, somewhat disappointed. And there's no lifespan reward either. It seems the enemies of the abyss are indeed more troublesome. But at least it's been upgraded again. Just then, a new message popped up on the screen. Ding! Your purification of the abyss has been detected. Considered a beneficial act to the underworld. Long-term quest initiated, Lord of Demons. Please continue to contribute to the revitalization of hell. Current contribution, 1%. What is this? Lindsay's eyes lit up. There are missions like this? After the battle, the greatsword Nora flew to Lindsay and respectfully tilted at a 45-degree angle, as if in a salute. Thank you, Master, for allowing Nora to avenge herself. I think my people can finally rest in peace. Her voice even carried a hint of a sob. Lindsay stroked the hilt of his sword and said gently, "You did very well. Master, stop it." At this moment, the succubus flew over and acted coquettishly. Master has never touched me like this before. Lindsay was speechless, and placed his hand on Lilith's head to pat her. Lilith immediately put on a very enjoyable expression and made some sounds that were not suitable for being played aloud. It was just a head pat, don't overreact. Lindsay's lips twitched. Just then, Nora flew to Below's the fire demon's side and whispered quickly, "Hey, big guy, thanks for earlier." Barrows paused, a barely suppressed smile playing on his lips, but he still said resentfully, I just can't stand that enemy. Don't overthink it. Lindsay quipped, "Is this what they called Sundara?" After the crack disappeared, Lindsay could no longer sense any danger. He walked to the edge of a high ground and looked into the distance. In the distance stretched a gray plain, lifeless and seemingly devoid of any life. Further away are the surrounding mountains, including several volcanoes shrouded in black smoke, all in a state of decay. Is this what hell looks like? He recalled what he had learned in his high school ethnology textbook. There are very few records about the S-class races, demons and gods, among humans. It is only generally stated that before the awakening of all mankind, the two major races of demons and gods had basically withdrawn from the struggle for supremacy among all races and rarely appeared. Thinking of this, Lindsay asked, besides the Shadow Demon clan being wiped out, where did all the other demons go? What happened in the underworld? Master, you may not know this, Lilith answered first. More than 100 years ago, the demons and the gods fought a fierce battle. Both sides suffered heavy losses and were mutually destructive. Our succubus race is actually quite small. If my master hadn't summoned me, I probably would never have had the chance to reappear in this world. Master is truly my benefactor, Lilith said, leaning against Lindsay again, and pretending to wipe away tears, putting on a melodramatic act. We, the flame demons, are one too. Flame demon Barrows added. Those damned gods turned my homeland upside down, and I was sealed away. Luckily, you summoned me out, my lord. Several hellhounds also started barking, seemingly venting their anger. Only Xiaolong stared blankly at the sky with his big, ignorant eyes, looking here and there. I didn't expect it to be like this. Lindsay thought to himself. Unsurprisingly, he was probably the first person among the human race to know about this. According to their descriptions, the disappearance of the demons seems to have nothing to do with the Abyss race. So what is the purpose of the Abyss hunting down the shadow demons? He felt a series of questions surfacing before him. Perhaps this is also related to the extremely long quest, Lord of Demons, that was just started. Forget it, it's too early to think about these things now. Lindsay slapped his forehead. The most important thing right now is to find a way to become stronger. Strong enough to go head-to-head with the Abyss. He glanced at the distant areas and thought to himself, I'll explore the areas ahead later. later. Perhaps its contribution will continue to increase in the future. Alright, let's go home. Lindsay relaxed his muscles and walked towards the portal he came from. Meanwhile, somewhere in the myriad worlds, everywhere was a chaotic void. Amidst the swirling gray mist, an incredibly enormous figure could be vaguely discerned, as large as a mountain range. It is unknown how long it has been here. However, at that moment, the mountain began to shake and let out a painful roar that was deafening. Mount Demon, what's wrong? A young man's voice rang out from beside the mountain. Then the mountain began to stand up completely, and through the hazy gray mist, it could be vaguely seen that it was a huge humanoid creature. After standing up, his body soared into the clouds like a skyscraper, and vaguely, one can see that his upper body is naked, and his skin is bluish-gray with a rock-like texture. He has a total of 6 eyes in 3 rows on his face, and one of the eyes appears to be damaged, oozing black liquid. The young man let out a mocking laugh. Hey, Mountain, what's wrong with you? This person was of average height, and by human standards, he was a handsome man. He appeared tiny standing at the giant's feet, yet he exuded an air of effortless power. Ouroboros, shut up, the giant known as the Mountain said irritably. Something unexpected happened in the underworld. My domain was destroyed, and the perpetrator turned out to be a human and several demons. Oh, the young man named Ouroboros said with interest. That makes sense. What matches? Not long ago, one of my subordinates, that crazy fairy girl, was murdered, Ouroboros said casually. The person who killed her matches your description. It seems to be the same person. Humph. Demon Mountain said angrily. I never expected that such a powerful being would be born from the mere human race. It has piqued my interest in this ant-like race. Ouroboros sighed. I was very curious too, but unfortunately, I didn't capture that person to study him directly. Haha, it's not like I came away empty-handed, the Demon Mountain said with a hint of smugness. I collected some of that human's blood. You can use it to tinker with your random research. Oh, Ouroboros was clearly taken aback. I didn't expect a big guy like you to have such a cunning mind. Humph, I am, after all, one of the 10 generals of the abyss. Ouroboros, who do you think you are? Just kidding. Ouroboros grinned mischievously. Well, I'll accept your gift. I'm really looking forward to seeing what's different about that human. After saying that, his body transformed into a black, snake-like liquid and quickly disappeared. Time and space shifted, and Lindsay returned home once again. However, the moment he stepped out of the door, he sensed something was wrong. He clearly remembered that the lights in the house were on when he left. However, at this moment, the room was completely dark. A dangerous premonition flashed through his mind like lightning, and he immediately sprang back. The next second, right where he had just stood, the shadow on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive, transforming into a shadowy crocodile that opened its mouth and swam rapidly toward Lindsay from the ground. Lindsay jumped again and quickly dodged. The shadow crocodile crashed into a cabinet and exploded like a bomb, instantly blasting the cabinet and its contents into pieces. My furniture! Lindsay cursed inwardly. Before he could react, another shadow appeared on the wall behind him, as if it had come to life, transforming into a dark tiger that attacked him. This time, Lindsay didn't have time to dodge. He turned around and activated the thunderclap technique, taking the shadow tiger's attack head-on with a punch. Bang! The shadow exploded again. Damage inflicted on Lindsay, 10921. Although his health remained unchanged, and his shield was only slightly damaged, Lindsay was still secretly surprised. With his 90% damage reduction, the opponent had actually managed to deal over 10,000 damage to him. It's clear that this enemy is definitely not some ordinary thug. He had a vague idea that the people who had attacked him repeatedly at night were probably connected to the Shadow Guild. Lindsay immediately activated his special vision with insightful insight and searched the room from top to bottom, but found that the enemy was not inside. Could it be remote control? He wondered to himself. However, the enemy clearly did not give him time to guess. The next second, the shadows in the room stirred again, and countless shadow pigeons flew out from the 4 walls. Not good. Lindsay was alert and immediately summoned 10 hellhounds to block the attack. The shadow pigeon exploded again, instantly leaving the big black dogs with bruises and whimpering. Taking advantage of the moment, Lindsay jumped out of the window. After all, the enemy isn't here, so leaving this house full of hidden traps is the best option. The next second, a series of explosions were heard from inside the house, and the furnishings were blown to pieces. The noise drew the ire of the building's residents, and soon barking and cursing echoed from every household. Whose family is so inconsiderate as to set off firecrackers so late at night? Yeah, can't a person get any sleep? I can't live in this lousy neighborhood anymore. Lindsay landed on the ground, his eyes sharpening. They blew up my house, hurt my dog, and made me suffer such a huge loss. Very well, I'll remember this grudge. Ding! Sensing your anger, you have a new mission. Kill the assassin. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Just then, Lindsay received a message in his email. Not bad, but running away won't help. Your subordinate is in my hands. If you want to save her, come to this place below. Remember, you only have half an hour. The email also included a photo. When Lindsay opened it, he saw Hanshi tied up in a chair, with the background resembling an empty warehouse. Additionally, a map location was attached at the bottom bottom of the email. Lin Zhe smirked. Escape? I was just about to go find you. Once you reveal your location, things will be much easier. Meanwhile, the warehouse area along the riverbank dock of Tianyu City.
Inside an empty warehouse, a tall woman dressed in a black bodysuit was bound hand and foot. It was Han Chi. Beside her were 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. Mr. Steven, Lin Zhe, he's not coming, is he? Oh, one of the women asked the man. The woman was a blonde, blue-eyed foreign girl dressed as a bunny girl. She looked both charming and playful, a true beauty. Yes, what if he gets scared and doesn't come at all? Another woman asked. Not only was she dressed the same as the previous woman, but she also looked exactly the same. The two seemed to be twin sisters. Don't worry, my dear Lucy and Lily. The man named Steven spoke, placing one hand on each of the 2 bunny girls' shoulders, his large hands caressing their delicate shoulders. The man appeared to be in his 50s. He was a tall, thin white man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He had a mustache with the ends curving upwards. He wore a top hat, a suit, and a red hood, looking like a magician from a circus. That Xia man, he won't not come, he continued confidently. In the Xia dynasty, they value useless things like benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness. I arrested his subordinates, so he will definitely come. After saying that, the man released the 2 bunny girls, walked to Han Chi who was tied up, lifted her chin with one finger, and said lewdly, I never thought that your great Xia kingdom would have such a beauty. After I kill that Lin Zhe, I'll make you my 3rd assistant and bring you back to America with me. How about that? Han Chi, with his usual expressionless face, mechanically said, I have no interest in foreigners. Steven, however, became even more excited. Not bad. Compared to the traditional delicate beauty of the East, I still prefer your unique personality. After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Han Chi's body with his groping hands. Sir, how about mine? Just then, a soft, charming voice sounded from behind. Steven was startled and turned around to see the noble and charming succubus Lilith sitting by the window of the warehouse, resting her chin on her hand in a seductive pose. Her looks and figure were several points above the 3 women in the room. Steven's eyes lit up, and his mouth watered. But he wasn't stupid. He knew that the woman who came at this time was no ordinary woman. However, he still confidently asked, Where did you come from, beautiful lady? Want to come and play together? Lilith said quietly, I don't like old lechers like you. I already have someone I love. The next second, a handsome young man jumped into the house. Lin Zhe looked at Steven with a sharp gaze and asked directly, You're the one who bombed my house? Ha ha. Steven laughed confidently and said, Looks like our guests have arrived. Lin Zhe sized up the old white man a few times, and information formed in his eyes. Name, Steven. Class, Shadow Magician, S rank. Level, 104, Tier 5. Oh, so it's a 5th tier expert sent by the United States? Lin Zhe said. Your Shadow Guild really went all out to kill me. Steven maintained his professional smile. Hee, if your great Xia branch weren't so useless, I wouldn't have come all this way. Moreover, if the reward wasn't so tempting, I probably would never have come to a place like Daxia in my entire life. Alright, enough chit-chat, let's get down to business and do something fun. He lifted the red cloak on his back, and dozens of shadow pigeons immediately rushed towards Lin Zhe like missiles, then exploded with a bang. Lin Zhe swiftly dodged and immediately summoned the little demon dragon, spitting out a ball of lightning at Steven. Steven took off his cloak and tucked it into the ball of lightning. The next moment, the ball of lightning appeared out of thin air behind Lin Zhe and attacked him. Lin Zhe nimbly dodged, and in a flash of fire, the flame demon rushed out and slammed its hammer down on Steven. But then they saw 2 bunny girls carrying out a large box from somewhere, and Steven and the bunny girls jumped inside. When the flame demon smashed it, the box shattered, but it was empty inside. Ta-da! Here it is! Steven reappeared on the other side of the warehouse. Okay, is this how you play it? Lin Zhe clapped his hands. Looks like our guests are having a great time, Steven said with a smile. How about we do something even more exciting? The next second, all the lights suddenly went out, plunging the entire warehouse into complete darkness. Then, Lin Zhe heard a strong wind and countless black images surged up like waves, rushing towards him from all directions. Ha ha ha! Steven's voice echoed through the space. Lord Shadow Fiend, please grant this guest a feast of shadows. Just as all the waves were engulfing Lin Zhe, a violent explosion was about to occur. However, nothing happened the next second, and the whole room was completely silent. What's going on? Steven's puzzled voice rang out. The lights in the warehouse were turned back on. Not far away, Steven and the 2 bunny girls, Lucy and Lily, had slightly dazed expressions on their faces. Lin Zhe stood there, unharmed, and, beside him was a little girl. Mr. Steven, what's going on? The bunny girl asked. I don't know. Steven was also encountering this situation for the first time and was a little embarrassed. It's like when you're going to the toilet, you've been trying to hold it in, but nothing comes out. However, Steven's professional smile returned. It seems we just had a minor malfunction. Please be patient, guests, and continue to enjoy the rest of the performance. After saying that, he took off his top hat and confidently reached inside. Then, I was embarrassed again. What? There's nothing there? Steven's hands were empty. No, that's not right. He continued continued to rummage through his hat a few more times, but found nothing, and looked confused.
Ha, this performance is quite good. Lindsay clapped and laughed. I think this is called pantomime, right? It's hilarious and very funny.
Stephen understood the sarcasm in his voice and said angrily, You just wait.
This is just a small mistake.
The next second, he shook his cloak again, but nothing happened. Lord Shadow Demon, it seems my shadow power has been severed from me, he exclaimed in horror, as if he had finally realized the seriousness of the situation.
Lindsay said calmly, is it possible that this shadow demon you mentioned is right beside me?
After saying that, Nora, who was next to Lindsay, stepped forward, put her hands on her hips, and looked very arrogant.
Ha!
Stephen looked the little girl up and down a few times, then said angrily, how could this little girl possibly be the great shadow fiend?
This is outrageous. Believe me or not,
I'll kidnap her and take her to an island in our beautiful country to be enjoyed by the rich. Upon hearing this, Nora's pretty face flushed crimson, as if she had been deeply humiliated. You lowly slave, how dare you? The next second, a huge black phantom appeared directly behind her, exactly the same as the one that appeared in the courtyard that night.
Shadow, Lord Shadow Fiend?
Stephen was dumbfounded. This was exactly the Shadow Fiend image they were used to seeing.
Stephen's knees buckled, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. The bunny girl twins behind them were also startled and immediately knelt down. This little girl, could she really be Lord Shadow Demon? Stephen's eyes widened.
Connecting this to the sudden disappearance of his shadow power, he seemed even more convinced, and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. You should know that the members of their Shadow Guild have signed soul contracts with the Shadow Demon. The Shadow Demon grants them power, but can also take it back at any time. But how is that possible?
How could our Shadow Demon Lord listen to this great Xiaman?
He was utterly puzzled. Nora, still furious, pointed at Stephen and said, You slave, how dare you be so insolent?
I will make you pay the price.
Stephen panicked upon hearing this and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. Shadow Demon Lord, I really didn't know it was you.
Nora looked at Lindsay. Master, what do you think we should do? The three foreigners were even more terrified upon hearing this. Lord Shadow Demon actually called that Lindsay, Master? Just who is this Lindsay?
Stephen started slapping himself hard across the face. Brother Lindsay, bro, buddy, I'm so sorry. I was just hired by someone. I have no personal grudge against you. Your great Xia has a saying, having eyes but not recognizing Mount Tai, which perfectly describes someone like me.
Your great Xia has a saying. What was it again? Oh, ignorance is no excuse. Please forgive my actions.
In an instant, Stephen went from being arrogant to being incredibly humble, and his cheeks were slightly swollen from slapping himself. Seeing Nora's questioning gaze, Lindsay smiled coldly. Nora, the second thing you need to learn is to be decisive in killing and to seek revenge.
Yes, I understand, Master. Nora nodded obediently.
The next second, she looked at Stephen again, her eyes now filled with a cold killing intent. Anyone who offends my master is not fit to live.
I will take your soul, Nora said coldly. Shadow Demon.
Stephen wanted to plead for mercy, but the next second, he seemed to see something extremely terrifying, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. The heart had stopped beating. Killed a human professional, experience plus 42,000, lifespan plus 42,000 days, 115 years 25 days. Loot obtained, 42,000 copper coins, Shadow Magician's hat, Shadow Magician's cloak.
Ding!
You have killed the assassin and completed the mission.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Congratulations!
Your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, Juvenile Stage, has reached level 20 and is ready for its first tier breakthrough quest.
Accept now? Yes/no. Lindsay's eyes lit up. Little dragon can actually advance? But let's put this aside for now, Lindsay thought, looking at the two bunny girls and the bound Han Chi. When the two bunny girls saw that Stephen had passed out, they hugged each other tightly, trembling like Wu Lao Air next door who had a stroke. Master, did you kill those two too? Nora asked emotionlessly.
Please don't kill us, sir, said the bunny girl, whether it was Lucy or Lily.
We'll do anything you say.
Lindsay glanced at them and saw that both of them were only at level 2.
Let's keep them for now, Lindsay said.
They're still somewhat useful for the time being. Then, Lindsay walked up to the two women kneeling on the ground and asked condescendingly, Tell me, who is the leader of your Shadow Demon Guild?
Yes, it's Mr. William from the headquarters of the United States.
Lucy looked up at Lindsay, her eyes like those of a frightened little rabbit. He is also a member of Congress of the United States. Nora, kill her, Lindsay said directly.
Yes, Master.
Nora activated her mind, seemingly finding a wisp of the contracted soul in her sea of consciousness, and then severed it. Meanwhile, at a press conference in the distant United States Congress, a member of parliament collapsed to the ground and died from convulsions.
Lindsay continued to ask the bunny girl, what about other countries? Japan, South Korea, Gali, the Undying Empire, etc. Who are the branch leaders of the Shadow Demon Guild all over the world? The two bunny girls told the whole story. Nora, kill them all.
Lindsay's eyes were icy.
Yes, Master.
Nora was silent for a moment, then said, It's all resolved. Lindsay nodded, then revealed a cold smile. Very good.
The two bunny girls were stunned. Could it be that all the branch branch presidents are really dead? Just like that, in the blink of an eye?
Unbeknownst to them, the next day, news headlines around the world would be filled with reports of the mysterious deaths of important figures in their respective countries. These included members of parliament, gang leaders, and wealthy business owners. Lindsay thought for a moment, then instructed Lucy and Lily, "Listen carefully, go back and inform all members worldwide that I am now the Grand Master of the Shadow Guild. If anyone disagrees, I will teach them to write the Great Xia script, death."
Lucy and Lily nodded nervously, secretly predicting that after this night, the world's largest assassination organization was about to undergo a major upheaval. They immediately changed their tune, saying, "Yes, President, we'll get on it right away." After saying that, the two turned into shadows and disappeared into the night. After the two left, Lindsay went to Han Chi's side and untied her.
"Thank you for saving me, Major Lin." Han Chi still maintained a robotic expression.
"Lindsay, did you hear what I just said to them?" Han Chi nodded.
"I don't usually have that much time, and school starts again soon, so I'll leave the Shadow Guild to you as its agent," Lindsay said casually.
"Yes," Han Chi replied. Half an hour later, Lindsay returned to the apartment building with a bag of kebabs. It was the middle of the night, but the area below the residential building was packed with people, and several police cars were parked there.
"What's going on?" Lindsay asked, puzzled.
Meanwhile, several police officers were questioning several residents in the crowd.
Residents pointed to a window upstairs from which smoke was billowing out and complained bitterly.
"I don't know either. I was sleeping soundly when I suddenly heard a loud bang. I thought it was thunder, but who knew it was an explosion? Yeah, that's terrifying.
The person living in that house seems to be a student, and an orphan at that. They have such a hard life. Officer, you have to stand up for us. This neighborhood is so unsafe. Who knows when it will happen to us?" The police officer could only reassure them. "Don't worry, everyone.
We've already investigated.
It was just a gas leak in his house that caused the explosion.
The fire is out now. Everyone, go back and rest."
However, next to a police car, another officer was reporting the situation to a stern-looking superior. "Director Su, our investigation revealed that the deceased resident was named Lindsay, a level 1 professional. The evidence at the crime scene indicates that it was committed by a level 5 expert from the Shadow Guild of the beautiful country. Moreover, we have initially identified the suspect's name as Stephen, an international fugitive who has assassinated important figures from other countries multiple times. We never expected that he would slip into our Great Xia. And what's even more baffling is why he would target an ordinary high school student this time." The superior who received the report was none other than Director Su Jianxin, whose face was grim. "Continue searching for clues about the culprit."
"Also, was Lindsay's body found at the scene?"
The junior officer shook his head. "No, so there are two possibilities. First, the other party is, after all, a 5th-level expert, ruthless in his methods, and has already destroyed the body.
Second, the victim may have been kidnapped by the murderer."
You can go down now." Su Jianxin pondered to himself. "Brother Lindsay, I'm afraid this time his chances of survival are slim. Although he has defeated several bosses of higher levels, this time it's an assassin from the world's #1 black organization, and a 5th-level expert at that." Just then, a voice rang out beside him.
"Officer Su, what are you doing here?" Su Jianxin looked up and was immediately dumbfounded. Who else could the boy in front of them be but Lindsay?
And he was so carefree, acting like nothing was wrong, with a half-eaten skewer of grilled lamb kidneys in his hand.
"Lindsay?" Su Jianxin's eyes widened in surprise.
The next second, he realized what had happened and thought, it seems like it was a false alarm.
Lindsay must have just gone out for a late-night snack and escaped the enemy's ambush. "I'm glad you're all right."
Su Jianxin breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "But I have some bad news for you. Your house was bombed."
"Oh, I know." Lindsay blinked. "I went after the person who blew up my house."
"Ha?" Su Jianxin paused.
Just then, another familiar voice rang in my ears. "Xiao Su, how is Lindsay?"
The two turned around and saw a man with a full beard standing beside them. It was Lei Jinyu. "Lord Lei, what brings you here?"
Lindsay asked. "Ha, Lindsay, you're all right? That's good." Lei Jinyu finally calmed down.
"It seems Xiao Su responded quickly this time and protected you in time."
Su Jianxin, no, it's like this. Lei Jinyu ignored Su Jianxin's words and asked directly, "So, has that American assassin been caught?" Su Jianxin looked troubled. "The other party is an internationally wanted criminal, with sophisticated methods. We haven't been able to locate them yet."
"Wait, are you talking about that guy named Stephen?"
Lindsay interjected. "I didn't expect someone like him to be an international fugitive." Su Jianxin, you saw it? "Oh, I've already killed them." Lindsay took a bite of the kebab. Su Jianxin and Lei Jinyu were both shocked. "Huh? Su Jianxin, wait a minute, you're saying you've already killed the 5th-tier expert from the United States?"
"Yeah." Lindsay took out a skewer of grilled chicken hearts and started eating.
"Ha ha ha ha." At this moment, Lei Jinyu finally reacted and burst into a series of hearty laughs. "Lindsay, as expected of you." He patted Lindsay on the shoulder. "If it were anyone else, I would just think they were bragging. But with you, I actually believe it."
He looked at Su Jianxin and said, "All right, it seems we both worried for nothing.
However, your police mission is not over yet. This shadow guild dares to infiltrate our great Xia. They are utterly audacious. We must act swiftly and find them out immediately. Su Jianxin replied, yes. Wait, no need for that. Lin Zhe interjected again, all the leaders of the shadow guild around the world are dead, and now the entire guild is under my control. What did you say? Su and Lei exclaimed in unison. Su Jianxin said seriously, brother Lin Zhe, this is not the time to joke around. Even Lei Zhenyu couldn't believe it this time. He couldn't fathom what methods Lin Zhe could have used to achieve it. Lin Zhe nodded, oh, you don't believe me? Then you can ask Han Shi, she's the acting president now. Su and Lei looked at each other, their expressions beyond shock. Their minds went blank for a moment. Knowing Lin Zhe's character and integrity, they had no choice but to believe that what he said was true. After a long pause, Lei Zhenyu asked, but how did you do that? Well, Lin Zhe scratched his cheek, that's a long story, let's talk about it later. It's getting late, why don't you two go back and get some rest? The two looked at each other, then nodded obediently and went their separate ways, as if Lin Zhe was the boss. Lin Zhe went upstairs and opened the door to find the whole house dark and gloomy. Furniture and belongings were scattered all over the place, and even the bed had a big hole blown in it. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe felt his blood rush to his head and the skewers in his hand fell to the ground. My game console, my computer, and my figurines. And where am I going to sleep tonight? That Steven died too easily. That night, Lin Zhe finally found a nearby hotel to stay in for the night. Looks like it's really time to move to the university dorms, he thought to himself. Moreover, because he went to bed so late, he didn't get up until afternoon the next day. Fortunately, with the blessing of the turtle breathing technique, I didn't feel sleepy at all after waking up, and I didn't experience problems such as dizziness, headaches, or dark circles under my eyes. Moreover, their lifespan was extended by more than 400 days. After a simple lunch, he remembered that he still had one more chance to win a prize through the system. So I immediately opened the lottery page. Congratulations on drawing the talent, twice the result with half the effort. S rank. Talent, twice the result with half the effort. The experience points gained by you and your summoned beasts are increased by 50%. Great. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. I was just worried that leveling up was a bit slow. Then, he remembered that the demon dragon had an advanced quest. Congratulations. Your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, Juvenile Stage, has reached level 20 and is ready for its first tier breakthrough quest. Accept now? Yes/no. He immediately chose yes. The Demon Dragon, Juvenile Stage, Tier 1 breakthrough quest is now available. Mission name, Domination. Quest objective, as the supreme race among all races, prove your absolute strength. Defeat a dragon boss whose level is at least equal to or higher than your summoned beast. Current progress, 0 to 1. Lin Zhe looked at the text and began to think. With Xiaolong's current strength, killing any boss is quite easy, but the problem is, where can we find a dragon boss? It's important to know that dragons, as a high-level race of A rank, are second only to S-rank demons and gods in rarity, and they are not something you can find easily. Even using the Gate of All Realms item, it's not guaranteed that you can find it randomly. Just as he was pondering this, Lin Zhe's communicator rang, and the caller ID showed it was his best friend, Wang Hao. Hey, Godfather Lin. Oh no, my son Lin Zhe. What have you been up to these past few days? You haven't contacted your kind old father, me. Alright, let's not say anything more. It's just that our relationship has cooled down. Wang Hao immediately launched into a barrage of criticism, and Lin Zhe then realized that he had been dealing with so many things these past few days that the two of them hadn't really been in touch. Wang Hao continued, considering what you've done, our father-son agreement has been terminated. Now I am your godfather. Stop joking around, haven't I been busy these past few days? Lin Zhe replied, speak, what do you want with your godfather? Big brother, it's the college entrance exam today, Wang Hao said. Although I know you've already been admitted to university without taking the entrance exam, didn't you promise to come watch my competition? I finally broke through level 1 and advanced to level 21. Aren't you going to come and see how I did? Fine, that's enough. You don't love me anymore. Ah. Lin Zhe slapped his forehead, finally realizing what was happening. To be honest, ever since he was admitted to university through the guaranteed admission program, he really hasn't taken the college entrance examination to heart. So much has happened these past few days that I completely forgot today is the day of the college entrance exam. Lin Zhe quickly asked, if I come now, is it still too late? You really want to come? Wang Hao smiled. There's plenty of time, plenty of time. The test this morning is about personal abilities, like driving into wooden stakes and sprinting. The main event is this afternoon running dungeons. Alright, I'll be right there, Lin Zhe said. Okay, Daddy's waiting for you. Get out. I'm your father. The two exchanged a few more playful banter before Lin Zhe hung up the phone. Then he used the portal ring and appeared at the entrance of number 3 middle school. A banner was hung at the school gate that read, wishing all students taking the college entrance examination success. They also hung some flower baskets and balloons, making it look very grand. Lin Zhe walked towards the school gate, but a guard dressed as a soldier stopped him. Hello, this is during the college entrance examination period. period. You cannot enter or leave at will. Lin Zhe glanced at his badge. It was the insignia of the border regiment. It was said that every year during the college entrance examination, due to the high level of importance the city placed on it, the border regiment would be brought in to guard the area. Oh, I'm a student at this school, Lin Zhe explained. The soldier said seriously, then you definitely can't go in. Being 15 minutes late for the college entrance exam means you automatically forfeit your qualification. After saying that, he shook his head, thinking that he had seen many late candidates, but he had never seen one so outrageous. The college entrance examination had been going on all morning, and he was only arriving now. Young man, the rules can't be changed for one person. I think you should focus on preparing for next year's college entrance exam. You've misunderstood. I am. Lin Zhe was about to explain when a familiar figure appeared behind the soldier. Major Lin Zhe? The person who came was Zhang Qi, the captain of the 4th Detachment of the Border Legion, the one who took Lin Zhe to see Lord Lei City on a flying mount for the first time. What brings you here? Zhang Qi asked Lin Zhe respectfully. What, Major? The soldier on guard was bewildered. Didn't he say he was a student here? Zhang Qi glared at him. What can I say to you? This is Major Lin Zhe, a young hero of our great Xia and a capable subordinate of City Lord Lei. How dare you stop him? Major Lin. The soldier quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Alright, it's all a misunderstanding, Lin Zhe said with a smile. I'm here to visit, not to participate. But you didn't do anything wrong, and you were very conscientious in your duties, which deserves praise. Lin Zhe patted his arm. Afterwards, Lin Zhe, accompanied by Zhang Qi, entered the school. The soldier left on guard at the door scratched his head in confusion. Zhang Qi led Lin Zhe past several more sentry posts and finally arrived at the training ground, where the raid test would be held soon. Lin Zhe returned to the playground and couldn't help but feel emotional. Just 3 weeks ago, he was a level 1 newbie who participated in his first dungeon here. He never expected so many things to happen afterward. However, today's scale is much larger than that of the trial instance. This year, the main examination venue was chosen to be number 3 middle school, so students from several nearby schools all came here to take the exam. A large screen was also set up on the playground, allowing people to watch the situation in the instance in real time. Before he knew it, Lin Zhe had arrived at the principal's seat. Principal Lu Hanlin, Principal Feng Wuchen, as well as many other school principals and teachers, including some board members, were seated at the table. Upon seeing Lin Zhe appear, the 2 former principals immediately stood up. Lin Zhe, what brings you here? Lu Hanlin asked. Wait a minute, you're not here to take the college entrance exam, are you? Feng Wuchen immediately became alert. Let me tell you, that won't do. If you do, what about the rest of us from the other schools? Ha! Lin Zhe's lips twitched, thinking to himself, is he that wary of me? He immediately explained, no, I'm just here to watch the game. Feng Wuchen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Hanlin said, ha, look how scared Lao Feng is. But I can understand, if you were to participate in a dungeon, who knows what kind of trouble you would cause. No? Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Why do you make me sound like some kind of jinx? Principal Lu, kind words create good relationships, while harsh words hurt people's hearts. Why are you targeting me now? Both of the old principals burst into laughter. Okay, just kidding, Lu Hanlin explained. You can sit next to me in a bit. The view is the best from here. We got the pure dragon's nest from this dungeon, and I'm really looking forward to it. That's right, Feng Wuchen added. That's a dungeon with only a 1% chance of being drawn. I didn't expect that we would get it this time. Wait a minute? Lin Zhe asked. What did you say the name of the instance is? A pure dragon's nest, Lu Hanlin repeated. The enemies the examinees will face in a moment are dragons. Dragon race? Lin Zhe could hardly suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. Little dragon's mission, here it comes. Principal Lu. The next second, Lin Zhe put on a serious face. I suddenly remembered that I forgot to bring in the clothes I hung out to dry in the dungeon. Let me in quickly. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen exchanged a stunned glance. What did you say? Lu Hanlin couldn't believe his ears. What nonsense. Hey, Lin Zhe said a little awkwardly. I've changed my mind at the last minute. I want to participate in this instance. I didn't hear anything. Lu Hanlin casually picked at his ear, then deliberately asked Feng Wuchen, did you hear anything just now? What's going on? No, I'm an old man, and I'm hard of hearing, Feng Wuchen quickly replied. Seeing the two putting on an act, Lin Zhe was speechless. These two old men are really cheeky. After a few seconds, Lu Hanlin said seriously, Lin Zhe, it's not that I don't want you to participate, but doing so is really unfair. As the principal, I'm afraid I won't be able to explain it to the public. Old Lu is afraid you'll get first place again, and people will say he rigged it, Feng Wuchen said. If you're like this, it's not too late for you to transfer to our number 1 high school now. Anyway, I'm shameless. Lu Hanlin, get out of here. You're still thinking about this? Lin Zhe explained speechlessly, I'm not trying to compete for first place. You don't have to rank me. I just want to get a boss by chance. Then, Lin Zhe frankly told the two about his summoned beast breakthrough mission. I see, Lu Hanlin pondered. Theoretically, you are still a student of our school, and in principle, you are
you're allowed to enter and take the college entrance examination. However, I hope you can promise me that you won't steal other candidates' monsters in the dungeon, leaving them with no monsters to fight, okay? Also, let the candidates whittle down the boss's health. Don't just go in and kill it instantly. Control your hands, okay? And also, Feng Wuchen added, you can't help people fight monsters, because if you help them, it's practically like they're using cheat codes. Also, don't get into conflicts with other test takers. You know, kids this age are often impulsive and reckless. If someone provokes you, please be understanding and forgiving. Adults don't hold grudges against children, okay? And there's more. Hearing a long list of and more, Lindsay's lips twitched. Just how wary are you all of you of me? Is this really how you see me? Okay, maybe it really is. It has to be said, the two old men knew him quite well. Also, please don't trigger any real mode or nightmare mode as soon as you enter, okay? Wait a minute, this isn't something I can control, Lindsay complained. Seeing the two of them going on and on with their instructions, Lindsay quickly said, Master, stop nagging. I know. Once I'm inside, I won't steal monsters, I won't fight other players, I won't team up, and you don't need to rank me. I'll just leech off the boss. Just rub against it, that's all. Okay? Really? Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen asked in unison. Lindsay was about to faint from anger. Did I break some heavenly law? As the saying goes, beware of fire, theft, and forests and marshes. Alright then. Lu Hanlin finally relented. Go ahead, the exam is about to start. Alright. Lindsay immediately jumped up and skipped towards the playground. The two watched his retreating figure, a hint of worry still lingering on their faces. Meanwhile, in the board of directors seat slightly behind the principal's seat, a pair of eyes were fixed on Lindsay. He was a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive suit, with piercing eyes and a fierce expression. Mr. Chin, I think we can talk about that investment again. At this moment, another man who looked like a boss approached him and started a conversation. However, the man ignored him and simply stood up and left. Heh, Lindsay. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he muttered to himself, I never expected to run into you here. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Since this morning, I have been unable to contact anyone from the Shadow Guild, and my deposit of 150 million has gone down the drain. Since that's the case, I'll go myself. If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death. My son's revenge must be taken today. But how do I enter the dungeon? Just then, he seemed to hear a sinister voice in his mind. I see your determination for revenge. Do you need my help? Who are you? The man muttered to himself. My name is Urabaros, and I share the same goal as you, the voice said with a light laugh. If you can open a spatial rift for me, I can help you take revenge. The man's eyes gradually darkened. Meanwhile, on the playground, the candidates had all gathered on the playground and were beginning to enter the instance portal one after another. Wang Hao had already teamed up with 3 others and was looking around at the stands. I wonder if Lindsay has arrived yet? He didn't even say anything. Just then, a familiar voice rang out behind him. What are you looking at? Staring at a pretty girl? Wang Hao turned his head and saw that it was Lindsay. Lindsay, why are you only arriving now? Wang Hao said. Wait, what are you doing on stage? Shouldn't you be in the audience? Are you going to join the dungeon too? The other 3 members of Wang Hao's team were also Lindsay's classmates, and upon hearing this, they all beamed with joy. Lindsay, our team is short one person. Come in quickly, come in quickly. Wait, Wang Hao said righteously. What kind of attitude is this? It's not sincere at all. After saying that, he grinned and clasped his hands in a bow, instantly transforming into a sycophant. Godfather, how about you help your godson take off? The other 3, seeing this, quickly followed suit and imitated him, saying, Godfather, Godfather, take care of your godson. In an instant, Lindsay gained 4 godsons. Lindsay spread his hands helplessly. I'm sorry, I promised the 2 principals that I can't team up with you, otherwise you will be considered to be cheating. Upon hearing Lindsay's words, all 4 of them showed expressions of disappointment. However, it's not impossible for me to protect you guys in a critical moment, Lindsay said. Great, great, the 4 cheered in unison. By the way, what are the specific rules for this instance? Lindsay asked Wang Hao. As expected of you. Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated. You're probably the only one in the whole world who doesn't even know the rules of the college entrance exam. This instance is divided into 2 parts. The first part is for a single group or individual to enter an area without encountering other candidates, and it tests individual combat ability. The second part is the raid, where all students fight monsters and bosses together. Of course, you can also PK. It tests your teamwork ability. I see. Lindsay nodded. See you in the raid later. After Lindsay finished speaking, he walked towards the teleportation portal. A few seconds later, Lindsay found himself in a tropical rainforest, surrounded by trees that resembled coconut trees. The air suddenly became much stuffier. Just then, a notification popped up in front of me. Welcome to the Pure Dragon's Nest dungeon. Level restriction, level 10 and above. Difficulty, normal. Quest description. This place was originally the home of the Green Dragon clan, but one day, a colossal black dragon led his army of followers to attack. Please help the Green Dragon clan drive out the invaders. Lindsay couldn't wait to start rubbing his hands together
together in anticipation. Part 1 of the exam, single player / single group dungeon. Mission objective, traverse the jungle. Quest background, this jungle is the territory of the giant serpent race, who have revered dragons since ancient times and yearn for ascension. However, after the black dragon occupied this area, they all defected, enslaving the green dragons and pledging allegiance to the black dragon. Mission rules, earn 50 points for each monster killed in the jungle. Reaching 5,000 points will qualify you to proceed to the next area. Time limit, 60 minutes. As the interface disappeared, a rustling sound came from the surrounding bushes. Then, some enormous snakes emerged. Race, Giant Serpent Clan, Rank E, Level, 20, Health Points, 5,000. Skill, Poisonous Attack. Race, Giant Serpent Clan, Rank E, Level, 20, Health Points, 6,000. Skill, Deadly Entanglement. Soon after, the giant snakes, their smooth bodies wriggling, surged towards Lindsay. It has to be said that this kind of pressure would be quite intense for an ordinary test taker. A level 20 mob? Lindsay simply sighed softly. It's been a long time since I've fought such a weak mob. Seeing them reminds me of running under the setting sun, that's my lost youth. Even the snakes couldn't help but mutter, "What are you being sentimental about, you drama queen?" However, the next second, Lindsay revealed a wicked smile. But even a mosquito bite is still meat, so I won't be polite. Shadow Demon, come out. With a whoosh, the black greatsword possessed by the Shadow Demon appeared before them, and then behind it, a huge demonic phantom appeared. Upon seeing the phantom, the snakes seemed to lose control, changing direction and surging towards it. Skill, Shadow Fiend Phantom. Creates a giant phantom that taunts enemy targets 100% of the time, with 10 times the health and defense of the real body. Then, the giant snakes used the phantoms as wooden dummy targets and began to attack. At the same time, Shadow Fiend directly manipulated his greatsword to fly into the air and began casting the Soul Elegy skill downwards. Instantly, countless black souls surged toward the giant snakes. -581,201, -590,123, -601,391. A series of damage values of around 600,000 appeared above the giant snake's head, and then it died instantly. Kill the venomous snake, experience plus 200, triggering the talent twice the effort with half the effort, an additional plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days, points plus 50. Defeat the snake-like creature, experience plus 200, trigger the talent twice the effort with half the effort, additional plus 100, lifespan plus 200 days, points plus 50. The experience harvesting mode is back in operation. Moreover, while fighting monsters, the Shadow Demon also absorbed their souls, having a great time, and its soul power quickly increased to 120,000. Thank you for your hospitality, Master. The Shadow Demon, now in her lowly form, wiped her mouth and said, "This is much more souls than what those people from the Shadow Demon Guild gave me." In less than 2 minutes, Lindsay killed more than 100 monsters and scored more than 5,000 points, successfully meeting the requirements for clearing the level. He had no desire to continue fighting and immediately prepared to run towards the next level. However, at that moment, another notification popped up above my head. You have passed the first level within 5 minutes, unlocking the hidden boss. Unlock, yes/no. Ha, there's such a thing? Lindsay's eyes widened slightly. Let's turn it on and see. Hopefully it won't take up too much of my time. So he immediately chose to turn it on. The moment the interface closed, a purple mist rose around Lindsay. At the same time, 2 alluring female voices approached from afar and reached my ears. A voice said, "Ha, it's been so long since anyone could get us sisters out." Another voice echoed, "Yes, it truly is a once-in-a-millennium event." At the same time, 2 beautiful snake-like women appeared before Lindsay. It has the head and upper body of a beautiful woman, with a huge white snake body connected to its waist. The other one depicts a voluptuous woman below the neck, with a vibrant green snake growing from her neck. What kind of bizarre stuff is this? Lindsay was speechless. I wonder which one the readers with unique tastes will choose. Then, monster information popped up. BOSS Snake Bye-Bye. Race, Giant Serpent Clan. Level, 30. Health points, 50,000. Skills, Deadly Entanglement, Petrifying Ray, Tail Whip Strike, etc. Expand to view details. BOSS Snake Green. Race, Giant Serpent Clan. Level, 28. Health points, 40,000. Skills, Deadly Poison Mist, Venomous Traps, Snake Fang Throwing Knives, etc. Expand to view details. Oh my, he's quite a handsome young man. Snake White dragged its long body, circling around Lindsay. He is indeed very handsome. She Ching stretched her long snake head next to Lindsay and brazenly looked him up and down. I wonder, handsome young man, who do you think is prettier? The other one. Snake White asked teasingly. Yes. Snake Green chimed in playfully, but hiss, you'd better make your choice carefully. Hiss. Because, hiss, no matter who you choose, she said, flicking her tongue, her 2 snake eyes gleaming with a terrifying red light. The other one will be very angry. Hiss. Despite the 2 monsters circling around him, Lindsay remained calm. A few seconds later, he slowly said, "Only children make choices, adults want it all. You 2 hurry up and get going. I'm in a rush." The 2 snakes exchanged a glance. You have quite the nerve. The next second, the flame demon made its grand entrance with a boom. Two damage numbers appeared above the heads of the beautiful Snake Sisters, 543-0121 and 544-9832. With the newly acquired Demon Master talent bonus, the fire demon's burst damage has exceeded 5 million. Before the two sisters could even react, they were instantly dead. With her last breath, Snake White said, "Damn it, I finally managed to get out once in a while." Then it breathed its last and turned into dust. Defeat boss Snake White, experience plus 6,000, trigger talent for double the results, additional plus 3,000, lifespan plus 6,000 days. Defeat boss Snake Ching, experience plus 5,000, trigger talent for double the results, additional plus 2,500, lifespan plus 5,000 days. Points plus 500, current total points 7,000. Loot obtained, 11,000 copper coins, white serpent staff, green serpent sword, giant serpent scale, materials. All content completed. Please proceed to the second examination area. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the second area, two proctors were chatting, bored out of their minds. One of them was a young female teacher who brought up the topic. "I wonder what the fastest time it will be for this year's test takers." "It's hard to say," said another older male teacher. "I didn't expect them to draw this dungeon. It'll keep them busy for a while." According to Dasha's records, the fastest time to cross the jungle area is 24 minutes. "So, I estimate it will take at least half an hour before anyone comes. So we'll have to wait here for a while, won't we?" the young female teacher said. However, before she could finish speaking, a boy emerged from the jungle. "Excuse me, is this the second area of the examination room?" "Ha!" Both teachers were taken aback. "Student, where did you come from?" "I came over as soon as I cleared the first area," Lindsay replied. The two teachers glanced at the timer, completely bewildered, which clearly displayed 5 minutes and 36 seconds. "No, classmate, are you kidding me?" Both teachers were astonished. Is this child really a test taker? Did it sneak in from somewhere? However, to enter the second area, one must first pass through the first area. It is impossible to simply parachute directly here. This, the elderly male teacher said tremulously. How could it be so fast? Quickly contact the outside world and verify the results." Meanwhile, outside the instance, the large screen on the playground also captured the scene of Lindsay clearing the instance. The entire audience of teachers and students erupted in uproar. Everyone was whispering among themselves, asking about the student's background. "Who is this candidate? Why isn't his name on the leaderboard? Quick, our university wants this student. Give me a break. He was the first place winner of the Rising Star competition. He's already been guaranteed a spot." Hearing the exclamations of the principals and teachers around him, Lou Hanlon shook his head. The situation I least wanted to see still happened. Fortunately, this is a solo instance, so he didn't steal other people's monsters. Sigh, Lindsay just doesn't know how to be Loki. Why does he always have to be the center of attention? It makes things very difficult for me. The principal, when he gets back, I'm going to give him a good talking to. He finished speaking and let out a long sigh. Feng Wuchen said sourly, "What are you pretending for? You're actually ecstatic, aren't you?" Lou Hanlon tried hard to suppress the upturned corners of his mouth. "Don't talk nonsense. Why would I be happy? He can't be included in the exam ranking, so it doesn't benefit me at all." At this moment, several principals came over and fawned over him with smiles, saying, "Oh, Lao Lu, congratulations on your number 3 middle school for producing such a genius." Lou Hanlon smiled so hard his eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons. "Not at all, it's all luck. It's just breaking a record. That guy has done this kind of thing a lot." Immediately, the other principals all looked like they'd eaten shit. "How did you get allowed to put on this act?" Still saying you're unhappy?" Feng Wuchen turned his face away and started blowing his beard. The two proctors verified the scores and finally believed that Lindsay had indeed passed the first hurdle. Not only that, but it also triggered a hidden boss that even many teachers were unaware of. Moreover, the total time was only 5 minutes and 36 seconds. 5 minutes and 36 seconds, even I couldn't do that. The elderly male teacher sighed. The young female teacher exclaimed in surprise, "Yes, student, you're so fast." That sounds a little strange," Lindsay said, speechless. The young female teacher continued, "However, even though you cleared the level so quickly, the second part can only begin after the 1-hour time limit has expired. Because the second part is a raid, we must ensure that all candidates who have passed the first part are gathered here before we can begin." "Oh, no problem," Lindsay replied. "Then let's wait." After saying that, Lindsay sat cross-legged on the ground and began to practice the turtle breathing technique on his own. After an unknown amount of time, other students finally entered the area. A 4-person squad emerged from the portal. "Congratulations to all the students, your score is 31 minutes and 27 seconds, a proctor said. Upon hearing the results, several candidates immediately cheered loudly. Easy, not difficult at all," one of the team members shouted. "What are you so smug about?" "It's all thanks to our brother Hao," another team member chimed in. Yeah, my brother Hao turned all those snakes into roasted snakes with one slash. I'm getting hungry just looking at it." The man they were talking about
brother Hao, was surrounded by the three of them. He was a burly man with red hair, holding a large, flaming knife. He looked very tough. If he hadn't been in an exam hall, no one would have guessed he was just a high school senior. He was clearly pleased with the praise from the crowd, and arrogantly said, I thought this dungeon was something special, but it seems it's nothing special. A piece of cake. Just then, another squad emerged from the portal.
Oh dear, we really owe a debt to our brother Kai this time. Yeah, Kai GE, take me with you. I'll always be your brother.
Brother Kai's fighting skills are truly superb, especially that Iron Mountain lean move. It's breathtaking. Surrounded by them was a young man with blue hair parted in the middle, wearing a black top and overalls, exuding the air of a big boss. He put on an arrogant expression and said coldly, this level of dungeon doesn't need much praise, otherwise it would seem beneath us. Just then, a discordant voice came from in front of him.
Who do we have here? Isn't this my defeated general, Dong Kai?
Yes. The one who made the sarcastic remark was none other than Hao Ge, a man with red hair. Upon hearing this, Kai, with his blue hair parted in the middle, quickly darkened his expression and retorted, I thought it was some blind fool. Turns out it's my defeated opponent, Zhang Jianghao.
I clearly got here before you. What right do you have to call me your defeated opponent?
Brother Hao crossed his arms and tilted his head back. Oh dear, although I was indeed 2.5 minutes slower than you, it was because I killed more monsters than you, which delayed me a little.
In terms of points, I have a full 250 more points than you. Dong Kai was equally impressive. You're really being petty.
If I, Zhang Jianghao, hadn't caught a cold and fever half a month ago, and already achieved at least a top 3 finish in the Rising Star competition, I wouldn't have had the time to take the college entrance exam with you ordinary people.
That's hilarious.
If I, Dong Kai, hadn't practiced so hard and my old injury had flared up, I would have already won first place in the Rising Star Championship. I wouldn't be in first place now. The two of them were talking back and forth, leaving the two proctors next to them completely bewildered.
The young female teacher quietly asked, who are these two? Why are they fighting as soon as they meet? The elderly male teacher shook his head. They are two outstanding students from number 2 middle school, with similar abilities.
The top spot in the grade has been changing hands between them for many years, so neither of them is willing to concede to the other.
It seems that a showdown between the two of them is inevitable today. At this moment, the teammates behind the two also joined the battle. How dare you talk about our brother Hao like that? You must be tired of living. You think our Kai is right?
Brothers and sisters, let's protect our best Kai together.
Hao Ge tossed his red hair with a flourish, holding his flaming broadsword horizontally in front of his chest. Enough talk. There's no point in saying more.
I think we should settle this with force.
Kai ran his fingers through his neatly slicked back hair. Hey, looks like things are getting interesting. Ta-ta Kai. Bridge dude. Just then, a voice rang out from beside them. Hey you two Chinibu, you're so noisy. Can't you be quiet?
Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound and saw a handsome young man in orange armor sitting cross-legged with his back to them.
Because he hadn't made a sound, none of them had noticed that there was another person there. Without turning his head, the boy continued, I've been wanting to say this since the beginning. Can you guys please stop making so much noise? It's so noisy, it's making my head buzz. This is an important exam venue. Can't you at least have some manners?
As soon as Lin Zhe finished speaking, the two groups that were arguing all turned their attention to him.
Everyone looked angry. And who are you? One of Hao Ge's henchmen yelled at Lin Zhe. We're fighting here. What are you doing interrupting?
Our brother Kai is teaching the other side a lesson right here. Why are you interrupting his spellcasting? One of brother Kai's henchmen chimed in.
A bloody battle? Lin Zhe laughed. You guys are just playing house.
However, remembering his promise to Lu Hanlin not to get into conflicts with anyone, he finally calmly said, I just want to kindly remind you that if you're going to fight, then fight quickly, instead of just talking and dragging your feet.
However, upon hearing this, Hao Ge and Kai Ge's expressions became even more unpleasant. Hao Ge, who are you? How dare you mock me? Don't you even know who I, Zhang Jianghao, am? Kai, you're quite arrogant. I wonder who you are. Are you also an invigilator? Surely you're not also a test taker? Ahem.
The male proctor spoke up. Let me interject. He is indeed a candidate, and he arrived earlier than both of you.
What? Both teams of students were shocked. How is this possible? How could he possibly be faster than our Hao Ge? A teammate said. The other team member quickly asked, then he must not have as many points as our Kai, right?
The male teacher shook his head. His score is over 7,000, which is more than 2,000 higher than both of yours.
What? Everyone was even more shocked. Hao Ge and Kai Ge were losing their nerve and immediately yelled at Lin Zhe. Who exactly are you?
Lin Zhe didn't take it seriously and simply replied, who I am is not important, and my completion time and points are useless, so you don't need to be afraid.
However, these words took on a different meaning in the ears of the two of them. Is this person being hypocritical after getting a good deal? Hao Ge, what are you acting all high and mighty for? You look down on me, don't you? Kai, your excellency is quite arrogant. Not only did you not tell us, but you also retorted with a sarcastic remark?
Both of them were furious.
Hao looked at Kai and said, hey Dong, before we settle things with each other, how about we team up and get rid of this guy? Kai nodded. That suits me perfectly. We We can settle the score after we get this person out of here.
As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Ji's muscles bulged, and the flames on the big knife burned even brighter.
Zhang Zhenghao, Fiery Blade, rank A, level 23. Kai also struck a cool attacking pose. Dong Kai, Vajra Fist Master, level A, level 23. You two, don't come any closer, Lin Zhe quickly said. I already told them I won't fight. Both of them smiled inwardly. Is this person scared? Want to plead for mercy? Too late, the two said in unison. The next second, the two attacked Lin Zhe's back with a knife and a fist. Crack! Zhang Zhenghao caused 238 damage. Thump! Dong Kai caused 227 damage.
At the same time, the countershock effect of Lin Zhe's undying golden body talent was triggered, and according to the mechanism, the countershock directly reduced the previous damage by double. The recoil damage to Zhang Zhenghao occurred in 20116. The recoil damage to Dong Kai occurred in 19893.
Ha! The two mortal enemies stared blankly at each other's empty health bars.
Before they could even react, they were both teleported out of the game.
Ha! The students and the two proctors were also dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the teachers and students outside the instance also had the same expression. What just happened? Did I miss something? How did Zhang Zhenghao and Dong Kai suddenly die?
On the principal's seat, the principal of number 2 middle school cast a resentful glance at Lu Hanlin.
Lu Hanlin shrugged and said, this has nothing to do with me. Lin Zhe has not violated my instructions so far. Feng Wuchen complained from the side. Who did they have to mess with? They had to go and provoke Lin Zhe.
Lin Zhe muttered to himself with a hint of helplessness, young people are just too impulsive. Having said that, he finally stood up from his cross-legged sitting position, turned to face the two lines of examinees, and slowly said, you all saw it, right? They attacked me first. I didn't lay a hand on them. If a teacher investigates later, you'll have to testify for me, okay? Lin Zhe spoke with utmost sincerity, but to everyone else it came across as a veiled threat. Everyone turned pale with fright and nodded frantically. Just then, more and more examinees emerged from the portal, including Wang Hao's group.
Lin Zhe.
Upon seeing him, Wang Hao immediately led several team members over.
Wang Hao boasted, 42 minutes and 16 seconds. Not bad for me this time, right? Excellent, excellent, congratulations, Lin Zhe praised. By the way, how long will it take you? Wang Hao asked. It should be about 10 minutes faster than mine, right? Not fast, Lin Zhe replied. 5 minutes and 36 seconds. I was so scared. It was only a little over 5 minutes fast. The total time is 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Wang Hao? He immediately became withdrawn and just wanted to squat in a dark corner. I got a little cocky, daring to compare my grades with yours. Those teammates of Hao Gu and Kaigu who overheard their conversation were completely dumbfounded. 5 minutes and 36 seconds? Why didn't he say so earlier? He made us spend over 30 minutes comparing like clowns. 5 minutes and 36 seconds. Is that even human? Oh no, I mean, it's practically godlike. Wait, his name is Lin Zhe. Could he be the champion of the Rising Star tournament? We actually wanted to fight him? Me, fight Lin Zhe?
Immediately, the group was filled with regret and shame. Then, everyone turned into sycophants and ran to Lin Zhe's feet. Brother Lin, please forgive my rudeness just now. Please forgive me. Yeah, Brother Lin, it's all because of those two idiots, Zhang Zhenghao and Dong Kai, who kept spouting nonsense and misled us.
Wang Hao and his team were dumbfounded. What's going on? Go away, go away. It's not your turn to be my underlings. Wang Hao quickly chased them away. Then she grabbed Lin Zhe's arm and said, Gigi, what happened to your promise to take us flying? Don't you love me anymore? Go away, don't be disgusting, Lin Zhe said with a laugh. I promised Principal Lu I wouldn't team up, but I can guarantee you won't die in a bit. Great, great, great.
Wang Hao and his team members immediately beamed with joy. After a while, the 60-minute exam time finally came to an end. Only half of the original students remained after successfully passing the first assessment. Two proctors walked up to the students and announced, the second part of the exam is now beginning. Please cooperate closely and work together to defeat the enemy. The next second, the wall in front of the students suddenly split open from both sides like a theater curtain, revealing an extremely magnificent battlefield. Looking around, one sees continuous warfare and rolling dark clouds. There were many green dragon corpses lying on the ground, and they were surrounded by some black dragon men. On the very last volcano, a gigantic black dragon coiled up, eyeing everything below with predatory intent. Finally, its gaze settled on the arriving humans. Then, it stretched its neck and let out a deafening roar towards the sky. Part 2 of the exam, Raid Dungeon. Mission objective, Volcano Raiders. Quest background, you have now arrived at the true battlefield. Defeat the invaders and restore a beautiful and peaceful home for the green dragons. Mission rules, 50 points for each regular monster killed, 200 points for each elite monster killed, 2,000 points for defeating the final boss. Time limit, 60 minutes. Upon seeing the mission description, the candidates all adopted serious expressions, preparing to face the arrival of the enemy. At the same time, after the black dragon in the distance roared, the dragon people on the battlefield seemed to have received a command and began to march towards the examinees. Dragon
Dragon Man Soldier. Race, Dragon Kin, Rank B. Level, 20. Health points, 8,000. Description: as a kin of the dragon race, the sole duty of the dragon people from birth to death is to faithfully protect their master. These dragon men are each about 2 meters tall, with dragon heads and human bodies, and their bodies are covered with black scales. Moreover, it has a complete range of troop types, including melee, ranged, mages, and support units, all neatly configured. Just by looking at it, it exudes a strong sense of oppression. Apart from Lin Zhe, every other candidate unconsciously tensed up, looking as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Just then, Wang Hao suddenly shouted, "Classmates, what are you afraid of? Let's all attack together." Perhaps it was just that one word of encouragement that ignited the courage in the candidates, who shouted, "Go! Charge!" Then, brandishing their weapons, they swarmed towards the dragon men. Lin Zhe also mingled in the crowd, pretending to charge alongside Wang Hao, while praising, "Not bad, you've got the air of a leader after just a few days. He. Wang Hao scratched his head sheepishly. "The main thing is that with you by my side, I don't feel flustered at all, I feel at ease." Soon, the candidates joined the dragon army and began close combat. Because it's the college entrance examination, everyone knows in their hearts that their future depends on this one battle. So, no matter how terrifying the enemy was, everyone put in 100% passion and began to fight. It really does seem to have a bit of the feel of sacrificing one's life on a real battlefield. Lin Zhe, however, remained completely calm, walking across the battlefield as if he were strolling in a neighborhood garden. He only summoned the little demon dragon, letting it occasionally bump into monsters, and then casually let it eat a bite of the corpses left over by others to increase its attributes. What a hassle. If I hadn't promised Principal Lu that I wouldn't compete with everyone for monsters, I would have booked the whole place long ago, he complained. Do you know how frustrating it is to have a wealth of experience delivered to your door, but be unable to harvest it? Forget it, let's be understanding of everyone. After all, they still have to take the college entrance exam, unlike me, who has already been admitted without taking the exam. Lin Zhe was talking to himself, but Wang Hao and his teammates overheard him, and they instantly felt like they'd eaten a sour grapes. He did it on purpose, didn't he? He definitely did it on purpose. Several people's fists hardened. After fighting for about 10 minutes, the number of dragon men on the battlefield decreased significantly, and many examinees were also teleported out of the instance due to exhaustion. The first wave of attacks was successfully weathered. There were about 40 candidates left on the battlefield. Each of them looked as if they had survived a great calamity. They stood still to rest and replenish their supplies, while their faces showed a hint of pride after victory. Through this battle, they all felt that they had grown. Lin Zhe, however, swayed back and forth with unusual ease, and even seemed a little impatient. Why haven't we started fighting the boss yet? How much longer do we have to wait? However, at that moment, a girl's voice rang out behind him. "Hey kid, I've been watching you for a while now. Were you just slacking off the whole time?" Lin Zhe turned around and saw a girl wearing glasses, with a braided pigtail, a large face, and slightly outdated clothes. The girl's voice immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding students. The girl continued righteously, "Everyone is working hard to kill monsters, and you're just here leeching experience. How can you do this to everyone's efforts? How can you face your own conscience?" The girl spoke with perfect pronunciation and powerful delivery, her tone highly persuasive, making her look like a typical student leader. Lin Zhe was taken aback. Where did this lunatic come from? How can taking the college entrance exam lead to encountering so many oddballs? It's like an old sow wearing that thing, one said after another. However, her words immediately resonated with some of her classmates, who all cast disapproving glances at Lin Zhe and began to whisper among themselves. Yes, raids are all about teamwork and cooperation, so how can anyone try to take advantage of the chaos? How can someone like this have the nerve to stay in this position until now? Exactly, if it were me, I would have gotten out of here long ago. There's no way around it. People like us who are thin-skinned are bound to suffer a little. Hearing the girl accuse Lin Zhe, Wang Hao was displeased and was the first to stand up, saying to the girl, "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation." All I know is that he was definitely slacking off. Seeing is believing, the girl retorted defiantly. At this moment, several of her teammates stood up to support her, saying, "That's right, I saw it too. Are you trying to deny it? We girls are all working so hard, and he, a grown man, is just slacking off on the sidelines. How can he be so shameless? That's right, really going down." Wang Hao was so angry that he glared at him. If the person opposite him were a boy, he would have already gone up and smashed his face with a fist the size of a sandbag. What do you mean? What do you mean?" The bespectacled girl continued relentlessly. "What? You want to hit me?" This left Wang Hao speechless and unable to defend himself. Meanwhile, the scene outside the dungeon, at the principal's seat, was quite different. "Which school does that girl go to?" a principal stood up and asked. "Doesn't she know who she's facing?" "They are students from our number 8 middle school." A bald principal weakly raised his hand. Immediately, he became the target of criticism from the other principals. "Your student is truly a talent. What should I say? He actually dared to mess with that Lin Zhe? If she does this and angers Lin Zhe, all our other students students might suffer. Do you think she's got nothing better to do than provoke Lin Zhe?
One after another, they engaged in a fierce verbal battle, nearly drowning the principal of number 8 middle school in their spittle.
Alright, Lu Hanlin stepped forward to mediate. Look at how you all are talking about Lin Zhe, like he's some kind of bully. Don't worry, he won't do anything to your students. Really? The other principals turned around and asked with some doubt. Lu Hanlin tilted his head back. Don't I know my own students? Wang Hao was still arguing with the girl with glasses. Alright.
Just then, Lin Zhe patted Wang Hao and said, let's check the situation ahead first. His words caused everyone to look towards the front of the battlefield. Only then did they realize that, at the very moment of their conflict, the second wave of the Dragon Man army had already marched towards them.
Moreover, among the enemies this time were some elite soldiers in full heavy armor.
Everyone was startled,
and they forgot about arguing, resuming their fighting stance.
The girl with glasses turned her face away, somewhat annoyed, and said, everyone's going to fight monsters now, so we'll let it slide this time, but I hope you'll be more proactive later, and don't let me see you slacking off again. Her tone made you think she was Lin Zhe's homeroom teacher.
However, Lin Zhe smiled calmly. Interesting. I really gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. You should be glad this is the college entrance exam period, so I can't take action. Don't worry, I'll be very proactive from now on, so you won't regret it.
The next second, Shadow Fiend, Succubus, and Fire Fiend were summoned simultaneously.
You three, let's see who's the fastest. Lin Zhe ordered.
Yes, master. Then, to the astonishment of the examinees, 3 demons charged swiftly toward the enemy legion. The Shadow Fiend wielded a greatsword, weaving through the enemy ranks while simultaneously devouring their souls. The Succubus swung her bone whip, restraining all the enemies. Then, the bone whip unleashed countless black sword energies, instantly killing the enemies. The Flame Demon rampaged through the enemy ranks, and all the enemies along the way perished in flames. In less than 2 minutes, the second wave of enemies, who had come with such ferocity, was completely wiped out. Slaying a dragon soldier grants plus 200 experience, triggering the twice the effort, twice the result talent for an additional plus 100 experience.
Lifespan increases by 200 days. Points increase by 50.
Slay an elite dragon soldier, gain 300 experience, trigger the twice the effort, double the results talent, gain an additional 150 experience, lifespan plus 300 days, points plus 200. Your current total points are 20150. Lin Zhe, who had been holding back from fighting monsters for a long time, finally got to enjoy it this time. The sound of experience and lifespan being credited is always so pleasant to hear. Completely ignoring the other candidates behind him, who were still in a fighting stance, they stood frozen in place, dumbfounded, as if in a daze. At this moment, the 3 demons had returned to Lin Zhe and began to claim credit. Master, am I the fastest? The Succubus said sweetly, pulling on Lin Zhe's arm.
I'm the fastest. Shadow Demon, disguised as a little girl, said with her hands on her hips. Alright, you two step aside.
I'll be the fastest, the Flame Demon said without a shred of pity. The other candidates behind them were completely stunned.
His 3 summoned beasts wiped out all the enemies in just 2 minutes? I actually questioned him just now, saying he was taking advantage of the situation. I should probably be thankful that he was fighting monsters, not me.
Every one of his summoned beasts could send me straight to my great-grandmother.
Wait a minute, this is the college entrance exam. He's defeated all the monsters. What about our points?
The test takers then realized they had offended the wrong person, and a large number of their points vanished without a trace. It's important to understand that the college entrance examination is like a single plank bridge for thousands of people. Losing just 1 point can mean falling behind hundreds or even thousands of others.
Everyone was heartbroken.
Lin Zhe slowly turned around, faced everyone, and said with a grin,
"Are you all satisfied with what just happened?"
Upon hearing this, everyone turned ashen-faced.
"Are they targeting us? You're too kind."
A student immediately ran up and fawned, "I was blind to your greatness just now. Please forgive me. I'm so magnanimous."
Yes, we were the ones who had the problem with our attitude just now. We will never dare to boss you around again.
The crowd swarmed around him, showering him with flattery. "We didn't mean to target you, we were maliciously misled." Someone pointed out the problem. The next second, everyone turned to look at the girl with glasses and her friends.
What are you going to do?"
The girl with glasses was clearly panicked.
"Don't come any closer. What do you want to do to me?"
"Sister," a sensible girl stepped forward and said to her, "We don't want to hurt you either. We hope you can apologize to that classmate and then withdraw from the competition."
You all.
The girl with glasses wanted to argue, but seeing the fire spitting from everyone's eyes, she had no choice but to give up.
"I'm sorry, I was wrong."
The girl with glasses walked up to Lin Zhe, bowed and apologized while crying. Her sisters could only follow suit one by one.
Then, they all slunk away.
At this moment, another student stood up and said to Lin Zhe, "I propose that we elect this student as our leader, and we will follow his orders from now on. What do you think?"
"I agree. I'm fine."
Everyone expressed their agreement. In an instant, all 30-plus examinees present became Lin Zhe's underlings. Wang Hao patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder and said with a hint of jealousy,
jealousy. Lindsay, you're getting better now too. Unfortunately, I didn't get any of the points from that wave just now. Oh, this. Lindsay scratched his head. I'd forgotten all about it. Then, he said to everyone, let my brothers fight the next monster first. Those who didn't chime in earlier, let's attack in the second wave. Those who chimed in earlier can only be hit last. Everyone keep an eye on each other, understand? The group exchanged glances, not daring to object, and unanimously agreed, yes, it's up to our eldest brother. Wanghao was so moved that he cried out, Lindsay, oh no, Godfather, you really haven't forgotten your godson. Outside the instance, the school principals were all astonished by the scene. Every principal cast a reproachful glance at Lu Hanlin. So what? Didn't you say Lindsay wouldn't do anything to our students? How come everyone's become his underlings now? And he's even started a distribution system? Is this the college entrance exam or a gang activity? This is utter child's play. Lu Hanlin spread his hands, dropping all pretense. He didn't beat the students out directly, which is already out of consideration for me. You should be grateful. All the principals dared not speak out in anger. Under Lindsay's command, the third wave of monsters was quickly dealt with as well. Wanghao's points skyrocketed, making him grin from ear to ear. Those who had questioned Lindsay earlier only received leftovers, and they were all filled with regret. Just after the third wave of monsters was completely wiped out, the black dragon that was perched on the distant volcano let out another deafening roar. Then, it flapped its huge wings twice and soared into the sky. A pair of wings spread out in the air, as if blotting out the sun, and the originally fine weather instantly turned into dark clouds and thunder. Then, they saw the black dragon begin to fly towards the students. Meanwhile, at the exit of the second area of the instance, something else is happening. There were two proctors standing there, and when they saw the change in the sky caused by the black dragon, their eyes also showed anticipation. Is it finally starting? One of the proctors said. I've been waiting for ages. The other proctor behind him kept his hat brim pulled low and remained silent. The first teacher continued, hey, let's guess when the students will be able to pass this time. The next second, he felt his head being held down by an arm from behind. Then, with a crack, his neck was snapped. The second teacher slowly took off his hat, revealing Qin Dongjuan's gloomy face. I've been waiting for quite a while too. Lindsay, it's time to offer up the wind you gave me as a sacrifice to the heavens. He took out a black staff and inserted it into the portal leading to the dungeon. The gray mist covering the portal immediately turned black. Faced with the massive black dragon that blotted out the sky and hurtled towards them, every examinee frowned. Its size and imposing presence far surpassed any boss they had ever fought before. BOSS, Satyr, the Wings of Calamity. Race, Dragon, Rank A, Level 32. Health points, 60,000. Skills, Fiery Ray, Sky Blast, Cataclysmic Lightning, etc. Expand to view details. Description: he is an anomaly among dragons, a symbol of darkness and evil. Perhaps his very existence was meant to bring disaster. The class of 32, the students exclaimed in surprise. This is beyond their current level of capability to handle. Why is this year's college entrance exam so difficult? Is it even a competition for humans? The students complained. Yeah, I heard there's only a 1% chance of getting this dungeon. We're really unlucky. Lindsay, standing in the crowd, exclaimed in surprise, level 32, 60,000 HP? What kind of boss is this? Yes. The students agreed when they heard Lindsay say that. Even he said that, so this dungeon must be really difficult. But the next second, Lindsay continued, isn't this even worse than a lowly monster? To be honest, it's been a long time since I played a dungeon in this primitive mode, and I'm a bit rusty. I wonder if killing this kind of monster will take more than a second. The surrounding classmates instantly turned green with shock. Has no one told him that he's incredibly rude and irritating, even though he can't beat them in a fight? However, Lindsay restrained the urge to immediately go up and kill him. Forget it, I still have to give Principal Lu some face and not make things too difficult for him. Then he said to everyone, you guys fight it for a while, or it down until it's below 50% health, then call me. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lindsay found a rock, sat down, and began to meditate. Everyone couldn't help but think to themselves, thank you so much, you're actually a really nice person. Just then, the black dragon known as Cataclysm Wings flew above them and let out a tremendous roar. Then, a red laser beam shot out from his mouth, drawing a straight line across the ground and causing an explosion where it passed. Several students were hit by the ray at once, some were eliminated, and others were left with very low health. The students looked at Lindsay, who was meditating with his eyes closed, and then at the powerful dragon, their faces filled with surprise and uncertainty. Never mind, let's go for it. Wang Hao shouted, kill as many as we can, it's not like we're really dead. However, at that moment, an interface popped up in front of everyone's eyes. This instance has been switched to nightmare mode. Please proceed with caution. Note, death is real in nightmare mode. Good luck. The candidates were immediately in an uproar. Wang Hao slapped himself 3 times. Look at my mouth. Hey, is this part of the exam too? The students were devastated. Fine, I won't take the college entrance exam. I'm going home to farm right now. Lindsay had barely settled down when he saw the screen and was dumbfounded. dumbfounded. What's going on? Not again? So, does that mean whichever instance I enter will cause problems there? Stop it. If this keeps up, I'll become a jinx. At the same time, the black dragon seemed to feel a power spreading throughout its body, and its strength had been greatly enhanced. He let out another deafening roar, and instantly countless red lightning bolts fell. BOSS, Satyr, the Wings of Calamity. Race, Dragon, Rank A, Level 120, HP 5 million. What? Level 120? The examinees all screamed in a frenzy. How are we supposed to beat that? Everyone started running away with their heads in their hands. Some were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. The once intact team was instantly routed. Amid the chaos, a sinister laugh came from behind Lin Zhe. Hee, Lin Zhe, I've finally found you. Lin Zhe turned around and saw a middle-aged man dressed as an invigilator, but with a very sinister appearance. Lin Zhe recognized the other person immediately. You're Qin Feng's father, Qin Dongjun? Lin Zhe was also slightly surprised. He originally intended to go to them on his own initiative, but unexpectedly, they came to him instead. Lin Zhe instantly understood why the dungeon had suddenly changed. So, you're the one who sabotaged this instance? He. Qin Dongjun's eyes were icy cold. This is a gift I prepared especially for you. Meanwhile, outside the instance, after the unexpected incident, all the teachers and students were greatly shocked. Feng Wuchen, old Lu, you were right again. Dungeons with Lin Zhe always seem to run into some problems. Lu Hanlin, go away. Is this the time for jokes? I was just saying it casually. Who knew it would actually cause a problem? At this moment, Zhang Qi from the Border Legion walked over to the principal's seat to offer words of comfort. Principals, don't panic, Zhang Qi said calmly. We were prepared this time and have already arranged for soldiers from the Border Legion to be on standby in the instance. Please remain calm. That's great. The students are saved. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Dongjun and Lin Zhe are facing off. Lin Zhe said casually, you're quite interesting. Your son clearly betrayed the human race and died because he trusted the undead race. Yet you insist on blaming me and even send people to assassinate me everywhere. You have no right to mention Fenger. Qin Dongjun's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly became like a mad dog. You killed my son. Don't even think about denying it. Ha 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 ha. He suddenly laughed wildly, as if he had gone mad, and shouted, Lin Zhe, it's too late to deny it or beg for mercy. Enjoy the gift I've prepared for you. At the same time, Lin Zhe felt as if a large dark cloud had covered his head. It turned out that the Wings of Calamity had locked onto him as their target. Lin Zhe slowly raised his head, looked at the huge thing above, and smiled. Then I'll accept your generous gift. The next second, a demonic dragon, half a head larger than Calamity Wings, appeared in the sky and grabbed Calamity Wings in its hand. Then, a ball of lightning shot directly at Calamity Wings' face. Roar! Calamity Wings was not to be outdone, and retaliated with a bolt of red lightning. For a moment, the two giant dragons were locked in a fierce battle in the air. Shadow Fiend, go help! A massive black sword appeared beside Lin Zhe and then flew into the sky with a whoosh. Boom! A 30-meter-tall shadow demon phantom appeared in the air, with the effect of 100% taunting the enemy. Upon seeing this, the Wings of Calamity, as if possessed, released the demon dragon and lunged at the phantom. Meanwhile, the demon dragon took the opportunity to spit several lightning balls at him, each dealing around 2.2 million damage. Soon, they took the Wings of Calamity away. Boss Calamity Wing Satyr defeated. 300,000 experience gained. The twice the effort talent has been triggered, granting an additional 150,000 experience. Lifespan plus 300,000 days, 821 years and 235 days. Loot obtained, 300,000 copper coins. Staff of Calamity, Mage Weapon, Fong of Calamity, Material. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 37. Congratulations. Your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, Juvenile Stage, has defeated a dragon boss of equal or higher level, completing the first tier breakthrough quest. Current level 25. As a series of settlement screens popped up, Lin Zhe beamed with joy. Not only did he level up 3 times, but Xiaolong also successfully broke through to the next level and leveled up 5 times. Meanwhile, before it could revert to its original form, the demon dragon began to devour the corpse of the Wings of Calamity, directly inheriting 10% of its attributes. At this point, the demon dragon's attributes have reached: Summoned Beast, Demon Dragon, Childhood, Race, Demon, Dragon, Branch, Special Species, Rarity, S rank, Level, 25, Health Points, 393140, Mana Points, 308,370, Strength 30124, Agility 38921, Stamina 39314, Intelligence 31388, Spirit 30837, Skills, Lightning Ball, Electric Circle, Celestial Transformation, Talents, Elemental Immunity, Darkness Immunity, Infinite Devour, Thousand Lightning Burial, exclamation point. Lin Zhe was immediately shocked. At level 25, Xiaolong's 5 attribute values are already similar to those of Yanma and others, and in some cases, they have even surpassed them. I feel that he can already be used as my top combat force. This little dragon has a limitless future. Lindsay couldn't help but feel that he was being a bit too abnormal. However, the pop-up interface did not stop. Your summoned beast has acquired a new skill. Skill, Thunderous Blast. Deals 3 instances of lightning damage to enemy targets within a 50-meter radius. Damage equals Intelligence *1, Intelligence *5, Intelligence *10. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Oh, this new skill's 3-stage damage is pretty awesome, Lindsay exclaimed. At this moment, the 2-minute limit of Heaven and Earth formation expired, and the demon dragon had returned to Lindsay's side. It had transformed from a 3-headed juvenile dragon into a standard-shaped dragon, though it was still relatively small, about half the height of an adult and over 2 meters long. It had jet black skin that shone brightly, and a pair of imposing devil horns on its head. Oh whoa! Little dragon let out a slightly rough cry, looking very happy, and stretched out its head to rub against Lindsay. However, the checkout screen is not yet finished. Ding! Your long-term quest Demon Dragon Raising Project has made progress. The Demon Dragon has been raised to the adult stage. You have received 1 system lottery draw. Long-term quest step 3. Nurture the dragon to maturity. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Final reward? Good, good, good. Having gained so much all at once, Lindsay finally felt that his participation in the college entrance examination had not been in vain. At the same time, everyone around was stunned and stood there dumbfounded after seeing Lindsay instantly kill the level 120 boss. No one could believe what they had just witnessed. Shin Dongjuan's sinister smile froze on his face. Quality, grade A. Lindsay looked at him with a smile. Your gift is indeed too big. I don't know how to thank you. Shin Dongjuan was so shocked that he lost his ability to speak normally. Just then, a loudspeaker rang out from behind. Students, don't panic. We're here to rescue you. Dozens of border regiment soldiers in military uniforms hurried up. Several soldiers immediately surrounded Shin Dongjuan, took him into custody, and then picked up a walkie-talkie and said, "Report, the instigator of the crisis has been arrested." The other soldiers looked around warily, asking, "Where is the dragon? Where is the dragon?" However, apart from the bewildered examinees, no other monsters were seen at the scene. A soldier who looked like an officer walked up to a test taker and asked, "Student, where is that giant dragon?" He's already taken care of it. The classmate pointed tremblingly at Lindsay. "He's already taken care of it." What? The officer was also shocked. A level 120 boss was taken down by someone who's only level 30? About 10 minutes later, the candidates on site were basically calmed down. Everyone was draped in a blanket and made to sit on the floor and drink energy drinks. Those who were injured received timely medical treatment, and fortunately, there were no fatalities. Meanwhile, Lindsay's superior finally learned the whole story. Major Lindsay. The officer saluted Lindsay sharply. "Thank you for your timely rescue, which minimized the losses. We, the people of Great Xia, thank you once again for your contributions." Lindsay waved his hand gently. "It's nothing, don't worry about it." After saying that, Lindsay looked at Shin Dongjun, who was being held captive. "By the way, what should we do with him?" "We will take him back for questioning about some details, since it's practically impossible for an individual to put a dungeon into nightmare mode. Then, he will likely face the death penalty." That's more like it. Lindsay nodded. However, it's a bit of a pity that he didn't die by his own hand. At this moment, Shin Dongjun let out a dejected laugh. "Ha ha ha, Lindsay, it seems that God really has no eyes. Oh well, I can go down and keep my Fomer company now." However, he said halfway through, his voice suddenly became eerie, as if an even more sinister and wicked voice had been superimposed on his original voice. The voice continued, "You humans will soon fall into the hands of the abyss, very soon." Ha 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 ha, abyss? Lindsay's expression changed upon hearing this word. The next second, Shin Dongjuan's body underwent a horrifying change. Suddenly, numerous black, unidentified substances shot out from his 7 orifices, each one like a snake biting at the soldiers around him. The next second, Lindsay moved like lightning, appearing beside Shin Dongjun and sending him flying with a punch. However, the black snake was too fast, and several soldiers were still bitten. As if poisoned, they lay on the ground and died instantly. What is that thing? The other soldiers were all terrified and on high alert. In just a few seconds, they had already lost several of their comrades. At the same time, after being knocked away, Shin Dongjun lay there letting out a scream. His entire body was torn apart by the black substance, forming a spatial rift. Then, a large black snake slowly emerged from the crack. The black serpent began to transform into human form, becoming a handsome, slightly effeminate man. He looked at Lindsay leisurely and said in a cynical tone, "You must be Lindsay. Nice to meet you. My name is Ouroboros, the serpent from the abyss. In the name of the abyss, I extend a sincere invitation to you. How about joining the abyss?" 12 hours ago, in a dark world beyond the myriad realms, in the center of a crater, there is a very inconspicuous little wooden house. But once you step inside the cabin, you'll find that it's just an entrance to the underground. We took the elevator down to the ground floor and arrived at a huge room. The walls of the room were not made of cement or any other building material, but rather seemed more like some kind of living organism. Walking through them, one could see the walls pulsating
pulsating slightly and hear the sound of blood flowing within them. Beside the wall, there were piles of transparent containers of all sizes. Inside the containers were all sorts of bizarre and strange creature corpses and tissues. Around the room, there are various experimental facilities and instruments made of biological tissues. At that moment, a man's voice came from the deepest part of the room. Strange, something's not right. What's going on? The man's voice was filled with doubt, as if he had encountered some huge problem. And this man was none other than Ouroboros, one of the 10 generals of the Abyss. At this moment, he was lying in front of an experimental table, using a biological tentacle-like instrument to observe a red liquid in a small container. As he observed, he muttered to himself, "No problem, this is the blood of that human." But why did the simulation fail 3 times? Completely baffled, he steadied himself and said, "Never mind, let's begin the 4th simulation experiment." Received, the biological supercomputer in the room replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room seemed to come alive. Many biological tentacles reached out from all directions and absorbed the last bit of red liquid in the small container. Immediately afterwards, in a large glass jar not far from the experimental table, a lump of flesh was growing rapidly. Skeleton, internal organs, muscles, skin, facial features. In less than 10 minutes, a handsome human boy appeared in the vessel. The boy slowly stepped out of the vessel and knelt before Ouroboros. "Introduce yourself," Ouroboros commanded arrogantly. "My name is." The human thought for a couple of seconds before answering. "My name is Lin Zhe, human, male, 18 years old, and my profession is an S-rank demon summoner. A native of Tianyu City, orphaned at Tianyu City No. 3 Middle School, and currently admitted to the Western War Academy." "Very good." Ouroboros interrupted him, muttering to himself, "The memory test is correct." He looked the human up and down, a slight smile on his face, and continued to ask, "Tell me, what is the secret to your strength far exceeding that of other humans of the same level?" The simulated human Lin Zhe paused for a moment, then frowned and began to think. My secret. Ah, I remember now." His eyes suddenly lit up. "My secret is that I have a..." "What do you have?" Ouroboros stared wide-eyed at the obvious answer. "What I mean is, I personally think this pasta should be mixed with number 42 concrete, because the length of this screw can easily and directly affect the excavator's torque. When you hammer it in, it instantly generates a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFO." "Stop," Ouroboros roared. "What utter nonsense. Every time we get to this part, this kind of linguistic and logical error appears." "Fine, just demonstrate your ability to summon demons," he ordered. "Yes," the simulated human Lin Zhe replied respectfully once again. "You're lying." Then, he pulled out a thick tome and shouted to himself, "Contract with the flame demon. I have sacrificed 100 years of my lifespan to form a contract with the flame demon for you." Boom! A huge fire demon appeared in the room. The Balrog let out a fierce, deep voice. "My name is..." However, the next second, the simulated human Lin Zhe was seen to fall to the ground, kick twice, and die. Both Ouroboros and Balrog were stunned. Ouroboros flew into a rage, overturning some of the instruments on the lab table to the floor. "Where exactly did things go wrong? I, Ouroboros, the greatest scientist in the Abyss, haven't encountered such a difficult problem in hundreds of years. No, I absolutely must find out the truth," he said, his eyes blazing with anger. The 5th simulation experiment begins. However, the biological supercomputer broadcast an error message. The simulated subject's blood has run out, and the experiment cannot be carried out. Ouroboros screamed in a frenzy. "I'm so angry." His eyes were fierce as he vented his anger on the fiery demon. With a gentle pinch in the air, countless black snakes tightly coiled around the fiery demon, turning it into a pool of blood. The summoned beasts of the simulation entity are also much weaker than the original entity. He licked the blood splattered on his face, his expression softening slightly. "This human named Lin Zhe is making me more and more curious. Since you've run out of blood, I'll just keep looking for more from you." Then, he said to the bio-supercomputer, "Based on the analysis of Lin Zhe's memories, a human named Qin Dongjun recently tried to approach the target, right?" "Yes," the biological superbrain replied. "Very good." His eyes gradually turned cold. "Start with this Qin Dongjun and bewitch him into becoming a slave of the Abyss. Then, use him directly as an anchor point to carry out the breach invasion." Ouroboros smiled expectantly. "This time, I will go myself." Let's go back to the present. Inside the Pure Dragon's Nest instance, Ouroboros has successfully invaded the instance and said to Lin Zhe, "In the name of the Abyss, I extend a sincere invitation to you. How about joining the Abyss?" Upon hearing this, everyone, including Lin Zhe, was stunned. Although the people around didn't know what the Abyss was, everyone realized that something was wrong. This person, who emerged from a spatial rift and was transformed from a large black snake, is definitely not a benevolent being. Deep, Abyss General, Crow, Wave, Race, Deep, Abyss, Grade, Health Points, Skill. Even the character information card once again displayed strange gibberish. This is... Seeing the soldiers who were instantly killed by the enemy, Lin Zhe's expression gradually darkened. Then, in a commanding tone, he said to the Legion commander beside him, "Listen up, take the
students and retreat immediately. Be quick. But Major, the officer still had some doubts. Retreat immediately, that's an order. Lin Zhe's tone was firm. Yes, sir, the officer replied, then ordered the soldiers around him, protect the students and retreat immediately. The soldiers immediately did as instructed, leading the students away from Lin Zhe and the enemy. Ouroboros paid no attention to the departing crowd, as if they were nothing more than insignificant ants in his eyes, not worth his attention. A cold smile appeared on his face as he asked Lin Zhe, so, can you give me your answer now? Master, what are your orders? Should we join the abyss, or? Before the other person could finish speaking, Lin Zhe appeared directly in front of him. A fist imbued with the power of a thunderbolt slammed into Ouroboros' face. With a loud thud as his fist struck his bones, Ouroboros was sent flying. This punch was enough to instantly kill an ordinary human below the 5th rank. However, Ouroboros' fallen body immediately stood up again. His neck had been twisted 180 degrees, his entire face turned to the back, but the next second, his head slowly turned back. He loosened the muscles in his neck and said nonchalantly, looks like I got rejected. So this is what it feels like to be rejected. It doesn't feel so good. A naive sense of grievance appeared on his face. He looked like a bullied child. However, his pupils quickly shrank drastically, turning into vertical pupils. Oh well, there's nothing we can do about it then. We had no choice but to forcibly take you back. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched his hand forward, and the tip of his arm instantly transformed into several giant black pythons. Each python opened its blood-red maw and lunged at Lin Zhe. Demons, get out there and get to work, Lin Zhe whispered. The next second, demons appeared in front of him. Below's the fire demon took the first step, slamming his molten hammer into the giant python, instantly sending its head flying into the air, black blood splattering out. Damage caused, 4,402,137. Then, more black pythons burst out from Ouroboros' limbs, mouth, and belly, looking quite terrifying and bizarre. Dozens or even hundreds of giant pythons surged forward like a tide. Lilith immediately lashed out with her bone whip, unleashing crescent-shaped sword energies. In an instant, countless giant pythons were decapitated, but the offensive did not stop there. Then, black pythons sprouted from the ground where they stood, and the entire land was instantly transformed into a snake's lair. The 10 hellhounds immediately transformed into shadow forms and detonated the shadows. The demon dragon also used the electric ring skill, spreading a ring of lightning around him. Instantly, large numbers of the giant pythons on the ground also died. Taking advantage of the moment when Ouroboros' attention was diverted, the greatsword possessed by the shadow demon Nora had already circled behind him and, taking him by surprise, stabbed him with a whoosh. Ugh! Ouroboros spat out a mouthful of black blood. Looking down again, he saw that his body had been pierced by the giant sword. Lin Zhe, who was stationed at the rear, said calmly, your abyss generals can't be this capable, can they? However, what followed was a series of sinister laughs from Ouroboros. Ha 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 ha. Despite being pierced, he seemed to feel no pain at all, coldly saying, your summoned beasts are indeed much more powerful than my experimental subjects. Where exactly did things go wrong? What secrets do you hold? My curiosity is practically overflowing. As soon as he finished speaking, his mangled body transformed into a small black snake and burrowed into the ground. Then, in the next instant, dozens of identical Ouroboros appeared in the sky and shouted in unison, the domain of 10,000 poisonous serpents. Then, countless black pythons sprang out from the bodies of each Ouroboros. In an instant, a net of black pythons was formed, creating an inescapable trap. Skill, domain of 10,000 venomous serpents. Each giant serpent deals abyss attribute damage to the target, with damage automatically stacking, and each subsequent serpent dealing 1% more damage than the previous one. In an instant, several demons were bitten several times by the black pythons. Lin Zhe frowned slightly and used the Demon Hot Spring skill to summon a lava hot spring to replenish the demons. After replenishing its health, the Balrog howled at the canopy woven from black pythons and unleashed its eternal flame. The orange flames instantly enveloped the black pythons. The demon dragon was equally unyielding, immediately using its newly learned AoE skill, Thunder Blast. Lightning bolts streaked across the sky and struck the ground in rapid succession, inflicting 3 levels of damage on each black python, 60,000, 300,000, and 600,000. It's a pity his Heaven and Earth transformation skill is still on cooldown, otherwise, the damage would be increased by 100 times. Faced with the area of effect skills of the two demons, the offensive of 10,000 poisonous serpent domain noticeably weakened. The succubus and shadow demon seized the opportunity to reap the rewards, flying into the air to attack dozens of Ouroboros. The demons maintained a continuous attack, taking turns returning to the demon hot spring to recover after being injured. Once fully healed, they immediately charged forward to attack again. With perfect coordination, the Ouroboros in midair were finally wiped out. Although it took a lot of effort, the demons were clearly getting tired. Is it over? Nora asked, panting. What the hell are these things? The flame demon cursed from the side. However, Lin Zhe did not relax. He had a bad feeling. Sure enough, suddenly, the voice of Ouroboros echoed across the entire earth beneath their
their feet. I never imagined that you, a mere human, could hold out against me for this long.
To be honest, I'm getting a little angry. Forget it, my purpose in coming here was not to kill you, as long as I can bring you back.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lindsay and the demons felt the earth tremble.
The next second, a black cement-like substance seeped out from the soil. Lindsay felt his feet sinking deep into the black substance.
Looking around again, in no time at all, the entire land had turned into a swamp of that black substance. Then, something huge seemed to be surging in the swamp, swimming towards Lindsay.
This is really troublesome. Lindsay frowned, feeling that he couldn't move his feet.
The colossal object approached at an extremely fast speed. However, at that moment, a golden light suddenly flashed before Lindsay's eyes. When he looked up, a large golden bird was flying towards him.
At the same time, a voice came from the bird's back. Catch it quickly.
Lindsay quickly focused his gaze and saw a young man in a scholar's robe standing on the bird's back, calling out to him.
Who is that?
Lindsay was puzzled, but there was no time to think about it.
He quickly recalled the demon and grabbed one of the bird's feet. Then, the large bird flew upwards and pulled Lindsay out of the black substance.
The moment Lindsay was freed, a huge black python emerged from the swamp, its head alone being as big as Lindsay's living room. The giant python opened its massive jaws and lunged, but the golden bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky. The snake's mouth closed just an inch from Lindsay's feet, narrowly missing its target.
After escaping danger, Lindsay climbed onto the bird's back.
He saw a young man dressed in a grayish-blue scholar's robe, with a refined and gentle appearance. One could tell from his looks alone that he was a gentleman. He also held a calligraphy brush in his hand. Lindsay stepped forward, clasped his hands in a fist salute, and bowed slightly. Thank you for your help.
May I ask your name? The young man replied calmly, one of the 7 heroes of the clouds, by M.O.
Lindsay was immediately startled.
In the Great Xia, even if one is usually oblivious to the world around them, it is impossible not to know that under General Huayu, the highest combat power in the Great Xia, there are 7 individuals who are known as the ceiling of combat power. Their strength even surpassed that of the 12 city lords, and they fought on the front lines against the invasion of myriad races year after year. They have a resounding name, the 7 heroes of the clouds. 100 years ago, all races invaded, and everyone changed professions. Most of the Great Xia was shrouded in mist, leaving only 12 large city-states and some small towns. Each large city-state is assigned a lord to govern it. The 12 city lords then reported to a higher central authority.
For security and strategic reasons, the central institutions are located in a man-made floating city known as Panglai. Panglai City floats around in the skies above the Great Xia dynasty year-round, its whereabouts unpredictable, making it difficult for the enemy to locate. The central organization was managed by high-ranking officials such as General Huayu, and the 7 top combatants under his command were given a very descriptive name, the 7 heroes of the clouds. At this moment, Lindsay looked at the young man in front of him and was immediately filled with respect. The 7 heroes of the clouds, this was a resounding name he had heard since he transmigrated to this world. They possessed exceptional strength and were admired by all professionals in the Great Xia dynasty. They also defended their homeland and achieved great military exploits, symbolizing the highest glory of the Great Xia dynasty. At this moment, Lindsay was facing by M.O., who was known as the Master Painter. His profession is an extremely rare and unique one within the summoning faction, capable of summoning all things to fight through what he draws. Moreover, Bayamo was not yet middle-aged, but he had already broken through to the 5th rank, which was even higher than that of City Lord Lei.
Seeing Lindsay looking somewhat dazed, Bayamo smiled slightly and took the initiative to speak.
For this college entrance examination, the entire Great Xia army has made various preparations in advance, and our 7 heroes of the clouds are on standby around the clock, all to prevent the current situation from happening again.
You must be the legendary Lindsay? I've seen your name many times in your City Lord's reports. Meeting you today, I can confirm your extraordinary skills. I've been observing from the sidelines for a while now.
You can fight that monster for so long. There aren't many people in the entire Great Xia who can do that. Lindsay lowered his head slightly. I'm ashamed. I almost fell into that monster's trap just now.
Ha, no need to be modest. Bayamo laughed. You take a rest, and leave the rest to me. That monster looks really strange to me. We'd better get rid of it as soon as possible.
The golden bird carrying the 2 people let out a long and clear cry, then turned around and flew back towards the giant snake on the ground. At the same time, Bayamo flicked his long sleeves and began to wield his calligraphy brush in the air. Even without a blank sheet of paper, wherever the pen tip moved, it immediately left ink lines in the air. Bayamo's eyes were sharp as he focused intently on his brushstrokes, and in no time, a splashed ink landscape painting appeared before the 2 of them. The mountains in the painting are majestic and towering, making the viewer feel as if they are actually there. The skill was so superb that Lindsay couldn't help but hold his breath in awe. Then, Bayamo smiled slightly and said softly to the monster below, "This painting, Sunrise over Mount Tai, is yours." The next second, the inkwash mountains plummeted straight down, and as the speed of the fall increased, the originally flat painting gradually transformed into a 3-dimensional object, growing larger and larger. In no time, it had become a massive mountain range range with the exact same scale as in reality. Boom! The mountain range pressed down on the black swamp and the black python below, producing a deafening roar. Then, I saw a series of exaggerated damage numbers pop up below, each approaching 10 million.
What an amazing skill! Lin Zhe exclaimed sincerely.
I'm afraid it will take me several months to reach that level of damage.
Bayemo almost fell off the bird's back.
His lips twitched violently. Are all the younger generation this confident these days? However, at this moment, the black swamp on the ground, despite being severely damaged, did not disappear. Instead, it gradually swallowed up the huge mountains. Then, several more huge black snakes appeared, this time with triangular heads. The black snake opened its mouth, revealing a pair of menacing, hook-shaped fangs, and began spewing black venom at the golden bird.
Hold on tight, Bayemo reminded Lin Zhe.
As soon as he finished speaking, the large bird shook violently as it tried to dodge the attack.
What a tough monster to kill. Bayemo frowned slightly.
The next second, he picked up the brush again and made a brilliant stroke in the air. In just a few seconds, he had drawn a majestic and imposing ink-washed dragon of the east. Bayemo gently touched the dragon's eye sockets, and the glaring eyes began to move slightly.
Then, the entire dragon came to life.
The ink dragon leaped out of the painting, its size growing larger and larger. It let out a roar and charged straight at the venomous snake below. The black dragon coiled and danced among several venomous snakes, and black lightning immediately appeared around it, followed by a series of explosions. Each explosion caused around 20 million damages. However, the black snakes, like weeds that cannot be extinguished by wildfire, continued to emerge from the black swamp.
Just how much health does this monster have? Bayemo exclaimed in surprise. I'll help, Lin Zhe shouted, and the next second, the flame demon was summoned again.
The Balrog leaped off the bird's back, raising a heavy hammer wreathed in eternal orange flames. With a loud bang, orange flames splashed out in the black swamp, and the black snakes immediately began to struggle and writhe in the flames.
Bayemo was slightly surprised. Your flames are incredible.
Even the 7 heroes of the clouds have rarely seen such a mythical item.
However, the fire is still a little small, Baimoqian said with a smile. I'll help you. In less than 10 seconds, several dark eagles appeared on his brush.
Then, each eagle flapped its huge wings and began to fan out powerful gusts of air towards the flames.
Boom! The flames spread rapidly as soon as the wind blew them.
Soon, the entire vast black swamp was covered by orange flames, and all the black snakes were swallowed up. After about 10 minutes, the black swamp and the black snakes were finally burned to ashes and gradually disappeared from the ground, leaving only billowing smoke and charred soil. Bayemo and Lin Zhe finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Lin Zhe bowed slightly. Thank you so much, senior. I'm ashamed.
Bayemo was a little embarrassed. The main credit is still yours. I just played a supporting role. Then, a look of worry appeared on his face. But is this the abyss? I dare say it's more troublesome than any enemy I've ever encountered before. If they really invade the human race, the consequences will be unimaginable. Lin Zhe nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly felt a slight stinging pain on his neck, as if he were being stared at by something. Bayemo immediately noticed the strange thing. Lin Zhe, what's that on your neck? A small black snake was seen clinging to Lin Zhe's back, its fangs already embedded in the skin of his neck. Lin Zhe was also startled and immediately grabbed the small snake and pulled it downwards. 2 holes were visible in his neck, from which blood was flowing. How come this thing is still alive? Bayemo said angrily. The next second, Lin Zhe spoke, but his voice and tone sounded somewhat strange, almost exactly like Orobaro's. He murmured, Lin Zhe, in the end, I still won. Upon hearing the strange sound from Lin Zhe, Baimo's expression changed drastically. When did you? Lin Zhe laughed loudly, then a sly expression appeared on his face. Ever since you rescued him, I've already left a bit of my tissue in the sole of his shoe. His flames are indeed powerful, but I'm not on the same level as that so-called immortal undead king. As long as even the slightest trace of me remains in the myriad realms, I will not die. Alright, now that his body is mine, I need to go back and do some research. Bye-bye. After saying this, Lin Zhe was about to jump off the bird's back and escape into the abyss crevice. Trying to run? Baimo's eyes sharpened. Not so easy. He wildly swung his brush in the air a few times, and several straight lines of ink flew from all directions to surround Lin Zhe's body, locking him in place. Oh, Lin Zhe's expression showed interest. So, it seems you don't want me to leave? Alright, actually I've been wanting to use this body for a while now, so I'll play with you for a bit. Summon demons. The next second, the fire demon, succubus, demon dragon, hellhound, and shadow demon all appeared on the bird's back, surrounding Bayemo. Bayemo was also on high alert when faced with so many demons at once, and sweat beaded on his forehead. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe, who was possessed, laughed happily. This true body is indeed much more powerful than those experimental subjects. Then, he revealed a sinister smile and shouted at the demons, slaves, servants, what does he usually call you? Never mind, attack. However, all the demons remained motionless and stared at him with strange looks. What's wrong? Get them. I'm your master. No, you are not my master, said the succubus Lilith, resting her chin on her hand. My master is always a little shy in front of me, and she would never never be fierce towards me. That's right. Below's the flame demon added, my lord would never call me a slave. And, shadow demon Nora said, bowing her head, my master also taught me many things. Oh woof woof woof. The demon dragon and hellhounds also barked in agreement. TCH. The possessed Lin Zhe showed a disappointed expression and said disdainfully, what's with this master-servant sentimentality? It's disgusting. Since that's the case. The next second, a smile crept onto his lips again. Let me completely take over your master's consciousness. Then, you won't have a choice anymore. At the level of consciousness. In a vast and clear sea of consciousness, a black python slowly entered and then transformed into human form, becoming the appearance of Ouroboros. This means that he has already invaded Lin Zhe's deep consciousness. Around his body, one word after another emerged. Demon Summoner, Tianyu City, Daxia, Wang Hao, Launching, Lei Jinyu, Flame Demon, Ratman, Xin Feng. Countless words, arranged in random order, began to slowly revolve around Ouroboros. It is these densely packed words that make up each person's life. Ouroboros looked on with anticipation. Let me see. He plunged his hand into the words, roughly rummaging through them as if searching for a piece of clothing in a closet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as several bolded words appeared before him. Found it! Ouroboros shouted excitedly. Earth, wearing, time travel. Ouroboros frowned. What are these? System. A hint of something was off gradually appeared on his face. What are all these? It feels so hard to understand. Ugh, why does my head hurt? Ah, it's getting worse. I feel like my brain is going to split open. Ouroboros clutched his head and screamed in agony. Just then, he felt someone pat him on the shoulder from behind. He immediately turned around and saw a handsome young man standing behind him. Lin Zhe? Ouroboros took a few steps back. How is this possible? Your consciousness has clearly been taken over by me. No, my head hurts so much. Lin Zhe gave a bright smile, but it looked particularly creepy to Ouroboros. System. Lin Zhe shouted into the air. How should we handle this situation? Who are you talking to? A rare look of terror appeared on Ouroboros' face. The next second, a mechanical, electronic female voice echoed in this sea of consciousness. Ding. System intrusion detected. Anti-intrusion program will be activated to launch a psychological attack on the intruder. Ouroboros was stunned. What is this? System, what is it? I'm telling you, little Wu. Lin Zhe stared intently into the other person's eyes, a mischievous smile on his face. This tells us. The next second, he kicked Ouroboros hard, continuing to say, don't fucking crawl into other people's heads. Ouroboros clutched his throbbing head, completely unable to defend himself against the sudden attack. He lost his balance and fell backward. My whole being felt as if I had fallen into a bottomless sea. Let's get back to reality. Mo and several demons looked at Lin Zhe, who had been possessed by Ouroboros, as if facing a formidable enemy, their faces showing some confusion and bewilderment. He wanted to kill the enemy, but he couldn't do it because it was Lin Zhe's body. I want to save people, but I don't know how. Just then, Lin Zhe spoke up. What exactly is a system? Personally, I think this pasta should be mixed with number 42 concrete, because the length of this screw can easily and directly affect the excavator's torque. When you hammer it in, it instantly generates a large amount of high-energy protein, commonly known as UFO. This will seriously affect economic development. Now that you have such high-speed machinery entering China, remember the principles I gave you. The entire Huanglongjiang school will have Bluetooth. Lu Xishan shouldn't have ridden a shared bicycle during the 3 battles with the White Bone Demon, because forcing a situation can easily lead to the Zygarnik effect, which is very detrimental to the fermentation of red wine. I scared myself. The demons in Bai Mo looked at each other, all with a blank expression. What is he saying? Has the master gone mad? Then, black, cement-like liquid was seen flowing out of the 2 holes on Lin Zhe's neck, quickly flying away and disappearing into the spatial rift. The next second, Lin Zhe's eyes returned to normal. Seeing Bai Mo and the demons looking dumbfounded, he complained, what's wrong with you guys? I heard you said I was crazy while I was gone. Hearing that Lin Zhe's eyes and tone had returned to normal, and that he was even joking, everyone finally calmed down from their shock. Several demons immediately swarmed forward. Master, are you alright? Lilith asked with concern. What? That really scared me. Nora's eyes welled up with a few glistening tears. The flame demon and little dragon breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zhe scratched his head and said, I vaguely heard each of you give a touching speech just now. How about we say it again in person? The demons turned away awkwardly, pretending nothing had happened. Master is so annoying, Lilith said with a playful laugh. At this moment, Bai Mo also came up and asked with some doubt, Brother Lin Zhe, have you really recovered? He was still somewhat worried that this was a deliberate act by the enemy. However, at that moment, a settlement screen popped up in front of the 2 of them. Defeat Ouroboros, one of the 10 Abyss generals, and gain 80,000 experience points. Loot obtained, 80,000 copper coins, Abyss core, material. Bai Mo only believed that Lin Zhe had truly recovered after seeing this text, and breathed a sigh of relief. But Lin Zhe was quite annoyed. After fighting for so long, all we've managed to do is repel them? This monster is way too hard to kill. Furthermore, since it's not about killing monsters, there's no lifespan reward. Bayemo quickly comforted him. To be able to repel such a powerful opponent and prevent the instance from invading reality is already quite an achievement. But I'm curious, you seem to have been possessed just now, so how did you manage to turn the tables and repel the enemy? Ha ha. Lindsay smiled perfunctorily. Well, I'll keep that a secret. Bayemo had no choice but to give up. As a gentleman, he naturally wouldn't pry into other people's privacy. The two were still standing on the bird's back when Lindsay looked down. The abyss rift still hung there, from which black, unidentified substances continuously seeped. Quick, let's go there, Lindsay said hastily. The golden bird let out another crisp cry, carrying them rapidly downwards until they finally landed on the ground. With a wave of his hand, Bayemo transformed the giant bird into a beam of light and stored it in his waist. Lindsay walked to the abyss rift, took out the miniature spring, and dripped a drop onto it. Only then did the rift disappear. Bayemo witnessed the whole thing and was secretly surprised again. I didn't expect this young man to already possess 2 mythical level items. Moreover, judging from his skillful manner, it seems he has purified the abyssal rift more than once. Just after the rift disappeared, Lindsay's system also popped up a notification. Ding! Progress detected in your long-term quest, purifying the abyss rift. Current progress, March 10th. Received a stage reward, 1 system lottery draw, guaranteed at least an A-level reward. Hint, continue completing the task. Successfully purifying 6 times will grant you 1 system lottery draw, guaranteeing at least an S-rank reward. After successfully purifying 10 times, you will receive. Keep up the good work. Very good. Lindsay smiled with satisfaction. This way, we have 2 more chances to draw a prize. At the same time, his 2 newly acquired items, the Core of the Abyss and the Fong of Calamity, resonated with each other and began to glow in his inventory. This means that we can now craft new equipment. Not bad, all that effort wasn't wasted after all, Lindsay thought to himself. At this moment, the soldiers of the Border Legion also ran over again. Major General Bayemo, the officer said respectfully, thanks to your arrival, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Don't mention it. Bayemo waved his hand apologetically. If you want to thank someone, thank Brother Lindsay. He deserves the main credit this time. I didn't help much. The soldiers were all shocked when they heard this. It's important to know that within the Border Legion, the 7 heroes of clouds are the role models and idols of every single one of them. They felt incredibly honored to have even caught a glimpse of the master painter Bayemo today, something they could boast about for a long time. And Bayemo actually acted somewhat humble in front of Lindsay. He even gave him all the credit. And I heard that Lindsay only awakened his profession less than a month ago? Just what kind of cheat code is this guy? Alright, now that the crisis is over, it's time for me to take my leave, Bayemo instructed the soldiers. You must make sure to handle the aftermath properly. Yes, Major General Bayemo, the soldiers replied in unison, giving a military salute. Finally, Bayemo walked up to Lindsay, patted him on the shoulder and said, Brother Lindsay, I heard you've been admitted to the Western War Academy? Then we're alumni. Oh, Lin Zabine replied politely, then I should call you Senior Brother Bai. Junior Brother Lin, you're too kind, Bayemo said with a smile. By the way, have you chosen your mentor yet? Lindsay was stunned. Mentor? It seems you really don't know anything about this. Bayemo was a little speechless. After you enroll, the first thing you will do is choose your own mentor, and you will be guided by this mentor for the next 4 years of university. Different mentors have different teaching styles, so choosing the right mentor is crucial. I see. Lindsay nodded. It was truly the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. This seems a bit troublesome. He asked, does Senior Brother Bai have any suggestions? Bayemo smiled and said, actually, with your abilities, you could have done it even without going to university. However, keeping a low profile and learning about various fields of knowledge shows that you are not a frivolous person. However, a regular university education would probably be a waste of your talents. I do have a friend, a real friend, not myself. My friend's name is Hanja. He happens to be a teacher at the Western War Academy. It seems he's working on a rather radical teaching project. A radical project? Lindsay's interest was piqued. What is it? Unlike ordinary students playing those artificially modified dungeons at school, his philosophy is to take students directly to the Misty Frontier for real combat. The Misty Border? Lindsay's eyes lit up immediately. That's great. Everyone was immediately dumbfounded. After all these recent events, he felt that ordinary university teaching was no longer enough for him, and he even considered whether he should just quit. I never expected that there would be such practical projects in universities. Seeing Lindsay's excited expression, Bayemo couldn't help but laugh. Your expression is exactly the same as my friend's. He gets excited as soon as he hears about a battle. His strength back then was actually no less than mine, but he wasn't interested in joining the army or becoming an official. He just liked doing his teaching programs. Otherwise, he should have had a place among the 7 heroes of Yunshao. Lindsay became increasingly curious after hearing this. This Hanja might just be his ideal mentor. Lindsay clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you. thank you for showing me the way, senior brother. Bye. At this moment, the soldiers who saw Lin Zhe and Bai Mo chatting and laughing together felt even more envious and sour. Alright, I really must take my leave now, Bai Mo said. I still need to go back and report to the great general about the Abyss invasion. After saying that, he quickly drew a large inkwash gate with his brush, stepped inside, and disappeared into thin air. Ultimately, the students all returned safely to reality, and the damage to the instance was minimized. However, the corresponding result was that the candidates' scores in the second part of the exam were extremely poor. Fortunately, the authorities have provided a satisfactory solution. 3 days later, candidates can choose whether or not to retake the test. Manhwa and the others cried out in despair, "My God, we thought we'd be on holiday after today, but it's not over yet." Lin Zhe gave a wry smile, feeling somewhat apologetic towards them, since the whole thing started because of him. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Since the Abyss had already set its sights on the human race, the crisis would have occurred even if it weren't for this time and place. The culprits are the enemies who want to invade humanity. He secretly resolved, since you're coming, I'll kill as many of you as you come. Of course, before that, we still need to improve ourselves as quickly as possible. The reason I was able to defeat the 10 Abyss generals today was because of Bai Mo's help and the fact that the system happened to counter me. In terms of raw strength, I'm still far inferior to Urabaro's. Thinking of this, he didn't wait any longer and directly brought up the lottery page. Use your 2 accumulated lottery chances to draw a prize. The lottery interface spun for a while and then stopped. Congratulations on drawing the skill. Treasure Hunter, rank A. Skill, Treasure Hunter, has a 50% chance to steal one piece of equipment from the opponent's inventory. Each target can only be targeted once. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Although it's not a very powerful skill, it seems to have many clever uses. As Lin Zhe pondered this, a mischievous grin crept across his face. I have a feeling a lot more people are about to suffer. After careful consideration, he decided to give this skill to the dogs. Because dogs are the most agile and there are the most of them, even with the same 50% chance of winning a treasure, if 10 dogs go together, wouldn't they strip the enemy bare? Alright, second draw. Lin Zhe opened the interface again. This time, he directly sacrificed 100 years of his lifespan to ensure an S-level guarantee. The turntable stopped, emitting a golden light. Congratulations on drawing the talent. Attribute transfer, S-rank. Talent, attribute transfer. Allows you to transfer any one of your attribute values to another, keeping the total attribute value unchanged. This excludes attribute values from equipment, items, and buffs. What does this mean? Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise. He read the description several more times and finally confirmed that it meant exactly what he understood. For example, if the values of the 5 attributes, strength, agility, physique, intelligence, and spirit, are all 10, then the strength can be directly increased to 50, and the other 4 attributes can be reduced to 0. Now we're truly invincible. After thinking about it, he decided to keep this talent for himself. Not bad, not bad. Lin Zhe smiled with satisfaction. Before trying out the skill, he decided to change the link target of the Soul Link talent from the Balrog to the Demon Dragon. Talent, Soul Link, Summoner exclusive talent. Select a summon creature to link with, can be freely switched, and you will gain 50% of that summon creature's attributes, skills, and talents. This effect remains active even when not summoned. Change the link object? Yes/no. Link successfully established. Lin Zhe opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Zhe. Class, Demon Summoner. Class Faction, Summoner. Rarity, S rank. Level, 37, 4%. Rank, 1. Health points, 238,190. Mana points, 206,000. Strength 15194, plus 4,500. Agility 19592, plus 4,000. Stamina 19819, plus 4,000. Intelligence 15856, plus 5,000. Spirit 15600, plus 5,000. Talents, Demon Affinity, Soul Link, Copy Summoning, Scorching Airflow, Turning Misfortune into Fortune, Time Management Master, Abyss Walker, Demon Master, Undying Body, twice the result with half the effort. Attribute transfer. Skills, Summon Demon, Demonic Gaze, Insightful Observation, Demonic Hot Spring. Inherited talents and skills, Lightning Ball, Electric Circle, Celestial Transformation, Lightning Domain Blast, Elemental Immunity, Darkness Immunity, Infinite Devour, 10,000 Lightning Burial. Summoning slots, April 4th, Fire Demon, Hellhound, Succubus Queen, Demon Dragon, Growth Stage. Equipment, Shadow Fiend, Weapon Form, Skybreaker Blade, Goldstone Set, Socket, Holy Lights Protection, Undead Gem Set, Great Xia Honorary Citizen, Platinum Medal. Techniques, Turtle Breathing Technique, Thunderclap Technique. Lin Zhe was immediately delighted. Although his strength attribute was slightly lower than that of the Flame Demon, all 4 other attributes had increased. And most importantly, he can now use the Heaven and Earth Transformation technique himself. Although the magnification in duration will be reduced by 50%, it's still very much like cheating. Another talent is Infinite Devouring, but unlike Little Dragon, he can't directly devour monsters of all races, so its use is limited. Alright, let's try out the newly drawn talent, a tribute transfer. He immediately set aside only 10 points of his agility, stamina, intelligence, and spirit, transferring the rest to strength. Then his power reached 86,021. When you throw a punch, you can feel the air vibrating and making a sound. Then, he transferred all the attributes to agility. In a flash, he had run more than 500 meters away. This is too buggy. Will this world ban my account? He even started to worry. However, that wasn't all. He shouted to the system, how much lifespan do I have left? The current remaining lifespan is 2,405 years and 120 days. Great, I'm going to upgrade the skill. The next second, a long list of upgrades was displayed in front of him. Soul Link, S-Rank upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Time Management Master, S-Level upgrade progress 1/2, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Infinite Devouring, S-Rank upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Demon Master, S-Rank upgrade progress 1/2, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Effective to achieve twice the result with half the effort. S-Rank upgrade progress 1/2, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Turning Misfortune into Good Fortune, S-Rank upgrade progress February 3rd, current upgrade lifespan required 5,000 years. Immortal Body, S-Rank upgrade progress 1/2, current upgrade lifespan required 2,000 years. Virus Transmission, Level S upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 1,000 years. Law of Heaven and Earth, S-Rank upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 1,000 years. Insightful Insight, Rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Elemental Frenzy, Rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Shadow Raid, Rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Roulette of Fortune, Rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. 10,000 Thunder Burial, Rank A upgrade progress 1/3, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Raiders of the Lost Ark, Rank A upgrade progress 1/2, current upgrade lifespan required 500 years. Lindsay looked at the dense text and pondered for a while. Upgrade, Heaven and Earth Manifestation, Elemental Frenzy, and 10,000 Thunder Burial. For me, a total of 2,000 years of lifespan was consumed to upgrade 3 skills. The upgraded skill effects are as follows. Skill, Celestial Manifestation, February 3rd. Enlarges the body to 150 times its original size, and all stats are also increased by 150 times. Duration, 180 seconds. Cooldown, 5 hours. Skill, Elemental Frenzy, 2/3. After use, loses half of your health and increases elemental damage to 500%. Duration, 120 seconds. Cooldown, 200 seconds. Talent, 1000 Lightning Burial, February 3rd. Increases lightning damage by 300% and skill range by 300%. Very good, very good. Lindsay grinned from ear to ear. I'm tired of saying the word invincible. Next, it's time to forge the weapons. Lindsay took out 2 materials that resonated with each other, the Abyss Core and the Fong of Calamity. Then he found a secluded open space, summoned the Flame Demon, and began crafting. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, the legendary craftsman Yenma quickly presented a weapon to Lindsay. Lindsay looked closely and saw that it was a black jade dagger, crystal clear, but it exuded an ominous black aura unique to the Abyss. Disaster Short Sword. Level Restriction, 40. Effect, Agility plus 1,200. Critical hit rate plus 50%. Critical hit damage plus 50%. Evasion rate plus 50%. Movement speed plus 50%. With Abyss attribute attack. The attributes are pretty good, Lindsay thought to himself, and they're perfect for a dog. He immediately replaced the thorn dagger that the Hellhound was equipped with. Currently, the team composition is gradually becoming complete. Dog is an assassin, Flame Demon is a berserker, Little Dragon is a melee mage, Succubus is a control mage, and Shadow Fiend is a tank and ranged mage. Let's make the most of this time before University starts to reach level 40. After completing the second tier breakthrough, we'll be able to add 2 more summoning slots. Meanwhile, in a dark world beyond the myriad realms, deep within the underground laboratory of that crater, in a room, many cryogenic chambers were neatly arranged, and a man was sleeping in each chamber. They all looked the same, resembling Ouroboros, one of the 10 Abyss generals. Suddenly, a scream rang out in the room. Then, the door of a cryogenic chamber opened automatically, and one of the Ouroboros sprang out from inside. He gasped for breath, still shaken, as if he had just had a terrifying nightmare. The supercomputer's voice echoed in the room. Master, what's wrong? Ouroboros took a while to catch his breath before he calmed down. How is this possible? How could I have been reverse invaded? What exactly is in that boy's mind? He said, still shaken, as he stepped out of the cryo chamber. I almost suffered a backlash. Luckily, I escaped quickly, and my life is endless. He looked at the room full of spare bodies, his face regaining its confidence. Want to defeat me? Not so easy. The biological supercomputer continued, Master, could you tell me exactly what happened? I can give you a full examination. No need. Ouroboros stood up, stretched his stiff limbs, and said arrogantly, keep tracking that human boy named Lin Zhe. I refuse to believe I'm Qin Shi Huan, or I'll give you VIP 50. Ouroboros suddenly widened his eyes and covered his mouth with one hand. Did I say something strange just now? Over the next 2 days, Lin Zhe completely left his old neighborhood and moved into the university dormitory. After all, his original home had been blown up beyond recognition by Stephen and was no longer habitable. This dormitory was specially prepared for students like him who were admitted through the guaranteed admission program, so it's not a regular dormitory with several people sharing a room, but rather an apartment where each person has their own private suite. The dormitory has its own living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, with all kinds of facilities, which made Lin Zhe feel that his quality of life had improved a lot. In the following days, he decided to take a break, familiarize himself with the university environment, and go out for a walk to relax. During this time, Lei Zhenyu also called to inform him that, in recognition of his heroic deeds in eradicating the Shadow Guild and resisting the Abyss, his rank had been promoted from major to colonel. Thus, Lin Zhe became the youngest colonel in the history of Great Xia without even realizing it. Furthermore, with the evidence of the Abyss invasion finally confirmed, the entire Great Xia dynasty went on high alert. Many dungeons on the market were temporarily closed, and other dungeons required soldiers to be stationed inside to respond to any anomalies. With only a week left before school started, Lin Zhe decided to start playing dungeons, aiming to level up to 40. Remembering that he hadn't yet visited the school's dungeon battle lobby, he decided to take advantage of this free resource. However, when he got there, Lin Zhe immediately regretted it. Despite it being a holiday, the dungeon lobby was packed with people, like a bustling market. Moreover, all the dungeon rooms were showing as full. I didn't expect the students from the Western War Zone to be so competitive. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, a girl's voice called out to him from behind, Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe turned around and saw that it was Chu Yuyu. She was wearing a vibrant school uniform, a glimpse of her fair thigh peeking out from between her short skirt and long socks, and she skipped over. Lin Zhe, it really is you. You're here to play the game too? Lin Zhe nodded. You too? Chu Yuyu shook her head. I am a student council member, and I am on duty here today. By the way, what dungeon do you want to run? I can recommend some. Lin Zhe said while thinking, the more difficult ones, the key is solo. Chu Yuyu looked troubled. You've seen the number of people today. It's probably not easy to get a spot in a dungeon by yourself. Why don't you reluctantly join a team? Oh, never mind then. Lin Zhe waved his hand and prepared to go back and use the Gate of All Realms to open a dungeon himself. Teaming up with others is a complete waste of your time. Really, you haven't changed at all? Chu Yuyu smiled faintly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she quickly called out to Lin Zhe, wait a minute. There is a dungeon that no one is using. However, that dungeon is quite difficult. Which one is it? Lin Zhe immediately became interested. Come with me. Chu Yuyu led Lin Zhe through the crowd to the entrance of a certain instance room. There were many people queuing on both sides of this room, but no one was interested in it. Lin Zhe walked over and saw that the screen on the door read, Fire Ant Nest, current waiting players, 0. This is it. Chu Yuyu began to introduce, there are a few difficulties in this dungeon. First, the enemies are fire ants, their numbers are ridiculously large, and they are extremely fierce. Moreover, in order to pass the dungeon, you also need to defeat their queen ant. But all of that is secondary. The most troublesome thing is that you have to wander around in their nests. It's pitch black inside, with so many branching paths that it's a complete maze, and there are also quite a few ambushes. Therefore, everyone would rather queue for other groups than come to this dungeon. Is that so? Lin Zhe said without hesitation. Then I'll give it a try. After saying that, he decisively walked into the portal. As expected of him, he really didn't hesitate at all. Chu Yuyu complained from the doorway. At this moment, the people queuing on both sides also turned their attention to this and began to discuss it among themselves. Look, someone actually went into that instance. I saw it too. It looks like that person isn't even level 40 yet. Is he crazy? They should be out in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? I think 5 minutes is enough. The crowd, who had been bored while waiting in line, suddenly became interested, each with an expression of anticipation for a good show. Among these mockers, many had entered this instance when they were young and naive, and without exception, they all came out very quickly. The reason is simple. This dungeon is just too terrible. It can be called the worst dungeon in the Western War Academy. It even left many people with psychological trauma. After a few seconds of time-space shift, Lin Zhe found himself on a desolate grassland, surrounded by deathly silence. In front of him was a pit leading underground. Welcome to the dungeon, Fire Ant Nest. Level restriction, below level 60. Difficulty, hard. Mission description, this land has been attacked by fire ants. Explore the fire ant nests and eradicate them completely. It seems this is the entrance to the lair, Lin Zhe said, looking at the pit. Lin Zhe took a few steps
steps inside, and the sunlight outside quickly disappeared, replaced by complete darkness.
Lin Zhe immediately retreated back to the entrance, pondering, going into the maze would be a huge waste of time.
Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind.
Perfect timing, let's try out the new skills I learned after connecting with Little Dragon.
He took a few steps forward, roughly estimating that the ground beneath his feet was the fire ant's nest, and then directly used the Heaven and Earth Transformation skill.
The next second, Lin Zhe's entire body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant standing proudly between heaven and earth.
After Xiaolong's Law of Heaven and Earth is upgraded to the second stage, it can be magnified 150 times, while Lin's Link skill effect is halved, which means it is magnified 75 times. Therefore, Lin Zhe is now over 130 meters tall. His whole body is like a tall building. Lin Zhe suddenly felt as if he had climbed to a high place and looked into the distance. His vision became incredibly broad, and he was filled with power. Very good, now use attribute conversion. He immediately focused all his attributes on strength, and now his strength has reached over 6.4 million.
Alright, already. Lin Zhe grinned mischievously. The next second, he jumped up and stomped his feet hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire earth began to shake.
Then, cracks appeared on the ground, and the cracks grew larger and larger until the entire ground began to collapse. Instantly, winding tunnels appeared beneath the ground, revealing countless bright red ants, each almost the size of a person.
Fire Ant Soldiers. Race, Fire Ant, Rank D. Level, 55. Health points, 20,000. Skills, Fire Poison Bite, Suicide Explosion, Call to Allies. Seeing their home suddenly collapse, the fire ants froze on the spot, at a loss for what to do. Alright, this time, transfer all attributes to intelligence, Lin Zhe said with a smile, while manipulating his control panel. This time, his intelligence reached over 6 million, and he began placing lightning balls into the anthill. The large ants were densely packed together, and it was hard to imagine how difficult it would be to conquer the dungeon by actually going into the hole. No wonder it was rated as the worst dungeon. However, this difficulty has now become a weakness. In an instant, the entire colony of fire ants was engulfed by bolts of lightning. Before they could even react, they were turned into roasted ants by lightning. Killing fire ant soldiers grants plus 550 experience points and triggers the twice the effort, twice the results talent, granting an additional plus 275 experience points. Lifespan increases by 550 days. Defeat the fire ant general, experience points plus 580, triggering the twice the effort, twice the result talent, additional experience points plus 290, lifespan plus 580 days. Defeat the fire ant queen boss, gain 50,000 experience points, trigger the twice the effort with half the effort talent, for an additional 25,000 experience points, lifespan increased by 50,000 days, 136 years 440 days. Loot obtained, 50,000 copper coins, fire poison boots, queen ant meat, material, etc. How did I manage to kill the boss without even realizing it? Lin Zhe was also somewhat surprised. The pop-up windows on the interface have not stopped. Congratulations on becoming the first person to kill all enemy targets in this dungeon. You will receive an additional 50,000 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 38. Wow, you leveled up already? Lin Zhe grinned. That was way too easy. At this point, the final message finally popped up on the screen. Congratulations on clearing the level. You will be teleported back to your starting point shortly. 60, 59, 58. 1 minute later, Lin Zhe reappeared at the entrance. Since not much time had passed and the same group of people were still queuing on both sides, everyone immediately burst into laughter when they saw Lin Zhe come out. Haha, they're out already? It took even less time than I expected. How ridiculous. What did I just say? He can't even last 5 minutes. Only Chu Yu shook her head, saying regretfully, was it really too much of a stretch? It seems this dungeon is truly too difficult, even Lin Zhe. However, at that moment, a message began scrolling across the screen above the entrance. A nuclear record has been set for the Fire Ant Nest dungeon, 3 minutes and 23 seconds. New record holder, Lin Zhe. See, it's only been 3 minutes. Wait a minute? Those people immediately wore expressions of utter disbelief. 3 minutes to clear the game? Everyone was stunned. Our school's worst dungeon, and Shui Lingling broke the record just like that? Shu Yu was also stunned. After a few seconds, she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. As expected of Lin Zhe, he always manages to create these kinds of surprises. However, Lin Zhe remained calm and unperturbed, asking directly, can I run this dungeon again? Shu Yu explained, the school rules state that each person can only run the same instance once a day. Well, that's a pity, Lin Zhe said with some disappointment. Otherwise, he could have leveled up to level 40 right here today. Thanks for this time, I'll head back now. Lin Zhe greeted Chu Yu, and then, under the gazes of the group as if they were looking at a god, slowly walked out of the dungeon hall. Afterwards, Lin Zhe had dinner and returned to his dormitory. Where should we upgrade next? He thought for a moment and remembered that he still had a very long-term quest, Lord of Demons, which required him to contribute to the revitalization of heaven. hell.
He had only received 1% contribution for helping Shadow Fiend defeat the giant eyeball in the Abyss Rift, so he decided to go to the underworld again at midnight tonight, hoping to make some new discoveries and maybe even level up. He dozed off briefly on his brand new mattress, and soon it was midnight. After waking up, he drew a 6-pointed star array on the ground again and walked into the portal.
Fragments of Hell Realm. Time and space. Level of restriction, none. Difficulty, realistic mode. Task description, none. After Lin Zhe stepped out of the portal, the interface displayed map information. However, he discovered that the place he had arrived at this time was not the territory of the Shadow Fiend from before. It seems that after the Abyss's shackles are lifted, we can be teleported to other places? Lin Zhe speculated. He observed his surroundings and found himself in a forest, surrounded by a gray haze, as if everything in the world had lost its color. He immediately activated his special vision, seeing through everything. In a grayish-white world, some thick black areas were outlined. Each area was small, resembling bloodstains or footprints on the ground. Moreover, these traces were scattered in different locations on the ground, appearing chaotic and disorganized. As the footsteps touched the black marks, another notification popped up. The Talent Abyss Walk has been triggered. Has this place also been corrupted by the Abyss? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly. He carefully observed the scattered black marks on the ground, trying to find some pattern. Finally, he discovered that in one corner of the area, the black marks spread out in one direction. It seems that following these traces might lead us to some clues. After thinking it over, Lin Zhe prepared to follow. However, in a sudden instant, he felt a gust of wind coming from his side. Almost instinctively, he subconsciously activated the thunderclap technique, using his arm to block to the side. A loud metallic clang rang out. At the same time, the arm encircled by the power of lightning blocked an unprecedentedly enormous force. In an instant, Lin Zhe only saw a tall, thin black figure close at hand. What he had just blocked with his arm was a flying kick from the other party. However, in the next instant, the dark figure had vanished. Such fast movement, and such great strength. Lin Zhe was secretly surprised. His instincts told him that the target attacking him was probably very powerful. However, before he could think, the figure attacked again from the other side. Lin Zhe no longer fought alone and chose to summon instead. Boom! The flame demon exploded in the air. He roared as he swung the hammer at the figure. The molten hammer, carrying the destructive power to burn everything, was about to strike the dark figure, but in the next instant, the figure flipped in midair and skillfully dodged the attack. The flame demon swung his hammer but missed, unable to stop due to inertia. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shadowy figure pushed off in midair and closed in on the flame demon, then swiftly thrust his knee into the flame demon's chin. Damage caused 201,923. Ouch! The flame demon cried out in pain and staggered back a few steps. That attack just now was undoubtedly the greatest damage the flame demon had suffered since Lin Zhe summoned it. He felt dizzy and thought he had broken a few teeth. Lin Zhe was also shocked. He had never seen the flame demon suffer such a huge setback. The next second, Shadow Fiend, Demon Dragon, and Succubus appeared on his sides and behind him, respectively. Wait, my lord, the flame demon cried out hastily, I can still fight. As he said this, his feet spun around on the ground, as if he was about to fall. You should just rest, Lin Zhe complained. The enemy was not only swift, but also powerful and precise, with no superfluous movements. It was powerful yet clean and efficient, like a killing machine born for battle. Before he could think, the shadowy figure attacked again. Shadow Fiend unleashes a massive phantom, inflicting a taunt status on the enemy target. The succubus immediately used the Roulette of Fate skill, spinning the wheel to draw the slow status, which would slow down the enemy. For a moment, the shadowy figure did slow down, but 2 seconds later, the movement became rapid again. What? The Shadow Fiend and the succubus exclaimed simultaneously. It's out of control. The dark figure charged towards Lin Zhe again. This time, Lin Zhe could see clearly that there was an extremely violent aura emanating from the other party's eyes. However, the next second, a huge dark shadow appeared above the enemy. Boom! A demonic dragon, magnified 150 times, raised a leg and stomped down on the head of the shadowy figure. Finally, the shadowy figure was pinned down by a large hoof from the waist down and could not move. Well done, Lin Zhe praised as he walked up to the enemy. After the other person calmed down, Lin Zhe was able to see his appearance clearly. It was a tall, thin humanoid monster with very long arms and legs. His skin was entirely black, with some bright battle markings on it. His muscles were lean and powerful, and every inch of his skin was like refined steel. On his head was a head of messy white hair, and on either side of his forehead were 2 typical devil horns. As for its face, it has sharp ears and fangs, and its eyes seemed to be filled with unvented rage. At this moment, the succubus looked the other party up and down, and thought of something. This is really rare. This is a demon from the east. An eastern demon? Lin Zhe immediately checked the other party's information. Race, demon, S rank, level, 102. Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised. Rakshasa, the king? He remembered that in the world before he traveled through time, Rakshasa was a type of evil spirit in Eastern religious mythology. mythology. I never expected this to exist in this world. And, it seems the other party is even the leader of the Rakshasa? Just then, the Rakshasa king, who was pinned to the ground, let out a fierce voice. Kill me or torture me, hurry up. Stop being so wishy-washy. Oh, you're quite straightforward, Lin Zhe said condescendingly. However, your life is now in my hands, and how I deal with you is not up to you. He then asked directly, I'm asking you, why did you attack me for no reason? Without any reason? The Rakshasa dynasty soldier spat on the ground. You demons of the West, you all deserve to die. What did you say? The flame demon, now recovered, was the first to rush forward and yell, I'll smash your dog's head in with this hammer. Bah! How dare a defeated opponent boast? King Rakshasa retorted directly. You're asking for death. The flame demon swung his hammer, ready to smash it down. Stop! Lin Zhe rubbed his forehead. Flame demon, get out of here. But, alright, the flame demon replied pitifully, then retreated to the back. Lin Zhe slowly walked up to the other person, squatted down, and asked, Tell me, what grudge do you have against the demons of the West? The Rakshasa king immediately gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling uncontrollably with rage. It's all because of you Western demons, that my wife was killed. Your wife? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe and the demons were completely bewildered. Little Nora was the first to jump out, hands on her hips, and said, Hey, every wrong has its perpetrator. Just because a demon killed your wife doesn't mean all demons in the West are guilty. Don't start making sweeping generalizations here. Why waste so much breath? I said, since I've lost, you can do whatever you want with me, the Rakshasa king said nonchalantly. You! Nora was speechless, then looked pitifully at Lin Zhe. Master, this demon is so unreasonable. I think we should kill him. Don't rush, the succubus said softly, let me try it out. She leaned down and breathed sweetly into the Rakshasa king's ear. Come on, tell me about yourself. To everyone's surprise, the Rakshasa king simply turned his face away. Don't give me that. My wife is much more beautiful than you shameless ugly woman. Lilith's face flushed red with anger, and she stomped her feet on the spot. Master, I agree. Kill him right now. Chop him into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Hellhound, oh whoa. Alright, everyone quiet down. Lin Zhe was speechless, thinking to himself, why do you demons always seem to be arguing the moment you meet? He looked up at the gigantic little dragon and ordered, Alright, let him go. Little dragon obeyed the order and moved the giant hoof that was pressing down on the Rakshasa king away. Having suffered this near-fatal blow, the Rakshasa king lay on the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. Not only that, Lin Zhe also discovered a shocking wound on his back, which was clearly not caused by the demons from earlier. Upon activating his special vision again, he saw that a trace of the abyss still lingered on the wound. Lin Zhe seemed to understand something. Looking at this powerful demon, Lin Zhe couldn't help but have a thought. Wouldn't it be awesome if he could make it his next demon? The next moment, he summoned the demon hot spring and threw the Rakshasa king into it. Gradually, the Rakshasa king's health returned to normal. Why did you save me? King Rakshasa seemed somewhat surprised. Not only can I save you, but I can also heal the wound on your back, Lin Zhe said with an enigmatic smile. Tell me, how were you injured by the power of the abyss? You know about the abyss? The Rakshasa king's pupils widened slightly, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. The feeling was like someone who had been walking alone in the darkness for many years seeing a glimmer of light. Lin Zhe knew he had made the right bet and immediately laughed. Of course I know, and to be honest, I came here to destroy the abyss. As for whether I should tell you or not, that depends entirely on your attitude. The Rakshasa king swallowed hard, his initial arrogance long gone. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Lin Zhe smiled slyly, thinking, I've realized that the demon race is much simpler in its thinking than the human race. Alas! The Rakshasa king let out a long sigh, as if recalling some painful past event, and then began to recount. My name is Chi, and I was originally the king of the Rakshasa tribe. My wife, Mei, was the princess of the Yaksha tribe. We both lost our people in the great war between gods and demons more than 100 years ago. Fortunately, after we met, we lived a peaceful life together, relying on each other for decades. Until a few years ago, a demon king from the west led a demon army to invade our homeland. With my strength, defeating him wouldn't have been a problem. However, he could use a strange dark power, the power of the abyss, and I was no match for him. The power of this abyss is incredibly strong. The wound on my back was caused back then, and it hasn't healed all these years. Moreover, that demon king saw that my wife was beautiful and wanted to take her for himself, forcing her to commit suicide. Afterwards, he also took my wife's body. I live on in this world only to seek revenge on him. The Rakshasa king's tone was filled with anger and helplessness. So, you came here? Lin Zhe asked. That's right, I followed him all the way here. However, their city is protected by the power of the abyss. I haven't been able to find a solution for many years, so I have no choice but to wait here. It wasn't until you arrived today that I mistakenly thought you were that bastard demon king's men. I'm so sorry about earlier. Never mind. Lin Zhe waved his hand, thinking to himself, he's been lying in wait here for years and hasn't given up. He's got real perseverance. Then, Lin Zhe slowly said, I have the ability to deal with that abyssal power and can also help you take revenge. However, you need to agree to one condition and become my contracted demon. If If you can really do it, I will do anything, even risk my life, the Rakshasa king hurriedly said. But the next second, a look of doubt appeared on his face. Excuse me for being frank, but I still can't believe you can fight against the abyss. If I'm not mistaken, you're just a human, right? Although I can see that you are very strong, however, that abyss is known as the cancer of all races. How could you possibly fight against it alone? Nora quickly interjected. How dare you question the prowess of my master? Exactly, I think we should just kill him. Lilith was still angry about what had just happened. Alright, everyone, say less. Lindsay looked at Rakshasa King with a mysterious smile on his face. I completely understand your suspicions. I will give you time to consider. Before that, take me to the Demon King's territory. Although the Rakshasa King still looked somewhat doubtful, he still agreed. Okay, come with me. After saying that, he led the way. Ding! You have a new mission. Help the Rakshasa King take revenge. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. About 10 minutes later, the group arrived at the side of a cliff, in front of which sat a rather magnificent Western-style city, surrounded by high walls. On the city wall, the shadows of many creatures roamed back and forth, probably patrolling soldiers. Lindsay looked closely and saw that the creatures looked somewhat like goblins, short in stature, with pointed ears and noses, but their skin was red. Moreover, each one exuded an aura of the abyss. Corrupted imp. Race, demon. Level, 20. Only level 20? Lindsay cast a disdainful glance at Rakshasa King. This is enough to stump you? Suddenly, he began to doubt whether the Rakshasa King was still worth making a contract with. The Rakshasa King felt as if he were sitting on pins and needles, as if pricked by thorns. Let me explain. This brat used to only know how to cast some simple spells, but now they have all been corrupted by the abyss and are using the power of the abyss. And these city walls are also enchanted with the power of the abyss. Meanwhile, in a palace in the center of the city, a gigantic demon sat comfortably on his throne, taking a rest. Reporting to Lord Manus. Suddenly, a bewitching beholder floating in the air appeared beneath the demon's throne, frantically saying, "That Rakshasa is here again." The demon known as Manus slightly opened one eye and said impatiently, "Why are you making such a fuss? That Rakshasa is just a stray dog. He's been lying in ambush outside for years, and has he ever succeeded even once? This time is different. He brought some accomplices with him, including a human." Oh, Manus opened his other eye. He could have accomplices? But he immediately let out a disdainful sneer. So what? My high walls are protected by the abyss, and my soldiers have all been baptized by the abyss. What can they do to me? And what are humans anyway? How dare they come to the netherworld? It's utterly laughable. Ha 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 ha. Manus's arrogant laughter echoed through the palace. Something terrible has happened. A little imp leader rushed in, panicking. Your Majesty, a human has torn down our city walls. 2 minutes ago. After listening to the explanation, Lindsay immediately headed towards the city wall. Wait a minute, don't act rashly. The Rakshasa King immediately stopped him, his face showing a look of panic. The Demon King's strength lies in 2 things. First, his city walls are enchanted with the power of the abyss. Second, his imps seem to be able to be summoned endlessly, and they all use ranged spells with abyssal attributes. That's why I haven't been able to breach their city walls all these years. However, Lindsay just smiled and ignored the Rakshasa King's warning, walking straight toward the city wall. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when the little devils patrolling the city wall noticed his movements, and one of them immediately blew a warning horn. Then, groups of little devils gathered on the top of the city wall, and the next moment, a dense barrage of black magic projectiles rushed towards Lindsay. Oh no! King Rakshasa cried out in his heart upon seeing this. However, all the spell projectiles struck Lindsay, dealing damage, -1, -1, -2, critical hit, -1. Ha! King Rakshasa was stunned. The little devils were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why isn't the power of the abyss working? Before they could react, a giant taller than the city wall suddenly appeared in front of them, looking exactly like Lindsay. To the astonishment of the imps, a gigantic hand descended, sweeping across the top of the city wall as if brushing away dust. Instantly, hordes of imps screamed and were swept off the wall. On this day, the little devils finally remembered the fear of being dominated. We are the prey, he is the hunter. Heart, OSASA Gayo. The little devils were spouting incomprehensible words and making random noises. Above Lindsay's head, numbers representing experience and lifespan appeared one after another. Slaying a corrupted imp grants plus 200 experience, triggers the twice the effort, twice the results talent, granting an additional plus 100 experience. Lifespan increases by 200 days. Slaying a corrupted imp grants plus 200 experience, triggers the twice the effort, twice the results talent, granting an additional plus 100 experience. Lifespan increases by 200 days. Next, Lindsay transferred all 4 attributes to strength, then clenched his fist and delivered a punch to the city wall, neither too hard nor too soft. Boom! A large hole was suddenly breached in the sturdy city wall, and bricks and rubble were scattered all over the ground. The Rakshasa King was completely stunned. What's going on? The city I've been attacking for so many years has been taken down by this human with just one punch? Am I dreaming? Slap slap slap. The succubus took the opportunity to slap him several times.
times, leaving the Rakshasa king stunned. "What are you doing?" the Rakshasa king roared. Aren't you asking yourself if you're dreaming? I'm helping you." The succubus turned her face away unhappily. Being slapped by this queen is a blessing in disguise for you. She was clearly still angry that the Rakshasa king had attacked her appearance. The series of actions left the Balrog behind him completely stunned. Holy crap, is this what happens when you mess with a female demon? Looks like I'll have to be more careful with my words in the future. Just then, Lin Zay's voice came from the other side of the city wall. "What are you guys standing there for?" The demons then came to their senses, quickly stood up, and swarmed forward. At this moment, Lin Zay's law of heaven and earth time limit has expired, and it has returned to its original size. Lilith was the first to run over, exclaiming with a lovesick look, "Wow, master, you were so big just now." Lin Zay, something sounds weird? Nora nodded in agreement, saying innocently, yes, it's so big. Lin Zay, you're still young, don't follow her bad example. At this moment, the Rakshasa king walked up to Lin Zay with a serious expression. "Forgive me for questioning your strength earlier, I was truly ignorant. I never imagined that such a powerful figure would emerge from the human race, capable of even ignoring the power of the abyss. If you don't mind, I'm willing to follow you after I avenge my wife." Lin Zay smiled calmly, "Very good. Once I break through to the second tier, I will have another great general." Just then, an arrogant voice rang out from ahead. "Who dares to damage my city?" When everyone looked up, they were shocked to realize that the sky and the ground had been occupied by a vast army of demons. On the ground, there were rows of little devils lined up in neat rows. In the sky, there were bat demons with large black wings. Behind the procession, dozens of imps were struggling to carry a steel throne upon which sat a gigantic demon. His entire body resembled a large triangular stone, his skin was an ugly grayish-black, and a large horn grew from the very center of his head. The moment the Rakshasa king saw the demon, his eyes seemed to spit fire, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Demon king, I've come today to take your head." "Ha ha ha, who did I think it was?" the demon immediately scoffed. "Rakshasa king, all I did was shatter your homeland and accidentally cause your wife to commit suicide. Is it really necessary for you to keep chasing after me like this? Who told her to be so blind? If she had given in to me back then, she'd probably be living a very comfortable life now. However, your wife is indeed quite beautiful. Even as a corpse, she's still very attractive." Upon hearing this, the Rakshasa king could no longer suppress his anger and was about to rush forward. "Don't be impulsive, he's deliberately trying to provoke you," Lin Zay calmly reminded him. Simultaneously use the insightful observation skill to look at the demon. Manus, the corrupted demon guardian. Race, demon. Level, 60. Health points, 200,000. Skills, demon wall, hell stomp, demon roar, abyss sanctuary, etc. Expand to view details. Weight, level 60. Demon guardian. Lin Zay looked at Rakshasa king with some confusion. What kind of demon king is this? Ha! Rakshasa king was completely dumbfounded. "I didn't know that. He said he was the demon king." "You believed him just because he said so?" Lin Zay was speechless. "If he asked you to eat shit, would you? Are you demons so easily fooled? But his abyssal power can reduce my attribute values by 90%. That's really amazing." Rakshasa king looked aggrieved and wanted to explain. Lin Zay rolled his eyes at the countless demon minions, instantly losing his patience. He listlessly ordered his demons, "All of you, attack at once. Let's finish this quickly. If you can't resolve this in 5 minutes, I'll hold you accountable." "Yes." The demons all revealed ferocious smiles, ready to fight, and then swarmed forward. The Balrog charged straight at the army of imps like a heavy, flaming cannonball. The imps were instantly sent flying into the air like a carpet being lifted up. Meanwhile, in the sky, Lilith, Nora, and the demon dragon each used their strengths. Some taunted, some controlled, and some unleashed lightning. Then, the bat demons fell to the ground one by one, like flies hitting an electric swatter. Numbers started popping up above Lin Zay's head again, thousands of times in total. "Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 39. Great, just one level away." Lin Zay was quite satisfied. In less than 5 minutes, the densely packed demon army was routed. Most of them were killed instantly, and the few who were injured but not dead were left on the ground in a scene of utter despair. However, the fire demon quickly used its flames to deliver them from suffering. In reality, these grunts weren't particularly difficult to defeat. It was only because they were tainted by the power of the abyss that they suffered special negative effects, which was why the Rakshasa king couldn't overcome them. Unfortunately, Lin Zay and the demons were immune to it. Meanwhile, seeing his army wiped out in an instant, Manus, the demon guard who called himself the Demon King, was also greatly alarmed. "How come they aren't afraid of my abyssal power? I prayed fervently to Lord Arapalos every day." Seeing that the situation was beyond saving, the little devils who were carrying his throne all fled in panic, and the throne fell to the ground. "Ouch, my goodness." Manus fell on his backside and let out a painful cry. In that brief moment, a bolt of lightning had already reached him. When he looked closely, a starry sky-colored longsword was already pressed against his neck. "A mere demon guard dares to impersonate a demon king?" Lin Zay said coldly. This. Manus looked somewhat panicked, but he quickly
quickly calmed down. If that lord appoints me king, then I will be king. The next second, his entire body turned into a puddle of black mud and he quickly fled backward. After creating a distance of several dozen meters between himself and Lin Zhe, he transformed back into his demonic form. In his hand now lay a long sword inlaid with runes. He gripped the long sword with both hands, chanting, "Great Ouroboros, Lord of Infinite Life, please answer my prayer." Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and a giant black creature seemed to be writhing in the dark clouds. The next second, a large black snake poked its head out from a gap in the clouds, then slowly descended, its body gradually transforming into a human shape. That appearance was none other than Ouroboros, one of the 10 generals of the abyss. "Manus, are you tired of living?" Ouroboros said irritably, his face looking somewhat haggard. "I told you to catch my test subjects properly. Why did you call me out like this?" Manus immediately knelt on the ground. "Great Ouroboros, a human dares to challenge your power of the abyss. I beg you to subdue him." "Ha, humans?" Ouroboros replied somewhat blankly. "What are those? Can we eat them?" Manus noticed his unusual expression and thought to himself, strange, why does the master look a bit odd today? He's completely lost his usual arrogant and cynical air. "Oh, a human, let me see," Ouroboros continued muttering. "Who is it?" Then, Ouroboros turned his head and met Lin Zhe's gaze. "My god, it's Lin Zhe." Ouroboros immediately took a few steps back, as if he had seen an extremely terrifying being. Manus was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Did I see that right? Just now, the master seemed very afraid of that human." Lin Zhe then flashed a bright smile. "Hey, isn't this Xiaowu? Haven't seen you for a few days, you seem to have gotten worse." "Well," Ouroboros said, "Little Ma, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. You're busy. Personally, I think you should build Desert Eagle when jungling with Zhongli." The next second, Ouroboros seemed to realize that he had started talking nonsense again, so he quickly covered his mouth, and then his body decomposed into several small black snakes and disappeared in a flash. Defeat Ouroboros, one of the 10 Abyss generals, to gain 80,000 experience and trigger the twice the effort with half the effort talent, granting an additional 40,000 experience. Loot obtained, 80,000 copper coins, Abyss core, material. Lin Zhe, ha, Manus, ha, both of them were shocked. "Lin Zhe, is this experience so easy to earn? Why don't we invite him to come a few more times next time?" "Manus, what's going on, Lord Ouroboros? Why are you leaving before you've even had a chance to sit down? Who exactly is this human, that even Lord Ouroboros is so afraid of him?" Then, their eyes met, and they both snapped out of their daze. Manus's face showed utter terror, while Lin Zhe grinned wickedly. "Don't you like calling people? Keep calling them." Lin Zhe approached step by step. "I was wrong, brother, I surrender, okay?" Manus knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "I'm just an ordinary demon guard, not some demon king." "Oh, now you're willing to admit it?" Lin Zhe said with great interest. "Go on." Manus revealed the whole truth. "The owner of this castle was Beelzebub, the demon lord, who perished in the war between gods and demons over 100 years ago. I was originally a guard of this city, but I survived because I hid during the war. One day, Lord Ouroboros came here and, in exchange for granting me power, instructed me to search for samples of demons and bring them back to him for research. The Rakshasa king's wife was also used for research. She was not defiled by me. I was just talking nonsense. Thank you, sir." After Manus finished speaking, he trembled violently. "Please, don't kill me. I will pledge my allegiance to you from now on and become your summoned demon. We can sign a contract now, conduct transactions with integrity, and eliminate middlemen taking a cut." "Lin Zhe, you're really good at this, bro." Lin Zhe smiled and said, "Sorry, you're not qualified to form a contract with me. But who said I was going to kill you?" Upon hearing this, Manus's face lit up with joy. "You're right, sir. I'll be on my way right now." "Stop." But Lin Zhe immediately stopped him. "What I mean is, someone will naturally come and deal with you." The next second, a dark figure swiftly flashed in front of Manus. Before Manus could even see the other person's face clearly, a fist the size of a sandbag was already hitting him in the face. The Rakshasa king's punch was the culmination of years of anger and humiliation. Coupled with his bones being as hard as steel, the demon guards, deprived of the abyss's protection, could hardly withstand it. With just one punch, his face was so badly caved into his skull. The demon guard let out a muffled groan, and then fell silent. But the Rakshasa king seemed to have gone mad, roaring as he continued to smash the demon guard's corpses with his steel-like fists. One punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He kept throwing punches, until the area above the opponent's neck had turned into a pile of minced meat, but he still didn't stop. Lin Zhe walked over and silently placed his hand on the Rakshasa king's shoulder, at which point the Rakshasa king stopped moving. The thought that his long-standing revenge had finally been fulfilled and that his beloved wife's soul could finally rest in peace overwhelmed him with a mix of emotions, and he burst into tears. The Rakshasa king trembled slightly, knelt on the ground, and let out a long roar towards the sky. In the dim and silent night sky, a shooting star quietly streaked across the heavens. At the same time, a settlement notification popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Slaying the corrupted demon guardian Manus grants 40,000 experience points and triggers
triggers the twice the effort talent, granting an additional 20,000 experience points. Lifespan plus 40,000 days, 109 years and 315 days. Loot obtained, 40,000 copper coins, Demon Guard armor, Demon Guard Great Shield. Ding! You have successfully helped the Rakshasa King take revenge. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Not bad. Lindsay smiled slightly. It's just that the experience points given are a bit low. I'm still a little short of leveling up. Lindsay looked at his level 39 experience progress, which was stuck at over 80%. At this moment, Rakshasa King remained kneeling and clasped his hands in a fist salute to Lindsay, saying, "Your strength is far beyond my reach. Your great kindness is something I can never repay. As agreed, I will follow you from now on. Furthermore, to express my sincere gratitude, your lifespan is not required as a bargaining chip in the contract." Oh, Lindsay appeared calm on the surface, but was overjoyed inside. His lifespan was almost up after his last skill upgrade, and he was worried about whether he would have enough lifespan to complete the contract. Unexpectedly, the other party offered to sign the contract for free, which was a huge windfall. Lindsay feigned composure. "That's good. However, I don't have enough summoning slots, so I can't sign a contract with you yet. You'll need to wait here for a few more days." "No problem," the Rakshasa King replied. "Even if it takes months or years, I will wait for your arrival, let alone a few days." The flame demon immediately interjected, "Still calling me your excellency?" Rakshasa King thought for a moment, then said humbly, "From now on, you will be my leader." Lindsay nodded. After finishing this matter, he began to look around. The city was indeed magnificent and imposing. According to the Demon Guard, this was once the territory of a true demon lord, and it seemed to be true. Just by looking at those gray and white sturdy city walls and majestic buildings, one can imagine its former glory. Now, however, the place is deserted, leaving only ruins scattered everywhere. The exact cause of the great war between the demon race and the celestial race remains a mystery. By the way, since this place has been corrupted by the abyss, there should still be an abyssal rift that hasn't been purified, right? He immediately used his special vision, seeing through fire, to survey his surroundings. He saw a spherical object marked in black in the tallest castle in the entire city, emitting black energy in all directions. "Let's go take a look." He immediately led the group of demons toward that place. Pushing open the castle gates, a strong stench of blood immediately assaulted the senses. All I could see were black vines climbing all over the ceiling and the walls on both sides. Upon closer inspection, the vines were not plants at all, but rather flesh and blood, and each one was still wriggling slightly, making them look quite disgusting. "What the hell is this thing?" the flame demon cursed. Just then, Lindsay's window popped up. "Entered hidden area, Legion's mother nest." "Ha, what's this?" Lindsay asked, puzzled. The group continued to venture deeper, where the vines grew increasingly dense, and they extended in the exact direction of the spherical object. Moreover, the further you go in, the less the space resembles a building and more like the interior of some kind of creature. After walking for a while, Lindsay pushed open the last door, and the strong, pungent smell of blood hit him, almost making him vomit. He had no choice but to cover his mouth and nose and take a closer look. In the center of the room stood a large, black, fleshy ball, its fleshy walls undulating rhythmically. All the fleshy vines grew from its body. There was a crack on the front of the fleshy ball, from which black abyssal substance was flowing out. The sight was so bizarre that even the demons frowned, and Nora and Lilith turned their faces away. Lindsay immediately used his skill to probe the nest of the corrupted demon mother. Race, demon. Level, 70. Level, 60. Skill, reproduction. Description: a dark invention of Ouroboros. It is not a conscious entity, nor even necessarily a living being. Its sole purpose seems to be reproduction. "What a strange thing," Lindsay exclaimed. "What kind of things does Ouroboros invent all day long?" "My lord, let me destroy it," the flame demon roared, raising his flaming hammer to smash it down. Just then, something even more bizarre happened. Suddenly, several things flowed out from the crack, each covered in a slippery mucus. Then, you can see those little things struggle out of the mucus and their bodies rapidly grow larger. Lindsay then realized that those little creatures were actually several little devils and bat demons. Upon seeing the crowd, the imp and the bat demon scattered in panic and fled. Lindsay suddenly realized, "Now I know why the Demon Guard has so many soldiers. They were all spawned by this thing. That Ouroboros is a real freak, always coming up with weird and wicked things." However, Lindsay thought for a moment, what if I could use this thing? Then wouldn't I be able to command an army of demons? Nora's petite body trembled slightly. "Master, you're such a pervert." Upon realizing this, Lindsay quickly stopped the flame demon from destroying the mother nest. Of course, the abyss still needs to be purified. He took out the mythical item, miniature spring, and dripped a drop onto the black crack. Instantly, the blackness began to dissipate rapidly, revealing the original colors of the fleshy ball and the vines. Hidden ending triggered. This area successfully purified. Experience plus 40,000. The twice the effort, twice the results talent was triggered, granting an additional plus 20,000 experience. Loot obtained, Demon Mother's Nest. Facility, Demon Mother's Nest, mythical. Description: feeding living beings produces demons. This may be another manifestation of demons' emphasis on the spirit of contracts.
Current production rate, 1 animal per minute. Feeding can speed up production. Good heavens, it's actually a mythical level facility. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 40.
The Tier 2 breakthrough quest has been automatically accepted.
Finally, I can break through. Lin Zhe was overjoyed. However, the settlement notification has not yet ended. Ding! Progress detected in your long-term quest, Purifying the Abyss Rift. Current progress, April 10th.
There are 2 more chances to receive stage rewards. 1 system lottery draw, with a guaranteed S-level reward in this draw.
Very good, very good.
Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction.
Let's see what the Tier 2 mission entails. Activate Tier 2 quest? Yes/no. Lin Zhe decisively selected the yes option. Class-specific Tier 2 breakthrough quest now open. Quest description: the Demon Summoner is a profession that commands powerful races to serve you.
To do this, the summoner themselves must also be powerful enough. Without summoning any creatures, defeat 1 demon summoner from each of the different factions. The defeated demon summoner's level must be at least Tier 1.
Current progress, 0/7. Prove that you have the strength to command more demons. Lin Zhe stroked his chin, pondering.
This seems a bit troublesome. Among the human race's professionals, there are a total of 7 factions: warrior, mage, archer, assassin, summoner, healer, and support.
With Lin Zhe's strength, defeating him would be quite easy, but where would he find all 7 factions of professionals? Should I just randomly go into a city and wreak havoc? That might get me a warning from the authorities.
Besides, I'm a colonel now, so it's not appropriate to do something so blatantly.
Never mind, let's put this aside for now and draw the prize instead.
This is a lottery chance he earned by helping the Rakshasa king take revenge.
He immediately opened the lottery page and started the draw. The entry rotates, then gradually comes to a stop. Level, 70.
Congratulations on drawing the talent, Ice Soul Cold Heart. Rank A.
Talent, Frosty Heart.
Grants weapons an ice attribute attack, adding an additional ice attribute damage equal to 100% of the original damage.
It feels alright, Lin Zhe thought. Increasing the elemental damage of a weapon. His eyes suddenly lit up. Speaking of weapons, don't I come with a big weapon of my own? That sounds like it might give people the wrong idea. I mean, Shadow Fiend Nora. He immediately taught Nora the talent. Thank you for your kindness, Master. Nora jumped up and down, looking very happy. Let's put what we've learned into practice right away.
Nora immediately transformed into the shape of a giant sword, and then swung the entire sword powerfully towards the open space in front of her. Instantly, a large fan-shaped area on the ground condensed into a layer of ice crystals, and the surrounding air also froze rapidly.
Then, the ice crystals exploded like rows of landmines. It looks pretty good, Lin Zhe said happily.
Now the flame demon is fire attribute, the little dragon is lightning attribute, and Nora has gained ice attribute. They're becoming more and more versatile.
Alright, it's about time we headed back.
Lin Zhe was quite satisfied with what he had gained from the trip, so he prepared to leave the city and return to the starting point where he had been teleported here. However, at this moment, the settlement interface still hadn't finished and continued to pop up.
Ding! Progress has been made on the ultra-long quest Lord of Demons.
Your actions beneficial to the Netherworld, such as purifying the abyss, expelling demonic rebels, and retaking cities, have been detected. You have gained 4% contribution points, bringing your total contribution to 5%.
Receive an extra reward, City.
You have become the master of this city, with the authority to use all its facilities and the city's teleportation coordinates. A strong and stable city is the beginning of all great undertakings.
Please continue to contribute to the revival of the underworld. More rewards await. Good heavens!
Lin Zhe was overjoyed this time.
They've given me the whole city?
And in the future, we can teleport directly here, instead of only being able to enter at midnight. Although he doesn't yet know what the city can be used for, he can at least think of one function. That's the Nest of the Ghost Mother facility.
He was originally worried about not having a place to put it in the real world. He couldn't very well put this bizarre contraption in his university dormitory, could he? Now we can leave it here. When we need to use the imps in the future, we can just open the portal and let them come out on their own.
He immediately returned to the room where the demon mother's nest was located and saw that in just a few minutes, several more imps, eye demons, and bat demons had been born. Several low-ranking demons, who had been chattering amongst themselves, were startled when Lin Zhe entered. They immediately knelt respectfully on one knee and greeted him in unison. Greetings, City Lord.
Oh, it actually automatically recognized me as its master?
However, since the Nest of the Demon Mother is now his item, it's not surprising. He nodded in satisfaction. Get up, all of you.
The little devils then stood up. Lin Zhe thought to himself, if this continues, as long as the Nest of the Demon Mother keeps breeding, won't I soon have a loyal army of little demons? It feels like there's suddenly a lot more free labor.
Then, Lin Zhe climbed the castle stairs alone and arrived at the highest balcony.
Looking down at the entire city, the territory was roughly oval-shaped.
The tallest castle he was in was likely the Lord's residence. Located in the center of the city,
moved towards the rear. Further back, there was a spacious training ground and a dilapidated back garden. In front of the castle was a circular square with a dilapidated statue in the center. He guessed that the demon on the statue must have been the former master. On either side of the central square were two long stone steps. After descending the steps, Lindsay arrived at the area where ordinary people lived, where there were some ordinary residences and other living facilities, such as blacksmith shops, taverns, and entertainment venues. However, it is now in a state of disrepair, clearly indicating that it has not been open to the public for a long time. Under a sky thick with dark clouds, the city both displays its former grandeur and cannot conceal its current decay. He decided to name it. Let's call it Black Cloud City. In his previous life, he had learned a poem, Dark Clouds Press Down on the City, threatening to crush it. How similar this poignant line of poetry is to the current state of this city. However, it also gave him, as the city lord, an impulse to rebuild it. Rakshasa King, he shouted into the air. A few seconds later, the Rakshasa King appeared behind him. What are your orders, chief? For the time being, you will be in charge of this city, Lindsay instructed. Your primary task is to train as many imps as possible, supervise their training, and repair the damaged city walls. Yes, sir, the Rakshasa King replied. Very good. Lindsay nodded. It's about time to head back. After saying that, he created a portal in front of the balcony and stepped inside. His entire figure disappeared into midair. It was already late at night when I returned to the living room of my university dormitory. Lindsay quickly finished washing up, then lay on the bed and began to think about his second-tier mission. Defeat 7 different factions of professionals without summoning demons? Lindsay muttered to himself, where am I supposed to find these people? Ding! Detected, you've encountered a problem. You have a new task to claim. Successfully complete the second-tier breakthrough task. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Ha, there's a mission here too? Lindsay asked, somewhat surprised. And so, as I kept thinking, I unknowingly drifted off to sleep. The alarm clock rang at 9 a.m. the next morning. I don't have any plans for today, I'll sleep a little longer. Lindsay slightly opened his sleepy eyes and reached out to turn off the alarm clock. The next instant, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Just now, as he was half opening his eyes in a daze, he noticed some figures by the bed. He immediately regained consciousness and opened his eyes. To his surprise, several unfamiliar faces appeared beside his bed. You should know that with my current skill level, even if I'm sleeping, I wouldn't be unaware that someone is approaching. Clearly, these people are no ordinary individuals. Lindsay instinctively became alert and prepared to attack. President, you're awake? A gentle female voice interrupted his movements. The voice came from a blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty. Lindsay looked and realized that this woman was none other than the bunny girl next to Stephen who had tried to assassinate him that day. However, Lindsay couldn't tell whether she was Lucy or Lily, the twins. At that moment, the beautiful woman was looking at him with great ingratiation. Looking at the people next to her, there were men and women, all with unfamiliar faces. Apart from 2 people with Asian faces, the others were of other races, including blonde-haired, blue-eyed white people and even black people with black skin. There were 7 people in total, 4 men and 3 women. Then, all 7 of them simultaneously wore obsequious smiles, and the next second, they all bowed deeply, saying, "Greetings, President." For a moment, Lindsay thought he had walked into a hot pot restaurant or a foot massage parlor. What's going on? Lindsay was bewildered. Who the hell are you guys? President, the bunny girl blinked innocently. Didn't you send us? When did I send you here? Lindsay asked, completely bewildered. At this moment, an Asian girl with bangs next to her spoke up. Big Sister Han, she said that President, you really need us to do your work? The girl's voice was soft and gentle, but she spoke Daxia language terribly, clearly from the neighboring country of Sakura. However, Lindsay still roughly understood, and was speechless. You mean, it was Han-Chi who sent you? The 7 people immediately nodded obediently. The black man added, it was Sister Han-Chi who specially asked us to wait by your bedside, saying that this is in accordance with the etiquette of Daxia. Lindsay's lips twitched, and he immediately dialed Han-Chi's number. What's going on? I need an explanation within 1 minute. Han-Chi's usual emotionless and somewhat wooden voice came from the other end of the phone. Yesterday I heard you say, Colonel, that you needed 7 professionals, so I immediately notified all the members of the Shadow Guild around the world and asked them to gather 7 people. When they heard that, they were all eager to see you. Many people even fought over this spot. In the end, 7 of them were selected and rushed to Daxia overnight. Lindsay was completely speechless. What can I say? Besides, how did you hear what I was talking to myself by my bedside yesterday? Didn't I tell you not to sneak into my house? Colonel Lin, you've misunderstood, Han-Chi explained. I didn't break into your house, I just installed listening devices and cameras there. Lindsay, come and take this down right now. Okay, Han-Chi replied calmly. Lindsay felt as if he had punched cotton. It has to be said that there aren't many people in this world who he admires, but Han-Chi is definitely one of them. After hanging up the phone, Lindsay looked at the 7 foreigners with fawning smiles and asked somewhat speechlessly, so, you represent 7 different factions of professionals? The 7 nodded nodded obediently once again. Alright, get out of my bedroom now.
10 minutes later, Lindsay finished washing up, tidied his clothes, and walked into the living room.
7 people were already waiting there.
Lindsay was somewhat speechless, but then he thought that Han Chi had done him a favor, and now he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to complete the second-tier breakthrough mission.
Alright, come with me.
After saying that, Lindsay used the Gate of All Realms to generate a random instance and went in first.
All 7 of them were stunned, thinking that the president actually had such a magical item. Their respect for him increased even more.
As time and space shifted, the group found themselves on a vast grassland.
Instance, slime plains. Lindsay was standing opposite them.
Alright, Lindsay said confidently.
Will you come one by one, or all at once?
The 7 of them looked at each other. After a long pause, a blonde man spoke first. Boss Han Chi specifically instructed us to show our spirit and take this duel seriously.
Yes, I'm ready, the black man said. I will definitely do my best.
The Japanese girl continued speaking in the difficult-to-pronounce Chinese.
We came here today so that the president will remember our heroic deeds. I feel my blood boiling. Everyone was incredibly excited, chatting away.
Great,
very energetic.
Lindsay nodded with satisfaction.
Let's get started.
After saying that, he assumed a fighting stance. Then we're going, the 7 people said with serious expressions. The next second, the 7 people knelt down in unison, shouting, President, we lost. Lindsay froze in his fighting stance, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. What's going on now? Mission progress update. Number of different faction professionals defeated, 7-7, Tier 2 breakthrough mission completed.
Congratulations on your successful advancement. Current rank, rank 2. Gains, all attributes plus 50, exclusive talent upgraded, summoning slots plus 2. Ding.
You have successfully completed the Tier 2 breakthrough mission and have been awarded one system lottery draw.
Ha!
Lindsay was completely dumbfounded, staring at the text that appeared on the interface, his mind still a little blank.
No way, this works?
In theory, if you initiate a duel with someone and they surrender, it is indeed considered a victory for your side.
But I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. These people were all so enthusiastic just now, but it turns out they were just rushing to surrender to me? What exactly did Han Chi instill in them? Lindsay sighed, rubbing his forehead. Coming to his senses, he checked his interface. Name, Lindsay. Class, Demon Summoner. Class Faction, Summoner. Rarity, S rank. Level, 40. Rank, 2. Summoning slots, April 6th. Alright, no matter how outrageous it is, I've successfully broken through to the second tier.
Lindsay put away the panel, a smile spreading across his face. Seeing that the 7 foreigners were still kneeling and wouldn't get up, Lindsay said, Alright, get up.
The 7 people then got up from the ground.
You all performed very well this time, Lindsay said slowly. From now on, you must continue to redeem yourselves through meritorious service. The reason for saying they were redeeming themselves was that the members of the Shadow Guild had done some dirty things, including assassinations, kidnappings, and even threatened the security of the Great Xia.
Yes, the 7 replied in unison.
Lindsay continued condescendingly, however, I have always been a person who rewards and punishes fairly. You have made contributions this time, so you will naturally be rewarded.
The next second, the Shadow Fiend's phantom appeared behind Lindsay. Ah, it's Lord Shadow Demon. The 7 people knelt down again with a thud.
The members of the Shadow Guild have all signed soul contracts with the Shadow Demon, meaning their lives are essentially in the Shadow Demon's hands.
Shadow Demon, grant them some power, Lindsay ordered.
Yes, Master. The 7 were even more astonished. The former guild leader, William, despite his immense power, had to kneel before Shadow Fiend.
And this young, new guild leader was actually making Shadow Fiend call him master? Who exactly is he?
At the same time, Shadow Fiend used the skill, Soul Loan, to grant the 7 members additional attributes. In reality, the soul power they sacrificed to the Shadow Demon was actually more than a reward, it was more like usury. However, upon seeing their attributes increase, the 7 people repeatedly kowtowed and expressed their gratitude, and he vowed to be loyal to Lindsay from then on.
Alright, you guys go back now, Lindsay said casually. I'll call you if I need anything. Yes, the 7 people replied excitedly. After seeing them off, Lindsay returned to his dormitory.
He hadn't had time to check the series of gains he had made after breaking through to the second tier.
First, the exclusive talent has been upgraded. Talent, Demon Affinity. The demons you summon have 100% loyalty to you.
For uncontracted demons, your base favorability towards them is further increased, and your persuasion, enticement, and threats against them have a 50% higher success rate.
Oh,
Lindsay rested his chin on his hand and thought for a moment. Although it's not a powerful skill, it seems quite interesting. This reminded him of a skill in some Three Kingdoms strategy games he played in his previous life, which allowed him to persuade enemy generals to join his ranks. Another example is the mechanism in some Western fantasy games where persuading a character requires rolling dice to determine whether the persuasion is successful.
Alright, now for the most important thing. Lindsay's gaze focused on a line on his attribute panel. Summoning slots, April 6th. Now we can officially sign the contract with the Rakshasa King. Lin Zhe shouted expectantly. Let's sign the contract now. Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 0 years of your lifespan to form a contract with the Rakshasa King? Yes/no. Lin Zhe chose the yes option without hesitation. Nonsense, you've already reached 0 years of lifespan, what's there to worry about? Contract successfully signed. The next second, a familiar six-pointed star summoning circle appeared on the living room floor. Then, a flash of white light appeared, and the Rakshasa King appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Leader! The Rakshasa King knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in a fist salute. Summoned beast, Rakshasa King. Race, demon. Branch, Rakshasa. Rarity, S rank. Level, 102. Health points, 460,000. Mana points, 120,000. Strength 56,000. Agility 58,000. Stamina 46,000. Intelligence 18,000. Spirit 12,000. Talent 1, God of Fighting. Increases the true damage of all physical attacks by an additional 100%. Talent 2, Steel Body. Reduces physical damage taken by 80% and other elemental damage taken by 40%. Skill, Killing Machine. When activated, every normal attack will be a critical hit. Speed and attack speed are increased to 1000%, and immunity to negative status effects and mind control effects is granted. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Equipment, none. Wow, these are pretty good data. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up immediately. He knew from his previous encounter with the Rakshasa King that the latter was no ordinary opponent. Seeing the description firsthand certainly didn't disappoint him. Moreover, he finally understood why the Rakshasa King was immune to the control skills of the succubus and the shadow demon. It turned out he had activated a skill. It seems that Rakshasa King is positioned as a burst-type melee fighter. Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction. The Rakshasa King knelt on the ground and said with great joy, "Congratulations on your successful advancement, Chief. From now on, I will serve you at your beck and call, and I will go through fire and water for you, even at the cost of my life." "Alright, get up," Lin Zhe said with a smile. "Finally, all that's left is the lottery." He immediately brought up the lottery page and started spinning it. "Congratulations on drawing the talent, Pure Heart, Grade A, Talent, Childlike Innocence. Attack power increased to 500% without wearing any equipment. This talent is quite interesting." Lin Zhe was immediately delighted. "And isn't this perfect for Rakshasa King?" he said, looking at Rakshasa King's empty equipment slots. He immediately had the Rakshasa King learn it. The Rakshasa King knelt on the ground and expressed his gratitude once more. Over the next few days, Lin Zhe stopped worrying about running dungeons and took a good rest. "During that time, I also went to the exchange and sold all the odds and ends I had acquired that I didn't need." He was shocked to discover that his total wealth had reached 70,121,346 copper coins. The new female server who greeted him became the top salesperson of the month. 2 more days passed, and finally, the day of school arrived. On this day, Lin Zhe finished washing up early and headed towards the school's auditorium, where the opening ceremony would be held. Walking along the tree-lined avenues of the school, there were banners everywhere welcoming new students and colorful flags of various colors hanging up, as if it were a festival. Level 1. The students on the road looked energetic and full of martial spirit, discussing their plans for the new semester. Skills, none. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Lin Zhe from behind, "Brother Lin." Looking back, it was Qi Xingyu, the young man from the Qi family. Because he admired Lin Zhe, he decisively chose to attend the same school as Lin Zhe. "Brother Lin, have you had breakfast yet? I bought an extra serving of fried dough sticks, here you go." "I haven't eaten yet, thank you." Lin Zhe took the breakfast, then thought of something. "But do you young masters also eat these kinds of folk snacks?" Qi Xingyu scratched the back of his head. "I'm so ashamed. My housekeeper and nutritionist used to forbid me from eating oily food, saying it was unhealthy. Every morning I ate whole wheat bread with caviar, and I was so tired of it. This is my first time in such an affordable student cafeteria. It feels like paradise, not a cafeteria." Lin Zhe, I shouldn't have asked. Why go looking for trouble?" Just then, another familiar voice rang out beside him, "Lin Zhe." Lin Zhe looked up and saw a large figure coming towards him. It was Wang Hao. Wang Hao came running up, eating an egg pancake in one hand and carrying 10 more in the other. "I just bought an extra one, would you like to eat it?" The next second, however, she noticed the fried dough stick in Lin Zhe's hand. The pancake in Wang Hao's hand fell to the ground with a thud. "Why did it turn out like this? I was here first. Is a friendship of 3 really too crowded?" Wang Hao started to act, putting on a show. "Stop messing around." Lin Zhe went up and kicked him in the groin. "But how did you also get into the Western War?" Lin Zhe asked. Wang Hao picked up the egg pancake from the ground and continued eating it without any disgust. "I have to thank you for this. After you ruined my college entrance exam, I had to retake it 3 days later." "Wait a minute, explain yourself first. What do you mean by I've made it all disappear?" "Don't worry about the details," Wang Hao continued. "I thought to myself, both times we participated in the dungeon together, it was invaded. If it weren't for you, I might have died. So I decided to work hard and become stronger. Perhaps it was driven by this will that I scored over 580 points on the retake exam and got into Shizhan University. Sure. Lin Zhe patted him on the back. Oh, by the way, Wang Hao glanced sideways at Qixingyu next to Lin Zhe and said with a hint of sourness, you haven't introduced your new love to me yet? Before Lin Zhe could speak, Qixingyu took the initiative to say, hello, my name is Qixingyu. He even politely offered a handshake. You must be brother Lin's friend? Then we'll be friends from now on. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was dumbfounded. What? Qixingyu, the young master of the Sword Edge Guild? The next second, his attitude changed completely. He respectfully shook Qixingyu's hands with both of his, and said with a grin, so it's young Master Qi. I've heard so much about you. It was just a small misunderstanding. Then she whispered in Lin Zhe's ear and scolded him. Why didn't you say so sooner? You made me look bad. Lin Zhe retorted sharply, look at your pathetic self. And so, the three of them walked toward the auditorium, chatting away. By the way, are you guys ready for the freshman welcome competition later? Wang Hao asked. I'm a little nervous. I'm somewhat prepared, Qixingyu replied. It mainly depends on how I perform on the day. Lin Zhe was completely confused. What competition? A welcome party for new students? Brother Lin, you don't know about it? Qixingyu asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Zhe shook his head in bewilderment. As expected of you. Wang Hao laughed, then turned to Qixingyu. This is his usual tactic. Wang Hao began to explain. The freshman welcome tournament is a team-based PvP instance, an annual event held by the Western War Academy, in which all freshmen must participate. The competition involves freshmen battling upperclassmen in team battles. How exactly will the PK, player kill, be conducted? Lin Zhe asked. Have you ever played tower defense games? Wang Hao explained. In a map, one side soldiers are responsible for attacking, and they win if they reach the enemy's lair. The other side soldiers, on the other hand, have to do everything they can to intercept the attacking soldiers on the way, preventing them from reaching their lair. In the freshman welcome game, all freshmen will be on the offensive side, while the upperclassmen will be on the defensive side. I see, I understand now. Lin Zhe nodded. Qixingyu added, although it's called a welcome competition, it's actually quite important for us freshmen. The professors will be watching the whole thing from outside, and it determines whether each freshman can choose their preferred mentor. A mentor I admire. Lin Zhe seemed to be deep in thought. He remembered the mentor named Hanja that Bai Mo, the master of painting, had recommended to him. Before they knew it, the three of them had entered the auditorium, where many teachers and students were already seated. The three of them found 3 seats in the middle and sat down. Then, after a short while, the opening ceremony officially began. Amidst enthusiastic applause, a kind-looking elderly woman with a full head of silver hair stepped onto the stage. She spoke in a gentle tone. Welcome, new students. I am Principal Sun Xiulan. For the next 4 years, you will be family. Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised. So the principal of the Western War Academy is an old lady? He instinctively assumed it would be an old man like Lu Hanlin and Feng Wuchen. Don't underestimate Principal Sun, Qixingyu said with a look of admiration. Many of the heroes of our great Xia were trained by her. For example, one of the current martial arts masters, the 7 heroes of the clouds, is her student. You mean Bai Mo? Lin Zhe blurted out. Exactly. Qixingyu was somewhat surprised. Brother Lin, you know about this too? Oh, we just fought enemies together, Lin Zhe said casually. What? Now it was Qixingyu's turn to be dumbfounded. Brother Lin fought alongside the master calligrapher Danqing Baimo? Lin Zhe nodded non-committally. This. Qixingyu was so shocked that he couldn't speak, and his respect for Lin Zhe grew even stronger. Wang Hao quickly said, let's make this clear first. Even if you want to be my adopted son, I'll still be your older brother. Principal Sun Xiulan continued her speech in an incredibly gentle tone, making everyone feel as if a warm spring breeze was blowing through their hearts, both comforting and inspiring. Finally, she concluded by saying, from today onwards, I hope that every student who enters our Western War will continuously improve themselves and gain something from it. When you graduate 4 years from now, may you have no regrets about Daxia, no regrets about the years gone by, and no regrets about yourself. The last word echoed in the auditorium, and a few seconds later, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Everyone felt a surge of excitement. Then, a deep red curtain behind the podium slowly opened from both sides, revealing a portal. Students, accept your first test. Sun Xiulan changed from her previous solemn and serious tone to a relaxed and humorous one. Your senior brothers and sisters have been waiting inside for quite a while now. Let me tell you a secret. Don't make them too impatient, or it might be even more disadvantageous for you. The freshmen immediately laughed, but a sense of nervousness also crept into their hearts. So everyone started lining up and walking into the portal one by one. Lin Zhe, Qixingyu, and Wang Hao were chatting and laughing together, looking forward to the upcoming match. By the way, what are the benefits of winning this competition? Lin Zhe asked. You can earn campus coins, Qixingyu replied. Within the school, everything that requires money is done in campus coins. Cash is useless. And this welcome competition is our first chance to earn campus coins. I see. Lin Zhe nodded. So that means if we defeat all the enemies, we can get the most most campus coins? Exactly. Shi Xingyu nodded, then a hint of unease appeared on his face. Wait, Brother Lin, you wouldn't be planning to. I wasn't really interested in this competition at first.
Lin Zhe grinned mischievously, but now I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Ding, your desire to win has been detected.
You have a new task. Become the player who earns the most campus coins.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw.
The system conveniently popped up a task, and now we had no choice but to win.
It's decided, Lin Zhe said confidently. Let's defeat all the upperclassmen and make a killing with campus coins. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wang Hao said with some concern.
My noble values won't allow you to do such a thing.
Unless you take me with you. Me too, Shi Xingyu added.
It's wrapped up, Lin Zhe said with a smile. The two immediately beamed with joy, putting their arms around each other and discussing how to win.
They felt an exciting urge to do something naughty. It'll be like this for a while, then like this again. However, at that moment, a very serious voice rang out from the side of the line. Which one of you is Lin Zhe? Come here.
The three immediately looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the speaker was a middle-aged man with a fierce appearance.
Ah, it's Zhang Daji, the head of the warrior department.
Shi Xingyu recognized him at a glance. He's notoriously strict, nicknamed Iron-Faced Demon, and voted by students as the #1 most terrifying teacher in the Western War.
There's such a ranking? Lin Zhe asked curiously. At this point, shouldn't you be wondering why he called you? Wang Hao complained. Could it be that our discussion was discovered so quickly? We're speaking so quietly, it shouldn't be a problem, right? But Zhang Daji continued to ask into the crowd, who is Lin Zhe? I don't want to repeat myself.
However, Lin Zhe was not intimidated and stepped forward. It's me.
The entire group immediately turned their attention to him.
Zhang Daji glanced at him and beckoned him over. Come here for a second. Then the two of them walked outside one after the other. The group behind him suddenly erupted into a clamor of discussion.
What's going on? I was called in for a talk by the department head on the very first day of school. This guy's got something. I really want to know what he did wrong.
In short, anything that gets on the radar of the iron-faced demon Zhang Daji's radar is bound to be bad.
Everyone's tone was full of gossip and sarcasm, as if they were enjoying the drama.
At this moment, a voice came from within the ranks.
Wait a minute, the name Lin Zhe sounds familiar? Oh, I remember now. Isn't he the winner of the Western Rising Stars Championship? My god, even the first place winner was taken?
The news spread quickly, and the students discussed it even more intensely.
However, dissenting voices soon emerged from the crowd. Sha, so what if I'm first in the Rising Star competition?
I'm still the top scorer in the college entrance exam, a rather mature-looking long-haired beauty said casually.
Heh, first place?
As long as my family throws money at me, I can get as much first place as I want. A young master dressed in brocade robes said arrogantly. Many other students also showed expressions of dissatisfaction. After all, those who can get into the Western Military Academy are the best among students, and none of them are willing to admit defeat to anyone else, nor do they want to see others showing off in front of them. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe followed Zhang Daji behind, wondering to himself what he had done.
Then, the two entered a room.
As soon as Lin Zhe entered, he saw about 7 or 8 people already sitting inside. Each of them was older, with serious expressions and extraordinary demeanor, clearly esteemed teachers.
Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Are these teachers sitting like this to judge me? What did I do? Are you saying I'm not allowed to participate because I'm too invincible?
Among the group, a middle-aged man was the first to greet them. Lin Zhe, you're here. Lin Zhe felt that the man looked familiar, and after a moment's thought he remembered that he was Director Ma of the summoning department, Ma Kuan. They met once at the academic exchange meeting that day, and Lin Zhe was even specially appointed as an advisor to the summoning department.
However, so many things happened afterward that he almost forgot about it. However, the other teachers remained serious, scrutinizing Lin Zhe with a somewhat critical eye. So, what's the matter? Lin Zhe asked directly. Ahem, it's like this. Ma Kuan seemed a little embarrassed. After careful consideration, we've decided that you shouldn't represent the freshmen in the welcome match.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe thought to himself, so that's really how it is.
But that won't do.
Campus coins are secondary. The main thing is the system tasks. It would be a huge loss not to do them.
So he immediately said, why can't I participate? I'm going to make a scene. I'm really going to make a scene. The way he was acting, it felt like he was about to lie on the ground and throw a tantrum any second. Wait, let me finish, Ma Kuan said quickly. We want you to join the competition as an advisor to stop those newcomers. Ha, you can do that?
Lin Zhe instantly stopped making trouble.
To be honest, Ma Kuan explained somewhat embarrassedly, this freshman welcome competition is a traditional event in our Western War. Although it's called a welcome competition, its real purpose is to give the freshmen a taste of their own medicine. Therefore, there has never been a precedent in history where a freshman has defeated an upperclassman. But after learning about your strength, we are all very worried that the freshman will win the competition, so you absolutely cannot be in the freshman's camp. Although this method is somewhat unethical, it's for the sake of these new students' growth, and I hope you can understand. At this point, the other teachers also began
became a little embarrassed. Zhang Daji added, as for campus coins, you'll get them by defeating freshmen, so you don't need to worry about that.
Is that so? Lindsay pondered. Since that's the case, it doesn't seem like it's impossible, since beating up freshmen or seniors is the same anyway.
Suddenly, an idea flashed into his mind like lightning. His eyes darted around, and he asked, let me confirm, my sole objective this time is to prevent those freshmen from winning the competition, right?
That's right. The teachers nodded. Okay, I agree, Lindsay said decisively.
Teachers, don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Upon hearing this, the teachers finally smiled with relief. Lindsay lowered his head, trying hard to suppress the upward curve of his lips, and walked towards the door. Meanwhile, inside the new student welcome event instance, the older students were already in their positions, waiting for quite some time. Many of them were particularly excited, especially the sophomores. Having been humiliated by upperclassmen last year, they were now filled with a sense of triumph, as if they were finally free to rise up and sing their own praises. Beside a cliff, 3 older students were hiding behind a large rock. Below the cliff is a narrow, winding path, which is where the new students will pass through. When the new students arrive, push the stones down, understand? Said a student in charge of the instructions.
Got it.
Don't push it too early or too late. We need to solve as many students' problems as possible at once, another student said, rubbing his hands together.
Ha, I can't wait, you little noobs. Let your big brother give you a good beating.
The third student revealed a wicked smile. However, at that moment, a flash of lightning appeared behind them, and before they could react, their health bars were reduced to 0, and they were teleported away. A handsome young man appeared on the spot, wearing a badge on his chest with 4 large characters, Student Advisor. A big smile spread across his face. As long as we eliminate all the new and returning students, we can make a killing with gold coins. After Lindsay instantly dealt with 3 senior students, a notification popped up in front of his eyes. Kill a professional, data entity, experience plus 360, triggers twice the effort, twice the results, talent, additional plus 180, lifespan plus 360 days. 300 campus coins have been credited to your account. So killing someone earns you 100 campus coins, not bad. Lindsay nodded in satisfaction.
Meanwhile, next to the monitor outside the instance,
several teachers, including Ma Kuan and Zhang Daji, gasped in shock.
What's going on? Why is this different from what we agreed on? How did he manage to take care of several older students right away? Is he trying to trick us? How could this student do this? Isn't this deceiving the teacher?
I was just being so polite to him. Some of the teachers were bewildered, while others were angry, and they all began to question Lindsay's moral standards. Lindsay glanced at the large rock beside the cliff, roughly guessed the student's intentions, smiled, but then shook his head.
Aren't these 3 a bit stupid? Their ambush is way too obvious. Just then, a commotion finally came from below the cliff.
Lindsay peeked out and saw a group of new students walking towards them from not far away, soon to pass through the path below. He looked closely at the people inside and found that Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu were not there.
That's perfect. Now we can be carefree.
Meanwhile, the group of freshmen at the foot of the mountain noticed that the path in front of them suddenly narrowed, and they began to have some doubts. Something seems off about the road ahead, one student pointed out. It's not just some, it's very wrong, another student said.
Look up there, everyone.
The new students looked up and saw half around, large rock protruding from the high cliff in front of them.
It's definitely an ambush. When we walk over there in a bit, the rocks will roll down. Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks.
It must be said that, as top students, their intelligence and combat experience are quite remarkable.
But what can we do? We can't just stay here forever, can we? I have a solution.
A rather mature-looking long-haired beauty stepped forward and introduced herself. My profession is a space mage. I can open 2 teleportation portals over a short distance.
Everyone just needs to enter my portal in a moment.
After speaking, she took out a gem-encrusted staff, drew a circle in front of her, and a portal appeared in the air. The girl strolled in, and the next second, her stunning figure appeared at the other end of the path, completely ignoring the section where stones might fall. The other students were delighted to see this. Wow, I didn't know there was such a skill.
Don't you recognize her?
She's the top scorer in the college entrance exam in Tianyu City this year. Wow, she's beautiful, kind-hearted, and a top student too.
Thank you, top scorer. You've brought us all some good fortune.
So, everyone started walking toward the portal one by one. Just then, a loud boom came from the cliff, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The large rock began to roll down the cliff at breakneck speed, but there was no one on the path below.
The students below immediately burst into laughter. Ha, the people upstairs can't sit still anymore, can they? This is just impotent rage, isn't it?
Ha, there's no one down there. How many feathers can you possibly smash, you idiot?
Looks like the older students aren't all that great after all.
However, as they laughed, everyone found themselves unconsciously moving toward the path.
What's wrong? Why isn't my body obeying my commands?
Upon closer inspection, they discovered a huge dark shadow in the middle of the path. The phantoms created by the Shadow Fiend are applying a 100% taunt effect to them.
I don't know why, but I really want to attack that shadow. Me too. do? My legs won't obey me. Stop it. I'm about to be crushed to death. Then, a group of students rushed down the path like madmen, including the top-scoring girl. The next second, a huge rock fell directly on them, crushing the group into mincemeat. 3,200 campus coins have been credited to your account. The delightful sound of money entering his pocket rang out again from Lindsay's interface. Alright, we can head to the next outpost now. 5 minutes later, Lindsay appeared at one end of a suspension bridge, below which was a bottomless cliff. Several senior students had been lying in wait there, planning to cut down the suspension bridge when a freshman walked onto it. Lindsay easily took them down again, then waited by the bridge. Soon after, the new students slowly walked in. Look everyone, there's definitely something wrong with that bridge over there. By the time we get up there, someone on the other side will definitely have already cut us down. At this moment, a boy dressed in fancy clothes released a huge flying mount. Wow, it's a chicken cooing beast. The students looked at the mount with envy. This mount must cost tens of millions, right? The boy gave a cold, arrogant smile. Want to ride my horse? Sure, but you'll have to become my underling. Instantly, many people knelt down at the boy's feet, repeatedly shouting, big brother, from now on, you are my brother. Among the remaining people, some were initially reluctant, but considering that this was the only way to cross the bridge, they all abandoned their noble dignity. The boy was quite pleased with himself for instantly gaining a group of followers, and muttered to himself, with money, you can be the boss. Then, the chicken-like beast, carrying more than 30 students, was about to fly to the other side. But just then, a seductive voice gently drifted into everyone's ears. Do you want to be his underlings, or my slaves? Following the sound, they saw a voluptuous and alluring woman on the opposite bank. It was Lilith. All the men and women, including that young master, instantly seemed to be bewitched, their eyes sparkling with hearts and their mouths drooling. Your Majesty, I'm your dog. Then, one by one, they were forced to dismount from the chicken-cooing beast's back and fall into the cliff below. 3,500 campus coins have been credited to your account. Lindsay's lips curled up again. Meanwhile, the teachers watching from outside the monitors were all terrified. I think I finally know what he's going to do, a teacher said. Our task for him was to prevent freshmen from winning, but he didn't want freshmen to win, nor did he want upperclassmen to win. He's going to take over the entire instance, isn't he? Upon hearing this, all the teachers suddenly realized what was happening, and then they broke out in a cold sweat. Is this even allowed? Isn't this a bit unfair? A teacher asked. No, there is indeed no rule that attacking both sides simultaneously constitutes a foul, Director Makuan said. But this is somewhat disruptive to order. Although it's not against the rules, it's still a bit unethical. I think we should contact the teacher in the instance as soon as possible and ask him to take care of it. Inside the instance, at the end of the newcomer's attack route, a man was lying next to a rock, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, idly sunbathing. He was in his early 30s and quite handsome, but his messy hair and stubble gave him a carefree and unconventional look. He complained, ugh, what a terrible holiday, and I have to be dragged here to be a security guard. They say the Great Xia has a new rule that all student dungeons must have a teacher present to prevent them from being invaded by the abyss. I'd love to study the abyss, but where can I find one so easily? Just then, his communicator rang, and he lazily pressed the answer button. Suddenly, an urgent voice came from the other end. Teacher Hanja, a student is causing trouble. Go and stop him immediately. At this moment, Lindsay has arrived at the next area. This was a flat, open jungle area. As soon as he arrived, he heard a noisy fighting coming from the other side. Lindsay crouched down in the grass and saw that the freshmen and seniors had formed two opposing camps and were engaged in a fierce battle, with a total of about 100 people. Finally, it feels a bit like a battlefield, Lindsay said with a smile. Quality, grade A. However, in his view, whether they were freshmen or returning students, they had all turned into mobile campus currency, which made him eager to try his luck. Just then, he noticed that Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu were also in the crowd, and the two were engaged in a fierce battle with someone. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the two people confronting each other were none other than Chu Yuyu and Qi Yueying. Ha, they've come to intercept the freshmen too? Lindsay immediately put on a show-like expression. Seeing the people he knew fighting, he decided to watch for a while before intervening. On the other side, Wang Hao held a large shield in one hand and a large sword in the other, adopting a stance that combined offense and defense. Oof, although you are quite pretty, Wang Hao challenged, I won't pity you just because you're a delicate flower. This junior brother has quite the big mouth. Chu Yuyu stood opposite him, responding calmly and composedly. And guarding her was a dragon about the same size as Lindsay's demon dragon. However, unlike the demon dragon which was entirely black, that dragon had a light pink base with some light blue, light green and light yellow spots, and its tail and the ends of its wings had some fluttering membranes like tassels, making it look ethereal. Lindsay instantly recalled the fairy dragon named Icarus that Chu Yuyu summoned when they first met. It seems this dragon has also advanced in rank, Lindsay guessed. Faced with Wang Hao's powerful combination of offense and defense, the fairy dragon spread its wings and slowly flew into the sky. Then it began to spin leisurely above Wang Hao, while emitting clear chirps. Then, colorful sequins began to
to fall from the dragon's body like a shower of flowers. The entire set of movements was very elegant and gorgeous. If it weren't for the fact that it was on the battlefield, Lin Zhe would have thought that the fairy dragon was dancing gracefully. But then the sequins landed on Wang Hao's head and body, and the next second, something unexpected happened. Wang Hao's eyes were glazed over. He dropped his shield and weapon and then began to dance with his broad and muscular body, in a style similar to ballet. He would straighten his legs and jump high, then tiptoe and spin around, his movements incredibly graceful. He transformed into a nimble fat man, a stark contrast to his original rugged demeanor. Chu Yuyu was standing next to her, covering her mouth and giggling. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded, even from the bushes.
Chu Yuyu, that's going a bit too far, he scolded. How could you tease my good brother like that?
The next second, he immediately brought up the camera function on the interface and started recording.
Wang Hao's dark history added to 1.
Meanwhile, Qi Xingyu was facing his own sister and lifelong rival, Qi Yueying. At this moment, Qi Xingyu held a long sword, with 6 flying swords protecting his body, maintaining a poised and ready stance. Not far away, on the other side, Qi Yueying held a greatsword as tall as herself in both hands, standing motionless in front of her slender yet powerful body. The two remained deadlocked.
After a long pause, Qi Xingyu said with a rather tragic expression, "Sister, tell me, have we, as siblings, really come to this?" Qi Yueying remained calm and said coldly, "Just do what I tell you to do. Why all the nonsense? It's a good opportunity for me to see your recent results." Qi Xingyu ran a hand through his hair, shook his head, and said with a helpless expression, "Fine, fine, since that's how it is, then I won't hold back. Watch closely, this sword strike is going to be really cool." The next second, Qi Xingyu moved with full force, his whole body like a dragon emerging from the sea, and he knelt down on the ground with a thud. "Sis, please let me go this time." "Ha?" Lin Zhe was completely dumbfounded. "No, where's your self-respect? Where's your ambition? Is it worthless?" Lin Zhe wanted nothing more than to stand up and launch into a tirade. System loading. What kind of friends do I make?
At the same time, Qi Yueying also put one hand to her forehead, shook her head, and said helplessly, "I really overestimated you." However, just as she was slightly distracted and before she could finish her sentence, Qi Xingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly sharpened his eyes, and 6 flying swords suddenly flew out with a whoosh, attacking Qi Yueying from 6 different directions.
Qi Yueying's eyes widened slightly, clearly not expecting this sudden attack.
However, she remained calm, wielding her greatsword in the air.
Clang 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 clang.
6 crisp sounds rang out, and all 6 flying swords were deflected. Lin Zhe, who was watching from the side, was also surprised. He originally thought it would be quite boring, but he didn't expect it to turn into such a wonderful scene.
Qi Xingyu is quite an interesting kid.
Lin Zhe not only didn't find him shameful, but actually admired him quite a bit. After all, on a real battlefield, morality is meaningless. Any means are justified in the pursuit of victory. On the other end, Qi Xingyu slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and said nonchalantly, "Oh dear, I didn't expect you to block me again, older sister."
"There's really nothing I can do."
Qi Yueying's face remained calm, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth.
"It's not entirely useless," she said, extending one hand.
On the back of her fair, jade-like hand, there was a bloody wound.
"Not bad, you've improved," Qi Yueying said calmly. However, upon hearing this, Qi Xingyu wore an incredulous expression. "What? You just praised me, sis? Am I hearing things?" "Hoof." Qi Yueying snorted coldly. "It's too early to be smug. From now on, I'm going to get serious." "Ah, this."
Qi Xingyu's smile froze on his face, then turned into fear. "This kind of thing is not allowed." Qi Yueying raised her greatsword high, and the next second, she slammed it forward onto the ground. A sharp sword aura immediately shot out towards Qi Xingyu, carving a huge crack in the ground along its path. Qi Xingyu instinctively used 6 flying swords to defend himself, but the swords were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they were all deflected. Moreover, the speed of the sword energy was so fast that Qi Xingyu had no time to dodge. Just when he thought he was going to die here, and even his expression was quite peaceful, a bolt of lightning blocked his way. A handsome young man clad in orange amber armor appeared before them, his starry sky-colored longsword deflecting all the swift sword energy. Qi Xingyu and Qi Yueying were both stunned.
"Brother Lin," Qi Xingyu exclaimed with delight, "you finally arrived. I thought you couldn't participate."
Qi Yueying was no longer the calm and collected leader she always was. Instead, she seemed somewhat flustered, like a young girl. "Lin
Zhe, why are you here? Also, was that move you just used the thunderbolt technique I gave you?"
Lin Zhe withdrew his defensive stance and smiled. "That's right, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet."
"No need to thank me."
Qi Yueying stammered a little. "I didn't expect you to learn so quickly."
"It seems you're already close to the great completion realm, right?" "Pretty much." Lin Zhe thought to himself, "If I told you that I have reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, you might question your existence, right?" However, Lin Zhe quickly steered the conversation back to the main topic, asking Qi Yueying, "So, how about we have a little sparring session? Are you ready?" Qi Yueying shuddered in surprise. The thought of Lin Zhe's skills reminded her of the first time she met him. Then a blush gradually rose to her cheeks. "No need to compete, you're the better one, okay?" After saying this with a mix of shame and anger, she teleported away.
Lin Zhe was left standing there, still a little dazed. Why so suddenly? Why is your sister's mood so unstable? Qi Xingyu scratched his head, somewhat puzzled.
I don't know either. She's not usually like this. Brother Lin, what exactly happened between you and my sister?
Faced with Qi Xingyu's curious question, Lin Zhe quickly laughed it off. It's nothing, there was just a misunderstanding with your sister before. However, in Qi Xingyu's mind, these words automatically conjured up a scene. Lin Zhe held a cigarette between two fingers, puffing out smoke as he said with a weary expression, "Sigh, it was just a mistake I made with your sister when we were young and reckless."
My God, even a woman like my sister was.
Qi Xingyu was startled by his own imagination and instantly admired Lin Zhe to the point of prostration.
Brother Lin, there's nothing more to say.
That title of elder brother wasn't given in vain. Lin Zhe's lips twitched, feeling as if he had misunderstood something. However, I have never actually seen my sister admit defeat to anyone, Qi Xingyu said seriously.
I truly admire her. Lin Zhe quickly changed the subject.
Stop talking about your sister.
Wang Hao is still dancing. Let's go help him.
After saying that, he ran off in that direction in a flash.
Dancing? Qi Xingyu was taken aback, then immediately followed.
Meanwhile, the fairy dragon continued to spin gracefully above Wang Hao's head, showering him with colorful sequins. Wang Hao's dance had now switched from ballet to yanko, with a big smile on his face as he moved his hands and feet in unison.
Chu Yuyu clapped her hands and laughed until her stomach hurt. Ha 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 ha, what a nimble fatso.
Just then, a voice suddenly rang in her ear. Playing is playing, joking is joking, but don't make fun of my brother. Looking in the direction of the sound, she saw two handsome young men standing one after the other beside her. Chu Yuyu was startled. Oh my God, it's Lin Zhe
and Sister Yu's younger brother, Xingyu. She glanced at Wang Hao, whom she had been controlling, stuck out her tongue, and said apologetically, "So he's your friend? I'm sorry, I was just doing my job of stopping the new students." The next second, she immediately shouted to the fairy dragon in the sky, "Icarus, come back." The fairy dragon let out a cry, flapped its ethereal wings twice, and reluctantly returned to Chu Yuyu's side. Wang Hao stopped abruptly halfway through his dance, blinking blankly. What's wrong with me? I just dreamt I was performing, and lots of people were clapping for me. Oh no, I feel a little dizzy.
Wang Hao sat down on the ground with a thud. He.
Chu Yuyu let out a slightly awkward laugh,
then immediately said, "Alright, that's all for me, goodbye." After saying that, he prepared to make his escape. Wait a minute, Lin Zhe called out to her expressionlessly.
He, is there anything else?
Chu Yuyu asked with a guilty smile, a chill running down her spine.
What else do you want to do to me? The next second, a black monster appeared out of thin air beside Lin Zhe.
Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a demon dragon that had been summoned. Chu Yuyu and Icarus were both startled when they saw the majestic demon dragon.
Chu Yuyu thought to herself, he asked me about the hatching method of dragon eggs not long ago. I didn't expect them to grow so big so quickly.
Icarus stared blankly at the other person, lost in thought. Lin Zhe slowly said, "I see your dragons have also advanced.
Why don't we let them spar?" Oh, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Chu Yuyu quickly refused, thinking to herself, good heavens, who can beat you? What's wrong with that? It's an academic exchange.
Lin Zhe grinned mischievously and ordered the demon dragon, "Little dragon, go."
Roar.
The demon dragon let out an excited roar and immediately charged towards the fairy dragon. Then, the two dragons, one black and one pink, began to stare at each other, both seemingly filled with curiosity about the other. However, the next second, the two dragons simultaneously let out excited roars, their long necks intertwined intimately, and they began to do some indescribable things.
Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Chu Yuyu covered her eyes and screamed, "Ah, that's indecent assault."
The next second, Chu Yuyu recalled the fairy dragon, her face flushed red, and then teleported away on her own.
Oh, the demon dragon let out a reluctant cry as the fairy dragon suddenly disappeared.
Lin Zhe sighed, "Damn it, I was careless." Xiaolong is already in puberty, the age when hormones are surging.
Looks like I need to teach him a lesson.
Lin Zhe looked at the pitiful-looking little dragon and shook his head like a worried old father. Then he put the little dragon back. Finally, only Lin Zhe, Qi Xingyu, and Wang Hao remained in this small open space. Wang Hao was still a little dizzy, and said with lingering enthusiasm, "I think I have a real talent for dancing now, and I'm going to sign up for a class."
Lin Zhe and Qi Xingyu.
The two farces have ended, but at this very moment, in the jungle where they are, many new and old students are still fighting fiercely.
Alright, it's time to get down to business. Lin Zhe grinned mischievously. As soon as the shadow appeared, 10 hellhounds were summoned. Perfect timing.
I haven't even used the treasure hunter talent I got last time. Skill, treasure hunter,
has a 50% chance to steal one piece of equipment from the opponent's inventory. Each target can only be targeted once. Cooldown, 60 seconds. The next second, the big black dogs turned into shadows and disappeared into the ground, wandering off in different directions.
Then, screams of alarm could be heard coming from all over the woods.
Where did my sword go?
My staff, the staff I just made yesterday.
My ring.
The students, who had been engrossed in their fight just moments before, now looked around in terror. Suddenly, they were pounced on by some dark figures, who not not only stole their equipment but also reduced their health to zero.
What is this? The students exclaimed in alarm. Isn't there no monster in this instance?
Meanwhile, prompts began to pop up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes.
Ding! You have obtained the thorn armor. Ding!
You have obtained the great sword of justice.
Ding! You have obtained women's underwear. He answered the phone. Ding!
You have obtained a small round shield.
Ha! It seems like something strange has gotten mixed in.
Lin Zhe was speechless. Then, screams came from the surrounding female students. Ah, that's indecent assault.
Looking around, everyone was disheveled. Wang Haoyi rebuked Lin Zhe, saying righteously, Lin Zhe, this is wrong of you. How can you bully a female classmate like this?
No, I didn't.
Let me explain.
Lin Zhe was also somewhat flustered.
This is the first time I've used this skill. I really didn't mean to.
But the next second, he saw Wang Hao's face and was immediately speechless.
Isn't it possible that you would be more convincing if you wiped your nosebleed before saying this?
Qi Xingyu covered his eyes, saying, I'm a gentleman who received strict upbringing. I shouldn't look at what I shouldn't see.
But as he spoke, the fingers covering his eyes couldn't help but peek out a crack. Before long, the shouts around them gradually subsided, clearly indicating that Lin Zhe had asked them to leave.
Lin Zhe also gained a lot of equipment and 6,300 campus coins.
Meanwhile, next to the monitor outside the instance, when all the teachers saw Lin Zhe's series of actions, their faces turned ashen. This is outrageous.
A teacher slammed a cup on the ground.
We've never seen anything like this before in our Western Warfare Academy. One teacher directly blamed Ma Kuan. Teacher Ma, is this the consultant you hired? We trusted you so much. Ma Kuan was speechless. I didn't know this would happen.
Everyone criticized this Lin Zhe. Although his strength is not bad, his moral character is really too poor.
Has he forgotten that the freshman welcome competition is directly related to finding a mentor? Does anyone else want to be Lin Zhe's mentor? Every teacher shook their heads repeatedly. We can't handle students like this. By the way, where's Professor Hanja? Weren't we told to go over there to maintain order? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Give him another call.
Lin Zhe clapped his hands, thinking, everyone's almost ready. Now we just need to walk to the finish line, and that'll be a victory. However, just then, a telephone ringing suddenly sounded from the bushes beside them.
Hello?
A man's voice came from the bushes.
Not only that, the communicator was on speakerphone, and the voice on the other end could be heard clearly. Hey, didn't we tell you to go and catch that student named Lin Zhe? Why aren't you here yet?
Don't rush, the man in the bushes said, his tone clearly impatient.
I'm lying in ambush for him, aren't I?
Lin Zhe, Qi Xingyu, and Wang Hao were all stunned when they heard this, and they looked at each other in bewilderment.
Lin Zhe, no, you call this an ambush? Beep beep beep. The person in the bushes hung up the phone.
Then, amidst the strange looks from the three people, one of them slowly stood up. He was a man in his early 30s, with some stubble on his face, a few leaves stuck in his messy hair, and a slightly worn shirt. He had is a difficult word to translate directly, but it conveys a sense of decadence, listlessness, and a lack of refinement, demeanor, and was somewhat slovenly, even less noticeable than the students from before.
Who is this person?
The three looked at each other, all puzzled.
Without thinking much, Wang Hao asked directly, who are you, uncle?
Uncle? The man looked left and then right, a puzzled expression on his face.
Who are you calling uncle? Wang Hao thought to himself, is this guy an idiot? Of course it's you.
However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt a sound beneath his feet, and then everything went black.
The next instant, he was completely enveloped in a net.
Then he saw the net quickly tighten and shrink, and before he could react, it had already become the size of a small pendant hooked between the man's fingers.
What?
Lin Zhe and Qi Xingyu were both surprised when they saw this series of actions. They immediately realized their misjudgment. The man in front of them was so fast and his methods so strange that he was clearly no ordinary person.
Moreover, it could be extremely dangerous. Lin Zhe immediately used insightful insight to probe, but the other party's information showed a bunch of question marks. Lin Zhe thought to himself, no way, could the dungeon have been invaded by some enemy again? But then Wang Hao, now the size of a pendant, struggled and shouted inside the net, let me out, let me out. The man held the net in one hand and flicked Wang Hao's body hard with his fingers in the other. While playing the piano, he scolded, I told you not to talk nonsense. What do you mean, uncle?
I'm only 31 years old, I don't even have a girlfriend yet, do I look that old? Wang Hao cried out in pain as the plucking made him cry out, ouch, ouch, stop playing.
I was wrong, brother.
Seeing this, Qi Xingyu became anxious and quickly said, you're not allowed to bully my friend. The next second, 6 flying swords, as graceful as swimming dragons, pierced towards the man.
However, in the blink of an eye, the man already had a black stone in his hand.
In an instant, several clanging sounds were heard as all the flying swords were sucked onto the stone.
What is this? A magnet?
Qi Xingyu's eyes widened slightly, and he immediately manipulated his mental power, trying to make the flying sword break free of his control. However, the 6 flying swords were like mice stuck on a sticky trap, trembling slightly but unable to escape.
How could this happen?
This was the first time Qi Xingyu had ever encountered something like this. Logically speaking, a mere magnet shouldn't be able to hold onto his sword unless the other party's item is extremely special, or their mental strength far surpasses his own. Before he could even think, a large net emerged from beneath Qi Xingyu's feet, enveloping him completely. Then, Qi Xingyu also became a small accessory in the man's hand.
What is this? This is so unfair,
Qi Xingyu shouted as he struggled.
Why do you always resort to such underhanded tactics? Slap. The man flicked a finger at him. How dare you talk to me like that? You tricked your sister just now. Wasn't that despicable? Ouch.
Qi Xingyu, feeling both pain and guilt, immediately shut his mouth. Seeing that Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu had both behaved themselves, the man stopped what he was doing and said leisurely, "That's more like it. These students nowadays have absolutely no manners.
In terms of age, you should call me brother.
In terms of status, you should respectfully address me as teacher.
Don't be disrespectful to the teacher, understand?" However, upon hearing this, all three were taken aback and exclaimed in unison, "Teacher? You?"
The carefree, irresponsible man in front of me seemed far removed from the image of a teacher.
No, what do you mean by that?
The man was starting to lose his composure.
Should I pull out my teacher's certificate and show it to you? Damn, I think I forgot to bring it in my rush today.
The three were speechless, feeling that it was even more unbelievable.
Fine, I'm magnanimous. You two can go out and stay put.
After saying that, the man opened a portal, threw the two small pendants in his hand into it, and the two were immediately teleported out of the instance.
Then, the man looked at Lindsay and slowly said, "You are Lindsay?" Lindsay didn't show any hesitation and replied, "That's right. May I ask how I should address you, teacher?"
"Did I tell you to ask?" the man said nonchalantly.
"I saw everything you did just now."
"I was going to turn a blind eye, but those old men were worried about the impact and insisted that I take charge of you."
"Sigh, what can I do? I'm not qualified enough to be a teacher, so I can only be trampled underfoot by them."
The man's words were so honest that Lindsay didn't know how to respond. The teachers outside the instance were furious upon hearing this, their faces turning pale and then red.
"All right."
The man pointed to the portal beside him, his expression gradually darkening.
"Now, here's a choice. I'll leave on your own. Be asked to leave by me.
Which do you choose?"
Oh, a playful smile appeared on Lindsay's face. "When you encounter a question you don't know, of course you choose C."
The moment he finished speaking, 10 dark figures that had been lurking on the ground converged at the man's feet. Then, 10 hellhounds swarmed around the man, each with its gaping maw ready to bite him.
"Ha!"
The man looked surprised, then was pounced on by the big black dogs and knocked to the ground. The large black dogs began to devour the man, creating a scene that was somewhat inappropriate for children, even though no real death would occur in this scenario.
It was solved so easily? Lindsay was a little puzzled, then instinctively realized that something was wrong.
He jumped away quickly, and in an instant, a large net enveloped him again where he had been standing.
"The reaction is acceptable."
The man's voice came from nearby, but he couldn't see the man. When Lindsay looked towards the spot where the black dogs were desperately fighting for food, he saw that the man's body had turned into a dead goat.
"You dogs, come back here," Lindsay shouted, but the hellhounds continued to frantically fight over the food, even becoming somewhat agitated.
Lindsay was somewhat surprised. At the same time, several black energy fences appeared out of thin air above the big black dog and then fell to the ground with a bang, forming a cage that locked all the dogs inside.
"Hunter's noble phantasm, black cage."
The man's voice rang out again, and his figure appeared beside the cage. With a confident smile on his face, as if he had caught his prey, he said, "Hunting successful." 10 hellhounds barked wildly in the cage, displaying unusual frenzy. Some rammed their bodies against the cage bars, some bit them, and some turned into shadows trying to escape, but all to no avail. "No need to waste your energy," the man said with a grin.
"This black cage is my secret weapon. Once you're trapped inside, you can't break free. I'll be keeping your pets for now." With that, the man put the black cage and the dogs into his inventory. Lindsay was also somewhat shocked when he saw this. My summoned beast was actually stolen by the other party just like that?
Logically speaking, a summoner's summoned creatures should be exclusive and should not be possessed by others. Unless he has some special talent, Lindsay thought to himself.
I didn't expect the Western War to have such a powerful teacher.
However, Lindsay was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he became somewhat excited.
The next second, flames exploded, and the flame demon appeared before them. "Oh, you seem pretty impressive,"
the man praised in a flat tone.
"Poof." The flame demon exhaled scorching heat from its nostrils. "A mere insect, so arrogant, huh? Let me tell you, I'm not on the same level as the hellhound." "Ha ha ha." The man laughed. "A talking summoned beast? This is the first time I've ever seen one. Come to think of it, I haven't seen many demons either. Might as well catch a few to study." "How arrogant."
Upon hearing this, the flame demon's anger flared immediately, and he raised his heavy hammer to smash it down on the man.
Bang!
The man's body was instantly hit, and then a cloud of blood mist exploded out. All talk and no action, but you're utterly incompetent," the flame demon scoffed. The blood mist enveloped the flame demon's body, making his eyes appear somewhat dazed. At the same time, a black cage made of energy appeared above his head again, about to fall on him. In the blink of an eye, a dark figure suddenly appeared beside him, swiftly rushed forward, and kicked him away.
Exclamation point.
The flame flame demon was thrown back by that enormous force, instantly losing more than 100,000 HP, and a sharp pain shot through its arm. Oh whoa! He let out an angry howl at the dark figure, initially thinking it was an enemy, but upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the Rakshasa King. You! The flame demon was even more enraged. I knew all along that you were a traitor with ill intentions. After saying that, he was about to swing his heavy hammer and fight the Rakshasa King to the death. However, the next second, the black cage slammed down on the Rakshasa King, trapping him inside. The flame demon was instantly stunned. What's going on? He's helping you. Lin Zhe's voice rang out from behind, and he began to explain. I felt something was off when the dogs were caught. Their mental state was clearly strange. So I speculate that the reason they were caught was not because the black cage was so invincible, but because of the bait that attracted them, namely the goat. And this time, the blood mist once again confirmed my guess. It wasn't that the black cage was so powerful, but rather that the blood mist weakened the opponent first. After all, how could a rule like once trapped, it cannot be broken appear so easily? After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he shouted into the air, am I right, teacher? Clap, clap, clap. Accompanied by a series of claps, the man reappeared. Great reasoning, you've got a good head on your shoulders, the man said with a smile. The teacher's various props are also amazing, Lin Zhe sneered. Moreover, I've never seen such a cunning and treacherous teacher before. The words cunning and treacherous were deliberately emphasized. Hey, don't you know how to respect your teacher? The man retorted. If it weren't for my injury, the 7 heroes of Yunxiao wouldn't have been a match for me back then. Now, I can only rely on tinkering with these research and inventions all day to improve my combat power. Lin Zhe rolled his eyes at him. So, do all older people like to brag? TCH, why would I bother arguing with a little kid like you? The man shrugged, looked at the Rakshasa King trapped in the black cage beside him, and smiled. Lin Zhe, I admit that you are indeed quite capable, but you were ultimately a step too slow, and I succeeded. He looked the Rakshasa King up and down and exclaimed, oh, it's a really good advanced creature, even more powerful than that red-haired monster over there. I've hit the jackpot. Wait a minute, who are you calling a red-haired monster? The flame demon was so angry he was about to jump up and down. The man ignored him and instead smiled confidently at Lin Zhe. Then I'll take your summoned beast too. Prey retrieval, he said, before putting it back into his inventory. However, the next second, his movements froze in mid-air. The black cage beside him remained completely unmoved. What went wrong? He showed a hint of doubt for the first time. At that moment, the Rakshasa King uttered a whisper. Killing machine, activate. Skill, killing machine. When activated, every normal attack will be a critical hit, speed and attack speed are increased to 1000%, and immunity to negative status effects and mind control effects is granted. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. The next second, a powerful aura burst forth from the Rakshasa King's entire body, and the black cage's bars were instantly shattered. Then, like a black lightning bolt, the Rakshasa King charged towards the man with the force to shatter mountains and split the earth. The man was clearly not prepared for this situation and quickly dodged backward. At the same time, he had several glass test tubes in his hands, each containing a different colored liquid. The next second, the man drank the medicine in the test tube in one gulp. At the same time, the Rakshasa King's punch arrived, so powerful that even the air itself seemed to roar. But then a loud smack was heard, and the man actually caught the Rakshasa King's fist with one hand. Lin Zhe was slightly startled, then reacted, and said, those potions gave you a buff? You guessed right. The man explained while fighting the Rakshasa King, besides, my buff lasts for 3 minutes, which is longer than his skill duration, so I just need to wait for his buff to expire. Lin Zhe said irritably, calling you cunning and treacherous is really not an exaggeration at all. If you keep praising me, I'll get embarrassed, the man replied shamelessly. In the short time that followed, the man and the Rakshasa King had already exchanged dozens of blows. Despite not lasting as long as his opponent, the Rakshasa King's fighting spirit remained unwavering, and he swept out with a whip kick. The man immediately bent back to avoid it. However, at that moment, a crack sound suddenly came from the man's waist. Ouch, my god, the man then let out a painful scream and fell backward to the ground. Ha! Lin Zhe was also surprised by this turn of events. Did things go wrong? The Rakshasa King immediately stomped the man on the ground. I give up. Ouch, my back. The man groaned. You won. Tell your summoned beast to let go of your foot. Lin Zhe was speechless for a moment, then gestured to Rakshasa King. Alright, let him go. The man scrambled to his feet, muttering, oops, I guess I was too reckless. I took too big a step and hurt myself. He patted the dirt off his clothes and said to Lin Zhe, pretty impressive. At such a young age, you've tamed such a high-level summoned beast. No wonder Bai Mo, who hadn't been in touch for ages, suddenly messaged me a few days ago, saying nice things about you. Ha! Bai Mo? Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. In other words, this person's identity is, I haven't had a chance to introduce myself yet, the man said. Hanja, the #1 hunter of the Great Xiao dynasty. The man before them was indeed the mentor recommended by Bai Mo. Hanja, the one who led his students to venture into the Misty Border. But Lin Zhe never expected that Hanja would be such a carefree and slovenly man. Moreover, the idea of twisting one's back at
at a crucial moment is unheard of and quite bizarre. However, he still bowed respectfully. So you are teacher Hanja. My apologies. Alright, no need for so much formality. I don't like this stuff either. Hanja said self-deprecatingly. I'm just an ordinary university teacher, and I'm constantly being ordered around by those old men above me, with endless chores to do. Aren't you the #1 hunter of Great Xia? You've already received such an honorary title. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Zhe asked curiously. That's a title I gave myself. My profession is called Wilderness Hunter. Although it's not a world-destroying profession, I think I deserve this title, Hanja said without any modesty. That's true. Lin Zhe nodded. The Wilderness Hunter class emphasizes high agility and burst damage, excels at utilizing items and terrain, and is adept at capturing and manipulating creatures. It combines elements of melee, ranged, support, and summoning, making it a very well-rounded and unique class. Looking at Hanja's series of combat tactics just now, he fully demonstrated the characteristics of this profession, and even when facing monsters like the Flame Demon and the Rakshasa King, he was able to handle them with ease. These are all things that Lin Zhe feels he cannot yet surpass. He recalled that Bai Mo had once said that Hanja's abilities were no less than his own, but because he didn't like being an official and only liked doing research, he became a university teacher. Looking at the other person's unconventional and unrestrained face, Lin Zhe felt a sense of awe and respect. My ideal mentor is gradually becoming clear. Thinking of this, he spoke directly. Professor Han, I hope you can be my mentor. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Hanja interrupted directly, saying, alright, you win this time. I won't stop you anymore. He pointed in a direction ahead. That's the finish line. If you get there, you've won. Then, a hint of schadenfreude crept in. Those traditions those old guys wanted to preserve are about to be broken by you today. I wonder how interesting their expressions will be. I'm going to go see them right now. After saying that, he opened the portal himself and ran away in a flash. Wait a minute. Lin Zhe was left standing there, stunned. 5 minutes later, Lin Zhe reached the end of the instance. After taking down a flag standing there, a prompt appeared on the screen. Congratulations! You have won the freshman welcome competition and have earned 5,000 campus coins, bringing your total to 18,300. The ultimate victorious force in this battle is none. Then his personal system began to calculate. Ding! You have won this competition and successfully completed the mission. You have received one system lottery draw. Lin Zhe was then teleported out of the instance. However, as soon as he returned to reality, he saw a group of teachers surrounding Hanja and scolding him. Hanja, didn't we tell you to stop that kid? Why did you come out on your own while we were fighting? Yes, Teacher Han, you can't keep acting like this. You need to think about your future, right? If you keep going like this, you'll probably only be a lecturer for the rest of your life and never get promoted. I think he's deliberately protecting that kid. Hanja simply stood there, wearing an indifferent expression, ignoring everyone's accusations and letting them go in one ear and out the other, lost in his own thoughts. Alright, this is none of his business. A voice rang out from behind. The teachers turned around and saw that it was Lin Zhe speaking. The next second, the focus immediately shifted to Lin Zhe. You, Lin Zhe, we entrusted you to stop the new students, and what you did was kick out both the new and returning students. What kind of nonsense is this? You've let your teachers down. Yeah, you're a freshman, and you've already caused this kind of trouble right after the start of the semester. What kind of behavior is this? Lin Zhe immediately shrugged, his expression as indifferent as Hanja's. You entrusted me with the task of stopping the freshmen, not that I couldn't attack the upperclassmen as well. So tell me, have I completed the task? You're taking advantage of a loophole. Lin Zhe, I know you are very strong, but this is a school, and moral character is just as important. Exactly. With your cunning and unorthodox methods, let's see which teacher wants to be your mentor. Lin Zhe smiled and said, it doesn't matter. I never intended to have you guys as my mentors anyway. My choice of mentor is. He smiled at Hanja, wanting to formally acknowledge him as his master on the spot. However, the spot where Hanja had just stood was now completely empty. This person actually managed to sneak away while the teachers were besieging Lin Zhe. What the hell? Lin Zhe instantly broke down. And I even helped you out of that situation. How could this person be so ungrateful? In an instant, the lofty image that the other person had painstakingly built up in his mind shattered into dust once again. Seeing that Lin Zhe's momentum had weakened, the teachers launched another barrage of verbal attacks against him. Just then, a gentle yet authoritative female voice came from behind a group of teachers. Alright, everyone, please keep quiet. An elderly woman with a full head of silver hair and a dignified demeanor slowly entered the room. The visitor was none other than Principal Sun Xiulan. Hello, Principal. The teachers immediately greeted Sun Xiulan respectfully. But Sun Xiulan merely nodded slightly, ignoring them, and slowly walked up to Lin Zhe, smiling as she spoke. Lin Zhe, I've heard your name from different people before. I didn't expect you to be such a spirited and imposing young man. Principal, you don't know him. A teacher immediately wanted to complain. Alright, I've already heard about it. Sun Xiulan interrupted the teacher directly, looking him straight in the eye. Her eyes were clearly very gentle, yet they made the teacher take a step back. After a long pause, Sun Xiulan slowly spoke. Do you know that our great Xia, and even the entire human race, may not have many more days of peace left?
With just one sentence, he silenced all the teachers present. Not long ago, the Abyss alien race, known as the cancer of all races, launched a substantial invasion against us. It was this Lin Zhe who drove the Abyss away, preventing the human race from suffering.
The teachers stared at each other in astonishment.
They had only seen vague reports in the news, but they were unaware of the contributions Lin Zhe had made. Dear teachers, Sun Xiulan sighed and said earnestly, I know you want to maintain tradition, but our teaching philosophy must also progress with the times.
Our Western War Academy can no longer be bound by past thinking.
I think Lin Zhe did a great job.
He has the ability to defeat all the enemies, so why is he timid and follow so-called traditions? Isn't tradition meant to be broken?
Her words were like a wake-up call to all the teachers, and Lin Zhe's goodwill towards her increased even more. No wonder she trained the 7 heroes of Yunxiao. This old lady is no ordinary person. Sun Xiulan continued, in conclusion, I agree that Lin Zhe's results are genuine and valid.
He is the first person in our school's history to defeat both new and old students at the same time.
I think similar rules should be added to future freshman welcome competitions to encourage capable people to do so. Then, Sun Xiulan turned her kind gaze back to Lin Zhe and said with a smile, so, to show my appreciation, I'm going to give you a gift. After saying that, she handed a beautifully crafted treasure chest to Lin Zhe. Faced with the unexpected reward, Lin Zhe was stunned for a moment, and then, under the envious gazes of the teachers, he accepted the exquisite treasure chest.
Thank you, Principal.
This is what you deserve, Principal Sun replied.
It's a small gift. Open it when you get back.
After the principal made his statement, the teachers' attitudes toward Lin Zhe completely changed. They gathered around with respect, even a hint of fawning.
Lin Zhe, I was wrong just now, and I sincerely apologize to you. Yes, our teachers are only human, and they make mistakes too. Please forgive us. I'm so sorry about earlier. I wonder if Lin Zhe would be interested in having me as his mentor. I would definitely do my best.
The other teachers were immediately displeased by what this teacher said. Why are you so eager to take advantage of others?
Well then, I should also volunteer. I'm an outstanding mentor for 2 consecutive years. Get out of the way, all of you.
Lin Zhe applied to our warrior department, so I'll definitely be his mentor.
It's not like I can't switch majors temporarily.
In just 2 minutes, Lin Zhe went from being the target of public criticism to becoming a hot commodity. However, Lin Zhe simply smiled and said, I'm sorry, teachers. I already have a mentor in mind, and I want to choose Professor Han Jia. To everyone's surprise, these words caused all the teachers present, including Principal Sun, to display a very complicated expression.
What? You said you want to choose Han Jia, a teacher pressed. That's right, is there a problem?
But Teacher Han, the teacher stammered, looking somewhat embarrassed.
This made Lin Zhe immediately realize that something was wrong.
At this moment, Sun Xiulan waved to Lin Zhe and said somewhat helplessly, come with me.
Lin Zhe immediately followed her out.
A minute later, the two arrived at a private meeting room.
Once they were seated, Sun Xiulan got straight to the point. Was it by Mo who recommended you to have Hanju as your mentor? Lin Zhe nodded.
Sigh, that kid by Mo only knows one side of the story, not the other, Sun Xiulan sighed.
He doesn't know that Hanja is no longer a mentor. What?
Lin Zhe was momentarily dazed. Sigh, Sun Xiulan continued. Hanja was a rising star in our school back then, just as spirited as you, and he, and by Mo were known as the twin stars of the Western Wartba. After staying at the school as a teacher, Hanja has also made a lot of innovative research, which has been very helpful in improving
students' abilities. I think you've heard that his teaching method is to directly take students to fight in the border dungeon, right?
This approach is highly innovative and practical, and it can help students grow quickly. Although many teachers opposed it back then because of its high risk, I always stood in favor of it. But just a year ago, when Hanja led 2 students to the border, an accident happened. One student died on the spot, the other was seriously injured, and Hanja also suffered considerable injuries. This injury directly caused a significant drop in all his attributes, and it also left him with a permanent back injury. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe instantly recalled Hanja twisting his back earlier. He had initially found it amusing, but he never expected it was because of that incident. Sun Xiulan continued. After this incident, Hanja cancelled his teaching program and became quite depressed.
Hey, don't let his carefree attitude fool you. He's actually very gentle and sensitive inside. He's the one who feels the most guilty and saddened because of the 2 students who got into trouble because of him. So that's how it is? Lin Zhe thought to himself. No wonder he either changed the subject or ran away when I asked him to be my mentor.
Sun Xiulan seemed to see through his thoughts. However, with your abilities, who knows, you might be able to help Hanja get out of his shadow.
Me?
Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised.
Why do you say that, Principal?
I can tell that Hanju appreciates you. Sun Xiulan suddenly revealed a somewhat mysterious smile.
Otherwise, when you were being attacked by those teachers just now, who did you think notified me? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly as he suddenly realized.
Perhaps Hanju isn't an important person to you, but his value to our great Xia is far greater than everyone thinks.
consider this my request to you.
Sun Xiulan's tone was earnest, and she placed her hand on Lin Zai's shoulder, making Lin Zai feel a sense of heaviness.
Of course, I can't force you to do this. Think it over before you speak. Sun Xiulan patted his shoulder.
Hanja's studio is in the old dormitory behind the school, but he should be going back to sleep tonight.
He should be free tomorrow. After saying that, Sun Xiulan walked out of the room with elegant steps. Ding!
You have a new mission. Help Hanja regain his confidence and restart the teaching program.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Ha, there's a new mission here too?
Lin Zai was somewhat surprised. To be honest, his previous tasks were mostly monster fighting, which were quite easy for him, but when it came to helping people regain their confidence, he wasn't very confident.
Then let's go check it out tomorrow. Just then, Lin Zai suddenly felt something was wrong. I feel like I've missed something important. But what is it? I can't remember. I feel like I need to grow a brain.
After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, damn it, the dogs are still in Hanja's hands.
At this very moment, somewhere within the school, 10 hellhounds, woof woof woof.
Lin Zai was somewhat speechless.
Looks like I really have to go tomorrow. Afterwards, Lin Zai ate a meal at the cafeteria and then prepared to return to his dormitory.
Still replaying what had just happened in his mind, he walked somewhat absent-mindedly.
Just as he entered the dormitory building, a boy walked out and bumped into Lin Zai.
The man was over 1.8 meters tall, with short black hair, a black trench coat, and sunglasses, looking quite cool. Lin Zai felt his shoulder collide with the other person's arm, and he could feel that the arm was particularly hard, which made him feel a little pain.
I'm sorry.
Lin Zai still apologized first. After all, it was his absent-mindedness that had started the problem. However, the other party ignored him and walked out with a cold expression.
Another show-off.
Lin Zai sneered, not taking it to heart anymore. Back in his dorm, Lin Zai sat down at his desk and began the next important task.
System, I want to participate in the lottery. This is a chance to win a prize for winning the game today.
The next second, the lottery interface started spinning and then slowly stopped.
Congratulations on drawing the skill, Killing Eye, S rank. Skill, Eye of the Killer. When activated, it reveals the enemy's weak point. Attacking this weak point deals double damage. Consumes 1% mana per second when activated. Another amazing skill. Lin Zai exclaimed with delight. It looks like a skill that's perfect for fighting, and it seems to suit Rakshasa King the best. He immediately bestowed it upon the Rakshasa King. Next, Lin Zai retrieved the treasure chest that Principal Sun Xiulan had given him from his inventory. Then, I opened it directly. Congratulations! You have obtained the item, Permanent Mount *1. Ha! Lin Zai was taken aback. It's actually a mount?
He continued reading the description of the prop. Using this item will grant you a random Mount *1, permanently effective and untradeable.
This is a wonderful gift. Lin Zai exclaimed with delight.
It's important to know that most mounts on the market are quite expensive. Even the most common F-grade or D-grade mounts can cost hundreds of thousands. Without hesitation, he chose to use the prop.
Congratulations on winning the flying mount, Celestial Eagle, S rank. Did I draw an S rank item directly, and it's even a flying mount?
Lin Zai was also surprised. At the same time, a large bird, almost as tall as a person, stood in front of him. The bird was not a living being with flesh and blood, but rather a being close to a spirit, its body displaying a translucent blue color, somewhat resembling the texture of a jellyfish. Moreover, within that spirit body, there were also points of light like stars, flickering one after another.
What a beautiful mount! Lin Zai exclaimed.
The large bird seemed to understand human speech, emitting a clear and melodious call.
Alright, let's go back now. The next second, Lin Zai recalled the Sky Eagle.
He saw that a new exclusive mount slot had appeared in his panel. I'll have to thank Principal Sun properly another day, Lin Zai thought to himself.
The night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Zai got up and went straight to find Hanja.
According to Principal Sun, Hanja's studio is located in the old dormitory area behind the school. As soon as I stepped into that area, the environment immediately changed. Compared to the glamorous surroundings of the campus, this place looked like a complete ruin. The garden in front of the dormitory building was deserted, and the building itself was old and dilapidated, with ivy growing on the walls and some of the paint peeling off. Moreover, walking inside, you can hear the cawing of crows from time to time, which makes you feel a little uneasy. After navigating the garden path, Lin Zai arrived at the gate of the old dormitory building. The door was tightly shut, so Lin Zai tried knocking.
Knock knock knock.
After a while, the door creaked, clearly indicating that it had been in disrepair for many years.
However, what came into view was not Hanja, but a tall boy.
With short black hair, a black trench coat, and a pair of black sunglasses, Lin Zai recognized the man at a glance as the one he had accidentally bumped into yesterday and who had ignored him.
Name, Duan Feng. Class, Gunner, Rank A. Level, 42, Tier 2.
The other person, through sunglasses, seemed to sized up Lin Zai for a moment before speaking in an unquestionable tone.
Who are you? You've come to the wrong place. This is the old dormitory building. It's no longer open to the public.
They didn't even ask Lin Zai what he was there for, and just refused him outright. Lin Zai felt a surge of displeasure, but thinking it wasn't the time to cause trouble, he replied, "I'm here to see Teacher Hanja."
"Teacher Han won't see you, so I won't see you off."
To everyone's surprise, the boy named Duan Feng refused again, his tone very firm, and after saying that, he was about to close the door.
Bang!
Lin Zhe pressed down on the door with one hand, a hint of anger already in his eyes. Thinking back to how the other party ignored him yesterday, Lin Zhe laughed and retorted, "You're quite an interesting person.
I came to see Teacher Han, and even if he wasn't there, you should at least be a little more polite, right? It's like I've offended you." "I'm not going to argue with you,"
Duan Feng said coldly, while trying to slam the door shut. However, despite being stronger than Lin Zhe, his door was held firmly in place by Lin Zhe with one hand, remaining completely still.
The next second, a wooden door was snapped in two by the force of the two people.
"Oh, this isn't my fault," Lin Zhe quickly said playfully.
"You're asking for it," Duan Feng shouted angrily.
The next second, a crimson steel spear appeared in his hand, which he thrust towards Lin Zhe.
"Hey bro, have you been eating too much dynamite?
You've got such a temper," Lin Zhe teased, while deftly dodging away. Duan Feng brandished his steel spear. His all-black attire combined with the striking red of the spear made him appear quite imposing. The spear whistled through the air as it danced in his hand, swirling leaves and petals from the surrounding plants. However, Lin Zhe had already transferred all his attribute points to agility, and his entire body transformed into a light and graceful phantom as he flashed past his opponent. In the next instant, Lin Zhe appeared 5 meters behind Duan Feng, holding a starry sky-colored longsword in his hand, his figure frozen in place. Duan Feng only heard a snap sound on his face, and a second later, the sunglasses on his nose had split in two and fallen to the ground. This means that if Lin Zhe had used even a little more force, he would probably have lost his life.
Lin Zhe sheathed his longsword and teased, "I've been annoyed by your sunglasses for a while now. We're all students. What are you trying to prove?"
Lin Zhe stopped midway through uttering the last word.
Duan Feng's eyes were closed unnaturally, with only a small amount of white showing. He was actually blind? Oh dear.
Lin Zhe immediately regretted his words.
Am I not bullying a disabled person? However, Duan Feng was clearly enraged by Lin Zhe's actions.
He roared and raised his steel gun again to attack Lin Zhe. Just then, a familiar voice came from inside the dormitory building. "Alright, everyone, quiet down for a bit."
The next second, a crossbow bolt whizzed past Lin Zhe's arm and the arrowhead struck Duan Feng.
Suddenly, Duan Feng's body went limp and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, motionless.
Then, Hanja appeared at the doorway. Lin Zhe looked at Hanja, then at Duan Feng, dumbfounded. "What's going on?"
"It's just anesthesia, something I made myself, with no side effects," Hanja said in his usual nonchalant tone.
He then turned and walked into the house, saying, "Bring him in." Lin Zhe was speechless, thinking, how can this person be even more ruthless than me? Doesn't this constitute abuse of a disabled person? Lin Zhe carried Duan Feng, who was a size larger than him, and walked into the dormitory building with considerable ease. Upon entering, he discovered that the reception hall on the first floor had been transformed into a laboratory, with various tools of all sizes scattered haphazardly on the tables and floors. The space also contained many cages of various sizes, filled with all sorts of otherworldly creatures, such as rock slimes, fire spiders, and civets, among many others. As Lin Zhe walked by, the creatures gathered around the cage, excitedly begging to be fed. It was clear that Hanja had taken good care of them. Turning the corner and walking to a room, Lin Zhe discovered that it was an office converted from a dormitory. Hanja was sitting there, pointing to a single bed next to him. "Okay, put him down." Lin Zhe did as he was told. Just as he placed Duan Feng on the bed, he felt again that the other man's arm under his trench coat was unusually hard, clearly not the texture that human muscles should have. "It's a robotic arm." Hanja seemed to have guessed the other party's question and said directly, "He was seriously injured when he was on a mission with me. He lost his eyes and hands at that time." Lin Zhe was taken aback, and instantly remembered what Principal Sun had told him. During a teaching session, they encountered danger, one student died, and another student and Hanja were injured. Unexpectedly, Duan Feng was the injured student, and so seriously injured. "Alright, so you're here to get your dog back, right?" Hanja joked. "You're so stingy. I just borrowed it to study it. It's not like I'm not going to give it back to you. Here, take it." The next second, 10 large black dogs appeared in the room. Each one wagged its tail and pounced on Lin Zhe as soon as it saw him. Lin Zhe was shocked when he saw it. He clearly remembered that the Hellhound's previous level was 41, but now it had reached level 50. "In just one day, I leveled up 9 times? Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised to see his dogs had reached level 50. What did Hanja do to make them level up to level 9 so quickly? "I just did a simple training session, then gave them a bath, brushed their fur, took them hunting in a dungeon, and fed them some homemade pet biscuits," Hanja said casually. "I mainly noticed that your dogs were a bit strange. After one of them leveled up, the other 9 would also gain attribute increases. I was so curious that I couldn't stop." After Hanja finished speaking, he yawned. Lin Zhe then noticed that his eyes were bloodshot and he had rather dark circles under his eyes. "Could it be that you were leveling up the dog all day yesterday and didn't get any sleep?" Hanja placed his hand on his chin and said thoughtfully, could it be that you actually have a passive talent that allows you to summon beasts by copying them? Lin Zhe, realizing he'd been guessed correctly, quickly chuckled, how could I possibly have such talent? That would be cheating. However, Hanja's slightly drooping eyes seemed to be able to see through Lin Zhe's thoughts, making Lin Zhe break out in a cold sweat. Alright, Hanja waved his hand knowingly, I never care about other people's secrets. He patted the head of one of the hellhounds, and the dog, surprisingly, wasn't shy at all, closing its eyes and enjoying the touch. You should pay more attention to observing the emotions of your summoned beasts in the future, Hanja said. I know you are very strong, but the summoner class ultimately relies on summoned beasts. For example, I've noticed that your dogs have been a bit anxious lately. They're all worried that they're too weak and that you'll abandon them. The dogs would actually think that way? Lin Zhe was a little surprised. He had never discovered that the dogs had such a question. So that's where you went wrong. Luckily, I've already told them they can become very strong in the future, so they don't need to worry. After saying that, Hanja gently said to the black dog in his hand, don't you think so, Xiaolu? Woof, the black dog obediently barked. Little six? Lin Zhe was stunned. You even gave them names? And you can actually tell them apart? That's outrageous. What are you saying? Hanja scolded. Can't you even tell the difference between your own summoned beast? He stood up and called out the name of each dog he pointed to. This is Xiaoyi, Xiaoer, Xiaosan, Xiaoxi, Xiaowu, Xiaolu, Xiaoqi, Xiaoba, Xiaozhou, Xiaoshi. Lin Zhe silently complained. Are you really not just padding the word count? And isn't this name a bit too perfunctory? To everyone's surprise, all 10 hellhounds cooperated perfectly, barking joyfully. Lin Zhe was immediately embarrassed and humbly said, okay, teacher, I will pay attention to this in the future. I really learned a lot this time. Yes, that's more like it. Hanja nodded. Besides, when I said they would become stronger in the future, I wasn't just making empty promises. Actually, I also examined their genes and found that they may have a mythical evolutionary direction, so you must nurture them carefully. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's mouth gaped slightly. Mythical level? These dogs are currently the lowest stats among his demons. They can only play a role in detection, tracking, and looting equipment, and cannot become the main combat force. But I never expected it could evolve into a mythical level? Alright. At this moment, Hanja interrupted his thoughts. I've returned the dog to you. You can go back now. I won't see you off. After saying that, Hanja stood up, walked to a freezer next to him, and began rummaging through it for something. Please wait a moment, Lin Zhe said quickly. Actually, the main reason I came here this time is to ask you to come out of retirement and restart the teaching program from back then. In addition, I would like to ask you to be my mentor. Hanja's back trembled slightly, but he didn't stop working. As he took a glass test tube containing medicine from the freezer, he said, Principal Sun told you, didn't she? The old lady is getting old, and she's becoming more and more talkative. Are you being polite? Lin Zhe retorted. Hanja took out a syringe, inserted the needle into the test tube, and then drew the medicine into the syringe. Then, he slowly walked to Duanfeng, who was fast asleep on the bed, lifted up his trouser leg, found a spot on his leg, and inserted the needle. While administering the medicine, Hanja continued, the old lady must have told you about what happened a year ago, right? After Duanfeng and I were injured by the enemy, not only were our physical functions impaired, but we were also poisoned by a special toxin, which greatly reduced our attributes. Not only that, but we also suffered mental torment every day. If I hadn't worked day and night to develop a solution and eventually created this potion, Duanfeng and I would probably be dead by now. After administering the injection to Duanfeng, he changed to a different needle and continued. He and I are barely surviving with the help of this medication every day. Duanfeng is more seriously injured than me. Not only has he lost his sight, but he has also become irritable and short-tempered, so please don't take his offenses to heart. Hanja began inserting needles into his arm. As for me, well, yesterday's fight with you was already my limit. Let's not talk about returning to the martial arts world, and I'm not qualified to be your mentor. Your friend was actually right yesterday. I'm a useless old man now, I just won't admit it. Hanja laid everything out in a relaxed and calm tone, but there was a hint of melancholy that he couldn't hide, which made Lin Zhe feel uneasy. Moreover, Lin Zhe pondered Hanja's words and discerned some clues. As if he had thought of something, he immediately used his special vision, seeing through fire, to examine Hanja and Duanfeng. All that could be seen was a black mass around Hanja's lumbar spine and surrounding muscles, and that blackness was spreading throughout his body via his blood vessels. Duanfeng was the same. The joints where his arms had broken, as well as the area around his eyes, were also blackened, and this was also due to the blood circulation. Lin Zhe took 2 steps closer to Hanja, grabbed his arm, and before the other could react, he had already cut a gash on his hand. What are you doing? Hanja was somewhat surprised by this action. Lin Zhe wiped the blood flowing from his wound with his finger, and immediately, a system notification popped up. Talent triggered, Abyss Walk. As expected, Lin Zhe's eyes widened, followed by a look of delight. Doesn't that mean we've found a treatment method? What are you trying to do, you brat? Hanja asked, covering his wound with a hint of reproach. Congratulations, Teacher Hanja, Lin Zhe laughed. You've been infected by the Abyss. Hanja was
was unsure whether to be angry or afraid after hearing Lin Zhe's words, but he was certainly not pleased. What did you say, the abyss? He asked, confirming.
That's right, Lin Zhe nodded.
As someone who has had many encounters with the abyss, I'm very certain of this. Moreover, what you mentioned about the attributes stopping their growth and the mental erosion also fits the characteristics of the abyss.
Is it the abyss? Hanja saw Lin Zhe's serious expression and stopped doubting it.
After a long pause, he chuckled to himself. Just a few days ago I was saying I wanted to get some artifacts from the abyss to study.
I never imagined that the toxin I've been studying for so long is actually from the abyss. Ha, what a cruel twist of fate, he said with a wry smile.
Lin Zhe was also somewhat puzzled. I only encountered the abyss recently. Before that, our human race had never heard of the abyss.
But Teacher Han and Duan Feng were murdered a year ago. Did the abyss reappear back then? He immediately asked. Could you please tell me, Professor Han, how did you encounter that abyss?
Hanja paused for a moment, then began to speak. A year ago, I took 2 students to explore a secret dungeon. The dungeon was located on the highest mountain peak, at the border between the southern part of our Great Xia and the Kingdom of Gali.
That was originally just a dungeon with an average level of 80, which was more than enough for my abilities. Moreover, Duan Feng and another classmate named Qiu Lin were both top students in their senior year at the time.
In addition, the natives of that dungeon were elves, which are a relatively friendly race. We weren't going in to fight them, just to explore. So this dungeon wasn't too difficult for us. However, when we went in, something changed. The instance seemed to have been overrun by many insects, and they were devouring the entire forest.
We realized something
was wrong and immediately tried to leave, but then a very strange mantis monster appeared. Qiu Lin was killed on the spot, and Duan Feng and I were also injured.
Is that so? So how is this instance now? Lin Zhe asked.
His main concern is that if the copy is left unattended for a long time, it will pollute the real world. I understand your concerns, but thankfully it's a secret realm instance, unlike the one in the Misty Border, Hanja replied. Border dungeons are essentially channels used by various races to invade, but secret realm dungeons are entrances to other worlds that are generated occasionally and are relatively stable.
After I escaped with Duan Feng, I immediately put a sealing barrier on the entrance.
In addition, its location is relatively hidden, so it shouldn't be easy to be discovered.
You're talking about the usual situation, but if there's an abyss inside, Lin Zhe frowned slightly. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to say.
So, I'm afraid so.
Hanja nodded. The next second, he immediately headed towards the door. No, we need to notify the higher-ups right away and tell them to check that secret realm again.
Lin Zhe smiled slightly, thinking, the system's task of getting Hanja back on his feet has provided a breakthrough, hasn't it?
He quickly pressed Hanja down. Teacher Han, instead of letting someone else do the inspection, why don't we go ourselves?
If we have the chance, we can also settle our old scores. For a fleeting moment, a glint flashed in Hanja's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He shook his head.
Lin Zhe, how come you still don't understand? My body definitely can't reach the level it used to be.
Of course I know, that's why I just congratulated you, Lin Zhe said as he took out the mythical level item, miniature spring.
Didn't we just happen to run into each other? What is this?
Hanja looked at the ball of light and felt that it was no ordinary object. Please show me your back injury, Lin Zhe said.
Hanja, somewhat skeptical, unbuttoned his clothes, revealing his lower back.
A shocking scar was displayed before Lin Zhe's eyes. Although the wound had healed, it left a large scar, and the skin of the scar was uneven and seemed to be wriggling slightly. Lin Zhe frowned slightly and dripped a drop of spring water onto the scar. Hiss. Hanja let out a sound of pain, and then the scar emitted bluish smoke like it was being burned, and the skin writhed faster, as if it was struggling. Fortunately, the violent reaction stopped after a short while, and the originally uneven scars became noticeably flatter and faded. At the same time, Hanja let out a long, satisfying breath. Ooh,
I suddenly feel incredibly relaxed and comfortable.
A rare look of shock appeared on his face.
The next second, a golden light suddenly emanated from his body, enveloping the entire dormitory building.
Although the golden light was fleeting, it still attracted the attention of many teachers and students in the school, who all looked towards the old dormitory building with curiosity.
In the principal's office, Sun Xiulan revealed a faint smile.
At the same time, Hanja saw that the attributes he had lost were constantly increasing.
Am I dreaming?
He slapped himself, took a moment to process what he was doing, and then beamed with joy.
My injury is really healed? You cured him with just one drop?
Not only that, Hanja also discovered that he had a new permanent talent in his skill bar, Abyss Immunity.
Talent, Abyss Immunity.
Immune to attacks and negative status effects of the Abyss attribute.
Exclamation point.
Even Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised. However, after thinking about it, it's understandable that Hanja has this talent since his body now contains the components of a miniature spring.
Hanja excitedly patted Lin Zhe on the back. You kid, what kind of amazing person are you? This is too incredible.
He was a little incoherent, and the next second, he remembered Duan Feng standing next to him.
Quick, let Duan Feng use it too.
Lin Zhe dripped a drop of spring water onto Duan Feng's severed arms and eyes, and the same biological reaction immediately appeared in those places.
Once he came to his senses, Hanja slapped Duan Feng across the face. Time to wake up. Sleeping for so long, are you a pig? Lin Zhe, ah.
Duan Feng grunted twice, then opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Lin Zhe.
Who are you? Who let you in? He immediately jumped up alertly and shouted as if facing a formidable enemy. Slap. Hanja went up and punched him again. Haven't you noticed yet? Teacher Han, why did you hit me? Duan Feng covered his face with one hand, feeling wronged, but then he noticed something was wrong. Wait a minute, I can see again? How did my eyes get better? He was utterly shocked.
Moreover, although the hand can never grow back, the connection point with the robotic arm no longer causes pain.
Professor Han, has your research finally succeeded? Have our injuries finally been completely healed? Duan Feng asked.
I'm not that amazing, Hanja said with a smile. Your injury was healed by this classmate Lin Zhe. If you had stopped him from leaving today, we might both be crippled for life.
W.H. Watt. Duan Feng looked at Lin Zhe, speechless. The next second, with a loud thud, Duan Feng knelt down on the ground.
Senior brother Duan, please rise. Lin Zhe helped him up and said with a smile, no need to be so polite.
I didn't know you had a hidden ailment before we made our move.
Then, Lin Zhe turned his gaze to Hanja. Alright, Teacher Han, the problem has been solved.
Can you now agree to come out of retirement? Take me to that secret realm dungeon quickly. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Hanja looked somewhat hesitant. Should we go now?
That's right, there's no time to lose, Lin Zhe said firmly. Hanja stretched his muscles and twisted his waist again to make sure there were no problems.
Alright then.
Hanja's face regained its unruly expression, and he shouted, I hereby declare the Supernova Squad re-established.
The Supernova Squad?
Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised when he heard the name.
Duan Feng explained from the side, this is the name of the exploration team that Teacher Han used to establish. Only students with outstanding abilities were qualified to join. Back then, we were all proud to be able to join this team.
Unfortunately, that incident happened later, and the team disbanded.
Many of the original members have already graduated. Alright, let's not dwell on the past. Hanja grinned arrogantly, then looked at Lin Zhe. So, Lin Zhe, welcome to the Supernova team. Just then, Lin Zhe's system finally displayed the settlement. Ding!
You have helped Hanja regain his confidence, restart the team, and complete the mission.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw.
Lin Zhe smiled and replied to Hanja, then I'll have to ask for your guidance in the future, Professor Hanja.
No, I am not your mentor. Ha!
Lin Zhe was a little confused.
Still not working? What I mean is,
Hanja chuckled,
from now on, we'll be on equal footing, and you'll be the vice captain of the Supernova Squad.
Of course, school regulations require every student to have a tutor, so you can fill in me, no problem. I have no objection, Lin Zhe said with a smile.
Alright, let's get ready and set off, Hanja said. Okay. Lin Zhe and Duan Feng replied in unison. Wait a minute. Hanja looked at Duan Feng. Why are you getting involved?
Your injury has just healed, you need to rest more.
But, Duan Feng said, sounding somewhat aggrieved, I also want to kill the enemy and avenge myself. Everyone was stunned. Alright, I understand how you feel. I have an important task for you.
Our team is being reorganized, but according to the school's rules and regulations, it's not up to me to decide. During our absence, please submit the relevant application materials.
He added, the fate of our Supernova Squad is in your hands. Alright, Duan Feng immediately perked up. I will certainly not fail in my mission. Lin Zhe muttered to himself, are you really that easy to fool? You've been tricked by him.
10 minutes later, Hanja finished preparing and came to the courtyard in front of the dormitory building, where Lin Zhe was already waiting. Hanja, the location of that secret realm is on the highest mountain peak on the border between the Great Xia and the Gali Kingdom. There are no direct teleportation coordinates, you need to take a flying mount to get there.
He whistled, and a majestic, pure white warhorse appeared before him. Nay!
The horse neighed, spreading its pair of pure white wings, looking very noble and elegant.
This celestial horse can seat 2 people. Come on up, Hanja said.
No need, Lin Zhe said with a smile. The next second, a dazzling, ethereal bird appeared beside him. It was the flying mount, Star Spirit Eagle, that Principal Sun had given him. Wow, I've discovered that you really can handle anything, Hanja said with some admiration. Duan Feng, standing next to him, drooled with envy.
Alright, let's go.
At Hanja's command, the horse and the eagle simultaneously spread their wings and flew into the sky. Meanwhile, the teachers and students elsewhere in the school, who had just been discussing what the golden light was all about, were now once again drawn to the 2 flying mounts.
Everyone was wondering, who is this amazing person who came to that dormitory building today? The 2 rode their mounts through the clouds. At this moment, Lin Zhe asked, by the way, Brother Zhe, there's something I've been curious about for a while now. The abyss is known as the cancer of all races, and I have witnessed its power firsthand. Creatures corrupted by it almost always meet one of 2 fates, either they die or their minds completely collapse. But why are you and Duan Feng able to maintain normal function with medication? Hanja pondered for a moment before speaking. To be honest, after learning that the toxins in our bodies are the abyss, I've also been thinking about this issue. I have 2 guesses.
reasons. First, the abyssal power associated with the mantis that injured us was not strong enough. Secondly, I happened to find the perfect remedy. It was a plant called pure heart lotus that I found in a dungeon. Legend has it that it grows in the spring water of the gods. I used its petals and leaves as the main ingredients, supplemented with some traditional medicines for healing, detoxification, and calming the mind, to make this medicine.
Unexpectedly, it really works. Lindsay nodded, thinking to himself, I didn't expect there really is a medicine in this world that is effective against the abyss. If this medicine can be promoted, wouldn't the human race have the power to resist the abyss? And this person who will save humanity is right beside me? He turned his head to look at Hanja, who was still completely unaware of the situation, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. No wonder the system asked me to help Hanja. There was another reason behind it. Oh right, speaking of the system, I still have one lottery chance left to use, Lindsay suddenly remembered. Immediately, I quietly brought up the lottery page and started the draw. The prize pool rolled, then slowly came to a stop. Congratulations on drawing the skill, money bomb, rank A. Skill, money bomb. Discarding a copper coin will turn it into a bomb. One copper coin deals 10 points of true damage. This skill does not consume mana and cannot be upgraded. What kind of silly skill is this? Lindsay looked at the text, a little confused. You can do this? I feel like we're going to pull off some amazing things. One copper coin deals 10 points of damage.
He currently has a total of over 77 million copper coins, which means he can deal nearly 800 million damage in total.
Of course, this is only in theory. He can't actually throw all his money away. That would be truly wasteful. On the other side, seeing Lindsay grinning foolishly at thin air, Hanjo asked, What are you laughing at?
Oh, it's nothing.
Lindsay quickly came to his senses.
At the same time, he realized that the temperature around him was getting lower and lower, indicating that their flight altitude was gradually increasing. Not long after we flew, the scenery below the clouds had completely changed to towering, majestic snow-capped mountains. We're almost there, Hanja said. Meanwhile, somewhere within this continuous snow-capped mountain range, a group of people were singing and dancing.
How cold the winter is, how cold the winter is, day.
The music sounds very exotic, with a strong curry flavor. These people all have dark brown skin, high noses, big eyes, dark circles under their eyes, and wear clothing with ethnic characteristics. Before them lay a portal leading to a secret realm instance, from which black, unidentified substances were continuously flowing out. There were about 70 or 80 people in total, only a few of whom were sitting in chairs, enjoying themselves while drinking and eating meat and watching the dancers singing and dancing performance.
Many more people stood behind them, appearing to be thugs and servants.
Upon closer inspection, each person's clothing was embroidered with a different emblem. There were 4 different emblems in total. The 4 emblems are a snake, an elephant, a black lotus, and a winding river, which seemed to represent 4 forces. Just then, an elderly man with dark brown skin and a wrinkled face slowly walked into the middle of the crowd and waved impatiently at the dance troupe.
The performers immediately and tactfully withdrew.
The old man cleared his throat and then began to speak. Today, the 4 highest caste families of our Gari kingdom have gathered here to welcome the arrival of that distinguished guest from the abyss. Throughout the long years, our Gali kingdom has frequently clashed with our neighbor, the Great Xia kingdom, but we have always been in a relatively weak position, which is truly shameful.
At this point, everyone present showed expressions of resentment or anger.
The old man continued, A month ago, we accidentally discovered the entrance to this secret realm and met that distinguished guest from the abyss. He promised that as long as we sacrificed human lives to him, he would grant us great power.
Today is this momentous day. Quality, grade A.
Brothers, people of our race, we are about to ascend to become an even more powerful being. The Great Xia kingdom will be nothing but a threat in our eyes. Of course, we'll discuss the plan to occupy the 3 western cities of Great Xia later.
Today, let's enjoy this great sacrifice.
After the old man finished speaking, enthusiastic applause and cheers immediately erupted from all around. Then, a group of unarmed people were escorted onto the stage by a group of burly men.
Among them were young and strong men, as well as women, the elderly, and children. Everyone was bound and covered in wounds.
The burly men, leading this group of sacrificial offerings, gradually walked towards the teleportation portal, cursing as they went, You lowly, low-caste servants, be good sacrifices to the masters. That way, your lives will at least serve a purpose.
Then, under the watchful eyes of all the onlookers, those people were thrown into the portal one by one, like coals being thrown into a furnace.
Praise the abyss, they all chanted. After a while, one of the seated people, whose clothes were embroidered with snake patterns, seemed a little impatient.
He was the head of the Serpent clan, and he asked the old man, Elder, why hasn't the American ambassador we invited arrived yet? If they are late, the Dark Noble will probably be unhappy.
The leader of the Divine Elephant family immediately chimed in, Yes, and why should we invite people from the United States? We 4 families discovered a treasure, and we still want to share it with them.
The head of the Night Lotus family sighed, There's nothing we can do.
After all, our Gari kingdom still relies on the United States for
technological support in many areas.
If they find out we're monopolizing these technologies, it'll be difficult to to explain. But, the leader of the Holy River family quickly chimed in, however, once we gain more power from the Dark Noble, whether it's the United States or the Great Xia Kingdom, they'll all be nothing more than our dogs. Upon hearing this, everyone present burst into excited laughter. Just then, two shadowy flying mounts appeared on the horizon, gradually approaching them.
Ah, it seems the ambassador from the United States has arrived.
Everyone who was just boasting a moment ago has now immediately fallen silent and become extremely respectful.
Then the horse and the bird slowly landed nearby, and a young man and a boy walked down from them.
Ha! A sharp-eyed Gali man immediately noticed something was off.
Wait a minute, they don't seem to be from the United States? More and more people were able to see what the two look like. Black eyes, black hair, yellow skin. They look like people from the Great Xia Kingdom?
On the other side, just now, Lindsay and Hanja were also quite surprised to see a large number of people gathered on the hilltop. Then, they saw them holding some men, women, and children hostage, and roughly throwing them into the portal. Lindsay and Hanju exchanged a glance, both sensing something was amiss, and immediately increased their flight speed. When the two got closer, they realized that the people there seemed to be from the country of Gali. Hanju immediately became alert. Oh no, the entrance to that secret realm has actually been discovered.
And if it was discovered by people from Gari, things become a bit complicated. We'd better be careful.
Lindsay smiled and said casually, let's go take a look first. The two landed not far from a group of people and walked towards them. However, before they even got close, several burly men immediately surrounded them, each wearing a sleeveless jacket with ethnic characteristics, revealing their strong arms.
The burly man at the head of the line shouted arrogantly, "Who are you? Can't you see the four prestigious families are having a meeting? Get out!" "The four great families?" Hanja said.
So they are the four great families of the highest caste in the kingdom of Gali: the Serpent family, the Divine Elephant family, the Night Lotus family, and the Holy River family.
Humph, exactly.
The burly man sneered, pointing his nostrils at them.
Now that you know, why aren't you leaving?
Hanju and Lindsay exchanged a glance, and Hanju whispered, these people are all at least level 3 professionals.
Let's take a step back for now.
However, Lindsay immediately pressed him down, and a bright, peach-like smile suddenly appeared on his face as he spoke humbly to the group. Gentlemen, please make an exception and let us see what a grand scene this is like. As he spoke, he began stuffing copper coins into the hands of several burly men. They handed out handfuls of it as if it were free, their generosity leaving Hanja completely stunned. Those burly men, their eyes lighting up at the sight of money, immediately accepted it, each taking at least several thousand.
However, the burly man at the front of the line sneered, "You think you can bribe us and we'll let you in? We've taken the money, but we can't let you in, hee hee."
After saying that, the burly men let out a loud, unrestrained laugh.
Lindsay immediately feigned an anxious expression. "Ah, how could you do this? Ha 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 ha."
The burly men laughed even harder. "Those who know what's good for them will get lost.
If you don't give me my money back, you're going to blow it up."
"What did you say?" The next second, Lindsay snapped his fingers, and then several loud bangs were heard as several burly men exploded on the spot. Killing a professional from the kingdom of Gari grants plus 6,400 experience, triggering the twice the effort, twice the result talent for an additional plus 3,200 experience.
Lifespan increases by 6,400 days.
Killing a professional from the kingdom of Gari grants plus 7,200 experience, triggering the twice the effort with half the effort talent for an additional plus 3,600 experience.
Lifespan increases by 7,200 days. Hanja was surprised. What kind of move is this now? I've never seen it before.
Lindsay smiled and thought to himself, I just learned this move. I'm testing out a new skill, so of course you haven't seen it before. But at that moment, the people of Gali over there also heard the commotion. The patriarchs of several families led large groups of people towards this place, their faces filled with murderous intent. Soon, Lindsay and Hanja were surrounded by dozens of people. The patriarch of the Spirit Serpent clan, a middle-aged man with a hooked nose and curly hair, stepped forward first and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you act so presumptuously here?" The head of the Xinshang family, a burly man with a red turban, continued, "The people of the Great Xia Kingdom are indeed
so rude. This is the forbidden land of the four great families of our Gali kingdom. How dare you two trespass here so casually?"
"In my opinion, these two great Xia people are here to steal our secrets," said the leader of the Night Lotus family, a tall and thin young man. Seeing that the heads of the families had spoken, the others also stared at the two with hostile eyes.
"Ha!" Lindsay sneered, "Your forbidden area? If I remember correctly, although this mountain range is the border between the two countries, this place should be included in the territory of our Great Xia Kingdom, right? On the territory of Great Xia, we Great Xia people are free to move about as we please. What's wrong with that? Even if I take a dump here, it's none of your business, is it? But you people from Gali Kingdom, instead of staying in your own homes, have secretly come to our Great Xia territory, violating the peace agreement between our two countries, haven't you?"
The clan leaders were all furious, but Lindsay had grasped their key points, and they knew they were in the wrong, so they were speechless for a moment. Just then, the elderly man who had chaired the meeting slowly walked out and said in a leisurely tone,
So what if what you you say is true. Putting aside the facts, you killed our bodyguards right from the start. Aren't you completely right? Don't forget, there are dozens of people here, including the top experts from the 4 major families. You only have 2 people, and one of you is only level 40. It's laughable. If we just kill them all to cover our tracks, who will know what happened here? Upon hearing this, the other family heads all nodded with sly smiles, echoing, the elder is right. The group of people looked at each other as if they were hungry wolves eyeing 2 lambs to the slaughter. Elders, patriarchs. At this moment, a man stepped out from the crowd. I, the warrior hacker, request permission to kill these 2 thieves. The speaker was a dark-skinned, slender man with many pagan symbols tattooed on his body. His eyes held a calm disdain for all things, and he held a curved knife in each hand. His feet were off the ground, and his whole body was suspended 3 inches above the ground. Lin Zhe used his skill to view the opponent's information. Name, Haka. Occupation, Yoga Warrior, Rank A, Level, 102, Tier 5. As soon as Haka stepped out, the head of the Serpent clan immediately smiled smugly. Haka is the strongest warrior in our clan. He has been practicing yoga for decades, and his strength and speed have reached the peak of his class. He has tempered his body into a fighting machine. I think it's a bit like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut for a nut to crack, but considering that today is a big day, let Hacker's yoga skills add some fun to the occasion. Upon hearing this, most people applauded. Great, this is going to be interesting. Haka, hold back a bit. It won't look good if you end the fight too quickly. However, a few members of other families showed displeasure. The Spirit Serpent clan has put on a show again. Haka, expressionless and with his feet dangling in the air, slowly moved to face Lin and Han. Then, he provocatively beckoned to Hanja with his finger. Hey you, level 90 plus, wanna fight me? Hanja and Lin Zhe exchanged a glance, and the next second, Hanja was about to step forward. However, Lin Zhe stopped him and said slowly, let me do it. After all, we are doing a teaching project now, so let me, the student, have more opportunities to practice. Hanja said with some concern, I know you are very powerful, but the opponent is a warrior who has broken through to the 5th rank. We can't be too reckless. Lin Zhe smiled and said, I can't help it, I just really want to improve. After saying that, Lin Zhe stepped forward. It's you? Haka sneered when he saw that the one who accepted the challenge was actually that level 40 kid. He said in a calm and collected voice, to be honest, I'm a little angry. You overconfident brat, aren't you taking me a bit too lightly? Alright, since you insist on accepting the challenge, I'll grant your wish. I hope you won't regret your decision today. To die by the blade of my warrior hacker, you are truly. Can you stop talking so much nonsense? Lin Zhe interrupted directly. I don't have time to argue with you. The next second, Haka felt a powerful killing intent suddenly come from behind him, and at the same time, a swift black shadow slashed down at him. His eyes widened slightly, and his reaction was extremely quick. Although he didn't turn around, he instinctively raised his curved sword above his head and, with a clang, blocked the attack. Then, keeping his feet suspended, he moved his body like a fish swimming in water, quickly creating distance between himself and the enemy behind him. However, although he had blocked the attack, Haka felt his hand go numb from the shock, and at the same time he heard a crack from the scimitar, which had actually split open. Such immense power. Looking at the enemy attacking him, he was a humanoid creature that was 2 meters tall, with a body as black as refined steel, and a pair of evil and arrogant horns on its head. This is, a Rakshasa demon? Haka immediately recognized it. Not only him, but everyone around him recognized the Rakshasa king's appearance immediately. This is because Rakshasa is a demon from the mythology of the Gali kingdom, and many of them have heard about it since childhood. Many adults even use stories of Rakshasa eating people to scare disobedient children. However, this was the first time anyone had ever seen a living Rakshasa, so they were all speechless with astonishment. How could there really be evil spirits like Rakshasa running out? Some people even started trembling. However, the Rakshasa king ignored the murmurs around him, his eyes fixed intently on Hacker. Hacker, who had just been smug, was now covered in large beads of sweat. In the next instant, Rakshasa king moved instantly, attacking Haka at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Nahaka was already terrified at the mere sight of the legendary demon, so how could he dare to fight back? His body once again twisted and turned in the air like a fish as he fled. However, in just a moment, he felt his feet being firmly grabbed by the other party, and his whole body was pulled by a powerful force, being thrown in the opposite direction. Thud! Haka was slammed heavily to the ground, but the Rakshasa king did not release him. Instead, he began to whip his body like a whip, repeatedly swinging it high and slamming it to the ground. It was repeated dozens of times in 10 seconds, incredibly fast and extremely violent. By the time the Rakshasa king stopped moving, Hacker's entire body was already a bloody mess,
yes, and the Rakshasa King's face was also splattered with blood. The next second, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and gave a ferocious smile to the crowd around him. Killing a professional from the kingdom of Gari grants plus 10,200 experience, triggering the twice the effort with half the effort talent for an additional plus 5,100 experience. Lifespan increases by 10,200 days. A notification popped up above Lin Zhe's head, indicating that Hacker was completely dead under the overwhelming attack of the Rakshasa King. Moreover, the whole process took less than 20 seconds. The Rakshasa King casually tossed Hacker's corpse off a nearby cliff. Then, with a bloodstained face, the Rakshasa King smiled and surveyed the surrounding crowd. Next, who's up? The people from Gali were all as if they had seen a ghost. Their legs went weak, and they took several steps back. The heads of the families and their relatives hid behind the crowd. At this moment, Lin Zhe stood in the center of the crowd and slowly said, "So this is the level of your warriors from Gali Kingdom? They can't even defeat one of my summoned beasts." Upon hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. What? That Rakshasa demon is this great Xia person's summoned beast? Just who is this great Xia person? He's only level 40. How can he command our legendary evil demon Rakshasa? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, completely disoriented. Just then, a muffled thud came from the crowd, the sound of a cane hitting the ground. "Quiet down, everyone." The speaker was the elder who was presiding over the meeting. "What kind of behavior is this? A group of people cowering in front of a child," he scolded. "Does our country really have no capable fighters? Where is your pride? Where is your glory?" His words made those people lower their heads in shame. "The elder is right. It's not like we don't have enough manpower," said the patriarch of the Divine Elephant clan. "The one who lost just now was from the Spirit Serpent clan, but that's because he was less skilled, not because all of us were inferior." "That's right, our other families don't support idlers." The heads of the other two families echoed. The patriarch of the Spirit Serpent clan was so angry that his face turned pale and then red, but he had no confidence to refute him. "Humph, and we didn't say it was a one-on-one duel. We can all come at each other," the patriarch of the Holy River family added. This statement immediately won the approval of the people, and the soldiers gained even more confidence in an instant. They all raised their arms and shouted, requesting to go into battle. Okay, is this how you play?" Lin Zhe couldn't help but clap his hands. "Humph, so what?" the patriarch of the Holy River family shamelessly retorted. "All's fair in war. Do I need to follow any rules to kill you?" The next second, 4 professionals stepped forward at the same time. Leading the line was a burly man. With a whistle, a massive white war elephant instantly appeared beneath him. Lin Zhe activated his scouting skill and saw that the elephant's class was War Elephant Cavalry. A woman wearing a veil and light gauze, revealing her navel, poses with her hands in front of her, as if about to sing and dance. Her profession is Sanskrit singer. An elderly man, somewhat frail, carried a carrying pole on his shoulder, with a spherical incense burner attached to each end. A strange, pungent aroma emanated from the burners. His profession was Spice Sorcerer. There was also a skinny man dressed like a beggar, who sat cross-legged and his body inexplicably floated into the air. He played a long flute, and several venomous snakes immediately poked their heads out from the ground, swaying to the rhythm of the music. His profession was Snake Dancer. The 4 professionals gradually surrounded Lin Zhe and his companion, as well as the Rakshasa King. "Wait a moment." At this moment, a woman's voice came from the crowd again. A plump middle-aged woman came out and handed each of the 4 workers a plastic cup filled with a brownish-yellow liquid that looked murky and viscous. "Who are you?" Lin Zhe watched the show from the sidelines, not interrupting their bewildered preparations. However, when the woman appeared, the people around immediately became agitated. "Ah, it's Ms. Lam Ida. Although her profession is that of a chef, she is a national treasure of our country. It's said that the food she makes can give professionals a buff and also has detoxifying, beautifying, and longevity-promoting effects. Yes, it's a pity that she usually only cooks for a few chieftains, and we ordinary castes don't have the chance to taste her cooking." The older woman, looking quite pleased with herself, explained to the 4 professionals, "What's in that cup is my specially made beverage, made with water from our mother river and a variety of precious ingredients. I guarantee it's clean and hygienic. May you win the great battle." The 4 professionals nodded with deep emotion. How often did they have the opportunity to taste such delicacies? He immediately downed the brown, unidentified liquid in one gulp, even licking the inside of the cup, and exclaimed, "It's absolutely delicious." Lin Zhe frowned as he watched. Have these people never eaten anything good in their lives? The pig feed in our village looks more delicious than this. Unexpectedly, after the 4 professionals drank the beverage, they immediately felt energetic and several beneficial buffs appeared on their status bars. "So, can we finally begin?" King Rakshasa twisted his neck, clearly getting impatient. "Alright, everyone, let's attack together," the War Elephant Cavalryman shouted. "You evil spirit, I'll punish you today if I don't act on behalf of heaven," the Snake Dancer challenged directly. At the same time, a strange incense smoke had already spread to the front of the Rakshasa King, surrounding him completely. The Spice Sorcerer said smugly, "Humph, after inhaling my fragrance, all their attributes will be weakened. We're sure to win this
this battle. However, the next second, a whisper came from deep in the Rakshasa's throat. Killing machine, activate. Skill, killing machine. When activated, every normal attack will be a critical hit. Speed and attack speed are increased to 1000%, and immunity to negative status effects and mind control effects is granted for 1 minute. The next instant, the spice sorcerer realized that the Rakshasa king had disappeared from the smoke. His heart skipped a beat, but before he could react, an elbow strike slammed into his forehead. Bang! The spice sorcerer's head split open like a watermelon. You're asking for death. The war elephant cavalryman, riding his white elephant, charged forward like a mobile fortress. However, the next second, the Rakshasa king appeared on the back of the war elephant, and then his powerful calf lashed out at the cavalryman's face, sending him flying dozens of meters away. The war elephant, out of control, charged wildly, about to plunge off the cliff. It's mine now. Hanja chuckled, grabbed the war elephant with a net, and put it into his pocket. You really can't resist trying to snatch summoned beasts whenever you see them? Lin Zhe muttered to himself. Ahem, what do you mean by steal? Can you call it stealing when it comes to summoned beasts? This is called picking them up, Hanja corrected. But then, the Rakshasa king appeared, closing in on the snake dancer. His opponent played his long flute, and immediately many venomous snakes sprang from the ground and coiled around the Rakshasa king's body. At the same time, the beautiful woman, a professional Sanskrit singer, began to sing and dance around the Rakshasa king, and waves of exotic sound waves began to attack him. However, the next second, Rakshasa king easily broke free from the venomous snake's restraints and twisted the heads off the two professionals. The title of evil spirit is well deserved. Brothers, clansmen, let's charge together, the elder shouted. Just hold on a little longer, and that distinguished guest from the abyss will arrive. As soon as the word abyss was uttered, Lin Zhe and Hanju immediately exchanged a glance. Hanja, they really do have designs on the abyss. Lin Zhe's eyes also darkened. As a human, do you actually want to pledge allegiance to the abyss? Then, he ordered the Rakshasa king, slaughter them all, leave no one alive. The Rakshasa king smiled and said, don't worry, even if you hadn't said it, I had the same idea. After saying that, he rushed into the crowd and began to slaughter them. Those people were no match for his offensive, and they were killed or wounded in an instant. This can't go on. The elder's eyes sharpened, and he shouted to the 4 clan leaders in the crowd, for clans, listen to my command, form the formation immediately. Quickly assemble the Shiva slaying heaven formation. Shiva's heaven slaying formation. Upon hearing the elder's words, the 4 clan leaders all widened their eyes. At this moment, the elder had closed his eyes, sat cross-legged, and his body floated in mid-air, chanting incantations. After a moment's hesitation, the 4 clan leaders all followed the elder's lead, flying into the air and chanting incantations. Suddenly, the weather changed drastically. The once clear sky was now covered with dark clouds. With a few thunderous booms, 8 red lightning bolts fell vertically from the dark clouds to the ground, forming a neat octagonal array. Lin Zhe, Hanja, Rakshasa king, and all the people of Gali kingdom except for the clan leader and the 5 elders were locked inside that formation. Oh no! Hanja's expression changed drastically upon seeing the scene. The Shiva heaven-slaying formation is no simple matter. What is that? Lin Zhe asked. Hanja began to explain. Shiva is one of the 3 main gods in the mythology of the kingdom of Gari, and he represents destruction. The Shiva slaughtering heaven formation is formed by their clan chief and elders, who summon that destructive power to indiscriminately strike all living beings within it. Once they successfully form the formation, everyone within it will be annihilated. At this moment, the people of Gali kingdom, seeing that they were trapped within a barrier made of red lightning, all showed expressions of terror. Chieftain, elders, why have we been trapped too? A warrior shouted, pounding on the boundary wall. Yes, let us out. I am your most loyal soldier. You can't do this. But then the elder chuckled calmly. Humph, aren't I giving you the opportunity to be loyal right now? To catch a big fish, you always have to sacrifice some bait. Don't worry, I'll put your names on the list and your families will receive a substantial compensation. However, the warriors and servants were clearly ungrateful. Only at this moment did they realize that they had been tricked. In despair, they pounded on the boundary wall and hurled vicious curses at their masters who had abandoned them. Seeing this scene, Lin Zhe sighed. In the eyes of the higher castes, the people of lower castes are probably not even as good as pigs or dogs. Let's think about what we should do, Hanja reminded him. This formation is no joke. Am I going to die right after I've just recovered from my injuries? But seeing Lin Zhe's calm demeanor, he immediately realized something. Does that mean you have another idea? At the same time, a pair of eyes made of red lightning appeared in the thick black clouds in the sky, looking down at the living beings below with contempt, like a god. This means that the formation is about to be completed, and the power of destruction is about to descend. The elder laughed arrogantly. Ha, don't be afraid, the power of destruction will turn you to ashes in an instant, and you won't feel any pain. But this way of dying is a bit too easy on those 2 great Xia people. At this moment, Lin Zhe stepped forward and issued a command to the 5 people in midair. Where is Amir, the patriarch of the Night Lotus clan? Stop setting up the formation immediately and kneel before me. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy crowd was all startled, and their eyes turned to look at them. The 5 people people in mid-air were also stunned. They looked at Lin Zhe first, then at Amir, the chief of the Night Lotus clan, their faces full of curiosity. Amir, do you know that kid? A tribal chief asked. I don't know him, Amir said quickly. How could I know such an unknown person from Great Xia? Ha ha ha, another chieftain immediately laughed. I think that kid is either crazy or stalling for time. Amir, he's telling you to kneel down before him, will you? Ha 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 ha. Amir and the others immediately burst into laughter. Does he think we're 3-year-olds, using such a clumsy trick? Hanju was also completely bewildered, and his tendency to feel embarrassed for others kicked in. Lin Zhe, not to be rude, but isn't your approach a bit too naive? Should we think of another way? However, Lin Zhe smiled to himself. Not long ago, his bodyguard Han Shi sent him a list of the presidents of the Shadow Guild's branches around the world. In the country of Gari, the current branch president is none other than Amir, the patriarch of the Night Lotus clan. He had glanced at the list before but hadn't paid much attention to it until just now when he remembered that it was indeed true. The next second, a huge shadow demon phantom appeared in front of Lin Zhe. Amir, why aren't you kneeling? Little Nora asked in a rough, deep voice. Amir, who had been laughing wildly, froze instantly upon seeing Shadow Fiend. Their Night Lotus family was originally slightly inferior to the other three families. It was only after handing over a portion of their souls and borrowing power from the Shadow Demon that they were able to climb to their current position of equal standing. Wait a minute? Amir suddenly realized that young man from Great Xia couldn't possibly be. That's right, his name is Lin Zhe. How come I don't remember? Our new global president has that name. He pounded his head, leaving the other clan leaders stunned. This also means that if he kills Lin Zhe here today, he will die suddenly the next second. The next second, Amir stopped setting up his formation, flew to the ground with a whoosh, and knelt down on both knees. President Lin Zhe, I didn't know you were here. I have committed a grave error. Please punish me, but I beg you to spare my life. Everyone who saw him do this was stunned. Amir, are you crazy? The chieftain and elders shouted. You actually knelt before a Great Xia person? When did you start doing this behind our backs? In that brief moment, the nearly completed Shiva slaying heaven formation gradually began to dissipate. The red lightning became lighter in color, and the red eyes in the sky gradually disappeared into the clouds. Amir, come back here right now, the elder shouted angrily. However, in the next instant, a swift black shadow had already closed in behind him. Old man, I heard you wanted to kill my leader, the Rakshasa king said in a cold voice. He rushed forward the moment the erase barrier disappeared. Ah, no, the elder stammered in fear. Before he could finish speaking, the Rakshasa king delivered a flying kick, sending him crashing back to the ground. The other three clan leaders panicked when they saw this. You don't come any closer. However, in less than 3 seconds, they were all kicked to the ground. Ouch! The elders and clan leaders all fell flat on their faces, suffering multiple fractures and letting out painful howls. They have probably never been so disheveled in their entire lives. Leave the cleanup to me, I'll take care of them, Hanja said. No rush. Lin Zhe remained unmoved, a look of anticipation on his face. Someone will take care of them for us. As the elders and clan chiefs tried to get up, the warriors and servants immediately surrounded them. What are you standing there for? Help me up. The men, enraged and embarrassed, took the opportunity to vent their anger on the servants. However, the next second, they sensed something was wrong. The crowd that gathered around all wore expressions of resentment and bitterness. What are you going to do? Several clan leaders and elders were somewhat flustered. I'm telling you, stop messing around and know your place. You servants. The next second, each of the so-called servants pulled out their weapons and began slashing at the clan leaders and elders. You wield a knife, I wield a sword. You strike a hammer, I wield an axe. Everyone uses the simplest and most violent methods to vent the injustice and humiliation that have persisted for decades. Ah! Screams echoed through the crowd, then gradually faded and finally fell silent forever. Hanja, watching from the side, was also quite shocked and couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. The ancient saying of the Great Xia Kingdom is truly true. Before long, several clan leaders and elders had been executed by the angry mob. Only Amir, the patriarch of the Night Lotus family, took advantage of the chaos to crawl to Lin Zhe's feet and began to beg for mercy. President Lin Zhe, I have repented in time. Could this be considered a small merit? Please be lenient with me. Lin Zhe, however, showed no obvious expression and simply said coldly, didn't I give the order that no member of the guild should engage in any activities that could harm the Great Xia? What are you doing now? Upon hearing this, Amir's face immediately turned pale with panic and he quickly caught out on the ground. It was a moment of confusion on my part. The elders and the other three major families wanted us to participate in this operation, and I was forced to participate for the sake of the status and honor of our Night Lotus family. Lin Zhe asked with interest, explain your actions. Then Amir began to speak. Just a month ago, a few of our family's mountaineering enthusiasts happened to pass by here and heard a voice calling their names. They followed the voice and discovered a secret portal sealed by a barrier. The voice claimed to be a visitor from the abyss, saying that if they could help him open the barrier, he would grant them power. The Elder Council and the other three major families were very interested
interested in this, and even though they knew this was Great Xia Kingdom territory, they still secretly came here. Of course, I had no choice but to follow. After we sacrificed a few living people, the portal immediately threw out a stone called the Abyss Core. We swallowed it, and sure enough, our strength increased a lot. Moreover, our minds suddenly became exceptionally clear, as if we could see through everything in the world. As Amir spoke, a look of infatuation flashed in his eyes, while Lin Zhe frowned slightly. He thought to himself, they have clearly been bewitched by the abyss, and they actually ate the abyss core directly? Amir continued, however, the feeling was fleeting, and everyone was left wanting more. The voice from the portal said that as long as we keep offering living people to him, he can provide us with even greater power. And today happens to be the day he appears. He can bestow upon us the blessing of the abyss, making us the most outstanding beings among humans. And so, what just happened occurred. So, for the past month, you've been maintaining contact with that thing in the abyss, providing it with living people? Lin Zhe asked. Yes. Amir answered somewhat guiltily, but immediately added, I swear, I've always been against it, but I had no choice. Alright, that's enough. Lin Zhe coldly interrupted him, then made a gesture towards Nora. Nora understood and directly extracted Amir's soul from her sea of consciousness. The next second, Amir's heart suddenly stopped beating, and he collapsed to the ground. Hanja, who had watched the whole thing, was completely stunned. He's dead? How did you do that? Also, I was just about to ask, why does he call you chairman? It's nothing to mention. Lin Zhe shrugged and said casually, I just accidentally became the global president of the Shadow Guild. The Shadow Guild? Hanja was stunned. You mean, the world's largest assassin organization? Don't worry, I've already made them mend their ways. Lin Zhe waved his hand, then pointed to Amir's corpse. Those who break the rules end up like him. Hanja was shocked, thinking to himself, Lin Zhe, just how many trump cards do you still have up your sleeve? At the same time, after killing their chieftain, the warriors and servants marched in unison toward Lin Zhe, then knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Honored guests from the Great Xia dynasty, we were coerced by those family heads and elders into our disrespectful behavior. Please forgive us, this is really troublesome. Hanja waved his hand. I think we should contact the Border Legion soldiers to come and handle it. Just as Lin Zhe was about to make a decision, a very gloomy voice suddenly rang out from ahead. The human race is indeed a fragile and ridiculous race, prone to internal divisions and various conflicts. The voice wasn't loud, it was more like a low murmur, yet it reached everyone's ears. Interspersed within the language was a strange click-clack sound, somewhat like the mouthparts of some insect. Curious, everyone looked in the direction of the sound, which clearly came from the portal to the secret realm. At the same time, a viscous, black, unidentified substance began to flow out of the portal. Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the abyss has invaded reality. When Hanja saw that scene, he was also on high alert. This ominous feeling is exactly the same as what we encountered in the secret realm a year ago. As the black liquid gradually gushed out like a burst dam, a creature emerged from the portal as if being born. Click clack. The creature continued to make that chilling sound. Then, everyone saw what it looked like. It was a creature resembling a praying mantis, only taller than an adult. Its entire body was covered in black skin with a metallic hardness, and its pair of huge, serrated sides were incredibly sharp. Unlike mantises, it doesn't only have 3 pairs of legs. Instead, like centipedes, it has long, segmented legs on both sides of its body, which looks quite eerie. But the most terrifying thing is its inverted triangular head above the mouthparts, which is covered with countless eyes. These numerous eyes blink randomly, scrutinizing the people before them. Upon seeing the strange mantis appear, the people of Gali Kingdom all retreated in terror. This is the distinguished guest from the abyss that the elders and clan leaders were talking about? This is clearly a monster. What a disaster. Have we been raising this monster for the past 6 months? At the same time, Lin Zhe keenly noticed that Hanja's body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were fixed on the praying mantis, which was clearly unlike his usual self. Brother Zhao? He patted the other person on the shoulder. Hanja finally came to his senses and said in a trembling voice, it was him. He was the monster who killed my student and caused me and Duan Feng to get injured. Boss, Victor of the Void, race, deep, level, 100, health points, 1 million, skills, Void Leap, Blade Burial. Expand to view details. When the monster's information was revealed, Hanju exclaimed in surprise, no, its level is higher than it was a year ago. Click clack. Just then, the mantis made another chilling sound. The next second, its eyes darted around rapidly, its pair of membranous wings on its back opened, and a loud hiss came from its mouthparts. Then, all the Gali people immediately covered their heads with their hands, looking extremely pained. Some swayed and couldn't stand up, some rolled on the ground, and some even frantically pounded their heads on the ground. However, not long afterward, everyone fell silent at almost the same time. Their eyes were unfocused, and then they turned around and pounced on Lin Zhe and Hanja like zombies. Seeing the Gali people instantly transform into zombie-like creatures and rush towards Lin Zhe and Hanja, both of them had a dark look in their eyes. At the same time, the descriptions of those people all changed to corrupted humans, and they were displayed using a uniform template for monster information. This
This means that they have all become enemies of the human race. What's going on? Hanja exclaimed in surprise.
They have been corrupted by the abyssal power of that void mantis, Lin Zhe said calmly. At the same time, the void mantis was spreading its membranous wings in the distance, emitting a high-frequency hiss, as if it were sending a signal. The ability to corrupt other races and turn them into its own subordinates is the fundamental reason why the abyss is called the cancer of all races, Lin Zhe continued to explain. Having faced several enemies from the abyss, he had a thorough understanding of its characteristics. However, Hanja seemed somewhat panicked upon hearing this, which was quite inconsistent with his usual carefree demeanor. Lin Zhe knew that because he had been defeated by that mantis and had even witnessed one of his students being killed by it, the shadow in his heart still lingered.
Ding! You have a new mission. Resolve the current abyss crisis. Reward, 1 system lottery draw, this time designated as an S-rank reward. Just then, Lin Zhe's system popped up a notification. There's a mission? His eyes lit up. And this time the reward is guaranteed to be S-rank, which is pretty good. At the same time, the corrupted Gali people, all baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, pounced on the two of them. However, the next second, Rakshasa King's figure flashed through the zombie horde like a swift black lightning bolt. 3 seconds later, the Rakshasa King stood before the two, striking a rather dashing pose.
All the zombies stopped moving, falling into a deathly silence. In the next instant, the heads of all the zombies fell off almost simultaneously, rolling onto the ground. Then, their bodies swayed and collapsed. Slaying a corrupted human grants plus 8,600 experience, triggering the twice the effort, twice the result talent for an additional plus 4,300 experience. Lifespan increases by 8,600 days. Slaying a corrupted human grants plus 7,200 experience, triggering the twice the effort talent for an additional plus 3,600 experience. Lifespan increases by 7,200 days. Dozens of experience tips popped up in front of him, but Lin Zhe said with disdain, TSK, the experience points given are too few. Seeing all the monsters wiped out in an instant, the strangely shaped void mantis tilted its inverted triangular head, seemingly also feeling a bit surprised.
Click clack, you human are quite formidable. Click clack, it made that strange sound again. Then, in a sudden instant, the mantis's entire figure vanished from the spot. Watch out! Lin Zhe's eyes sharpened, instinctively sensing the approaching danger.
In the next instant, a sharp black shadow appeared behind him, and a huge serrated scythe slashed towards him.
Clang!
Lin Zhe reacted quickly and used the blade of the sky to block. However, just as the metallic clang rang out, the mantis vanished again, only to reappear a moment later beside Lin Zhe.
Don't even think about harming the leader. Rakshasa King arrived quickly and blocked the opponent's scythe with a powerful kick. But the moment the attack was blocked, the mantis vanished again. What incredible speed! Lin Zhe couldn't help but exclaim. However, the enemy did not give him time to sigh. In an instant, a strange figure appeared next to Hanja. Watch out! Lin Zhe's expression immediately darkened.
Based on Hanja's usual performance, there's not much to worry about.
But given his current mental state, I'm afraid.
At the same time, the enemy's scythe was already falling on Hanja's head, but Hanja's body remained still, seemingly not yet having reacted.
Lin Zhe inwardly cried out, oh no! Snap!
Hanja's body was instantly sliced in two by the sickle, bursting into a spray of blood mist.
Brother Zhe! Lin Zhe was immediately shocked.
He and Rakshasa King attacked the mantis at the same time.
However, the mantis used flash to retreat to the back. Click clack, that's all.
The many eyes on the mantis's head swiveled and blinked haphazardly, making a rather smug sound.
So quick, once taken care of, hee. Click click.
Lin Zhe looked around and saw Hanja's body, which had been split in two, lying on the ground. His death was extremely gruesome, and the blood mist was still floating in the air, not dissipating for a long time.
Wait, this blood mist. Lin Zhe suddenly realized something.
During the freshman welcome match, Hanja pretended to be hit by the flame demon and also turned into a pool of blood mist. Lin Zhe's eyes darted around, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. Well, so that's how it is. He immediately stepped into the blood mist, knelt before Hanja's corpse, and cried out, "Wah, brother Zhe, you died so tragically." Then, he turned to the praying mantis and said viciously, "You damned insect, you killed my companion.
I will never forgive you. Hee. Interesting. Click click. Your appearance reminds me of another human."
Seeing that he had gained the upper hand, the mantis began to speak slowly.
A year ago, I also encountered a human. Click click.
At that time, his strength was about the same as mine. However, after I killed one of his companions, he immediately collapsed and was ultimately defeated by my scythe. Click click. Faced with the death of your own kind, you humans always become incredibly sensitive and fragile.
What an inferior race you are. Click click.
Then, the mantis slowly raised its pair of large scythes and said to Lin Zhe, "Alright, accept reality and become a dead soul under my blade." As soon as it finished speaking, its figure flashed again, appearing in the blood mist where Lin Zhe was.
Die. The mantis raised its scythe high.
However, the next second, it felt a sudden dizziness, and all its eyes blinked at the same time. "What's going on?" it asked, somewhat puzzled.
Lin Zhe immediately grinned crookedly excitedly, thinking to himself, just as I thought. The corpse was bait for Hanja to fake his death, while the blood mist could weaken the enemy. As for this guy's true form, he's probably hiding somewhere playing a trick right now, so it seems my worries were unnecessary. Taking advantage of the mantis's unpreparedness, Lin Zhe was about to thrust out his long sword. But just then, a familiar voice rang in my ears. Alright, that's enough for the student activities. The next instant, Lin Zhe felt a spatial shift, and when he came to his senses, he found himself 20 meters away from the mantis, and where he had just been, Hanja was now standing. With a smile on his face, Hanja continued, now, it's time for the teacher to teach. The next second, a cage formed by black energy descended from the sky, trapping both the mantis and Hanja inside. What is this? For the first time, a tone of terror appeared in the mantis's voice. A gift prepared for you. Hanja's face regained its carefree expression, as if he had been resurrected at full strength. At the same time, he was holding a long straight knife in each of his hands. The mantis, in its dizzy state, was unable to maintain its fighting ability. Seeing this, it immediately tried to escape. Unexpectedly, it crashed into the fence of the black energy entity with a bang. He, didn't you like using flash a lot? Why aren't you using it anymore? Hanja deliberately provoked. Is it because you don't like using it anymore? With a swift motion of his long sword, he deliberately avoided vital points, severing many of the mantis's segmented limbs and long legs. Ah, crack. The mantis cried out in pain. You're asking for death. It wasn't going to take this lying down either. Ignoring its dizziness, it immediately swung its huge barbed scythe down at Hanja. However, the next second, several strands extended from the fence of those black energy entities and entangled its two sides. He. Hanja's eyes were cold as he let out a sneer. In my domain, you must obey me absolutely. Then, with another swift stroke, he severed the mantis's other leg. Ah, the mantis screamed again. Hanja remained unmoved and with a backhand slash, cut off the joint of the mantis sickle with two more blows. Next, the wings, breastplate, abdomen. The mantis's body was already mangled beyond recognition, while Hanja's face and body were splattered with black blood. This brutal scene left Lin Zhe, who was standing not far away, stunned. Holy crap, did we run into a monster? Let's have a moment of silence for the mantis. Inside the black cage, the praying mantis sat half sitting on the ground, barely alive. With a cruel smile, Hanja slowly brought his face closer to it and said, word by word, take a good look at my face. Don't you recognize who I am yet? The mantis blinked its many eyes, initially confused, until later, every eye was filled with terror. You are that human from a year ago. That's not right. I struck you with my sword. You should have been destroyed by the power of the abyss. How could this be? Heh, Hanja sneered. Do you know that for the past year, every night I've dreamed of regretting not killing you back then? I've simulated today's scene thousands of times. As he spoke, he raised his long sword again. No, click. The mantis was terrified. Faced with the threat of death, all living beings are equal, even creatures from the abyss. The next instant, the long knife pierced its face. Click. Its mouthparts were still making that annoying sound, and its eyes were turning listlessly. Ultimately, he lost all vital signs. Defeat the boss, Victor of the Void, to gain 40,000 experience. Trigger the twice the effort talent for an additional 20,000 experience. Lifespan plus 40,000 days, 109 years and 315 days. Loot obtained, 40,000 copper coins, broken scythe blade, material. Lin Zhe didn't come to his senses until the settlement information popped up. At this moment, Hanja, his face covered in black blood, walked towards him with a smile, holding a black stone in his hand, which was the core of the abyss. I didn't expect to get this thing as part of the settlement, he said, weighing the stone in his hand. This is the core of the abyss, Lin Zhe explained. It can be used to make equipment. However, those Gali people actually ate it. They really have no dietary restrictions. It's clean and hygienic. I suspect that it was because they ate this that they were not corrupted. Hanja nodded and put the abyss core into his pouch. Then I'll have to take it back and study it carefully. After putting the items into his inventory, Hanja looked at Lin Zhe and said, by the way, you cooperated well just now. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to kill him. Your acting is also quite good. Hanja patted Lin Zhe on the shoulder. You're almost as good as me. Lin Zhe's lips twitched. This person's shamelessness is so great that even I have to give him some leeway. Ah, revenge is finally achieved. How wonderful. Hanja stretched his body. It's a pity we didn't bring any wine, otherwise we could have had a good drink together. Ah, you're letting your students drink alcohol? Are you really a teacher? Lin Zhe retorted. Furthermore, he quickly said seriously, and now is not the time to be careless. Although we have killed a boss, the crisis is obviously not over. Lin Zhe pointed to the secret realm portal from which an ominous aura emanated. Hanja nodded. It seems that I will have to revisit this place after all. After saying that, the two walked towards the teleportation portal at the same time, their figures disappearing into the gray mist in front of the portal. Meanwhile, just a few hundred meters away, two blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners were using binoculars to witness everything that had just happened. From the destruction of the four great families of Gali Kingdom to the emergence of the abyss creatures, everything was laid bare flare before his eyes. These two were the American ambassadors whom the four major families were preparing to invite. They were originally traveling on flying mounts to the appointment, but they escaped disaster by being late. The two Xia people's godlike performance left them completely stunned. After Lindsay and Hanja stepped into the portal, they finally came to their senses. What should we do? Should we follow them in? One of them asked. Go in with me? I'm not willing to risk my life. The other person immediately refused. But didn't those filthy Gali people say that the thing in that portal could provide them with power? I think it's called Abyss Visitors? We could have gotten a share of it too, but those two despicable great Xia people ruined our plans. I think it's a big deal, so we should go back and report it to the general. That's right. The heads of the four major families of the Gali kingdom have been wiped out, and they certainly won't let this go. Perhaps we can take this opportunity to stir up trouble and weaken the power of the great Xia kingdom. Upon hearing this, both Americans immediately revealed sly smiles. According to an old saying in the great Xia kingdom, this is called, when orange segments fight, the remaining warmth brings benefits. It's a case of the snipe and the clam fighting, while the fisherman profits, you idiot. At the same time, Lindsay and Hanja entered the portal and arrived in a new world. Corrupted elf realm. Level of restriction, none. Difficulty, realistic mode. Mission description, the elven race is facing annihilation. Is there any chance for them to survive? The elf realm? Lindsay asked with some curiosity. That's right, Hanju explained. The difference between a secret realm and a regular instance is that a secret realm is a real step into another world. In other words, we are now actually in the territory of the elf race among all races. I see. Lindsay immediately thought of the hell realm he had visited twice before. It seemed that it was also a secret realm, but he had not realized this before. Lindsay looked around and saw a scene of decay everywhere he looked, completely unlike the ethereal and clear feeling of the elven realm he had read about in books. And in the distance, on the horizon, stood a towering tree that seemed to reach into the clouds, but it too appeared withered and decaying. That's the world tree? That's right, that is the world tree, the supreme object of faith for the elven race, Hanja replied. Lindsay learned from his high school textbooks that the elf race was ranked B-level among all races, a high-level race second only to S-level, gods, demons, and A-level, dragons, vampires, etc. Elves are most skilled in nature magic, and the world tree is the source of their magic and life. Incidentally, the fairy clan that Lindsay had encountered before was a branch of the elf clan. But now, the great tree stands between heaven and earth, and one can imagine its magnificence and grandeur before it was polluted. However, under the blood-red sky, its crown and trunk have been eroded by the abyss, turning a deep, inky black. From a distance, it looks like a giant black tower. Looking around at the land, every inch of soil was stained black, presenting a desolate and bleak scene. This place was a forest a year ago, Hanja said in astonishment. I never imagined it would deteriorate to this state now. There were few plants on the field. Instead, there were some thick, purplish-black tendrils with a texture somewhere between plants and flesh. At the tips of the tentacles, some grow leaf-like lobes, while others have funnel-shaped tissues resembling flowers, which look quite bizarre. Meanwhile, some enormous bees, each half a person tall, were wandering among the flowers, collecting the juice from them. The sight made one want to frown. It seems the erosion here has worsened considerably. Just then, the giant bees also noticed the arrival of the two and raised their antennae to observe for 2 seconds. Then, one by one, they pounced on the prey like wild beasts discovering fresh prey. Abyss Soldier Bee. Race, Abyss. Level, 60. Health points, 30,000. Skill, Venomous Sting, calling for friends. Dozens of giant soldier bees, their wings buzzing, charged toward the two like small fighter jets. However, Lindsay and Hanja remained calm and immediately took action. Nora, it's your turn this time, Lindsay ordered. Yes, master. The next moment, a greatsword shrouded in shadow flew whoosh toward the dense swarm of bees. Then she moved freely and easily through the swarm of bees, sometimes drawing straight lines, sometimes drawing circles, and instantly cutting more than a dozen soldier bees into several pieces. Then, Nora swung her greatsword forward, activating her Ice Soul Chill talent, imbuing the attack with ice attributes. Instantly, all the soldier bees in a fan-shaped area were turned into ice sculptures. Then the greatsword struck again, instantly shattering into a pile of ice shards. Looking at Hanja's side, he had somehow acquired a repeating crossbow in each hand and began firing crossbow bolts in all directions like a machine gun, with each bolt having a random attribute. Slaying Abyss Soldier Bees grants plus 600 experience, triggering the twice the effort, twice the results talent for an additional plus 300 experience. Lifespan increases by 300 days. Slaying Abyss Soldier Bees grants plus 600 experience, triggering the twice the effort, twice the results talent for an additional plus 300 experience. Lifespan increases by 300 days. Tips from experience kept popping up above their heads. Soon, under the combined attack of the two, the ground was piled high with the remains and wreckage of soldier bees. The few remaining soldier bees in the sky also stopped attacking, standing still in midair. Hiss hiss hiss. They seemed to be discussing something, and the next second, they all retreated at once. Don't go. I haven't gained enough experience yet. Lindsay
Lindsay watched the swarm of bees flee and immediately ordered Nora to chase after them. However, at that moment, the two suddenly felt something flying towards them, and they immediately took a step back. The next second, several arrows landed where they had just stood, with blue magical energy still floating on the arrowheads. Upon seeing this, both of them sharpened their eyes. Then, they heard a flurry of footsteps around them, and a dozen nimble figures quickly surrounded them. Upon closer inspection, they were all tall and slender, and regardless of gender, they all had fair skin, light-colored hair, and striking faces with long, pointed ears on either side.
Huh? Are they elves?
Hanja was the first to recognize their race. Lindsay quickly realized that these people were indeed elves, and judging from their appearance, they did not seem to have been corrupted by the abyss. At this moment, each elf held a bow and arrow, drew their bows, and aimed the arrows at the two.
What are you trying to do?
The giant sword, controlled by Nora, immediately blocked Lindsay's path.
I'd like to ask you the same question. A blunt female voice rang out from among the elves. Then, a female elf stepped forward and arrogantly questioned Lindsay and his companion. What are you two humans doing here?
Among her delicate and petite features, her pair of lake blue eyes stood out exceptionally. Her long, flowing, light golden hair made her appear more noble than the other elves. She wore a form-fitting leather armor skirt that couldn't hide her outstanding curves. Her lower body revealed her fair and jade-like legs, with a leather leg ring on her right leg for storing weapons like daggers. For a moment, Lindsay and Hanja were so engrossed in watching that they were almost lost in thought. My little elf, listen to me, Hanja was about to explain. But before he could finish speaking, he was immediately rebuked by the other elves. Show some respect.
You're facing our Princess Mia. Ha? Princess?
Hanja and Lindsay exchanged a glance, both quite surprised.
Weren't the elves all corrupted by the abyss? How come a princess has suddenly appeared?
Seeing their surprised and questioning expressions, the elves became even more displeased and drew their bows even tighter.
How rude are these two humans? Princess Mia, I think we should execute them on the spot.
Forget it, let's not cause any more trouble. The female elf known as Princess Mia waved her hand, signaling them not to act rashly. Then, she looked at the two of them with icy eyes. Speak, who exactly are you people, and what are you doing here?
Hey, it's still this elf girl. Oh no, princess who's reasonable, Hanja joked.
Then, he briefly explained why he came here and what had happened. After listening to the conversation, the group of elves sensed that the two seemed to have no hostility, and they lowered their guard slightly.
However, Mia then revealed a hint of disdain on her face. So, you two plan to defeat the abyss on your own?
That's right, Lindsay replied directly.
Mia immediately looked him up and down as if he were an idiot. He's just a human, isn't he a little too arrogant?
Let alone the two of you, even dozens of elite soldiers from our elven race, after all these years, haven't been able to deal with those endless swarms of insects.
Forget defeating the abyss, they can't even get close to the world tree.
As she said this, a hint of resentment and annoyance was clearly visible on her face, but when she looked at Lindsay, she found that he had a look of pity in his eyes as if he were looking at a weakling.
What kind of look is that?
Mia was both embarrassed and angry, her cheeks flushed red, but it only made her look even prettier.
Ha, I didn't say anything?
Lindsay was a little confused, his expression clearly showing unconsciously.
Why am I wasting so much breath on you two?
Mia stomped her foot angrily and turned her back. Anyway, my advice to you is to turn back immediately.
Of course, if you insist on continuing, I won't stop you. Just don't end up dying without even knowing how you died.
After Mia finished speaking, she waved to her people.
Then, all the elves instantly turned into afterimages and vanished quickly.
On the desolate land, only Lindsay and Hanja remained once again.
Fairy Princess, Mia.
The two were somewhat bewildered when they saw a group of elves come and go in a hurry.
What's going on? Lindsay asked. How did an elf princess suddenly appear?
It seems they are the remnants of the elven race, Hanja guessed. They probably escaped the abyss and have been hiding in this area ever since. And judging from what the princess said, they've probably been looking for an opportunity to take revenge, but haven't been able to get close to the world tree, Lindsay speculated.
In other words, something is guarding the vicinity of the world tree? That should be the case. Hanja nodded. Then let's hurry over to the world tree, Lindsay said hastily. After purifying the world tree, we should be able to complete the mission for this world. Of course, there are also tasks assigned by the system. After saying that, he set off in the direction of the world tree. Wait a minute, Hanja called out to him. Hanja said seriously, what that elf girl said isn't entirely unreasonable. It's a bit of a pipe dream for the two of us to purify the world tree. Therefore, my suggestion is to go back immediately and report to our superiors, so that the Border Legion can send more troops to solve the problem here. That won't do, Lindsay exclaimed anxiously. Level 50. Ha, what's wrong with that?
Hanja asked, puzzled.
Lindsay quickly laughed it off. What I mean is, if we delay any longer, the abyss will soon invade Blue Star.
But what he was really thinking was, of course,
if it were someone else, my S-rank reward would be ruined. Anyway, since we're already here, let's continue exploring, Lindsay said, immediately summoning his Sky Eagle mount and mounting it.
Well, since we're already here, Hanja smiled helplessly and had no choice but to follow. The
two rode their bikes for about 10 minutes without encountering any danger along the way, and the World Tree, which resembled a giant black tower, seemed to be getting closer and closer to them. Just then, a loud horn sounded from the direction of the World Tree, sounding like a battle cry. Lindsay and Hanja stopped at the same time, both sensing that something was amiss. The next second, a rustling sound came from all directions. Then, thousands upon thousands of white insects emerged from the black soil. The white insects quickly crawled onto the ground. They were about the size of ants, but as tall as a person. Each ant was also armed with different weapons, including melee and ranged weapons, light and heavy weapons. Abyssal soldiers. Race, Abyss. Level, 60. Health points, 50,000. In an instant, the two were surrounded by a massive army of ants. But that wasn't all. The two felt an enormous black shadow sweep over them. Looking up, they saw a giant wasp, at least 100 meters long, floating in the sky. The next second, as if giving birth, countless soldier wasps flew out from the end of the wasp's abdomen. Instantly, the army of soldier bees and soldier ants occupied the sky and the land respectively, surging towards the two in a dark mass. Good heavens, a wasp mothership! Lindsay exclaimed, then added with great interest, looks like these are the obstacles the elf princess was talking about? Hey, don't take this lightly. Hanja looked at the enemy surging like a tide, as if facing a formidable foe. I'm saying, isn't this number a bit too much? Isn't that perfect? Lindsay smiled calmly. I was just worried about not having a place to upgrade. The next second, the succubus queen Lilith appeared in front of the two. Level 50. Master, you haven't summoned me in so long. Lilith immediately started to whine. Count how many chapters there are now. How annoying. Hanja was startled when he saw a stunningly beautiful devil with a voluptuous figure suddenly appear. Then, tears of envy involuntarily streamed down her face. Lindsay, that's not right of you. Why didn't you mention that you had such a summoned beast? The teacher should study this carefully. Lindsay's lips twitched. You old lecher who's been single for years, you're trying to screw me over. Hey, who's this handsome old man? Lilith glanced at Hanju and said, has Master taken in another adopted son? What nonsense is this? Hanja said speechlessly. If it's a handsome guy, then why add the word old? Alright, you two, stop bickering. Lindsay said, looking at the massive army surging towards them like a tidal wave. Lilith, teach them a lesson. Yes, Master. Lilith replied in a sweet and gentle voice. The next second, she flew lightly into the air and lashed out at the insects with her long whip. You lowly servants, why don't you immediately pledge your allegiance to this queen? Lilith's eyes flashed with icy coldness. Charm effect activated. Suddenly, the insects all turned around and began attacking their own kind. Furthermore, under the influence of the virus transmission skill, the effective charm began to spread rapidly. Lilith watched the enemy army in chaos with amusement, then flew back to Lindsay's side. Master, how did I do? However, at that moment, the out-of-control insect soldiers began to be enveloped by some black energy particles. The insect soldiers, who were fighting each other, suddenly seemed to come to their senses and stopped what they were doing. After pausing for a second, it charged towards Lindsay and the others again. The charm effect has been dispelled? Lindsay was somewhat surprised. What were those particles? Lilith stomped her feet in anger and yelled, who on earth interrupted my control? Hanja, watching from the side, was stunned. My god, Lindsay, have you gone too far? Should we retreat first? No need to rush, Lindsay said with a smirk. This is nothing yet. In the next instant, the fire demon, hellhound, demon dragon, shadow demon, and Rakshasa king were all summoned. Ah, it's been so long since I've had a team battle like this. Below's the flame demon stretched his limbs. Roar! The demon dragon roared excitedly. Want to have another contest to see who kills more? Shadow fiend Nora said bluntly. That's exactly what I was thinking. The Rakshasa king pressed his fingers together, making a cracking sound. Then, the 6 demons split into 6 groups and eagerly charged into the enemy ranks. Instantly, fire, lightning, frost, shadows, physical attacks, a dazzling array of colorful elemental attacks erupted across the battlefield. With the Hellhound's treasure hunt skill, Lindsay started receiving constant notifications about picking up equipment. Although they were all low-level items that weren't worth much, they could still be exchanged for a considerable amount of copper coins. Faced with such a rapid attack, the insect soldiers had no chance to resist and were killed or wounded in large numbers. Hanja was dumbfounded. Lindsay, you've gone a bit too far. Is this really not cheating? Lindsay thought to himself, it's not much different from cheating. However, he soon discovered a problem. That is, despite the battlefield being littered with corpses, not a single experience notification popped up in front of him. This isn't right, something's fishy. He frowned slightly. The next second, the black energy particles that had appeared before reappeared on the bodies of the dead soldiers and began to rapidly repair their wounds. Before long, all the insects that had fallen to the ground stood up, and even the insects that had just turned into mangled limbs were completely intact. While Lindsay was fighting the Abyss Zerg army, dozens of elves were stationed in an inconspicuous underground cave nearby. Although the facilities here are rudimentary, the supplies are quite complete, making it seem like a refuge. At the end of the cave stood a simple throne, upon which sat an elven woman
woman of exceptional grace, Princess Mia. At this moment, an elven soldier stepped forward to report, "Your Highness, we have detected that the two human adventurers have not retreated and are now surrounded by the insectoid army of the abyss."
Oof. Princess Mia's expression was somewhat displeased. "They're such damned fools, you can't reason with them."
"I warned them like that, but they still wouldn't listen. They deserve it." The thought of Lin Zhe's arrogant and unruly demeanor just now made her grit her teeth in hatred. She had never seen such an arrogant and haughty person since she was born.
"Well, they should be dead by now, right?" she asked quickly. The soldier said somewhat awkwardly, "They are currently in the lead." "What did you say?"
Mia jumped to her feet in shock.
"Are you sure you didn't see wrong? The two of them can actually gain the upper hand?" "No, you didn't see wrong."
The soldier stammered, and to be precise, it was the younger one among them who single-handedly fought against the entire Abyss Legion.
What? How is this possible? Mia felt dizzy and couldn't believe what the other person was saying. After a long pause, she calmed down and said, "So what?
If it's just those insects, our elves can handle them perfectly well. The difficulty lies in the fact that those insects can revive." Meanwhile, Lin Zhe and the demons were also puzzled as they watched the enemy they had killed come back to life. Upon seeing those black energy particles again, Lin Zhe finally realized those black particles must have been released by enemy units similar to priests, capable of resurrecting, healing, and removing negative status effects.
These priests are most likely hiding among the enemy troops. We need to find a way to kill them first. However, if we distract the demons to search, we will be unable to attend to the large number of enemy troops. After all, the number of demons is limited. Ding! You have an additional temporary mission. Completely annihilate the Zerg army. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Another mission? Lin Zhe immediately became interested. "But, how can I control these insects?"
He frowned as he thought.
"Unfortunately, it's too late." Suddenly, Lin Zhe remembered something. "Oh right, I almost forgot.
Just last time, after he recaptured Black Cloud City in the underworld, he obtained the nest of the Demon Mother, a facility that can nurture small demons.
So far, he hasn't summoned one even once. System, how many demons have been generated so far? Current number of demons spawned from the Demon Mother's nest, 32,089. Wow, so many?" Lin Zhe immediately perked up. "This is going to be interesting."
He immediately drew a circle in the air with the teleportation ring on his hand, and the next second, an oval teleportation portal with an emerald-colored border formed in front of him. Then, several little devils with pointed ears, pointed noses, and red skin poked their heads out from inside.
Master.
Upon seeing Lin Zhe, they all bowed deeply in fear and trepidation.
"Notify all demons. A battle is about to begin," Lin Zhe ordered.
Upon receiving the command, the little devils jumped up excitedly.
"Great, we feel like we're about to rust. We were born to fight."
Then, the kid at the head of the line raised an iron sword and shouted, "Brothers, all troops, attack!" Then, a series of chattering sounds came from the portal, and various small demons, including imps, bat demons, and beholders, rushed out and instantly engaged in battle with the insect soldiers.
Grade? Among the kids, some wield melee weapons and are responsible for close combat with the enemy's marines. Health points? Some were mages, responsible for conjuring fireballs in the back.
They were arranged in 2 neat rows.
When one row released a fireball, the other
row began chanting incantations. When the first row finished casting, the second row would release a fireball, and so on, in perfect coordination.
The bat demon is responsible for fighting against the corrupted soldier bees flying in the sky.
The eye demons, on the other hand, float in the lower air, serving both the army and the air force. Each of them emits scorching beams of light from their large eyes, instantly severing any enemies that come into contact with them. There are also a few specialized imps, whose size and strength are much greater than ordinary imps, equivalent to strongmen, who charge into battle carrying heavy weapons. In an instant, the scene changed from a few demons fighting against an army to a real battle between 2 armies, and the situation was reversed once again.
Meanwhile, the 10 hellhounds had already located several corrupted centipede priests hiding behind enemy lines.
They chanted strange whispers as they twisted their slender bodies and waved their staffs, releasing black energy particles that resurrected the dead insect soldiers. The hellhounds immediately launched an attack, but the enemy was also prepared, and several level 80+ elite monsters, the corrupted beetle guards, jumped out instantly. Each of them, wielding a giant round hammer and covered in heavy armor, stood like an iron fortress in front of the dogs. However, the next second, the flame demon and the Rakshasa king appeared simultaneously.
Don't even think about stealing my monster," the flame demon retorted without hesitation. We don't even know who stole whom yet." The Rakshasa king was not intimidated at all.
The 2 demons, neither willing to yield, began to attack the beetle guards. The Balrog swung his molten hammer, and with the blessing of the inextinguishable, eternal flame, each strike dealt around 5 million damage. No matter how sturdy the guards' defenses were, they instantly became as thin as paper. Rakshasa king, on the other hand, directly activated the killing machine skill, while also stacking the newly acquired innocent heart and killing eye skills.
Talent, childlike innocence. Defense. Attack power increased to 500% without wearing any equipment. Skill, Eye of Slaughter. When activated, it allows you to see the enemy's weak point. Attacking this weak point deals double damage. Ignoring the guard's fully armored body armor, he kicked the opponent in the heart, instantly causing more than 5 million damage. As several beetle guards fell to the ground, the Flame Demon and the Rakshasa King simultaneously attacked the Centipede priests. Little did they know that Nora and Lilith had already gotten there first and killed all the priests in a few moves. The Flame Demon and the Rakshasa King were stunned. They both shouted at each other, "How dare you steal monsters?" This was arguably the time they worked together most effectively. "Your names aren't written on your faces, so how can you call it robbery?" Lilith said lightly. "Exactly. If you call it, will it answer?" Nora said proudly. The two demons were speechless. With the priests all killed, the soldiers in front of them finally stopped resurrecting, and the army's strength was greatly reduced in an instant. However, the giant bumblebee, hundreds of meters long, was still continuously sending troops down from the sky. But in the next moment, a dark shadow like a dark cloud loomed above it, and the demon dragon, which had used the heaven and earth transformation technique, bit down directly, followed by a lightning ball that dealt more than 20 million damage. Almost instantly, Bumblebee was killed, and its massive body fell, shaking the ground. Hanja watched as Lin Zhe stood still and did nothing, yet single-handedly wiped out the entire enemy force. His mouth was agape, wide open in a huge O shape, and he'd forgotten how to close it. "No, you're a one-man army?" In an instant, Hanja felt like the most superfluous person in the team. At the same time, experience points finally began to appear before Lin Zhe's eyes, and they were popping up non-stop, like a geyser. Slaying Abyss Soldier Bees grants plus 400 experience, triggering the twice the effort, twice the results talent for an additional plus 200 experience. Lifespan increases by 400 days. Slaying Abyss Soldier Ants grants plus 400 experience, triggering the twice the effort with half the effort talent for an additional plus 200 experience. Lifespan increases by 400 days. Slaying the Corrupted Beetle Guard grants plus 10,000 experience and triggers the twice the effort, twice the results talent, granting an additional plus 5,000 experience. Lifespan increases by 10,000 days. Slaying the Corrupted Centipede Priest grants plus 4,000 experience, triggering the twice the effort talent for an additional plus 2,000 experience. Lifespan increases by 400 days. Destroy the Wasp Mothership, gain 30,000 experience, trigger the twice the effort, twice the results talent, granting an additional 15,000 experience. Lifespan increased by 30,000 days. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 41. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast Demon Dragon. Current level 28. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast Hellhound. Current level 51. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast Shadow Fiend. Current level 81. Current remaining total lifespan 1,524 years and 185 days. Good heavens, I finally leveled up. Lin Zhe exclaimed with delight. And without even realizing it, I've gained so much more lifespan? Ding! The Zerg army has been completely wiped out. Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Very good, just draw it for me. Lin Zhe immediately opened the lottery interface and started spinning it. Congratulations on drawing the talent. Charged Strike, rank A. Talent, Charged Strike. Attacks can be charged. Damage increases by 5% for every second of charging, with no upper limit on charge time. This skill is quite interesting. Lin Zhe thought for a while and felt that only the Flame Demon was worthy of this powerful skill, so he gave it to him. At this moment, the 6 demons and the vast army of imps surrounded Lin Zhe. Then, they all knelt down on one knee in unison before Lin Zhe. The sight of them made Hanja, who was standing to the side, feel a chill run down his spine. This was a veritable demon army. Who would have thought that these demons, whether fierce, evil, or bewitching, would be so easily controlled by a student? Lin Zhe, what kind of monster are you? Hanja couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As Lin Zhe watched as thousands of demons surrounded him, he felt a real sense of being a king for the first time, and his heart was filled with excitement. Just then, the voice of Belos the Fire Demon suddenly rang out. "My lord, Lilith and Nora just stole my monster." "That's right," King Rakshasa quickly added. "This is simply a lack of martial ethics. Our leader must uphold justice for us." "Humph." Lilith rolled her eyes at them. "Two grown men, how can you be so stingy?" "Exactly." Nora pulled down her eyelid with one hand, stuck out her tongue, and made a face at them. Blur blur blur. Xiaolong and the dogs also took advantage of the chaos to bark happily. "Damn it." Lin Zhe instantly lost his composure. "Can't you guys just let me pretend for a little while?" Meanwhile, inside the nearby elven sanctuary, Princess Mia, an elf, sat restlessly on her throne, muttering to herself, "I wonder how those two humans are doing now, especially the younger one." Oh, she then realized that something was wrong with her thinking. Why should I care about that human? How ridiculous. He ignored my advice and even dared to look at me like I was a weakling. That's outrageous. I think it would be better if he were killed by the abyss insects. I don't know what he's so arrogant about. Humph. Mia's unusual behavior caused the soldiers in the cave to whisper among themselves, "What's wrong with the princess today?"
Yes, ever since she met those two humans today, Her Highness the Princess has been muttering to herself.
Could it be that I've been mentally corrupted by the abyss? Shoo, don't you dare say that.
Just then, a long shout came from outside, report. Immediately afterwards, the elven spy trotted in and knelt before the throne.
How is it? Mia's eyes lit up, and she asked hurriedly, how are those two humans? Ahem.
She immediately realized her lapse in composure, quickly leaning back in her seat with one hand, feigning nonchalance, and said, are those two humans dead?
Your Highness, not only are they not dead, the spy said even more excitedly, they have also defeated the enemy army. What? This time, Mia was truly shocked, and she stood up abruptly. The soldiers around him were also stunned, as if struck by lightning, and they were all speechless. A soldier stepped forward and asked incredulously, you can't just spout nonsense like that. You're saying that two mere humans have already broken through the Abyss Legion? You know, the Abyss Legion can resurrect indefinitely. The spy, however, said with certainty, absolutely true. I personally witnessed that younger human summon a vast demon army all by himself and utterly routed the Abyss army. Moreover, this is the first time I've learned that the reason those insects can resurrect indefinitely is because there are priests behind them causing trouble. And those demons easily killed the priests. What? Everyone present was incredulous. A mere human can actually summon an S-rank demon? Moreover, we've been fighting those abyssal insectoids for years, and we still don't know that the resurrection mechanism is actually backed by some kind of priest. That human actually. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. The soldiers throughout the cave were immersed in an atmosphere of shock. Mia felt as if she had been hit hard on the head, and she was completely dizzy. For a moment, she didn't know whether to be surprised or happy. After a long while, she finally stood still, her eyes regaining their usual confidence. In any case, those two humans have solved our biggest headache. Although we're a little unwilling, we should thank them properly. As she said this, two barely perceptible blushes appeared on her face. However, she immediately put aside her distracting thoughts and said seriously, but before that, our elven race has something even more important to do. My comrades, Mia's voice boomed from her petite frame, gather all soldiers immediately. Today is the day we liberate the world tree. Yes, all the elves responded in unison, their voices ringing out loudly. Meanwhile, a vast army of demons is marching towards the world tree. Lindsay and Hanja rode at the front, followed closely by 6 demons. Behind them were thousands upon thousands of lesser demons. Hanja sat on his white horse, looking back every few steps, his face filled with undisguised excitement. As he walked, he kept muttering, wow, so this is what it feels like to lead troops into battle in novels? It's so cool. Alright, you've repeated that sentence 12 times already, Lindsay said coldly from the side, although he was somewhat excited. Before they knew it, the army had arrived at the side of a cliff, and looking down, a wide valley was unfolding before them. Looking into the distance, the valley is shrouded in mist, and you can vaguely see many ruined buildings, which seem to be the former dwellings of the elves. In the very middle of the valley, a towering tree rises from the ground, piercing the clouds. Its trunk is as thick as several skyscrapers combined, and its enormous canopy is partially hidden in the clouds, requiring one to look completely upwards to see it. Its past glory is unimaginable, but now, it appears rotten and decaying. On the thick trunk, black, tar-like substances seem to flow downwards, and countless huge insects are clinging to it, frantically sucking at it. Its branches were bare, devoid of leaves, and occasionally dripped black substances from them. The whole scene was truly shocking. Right now, somewhere at the base of the big tree, several thorny branches intertwined and rose from the ground, weaving a throne about 10 meters above the ground, where a queen-like figure sat high above. On a lower side of the throne sat a man. At this moment, the queen spoke in a very authoritative voice. I never thought that human would be able to break through my Zerg army. The man said somewhat cautiously, I told you to be careful a long time ago. That guy named Lindsay, he's not some ordinary human. Ha ha ha, Ouroboros, this is really unlike you. The queen looked at the man with disdain. What on earth has made you so afraid? The queen on her throne looked down at the man seated beside her. She looked just like the other elves, with long, pointed ears, fair skin, and beautiful features. In fact, she even bore a resemblance to the elf princess Mia. However, compared to Mia's girlishness, she looks more mature and has a more outstanding figure. However, unlike the elves, she had black hair, 2 pairs of long and short black, hard insect horns on her head, and a pair of black wings made up of insect-like segments on her back. Moreover, he was dressed entirely in black, giving him an even more frightening aura than Princess Mia. At this moment, she looked at the man in the side seat and uttered a rather dissatisfied sound. Ouroboros, ever since I joined the 10 Abyss Generals, you have been an unruly man in my eyes. To be honest, I used to have some affection for you. Look at you now, she frowned. A lowly human has frightened you like this? What kind of talk is this? The man seated to the side was none other than Ouroboros, one of the 10 generals of the Abyss, known as the Serpent who devours Ouroboros. At this moment, his expression was fearful and his eyes were unfocused, completely unlike when he first appeared. He stammered, no, you don't know how powerful that human boy is. was. Ever since I fought him, a voice has been constantly in my head, as if it's trying to take over my personality. If it weren't for my strong vitality, I would probably be dead by now. Humph, it's unbearable to look at. The queen rolled her eyes at him and turned her face away. At this rate, you'll probably be removed from the 10 Abyss generals soon. You know, those big shots above won't allow such a thing to happen among the 10 Abyss generals. Yes, of course I know, Ouroboros said with a pained expression. That's why I came to you, Melina, hoping you could kill that human boy. Perhaps that's the only way to cure me. Humph, so you're trying to use me, the queen said bluntly. Why should I help you? Marlena, if you can kill that human boy, Ouroboros' eyes turned cold, as if he had made a great decision. I am willing to exchange my ranking among the 10 Abyss generals with yours. Upon hearing this, Queen Melina was taken aback for a moment, then immediately burst into a mocking laugh. Ah, Ouroboros, I've never seen anyone so spineless. You're so infuriating, I'm laughing. Although I am currently ranked 9th among the 10 Abyss generals, while you are ranked 7th, this is only because I joined later. Do you think I care about your position? This, Ouroboros was somewhat embarrassed and speechless. However, Melina reached for a plate next to the throne, picked up a fruit that looked like an eyeball with her slender, jade-like fingers, and slowly put it into her mouth. Sizzle, the blood-red juice burst open in my mouth. Marlena continued, however, that human invaded my territory and caused heavy losses to my Zerg army, so naturally I have to settle accounts with him, which is somewhat unfair to you. Upon hearing this, Ouroboros showed a relieved expression, but immediately added, then you must be careful not to get involved with that Lindsay. Enough, Melina snapped, as if she had been greatly insulted. Don't judge me by your own strength. If you say such a thing again, I'll kick you out and banish you from my elven realm forever. Without her noticing, her pupils had turned blood red. Then, the entire valley trembled violently. Then, as if receiving a command, all the large insects that had been clinging to the trunk of the world tree above began to flap their wings. Meanwhile, Lindsay had already withdrawn his thousands of troops to make it easier to enter the valley. At this moment, he and Hanja were riding flying mounts, flying over the valley. Lindsay activated his insightful observation skill and scanned the ground. He discovered that a dense black aura was gathering at the base of the world tree. That's it, he pointed, and the two immediately steered their mounts in that direction. However, after flying halfway up, they saw that the large insects that had been sucking black tar on the trunk of the world tree began to flap their wings. Then, hundreds of large insects swarmed towards the two of them. Not again? Hanja cursed. These bugs are really impossible to get rid of. Level 50. As he spoke, he had already prepared 2 repeating crossbows to fight. Lindsay also frowned slightly. He had never fought in aerial combat before, so he subconsciously tightened his grip on the reins of his mount. As I was pondering this, the swarm of flying insects drew ever closer. Upon closer inspection, their appearance was even more bizarre than the soldier bees and ants that had just been fighting, because each of them is more like a humanoid creature, with insect-like shells, wings, mouthparts, and other organs attached to their bodies. Upon closer inspection, they all have a pair of pointed ears on their faces, suggesting they are all elves. Corrupted elf soldiers. Race, Abyss, level 70. It seems these insects are the native inhabitants of this place, Hanju analyzed. This wretched abyss truly brings destruction wherever it goes. It's also possible that they willingly surrendered to the abyss, Lindsay said coldly. Faced with overwhelming power, many people will choose to kneel down, just like those people from Gali. At the same time, several hundred elven soldiers who had mutated into insects stopped not far from the two of them and formed a neat square formation. Then, each soldier was given a black bow and arrow. Watch out, Hanja warned, they're going to use ranged attacks. The next second, black arrows rained down on the two of them. The two immediately maneuvered their mounts to perform several 360-degree aerial flips, dodging the arrows. Ah, I haven't felt this way in ages, Hanja shouted. Woohoo, take off. Lindsay instantly felt the same way he did when he watched the fighter jet performance at the military parade before he traveled back in time. It was quite exciting, to be honest. At the same time, the enemies clearly did not want the two to get close, and immediately drew their bows again, preparing for a second wave of attack. Don't think you're the only ones who can shoot arrows, Hanja shouted, his 2 repeating crossbows already aimed at the enemy. He had personally modified this weapon. As soon as he pulled the trigger, the crossbow bolts started firing like a machine gun, instantly hitting a group of enemies and causing them to lose a lot of health. At the same time, Lindsay's demon dragon appeared behind the enemy forces, flying in with a whoosh and breaking a corner of the enemy formation. However, the enemies remained calm and immediately regrouped, launching another wave of attacks on the two. Black arrows once again rained down like a storm. This is a bit tricky, Hanja complained. The two once again maneuvered their mounts, weaving and twisting in the air. Facing hundreds of enemies, the two of them appeared somewhat alone in the air. But at that moment, Lindsay felt dozens of shadows suddenly fly up behind him, and their speed instantly surpassed that of him and Hanja. Upon closer inspection, dozens of fairy dragons spread their magnificent wings and flew together with the two of them. Each fairy dragon carries an elf on its back, not a corrupted elf, but a real elf. On the back of one of the dragons, a beautiful elven maiden is issuing a powerful command. Fellow countrymen, let us take courage as our sword and faith as our shield, declare war on the abyss, and reclaim everything that belongs to us. Lindsay turned his head and saw that the elven girl was Princess Mia, who had surrounded them on land earlier. At this moment, as she led the elven army into battle, she appeared much more valiant than she had been earlier, when she had acted so arrogantly. As soon as she gave the command, all the elven soldiers raised their arms and shouted, and the fairy dragons beneath them also let out a clear cry. Then, the soldiers in the front row were seen holding large shields, blocking many of the black arrows that were being shot at them. Meanwhile, the soldiers in the back row drew their bows, and arrows imbued with blue magical energy shot towards the corrupted soldiers. At the same time, Mia flew in the middle of the group. She stood up directly on the dragon's back, her hands unarmed, but she made a bow-drawing gesture. The next second, a pale golden bow of light formed in her hand. Her gaze was fixed firmly on a certain spot ahead, and then a stream of golden energy shot out like a torrent, instantly creating a gaping hole in the enemy's formation. Skill, Moonlight Stream, gathers lunar energy to deal arcane and light damage to a small area within 500 meters in front. Not bad. Lindsay nodded slightly as he looked at the move. Then he said to Hanja, one summoned beast is enough for Xiaolong here. Let's hurry up and find the boss to fight. After saying that, the two changed their flight direction and swooped down toward the place where the black energy was gathered. Princess Mia, quite pleased with herself after unleashing this move, deliberately raised her voice and spoke arrogantly towards Lindsay without even looking at him. Human professionals, while I acknowledge your strength to a great extent, when it comes to aerial combat, I am still superior. Wait a minute, where did everyone go? The next second, she realized that the place was empty. Your Highness, those two humans just left, the soldier beside her replied sheepishly. Outrageous. Mia stomped her feet on the fairy dragon's back in anger. How dare they be so rude to this princess? I'm furious. Meanwhile, on the throne at the roots of the world tree, the Zerg Queen Melina and Ouroboros also witnessed the battle taking place in the sky. At that moment, two flying figures were swooping down towards them. Ouroboros' eyes immediately lit up with panic. Marlena, they're here. Lindsay is here. Didn't you say your defenses were amazing? I think they're nothing special. Shut up. Melina snapped at him angrily. How can you, one of the 10 generals of the abyss, be so cowardly? What kind of behavior is this? The next second, she looked at the two shadows gradually approaching from the sky, her face showing no sign of panic, but rather a sinister glint. Did I ever say that my defenses were only that narrow? The real show is just beginning. On the other side, Lindsay and Hanja rode an eagle and a horse, descending rapidly. Just as they were about to reach the ground, the entire valley shook again, and even the world tree began to tremble, shedding a lot of black substance. Just then, out of the corner of their eyes, they suddenly saw what appeared to be a colossal creature hurtling toward them. Both of them tensed up simultaneously, only vaguely making out a massive black creature covered in armor. Then, instinctively, they both dodged away immediately. The massive, shelled creature swept over their heads and landed on a nearby building, instantly crushing the already dilapidated structure into dust. However, in the next instant, just as the two were relieved to be out of danger, another enormous, serpentine creature rushed up from directly below them. A large, round mouthful of sharp teeth was about to devour the two of them. Lilith, Rakshasa King, I'm leaving you to me. The next second, Lindsay summoned two demons. Lilith swung her bone whip, sending crescent-shaped energy waves hurtling towards the giant monster. Rakshasa King then unleashed a flying kick, deflecting its charge. At the same time, the first armored monster crashed into them again. Baros, Nora, you two are in charge of this. Yes, the flame demon and shadow demon shouted in unison, and rushed forward with a whoosh. After Lindsay and Hanja landed on the ground, they were able to see the appearance of the two giant monsters. The first shelled monster to charge forward resembled a giant scarab beetle, its body as large as a basketball court, completely encased in a thick carapace that reflected an eerie green light. Its enormous mandibles were particularly terrifying. The boss with immense strength, Nook, race, abyss, level, 100, HP, 3 million, skill, death charge, blessed with immense strength. Expand to view details. The other serpentine monster, covered in sharp teeth, was a giant earthworm. Its body was round and thick, it had no eyes on its head, and its entire face consisted of only a huge round mouth filled with rows and rows of densely packed sharp teeth. Boss Toby's Gluttony, race, abyss, level, 100, HP, 2 million, skill, eat, eat, eat. Good heavens, 2 level 100 giant bosses. Lindsay and Hanja were both shocked when the message popped up. However, Lindsay quickly revealed a calm smile. Each boss was assigned 2 demons to fight, so the chances of winning were still very high. I'm too lazy to waste time with you guys, let the demons fight it out. I'm off to fight the final boss. Lindsay rubbed his hands together and then headed toward the deepest part where the black mist was gathered. Big brother, where are you going? But just then, a naive little girl's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Come play with Nikos. Lindsay immediately turned around and realized that, without realizing it, his surroundings had suddenly become unreal. The surroundings were no longer real, they had transformed into
into a colorful neon world with many large, multicolored eyes hanging around him, blinking at him. Hanja, who had been following behind, had also disappeared.
Have we entered the barrier? Lindsay asked curiously. He.
The little girl's voice rang out again. Big brother, come play with me. Lindsay looked in the direction of the sound and saw a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, sitting on a broken wall in front of him, swinging her little feet. It's easy to tell from her appearance that she also belongs to the elf race, except that she has a pair of yellow moth wings on her back that are larger than a human.
2 curled antennae, resembling those of a moth, also grew on its head. BOSS, Nikos of the Dream. Race, Abyss. Level, 100. Health points, 1,000,000. Skills, Dream Hour, Life Drain, Poison Dust. Expand to view details. Another boss?
Lindsay was immediately surprised.
Ha, the show is about to begin.
Queen Melina laughed with satisfaction from her throne beneath the world tree. My 4 most powerful warriors, the 4 heroes of the king, have been dispatched.
Let's see how long Lindsay can hold out. Excuse me for asking. Ouroboros raised his hand. Aren't there supposed to be 4 heroes? Why are there only 3? Don't interrupt me, you're ruining my mood, Melina said irritably.
There's also a Void Victor. I sent him out on patrol, but there's been no news yet. Maybe he's already dead, Ouroboros muttered under his breath.
What are you cricketing about? If you're so brave, speak louder.
Melina rolled her eyes at him.
Ahem, she said seriously, so what if Victor is absent?
Now that my 3 heroes are joining forces, and with Nikos, who is skilled in illusion, trapped Lindsay, let's see what other tricks he has up his sleeve.
Wait a minute.
Ouroboros jumped up from his seat immediately.
You sent the wrong person.
That guy is least afraid of illusions. What did you say? Just then, a notification popped up in both of their eyes. Human player Lindsay has defeated the boss, Nikos of the Illusionary Dream. At the same time, a settlement notification popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes.
Grade? Defeat the boss, Nikos of the Dream, to gain 150,000 experience points. Triggering did twice the effort, twice the results. Talent grants an additional 75,000 experience points. Health points?
Lifespan plus 150,000 days, 410 years 350 days. Loot obtained, 150,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, Dream Staff, Poisonous Tentacle, Materials, etc.
Lindsay clapped his hands lightly. Done.
The little moth girl was clearly still not aware of what had happened. Her eyes remained wide with astonishment, and she remained motionless. Then, her antennae, wings, and all the insect parts on her body began to decompose and disappear, turning into ashes like burning white paper, which then drifted away in the wind. In the end, only the body of a real little elf girl lay on the ground.
Is this what she originally looked like?
Lindsay said softly, walking over to close her eyes. At the same time, as the surrounding neon illusion began to disappear, Lindsay returned to the ruins at the bottom of the valley. He glanced to his side and saw Hanja lying down next to a rock, fast asleep, clearly also under the influence of the illusion.
Let him get a good night's sleep.
I'll take care of the final boss. Lindsay stretched the muscles in his wrists and walked towards the place where the black mist was gathering. Meanwhile, 2 level 100 giant bosses are engaged in a fierce battle with 4 demons. The beetle named Genik the Mighty rampaged like a moving steel castle, smashing everything in its path to pieces. His opponents were Belos the Fire Demon and Nora the Shadow Demon. The Balrog grabbed his giant hammer, leaped into the air, and smashed it down on Nuke. A loud thud resounded. The molten hammer struck the thick armor, dealing only about 3,000 damage. Such a high damage reduction rate, the Flame Demon exclaimed in surprise.
The next second, Gonik's massive body swung, throwing the Balrog directly into the nearby ruins. Damn it, the Flame Demon cursed. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a black giant sword smashing down on him. Ouch! The Balrog collapsed to the ground again, with the giant sword Nora had transformed into in his arms. You little brat, are you trying to kill me? The Flame Demon roared. Orangutan, how can you be so unreasonable? It wasn't my idea to fall, Nora immediately retorted. But the enemy wouldn't give them time to argue. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the huge figure had already crashed into them. We can't just fight him head on like this. We have to think of something, said the Flame Demon. It's a miracle you can actually think now. Nora chuckled mischievously. But this time I agree. Meanwhile, Lilith and the Rakshasa King were dealing with a giant earthworm called Toby the Glutton. Lilith swung her pale white bone whip, unleashing a series of black moon-shaped blades of energy that slashed towards the earthworm. The earthworm, being soft all over, was instantly cleaved into several pieces by the air blade, which scattered on the ground. Mission accomplished. Lilith clapped her hands proudly. That's it? The Rakshasa King, who hadn't done anything yet, gaped in astonishment. Humph, this queen kills monsters, you're not included. Lilith rolled her eyes at him and said irritably. However, at that moment, the earthworm's broken body began to move again, and the cuts healed rapidly, with each segment growing a new mouth full of sharp teeth. In just a short while, it turned into several large earthworms. Lilith's previously proud expression froze instantly. What's going on? However, instead of mocking her, the Rakshasa King calmly analyzed. It seems that this boss has regenerative abilities. We can't fight it with brute force. We need to find its its weakness. He immediately activated his Eye of Slaughter talent to observe the enemy's weaknesses. Sure enough, somewhere inside the original earthworm, a part was marked in red. Cover me. The Rakshasa king leaped into action. Lilith was still a little stunned when she saw him charging straight at the enemy. A gigantic shadow demon phantom stood there, while the golden beetle Nook was attacking it with all its might. Big guy, how much longer? I can't hold on much longer. Nora, who had already transformed into a little girl, barely maintained the shadow fiend's phantom and shouted to the side. Don't rush me, just hold on a little longer. The flame demon replied, his voice also sounding quite strained. He was holding a molten hammer, assuming a posture of charging up power. It turns out he was using the new talent, Charged Strike. Attacks can be charged, and the damage increases by 5% for every second of charging, with no upper limit to the charging time. At this moment, the flame demon was trying to use the shadow demon's phantom's absolute taunt effect to attract the enemy's attention so that he could unleash a powerful attack. 2 minutes 52 seconds, 2 minutes 53 seconds. The flame demon counted the time, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Hurry up, Nora shouted anxiously. The shadow fiend's health bar was almost empty, and the enemy had already charged forward swiftly. Get out of the way, it's coming, the flame demon roared. The next second, Ganik's massive figure collided with the shadow demon's phantom, instantly reducing the phantom's health bar to 0. But at the same time, a dazzling orange flame shot towards Ganik's carapace. Despite the carapace's incredibly high damage reduction rate, it still caused 2,701,766 damage. With a sharp crack, the carapace shattered and turned to fragments in the flames. Nook, with a total health of 3 million, not only lost his prized shield but was also severely weakened by this attack. Go! The two demons clearly wouldn't give him a chance to breathe and immediately swarmed him, easily wiping out his remaining 300,000 health points in an instant. The Rakshasa king transformed into a gust of wind and charged straight at the giant earthworm's weak point. The newly grown earthworms immediately opened their blood-red mouths and bit at him. Just then, Lilith's voice rang out from behind, disgusting big bugs, all of you better obey. The next second, she had all the insects under her control, and they were all tied together in knots. Thanks. Rakshasa king said his thanks in a brisk manner, and then launched himself directly towards the furthest earthworm body. How dare you order me, the queen, around? I'll complain to my master when we get back. Lilith was rather displeased, but as the Rakshasa king launched himself, his entire body began to spin like a drill. Then, aiming at the earthworm's weak spot, he burrowed straight into it. Instantly, the flesh ruptured, black blood gushed out, and the earthworm let out a terrible howl, until the Rakshasa king emerged from the other end, covered in blood, like a god of death descending. Then, the giant earthworm finally collapsed on the ground. At the same time, in the throne area at the root of the world tree, Melina and Ouroboros, two of the 10 Abyss generals, received two messages almost simultaneously. Human player Lin Zhe has defeated the boss, the mighty Ganik. Human player Lin Zhe has defeated the boss, Taotyez Toby. What? How is this possible? Melina was both shocked and furious. Just then, a young man slowly walked out of a black mist gate at the end of the open space in front of the throne. Hello, is this where we fight the final boss? The boy asked politely, a mischievous smile on his face. Just now, a settlement notification popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Defeat the boss, the mighty Ganik, to gain 180,000 experience points. Triggering the twice the effort, twice the results talent grants an additional 90,000 experience points. Lifespan plus 180,000 days, 493 years and 55 days. Loot obtained, 180,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, Mighty Hammer, Mighty Armor. Toby, who defeated the boss Taotai, gained 160,000 experience points. Triggering the twice the effort, twice the results talent grants an additional 80,000 experience points. Lifespan plus 160,000 days, 438 years 130 days. Loot obtained, 160,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, Gluttonous Fong. Pretty efficient. Lin Zhe smiled with satisfaction, just like a homeroom teacher seeing all his students achieve high scores. And now we've acquired 3 Abyss Cores at once. I wonder what kind of equipment we can forge with them. The settlement information continues to pop up. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 43. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Flame Demon. Current level, 64. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, the Succubus Queen. Current level, 67. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Rakshasa King. Current level, 103. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Zhe exclaimed excitedly, especially since he had leveled up twice. At the same time, he had arrived at a black mist gate near the tree roots. Without any hesitation, he walked straight in. Inside was a wide, flat area, surrounded by various twisted thorns and branches. At the far end of the flat land, a throne 3 meters above the ground stood high above, upon which sat a beautiful female elf displaying the bearing of a queen. However, she also had insectoid horns and wings growing on her body, clearly indicating that she had been corrupted by the abyss. World boss, Melina, one of the 10 Abyss generals: race, abyss, grade, health points, skill. Although the detailed information was hidden, Lin Zhe was still slightly surprised when he saw the words 10 generals of the abyss. The next second, he didn't care about anything else and greeted them casually. Hello, is this where you fight the final boss? I just can't stand not being a little mischievous. Queen Melina was already furious and shocked by the killing of all 4 of her warriors. Lin Zhe's words enraged her to the extreme. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the next second, several blades of air were swung out from her hand, each one swift and sharp. Lin Zhe neither dodged nor evaded, but directly swung the blade of the sky and activated the thunderclap technique to block the attack. So rude. You started attacking right away? Lin Zhe teased with a smile. Humph, you slippery brat, I don't have time to waste on your banter. The queen rose from her throne, her tall and outstanding figure barely concealed beneath her black noble cloak, and she exuded an aura of dominance. She glanced sideways at Ouroboros in the seat below and asked, so, do you want to join the battle? This, Ouroboros, who was already looking terrified, hesitated. As soon as he spoke, Lin Zhe noticed that there was another person sitting there, and it was none other than Ouroboros, whom he had repelled twice. Oh, isn't this Xiao Wu? Lin Zhe looked at him coldly, a half-smile on his face. You really are everywhere. Upon hearing this, Ouroboros trembled slightly and said to the queen, I'll remain hidden for now and come out to help you when it really matters. Then, his entire body transformed into a small black snake and burrowed into the ground. Humph, useless piece of trash. Queen Melina cursed with utter contempt as she looked at his pathetic behavior. Then, she slowly turned her gaze to Lin Zhe and said coldly, fine, now no one will bother us. Human boy, I admit your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. However, I suggest you don't get too cocky. Very well, then I shall personally meet you. After speaking, she removed the noble cloak draped over her back, and at the same time, a layer of black, membrane-like substance automatically grew from her body, wrapping around her like a bodysuit. This accentuated her figure even more proudly. At the same time, she held a strangely shaped double-headed halberd in her hand. The 2 heads were asymmetrical, resembling the horns of some kind of insect. The weapon looked heavy, but she wielded it with ease, as if it were a heavy weapon. The next second, the queen's figure disappeared from the throne, and in an instant, she was already in front of Lin Zhe. Clang! The double-headed halberd and the blade of the sky clashed together, producing a crisp metallic sound. The response is not bad, the Empress said casually. Then, she spun around and vanished again. The next instant, she appeared behind Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe had secretly used the attribute conversion skill to add most of his skills to agility, so his speed was in no way inferior to hers. He swiftly turned, intending to parry with his sword, only to see that his opponent's weapon had transformed into a massive hammer, its head resembling that of some kind of beetle. At that moment, the queen brought the hammer down with all her might. Level 100. Boom! The 2 warhammers, one orange and one black, collided, and fire and abyss attributes flew everywhere. The queen left behind an afterimage before vanishing again. When she reappeared, her weapon had changed to a pair of twin swords, seemingly made from the horns of a sword-horned locust. She raised her twin swords, leaped into the air, and paused briefly to gather her strength. Then, her hands moved with lightning speed, wielding the swords as if in a dance. Instantly, countless arc-shaped sword energies formed around her. Rakshasa King. Clang, clang, clang. A demon with a body like black steel appeared, its movements incredibly swift. It parried every attack with its arms and legs, and even delivered a flying kick in the end. The queen turned several times, gracefully moving to a distant location. At the same time, a pair of segmented wings unfolded on her back, propelling her into the air. Her weapon transformed into a bow and arrow with spider-like legs. Crack, crack. A dense barrage of arrows shot out like a barrage of bullets. Lilith. The next second, a succubus with a figure no less impressive than the elf queen appeared, lazily wielding a bone whip called Evil Soul into the Bone, instantly wielding the arrows. However, the queen did not stop her actions at all. In the blink of an eye, she appeared above Lin Zhe's head, and a mantis guillotine fell from her hand. Clang! The shadow demon swung his greatsword upwards, blocking the guillotine's attack. You've got some skills. The Empress reappeared not far ahead, but her eyes were now filled with even more anger. No, you're a weapon master? Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised after dealing with a series of seamless weapon attacks. However, a smile quickly appeared on his face. It's my turn to make a move. Then he shouted into the air, dog. The next second, 10 hellhounds suddenly appeared where the Empress had landed and pounced on her. You don't actually think this kind of weak attack will work on me, do you? Melina said disdainfully, not even bothering to defend herself. But the next second, her eyes widened. Where's my weapon? Successfully activated the treasure hunt skill, stealing the enemy weapon, arsenal of insects, legendary. Weapon, arsenal of 10,000 insects. Description, a bizarre weapon forged from the remains of billions of abyssal insectoids. Effect, when equipped, the weapon's form can change according to the wearer's thoughts. All attributes plus 5,000, attacks inflict abyss attribute. Lin Zhe's smile became even harder to suppress than an AK. The Hellhound's treasure hunter skill has a 50% chance to steal one piece of equipment from the opponent
opponent with each attack. Although Melina, as a world boss, has a high chance of saving throws, the presence of 10 dogs in a row still stacks up the chances.
This is truly the most useful episode ever. Lin Zhe immediately beamed with joy. Hanja is right, each summoned beast has its own purpose. If anyone says dog is weak again, I'll be the first to beat them up.
At this moment, Lin Zhe had a black bracelet on his right wrist, with a rather unique design, as if a withered insect claw had gripped his wrist. Lin Zhe smiled and recalled the demons around him.
Go back, all of you. Let me try them out for a bit.
He quickly conceived a weapon in his mind. The next second, countless tiny black particles extended from the black bracelet, quickly forming a black double-sided giant axe, still in the style of insect limbs.
He's quite handsome. Lin Zhe smiled.
Meanwhile, the elf queen opposite her saw that her weapon had been stolen and her eyes widened in shock.
You treacherous human brat,
don't force me to use ruthless tactics. With a flap of her wings, she shook off some strangely colored scales.
The scales flew rapidly to Lin Zhe's side and immediately exploded violently.
However, Lin Zhe flashed and arrived above the Empress's head.
He raised his double-edged giant axe high and flew down to chop at the Empress. The Empress also turned around several times to dodge.
Lin Zhe landed on the ground, his eyes darting around as he conceived another weapon. The next second, the giant axe transformed like armor, quickly turning into a Gatling gun shaped like an insect armor.
It can actually turn into a heat weapon. Having played some shooting games in his previous life, Lin Zhe immediately and skillfully began firing. Bang 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 bang.
Shameless human brat, the Empress cursed as she dodged and weaved, seeing her weapon being manipulated in Lin Zhe's hands.
What will it change to next? Lin Zhe asked, seemingly toying with the Empress as he dealt with her.
How about changing it into a fighter jet, a missile, a tank, or something like that? However, the black wristband remained completely still.
Okay, that is indeed a bit of an exaggeration.
Taking advantage of his distraction, the Empress, dressed in a black bodysuit and with an imposing figure, had already closed in, a black energy ball already fully charged in her hand. But the next second, Lin Zhe's weapon suddenly transformed into several black, soft tentacles, which shot towards the queen. The Empress's eyes narrowed, and she immediately dodged away.
What were you trying to do just now?
The Empress was furious, as if she had been deeply humiliated. Lin Zhe scratched his head. Sorry, I couldn't control my thoughts for a moment. The Empress's gaze darkened, her eyes revealing endless coldness, and the entire area began to shake violently. Then, Melina slowly flew into the air, and her pair of arthropod wings rapidly grew larger, becoming as full as if flesh and blood were growing from her skeleton. Before long, it gradually transformed into a pair of enormous butterfly wings, which, when spread out, were hundreds of meters wide, covered with magnificent red and black patterns and radiating an eerie yet dazzling light.
Wow, has it reached the second stage? Lin Zhe exclaimed in amazement as he looked at the magnificent butterfly wings.
I've remembered you human brat named Lin Zhe. Melina, now in her butterfly queen form, said condescendingly.
But now, it's time to say goodbye.
Then, she gently flapped her enormous wings, which immediately rippled like water. At the same time, countless scales fell from them, each one shimmering with an eerie light. Soon, countless scales surged towards Lin Zhe like a tidal wave.
Skill, butterfly dance starburst.
Shakes off scales from her body, unleashing tens of thousands of explosive attacks on enemies over 5 minutes, each attack dealing abyss attribute damage. Lin Zhe's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the scales would be incredibly powerful once they exploded. But seeing the scales surging in from all directions, almost filling the entire space, he had no room to dodge.
However, the next second, the black tentacles in his hand changed shape again, weaving into a black spider web-like shield around him.
The scales rained down on the shield like a dense barrage, creating a loud crackling sound and sending sparks flying. At the same time, Lin Zhe quickly used the attribute conversion skill to stack all his attributes onto his physique, ensuring that his survivability was maximized.
The Empress was furious when she saw Lin Zhe use his own weapon to block her attack. However, her anger quickly turned into a smile, and she shouted into the air, "Ouroboros, now is your time to shine. Prove that you still deserve to be among the 10 Abyss Generals." The next second, a snake-like shadow quickly gathered within Lin Zhe's spiderweb protection range, and a handsome but effeminate man appeared behind Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe felt someone grab his neck from behind, and the claws pierced his skin a few millimeters deep. The current situation can be described as beset by internal and external troubles. He. Ouroboros let out a series of sinister laughs from behind. Lin Zhe, do you know how much you've caused me? Do you know how I've been through all this time? Fortunately, this day has finally come.
After saying that, he plunged his claws even deeper.
Ha. But the next second, Lin Zhe burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? Ouroboros was immediately enraged. Little Wu.
Blood was flowing from Lin Zhe's neck, but he said without any panic, "You could have escaped this time, but you insisted on coming to my door again and again."
Ding!
Target previously incomplete mental intrusion detected.
Mental intrusion initiation to continue. Current progress, 76%, 77%, 78%, 79%. From Lin Zay's perspective, a progress bar is constantly moving forward. At the same time, Ouroboros suddenly cried out, ouch. What's going on? My head hurts so much. This feeling is back again. No. You love me, I love you, my sweet love in Millie Ice City. Crazy Thursday, VME 50, let's see what you're made of. Exercises, begin, section 9, jumping exercises. Why is your head so pointy? Let me ask you, are you a man or a woman? As the progress bar filled up, Ouroboros began uttering a series of incomprehensible ramblings. My goodness, the child is learning too many different things, and he's getting all the knowledge points mixed up. Lindsay couldn't help but complain. Ding! The target has been successfully rebooted and is no longer a threat to the system host. All I could see was Ouroboros' pair of clear, foolish eyes blinking like those of a 6-year-old child. Lindsay looked and found that his level had actually become level 1. Uncle, where is this? Ouroboros asked, gnawing on his fingers. Wait a minute. Lindsay slapped him across the face. Who are you calling uncle? Do I look that old? Meanwhile, in midair, Melina had been waiting there for a while, and the duration of her ultimate skill, Butterfly Dance Starburst, was almost over. Ouroboros, have you finished him off yet? Melina shouted impatiently down below. It's just killing a mere human. Does it really take this long? What a useless piece of trash. As the last few scales struck Lindsay's shield, his vision finally cleared. Wah, then came the sound of a naughty child crying. Lindsay stood there unharmed, while Ouroboros tugged at his clothes, crying, Uncle, why did you hit me? You were so mean. You hurt me so much. Since he is still physically an adult, his words only come across as particularly comical. Smack! Lindsay slapped his hand again, scolding, don't pull my clothes, and I told you not to call me uncle, while Ouroboros' cries suddenly grew louder. Damn, what an annoying brat, Lindsay said with disdain. Melina was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Ouroboros, what are you pretending to be crazy about? She shouted directly. You've missed the best opportunity. But then we saw Ouroboros wipe away his tears, look at Melina in the direction of the sound, and say dumbfoundedly, wow, there's a really fierce old lady over there. And besides, the auntie's clothes are so embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Melina's face froze like an ice cube, her lips twitching wildly. Auntie, Ouroboros, I'm going to kill you. She was furious, her eyebrows practically standing on end. But the next second, she calmed down and thought to herself, no, this is too abnormal. This is most likely a trick by that human. I admit I underestimated this human named Lindsay. It seems I should retreat this time. What a pity for the Abyss Zerg Empire that I built with my own hands. She looked around the entire valley with some regret, and then looked at the world tree above her head. Lindsay, I swear, I will kill you with my own hands someday, she muttered viciously to herself. Then, her body spun lightly in the air, seemingly about to disappear as a blur. Trying to escape? Did you ask for my opinion? Lindsay immediately realized. The next second, Nora was summoned again, and a greatsword flew out with a whoosh and pierced directly through Melina's body. However, Melina's body peeled away like an empty shell. Ah, don't you know what shedding one's skin means? Melina's voice rang out from the other side of the sky. Goodbye, Lindsay. But at that moment, a lightning cannonball suddenly fell from the sky and hit Melina's true form. What? She screamed, clearly not expecting this sudden attack, and then she fell to the ground. Then, a clear dragon's roar echoed in the sky. Lindsay looked up and saw that the demon dragon was leading a group of fairy dragons flying down, with an elf soldier riding on the back of each fairy dragon. It looked as if the fairy dragons had mistaken the demon dragon for their leader. Princess Mia was also among the elves. She drew her bow of light once more, aimed it at Melina on the ground, and said, Stop, sister. Mia. Melina stood up from the ground and said defiantly, Even you are trying to stop me? Mia showed a hint of melancholy. That's enough, sister. The evil you've done to our elves should end now. Heh, isn't everything I've done for the sake of our elven race? Melina said unmoved. Only by siding with the Abyss can our elven race enjoy lasting peace. Why can't you understand this? If it weren't for you and this human causing trouble, our elven race would still be living well under the protection of the Abyss. Are you referring to those compatriots who turned into insects? And the 4 of them who became monsters, Victor, Nuke, Toby, and Nikos? Is this what you mean by living well? Mia shook her head, her eyes resolute. You're terminally ill, sister. After saying that, he was about to release the bowstring. Wait a minute. In the next instant, Lindsay suddenly appeared next to Melina. Stop fighting. Lindsay shouted hysterically, just like in an idol drama. The 2 sisters were both startled. You human, don't be fooled by my sister. Mia shouted anxiously. Melina's eyes darted around, and she immediately tried to run away. The next second, Lindsay looked at Melina as if she were a fat sheep. No, what I mean is, I can't share my experience with others. What did you say? Melina exclaimed in shock. However, in an instant, 6 demons surrounded her and launched an attack. A series of massive damage numbers appeared, and Melina, having no chance to defend herself, was finally killed. World boss, Melina, one of the 10 Abyss generals, has been defeated. Experience plus 320,000, triggering the twice the effort with half the effort talent, additional plus 160,000. 1000. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 45. Wow, I've leveled up twice already. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast Demon Dragon. Current level 31. Congratulations, your summoned beast Hellhound has leveled up to level 52. Lifespan plus 320,000 days, 876 years and 660 days. Current remaining total lifespan 3,743 years and 70 days. Exclamation point. Lindsay's mouth formed a big O shape. This lifespan is almost as long as the history of the Great Xia Kingdom. The seventh demon, time to summon a big one. Lindsay was already rubbing his hands in anticipation. Meanwhile, the settlement process had not yet stopped. Congratulations on obtaining the following loot: 400,000 copper coins, Abyss Core, Fallen Elf Crown, Elf Queen's Wings, Materials, Equipment, Fallen Elf Crown, S rank, Spirit plus 5,000, Defense plus 2,000. Automatically regenerates HP upon attacking, restores 1 HP for every 10 points of damage dealt. Equipment that focuses on Spirit is perfect for Lilith. It was immediately placed into Lilith's equipment slot. Moreover, the Elf Queen's Wings and the Abyss Core resonated with each other, meaning that equipment can be crafted again. Ding! You have successfully averted the current Abyss crisis and completed the mission. Reward: 1 system lottery draw, this time designated as an S-rank reward. Lindsay couldn't stop smiling as he looked at the string of reward notifications. At that moment, the Demon Dragon, leading a group of fairy dragons and elves, also stopped nearby. You did a good job. Lindsay patted Xiaolong's head and Xiaolong immediately squinted his eyes, looking very pleased. The elves dismounted one after another, and the arrogance they had shown when they first met Lindsay was gone, replaced by awe. At this moment, Princess Mia stepped out from the group, approached Lindsay somewhat shyly, and bowed slightly. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you for your contributions to our elven race. Don't worry about it, Lindsay said calmly. I'm only doing this for the benefit of the human race. Mia was about to say something when a gust of wind suddenly rose, and a long, ancient mournful cry came from behind her. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the black world tree swaying gently, as if it were weeping for the desecrated sacredness. At this moment, the world tree is like an old man who has suffered many wounds, struggling painfully in the darkness. Upon hearing that mournful cry, Mia and all the elves behind her immediately showed sadness. Great and holy world tree. Mia clasped her hands together in prayer. I will purify you now. The other elves also followed her posture, closing their eyes and beginning to pray. Then, a soft, pale golden light emanated from the elves. Next, all the light converged and shot towards the black world tree. When the beam of light shone on the tree trunk, some of the black substance covering it was immediately dispersed. However, after spreading slightly in all directions, the light could no longer expand its reach. The elves' expressions quickly turned serious. No, we don't have enough people left to complete the purification. Mia frowned. Before long, everyone's mana was depleted, and the purifying light disappeared. Damn it, we've come this far, and we still can't complete the purification. Is our elven race destined for extinction? The elves were filled with frustration, some even slamming their fists into the ground in resentment, drawing blood from their hands. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly arose, and everyone seemed to hear an old whisper. My kind people, do not grieve. My illness is beyond cure. Destroy me completely. Lord World Tree? The elves were all taken aback. Lord World Tree, are you speaking to us? Grade? It is me. The whisper in the wind continued. My people, destroy me. I am now powerless to withstand the abyss's devouring. Health points? But, Lord World Tree, Princess Mia looked troubled. Skill? Don't worry. Destruction is the other side of rebirth. I will grow back. Only this method can completely cure me. Then, Princess Mia still hesitated. How can I completely destroy you? In the abyss of pain in the Hell Realm, there is a flame called the Eternal Flame. Only by using it can I be completely destroyed. The underworld? Mia's face immediately showed surprise upon hearing this. The other elves also looked troubled. The underworld? That's a place that only exists in myths and legends. Where are we going to find it? Isn't this too difficult? But just then, a boy's voice came from behind them. Hey, old man World Tree, if I destroy you, can I get the experience points? The elves turned around and saw that it was none other than the human boy Lindsay. Lindsay, what are you saying? Mia's face flushed red and then turned pale. Although I'm very grateful for your help earlier, the World Tree is in so much pain. How can you still make such a joke? The other elves also looked somewhat displeased. I was just asking casually, why are you all getting so worked up? Lindsay shrugged helplessly. Then I'm not going to bother with your mess. But the World Tree's voice continued to drift on the wind. Little human, I am also a living being. Of course I have experience to take, as long as you have a way to destroy it. Level 55. That makes things easier. Lindsay interrupted the other party, a determined expression on his face. The next second, the Balrog swung its heavy hammer, and orange flames erupted. Instantly, firelight engulfed the roots of the World Tree. The World Tree immediately groaned amidst the raging flames, its thick trunk beginning to shake violently. This action startled the elves once again, who shouted at Lindsay, what are you doing? Lord World Tree wants the eternal fire from hell. Burning him with flames will only cause him unnecessary suffering. Some elves, unable to bear the world tree's low murmur any longer, knelt on the ground and cried out, "What a tragedy! My world tree, you have endured so much suffering, and now you are being treated like this." The world tree's low murmur could be heard continuously carried on the wind. Mia was also a little angry and said to Lindsay, "You go first, we'll put out the fire." But then they heard the world tree murmur as it continued, "So good, ah, did you hear that? Lord World Tree said he." Mia stopped abruptly mid-sentence. Wait, what did Lord World Tree say? This feeling is so comfortable, it's like a long-standing ailment has been burned away. The World Tree's voice continued to echo in the wind. "World Tree, aren't you in pain?" Mia asked cautiously. "My foolish people, I am a tree, without feeling, how can I be burned by fire?" Mia and the elves blinked blankly, as if they were learning this little-known fact for the first time. "Only that wretched abyss, constantly devouring my spiritual power, can cause me such unbearable pain," the World Tree continued. "But I can feel the abyssal power covering my body being gradually eliminated. The flames used by that human boy are the eternal flames from the underworld." What? The elves were all dumbfounded, staring blankly at Lindsay. This human boy actually possesses such a divine artifact? Lindsay looked at them with an expression as if they were idiots and silently shook his head. However, this was the first time Lindsay had learned that his eternal flame actually came from the netherworld. He had obtained this item by chance in the 7th level of the Western New Star Championship dungeon, so he had never known its origin. Who put it there? Lindsay was also curious. Meanwhile, orange flames stretched upwards along the tree trunk, eventually engulfing the entire world tree. Wherever the flames touched, whether it was the abyss or the world tree itself, everything was reduced to nothingness, leaving not even ashes. After about half an hour, the entire tree was finally burned to ashes, and the flames went out. The world tree of the elven race has been defeated. Experience plus 100,000, plus an additional plus 50,000. Lifespan plus 100,000 days, 273 years 355 days. Current total remaining lifespan, 4,017 years and 50 days. Mission accomplished, experience gained. Lindsay clapped his hands with a sigh. The elves remained dumbfounded. The world tree was just burned to ashes like that? At this moment, the original location of the world tree was now a large empty area of land, with billowing smoke and dust rising from it. The elves, ignoring the scorching hot ground, all hurriedly surrounded it. In the very center of a scorched earth, a green seedling was sprouting. "Lord World Tree." The elves' eyes widened in surprise. "Is it you?" The breeze carried a voice again, but it sounded noticeably younger. "It's me, yet not me. To be precise, it's me after my rebirth." "It's okay. Don't underestimate me just because I'm small. I only need to wait another 10,000 years, and I'll be able to grow back to my previous appearance." Snatched the boy? The elves were stunned once again. "World Tree, then the revival of our elf race will have to wait until then?" Mia asked tentatively. "Pretty much. After all, I need to grow strong enough to provide you with magic and life force. Until then, you'll have to wait patiently." "Oh, of course, your generation definitely won't live to see that." The elves looked at each other in bewilderment. Of course, there are other ways. Go to the memory garden of the celestial realm and get something called the Fountain of Light. Drip it on me, and it will make me grow faster." The celestial realm? The elves looked troubled again. "We were in hell just now, and now we have to go to the celestial realm? The task set by the world tree is really difficult." Ding! You have a new mission. Help the world tree recover. Reward, multiverse favorability feature. Just then, a new task notification popped up on Lindsay's screen. "Ha, another new mission?" Lindsay was also taken aback. But what's with this multiverse favorability feature as a reward? This was the first time he had ever seen a task reward that wasn't a lottery. "And, you want me to restore the world tree?" Lindsay was speechless. "What can I do? After all, I don't have any cheat codes. Where am I supposed to find some source of light?" Wait, source? Lindsay suddenly realized something. He took out his mythical level item, Miniature Spring, which appeared as a floating ball of light. Could it be? At this moment, the elves were at a loss. The source of light in the celestial realm. "We elves are a B-rank race, and we have only heard legends about the S-rank celestial race. Where can we find such an item? However, if we cannot find that item, we will have to wait another 10,000 years to restore the glory of the elven race, and in the struggle for supremacy among all races, our elven race will inevitably lose its advantage. They might even be at the mercy of others, becoming slaves to lower races like goblins." Princess Mia also looked sorrowful. "Is it possible that our elven race is destined to endure this ordeal?" "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as she was feeling sad, she felt someone push her shoulder to the side. "Come on, make way," the human boy shouted as he pushed aside the elves who were gathered in a circle. "Are you wrapping up rice dumplings? Why are you so tightly packed together?" Then, Lindsay walked to the center of the crowd and dripped a few drops of crystal clear liquid onto the world tree sapling. What are you going to do now? What kind of unknown liquid is this? Is it some kind of blasphemy against the world tree?" The elves were all very puzzled. However, the next
next second, a sound of great enjoyment came from the seedling.
This feeling is so good. I feel like I'm going to grow bigger.
As soon as he finished speaking, the seedling began to grow a trunk very quickly. Then branches grew from the trunk. The branches branched into smaller branches, and tender leaves grew on the branches. Moreover, the entire tree is growing upwards at an astonishing rate, just like watching a video at double speed.
The elves were completely stunned, their mouths agape.
Only when the tree trunk grew thicker and thicker, almost touching their faces, did they hurriedly back away. In no time, the seedling had grown into a towering tree and was still growing rapidly. Instantly, the world tree emitted a powerful magical energy and a life force that spread in all directions. Everyone felt that the air they were breathing had become fresher, and the land and vegetation that had been polluted by the abyss began to come back to life.
This is unbelievable. Could it be that the liquid dripped by that human boy is the source of light from the realm of gods? How could this human possess two mythical artifacts from both the hell realm and the celestial realm?
Lin Zhe himself was also somewhat surprised. His spring was clearly a gift from the fairy high priest Lilin, but he never expected it to be a product of the heavenly realm. However, now that I think about it, Lillian did say that this spring was a blessing bestowed upon their fairy race by the gods.
Ding! Progress detected in your long-term quest, purifying the abyss rift. Current progress, May 10th. Ding!
You have helped restore the world tree, completed the mission, and received the reward, unlocked the multiverse favorability feature. The system notification brought Lin Zhe back to his senses, and a new button had appeared on his homepage.
Multiverse favorability function.
Function description: your favorability rating among all living beings in the myriad realms will affect your fate and that of humanity.
Every action you take in the myriad realms will influence their favorability towards you.
Please make your choices carefully. Affection is divided into 7 levels: dominion, loyalty, friendly, neutral, dislike, hatred, and mortal enemy.
Currently unlocked world for affinity, elf realm, friendly. Special note, unexpected system rewards will be given when certain worlds reach a certain level of affinity.
I don't care about anything else, as long as there's a reward, Lin Zhe said with a smile. At this moment, the world tree's voice came again, but this time it turned into a series of hearty laughs.
I never thought
that after living for millions of years and experiencing countless reincarnations, I would be saved by a human boy in this life. His enormous tree trunk seemed to bend towards Lin Zhe, and he continued to say loudly, "Human boy, you are very good.
This is my thank you gift to you."
Then, a gentle breeze blew by, and a fresh green leaf twirled down from the high treetop, landing right in Lin Zhe's hand.
Item, World Tree Leaf, Mythical Grade, Effect, rewinds time to 5 seconds prior. Cooldown, 24 hours. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe grinned immediately. Another mythical item, and it's even a rare time-based ability. The cooling time is a bit long, though.
If there's more than one piece, wouldn't that mean?
He immediately shouted at the tree, "Hey, old tree, you have so many leaves, can't you give me a few more?" Ha 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 ha.
The world tree laughed so hard its branches trembled.
"You little rascal, you don't mince words at all. You've practically thrown the abacus beads at my face."
Although this item is called the leaf of the world tree, not every leaf has this function. It takes about 100 years for one such leaf to appear.
Otherwise, wouldn't every elf have one? Alright then. Lin Zhe scratched his head. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. I'll take it. Thanks.
The elves around them were filled with envy as they watched the world tree, which they had worshipped for generations, chatting and laughing with this human boy and even giving him precious gifts. After a long while, Princess Mia, who was standing at the front, finally came to her senses, took 2 steps forward, and bowed. "Lin Zhe, you not only drove away the abyss, but also saved the world tree. You are the savior of our elven race." Upon hearing this, the noble elves behind him all bowed with utmost humility. "Thank you, savior." Mia presented a golden bow and arrow with both hands, saying, "Our elven race has almost lost everything, and for the time being, we have nothing worth giving as a gift."
"This bow and arrow is a messenger bow," Mia said, her pretty face gradually turning red.
"From now on, if you ever need any help, just fire this bow and arrow, and the elves will arrive immediately."
Ding!
Your favorability rating in the elf realm has risen to loyalty.
Hidden reward triggered. One system lottery draw, this time designated as an S-rank class exclusive skill. Hey, not bad. Lin Zhe immediately beamed with joy.
This gives you 2 chances to get an S-level reward.
Excellent, excellent.
It seems this trip was worthwhile. Mia couldn't see Lin Zhe's system interface, but she saw him laughing happily and assumed that she had amused him, so her face flushed red.
"Alright, it's about time I headed back," Lin Zhe said to the elves.
"I'll contact you again if I need anything in the future."
"Yes," Mia nodded. "I and my people are ready to serve you anytime." Just then, a man's voice came from behind. "Lin Zhe, are we about to fight the boss? Do you need my help?"
Turning around, I saw Hanja walking over from that direction, yawning. Everyone simultaneously showed a speechless expression.
"What? We've already defeated the boss?" After Lin Zhe's explanation, Hanja was speechless.
He looked up and saw that the world tree had indeed been reborn.
Only then did he believe that it was all real. "So, in the time it takes me to sleep, you've resolved a global crisis?" Hanja couldn't help but exclaim. Lindsay, just how many tricks do you have up your sleeve? Alright, it's about time we headed back.
Lindsay said calmly, then summoned his flying mount and prepared to return the way he came.
Roar, roar. A series of clear dragon roars could be heard from not far away. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the demon dragon surrounded by a group of fairy dragons, with the demon dragon entwined with them and looking reluctant to part. Xiaolong, you're really something. Lin Zay's lips twitched. We've only known each other for a short time, and you've already started a harem? I wonder what Chu Yuyu's fairy dragon would think if she found out. Where did you learn your scumbag personality from? Oh, whoa.
Lin Zay took the little dragon back after it cried out in great reluctance. However, just as he was about to take a step, he felt someone grab the hem of his clothes. Turning around, he saw Ouroboros staring blankly at him. Uncle, where are you going to play?
I want to go with you. I almost forgot about this guy.
Lin Zay kicked him away speechlessly. I've told you so many times, I'm not that old.
While Ouroboros burst into tears again, just like a child. This move left Hanja and the elves completely dumbfounded. Lin Zay, who is this? Hanja asked. Why does he look like he's not quite right in the head?
It's a long story, but to make a long story short, he is one of the 10 generals of the Abyss, Lin Zay explained simply.
What? The 10 generals of the Abyss?
Upon hearing this, everyone took several steps back as if facing a formidable enemy.
How come after finally killing one, there's still one left?
Don't panic, just look at his level yourselves. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized that Ouroboros was only level 1, meaning that anyone present could easily defeat him.
You did this too? So you actually took down 2 of the 10 Abyss generals today?
After everyone realized this, the shock they felt was beyond words.
Just who is this Lin Zay? Thank goodness he's on our side. The elves couldn't help but feel a little scared.
Ouroboros, clearly not understanding the conversation, came over again, wanting to play with Lin Zay. What a nuisance, like a piece of dogskin plaster. Lin Zay said, a ruthless glint in his eyes.
Let's just kill him.
But at that moment, Hancha's voice rang out. A mere level 1 Abyss 10 generals, not bad. Extremely high research value, but extremely low danger level.
Isn't this the perfect research subject?
He approached Ouroboros, lifting his arm and tapping his leg, examining him with great interest.
Well, that does seem like a good idea, Lin Zay said. Then I'll leave it to you, brother Zhe.
Very good, very good. This trip was not in vain after all. Hanja smiled and said to Ouroboros, from now on you will follow me.
Ouroboros blinked obediently. Okay, old man. What did you call me?
Hanja almost spat out a mouthful of blood.
Am I that old? Put.
Lin Zay chuckled to himself. This little Wu really does attack indiscriminately.
Alright, it's really time to go now, Lin Zay said, climbing onto the back of his mount, the Star Spirit Sky Eagle.
Hanja also rode the heavenly horse with Xiao Wu.
Lin Zeta, Lord.
Upon seeing this, Princess Nia immediately stepped forward, waving goodbye with reluctance.
Take care on your journey, and see you again. Okay, take care, goodbye. Lin Zay waved.
Unexpectedly, Xiao Wu, on horseback, called out in a very familiar manner, goodbye, beautiful big sister.
Lin Zay and Hanja?
You're just playing favorites, aren't you? The two immediately stepped forward and started punching and kicking each other. And so, under the golden red sunset, the silhouettes of the two flying mounts gradually disappeared into the distance, accompanied by occasional bursts of loud wailing. After exiting the portal, the two encountered the Border Legion, who had come to investigate after discovering the dangerous fluctuations. The soldiers were baffled to find the ground littered with the corpses of Gali people and the entrance to a secret realm. Lin Zay and his companion explained the day's events to them, and the Legion members were equally shocked. Amidst the salute of a squad of soldiers, the two took off again, flying towards the Western War Academy. Lin Zay had also gained a great deal from this trip. During the flight, while Hanja was educating Xiao Wu, Lin Zay quietly began the most important entertainment activity, a lottery.
There are 2 chances to win a prize, one for an S-level reward and one for an S-level class-specific reward, so the anticipation is incredibly high.
When you open the lottery interface, the prize pool starts rolling and then slowly stops.
Congratulations on drawing the talent, Parry Master, S-rank, talent, Parry Master. Your weapon has a 100% chance to parry an enemy's first attack. A parry will 100% negate the enemy's attack and deal counterattack damage equal to 100% of the enemy's damage. You can only parry the same enemy once per hour. Not bad.
Lin Zay smiled slightly. Moreover, this is a talent specific to weapons, which means that both I and Nora can enjoy it at the same time. After all, Nora occupies my weapon slot, not my summoning slot.
Alright, keep drawing.
Congratulations on drawing the class-exclusive skill, Meteor Inferno, S-rank.
Skill, Meteor Inferno.
Summon several meteors within a 500-meter radius centered on the caster to launch fire attribute attacks on enemies. Each meteor
deals damage equal to strength *10.
Upon landing, the meteors have a chance to transform into Hellfire, which can be summoned to attack the enemy. Hellfire, a type of demon composed of fire and rock.
This is pretty amazing. Lin Zay's eyes widened. So, it can cause direct damage once and then turn into a soldier? soldier to join the battle? Immediately, he taught the fire attribute skill to the flame demon. Good heavens, it means I summon the Balrog first, and the Balrog can then summon new demons. It's like a nested doll. Lin Zhe himself felt that he was being too unfair. After these two lottery draws, his combat power visibly increased again. Then, without realizing it, the two had already flown into the skies above Tianyu City, and not long after, they returned to the Western War Academy. The mount landed in the garden in front of the old dormitory, but as soon as the two of them stepped onto the ground, a student rushed up to them. Teacher Hanja, something terrible has happened. Duan Feng is arguing with the dean of students. The two exchanged a glance and hurried towards the office building where the teaching affairs office was located. As soon as I reached the third-floor corridor, I saw a crowd gathered in front of me, and I could hear a heated argument coming from the crowd. A middle-aged man's voice snapped, "Duan Feng, how dare you? Do you think you can question me, the dean of students?" Another voice immediately retorted, "So what if he's the dean of students? He just likes to use his power to bully people." The middle-aged man said, "Fine, you're very good. You're a grown man, you should be responsible for your words." Everyone heard that, right? He, as a student, openly criticized the dean of students. Several teachers immediately chimed in to support the head of the teaching department. "How dare you talk like that, student? Just because Hanja's teaching group wasn't approved, you come here to cause trouble? What kind of behavior is that?" "That's right. Hanja has a history of causing deaths. We can't let him form a new team. If something happens again, who will be responsible? I think you should just go back obediently. If you keep causing trouble like this, it won't look good if you get fired." Duan Feng was so angry he couldn't speak. You. Alright, stop arguing." Just then, Hanja's voice came from the crowd. Then, Lin Zhe and Hanja pushed through the crowd and came to Duan Feng's side. Upon seeing the two arrive, Duan Feng quickly said, feeling aggrieved, "Teacher Han, didn't you entrust me to apply for the re-establishment of the Supernova team? I submitted all the required documents, but these people rejected it." The head of the teaching department, a short man, immediately said sourly when he saw Hanja arrive, "Teacher Han, how dare you come here? Our teaching affairs office has enough to deal with every day. Do you know how much trouble you've caused us by sending a student here to cause trouble?" Director Yang Wei, "Please don't get agitated," he said, trying his best to be gentle. Although he also disapproved of the bureaucratic style of the teaching affairs office, he was, after all, a teacher at the school and couldn't be too blunt. Hanja continued, "Director Yang Wei, you may not know this, but my physical condition has actually recovered. We just went to a secret realm, which proves that I am fully capable of restarting the teaching group. I can write another detailed report on the specifics." "Alright, you don't need to say anything more." The director named Yang Wei interrupted him directly, "Our teaching department's decision will not be changed. The teaching content of your group is too dangerous. We dare not let the students take risks with you. Unless, according to the regulations, you have made some kind of national-level contribution, then an exception can be made." Yang Wei chuckled. "Of course, we definitely haven't. Teacher Han, you're still young. You should go back and reflect on your actions. I won't pursue today's matter for now." After saying that, he swaggered back to his office. Hanja frowned, as if he wanted to say something. Lin Zhe, who was standing to the side, finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up directly. "Your teaching department is quite interesting. When the human race is in danger, you are still here using the excuse that it is too dangerous outside, being afraid of this and that. To put it bluntly, you're not afraid of something happening to the students, you're afraid of losing your jobs, aren't you? What, if foreign invaders were to break in one day, are you old guys planning to continue hiding in your offices like cowards?" His words were so powerful and thought-provoking that they stunned the teachers and students in the corridor. However, Yang Wei and several teachers from the teaching affairs office were utterly humiliated. "And who are you, student? What nonsense are you spouting? Do you want to get punished too? Oh, aren't you Lin Zhe? The one who caused trouble at the freshman welcome competition last time. Teacher Han, why do you always end up taking on problem students? It seems our disciplinary office's decision was right. Your group is definitely doomed." The shorter Yang Wei stared straight at him, gritting his teeth as he said, "Lin Zhe, is it? I know the principal is protecting you, but don't be too arrogant. As the dean of students, I'm not without power." To everyone's surprise, Lin Zhe was not intimidated at all. That I'd like to see whether your power is greater or my fist is greater." As he spoke, his fists clenched so tightly they made a click sound, and his eyes were incredibly sharp. "What are you doing?" Yang Wei immediately took a step back in fright. "Do you intend to hit the teacher? This is outrageous." However, just as a fight was about to break out, a very distant yet very loud voice suddenly came from downstairs. "Where is brother Lin Zhe? Where is Hanja?" Everyone was shocked, thinking that this person had profound skill. Then, a scholar dressed in a coarse cloth robe floated up from downstairs, stepping on a cloud in the style of ink painting. The moment the teachers and students saw him, they were all speechless, as if they had been shocked beyond words. "My God, it's by Mo, the master painter." Someone whispered something, and then the whole crowd became restless. It's important to know that the 7 heroes of the clouds represent the highest combat power in the entire Great Xia
dynasty. They are idols in the hearts of every professional, especially students from these top universities, many of whom take them as their goal.
And now, Mo, one of the 7 heroes of Yunshao, has appeared in front of them at such close range?
Everyone forgot about the argument and rushed forward.
Alright, everyone calm down, excuse me. With a refined smile, Mo flicked his brush, and an invisible force split the crowd into 2 groups.
Then, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, Mo flew over and stopped beside Linzei and Hanja.
We meet again, brother Linzei.
Mo smiled at Linzei, then looked at Hanja. Old Han, it's been a long time.
Old Bai? What brings you here? Hanja asked. Both he and Linzei were a little dumbfounded. However, the one who reacted even faster than the two of them was Yang Wei, the director of studies.
He immediately came over with a big smile on his face, like a fathead fish.
Isn't this Mo, one of our school's outstanding students? Oh my, what brings you here? Do you remember me? I am. Of course I remember. Isn't this teacher Yang Wei?
Oh, no, I should call him Director Yang Wei now.
Mo interrupted him directly,
maintaining a polite smile on his face, but his words seemed to have a barb.
Back then, I was educated quite a bit by you. Ha ha ha.
Yang Wei laughed awkwardly, and could only flatter him, as expected of Mo. Your memory is amazing.
Alright, enough chit-chat.
Mo ignored him and said to Linzei and Hanja, I came here specifically to see you too.
What do you want with us?
Hanja was a little confused. General Huayu wishes to receive you both personally.
What?
Linzei and Hanja looked at each other in bewilderment.
What? But the other teachers and students present were even more shocked. General Huayu wants to see them? Yes, what's wrong? Mo said casually, you two have made such great contributions to the great Xia dynasty. General Huayu wants to meet you. Is there any problem?
You not only successfully thwarted the Gali people's plan to invade our territory, but you also prevented the Abyss from invading humanity once again. This is not just a national-level contribution, but a contribution to the entire human race. Especially you, brother Linzei. How did you do that? I truly admire you. Mo's words were a genuine expression of emotion, yet they left all the teachers and students around him speechless, their jaws practically dislocating.
Mo, one of the 7 heroes of Yunshao, admires Linzei greatly? And Linzei and Hanja just made a huge contribution to the human race? Oh, right, Mo said, glancing at Yang Wei. I heard you two arguing when I was downstairs just now. What are you arguing about? Yang Wei immediately broke out in a cold sweat.
When I was downstairs just now, I heard you two arguing.
What were you arguing about? Upon hearing Mo's words, Yang Wei and the other teachers from the teaching affairs office immediately looked embarrassed. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans appeared on Yang Wei's forehead. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. At this moment, he was completely different from his earlier domineering self. Instead, he walked up to Linzei and Hanja with a big smile on his face and said, Teacher Han, Student Lin, I misunderstood you. You guys, why didn't you say earlier that you've made such a great contribution to the country and the people? Oh, I don't mean to blame you. I blame myself for not asking clearly. Ha, he. Linzei ignored him and turned his face away. Hanja waved his hand, then my teaching application. Of course you can pass. Yang Wei quickly replied.
According to the regulations, you are fully qualified to reinstate your teaching group and related projects.
To be honest, we are all proud to have a teacher like you.
We hope that Teacher Han won't hold a grudge against us. All 3 of them rolled their eyes at him. They all knew that this kind of person was an opportunist who would follow the wind and change his stance at the slightest provocation. Humanity had enjoyed 20 years of relative peace, which led to the emergence of many such individuals. As a result, even after news of the Abyss invasion spread, many people still did not change their mindset and were even keen to flaunt their meager power. Thinking of this, Linzei said directly, I believe Teacher Han won't hold a grudge against you, because Teacher Hanjo is a good person.
As for me, it's different. I'm petty. Your words and actions just now constitute an insult to the outstanding talents of Great Xia, and also reflect that your teaching philosophy is outdated. I will report this directly to Lord Lei as a colonel of Great Xia. Of course, it's not out of the question. I'll let General Hua you know in a bit. Alright, let's go, Linzei said, then walked out without looking back.
Mo and Hanju exchanged a smile and followed Linzei out.
The scene left the surrounding teachers and students dumbfounded. It seemed like Linzei was the boss, and Mo and Hanjo were more like his henchmen. Director Yang Wei, looking completely dumbfounded, slid down the wall and collapsed onto the ground, utterly devastated. It's over, it's all over now. Who knew Linzei had such a powerful background? 10 minutes later, on the rooftop of the teaching building. Ha 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 ha. Mo let out a hearty laugh. Did you guys see Yang Wei's expression just now? It was absolutely hilarious. He patted Hanjo on the shoulder. Old Han, back when we were students, Yang Wei always made things difficult for us. I never imagined that so many years later, it would be Linzei who avenged us. At this moment, Mo was nothing like the refined scholar he appeared to everyone. Instead, he seemed like a mischievous college student. Hanjo also laughed and said, hey, they say the Yangtze River's back waves push the front waves, and the front waves die on the beach. I only truly understood
understood the meaning of this saying when I saw Lindsay. Old Bai, you didn't see how he fought the 10 abyss generals in the dungeon.
Oh, tell me about it? Bai Mo asked curiously. Actually, I didn't see it either, because I fell asleep. Hanja shrugged. Lindsay and Bai Mo.
However, Bai Mo quickly remembered the purpose of this trip and said seriously, ahem, alright, let's hurry up and set off, so as not to keep General Hua waiting too long. After saying that, he used a brush to draw a portal with an inkwash border in front of him. Hanja waved his hand and said, forget it, let Lindsay go alone.
I won't go and join in the fun. You know I've never liked attending these formal occasions. Besides,
I didn't actually do anything this time, it was all thanks to that kid Lindsay.
Good heavens, do you know how many people want to see General Hua but can't?
Bai Mo said with some surprise. But you, the opportunity was delivered to your door, and you took the initiative to refuse.
Hey, you know me, don't you? Hanja joked. Besides, I need to hurry back to do my research.
This adventure has yielded a pretty good research subject.
Lindsay, do your best. I'll take my leave now.
After saying that, he waved his hand and left alone.
This guy really is exactly the same as he was back then. Bai Mo shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything more. He looked at Lindsay. Alright, let's get going. Okay.
Lindsay nodded in response. After saying that, the two stepped into the portal one after the other. After a few seconds of time and space shift, Lindsay found himself in a place shrouded in mist. He found himself in a semicircular open square, with white marble railings along the edge, and many soldiers in armor guarding the area. Outside the square, there was a clear blue sky and white clouds slowly drifting backward. Follow me, Bai Mo said softly, and began to walk in one direction. Lindsay followed behind him and saw that the plaza floor was also paved with white marble, with some seemingly hollowed-out patterns, but it was actually a transparent material similar to glass. Looking down through those glass floors, one sees a sea of clouds and mist below, and beyond the clouds, one can even see a city in the distance, with buildings that are the size of cardboard boxes. Lindsay then realized that the place he had arrived at was the location of the central government of the Great Xia dynasty, the floating city of Panglai. He had learned from his previous textbooks that Panglai City was a man-made city that floated around in the sky above the Great Xia dynasty all year round, with unpredictable whereabouts. Originally intended for strategic secrecy, this was seen by the people of Daxia as having an added layer of romance and mystery. Important figures in the central government, such as the Elder Council, General Huaiwe, and the 7 heroes of Yunxiao, reside in Panglai City year-round. At this moment, Lindsay had followed Bai Mo to the end of the square. Through a Chinese-style archway, they could see a quiet, tree-lined path ahead.
Major General Bai.
The soldiers guarding the gate saluted Bai Mo in unison. Then, the two passed through a security checkpoint and entered the tree-lined path. Just as Lindsay was wondering why General Huaiyu would live in such a secluded place, suddenly, the view ahead opened up and a magnificent yet beautiful Chinese garden unfolded before him. The well-arranged pavilions and towers, the carved dragon and phoenix pillars and stone walls, and the towering octagonal pagoda all exude a solemn and luxurious atmosphere. The winding stone path underfoot, the swaying green bamboos along the way, the small bridges and flowing water everywhere, and the lotus flowers and koi in the clear pond all reveal a gentle oriental charm. Walking through it is like strolling through a painting, leaving one in awe. Lindsay looked around as he walked, deeply captivated by the beautiful scenery, finding it hard to tear himself away, until Bai Mo's voice rang in my ears, "Alright, we've arrived." Lindsay then realized that the two of them were already in front of a house.
Bai Mo smiled and continued, "You can go in by yourself now.
I have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving now."
"Oh, you're not even going to introduce me?" Lindsay suddenly panicked.
"Although I've seen a lot of the world, I'm still a little nervous about meeting General Huaiyu alone." Bai Mo simply patted him on the shoulder and said, "Keep it up."
He walked away on his own.
Lindsay was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. He cheered himself up and pushed open the 2 vermilion wooden doors. However, as soon as you step inside, a strong smell of blood hits your nostrils.
Something's not right. Lindsay frowned immediately. What's going on?
Lindsay frowned upon seeing that the large room was completely dark and reeked of blood.
Has something happened?
The next second, he discovered that there were many soldiers lying motionless in pools of blood on all 4 sides of the house, as if they had already lost their breath. Lindsay was immediately alarmed. "Oh no, Bai Mo hasn't gone far yet, we have to notify him immediately." But when he turned around, he found that the wooden door behind him had vanished into thin air. Then, the 4 walls of the room disappeared as well, and he found himself in a dark, open space.
What kind of barrier have we fallen into? Lindsay immediately guessed. Just then, a series of very dense plucked string instrument sounds drifted from somewhere. The music played a cacophony of notes, like pearls of all sizes falling onto a jade plate. Lindsay identified the sound as that of a pipa. The music wasn't loud, but it was very clear in the dark and quiet room, giving it a feel of background music from a horror movie. Then, a series of crackling sounds, like joints popping, came from all directions. In the darkness, Lindsay vaguely saw many things slowly rise up around him, indistinctly surrounding him. However, before Lindsay could see clearly, those shadows were already
rushing straight towards him. Lin Zhe didn't hesitate and immediately used his newly acquired weapon, the 10,000 insect arsenal. A black bracer shaped like an insect claw appeared on his right hand. At the same time, the shadows around him rushed forward. Lin Zhe then saw clearly that they all looked humanoid but had a bronze-like appearance, and their bodies were made up of interconnected mechanisms.
Bronze mechanical soldiers. Race, none. Grade, health points. The bronze soldiers, wielding various swords, spears, and halberds, charged towards Lin Zhe.
But as soon as Lin Zhe changed his mind, the black wrist guards immediately rearranged and transformed into a large spider web shield.
Clang. With a piercing metallic clang, all 18 kinds of weapons were blocked. But the enemy's offensive did not stop there.
Accompanied by the increasingly intense sound of the pipa, more bronze mechanical figures stood up.
Even more bronze mechanical warhorses appeared.
Lin Zhe had just entered a house, but the place he was in now felt more like a battlefield surrounded by enemies. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of hooves, footsteps, and shouts mingled together, and Lin Zhe felt as if a vast army was charging towards him from all directions. However, he showed no panic whatsoever, and instead revealed a calm smile on his face, perfect timing to try out the flame demon's new skill. The next second, sparks flew, and the flame demon was born, instantly turning the surrounding darkness red.
Flame demon, use Meteor Inferno. Awah!
With a wild howl from the flame demon, several flaming meteors fell from the sky, leaving a crimson trail in the black sky. Then, a series of loud bang, bang, bang sounds rang out, and each meteor landed on the soldiers and warhorses of those bronze mechanisms.
One after another, damage numbers approaching 6 million appeared above their heads, instantly crushing them into utter defeat.
But the skill's effect didn't stop there. Many of the fallen meteorites, still burning with flames, began to move on their own, turning into flaming stone figures. That's precisely what makes this S-rank skill so powerful.
Race, demon, S-rank. Level, 60. Health points, 50,000.
Skill, flame splash. Normal attacks deal fire damage to the enemy target and inflict splash damage equal to 50% on enemies within a 10-meter radius. After these hellfires came to life, they joined our ranks and charged straight at the bronze cavalry, seemingly venting their rage. No wonder it's a demon summoned by the flame demon. It has the same temper as the original demon, Lin Zhe complained. In no time, Lin Zhe had completely turned the tide of the battle, although he didn't know how the fight had started so inexplicably.
Alright, the trial ends here.
Just then, a deep and powerful male voice rang out from above the dark and vast space. His tone wasn't urgent, but his aura was like a thunderclap piercing the darkness. Immediately afterwards, the intense pipa music gradually slowed down and faded, and at the same time, walls and windows reappeared all around. Then, the lights in the room came on, and Lin Zhe realized that he was in a spacious, antique-style room. Moreover, there were 3 people sitting at the far end of the room.
Everything returned to quiet and peace.
However, faced with this sudden change, the hellfires were clearly still in a frenzied state, smashing their fists around them. The next second, there were several loud booms, and the 3 walls of the house were smashed to pieces in an instant.
Lin Zhe was stunned. The 3 people were also stunned. Squeak!
At this moment, the gate of the house opened, and Bai Mo stepped in excitedly.
See? I told you he couldn't possibly stump him, right? Holy crap, what's going on here? He then realized that the only remaining wall in the entire room was the one where he had opened the door. Lin Zhe?
Bai Mo stared blankly at Lin Zhe, whose head was covered in dust, then looked at the group of people over there.
General Hua?
As soon as the last 3 words were uttered, Lin Zhe looked in the direction of the sound and saw a middle-aged man sitting at the end of the house. He was very tall and upright, but his face was covered with dust and rubble, making him look disheveled. On either side of him sat a man and a woman, both covered in dust, looking disheveled and comical.
My God! Lin Zhe's heart tightened immediately. Could it be that General Hua Yu is sitting in the middle? So this is the first time we've met, and I've already demolished the mansion of the universally revered General Hua?
Just as Lin Zhe was so embarrassed he was about to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes, a hearty laugh erupted from the far end of the house.
Ha ha ha! Funny, very funny. The middle-aged man, ignoring the dust and dirt covering his face, stood up.
Lately, every now and then someone will praise you in my ear, saying that our great Xia has produced a genius named Lin Zhe, and how amazing he is.
To be honest, I think it's a bit of an exaggeration.
I never expected to meet you in person today. You truly live up to your reputation. I dare say, you're the first person to make my entrance so embarrassing.
Ha 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 ha.
After saying that, he turned to the woman among the 2 people beside him and said, "Alright, Su Xian, clean up this mess." The woman nodded slightly, then took out a pipa and began to pluck the strings. This time, the music lacked the somber feeling of before. Instead, it sounded quite pleasant and comforting. In the next instant, the various bricks, tiles, and wood chips in the house began to move on their own, as if a film were playing in reverse, rebuilding the walls and forming doors, windows, and other facilities. In no time, the entire house was restored to its original state, and the faces of the people were clean again.
Alright, it's time for a formal introduction.
The man in the room walked slowly towards Lin Zhe.
General of the Great Xia Dynasty, Hua Yu.
Lin Zhe then realized realized that the other person was about 40 or 50 years old, nearly 1.9 meters tall, and not very muscular, but rather very upright and well-proportioned. He had thick, black short hair, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and some beard on his cheeks. He looked very dashing but not rude. On the contrary, he had a touch of elegance. And for some reason, just seeing the other person's face makes the word general pop into my head. Lin Zhe was filled with respect and immediately bowed slightly, clasping his hands in a fist salute. Greetings, General Huayu. Ha, no need for such formalities. Huayu laughed. Suddenly, Huayu's eyes darkened slightly. Then, his figure flashed, and a golden spear appeared in his hand. Without saying a word, he thrust it fiercely at Lin Zhe. Ha! Lin Zhe was immediately startled. Faced with General Huayu's sudden action, not only Lin Zhe, but also by Mo and the other man and woman were clearly not expected, and they were all taken aback. The spear was about 2 meters long, its entire body gleaming with gold, and its shaft was inlaid with a coiled oriental dragon pattern. The spearhead was also a magnificent gold, with a cold glint at its tip, and it charged towards Lin Zhe at an unexpected speed. Lin Zhe frowned immediately. Of all the surprise attacks he had ever suffered, this one was undoubtedly the fastest. Seeing the spear tip already close in and about to pierce his chest in the next instant, Lin Zhe subconsciously swung out the blade of the sky to block. But the opponent's attack wasn't just fast. Before the spear tip even arrived, Lin Zhe already felt an immense force rushing towards him. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea, carrying raging waves, seemingly intent on destroying everything in its path. Lin Zhe thought to himself, this is bad. A simple parry would likely be insufficient to stop the opponent's attack. Clang! In the next instant, a crisp metallic clang echoed in the room. Talent triggered, parry master. Talent, parry master. Your weapon has a 100% chance to parry an enemy's first attack. A parry will 100% negate the enemy's attack and deal counterattack damage equal to 100% of the enemy's damage. You can only parry the same enemy once per hour. Lin Zhe was taken aback. I almost forgot about this new talent. And so, a very dramatic scene unfolded before by Mo and the other's eyes. Just when everyone thought Lin Zhe was finally going to fail, they saw that General Huayu's powerful attack was perfectly blocked by the opponent. Not only did it block the attack, but it also deflected Huayu's prized spear, causing Huayu to stumble back 2 steps in a rather disheveled manner. Everyone was speechless, and it took them a while to react. General Huayu's surprise attack was blocked by Lin Zhe's sword. A kid who just broke through to the 2nd rank managed to knock away a 6th rank cultivator, the strongest in the Great Xia dynasty? Is this something that could actually happen in reality? General Huayu himself was clearly startled, taking 2 steps back to regain his balance. At the same time, he discovered he was losing health. He paused for 2 seconds, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it seems my sneak attack failed. He looked at Lin Zhe with great admiration and said, you've got some skills, kid. You've really surprised me. General Hua, you flatter me. Lin Zhe scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. He knew he was just lucky. If he didn't have the talent for parrying, he wouldn't have been able to block the opponent's attack just now. Moreover, although he managed to block it, his hand holding the sword was still numb from the shock, and the numbness hasn't completely subsided yet, something he's never experienced before. General Huayu's strength is indeed well-deserved. Ha 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 ha. Huayu continued, truly, talented people emerge in every generation, and new talents replace the old. Very good, you have passed my test. Here, take this. As soon as he finished speaking, a small object was tossed from his hand, which Lin Zhe immediately caught. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an old-fashioned brass key. Item, Tower of God entry key, rank S. Description, a one-time consumable item that unlocks the dungeon Tower of God. It will automatically destroy itself after use. The Tower of Gods? Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly. Is that the famous single-player dungeon? That's right. Mo chimed in. It's that single-player dungeon that attracts top professionals from all over the world to try and conquer every year, and it's only open for a limited time at this time of year. Lin Zhe picked up the bronze-colored key and asked, I heard that the entry key to this instance is extremely rare and has been sold for exorbitant prices on the market. Yes, they're basically 200 or 300 million each, Mo replied. So generally only the wealthiest or most powerful people in each country are qualified to go. This year, for example, our Great Xia only managed to get 3. Oh, so you're giving me this key? Lin Zhe asked, somewhat incredulous. Ha ha ha, Huayu laughed loudly. Why are you being so modest, kid? The price of the key is only one aspect. More importantly, the Tower of God is not a place that just anyone can go to. The Tower of Gods has 100 floors, but with so many top professionals entering every year, they can only climb to the 50th floor or so. The best record for humans so far is only 79 floors. That record holder, by Mo whispered in Lin Zhe's ear, is the great general himself. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe's gaze towards Huayu held even greater admiration. By Mo, don't interrupt. Huayu pretended to scold him, then continued, Ahem, I'm giving you this key as a reward. Secondly, I also want you to go out and try your luck. It doesn't matter how many floors you climb, the important thing is to train yourself. So just accept it and focus
focus on your preparations.
Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe no longer stood on ceremony and said firmly, "Then thank you, General.
I will definitely do my best."
Very good. Hua Yu smiled with satisfaction, then looked at the man and woman beside him. "Oh right, I haven't had a chance to introduce them yet. They are Lu Fan and Yu Suxian, two of the 7 heroes of Yunxiao." Both the man and the woman stepped forward with smiles on their faces. The man was about the same age as Hua Yu, but compared to Hua Yu's outstanding temperament, he seemed quite ordinary.
Not only was his
appearance plain, but he also had a receding hairline and was wearing a wrinkled brown trench coat. He looked like an average middle-aged man. Even if he just stood there, few people would notice him, let alone associate him with the title of 7 heroes of Yunxiao, but he was quite compatible with the fan character in his name. The woman was the one who had just played the pipa. She was beautiful and lively, with a pair of large, clear eyes on her delicate face. Her hair was styled in a double-looped bun, and a vermilion dot was placed between her eyebrows, giving her a distinct Western region style reminiscent of ancient China. She wore a modified Tang Dynasty-style garment, making her look ethereal and otherworldly. Upon hearing Hua Yu's introduction, Lin Zhe was immediately taken aback. He had indeed thought the man and woman looked familiar from afar, but he never expected them to be two of the 7 heroes of Yunxiao. The 7 heroes of the clouds correspond precisely to the 7 factions of human professionals: warrior, mage, archer, assassin, summoner, healer, and support. For example, Bai Mo, known as Master Painter, represents the corresponding summoning faction.
Lu Fan and Yu Suxian represent the assassin and support factions, respectively.
Yu Suxian was known as the Celestial Maiden of Wonderful Sound by the people of Daxia. Her profession was characterized by using the pipa in her hand to create thousands of melodies and exert different effects. Lu Fan, on the other hand, doesn't seem to have any nicknames, and most people only know that he belongs to the assassin faction. It seems that few people have actually seen his skills. Lin Zhe was overjoyed to see the other 2 7 heroes of the clouds and quickly clasped his hands in a respectful gesture, saying, "Greetings, seniors." "Ah, Brother Lin, no need for such formalities," Lu Fan, who looked like an uncle, quickly said. "General Hua is right. Indeed, heroes have emerged from among the young since ancient times."
Looking at his honest and kind appearance, Lin Zhe secretly wondered again, is this really just an ordinary middle-aged man? He looks even more ordinary
than the ones he'd seen in those promotional posters before. Clearly, those posters were photoshopped. At least the bald patch was photoshopped away.
He.
Yu Suxian, holding her pipa, smiled gently. It seems that Brother Lin Zhe has some doubts about Uncle Lu's abilities.
Lin Zhe shuddered instantly, his face flushed with embarrassment as he thought to himself, was I that obvious? He.
Yu Suxian laughed even more playfully, and seemed to have seen through his thoughts again.
"Don't worry, you didn't show it. I was just guessing, but I think I guessed right." Lin Zhe was speechless. This woman looks harmless, but I didn't expect her to be so mischievous.
But then Uncle Lu Fan scratched the back of his head, somewhat sheepishly trying to smooth things over. "Xiao Yu, stop teasing Brother Lin Zhe."
Humph.
Yu Suxian mischievously plucked the strings of her pipa.
"Who told him to break my Iron Horse and Ice River formation so quickly? He's so young, it's truly enviable."
The Iron Horse and Ice River formation was naturally the barrier Lin Zhe encountered when he first entered the room.
However, Yu Suxian was straightforward and didn't mince words. Lin Zhe quickly laughed and said, "To be able to set up such a barrier all by herself, Wonderful Sound Celestial Maiden's skills are indeed superb.
Besides, there's no need to be jealous of me, because you look very young too." I didn't expect you to have such a sweet tongue."
Yu Suxian's face immediately turned red, and she covered it with her pipa.
"Alright then, I forgive you."
Ha. Hua Yu laughed heartily again upon hearing this conversation.
"I never expected that even the quirky little Suxian would be persuaded by you, Lin Zhe. You're quite capable, kid," Bai Mo exclaimed in amazement, then proudly added, "No wonder I recommended you."
Uncle Lu Fan continued to scratch his head and chuckle sheepishly. "Alright, let's continue with the Tower of God dungeon."
Hua Yu's smile faded, and he said seriously,
"The instance will be open in 3 days.
At that time, Lao Lu and Su Xian will participate with you. However, since it is a single-player instance, you will each enter separately and cannot team up, and the results will not be shared."
Then, he looked at Lu Fan and Yu Suxian. "As for Lao Lu and Su Xian,
I hope you two can achieve good results and not embarrass our great Xia in front of those foreigners."
Of course," Yu Suxian quickly replied. "Although I'm just a support, I'm not comparable to those nobodies out there." Lu Fan honestly replied, "I'll try my best." As for Lin Zhe, Hua Yu looked at Lin Zhe again. "After all, this is your first time participating, so I won't set too high expectations for you. Just perform normally and don't slack off too much." Lin Zhe smiled slightly and replied, "I understand. I will do my best."
I'm getting more and more excited about what this dungeon will hold.
I wonder what kind of rewards I'll get this time.
Oh, right, there's one more thing, specifically for you, Lin Zhe.
Hua Yu continued, "I understand that your profession's unique feature is summoning demons to fight for you, right?" "That's right." Lin Zhe nodded. "Is there a problem?"
In that case, Hua Yu's expression became somewhat serious. "This Tower of God dungeon will become even more difficult for you.
What do you mean?
Let me explain, Yu Sushin continued. The Tower of Gods, as the name suggests, is a dungeon related to the Celestial Clan.
It is said to be a relic left behind by the Celestial Clan.
This dungeon has a basic rule: if you enter a race that is hostile to the Celestials, you will automatically receive a debuff that weakens your abilities, and the higher the level, the more severe the weakening. Moreover, since this debuff is written into the dungeon rules, it cannot be avoided or dispelled, even if you have a very powerful passive talent.
I think the Celestials did this to prevent a rival race from winning their rewards. We humans are neutral with the Celestials, so we won't be affected. But since your class happens to be a demon summoner, I'm afraid.
I see.
Lindsay was a little amused and exasperated.
These Celestial race members are really stingy.
What's wrong with taking their rewards? I think so too, Hua Yu joked. But now that the rules are set, there's nothing we can do about them, which is undoubtedly a more difficult challenge for you.
It's alright, Lindsay said, not taking it too seriously.
I accept this challenge. Very good. Hua Yu nodded. That's a very good attitude.
However, don't push yourself too hard.
Just go as far as you can. Alright, that's all I wanted to say for today.
I still have some official business to attend to, so I can't stay for too long.
He looked at Mo.
Later, take Lindsay around for a stroll, and then take him home. Afterwards, Hua Yu gave Lindsay a few more instructions and then hurriedly left.
By the time Lindsay returned to his school dormitory, it was already dark.
The thought that he had just ascended to heaven, been received by General Hua Yu, and even obtained the key to the Tower of Gods made him feel that it was all too incredible. These are things he never dared to dream of before his professional awakening. They probably only happened in his dreams. However, the fact that the Tower of God has a weakening debuff on the demon race is indeed a problem.
He didn't want to waste this opportunity. His gaze fell on his summon slot, May 6th. In other words, there is currently one demon that can be summoned.
He suddenly thought of something and immediately asked,
System, does the demon summoning book contain any demons that are immune to celestial debuffs? Your question is unclear, and I cannot answer it for you.
Lindsay thought for a moment, then asked again, for example, are there any demons who have inherited the bloodline of the celestial race? But after asking the question, he immediately shook his head. Okay, even I think this idea is a bit too absurd.
Searching for you.
One demon matching your criteria has been found.
Ha! Lindsay's eyes lit up immediately.
One demon matching your criteria has been found.
Upon hearing this message from the system, Lindsay was immediately shocked. There really is a demon who inherited the bloodline of a celestial being? Master, let me see what kind of demon it is. The following are demons that meet this criterion.
Expand to view details. For the first time in his life, Lindsay clicked on these 6 words and began to examine them. The interface displays a portrait and a text description. The figure standing in the painting was a man about 2 meters tall. He was handsome, and his long white hair gave him an air of nobility. Her delicate features and fair complexion were no less than those of a woman.
However, he has a rather upright figure with clearly defined muscle lines.
He wore a suit of armor with black as the main color, with gold trim and dark patterns, which looked both luxurious and majestic. He held a dark gold scepter in his right hand, which was taller than himself. The scepter head was intricately crafted with protruding points, and it seemed to resemble a spear. What is most eye-catching is the pair of black wings on his back, which are 3 meters long when spread out.
Is this a demon? Lindsay looked at its appearance and couldn't help but ask in confusion, isn't this an angel? Except for the wings being black, everything else about him looks like an angel.
Then, he clicked on the description text.
Name, Fallen Angel. Contract lifespan required 3,000 years.
Description, he is a distorted product of the realms of gods and demons, perhaps symbolizing contradiction and twistedness himself.
By
making a pact with him, you will simultaneously wield the powers of light and darkness, but you will also gain an out-of-control creature.
Good heavens, a fallen angel? Lindsay suddenly realized.
In the world before he transmigrated, he had seen this mythical creature in many games and novels.
He never expected to actually encounter it. Moreover, my current lifespan is over 4,000 years, which fully meets the lifespan required by the contract.
Most importantly, it has the bloodline of the celestial realm, so it doesn't need to worry about anything when fighting in the Tower of God's dungeon. However, Lindsay then focused his attention on the last sentence of the description, an out-of-control creature.
What do you mean by out of control? Lindsay pondered.
Any demon I contract with will automatically have 100% loyalty to me, so I don't need to worry about them betraying me. As for other aspects, I'm not afraid of him causing too much trouble.
Lindsay grinned crookedly. I don't believe we can't subdue him.
After considering all this, Lindsay's eyes immediately darkened. It's you I've decided on, Fallen Angel.
Please confirm, do you wish to sacrifice 3,000 years of your lifespan to form a contract with a fallen angel? Yes/no. Select yes.
As soon as he finished speaking, a 6-pointed star magic circle began to appear on the living room floor. Then, a huge burst of magical energy exploded above the 6-pointed star magic circle, and several strong magical waves rippled outwards.
My God! Lindsay Zhe immediately fell to the ground. The next second, he heard that many of the furnishings in the room were smashed to pieces by the shockwave. Moreover, this magical fluctuation clearly spread to other rooms in the dormitory building as well. Suddenly, a series of loud cracking sounds echoed from every apartment in the building, followed by shouts from the students. Oh my god, is this an earthquake? Who's practicing qigong in the dorms so late at night? Come on, show me how to break a boulder on your chest. I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. Wah, my limited edition figure is broken. I don't want to live anymore. Brothers, see you on the rooftop. This has gotten a bit out of hand, Lin Zhe said awkwardly. At the same time, a tall figure appeared on the six-pointed star array, and a handsome and majestic fallen angel appeared vividly before their eyes. Compared to the portrait in the picture, the real person appears even more extraordinary, with a noble air tinged with a hint of evil. His cold eyes arrogantly sweep over the surroundings, as if a god is looking down on all living beings. When he saw Lin Zhe, his brows furrowed, revealing a hint of disdain. Oh, a human has actually appeared. Ha, what an insignificant race. Ding, class talent, demon affinity has been triggered. The loyalty of fallen angels has automatically reached 100%. Ouch, my head hurts so much. The angel who was just pretending to be cool suddenly clutched his head and rolled on the ground. It feels like my head is going to split open. Could it be that the ultimate primordial, world-destroying power sealed within me is about to break free? Upon hearing this, Lin Zhe immediately tensed up. Ultimate primordial world-destroying power? What is that? Won't something go wrong? Hey, are you alright? Lin Zhe called out to him. But the fallen angel continued to roll around and shout, damn it, I am a brave warrior of light. My mission is to save the world. How can I be defeated by such dark tricks? Could he be an idiot? Lin Zhe was speechless. He rolled around for a while, then stood up again, one hand with fingers spread and placed on his face, the other hand stretched forward, making a shameful gesture that only someone with Chinibu, middle school syndrome, would do. He then declared confidently, hey, human, what tricks did you use on me? Could it be some kind of demonic scheme? You want to unleash the ultimate, primordial, world-destroying power within me to blow this world up? Ha 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 ha, let me tell you, as long as my will is strong enough, your tricks will not succeed. Lin Zhe stared blankly at him from the other side. It seems he's quite ill? He instantly understood the warning in the text, an out-of-control creature. So that's what it meant. Hey, human, how dare you not answer my question, the angel said, and was about to use his scepter to strike Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe remained completely calm and simply said two words, kneel down. Thump! The angel was walking forward when suddenly his knees buckled and he knelt heavily on the ground. The angel was immediately shocked. Human, what have you done to me? What human? From now on, you must call me master, Lin Zhe said condescendingly, his arms crossed. Damn it, he's just a human, yet he dares to order me around. Yes, master. After saying the last few words, he suddenly clutched his head in astonishment. What happened to me? How could the word master have come out of my mouth? How utterly contrary to the laws of nature this is. Is this what it means to defy the heavens? The angel continued to shout exaggeratedly, I feel I am defiled, I am fallen, I am now a fallen angel. You were always like that, weren't you? Lin Zhe retorted coldly. At this moment, discontented shouts rang out again from the households around the dormitory. Who's making such a racket so late at night? Exactly, don't they have any manners? Can't a person even enjoy admiring pretty girls? Oh no, looking at study materials in peace? Lin Zhe was speechless for a moment, and immediately ordered the shouting angel, shut up. The angel obediently shut its mouth, but a hint of dissatisfaction still lingered in its eyes. It was like the expression on someone's face after their novel was confiscated by the homeroom teacher during class, which was completely at odds with his usual aloof appearance. Lin Zhe was also somewhat curious about his performance. If the other party does obey your commands 100%, it means that the demonic affinity talent is not ineffective. However, the other party will show resistance in some behaviors, which is something that his previous summoned beasts have never shown. It's like a contradiction. However, Lin Zhe did not delve any further into the matter and directly opened his attribute panel to check. Summoned beast, fallen angel, race, celestials, demons, branch, special species, rarity, mythical, level, 120. Good heavens, mythical level? Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise. And it's level 120, which is equivalent to breaking through to the 6th rank. He continued reading. HP, 1.2 million. Mana points, 1.2 million. Strength 100,000, agility 100,000, stamina 120,000, intelligence 180,000, spirit 120,000. Talent 1, light and dark mastery. Increases the damage dealt by all light and dark attacks by 100%, reduces damage taken from light and dark attacks by 50%, and grants immunity to mind control skills. Talent 2, not yet unlocked. Skill 1, radiant shield. Generates a shield for a friendly target. Shield value equals 100% of HP. This shield can be used to offset damage taken instead of HP. Upon shield generation, it removes all negative effects from the friendly friendly target, but the shield cannot be stacked. This skill can also be used against dark attribute enemies, dealing light attribute damage. Damage equals 100% of HP. But skill 2, Dark Skies. Within 30 seconds, several black light curtains descend within a 500-meter radius centered on the caster, dealing dark attribute damage. Damage equals intelligence. Asterisk 10, and having a 10% chance to inflict instant death. If the enemy target is of the light attribute, the chance of instant death increases to 90%. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Equipment, Holy Conquest Armor, Fallen Conquest Scepter. The talent is a simple skill that increases attack and reduces damage. It doesn't have many fancy features and focuses on practicality. The first skill can shield teammates and dispel negative effects, making it a powerful support character. However, my demons are already quite powerful, so this skill is just icing on the cake. However, at that moment, Lin Zhe seemed to remember something and exclaimed, exclamation point. It suddenly occurred to me that the low-level demons spawned from the Mother of Demons nest, such as the imps, bat demons, and beholders, as well as the hellfire summoned by the Balrog, aren't they also considered friendly units? In that case, wouldn't the angels be able to give each of them a shield with 1 million health points? Then we'll be truly invincible. Lin Zhe was so happy he almost jumped for joy. In the future, if we encounter a large enemy army like the Insect Legion, we can basically crush them directly. The second skill is even more overpowered. Not only does it deal explosive damage, but it also has a chance to cause instant death. Furthermore, against light attribute enemies, there's a 90% chance of instant death. Isn't it said that the Tower of Gods has many enemies of the celestial race? Wouldn't this move make us invincible? Lin Zhe couldn't suppress the smile on his face. It seems this contract was a gamble that paid off. I'm getting more and more excited for the Tower of God dungeon in 3 days. In addition, there was another thing on the panel that caught his attention. One of the talents was displayed as unlocked. I don't know how to unlock this? He thought for a moment, then decided to give up. Never mind, I don't understand it. I'll think about it later. At this moment, the fallen angel was still obediently kneeling on the ground, but his eyes were fixed on Lin Zhe like a stubborn bastard. Lin Zhe asked impatiently, what's your name? Oomph, how dare you, a mere human, ask my name. Slap. Lin Zhe delivered a sharp chop to the other man's head, speaking like a parent disciplining a child. Speak properly. Ouch, that hurts. The angel cried out as he answered, my name is Abraham, my master. Why do you have to be so stubborn? Lin Zhe retorted coldly. Alright, that's enough for today. After saying that, Lin Zhe put Abraham back into his summoning slot, which now had 6 slots. With the addition of Shadow Fiend Nora in the weapon slot, I now have 7 demons. Whether ranged or melee, warrior or mage, support or control, everything is complete. Add to that the vast army of imps, and Lin Zhe feels he can practically kill anyone in his path. With a satisfied smile, Lin Zhe slept very comfortably that night. For the next 3 days, he decided to take a break and stop leveling up. The next day, after waking up, he went directly to the old dormitory area where Hanja's laboratory was located to see if there was anything he could do to help. However, as soon as they got close, they heard a very lively and noisy sound coming from the garden area outside the building. Lin Zhe walked over and saw that the dormitory building, which was usually deserted, was now surrounded by many students, all making a racket and talking amongst themselves. Teacher Hanja, please let me join your supernova study team. I also want to become as amazing as Lin Zhe. Teacher Hanja, I'd also like to apply to join. Although my current skills aren't quite there yet, I'll definitely work hard to improve. Yes, Teacher Han, the teaching content from my current mentor is no longer enough for me. I want to go to the border to do dungeons. Another voice called out, Teacher Han, I'm a reporter from the Student Union's campus newspaper. Did you and Lin Zhe really resolve a border dispute for Disya? Please grant us an interview, and we'll write a feature report about you. Also, Professor Han, did Lin Zhe really meet with General Huayu? As his mentor, what are your thoughts? Lin Zhe was momentarily dumbfounded. What's going on? Among the scrambling crowd, even Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu could be seen. Wang Hao shouted to the people around him, go away, we're Lin Zhe's good friends, let us go first. The people around him immediately protested, why should I go first? I'm a college student, let me go first. One girl said, Lin Zhe even stole my underwear during the last freshman welcome competition. He must have a crush on me. Let me go first. Several burly men shouted, get out of here. Ours have all been stolen. Lin Zhe felt embarrassed. At this moment, Wang Hao shouted again from the crowd, stop arguing, all of you. If you let the two of us go first, I can let you add Lin Zhe's contact information. Upon hearing this, those people immediately made way for him and Qi Xingyu. Lin Zhe, watching from behind, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. You little brat, you just sold me out like that? The students continued to chatter, vying to sign up for Hanja's supernova team. At the entrance of the dormitory building, only Duan Feng was there to maintain order. Everyone, stop arguing. Duan Feng shouted irritably into the crowd. Teacher Han told everyone to line up in an orderly manner. It's not like whoever is at the front of the line has a chance. Everyone has to take the test. But the students' enthusiasm did not diminish at all. wall, and they continued to shout, "We are willing to be tested. Stop talking nonsense and let me test it." Duan Feng was already bad with words, and he was completely unable to handle this kind of situation. He wished he could grow 3 heads. Just then, he finally spotted Lin Zhe at the very back of the crowd, and it was as if he had grasped a lifeline. "Lin Zhe, you finally arrived," Duan Feng shouted. Upon hearing this, the eyes of over 100 people immediately turned to the back. The next second, everyone screamed and surged forward as if they had seen a superstar. "Wow, it's Lin Zhe. I heard you met General Hua Yu yesterday. What does the general look like? Did you meet the 7 heroes of Yunshao? Lin Zhe, am I qualified to join Teacher Han's team? I want to take you as my role model and learn from you. Lin Zhe, may I have your autographed photo?" Lin Zhe's autographed photos for sale in the front row. The last sentence was naturally said by Wang Hao. In an instant, a crowd surrounded Lin Zhe, and the scene briefly spiraled out of control. "Alright, everyone quiet down," Duan Feng said. "Teacher Han said that Lin Zhe will be the examiner. Each of you will have a spar with him so he can test whether you are qualified." "What? How come I didn't know about this?" Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. However, upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement once again. Some are already eager to get started. "Great! I've been wanting to spar with Lin Zhe for ages." "That's right. Although I definitely can't win, this is still a valuable opportunity for growth. He, I'm different. As long as I take it seriously, I can still go toe-to-toe with Lin Zhe. Go ahead and sell it, you're 00/10. It's a sure thing." Some people, however, had second thoughts. "What, fight Lin Zhe? What's the difference between that and admitting defeat? Does Teacher Han really not want me to join his team? Forget it, I'm outta here." However, there are some students with rather unique tastes. "Oh my god, to be beaten by Lin Zhe, I'm so excited, so thrilled, so thrilled. Lord Lin Zhe, hit me." The chatter of the group made Lin Zhe's head buzz. "Alright, quiet down," Lin Zhe shouted, unable to contain himself any longer. His voice wasn't loud, but it was full of energy, and it immediately silenced everyone present. "You want me to be the examiner, huh?" A wicked smile appeared on Lin Zhe's face. He thought to himself, perfect timing to let the angels come out and test their skills. So he said to the crowd, "Alright then, let's hurry up and finish this as quickly as possible." The next second, Duan Feng pressed a controller, and a barrier instantly covered the entire garden area. "This is a temporary instance designed by Teacher Hanja for everyone," he explained. "As long as you're inside, having your health bar depleted won't cause death, it will only temporarily knock you unconscious. So everyone, don't hold back at all, show off your skills." A glint of light flashed in everyone's eyes, and they all entered a state of readiness for battle. A student shouted, "I'm ready, Lin Zhe. I'll be the first to go." Other students immediately followed suit. "I'm ready too, pick me, pick me." "Everyone, don't rush." Duan Feng tried his best to maintain order. "Everyone has a chance, one at a time. Stop taking them one by one, let's all come at once," Lin Zhe interrupted directly. The next instant, a black light suddenly appeared above Lin Zhe's head, and a tall and upright figure appeared in midair. A pair of black wings cast a huge shadow on the ground, blocking out part of the sunlight. Just as everyone was about to look up to see what it was, suddenly beams of black light descended from the sky, as dense as a torrential rain. Some black feathers also floated within the beams of light. In the blink of an eye, all the students who were just moments before were now lying unconscious on the ground, motionless. Duan Feng, who had been watching the entire match, gaped in a wide O shape, speechless for a long time. What happened?" Only Lin Zhe stood amidst the pile of corpses, a friendly smile on his face. "I declare them all unqualified. Students, you still need to keep working hard." He stepped out of the pile of corpses and then remembered that Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu had also been implicated by him. "Forget it, let's pretend nothing happened." He immediately jogged into the dormitory building. Duan Feng was left standing at the door, looking stunned. "Your understanding of testing might be a little different from ours." As Lin Zhe entered the lobby on the first floor, which had been converted into a laboratory, a strong smell of disinfectant immediately filled his nostrils, making him feel as if he had entered a hospital. Moreover, from the innermost room, a piercing sound came from afar, sounding like the high-speed rotation of some kind of machinery. This was followed by a string of silvery, silly laughter. "Ha ha, he, so fun." The smell and the sound intertwined, creating an eerie atmosphere in the quiet, deserted laboratory. "What's going on? Is it haunted?" Lin Zhe frowned slightly. He immediately quickened his pace and headed towards the deepest room. The closer he got, the louder the mechanical sounds and laughter grew. Finally, Lin Zhe pushed open the door to the last room. The sight before him immediately astonished him. The room was stuffy and dimly lit. A man wearing a white lab coat and a protective mask is sawing something on a lab bench with a wildly designed chainsaw. Lying on the experimental table was an adult man. With a swipe of the chainsaw, the man's arm was severed, gushing out a lot of black liquid that splattered all over his white coat. But the man being sawed seemed oblivious to the pain, letting out a childlike laugh. "Ha, so fun, I want to play some more." Even more horrifying, there were more than a dozen severed arms and legs piled up under the experimental table. "What's going on?" Lin Zhe was was dumbfounded. A dismemberment scene? Hearing the noise, the man in the white coat holding the chainsaw immediately looked towards the door and let out a sinister laugh. He, Lindsay, you've come? Then, she walked towards him, chainsaw in hand. What are you going to do? Lindsay subconsciously held his long sword horizontally in front of him. I was about to ask you what you're doing? Why are you raising your sword? The person in the white coat turned off the chainsaw and took off the protective mask on their head. This person was none other than Hanja. Ji, you're getting a little too weird, Lindsay complained. So, do older men who've been single for too long develop some weird interests? For your physical and mental well-being, why don't you try to find a girlfriend this year? What utter nonsense is this? Hanjo exclaimed angrily, his beard bristling and eyes wide with rage. I'm conducting an experiment here. At that moment, the man on the lab table also got off the lab table. Upon seeing Lindsay, he immediately called out in a childish voice, Uncle. Lindsay then realized that this person was none other than Erebaros. You're itching for a beating again, aren't you? Lindsay gritted his teeth. How many times have I told you? Do I look that old? But he then discovered a miraculous scene. In less than 2 minutes, Erebaros' hand, which had just been sawed off, had grown back at lightning speed. Lindsay then realized that the pile of hands and feet on the ground had fallen off him. Isn't that amazing? Hanja lit a cigarette and took a puff. Aside from being a little mentally unstable and liking to call people by random names, this little Wu is really a perfect experimental subject. He seems to have a strong regenerative ability. No matter what damage his body suffers, he doesn't feel pain and recovers very quickly. Over the past few days, I've tried various methods, including slashing with a knife, roasting with fire, drowning, electrocution, and poisoning. Wait, stop. Lindsay clearly didn't want to hear anymore. In the realm of perversion, you're unparalleled. Don't interrupt, I'm being serious. Hanja's eyes didn't seem to be joking. Through these past few days of experiments, I've also been exploring what kind of substance the abyss is, and the corresponding methods of countering it. Lindsay's eyes widened slightly. So, is there a conclusion? It's too early to draw conclusions. We can only make a preliminary judgment that the abyss is a special substance that transcends all known matter in the myriad worlds. Its particle structure is very different from that of ordinary matter, which is why it can quickly pollute all races. It's like this: the human immune system can normally produce antibodies against ordinary viruses, but the abyss is a superinfectious virus, and the existing immune system is ineffective against it. So, that's why it's called the cancer of all races? Lindsay pondered. That's right, Hanja nodded. However, there are remedies for this kind of ailment in the myriad realms. Based on our experience, there are currently 2 things that are effective against the abyss. One is the purifying lotus extract that I've been using, which can suppress the abyss but not eradicate it. The other is your mythical item, miniature spring, which can completely eradicate it. And I speculate that the water source for the pure heart lotus to grow should be a liquid similar to your spring, both of which come from the celestial races, spring of light. I see. Lindsay nodded. If that's the case, wouldn't it be possible to develop a drug to prevent abyssal pollution and make it available to the public? It's not that simple. Hanja shook his head. Producing a mass-produced drug is not an easy task. It requires a very long research and development process. Moreover, where to find the raw materials for so many drugs is also a problem. The source of light happens to belong to the celestial race. Lindsay thought to himself, I wonder if I can find any clues on this trip to the Tower of Gods? Alright, there's no way to answer this question right now, so let's leave it at that, Hanja said with relief. By the way, what were the results of your tests on those students outside? Lindsay shuddered. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll go take care of it now. After saying that, he dashed out the door and left in a flash. As a result, Hanja brought Lindsay back, and together with Duan Feng, the 3 of them conducted another serious test on the students. 5 students were ultimately selected to join Hanja's supernova group, including Wang Hao and Qi Xingyu. Those students who weren't selected all complained that the quota was too tight and left dejectedly. Time flew by, and it was the night before we were to depart for the Tower of God. As night was falling, Wang Hao called, Hey, my respected godfather, are you going to the dungeon tomorrow? While playing the game, Lindsay said absent-mindedly, Sure, of course I'll go. Wang Hao immediately perked up. That's great. It's my first time doing this kind of dungeon, and I was quite nervous. With you here, I feel much more at ease. Lindsay started to say, but then suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait a minute, you're going to the Tower of God dungeon too? Are you high enough level? What Tower of Gods? Wang Hao was also a little confused. I'm talking about that new border dungeon that appeared in the suburbs. It's said that although it's a realistic mode, the level requirement is very low. So recently, the official team has been encouraging capable professionals to give it a try. So, to be on the safe side, Teacher Han decided that for our first lesson, we'd go to that dungeon. Wait, the Tower of God you mentioned wouldn't be. Wang Hao suddenly realized, is it the Tower of God that the world's top professionals are vying to conquer? The dungeon where an entry ticket can be sold for hundreds of millions? Yes, that's right, Lindsay replied calmly.
calmly. It's the ticket that General Hua you gave me. There was a sudden, dead silence on the other end of the phone. After a long while, Wang Hao's resentful voice finally came through. Good grief, I'm still worried about a regular border dungeon, and you're already going to a high-level dungeon like the Tower of Gods. Could this be the difference between people? You can't say that. Hearing Wang Hao's somewhat disappointed tone, Lin Zhe decided to offer a few words of comfort. Hug me, Godfather. The night passed quickly. When Lin Zhe woke up the next day, as soon as he stepped out of the dormitory, he saw a huge crowd, drums and gongs, red flags waving, and people lining the road to welcome him. Many people held up red banners that read, wishing Lin Zhe great success in his studies. When Lin Zhe appeared, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of shouts. Wow, it's Lin Zhe. Don't call me Lin Zhe, you should call me God Lin. Lin Shen, I wish you great success. Lin Zhe was stunned. What's going on now? Unbeknownst to him, Wang Hao had been telling everyone he met yesterday, my brother is going to the Tower of God. In just one night, the whole school knew about the news. Level 60. Just then, a series of melodious pipa sounds suddenly came from above. Then, a beautiful young woman and an ordinary-looking middle-aged man were seen slowly descending from the sky on a floating, colorful auspicious cloud, landing in front of Lin Zhe. Brother Lin Zhe, we meet again. The uncle greeted them first. He was none other than Lu Fan, one of the 7 heroes of Yunxiao. The woman playing the pipa was none other than Yu Suxian, the celestial maiden of wonderful sound. She looked around and teased, wow, you're quite popular. Upon seeing the two people descending from the sky, the surrounding students went into a frenzy. My god, it's the 7 heroes of the clouds. Help, it's my goddess, Su Xian. Ah, it's Lu Fan. But why is he bald in person? He doesn't even look as good as my second uncle. Yu Suxian ignored the others and turned her beautiful eyes to Lin Zhe, staring at the auspicious cloud beneath her feet. Hurry up and get on, don't delay the time. Lin Zhe gave the two a slight bow and then stepped onto the auspicious cloud. Then, amidst the envious gazes of everyone in the school, the 3 of them rode on auspicious, colorful clouds and flew towards the horizon. Tower of God, let's go. Although Lin Zhe also has his own flying mount, the 7-colored auspicious cloud beneath his feet is obviously much rarer, and it can also carry multiple people. At this moment, the 3 of them were heading east, traveling through a vast sea of white clouds. Looking down into the distance, the magnificent landscape of the Great Xia dynasty unfolds before your eyes. However, many mountains and rivers are shrouded in a thick fog, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. By the way, Lin Zhe asked the 2 people beside him with some curiosity, why are you 2 also here to fight in the Tower of Gods? Yu Suxian replied, the other members of the 7 heroes of Yunxiao are either on missions at the border or don't want to come. There's nothing we can do but come. Hee hee, that's right. Uncle Lu Fan smiled honestly. However, Yu Suxian smiled, I heard that there is a fairy playing the zither in the Tower of Gods who drops good items that are useful to my profession. I'd like to go and meet her. The 3 chatted idly, and before they knew how much time had passed, the scenery beneath their feet gradually transformed into a vast ocean. Lin Zhe remembered that the location of the Tower of God instance was on an island in the eastern ocean of the Great Xia dynasty. After flying for a while longer, a towering gray tower came into view at the horizon. We're almost there, Yu Suxian reminded them. As they got closer, the tower's appearance became clearer. The tower looks ancient and magnificent. It is made of dark gray boulders, and the surface of the stones is modeled, showing the vicissitudes of time. Each level of the tower features unique carvings, some depicting wild animals, others appearing to be human figures. Although the patterns have been worn away by time, their exquisite craftsmanship is still evident. The top of the tower is a sharp cone made of a material that gleams with a metallic sheen and reflects a dazzling light in the sunlight, as if proclaiming the building's extraordinary nature. Looking further down, the giant tower sits on a small island, which is already packed with people. Meanwhile, next to the giant tower, with only half an hour left before the dungeon officially opens, renowned guilds and top players from all over the world have gathered here, creating a bustling atmosphere. As for their appearance, it is also varied and bizarre. There was a group of blonde, blue-eyed foreigners, each wearing a loose-fitting robe. The middle-aged man at the head of the line wore a magnificent ivory-white robe, embroidered with intricate patterns in gold, and carried a metal staff topped with a cross. Ah, it's Alexander X, the leader of the Papal States, someone in the crowd exclaimed. I heard that his level has already broken through to the 6th rank, right? Another echoed. Yes, and it's said that his profession is related to the Celestials, and he's known as the man closest to God in the world today. On the other side, a group of people with Eastern faces dressed in strange armor stood in a straight line. Their armor initially appeared somewhat similar to that of the Great Xia dynasty, but closer inspection revealed some differences. For instance, their helmets were all triangular, and each helmet was topped with a strange decoration, some resembling bull horns, others like ears of rice. The burly man at the head of the line was dressed in striking red armor and had a pair of towering golden antlers on his head. Ah, that's the #1 guild in Japan, Sun Slayer Guild. That powerful figure with an aura of dominance is their guild leader, Yuichiro Omego. Why are you swearing? Where did I swear? His surname is my grandson. On the other side, a group of foreigners dressed in tailcoats and top hats also attracted considerable attention. Each of them carried a cane of a different design and exuded an air of arrogant nobility. They are from the Midnight Gentlemen Guild of the Undying Empire, and their guild leader is Duke Brian. They are said to possess mysterious and magical powers, and were once the strongest guild in the world.
Once, and then what happened? Later, the United States overtook us. However, not all of the professionals from all over the world are exceptionally skilled.
There was a group of people with Asian faces. The men and women were all dressed fashionably and had delicate features, but upon closer inspection, they all looked very similar, as if they were dolls produced in the same factory.
Ah, they are the Korean Thieves Guild. Their specialty is theft. Stealing? You dare to use such a crooked skill to attack the Tower of Gods?
Yes, and the strongest among them seems to be only around level 80.
That's way too weak. How dare they come?
Several guilds had each claimed a spot in the open space in front of the Tower of God, and everyone's face was filled with disdain for the players from other countries. None of them would submit to the others. Even the weakest guild, the Koreans, had an icy demeanor. Just then, a shadow appeared above their heads. Everyone looked up and saw a huge airship slowly descending.
Ah, the people from the United States have arrived.
Everyone who had been hogging the space immediately rushed to make way for the airship. It's said that the person from the United States who came to participate in the instance this time is Mr. Jones, the head of their guild and a member of Congress. His profession is outlaw cowboy, and he has already surpassed the 6th rank. Soon, the airship landed, and a group of people slowly disembarked. The leaders of various guilds were about to step forward to greet Mr. Jones, but they all stopped halfway down. Mr. Jones was a tall, thin, blonde, blue-eyed white man, but at the very front of the line was clearly a large, black woman. She sported an overbearing, frizzy hairstyle, wore heavy makeup that made her look like she didn't recognize anyone, and was abnormally obese, looking like she could sit on an elephant and kill it.
That incredibly vibrant pinkish-purple bodycon dress looked as if it would burst at any moment from being stretched taut by her flabby body.
The leaders of the various guilds were stunned. It was Alexander X of the Papal States who was the first to react and stepped forward to ask, "Excuse me, where is Mr. Jones?"
"Don't mention that Jones guy to me."
The fat black man rolled his eyes and said in a very deep voice, "That guy is already in jail for 10 counts, including harassing me, disrespecting women, and disrespecting minorities. Now, I am the leader of the guild." The fat black woman's face turned smug. "By the way, my name is Barbara, and my class is Black Calamity."
Ah, this.
The members from various countries were too shocked to speak. Duke Brian of the Undying Empire rolled his eyes and thought to himself, no matter who is in charge, the United States is still the United States.
We should still respect them. If we flatter them and make them feel comfortable, we will naturally benefit.
Suppressing his displeasure, he gave a gentlemanly bow. "Well then, welcome, Ms. Barbara."
However, upon hearing this, Barbara's two white eyes, the only feature on her dark face, widened in surprise. "Lady, you dare to assume my gender?"
"I'm sorry, my psychological identity is male, but I like women.
However, sometimes I also like men who have female psychological identities."
Faced with such a magical species and its tongue-twisting speech, everyone was dumbfounded, feeling as if their brains were on fire.
"Humph, you look so unsophisticated,"
Barbara said dismissively.
"If you really don't know what to call me, you can call me Lady Barbara."
Yes, Lady Barbara. Although the guild leaders had cursed 100 times in their hearts, they were helpless because the other party was a high-ranking figure in the United States. Offending her would probably be detrimental to their own country. So, I had no choice but to put up with it.
"Humph, that's more like it." Barbara arrogantly swept her gaze over everyone present and said lazily, "Is everyone here?"
"My lord, everyone except those from Gali and Dacia has arrived." The president of the Korean Thief Guild hurriedly answered first.
"Oh, the kingdom of Gari?"
Barbara said with a hint of mockery. "I heard that the 4 highest caste families encountered some trouble a few days ago, so they probably won't be able to come."
"As for the Great Xia Kingdom,"
it rolled its eyes and said, "It's even less worth mentioning. Although the record holder of the Tower of God is their Huayu, that was more than 10 years ago, and they haven't had any outstanding achievements for a long time." "You're right, sir," the others immediately echoed. But just then, a clear female voice rang out in the air, "Your great aunt is here." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw 3 people from the Great Xia dynasty slowly descending on a 7-colored auspicious cloud.
It was Yu Suxian, Lu Fan, and Lin Zhe.
Once the 3 of them landed and stood still, Yu Suxian, dressed in an elegant ancient style, crossed her arms in front of her chest, showing no fear whatsoever in the face of dozens or even hundreds of foreigners. "Who was it that was whispering behind our backs, implying that our Great Xia has no one to rely on?" These words immediately attracted the covetous eyes of various countries.
"Oh, who do we have here?"
Yuichiro Obiko of the Sunslaying Guild in Sakura country spoke for the first time, his words full of sarcasm. "So it's just a maid who plays the pipa next to Manhwa.
By the way, aren't you a support class? What are you doing in the Tower of Gods?"
"What else could it be?"
Alexander of the Papal States chuckled. "The Great Xia Kingdom simply can't send anyone else." The Koreans immediately chimed in, "Yeah, otherwise, not only would they have only sent sent a support, but they would have also sent an ordinary-looking middle-aged man and a level 45 young man. Haha, this lineup is far too shabby. Everyone laughed. Shut up, Yu Suxian shouted angrily. However, faced with 100 or so disapproving voices, her voice was clearly drowned out, and she only managed to turn red with anger. Lin Zhe ignored the laughter from the other side and said to Lu Fan beside him, Uncle Lu Fan, don't they all know you're one of the 7 heroes? Can you tolerate them talking about you like that? Hee, I don't really care. Lu Fan chuckled and scratched his head. Lin Zhe, stop stirring things up. Yu Suxian was already annoyed by the group's laughter and immediately rebuked him. What kind of time is this to be joking around? Ha ha. Lin Zhe waved his hand and slowly walked from behind Yu Suxian to the front, deliberately raising his voice. I just think that we, the people of Great Xia, don't need to take the barking of a pack of wild dogs to heart. The laughter stopped immediately after these words were spoken. Baka! Abiko Yuichiro shouted angrily, you're just a little kid. How dare you talk like that? Humph, what an arrogant and ignorant Great Xia person. The others also chimed in with their criticism. Alright, quiet down. Barbara's powerful voice rang out again from the crowd, and the others immediately made way for her. Its plump body stood firmly in the center of the crowd, and its flesh trembled as if the earth itself shook. Then, with its eyes drooping, it looked Lin Zhe and the other two up and down with utter disdain, and said, it seems I was right earlier. Great Xia is indeed much worse than before. Sending a child to participate in the Tower of Gods is irrefutable proof. Our country's top leader, Commander-in-Chief Biden, was always thinking about sanctioning the Great Xia Kingdom. Now it seems that he was worrying too much. Fellow people of Great Xia, open your eyes and look at us, then look at yourselves, and go back and tell Huayu that in the future human world, there will be no place for your Great Xia. Oh, is that so? Lin Zhe maintained his calm smile. I don't know much about the future of the human world, but I've been wanting to ask you for a while now. Which race are you? Wild Boar Clan? Black Boar Clan? Kunlun Slave Clan? I don't think your race is mentioned in textbooks. But Yu Suxian burst out laughing. You really know how to talk. Upon hearing this, Barbara's face immediately became incredibly expressive, changing more than a dozen expressions in just a few seconds. What did you say? She asked through gritted teeth, clearly feeling deeply insulted. Then, she suddenly went hysterical, screaming at the experts from various countries around her. I can't take it anymore. You, quickly wipe out these Great Xia people. The people from the other countries nearly suffered internal injuries from suppressing their laughter after hearing Lin Zhe's words, but of course none of them dared to show it. As soon as their American father gave the order, they immediately responded in unison, yes. After saying that, he was about to attack the three of them. Lin Zhe, however, remained completely calm and immediately prepared to summon demons to fight. But just then, a loud and far-reaching bell sound came from the sky, dong. Then, in the open space in front of the giant tower, a vortex-shaped portal opened, and an elderly man in a long robe and hood slowly walked out. The old man stopped beside the portal and spoke in a hoarse but powerful voice, adventurers, this is the ruins of the celestial race. Please cease your fighting immediately, or you will be expelled. Upon hearing this, the professionals from various countries all laid down their weapons. The old man nodded, his voice becoming kind. Alright, I am the gatekeeper of the Tower of Gods. I hereby announce that the dungeon has officially begun. The rules of the dungeon are very simple. Each person enters an independent single-player dungeon. The task is to defeat the enemies on each floor. Once you die, you will be teleported out. Then, please use your entry keys and enter the portal in an orderly manner. Upon hearing this, everyone cast aside their earlier displeasure, and their eyes lit up. The opportunity to obtain the treasure had finally arrived. Who cares whether those freaks from the United States are happy or not? However, before everyone could react, a figure had already flashed to the front of the teleportation gate. Upon closer inspection, it was Lin Zhe. He inserted the key into the portal, and the vortex in front of it immediately opened up in all directions. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Zhe stepped inside without hesitation. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Zhe rush in first. Yu Suxian stamped her foot anxiously from behind. Why is Lin Zhe in such a hurry? I haven't told him any information about the enemy yet. Barbara was so angry that she stomped her foot, creating a crater in the ground. Humph, that rude Great Xia man, he escaped a calamity. However, she quickly put on a disdainful smile again. The Tower of God dungeon isn't about speed, so it doesn't matter if he's the first one in. Others joined in the mockery. Exactly, is someone at level 45 who hasn't even broken through to the third tier rushing into their death? Haha, I only knew about the Great Shara. I didn't realize it had reached this level. Amidst laughter and mockery, Barbara and the leaders of various guilds smugly stepped into the portal. Then, those who had keys went inside. Those who didn't have keys stayed outside to cheer them on. Let's go in quickly. Yu Suxian and Lu Fan followed closely behind. Once the last person enters, a glowing panel lights up above the portal, recording each person's score. After a shift in time and space, Lin Zhe found himself in a circular hall. The hall was built of gray boulders and was empty inside, like an arena. Looking across, at the end of the hall, there is a stone staircase leading to the upper level, but it is blocked by a door of gray mist. Obviously, Obviously, you have to defeat the enemies on each floor before the door will open. At this moment, a notification popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Welcome to the first floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge. The moment the text disappeared, a figure slowly appeared on the opposite side, a warrior clad in white armor and wielding a long sword. Celestial Guardian, Swordsman. Race, Celestial Race, S rank. Level, 55. You alien races, daring to trespass into the celestial realm, leave immediately, or I will expel you. The guard issued a very imposing warning. Lin Zhe, however, did not take it to heart at all and calmly summoned the flame demon Barrows. The guard was immediately enraged. How dare you? You actually attempt to invade my celestial realm with your lowly demon race? After saying that, he ran over with his long sword in hand. Roar, the flame demon roared. So you're a celestial? It's time for you to pay for what you've done to my flame demon clan. He immediately slammed the hammer down. The soldier didn't even have a chance to get close before he was smashed into a pile of minced meat. Defeat the celestial guardian is swordsman, experience plus 5,000, plus an additional plus 2,500, lifespan plus 5 years, loot obtained 5,000 copper coins, guardian armor, guardian's bone, material. As the settlement popped up, the gray mist gate in front of them immediately dissipated, revealing the stone steps leading to the upper level. Lin Zhe immediately led the flame demon forward. Welcome to the second floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge. This time, the opponent was also a guard, but the weapon in his hand had changed to a long spear. You alien races, daring to trespass into the celestial realm, leave immediately, or else. Bang! Before the other party could finish speaking, the flame demon smashed him to death. Welcome to the third floor of the Tower of God. Please begin your challenge. This time, a guard wielding a whip stood guard. You alien races, how dare you trespass into the realm of the gods? At once. Level 4, you alien races, how dare you trespass? Bang. Level 5, you alien races, how dare you? Bang. Level 6, you alien races, bang. 7th floor, you, bang. 8th floor, E, pound. Level 9, pound. I haven't even said anything yet. After instantly defeating soldiers wielding various weapons, Lin Zhe quickly ascended to the 10th floor. This time, several figures appeared in the room at the same time. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a gathering of the soldiers from the previous 9 floors. BOSS Celestial Guard Team. Race, Celestial Race, S rank. Level, 60. The soldiers, each with an imposing and arrogant demeanor, shouted in unison. You alien races. Damn it, it's always the same line over and over again. The flame demon roared, clearly having reached his limit. So annoying. Suddenly, a hammer slammed down impatiently, sending orange sparks flying. Everyone nodded in agreement. Our lives are over, the soldiers shouted in unison. Defeat the boss Celestial Guardian Team, experience plus 50,000, plus an additional plus 25,000, lifespan plus 100 years, loot obtained 50,000 copper coins, Celestial Guardian Weapon Box, Guardian Bone asterisk 3, Guardian Teeth asterisk 3, Guardian Kidney Stones asterisk 3. Item, Celestial Guardian Weapon Crate. One-time use item, grants a random Celestial Guardian weapon. Lin Zhe immediately chose to use it and obtained a level 55 longsword. It's useless. I'll just go back and list it on the exchange to sell, Lin Zhe said absent-mindedly, before continuing down to the next floor. Welcome to the 11th floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge. Warning, your summoned beast has been detected as belonging to an enemy race of the Celestials. All its attributes have been reduced by 10%. Oh, this newly popped up message instantly caught Lin Zhe's attention. It seems that this is what General Huayu was talking about, the debuff that the Celestial race uses against hostile races, and the higher the level, the more powerful this debuff becomes. Furthermore, Yu Suxian stated that since the debuff is written into the basic rules of this instance, his turning misfortune into good fortune talent will not change. But it's only a 10% reduction now, it's not a big deal. Lin Zhe immediately recalled the flame demon and summoned 10 hellhounds. While the difficulty is still low, let's summon every demon to increase our experience bar. Lin Zhe smiled. Instantly, 10 hellhounds pounced on the enemy. Meanwhile, on the open ground outside the instance, 5 minutes have passed since the dungeon started, and most people have climbed to around level 5, while the leaders of several top guilds have reached nearly level 10. However, no one has been eliminated yet. After all, the key to entry has been sold at an exorbitant price, so those who can get in must be quite skilled. Who do you think will be the first to be eliminated? Someone with nothing better to do asked. Is there even a question? It's definitely that level 45 Great Xia guy. The answer came from a member of the Korean Thief Guild. They were the weakest guild present, with the highest level only around 80. Definitely the weakest of the weak. But when they saw Lin Zhe arrive, they were all secretly delighted, thinking that now someone would be there to take their place. I doubt that the man from Great Xia can even get past the 10th floor. 10 floors? You think this dungeon is a joke? I bet 5. I bet I'll get out within 3 floors, otherwise, I'll just stand upside down and eat something. Just then, a person slunk out from the other side of the portal. See? I told you so. They're out. However, when everyone looked over there,
they found that it was not Lin Zhe, but Hwang Daxian from South Korea. He was level 60 and had died at the hands of the sword and shield soldiers on the 4th floor. The Koreans immediately looked as if they had eaten 3 pounds of hot excrement, their faces turning extremely ugly. Looking at the distance between the 1st and 4th floors of the Tower of God, people from other countries were quite speechless. Are the Koreans really that short? Just then, a voice from the crowd shouted towards the leaderboard, "Look, everyone!" Everyone looked over there and saw that a name called Lin Zhe had suddenly appeared on the leaderboard, quickly surpassing everyone else and reaching the 11th floor. Everyone was instantly shocked, and their expressions were no better than those of the Koreans. That great Xia person has already reached the 11th floor? How is this possible? Someone who is only level 45 has surpassed all the top guild leaders. Everyone was shocked, wondering if they were seeing things. Several young white Americans, dressed in baseball uniforms and burly in build, looked like troublemakers. They clearly couldn't accept this outcome and menacingly approached the elderly caretaker in front of the tower. "Yo, old man," one of them shouted rudely, "is there some kind of bug in this dungeon? How could that great Xia person possibly?" Bang! The next second, the old man's cane struck him hard on the head. Foolish humans, as soon as someone gets good results, you start to question whether there's a bug in their game. Do you think our celestial race's dungeons are some kind of mindless novel? You can throw away your brain if you don't want it. But our celestial race doesn't provide brain storage. With a single blow of the cane, the man was knocked senseless and disoriented. The other white men, seeing this, immediately chickened out and slunk away, dragging the man along with them. Then, the old man said to everyone present with considerable displeasure, "Let me reiterate, the Tower of God dungeon will not have any bugs, and all results are genuine and valid. Anyone who dares to question this again will be immediately expelled from the island." A few words from him silenced everyone, and they were all thinking, "My God, isn't this old man just a gatekeeper NPC? Why is he so irritable?" However, their attention was quickly drawn back to the illuminated panel displaying the results, because, in the brief moment of that little incident, that Xia man named Lin Zhe had already arrived on the 20th floor. Then, before anyone could react, it began to climb upwards at an astonishing speed. The entire room fell silent, watching in stunned silence as his score climbed to the 30th, 40th, and 50th floor. When there were 18 minutes left in the dungeon, he had already reached the 59th floor. What kind of crazy speed is that? How can a person do this? Although no one dared to say it aloud, everyone was secretly thinking, they still say there are no bugs? The old man scratched his head, looking at Lin Zhe's rapidly improving score, and said with some doubt, could there really be some kind of bug? Tower of God, 60th floor. Lin Zhe strolled in. The debuff had been reduced by 50%, but it was still not a difficult task for him. Soon after, the figures of monsters began to slowly appear in front of them. This time, the monsters appeared in plural form. There were 5 of them, each looking exactly the same, resembling a giant bat monster, over 5 meters tall. Their fierce and menacing appearance made them seem more like a demon race than a celestial race. However, they are not creatures with flesh and blood, because their entire bodies are made of rock. Just by looking at them, you can tell that their strength and defense are maxed out. The Gargoyle in the Boss Sanctuary. Race, none. Level, 95. The difficulty of the boss on the 60th floor had increased significantly, with 5 giant level 95 gargoyles rushing towards Lin Zhe from different directions. Barrows, step forward. Lin Zhe decided to send out the flame demon once again. Roar! The ferocious fire demon appeared and smashed its hammer at a gargoyle that pounced on it. Clang! A crisp booming sound rang out. Damage number, 0. Lin Zhe and flame demon? Such high defense? Lin Zhe was surprised. The gargoyle was unharmed and pounced on the fire demon. The 2 equally large demons began to wrestle on the ground. Meanwhile, the other 4 gargoyles were already attacking Lin Zhe. Something's not right. Lin Zhe thought calmly, even if this monster has high defense, it couldn't possibly be completely unharmed after taking a hit from the flame demon. Unless, Lin Zhe's eyes lit up instantly. In the next instant, 4 gargoyles had already closed in on him, their sharp claws about to grab him. Clang, 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 clang. 4 incredibly clear sounds rang out. The greatsword controlled by Shadow Fiend Nora was already positioned in front of Lin Zhe, blocking all 4 attacks. At the same time, the talent of Parry Master is activated, parrying the enemy 100% of the time, returning all 4 attacks to the enemy. In the brief moment after being parried, all 4 gargoyles were weakened and collapsed, temporarily losing their ability to move. Lin Zhe seized the opportunity and quickly ordered, "Nora, go." The next second, the greatsword swung forward with a whoosh, and Shadow Fiend activated his innate skill, Soul Elegy, firing dozens of black soul projectiles towards the gargoyle. This time, each soul strike dealt over 800,000 damage to the gargoyle. Just a few seconds later, the 4 gargoyles' health bars were depleted, and the stones all over their bodies shattered. It seems my guess was right after all, Lin Zhe thought with satisfaction. This gargoyle is a mechanic monster, you can't fight it with normal attacks. We have to use a parry to break him down before we can damage him. Meanwhile, the remaining gargoyle was still rolling around on the ground with the Balrog, a scene that was somewhat cringeworthy.
Hey, have you had enough? Nora tapped the gargoyle on the back.
The gargoyle immediately reached out and grabbed at her. The Balrog was stunned to see the gargoyle suddenly turn to dust and lie on the ground.
Oh dear, big guy, weren't you usually so tough? Nora, now in her little girl form, clapped her hands and started teasing. How come you've become so weak? Hey, little blonde girl, what did you just do? I'm confused.
The flame demon scratched his head in bewilderment.
Haha, I won't tell you. Shadow Fiend made a face at him. Alright, you two, stop fooling around, Lindsay said speechlessly as he took them back.
The gargoyle of the sanctuary has been defeated, granting plus 150,000 experience points, plus an additional plus 75,000.
Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 46. Lifespan plus 300 years.
Loot obtained 150,000 copper coins, gargoyle claw, weapon, gargoyle skin, skill book, gargoyle fragment, material.
Question mark. Lindsay immediately laughed.
This time the spoils are quite interesting.
He immediately opened it to take a look. Weapon, gargoyle claw, S rank.
Effect, strength plus 3,000, agility plus 3,000.
The first attack on an enemy inflicts a bleed effect. The next attack within 10 seconds deals double damage. Skill, gargoyle skin, S rank.
Effect, upon activation, the user enters an invincible but immobile state, with a 100% chance to parry the first attack received, returning 100% of the damage. The skill lasts for 2 seconds, ending upon the duration or after being attacked.
Cooldown, 10 seconds.
This weapon is actually quite suitable for Rakshasa King, Lindsay pondered. However, Rakshasa King's innocent heart talent requires that he cannot wear any equipment, so let's give it to Guzi. So, in addition to the Calamity Dagger in their mouths, each dog also had a weapon in its paws. As for this skill, it will be given to the Rakshasa King. After saying this, he immediately had the Rakshasa King learn it. Then, Lindsay strolled up the stairs leading to the 61st floor.
For all you students still in school, when do you get your winter break? Wishing you a happy winter break in advance.
To all my colleagues who are already back at work, I wish you all a happy and prosperous year of the snake.
Meanwhile, outside the instance, more than 30 minutes have passed since the instance started.
In the open space in front of the Tower of God, more and more professionals have emerged from it, most of them having reached around the 30th floor. Some people were quite satisfied with their results, but many more shook their heads and sighed repeatedly. After all, the ticket for this instance is incredibly expensive, and it's only open for a limited time each year.
Many people don't know if they'll ever have the chance to come back again in their lifetime.
Just then, the president of the Korean Thief Guild also came out, and his score ended at the 42nd floor.
Damn it, he cursed as he walked.
This dungeon is just too unfair. It's as if they're blaming the referee for losing the game. His exit meant that South Korea became the first country to be completely eliminated. People from other countries may have looked regretful, but they were secretly laughing to themselves. No wonder you guys are short.
As more people came out, more people started paying attention to the ranking data on the illuminated panel.
At this moment, the leaderboard displays
rank name country floor.
First place, Lindsay, Great Xia Kingdom, 68th floor.
Second place, Brian, Undying Empire, 60th floor.
Third place, Lu Fan, Great Xia Kingdom, 58th floor. Fourth place, Barbara, America, 56th floor. Fifth place, Alexander X, Papal States, 50th floor. Sixth place, Yuichiro Obiko, Japan, 49th floor. Seventh place, Yu Sushin, Great Xia Kingdom, 46th floor. Everyone was shocked when they saw the ranking. That young man from Great Xia named Lindsay has actually climbed to the 68th floor?
And what about Lu Fan, that middle-aged man with an extremely ordinary appearance, who's actually in third place? Even Yu Sushin, who is only a support class, is ranked 7th. Although only 3 people from Xia came this time, all of them ranked in the top 10.
Only then did everyone realize that the Great Xia has no one they had just mocked was now like a slap in the face, leaving each of them red-faced. Just then, another figure in a tuxedo walked out of the portal dejectedly.
It was Brian, the guild master of the Midnight Gentleman Guild of the Undying Empire.
He ultimately failed to defeat the gargoyle boss on the 60th floor, so his score was 59 floors. This also means that the Undying Empire has been completely eliminated.
This is unexpected.
The others, outwardly surprised but inwardly gloating, whispered among themselves.
The Koreans consoled themselves, saying, even the Undying Empire failed, so it seems we're not so bad after all.
Now it all comes down to the competition between the bigwigs from the United States, the Papal States, and the Sakura Kingdom, and of course, those 3 from the Great Xia Kingdom. Brian of the Undying Empire, however, looked extremely displeased. He threw his top hat on the ground and cursed, "What kind of shitty dungeon is this?
The monster on the 60th floor is completely invincible. My magic attacks deal 0 damage to it."
He launched into a tirade of foul language, completely abandoning his previous gentlemanly demeanor, leaving everyone around him stunned.
I don't believe anyone can get past this.
After he finished speaking, he looked at the leaderboard and was immediately dumbfounded.
He was so angry he almost fainted. He's cheating. This guy is definitely cheating.
Meanwhile, inside the Tower of God dungeon. After reaching the 61st floor, Lindsay clearly felt that the monsters were more difficult, and the reduction percentage of his debuff had also reached 60%. Therefore, it takes longer to defeat each monster, about 3 to 5 minutes. Even though saying this would only make people think he was in Versailles. During this time, he also encountered a fairy who played the harp. She was also a strange character, and every attack had to be timed perfectly with her rhythm to be effective. Fortunately, Lindsay had played rhythm games like Rhythm Master in his previous life. After defeating her, he obtained a material called Fairy Melody Strings.
Lindsay remembered that Yu Suxian had mentioned this monster. At this moment, he finally arrived at the 70th floor. Welcome to the 70th floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge. As the prompt disappeared, a dazzling Milky Way appeared in front of us.
Then, a giant beast slowly crawled out of the Milky Way. Its appearance resembles a giant crocodile, measuring over 30 meters long, and it almost filled the entire hall.
Its entire body, from head to tail, resembled a near spiritual state, its surface like a night sky twinkling with stars. It did bear a resemblance to Lindsay's Sky Blade. BOSS, Starry Sky Beast. Race, Star Clan, Rank A, Level 105. A race I've never seen before has appeared?
Lindsay was also somewhat surprised. However, the behemoth clearly didn't give him time to be surprised, as a huge tail lashed out at him. The next second, Rakshasa King appeared in front of Lindsay and decisively used the skill he had just learned, Gargoyle Skin. The moment the tail lashed out, the Rakshasa King's entire body turned into a stone statue. Then, with a clang, the giant beast was successfully bounced back. Roar! The giant beast let out a deafening roar, clearly enraged. In an instant, the ceiling of the entire space transformed into a starry sky, and one after another, huge meteorites fell from the starry sky.
Lindsay immediately dodged. In an open space, such an attack wouldn't have been a problem for him. The difficulty lay in the fact that this was an enclosed space. The giant beast already filled most of the area, and now with the meteorites falling, there was practically no room to dodge. Fine, so this is how you play it?
Lindsay cursed as he dodged. The Celestial Clan has no shame at all. They stuff such a huge monster inside just to prevent people from passing the level.
Since that's the case, then I won't stand on ceremony. Then, the demon dragon was summoned. You like stuffing things in, huh?
I'll see just how much you can stuff in. The next second, Lindsay and the demon dragon both used heaven and earth transformation, instantly enlarging the demon dragon by 150 times and Lindsay by 75 times. However, in the next instant, as Lindsay's body grew larger, his head plunged directly into the starry sky within the ceiling.
He instantly realized that the scene before him had become distorted. The monster, the room, and the starry sky had all vanished. All around were a colorful grid of squares, as if the world had been pixelated. Then, a message appeared in the instance. Warning, environment loading failed and is being repaired. Please wait patiently. What's going on?
Lindsay was speechless for a moment.
Meanwhile, outside the instance.
As time goes by, more professionals have been eliminated from the market.
As a result, more people joined the discussion about the rankings. The latest trends in the rankings are as follows. Rank name country floor. First place, Lindsay, Great Xia Kingdom, 70th floor. Second place, Lufan, Great Xia Kingdom, 65th floor. Third place, Barbara, America, 63rd floor. Fourth place, Yuichiro Obiko, Japan, 61st floor. Fifth place, Alexander X, Papal States, 59th floor. Seventh place, Yu Suxian, Great Xia Kingdom, 55th floor. Seeing that Lindsay's ranking was still far ahead, the foreigners were all itching with hatred, and their palms were sweating. However, a voice soon emerged from the crowd. Although I have to admit that the Great Xia person is indeed very powerful, but it won't be so easy to break through the 70th floor. The one who said this was none other than Duke Brian of the Undying Empire. He himself had clearly been kicked out on the 59th floor, yet now he was smugly offering his profound insights. But these words clearly resonated with people and quickly gained the approval of those around them. That's right. I heard that there are giant beasts between the 70th and 79th floors, and they are extremely difficult to fight in the confined space. I have to say, the Celestial Clan is really cunning. Isn't it obvious they're not letting anyone pass? That Xia person will probably be out soon. Look how confident he is. Let's all boo him then. Everyone knows their own grades are terrible, but they want to see the strong ones make a fool of themselves. They were all rubbing their hands together excitedly, like flies buzzing around, waiting for Lindsay to be eliminated. Meanwhile, inside the instance, Lindsay waited for a while in that colorful world of squares, and then his law of heaven and earth time ended. Finally, he found himself back in the main hall of the Tower of God. However, the room was empty. The giant beast had vanished. Boss Star Beast defeated. Experience gained 250,000 plus an additional 125,000. Lifespan plus 500 years. Loot obtained 250,000 copper coins. Sky axe, weapon, Star Beast's tail, material. What happened? I've already cleared the game? Lindsay was a little confused. Did I successfully exploit a bug? Never mind. He shrugged and began
began examining his spoils.
Weapon, Sky Axe, S rank.
Effect, Strength plus 3500, Constitution plus 3500. While wielding this weapon, automatically summon 3 meteors to orbit around you, absorbing damage and dealing damage to enemies they collide with.
It's a pretty useful weapon, let's keep it for now.
He also discovered that the axe's appearance was also starry, clearly belonging to the same series as the Skyblade.
It seems that the weapon that the former City Lord of Tianyu City gave to City Lord Lei, and City Lord Lei then gave to himself, was obtained from here. He smiled, put away his weapon, and then strolled towards the stone steps at the end of the hall. After climbing the stone steps, Lin Zhe arrived at the next level. At the same time, the dungeon's floor announcement popped up again. Welcome to the 80th floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge. Very good. Something seems off?
Lin Zhe was immediately startled.
How many floors is this? He looked at the number on the sign more closely. How could it be 80 floors? He clearly remembered that he was fighting the Star Beast on the 70th floor. So how did a bug happen and he ended up on the 80th floor?
At this moment, Abiko Yuichiro, the guild leader of the Sunslaying Guild in Sakura Country, has also returned defeated, his final score remaining at the 65th floor. Baka Yakuro, he cursed vulgarly, making a series of trilled sounds in his throat.
After reaching the 60th floor, all I've encountered are these weird monsters with strange mechanics.
As a martial artist, what I hate most is having to use my brain.
Right?
Duke Brian of the Undying Empire immediately chimed in, using this method to make it seem as if his elimination was not shameful.
To my surprise, my grandson Yuichiro didn't appreciate it and retorted directly, you haven't even reached the 60th floor, and you dare to come here looking for validation? What did you say? Brian's face turned pale and then red. Don't push your luck. Even if your Japan is doing well, you're still nothing but a dog. TCH. My grandson Yuichiro spat to the side, drew a katana from his waist, and said, I'm in a bad mood anyway, so I might as well kill you, you Westerner, and have you as a snack. Wanna fight? I'm ready anytime. Duke Brian, dressed in a tailcoat, also held his cane in front of his chest.
Both were already furious about their failure in the dungeon and wanted to regain their dignity immediately, so a battle was about to break out.
People quickly gathered around, all eager to watch the spectacle. But just then, a shout rang out from the crowd. Stop watching the fight, look at the leaderboard. Everyone was startled and looked at the glowing panel. When Lin Zhe's floor number appeared on the screen, the crowd gasped in unison. That great Xia person has already reached the 80th floor? How is that possible? He was just on the 70th floor. How could he suddenly jump to the 80th floor? Yes, climbing 10 floors in 2 minutes? That's absolutely impossible. 80 floors? Doesn't that match the record set by Huayu?
Everyone felt as if their brain CPUs had been overheated, and they all turned their gazes to the old man guarding the gate.
Although they dared not mention it again, their eyes hinted, still saying this dungeon has no bugs? Cough cough.
The old man was also a little guilty and coughed twice. As the administrator of this instance, he immediately and quietly recreated the scene in his mind.
This.
He was dumbfounded when he saw the enlarged Lin Zhe plunge his head into the starry sky above him. He thought to himself, I've found the reason. After this kid grew bigger, his head went straight into the location of the 79th floor.
Once the dungeon is repaired, he'll just go straight to the 79th floor. It seems to be a bug that only appears once in a millennium. If these humans find out about this, wouldn't it threaten the reputation of our celestial race? His expression quickly regained its composure.
Ahem, quiet, he said authoritatively to everyone present.
I've already said, how could there be bugs in our celestial clan's dungeon? I confirm that Lin Zhe's results are genuine and valid.
Lin Zhe was somewhat speechless about the huge bug he had encountered. He complained, looks like this celestial race ruins dungeon is pretty amateurish. Jumping 10 floors at once means skipping 10 floors of experience and rewards, but it also brings you one step closer to the top, so it has both advantages and disadvantages. Now, standing on the 80th floor, he remembered that General Huayu had perished on this very floor.
In other words, as long as I can clear this level, I can set a new record? Ding!
You have a new mission, break the Tower of God record and continue forward. Reward, 1 system lottery draw, the rarity of the reward will be determined by your final score.
Die. Well, I was wondering why there was no mission this time. Turns out they were waiting for me here, Lin Zhe joked. Then I'm going to take this 80th floor seriously.
At the same time, a magic circle slowly appeared in front of the hall, with a pattern of auspicious clouds on it.
Moreover, as the magic circle appeared, lightning and thunder began to flash around it. Then, a monster gradually spawned within the magic circle.
It was a monster in the form of a beast, looking like a large dog with black fur, quite similar to a hellhound. However, the large dog is larger than the hellhound, and its black fur is also longer, making it look majestic and regal. At this moment, monster information popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes.
BOSS, Howling Celestial Dog. Race, Celestial Race, S rank. Level, 115. Holy crap.
Lin Zhe was stunned when he saw the name.
The Celestial Hound?
Lin Zhe was stunned when he saw the boss that appeared in front of him.
Isn't this the mythical beast from the world I came from before I transmigrated? Moreover, it's from the mythology of Lin Zhe's own country. I always thought that the gods in this world were beings like angels. After all, that's what textbooks have taught me since I was a child. I've never heard of a great Xia-style dog like the howling celestial dog before. If there's a celestial hound, wouldn't that also mean there are other Eastern deities like Erlangshan, Neza, and so on? I'm suddenly becoming more and more curious about this world. However, he didn't have much time to think. He saw the big black dog opposite him bar its fangs and pounce on him with a howl. The next second, Rakshasa King reappeared in front of Lin Zhe and immediately used gargoyle skin. Unexpectedly, just as the celestial hound was about to strike, it suddenly withdrew its attack. Then, after the 2-second duration of gargoyle skin ended, it suddenly lunged at the Rakshasa King. Rakshasa King suffered 101,239 damage. Lin Zhe's eyes immediately sharpened. You're quite clever. In the blink of an eye, the howling celestial dog's claws were already reaching out to Lin Zhe. But Lin Zhe was not flustered. His arsenal of 10,000 insects immediately generated a black knight's lance in the style of the Western Middle Ages, which looked like the horn of a Hercules beetle. As he took a step back, he swung his lance forward, blocking the howling celestial dog's claw attack. The celestial hound's attack was incredibly swift, immediately extending its long snout to bite forward, each bite landing precisely an inch in front of Lin Zhe. Had he not dodged in time, he would have been hit. Lin Zhe stopped, his eyes suddenly sharpening. Alright, it's time for the new character to make his appearance. The next second, a black beam of light appeared, and before the figure could materialize, the scepter arrived first, forcing the celestial hound to take a step back. Then, the complete figure of the fallen angel Abraham appeared in front of Lin Zhe. His smooth, handsome face, coupled with a pair of enormous black wings, made him seem like a mixture of holiness and evil. Abraham glanced at Lin Zhe and calmly said, Human, why have you summoned me again? Lin Zhe let out a warning snort. Master, what are your orders? His tone suddenly became very respectful. Lin Zhe was speechless and pointed his chin at the howling celestial dog opposite him. Abraham looked in that direction and his eyes widened. Then, he covered his face with one hand, pointed at the celestial hound with the other, struck an incredibly childish pose, and said disdainfully, Oh, is it a beast from the Eastern Celestial clan? It's been a long time since I've seen one. I feel so ashamed to be his summoner. Lin Zhe blushed a little. However, the celestial hound seemed to be intimidated and took a step back. It seemed that it had not expected Lin Zhe to summon a creature that was also a god, and for the first time, a look of wariness appeared in its eyes. Gurgle, gurgle. The celestial hound let out a series of fierce warning sounds from its throat. The next second, it suddenly leaped into the air, its entire body freezing at its highest point. Then, it opened its mouth wide, and beams of pure white energy began to converge into its mouth from all directions. Then, a spherical energy body was seen gathering larger and larger in its mouth until it resembled a cool, round moon. Skill, heavenly dog devours the moon. Gathers arcane magical energy from space to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. The next instant, the celestial hound flicked its head, and the round moon emitting white light immediately crashed towards Lin Zhe's direction. Poof! But Abraham simply snorted, a mere trifle. The radiant shield skill was activated, instantly granting both himself and Lin Zhe a shield with 1.2 million HP. The full moon burst open between the two, emitting a dazzling white light, but it didn't even completely break their shields. When the white light dissipated, and Xiaotian dog saw Lin Zhe standing unharmed in the same spot, he was finally stunned, the whole dog like a deflated balloon. Then, in the instant it was caught off guard, the angel appeared behind it, his scepter enveloped in black light, leaving black trails in the air. Then, the entire trajectory exploded. Damage caused, 2.46 million. Roaring Sky Dog, died. Boss Howling Dog defeated. Experience plus 180,000, plus an additional plus 90,000. Lifespan plus 500 years. Loot obtained, 180,000 copper coins. Tengu's Claw, material. Tengu's Fawn, material. Fragment of the soul of the Howling Celestial Dog, item. What is this fragment of life's soul? Lin Zhe asked, somewhat puzzled, as this was the first time he had obtained such an item. Item, fragment of the Celestial Hound's soul. One-time use item. After use, it summons a phantom of the Celestial Hound to fight for you. Duration, 1 hour. Oh, it's a summoning item too? That's interesting. Lin Zhe nodded in satisfaction and put the item away. Then, I strolled to the next floor. Welcome to the 81st floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge. After the cold announcement ended, another magic circle slowly appeared at the back of the hall. The pattern is slightly different from the auspicious cloud pattern we just saw. This time, it features a large tree. Moreover, as the magic circle appeared, the surrounding environment was once again filled with lightning and thunder, a truly awe-inspiring scene. Do we always have to make such a big fuss? Lin Zhe scoffed. Can't we hurry up? Is there a button that allows you to skip the opening animation with one click? What era are we living in? We still can't skip animations. It's so inhumane. Just then, Lin Zhe's eyes suddenly lit up, and a clever idea flashed into his mind. Since the animation is so slow, why not take this opportunity? Lin Zhe burst out laughing. Immediately
Immediately, he strode over to the magic circle and threw something onto it. Then, he walked to the side and leisurely sat down cross-legged.
At this moment, the entrance animation finally came to an end, and two huge, dark crows gradually took shape in the magic circle. BOSS Fujin and Woonie. Race, Celestial Race, S-Rank. Level, 116. Oh, so starting from floor 81, every monster on every floor is a boss. Lin Zhe pondered as he looked at the text. Also, the names Fujin and Woonie sound vaguely familiar. Oh well, never mind. Just as the two giant crows were about to spread their wings and let out a cry, a loud bang suddenly came from the magic circle, and the two crows were simultaneously engulfed in a burst of sparks. Then, a damage number of around 2 million appeared above their heads at the same time. Ha, my guess was right. Lin Zhe jumped up from the ground.
It turns out that what he threw into the magic circle was a money bag containing 200,000 copper coins, and he then activated the money bomb skill.
Skill, money bomb. Discarding a copper coin will turn it into a bomb. One copper coin deals 10 points of true damage. Because this skill deals true damage, it eliminates enemies before they even begin.
After collecting the settlement information, Lin Zhe clapped his hands, a mischievous smile spreading across his face.
That makes things much easier.
After passing through 80 floors, Lin Zhe officially broke the record previously set by General Huayu.
However, he didn't care too much.
These were just empty titles. Continuing to pass the challenges was the most important thing, so he continued walking down the stairs to the next level.
After discovering the secret technique for killing monsters, he began to use the same method to deal with enemies on the next floor. On the 82nd floor, an olive branch pattern appeared in the magic circle, followed by a bull-headed monster.
However, before it could fully reveal itself, it perished in an explosion. Boss Minotaur defeated, experience gained 200,000 plus an additional 100,000.
Lifespan plus 510 years.
On the 83rd floor, the pattern of the magic circle transformed into an eye, and a noble-looking heron slowly appeared.
Bang!
But no matter how noble it was still destroyed by an explosion. Boss Benyu defeated, experience gained 210,000 plus an additional 115,000.
Lifespan plus 520 years.
I used the same method almost every time I climbed the stairs, the 84th, 85th, 86th floors, and it never failed. This greatly improved my efficiency in climbing the stairs. Serves you right for making your opening animation so long.
Lin Zhe grinned crookedly. Moreover, Lin Zhe also discerned a pattern from it.
If the pattern in the magic circle is auspicious clouds, then the divine beast of the great Xia dynasty will emerge. A tree is the mythical beast from Norse mythology in his previous life.
He also recalled that the two ravens on the 81st floor, Fujin and Woonie, were the two ravens raised by the chief god Odin. The olive branch represents Greek mythology. One eye represents Egyptian mythology.
Although in this world, since the invasion of all races, the three Nordic countries, the Aegean countries, and the Pyramid countries, which corresponded to those countries in the previous life, have completely disappeared.
But what was unexpected was that the celestial race also included those mythical beasts.
However, Lin Zhe immediately complained, starting from the 80th floor, it's all beasts from mythology around the world.
I haven't seen a single real god. That's stingy.
And so, Lin Zhe went straight up and soon arrived at the 89th floor.
Meanwhile, outside the instance, most professionals have already been eliminated, and those still in the tower are only the top few on the leaderboard.
At this moment, dozens or even hundreds of eyes were fixed on the changes on the leaderboard, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense.
Currently, the leaderboard situation has changed to rank name country floor. First place, Lin Zhe, Great Xia Kingdom, 89th floor. Second place, Lu Fan, Great Xia Kingdom, 74th floor. Third place, Barbara, America, 72nd floor. Fourth place, Alexander X, Papal States, 66th floor. Fifth place, Yu Suxian, Great Xia Kingdom, 63rd floor.
Just now, everyone saw that Lin Zhe slowed down significantly on the 80th floor, and they were all guessing that he had finally encountered a tough monster.
Everyone is praying that he will come out soon.
After all, if he passes, the new record for the Tower of God will be set by the Great Xia Kingdom again. But to their utter surprise, Lin Zhe not only passed the 80th floor, but his ascent speed also increased dramatically, which could only be described as meteoric rise. You can go up one floor almost every 3 minutes, and the speed is very consistent. This result undoubtedly slapped everyone in the face once again, leaving everyone ashen-faced and cursing under their breath.
You still say you didn't cheat? Is this something a human could achieve? I refuse to believe it even if you beat me to death. It seems this Tower of God's dungeon has absolutely no credibility. A dungeon for the celestial race, my foot. I'm never coming back. The person who said this last thing was obviously out of money to participate. Just then, two more figures emerged from the portal, one after the other, Yu Suxian and Alexander X.
Their scores were stuck on the 63rd and 66th floors respectively. This also means that only Lin Zhe, Lu Fan, and Barbara remain in the entire instance.
After stepping out, Yu Suxian stomped her foot in frustration. I'm so angry. I climbed so high and still didn't encounter that harp-playing monster. monster. This trip was a complete waste. By the way, I wonder how Uncle Fan and Lindsay are doing. Uncle Fan should be a bit taller than me, but Lindsay should be out by now, right? Alexander of the Papal State sneered at her. A mere woman from the Great Xia Kingdom has managed to hold out this long. She does have some skill, but since even I am no match for this instance, the only one left is probably Barbara from the United States, right? He frowned and thought, although I really don't want that black guy, that person of color to get first place, it's still 100 times better than seeing Great Xia get first place. Each with their own thoughts, they both looked at the big screen. Yu Suxian, Omega, Alexander, Sigma. Despite their completely opposite feelings, they both exclaimed in unison, what? Lindsay is number 1? The 89th floor? Ha 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 ha. Yu Suxian's dissatisfaction vanished instantly, and she burst into laughter. Uncle Fan's strength goes without saying. How could Lindsay have climbed so high? Who was it that just said our Great Xia has no one? Upon hearing this, everyone felt both ashamed and angry. Humph, little girl, what are you so arrogant about? Alexander immediately retorted, we don't know who will win until the very last moment. Ha, old man, the hardest part of your body must be your mouth, right? Yu Suxian mocked directly. Alexander paused for several seconds before reacting, then jumped up and exclaimed, what did you say? Meanwhile, in the Tower of God, on the 89th floor, Boss Fenrir defeated, experience gained, 270,000 plus an additional 135,000, lifespan plus 460 years. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level, 47. The appearance of the settlement notification means that Lindsay has cleared this level. However, he immediately complained, sure enough, floors 80 to 89 are all animals. I didn't see a single human-shaped one. Are these gods running a zoo here? Loot obtained, 270,000 copper coins, God's chest, item, Fenrir's fur, material. Ha, Lindsay's eyes lit up. What exactly is this treasure chest of the gods? Item, treasure chest of the gods, mythical grade. One-time use item. Opening it will randomly grant you one treasure from a deity of any kingdom. Wow! Lindsay burst out laughing. That looks pretty cool. The next second, he immediately used the item and started drawing. The treasure chest slowly opened, and a golden light emanated from it. A crumpled cloth bag immediately appeared in Lindsay's hand. Congratulations on obtaining the item. Human race bag, mythical grade. Item, humanoid bag. Contains a small world within, capable of storing living beings and objects. It cannot be broken from the inside. Usage restrictions. Successful absorption is determined based on the target's mental strength, and it is ineffective against celestials. Question mark. Lindsay was surprised when he saw the ordinary-looking cloth bag. Isn't this the magical artifact that the yellow-eyebrowed king stole from Maitreya Buddha in Journey to the West? Does it exist in this world too? But after a brief moment of surprise, Lindsay smiled and said, now I'm truly invincible. Before he knew it, Lindsay had reached the 90th floor. At the same time, the debuff that weakens the demon's attributes has reached 90%. Welcome to the 90th floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge. As the broadcast ended, this time the magic circle no longer appeared in front. Instead, a holy white light fell from the ceiling. A tall, slender figure appeared amidst the white light. Oh, so there's no entrance animation after all? Lindsay shrugged, a little disappointed. Looks like there's no way to cheat this time. The figure in the light quickly took shape, and Lindsay looked closely and saw that it was a holy woman about 2 meters tall. She had exquisite features, long hair cascading down her shoulders, and skin as clear and translucent as crystal, and on her back grew a pair of pure white wings. BOSS Angel Remiel. Race, Celestial Race, S-Rank. Level, 125. Oh, is this a real angel this time? Lindsay's eyes widened slightly, then he smiled. Finally, a decent celestial being has appeared. But then they saw the angel named Remiel holding a crystal orb in his hands, and slowly flying out of the light with his feet off the ground. She looked at Lindsay with her pale blue eyes and said in a soft, gentle voice, lost person, this is not a place for you. Turn back quickly. Those words were as gentle and comforting as a spring breeze and rain. But Lindsay just smiled arrogantly and said directly, turn back? I finally made it this far, and now if I turn back, you'll have to give me back all the treasures on the remaining floors? Alas, Angel Remiel sighed softly, it seems you have strayed far down the path of greed. As she spoke, the magic orb in her hand slowly flew into the sky, and lightning began to flash around it. Very well, then let me personally deliver divine punishment to cleanse you of your sins. Her tone remained gentle and soothing throughout. At the same time, the magic orb had flown to the highest point of the room and was completely enveloped in lightning. Suddenly, a crack was heard, and a bolt of lightning shot out swiftly from the magic orb, attacking Lindsay. Lindsay's gaze sharpened, and he immediately dodged away. But the next second, countless bolts of lightning shot out from the magic orb, falling erratically onto the floor of the hall like a dense downpour. In an instant, the entire room was transformed into a vast ocean of lightning. Skill, Divine Punishment, Thunderous Prison. Angel Remir's exclusive skill, dealing area of effect damage with lightning attribute. On the other side, Lindsay immediately used Attribute Conversion to focus all his attributes on agility
agility and constitution, nimbly dodging every bolt of lightning. Several times, just as his toes were about to land, a bolt of lightning would strike his landing spot and he would immediately change direction in midair. Several small lightning bolts also struck him, causing little damage, but simply dodging was clearly not a solution.
Lindsay immediately used a summoning spell. The next instant, a flash of black light appeared, and the fallen angel Abraham reappeared.
Radiant Shield quickly cast a shield of 1.2 million health points on Lindsay, allowing him to withstand attacks for a considerable period of time without having to dodge. In addition, since Abraham was of divine lineage, he was not restricted by the field debuff. At that moment, the two angels, one in black and one in white, saw each other and were clearly startled. "Who are you?" For the first time, a ripple appeared on Remil's gentle and refined face. Abraham's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Remil?" Besides surprise, there was also a clear hint of anger in his tone. Abraham?" Remil recognized him too, his surprise deepening. "How did you become like this?" At the same time, she gently waved her slender fingers in the air, and the magic orb stopped emitting lightning. "Poof!" Abraham sneered. "At this point, what are you still pretending for? How utterly hypocritical." Remil was clearly taken aback by the barrage of words, and after a couple of seconds he asked, What did I do?" Lindsay watched the two angels talking back and forth, clearly having some kind of conflict, and immediately started watching the show. At this point, all that's missing is a bag of sunflower seeds. But then Remil asked with concern, "Abraham, what happened to make you like this? Why have your wings turned black? Have you fallen into the demon realm?" But Abraham said coldly, "Remil, stop pretending. I'm in this state because of you. Today, I will pay for this crime with blood." The next second, he held a dark gold scepter, the head of which began to gleam with an ominous black light. "Abraham," Naramir's eyes darkened slightly upon seeing this. "Although I don't know what happened to you, since you have become a fallen angel, it means we have parted ways. Let me purify you." As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning orb in the sky crashed straight to the ground like a falling planet, and the entire orb sank into the ground. Then, the floor of the entire hall began to shake violently like the sea, and lightning formed raging waves that swept towards Abraham from all directions. Skill, divine punishment, raging waves shattering the sky. Angel Remil's exclusive ultimate skill, dealing area of effect lightning damage. However, Abraham remained calm in the face of this attack, and said indifferently, "Humph, so you've finally shown your true colors?" His gaze grew colder and more resolute. "Remil, haven't you figured out the situation yet? The time for reckoning has come." After saying this, Abraham flew into the air, spread his arms, and the sky above the room suddenly darkened, as if thick, dark clouds were gathering. The next second, dozens of black light curtains descended from the sky. Skill, dark skies. Several black light curtains descend within a 500-meter radius centered on the caster, dealing dark damage and having a 10% chance to inflict instant death. If the enemy target is light attribute, the instant death chance increases to 90%. Cooldown, 10 minutes. The light barrier was clearly faster than the raging lightning, striking Remir repeatedly. This is... Remil still wanted to resist, but in the next instant, the expression on her face froze. A staggering 90% chance of triggering instant death. No, the ending shouldn't be like this. She only got halfway through her last sentence before her entire body turned into a ball of light and then exploded. Boss Angel Remir defeated, experience plus 280,000, plus an additional plus 140,000, lifespan plus 580 years, loot obtained, 280,000 copper coins, lightning orb, weapon, angel wings, material. "Wow, so fast?" Lin Zishin exclaimed. But Abraham was clearly still enraged, continuing to unleash black light around him while shouting, "Die, die." Lin Zhe did not disturb him. After 2 or 3 minutes, Abraham stopped moving and curled up on the ground, his body wrapped in a pair of black wings. He doesn't look like a god or a demon. Instead, he looks more like a fragile teenager. Lin Zhe walked over slowly, looked down at him, and said, "Although I don't know what kind of grudge you have against them, but I can help you get revenge. All you have to do is keep coming with me." Abraham raised his head, a hint of sadness in his eyes, and slowly said, You didn't even ask me what grudge I have against them before agreeing to help me take revenge?" "You are my summoned beast," Lin Zhe said confidently. "If I don't help you, am I supposed to help them? Besides, I'm used to dealing with demons, and I always feel disgusted by the way those angels look so high and mighty." "All right." Abraham slowly stood up, his eyes gradually returning to their usual expression. "Thank you, human. Thank you, master." 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the 91st floor of the Tower of God. "Welcome to the 91st floor of the Tower of God. Begin your challenge." A beam of white light descended once more from the center of the hall, and another angel emerged from it. Compared to Remil from before, this angel looked more masculine, with a rugged face and a much more robust physique, and his weapon was a flaming greatsword. BOSS Angel Uriel. Race, Celestial Race, S rank. Level, 125. "Oh, you're Abraham," the angel spoke first. "Why are you siding with a lowly human? And what about your wings? What are you all pretending to be confused about?" Abraham roared in anger again. The next second, the
the dark skies skill was activated again, and several beams of light instantly obliterated Uriel. Ha 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 ha. Seeing his opponent defeated, Abraham laughed wildly and exaggeratedly. Uriel, I remember you used to be very arrogant, didn't you? Now you've been annihilated by me in an instant, haven't you? Master, let's go to the next level quickly. Abraham's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wait 10 minutes, your skill cooldown isn't over yet, Lindsay said calmly. Lindsay thought for a moment, then said, however, I'm getting more and more curious. What exactly did they do to you that makes you hate them so much? Abraham immediately gritted his teeth and said, they are the ones who caused me to fall into evil. Lindsay placed his hand on his chin, intrigued. Why would they do that? Well, I don't really remember either. Abraham shook his head in confusion. All I remember is that we used to be soldiers guarding the heavenly emperor, and we loved each other like a family. But one day, everyone seemed to have changed, and they tricked me into eating the demon heart. Then I felt so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. When I woke up, I was already in the underworld. My wings were broken, and when they grew back, they had turned black. Is that so? Lindsay thought to himself. I didn't expect this Chunibya patient to have such a tragic past. However, Lindsay said reassuringly, there's nothing wrong with being a demon. Who says angels are necessarily noble and demons are necessarily evil? In my opinion, the name fallen angel is pretty cool. Is that so? Abraham scratched his head, looking a bit like a middle school student stumped by a math problem. Cheer up. I hope you can adapt to your new identity quickly. Lindsay glanced at the time, a wicked smile returning to his face. Of course, revenge is still necessary. 10 minutes are up. Time to move on to the next floor. Meanwhile, outside the instance. While Lindsay was working his way through the levels, Uncle Lu Fan was eventually eliminated, his score settling at level 76. They were only 3 floors away from equaling the record of General Huaiwei. However, this has far exceeded other people's expectations. People whispered among themselves, are the people from Great Xia this powerful this year? I initially thought that ordinary-looking middle-aged man was Yu Suxian's bodyguard, but I didn't expect him to be so capable. Yu Suxian snorted coldly at them, then walked proudly toward Lu Fan, saying, Uncle Fan, well done. You didn't disgrace our Great Xia. Lu Fan just smiled shyly and said, hey, it was just a so-so. I had a slightly off day. Upon hearing this, the people around rolled their eyes so hard they almost flew to the sky, and muttered under their breath, what are you pretending for? You said you underperformed? If you performed normally, would you be trying to fly to the moon? Yu Suxian glared around and deliberately asked, what are you all whispering about over there? Those people immediately shrank back. Meanwhile, only 2 people remain on the leaderboard. First place, Lindsay, Great Xia Kingdom, 92nd floor. Second place, Barbara, America, 75th floor. Do you think Lindsay or Barbara will come out first? Asked one of the people from the Undying Empire. A representative from the Papal States chimed in, well, it's hard to say, but even if Lindsay goes first, Barbara will probably have a hard time surpassing him. But before he could finish speaking, Alexander X glared at him, and the man quickly shut up. Just then, another figure appeared at the teleportation portal, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The figure was broad and thick, and everyone immediately guessed who it was. OSH*T, son of a bitch. Before the person was seen, the voice began to curse fluently. The next second, Barbara, dressed in a pinkish-purple bodysuit, walked out arrogantly with her obese body. Upon seeing her, the leaders of the 4 countries immediately went to greet her, smiling and saying, Lady Barbara, you've come out? Barbara looked up and saw that the 4 of them had already come out before her. Her displeasure instantly turned into a smug smile. However, she didn't show it and continued cursing, damn it, that last monster was just a hair's breadth away from being killed by me. Mayoko Yuichiro quickly chimed in, yes, the monsters this time are quite difficult. It's normal that we can't beat them. Never mind. Barbara nodded, then casually rested her chubby hand on her cheek and said, alright, although I didn't perform well this time, the result was still pretty good. I accidentally got first place. Then let's head back home. After she finished speaking, she was about to leave when she found that the 4 presidents were frozen in place with awkward expressions. What's wrong? Barbara asked, somewhat puzzled. Well, Duke Brian stammered, pointing to the leaderboard screen, my lord, look. Barbara rolled her eyes and looked in that direction awkwardly, but in the next instant, the only 2 white spots on her entire black face rapidly enlarged. After a 2-second pause, she shouted, Wang Defa? The leaderboard clearly displayed, Lindsay, Great Xia Kingdom, 93rd floor. While the group was talking, Lindsay rose to another level. Holy shit, how is this possible? She cursed, stomping her pig hooves hard on the ground, digging holes in the earth. Please calm down, sir, the South Korean chairman quickly said. Anger is bad for your health. Oh, this is impossible. This is impossible. How am I going to explain this to General Peter the Elder when I go back like this? Barbara muttered to herself as she dramatically patted her chest. Wait, I've got it. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, as if she had thought of something. The next second, she glanced around furtively, and finding no one else nearby, she whispered to the 4 people, it doesn't matter if the Great Xia Kingdom takes takes first place. You guys quickly call over a few more experts, and when that great Xia person comes out, we'll trap him like a turtle in a jar. At that time, everything he gets in the tower will be ours. So what if he's powerful? We have experts from all over the world gathered here, and we'll catch him off guard. Upon hearing this, the 4 guild leaders' eyes lit up, and they nodded repeatedly, saying, Your Excellency is truly brilliant. Upon hearing Barbara's plan, the 4 club presidents all chuckled. Brian of the Undying Empire immediately said, I'll call 3 more countries from Europe, then we'll have 8 countries together. Are you stupid? Barbara interrupted him rudely, scolding him, If more countries come, won't we get less? Your Excellency is right, Alexander of the Papal States quickly echoed. We should each guild call more of our subordinates. Hoof. Yuichiro Obiko from the land of Sakura said confidently, We're very experienced when it comes to robbing things. We also have a lot of experience in the field of theft, the South Korean chairman said excitedly. The other 3 rolled their eyes at him, secretly annoyed. Your country, South Korea, is the worst. Joining forces with us is a complete waste of your time. Alright. Barbara frowned, then said seriously, Quickly call for reinforcements. Remember, make thorough preparations around the island to ensure those few great Xiao people have no chance of escape. Yes, the 4 presidents replied in unison in a low voice. Then, everyone looked at the leaderboard again, their gazes becoming meaningful. They were all thinking, people of great Xia, climb as high as you want, anyway, all the treasures you get will eventually be ours. Now we actually hope you can climb a few more floors. Meanwhile, inside the Tower of God, starting from floor 90, the boss on each subsequent floor is an angel. So, Lindsay and Abraham began their repetitive routine. As soon as the opponent appeared, Abraham would use the Dark Skies skill, triggering an instant kill effect and catching him off guard. Then they would wait for the 10-minute cooldown before heading to the next level. His experience, lifespan, and loot all began to increase rapidly, and his level reached 48. However, the downside is that this repetitive cycle makes the fighting extremely mechanical, monotonous, and boring. Lindsay couldn't help but sigh, is this the legendary Tower of Gods? It really doesn't pose any challenge at all. If those people outside heard this, they'd probably be so angry they'd vomit blood. More than an hour later, Lindsay had arrived at the 99th floor. From within the holy light, a tall, curvaceous female angel flew out. Without further ado, Abraham used his skill again, and dozens of black light curtains descended from the sky. However, this surprise attack failed this time. The angel held a small round shield in her hand and gently raised it above her head. Instantly, a spherical shield of light enveloped her entire body. Every ray of black light that landed on it was instantly absorbed, disintegrated, and dissipated. 30 seconds later, the Dark Skies skill ended, but the enemy was completely unharmed. What? Abraham was clearly taken aback. This move is. However, Lindsay wasn't too surprised. After all, he had reached the 99th floor, so it would be unreasonable for the enemies to still be so weak. Then, the angel lowered his shield and slowly walked towards the 2 of them. Her face and curves were sculpted, and her long hair cascaded down her shoulders like a golden waterfall, making her appear even more noble than the angels from before. The eyes are covered by a semi-transparent white armor that resembles an eye mask, adding a touch of mystery. In addition, the biggest difference between her and the previous angels is that 3 pairs of huge, pure white wings unfold behind her in sequence, making her appear holy and extremely majestic. A 6-winged angel? This time, Lindsay was finally somewhat surprised. Then, the other party's message popped up. BOSS Archangel Gabriel. Race, Celestial Race, S-Rank. Level, 140. Even Gabriel has appeared? In the myths and legends of the previous life, Gabriel was the leader of all the angels. Clearly, judging from the floors and descriptions, Gabriel in this world holds the same position. Just as surprised as Lindsay was Abraham, who exclaimed, Sister Gabriel, it really is you. But Gabriel remained silent and slowly walked towards Lindsay and Abraham, with white feathers fluttering under his feet with each step. As she drew closer, she spoke slowly, her voice gentle, Abraham, how come your wings? Sister Gabriel, are you going to play dumb too? This time, Abraham's reaction was no longer anger, but a deep disappointment. Lindsay could tell that he and Gabriel had a very good relationship before. Playing dumb? Why do you say that? Gabriel tilted her head slightly, her expression difficult to discern due to the protective armor over her eyes. She said in her still gentle tone, Abraham, I don't know what you've been through, but it certainly wasn't me, at least not the way I used to be. The you of the past? Abraham asked, somewhat puzzled. So, Lindsay suddenly realized something and stepped forward, saying, you are just a data copy in this instance, and when you were put into the Tower of God, Abraham had not yet become a fallen angel? In fact, when he was facing the first few angels, he vaguely sensed that they seemed to be unaware that Abraham had fallen. That's right, Gabriel nodded. So something terrible must have happened in the realm of the gods afterward, which led to Abraham. She strode towards Abraham, and said with the concern of an older sister for her younger brother, let me see your wings. Sister Gabriel, don't you mind that I've become a fallen angel? Abraham seemed somewhat surprised, but then Gabriel gently stroked his pair of black wings, murmuring, I know your character your best. I believe this was not your choice. It's just that as a data copy, I can't help you. You'll have to find the answers yourself. Sister. Abraham was touched. Then, Gabriel slowly looked at Lindsay and said with a slight smile, to be honest, I always thought that the human race was a weak race. I didn't expect that you, a human, could reach the 99th floor. I apologize for my prejudice. She bowed slightly in greeting and then said, also, young man of the human race, I want to thank you for bringing Abraham to see me. I hope you can help him find that answer. After she finished speaking, she took a few steps to the side and saw the gray fog door blocking the upward stairs gradually dissipate. What is this? Lindsay exclaimed in surprise. This just lets me clear the game directly? Gabriel smiled and nodded. I really have no reason to fight you, and I have no interest in it either. At the same time, she took out an object from her bosom and presented it. By the way, this was originally a spoil of war after defeating me. Now I am giving it to Abraham as a gift. Please accept it. Lindsay was immediately delighted, thinking to himself, is she really that good? This Gabriel is beautiful inside and out. He gratefully accepted the gift and examined it in his hands. Item, upgrade scroll, mythical grade. One-time use item. Increases the rarity level of the summoned beast upon use. Ah! Lindsay's eyes lit up immediately. Holding the upgrade scroll in his hand, Lindsay was overjoyed. In other words, not only do you not have to fight through these 99 floors, you also get a mythical item for free? It seems there are some gods who aren't stingy at all. According to the description, this thing can directly upgrade the quality of creatures, so does that mean that all your summoned beasts can use it? However, since Gabriel said it was a gift for Abraham, he couldn't go too far, so he immediately used it on Abraham. Suddenly, a blinding golden light emanated from Abraham, illuminating the entire hall. Lindsay immediately shielded his eyes with his hand. However, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that Gabriel, wearing eye armor, was still smiling and completely unaffected by the bright light. Is she wearing that thing to prevent this kind of situation? Lindsay muttered under his breath. No, it's because we angels aren't afraid of light. Gabriel heard his question and answered frankly, as for this armor, it's just for aesthetic purposes. Actually you don't have to answer. Lindsay was speechless. The light shone for nearly a minute before gradually weakening and disappearing. At the center of the fading light, Abraham stood upright in midair, his hands clasped over his shoulders. Unlike before, he now had two pairs of black wings behind him. It has evolved into a four-winged angel? Lindsay exclaimed in slight surprise. He immediately checked Abraham's attributes in the summoning bar. Summoned beast, fallen angel, race, celestials, demons, branch, special species, rarity, mythical 2, level, 120, HP, 1.8 million, mana points, 1.8 million, strength 150,000, agility 150,000, stamina 180,000, intelligence 270,000, spirit 180,000, talent 1, mastery of light and darkness, talent 2, unlocked, skill, radiant shield, dark skies, equipment, holy conquest armor, fallen conquest scepter, mythical level 2. Lindsay was also surprised when he saw the domineering attribute panel. I didn't expect that it could be upgraded further than mythical level. Moreover, all attributes have increased by 50%. Not only that, Lindsay also discovered that his previously locked second talent had actually been unlocked. Talent 2, light and dark clone, can simultaneously create two clones, one of light attribute and one of dark attribute. Each clone can only use skills of the corresponding attribute. Upon the death of both clones, the user will be forcibly reverted to the original body and will be unable to use clones again for 24 hours. This is interesting too, Lindsay said with a smile. So, that's equivalent to summoning two angels with one summoning slot? This lifespan expenditure is definitely worthwhile. Abraham seemed to feel a powerful force flowing into his body, and he exclaimed excitedly, Master, Sister Gabriel, I feel like I've become stronger again. Gabriel patted his head and smiled. Abraham, this is more like you used to be. Remember to smile more often in the future. Remember, whether your wings are black or white, you are still you. Yes, I understand, Abraham replied. Lindsay was also quite pleased. He bowed slightly to Gabriel and said politely, thank you for your gift. It has been a great help to me. Gabriel smiled and said, you're too kind. The mystery surrounding Abraham may involve the secrets of the celestial realm. I'll have to trouble you to help him find the answers. I would like to express my gratitude to you once again. Lindsay nodded again, and then walked towards the stairs leading to the 100th floor. On the small island outside the instance, Yu Suxian saw that Lindsay had been on the 99th floor for quite some time, and she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. She paced back and forth, muttering to herself, I wonder if Lindsay will be able to get through this level? Uncle Lufan watched from the side and said in a simple and honest way, whether he passes or not, Brother Lindsay has already done a great job. That's true. Yu Suxian frowned slightly, but since we've already reached the 99th floor, we still hope he can continue to go up. Meanwhile, those foreigners were actually having an even harder time than Yu Suxian. They were already gathering their forces, preparing to swarm Lindsay as soon as he came out and launched
launch a free shopping spree.
However, after waiting for so long, they still hadn't come out, making every minute feel incredibly long. At that moment, the leaderboard changed again. First place, Lindsay, Great Xia Kingdom, 100th floor.
Suddenly, a buzzing sound arose from the crowd, and everyone was startled.
Yu Suxian jumped up and down with joy. Wow, he really did it. Ha ha ha. Lu Fan chuckled as well. The foreigners were also very shocked, and for a moment they couldn't hide their excitement. Wow, someone actually managed to climb to the 100th floor of the Tower of God? I've truly had my eyes open today.
However, their joy was quickly dampened by a glare from their guild leader. The 5 leaders' expressions grew increasingly grim, and they thought to themselves, no matter how high you climb, what's yours will eventually belong to us.
Alright, quiet down.
At that moment, the voice of the old gatekeeper came from beside the giant tower.
What kind of nonsense is this? A mere human making a racket on the territory of the Celestials, he said, showing no regard for people's dignity. Just watch quietly. However, he looked up at the top of the tower, a smug smile on his face. 100 floors, that human probably won't be able to get past them. Meanwhile, on the 100th floor of the Tower of God. As soon as Lin Zhe stepped onto the stairs, he noticed that the scene here was quite different from the monotonous lobby downstairs. There
was no longer a ceiling obstructing his view. Instead, there was a vast expanse of azure sky, with fluffy white clouds drifting across it. As he climbed to the top, the staircase behind him disappeared, and he found himself stepping into a dreamlike garden, a world apart from the mundane.
Looking around, everything is full of vitality.
Towering ancient trees are scattered in a well-organized manner, with huge vines winding around them, and melodious birdsong can be heard from the trees. The ground was covered with lush green bushes, dotted with all sorts of colorful flowers, each shimmering with a strange, faint light. Looking at the breathtaking scenery, Lindsay almost forgot the purpose of his trip. He walked forward for a while and found that the place was surprisingly large, not like the top of a tower, but rather like an ancient forest. At that moment, a clear spring came into view, its waters radiating a soft and mysterious light, like flowing, glittering stars.
What is this?
Lindsay's eyes lit up immediately. Could this be the source of light? He remembered what Hanja had said before. Making medicine to fight the abyss required a lot of raw materials, and here they were. He immediately took out his newly acquired mythical treasure, the human race bag. A crumpled cloth bag flew from his hand into the air, the rope at the top of the bag loosened, and a pool of spring water began to pour into the bag. Meanwhile, somewhere in the garden, an elderly man dressed in white was sitting in a recliner, looking rather bored. I heard that someone finally made it to the 100th floor this time, the old man said expectantly.
Perfect for killing some boredom. But he's been up here for a while now. Why hasn't he come over yet? Is he lost?
Just then, he noticed that the clear spring beside him had stopped flowing, and the water was getting shallower and shallower until the silt at the bottom of the pool was exposed.
What's going on?
The old man was completely bewildered. Seeing that the water in the spirit spring was almost gone, Lindsay finally put the human seed bag in his hand, tied the rope at the top of the bag, and thought to himself, this should be enough raw materials, right? I'll give it to Hanja when we get back. After he put the bag back into his inventory, he remembered the purpose of his trip.
Ah, I almost forgot.
He slapped his forehead.
I wonder what the boss on the 100th floor will be. Let's hurry and keep going.
But just then, a voice came from the path ahead. I've never seen a challenger that the boss has to come looking for. The voice sounded somewhat old, but it was deep, resonant, and full of energy. Lindsay looked in the direction of the sound and saw a robust and vigorous old man emerge from the bushes.
He was only wearing a simple white robe, with no other decorations or even shoes.
His long white hair cascaded over his shoulders, blending seamlessly with his thick white beard. Beneath the hair, a kind and gentle face was revealed. The moment Lindsay saw this person, he had a strange sense of familiarity, as if he had seen him somewhere before.
This is the boss of the 100th floor?
Lindsay thought to himself, it doesn't look that special. But then the old man continued in a loud voice, and what are you doing stealing water from my pond as soon as you come up here?
Lindsay scratched his head. I thought nobody wanted this water. How could you call it stealing? That sounds awful.
What a shameless brat, the old man cursed, though there was no anger in his voice. Never mind, there's plenty of water, take it. He raised one hand and snapped his fingers in the air, and the spring water immediately gushed out again, flowing gurglingly once more. Lindsay thought to himself that the old man was quite generous, and immediately smiled and said, then thank you, senior.
Stop grinning at me, the old man said irritably. But you human brat do have some skill. If I remember correctly, since your human race began to have professional awakening, has anyone ever climbed above the 80th floor? I didn't expect you to reach the top today. Although, Gabriel was probably going easy on you just now, wasn't he? You found out about all that? Lindsay said with a grin. That's because Gabriel is a good person. I think you look kind and gentle, so why don't you? Pa, the old man immediately interrupted. You slippery human brat, trying to get close to me and ask me to go easy on you? No way, not even a window. Ahem. Realizing he had gotten a little agitated, the old man cleared his throat and said seriously, however, kid, since you've come this far, why not listen to my sincere advice. Oh, please go ahead. My advice is to just quit, the old man said bluntly. You won't make it past the 100th floor. This isn't me being alarmist, it's the outcome that was decided the moment you stepped into this tower. To be honest, as a human, it's already quite impressive that you've reached the 99th floor. Why don't you stop here? Is this what you wanted to say? Lindsay asked with a slight smile. That's right, this is just my personal suggestion for you. Thank you for your suggestion. Lindsay's smile gradually turned arrogant. However, I choose not to accept it. That's more like it. What? The old man suddenly erupted in anger. You're hopeless. How could the human race have such an ill-mannered and arrogant brat like you? You're really infuriating. The old man pounded his chest, clearly furious. No, he then told himself, I need to be compassionate and gentle. How can I let a mere human brat break my spirit? After a long pause, he sighed and said slowly, fine, since you insist on suffering more, then I'll grant your wish. You human brat, remember this, you brought this on yourself. As soon as the old man finished speaking, a powerful gust of air burst forth from his body and shot straight into the sky. Lindsay's eyes narrowed. He hadn't expected it to happen so suddenly. He immediately took a step back to create some distance. At the same time, in an instant, the dream garden they were in vanished, and the whole world turned into a pure white backdrop. There was no distinction between heaven and earth, nor any objects, it was simply a pure white expanse. The old man opposite him, although his appearance had not changed, seemed to have gained a more domineering aura than before. At this moment, information about him finally popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. BOSS Heavenly Emperor. Race, Celestial Race, S-Rank. Level, 150. Good heavens, so you're the Heavenly Emperor? Lindsay's eyes widened in surprise. And you're level 150, the highest level monster I've ever encountered. Keep in mind that level 150 is just a data copy within this instance. The actual level of the player is unknown. Ha. The Heavenly Emperor laughed heartily. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? As soon as he finished speaking, he rose into the air, his entire body radiating a dazzling light. What is this? Lindsay's gaze darkened, and he immediately summoned Abraham again. Is it the Heavenly Emperor? Abel was shocked to see the old man in the sky. Stop looking, quickly put a shield on me, Lindsay shouted. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor's figure was completely covered by that light, and he was like a dazzling sun. No, this isn't about the shield, Abraham immediately realized. This move is. However, before he could finish speaking, the radiance spread out rapidly like a planet exploding, covering the entire space and engulfing Lindsay. You are dead. Lindsay was slightly startled, and his mind went blank for a moment. Equipment socket triggered. Holy Light's protection. Resurrects on the spot and restores 10% health. Cooldown, 240 hours. The next instant, Lindsay's consciousness returned to normal. I just died? He seemed incredulous. This is the first time in 179 episodes. So this is what death feels like. He couldn't help but recall that strange feeling of sudden emptiness. Luckily, I had a resurrection inlay I got before, otherwise I would have been teleported out by now. However, he quickly reminded himself, what exactly happened with that move? How did it kill me instantly? Skill, Wrath of Light. The Heavenly Emperor's exclusive ultimate skill, covering the entire area with radiance, dealing damage equal to 100 million times the sum of his 5 attributes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. What the hell? Lindsay exclaimed in shock, taking away a smaller share? What kind of ridiculous dungeon is this? Have they no shame at all? At the same time, the radiance on the Heavenly Emperor disappeared, and he slowly returned to the ground. The old man's face held a half-smile. As expected of a professional who can reach the 100th floor, some of your skills can actually block one of my finishing moves. However, he paused, a playful glint in his eyes, this move only has a 5-minute cooldown. I want to see just how many tricks you have up your sleeve. After saying this, the old man spread his limbs wide, lowered his lower body, and assumed a wrestler's stance. Lindsay's eyes sharpened immediately. This was the first time he had ever felt this nervous. At this moment, Lindsay, who had already died once, quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. The Heavenly Emperor's ultimate skill only has a 5-minute cooldown, and I have no way to revive. This means I have to defeat him within the next 5 minutes. Otherwise, it'll be difficult when he unleashes his next ultimate attack. A sense of tension spread through him, something he had never experienced before. However, he also put on a serious expression, thinking, since dying just means being teleported out, I might as well go all out. What are you thinking about? A disdainful laugh came from the God King not far away. I told you, when you fight me, don't get distracted. Lindsay looked at him and once again had the illusion that he had seen this face somewhere before. In the next instant, the old man left a trail of afterimages in the air and had already closed in on Lindsay. He had no weapon in his hand, so he threw a punch directly at Lindsay. Lindsay's expression darkened instantly. Just as the fist was about to strike him, Shadow Fiend Nora appeared. A greatsword was held upright in front of Lindsay, and she immediately activated her talent, Parry Master. With a heavy thud, the Heavenly Emperor's fist was bounced back, and he frowned slightly, clearly in pain. Taking advantage of this
moment, the Rakshasa King's agile figure appeared behind the Heavenly Emperor, and a swift whip kick was launched at him. The Heavenly Emperor slightly opened his eyes, and at the same time lowered his body. The Rakshasa King's whip leg grazed past his head by a hair's breadth. The next moment, the Heavenly Emperor, moved with the momentum, grabbed the Rakshasa King's other leg that was on the ground, and then gently tossed it, actually throwing the Rakshasa King, who was skilled in close combat, far away. But taking this opportunity, flames burst forth on the other side, and the flame demon Baros made his appearance. As he roared, he slammed the warhammer in his hand down on the old man's head, but the old man immediately grabbed the black greatsword that Nora was controlling with his bare hands and held it firmly in his hand, while simultaneously blocking it upwards. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. Ouch! Nora cried out in pain as she was attached to the sword. Big guy, where are you aiming? I don't know, Baros said, sounding aggrieved. The next second, the Heavenly Emperor spread his legs wide, lowered his lower body as much as possible, and pounced on the flame demon like an agile wrestler. Ha ha ha, it's been so long since I've had this much fun. The old man laughed wildly, his muscles bulging. He didn't look like the high and mighty Heavenly Emperor at all, but rather like a savage warrior who fought with his bare hands. Immediately, the flame demon, whose body was several times larger than his, was seen to be completely powerless against the Heavenly Emperor, like a radish that had been uprooted. Ouch, I almost fell to my death. The flame demon landed heavily on the ground. However, Lin Zhe was not flustered. He knew that the demons had been debuffed and their attributes were now only 10% of their original values. He had no hope of defeating the mighty Heavenly Emperor with their help. His tactic is to wear down the opponent as much as possible before unleashing his decisive move at the crucial moment. Immediately afterwards, the demon dragon was summoned. Take this. Lin Zhe tossed an item to the demon dragon. Lightning Orb is an equipment obtained by defeating the Angel Remiel on floor 90. Weapon, Lightning Orb, Legendary. Intelligence plus 6000. Lightning attack plus 100%. Roar! The demon dragon let out a happy cry, and a crystal ball enveloped in lightning power immediately floated beside him. Try to keep your distance from the enemy and use kiting tactics. The demon dragon nodded, then flew into the sky like an arrow, beginning to circle around the area where the Heavenly Emperor was located. Instantly, a curtain of lightning was drawn between heaven and earth, sealing the Heavenly Emperor inside. "Heh, you kid, you've got quite a few summoned beasts." The Heavenly Emperor remained completely calm, effortlessly dodging the lightning while speaking with ease. "Old man, where are you looking?" At that moment, a charming voice sounded behind him. Lilith, dressed in a bikini and transformed into a hostess, started spinning the roulette of fortune. "Congratulations to this old geezer, you've drawn petrification." The Heavenly Emperor groaned, his entire body turning to stone, unable to move. "Great opportunity," Lin Zhe shouted to the sky. The demon dragon understood and immediately followed up with a lightning ball of breath. However, at that moment, a giant hand formed of light suddenly appeared above the Heavenly Emperor's head, and with a smack, it gently swatted away the lightning ball as if swatting away a mosquito. At the same time, the stone on the Heavenly Emperor's body shattered, and he broke free by relying on his own spiritual power. At the same time, hundreds of giant hands of light suddenly sprouted from the pure white space where the sky and earth were the same color, creating a scene that looked both sacred and eerie. In an instant, whether it was the fire demon, shadow demon, and Rakshasa King on the ground, or the demon dragon and succubus flying in the sky, they were all grabbed into the palms of those hands of light. Ha 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 ha. The Heavenly Emperor dusted off the stone fragments on his body and looked at Lin Zhe. "Trying to use a few demons to deal with me, you brat, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" Lin Zhe felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the enemy before him was probably stronger than ever before. However, he remained calm and simply said, "Don't get distracted while fighting, that's what you said." The next second, a beam of black light fell directly from above the Heavenly Emperor's head. The Heavenly Emperor's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to dodge. It turns out that the fallen angels had been waiting for this moment. Instantly, the Heavenly Emperor's entire body was bathed in black light. Success? Lin Zhe's eyes lit up. But then, a hearty laugh came from within the black light, and the old man walked out unharmed. How could this be? Lin Zhe finally felt a sense of panic. Not only did it not trigger instant death, but it didn't even lose a single drop of health. Is this some kind of cheat code that makes him invincible? Administrator, ban his account now, he thought to himself. With the demons all subdued and Abraham having used his instant death ultimate move, Lin Zhe had no means left to deal with his opponent. Am I really going to lose this time? He wondered to himself. Ha ha ha. The Heavenly Emperor continued to laugh. I've already told you, your failure was destined the moment you stepped into this tower. All your attacks, in my opinion, are like ants trying to shake a tree, utterly futile. Ha ha ha. Alright, I have some bad news for you. My ultimate skill is almost off cooldown. After he finished speaking, the Heavenly Emperor rose into the sky once again, and his body began to emit light. This time, Lin Zhe did not put up any resistance. He simply stood there, pondering the old man's words. Was my failure destined the moment I stepped into this tower? Why would he say that? Is there any deeper
deeper meaning behind his statement? Also, why do I feel like I've seen him so familiar, as if I just met him not long ago? As he pondered, the old man's radiance grew even stronger, until he resembled a dazzling sun. Finishing move, Wrath of Light, activated. Ah! Lin Zay's eyes suddenly lit up. I remember now. But the next second, his entire body was submerged in a pure and flawless ocean of light. You are dead. You have been teleported out of this instance. Meanwhile, in the open space outside the Tower of God, after Lin Zay reached the 100th floor, everyone waited there for quite a while, and everyone was extremely anxious. The screen finally showed a change. Lin Zay failed the challenge. Best score, 99th floor. Immediately, a figure appeared behind the portal. Immediately, the crowd erupted in cheers. Ha, that kid finally came out. So I still failed to pass the level? I knew it. Reaching the 100th floor isn't that easy. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zay's complete figure appeared beside the teleportation portal. Upon seeing him emerge, Yu Suxian and Lu Fan were the first to approach him. The foreigners, looking shifty-eyed, exchanged glances and then followed suit, crowding around. Everyone was ready to be the first to make a move and start their free shopping spree. Lin Zay stood at the door, ignoring the crowd, and immediately looked toward the teleportation gate, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I hereby declare, the old gatekeeper shouted, this raid on the Tower of God is now concluded. However, the next second, Lin Zay moved in an instant, and a long sword pierced straight into the old man's heart. This sudden action caused everyone to stop in their tracks and freeze in place. Lin Zay's sudden, zero-frame attack stunned everyone present. You. The old man guarding the gate was also stunned, his hands covering his pierced chest, from which blood was gushing out. Before he could finish speaking, the old man collapsed heavily to the ground and died instantly. Lin Zay, Yu Suxian spoke first, her eyes wide. What are you doing? Barbara from the United States scoffed. Can't beat the final boss, so you're taking your anger out on an NPC? However, a sinister look immediately appeared on her face. Everyone, the time to make a contribution has come. Attack together. Instantly, the call was met with overwhelming response, and a dense crowd surged toward the teleportation gate. But Lin Zay ignored these people. He already had a green leaf in his hand. The next instant, Lin Zay suddenly vanished from the spot. Ha! The group of people were halfway there when they froze again. Where are they? Where are they? They looked at each other, dumbfounded. What they didn't notice was that the old man lying in the pool of blood had a barely perceptible smile on his face. Time begins to rewind. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Lin Zay found himself back in the pure white space on the 100th floor of the Tower of God, still holding the green leaf in his hand. Looking up, the Heavenly Emperor's body was floating in mid-air, glowing brightly, his ultimate move clearly ready. The next second, dazzling light, like the sun, once again covered every corner of the pure white space. Lin Zay closed his eyes and felt as if he were being engulfed by an ocean of light. I waited quietly for about 10 seconds until the light faded and disappeared. Lin Zay opened his eyes again and found that this time there was no death notification. Although he had suffered some damage, he was obviously not instantly killed like before. It worked! Lin Zay exclaimed with delight. I guessed right after all. This Heavenly Emperor is indeed a strange and cunning individual. Just now, Lin Zay had discovered two major suspicious points. First, he felt that he had just seen the Heavenly Emperor somewhere not long ago. It wasn't someone he knew, but someone he had just passed by, so he couldn't remember where he was looking for him. Secondly, the Heavenly Emperor repeatedly stated that his fate was sealed the moment he stepped into this tower. This statement naturally prompted Lin Zay to reflect. Finally, in the very moment before his death, he suddenly remembered where he had seen the Heavenly Emperor's face before. It was the old man guarding the gate of the Tower of God. Then, a guess flashed through his mind. The Heavenly Emperor, though seemingly invincible, is actually a monster with a mechanic. And to break his invincibility mechanism, one must kill the old man guarding the gate before entering the tower, thus breaking the invincibility mechanism of the 100th floor boss. In other words, the old gatekeeper was actually the key to defeating the Heavenly Emperor. But for ordinary people challenging the Tower of God, they wouldn't even consider an old gatekeeper a threat. So, from the moment they stepped into this tower, their fate was sealed. The phrase that the Heavenly Emperor repeatedly uttered was precisely this meaning. Logically speaking, if Lin Zay wanted to defeat the Heavenly Emperor, he would have to kill the old man after leaving the area, and then spend a key to start over from the first floor. However, he has a unique prop. Item, World Tree Leaf, Mythical. Effect, rewinds time 5 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Just now, he took a gamble with this item, first killing the old gatekeeper, and then using time rewind to return to the 100th floor. Of course, he wasn't 100% confident that this move would succeed. For example, there is a time paradox involved. If he goes back 5 seconds, then killing the old man would be equivalent to happening 5 seconds in the future. Would that still count? The good news is that the Heavenly Emperor's ultimate move has been greatly weakened, and he knows he made the right bet. It seems that the only condition to break the invincibility mechanism is to kill the old gatekeeper, regardless of when the killing takes place. Who could have imagined this mechanism? Lin Zay Zhe cursed angrily. These celestial races never intended for anyone to pass the level. It's just a little bit of your treasure. How stingy. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Emperor, realizing that his ultimate move was ineffective, looked on in surprise. How did you do that? You clearly. His eyes darted around in their sockets, as if he were calculating something. Then, he gave a look of sudden realization. I see. I didn't expect you to have such methods. He landed slowly on the ground and said leisurely, it seems I really underestimated you. Lin Zhe remained silent, only a wicked smile appearing on his face. The next second, all his demons were summoned once more. Moreover, this time, he discovered that the attribute reduction debuff on the demon had also disappeared. This means that all demons are fully healed and in full condition. Alright. Lin Zhe's wicked grin grew increasingly arrogant. All of you, listen to my command. Charge. Yes. A woof. Woof woof. The next second, the 7 demons swarmed towards the Heavenly Emperor. Although the Heavenly Emperor possessed incredibly high stats and was capable of anything from ascending to the heavens to descending to the earth, Lin Zhe's demons were also stat monsters. Unless the opponent was invincible, a battle was only a matter of time. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor was quickly reduced to almost nothing after being ganged up on. He's hitting people. Someone's abusing the elderly. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? The Heavenly Emperor shouted amidst the chaos, lying on the ground and acting like a madman. He looked exactly like a shameless old man trying to extort money from a car accident. Lin Zhe's lips twitched, and he immediately shouted even louder, I'm beating you up, you old geezer, for making me work myself to death. Give me more force. Amidst the sounds of beatings and shouts, the Heavenly Emperor's health bar was finally reduced to 0. Boss Heavenly Emperor defeated. Experience plus 600,000 plus an additional plus 300,000. Congratulations on leveling up. Current level 49. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast Demon Dragon. Current level 32. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast Hellhound. Current level 52. Congratulations on your summoned beast Shadow Fiend leveling up. Current level 82. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast Fallen Angel. Current level 121. Lifespan plus 2,000 years. Current total remaining lifespan 18,156 years 490 days. Not only did it upgrade, but its lifespan has also increased so much. Lin Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. With a lifespan approaching 20,000 years, I feel like I could already be a god. The settlement information continued to pop up. Loot obtained 500,000 copper coins. Heavenly Emperor's robe. Equipment. God's treasure chest. Item. Fragment of the Heavenly Emperor's soul. Item. Congratulations on successfully clearing the Tower of God dungeon. You have obtained an entry ticket to the arena of all races. Item. Ding. Congratulations on breaking the human record in the Tower of God and clearing the level. You have been awarded one system lottery draw, this time designated as a mythic level reward. So many? Lin Zhe looked at the pile of rewards, clearly overwhelmed. Lin Zhe looked at the pile of rewards that kept popping up and immediately beamed with joy. Without hesitation, he began to examine the prizes. First, there was a long robe, pure white as a cloud, with a simple design. Equipment, Heavenly Emperor's robe, legendary, level restriction, greater than or equal to 100. Effect, intelligence plus 10,000, other 4 attributes plus 5,000, spell defense plus 10,000, immunity to all negative effects, including instant death. The clothes that increase intelligence? Lin Zhe didn't think much of it and immediately gave them to the fallen angel. Next up is another, God's treasure chest. Item, treasure chest of the gods, mythical grade. One-time use item. Opening it will randomly grant you 1 treasure from a deity of any kingdom. Last time I got a human race bag. Lin Zhe rubbed his hands expectantly. I wonder what kind of amazing artifact I'll get this time. Suddenly, mythical props I had seen in novels and on TV since childhood flashed through my mind. But the next second, a European-style greatsword he had never seen before appeared in front of him. The greatsword was about 1.5 meters long, with a blade made of black metal and several dark red lines engraved on it. A deep red liquid resembling blood was flowing inside, making it look both evil and powerful. The hilt is made of gold and is inlaid with an oval ruby. Congratulations on obtaining the weapon, Tear's Edge, mythical. Oh, I've heard that name before. Lin Zhe's eyes lit up immediately. It's a cursed sword from Norse mythology. Weapon, Tear's Edge. Level restriction, greater than or equal to 70. Effect, strength plus 8,000, agility plus 6,000, defense plus 3,000, critical damage plus 60%. Skill, bloodthirst. When killing an enemy with Tear's blade, you simultaneously infuse them with blood. For every 1% infusion, the weapon's effect increases by 1%. When the infusion reaches 100%, the effect is multiplied by 5, lasting for 1 minute. After the time expires, the infusion level resets to 0%. Wow, these numbers are pretty impressive. Lin Zhe exclaimed in surprise. Take the strength attribute as an example. The base increase is 8,000, and every 1% increase adds an extra 80 points of of strength. But after full infusion, the strength increases by 40,000? But who should use this? He thought for a moment, then looked at Shadow Fiend. Nora, it's time to replace your undead king greatsword. Take this one. Thank you, master. The little girl skipped over and attached herself to turfing, instantly boosting her attributes. Next is the fragment of the Heavenly Emperor's soul. Item: fragment of the Heavenly Emperor's soul. One-time use item. After use, it summons the Heavenly Emperor to fight for you. Duration: 1 hour. Although Lindsay had previously obtained a fragment of the soul of the howling celestial dog, he still exclaimed wow, this time. After all, the scene of summoning the Heavenly Emperor to fight for you is so explosive that it's unimaginable. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out behind him. I advise you not to use this thing lightly. Lindsay turned his head, and the familiar old man walked towards him again with vigorous steps. It was the Heavenly Emperor himself. Oh, how come you? Lindsay was also somewhat surprised. How come I'm not dead yet? The old man tilted his head back. Look at what you're saying. I'm at least a data copy of the Heavenly Emperor in this instance. How could I die so easily? Seeing Lindsay's somewhat wary expression, the Heavenly Emperor smiled and said, don't worry, the dungeon has already been cleared for you. I won't do anything more to you. I just want to remind you that the fragment of your life soul might come in very handy in the future, so you'd better not use it lightly. The old man's expression seemed relaxed, yet also full of profound meaning. The future? Lindsay asked curiously. What kind of future? Ha ha ha. The old man let out a few hearty laughs. The future is the future, and even I cannot reveal its secrets. However, I can roughly foresee that it will be a future that concerns our celestial race and your human race. No, it concerns the fate of all races. Upon hearing this, Lindsay frowned immediately. The most pressing issue concerning the fate of all races right now is the abyss, isn't it? By the way, the Heavenly Emperor said, glancing at the fallen angel behind Lindsay. I've been wanting to say this since earlier. You're Abraham, my divine servant, right? How did you end up in the demon realm in the future? Lindsay and Abraham exchanged a glance. Abraham stammered, Heavens, your majesty, I am indeed Abraham. Even you don't know why I've become like this? Lindsay continued, according to Abraham, he was framed by the angels under your command. The old man placed his hand on his chin, seemingly realizing something as well. They actually made such a choice. He then asked Abraham, by the way, how is your sister? Upon hearing this, Lindsay immediately looked at Abraham. You have a sister? Abraham's eyes widened as well. I have a sister? Heavenly Emperor, that's right, your sister. The three of them exclaimed in unison, what's going on? Ahem. The Heavenly Emperor paused for a moment. It seems you've lost this part of your memory. What exactly happened in the celestial realm after that? All I can see is a future shrouded in black mist. Never mind. He shook his head. Why should I, a data entity, worry about such things? Besides, I don't have much time left. He looked at Lindsay again and said, you haven't checked the last item yet. Ha, oh right. Lindsay then remembered that there was indeed another prop. It was something he obtained after successfully clearing the dungeon, called the All Races Arena Entry Ticket. Item, Arena of All Races Admission Ticket, Mythical Grade. Opens a portal to the crossroads of all realms and grants entry to the Arena of All Races. The item disappears automatically after verification. Arena of 10,000 races? Crossroads of 10,000 realms? Lindsay was a little confused. What are all these? Ha ha ha, you humans are truly amusing. The Heavenly Emperor laughed loudly. Our celestial race opens the Tower of God dungeons in various realms precisely to bestow this final reward. So many of your humans participate every year, yet you're not here for this? Lindsay scratched his head and explained, to be honest, everyone here is here to get the treasures on each floor. This is incredibly short-sighted. What are those little treasures worth? The Heavenly Emperor was both amused and exasperated. In the arena of 10,000 races, there is a chance to elevate the ranking of the entire race. Ha, you can do that? The Heavenly Emperor stroked his beard. Otherwise, what do you think the struggle for supremacy among all races is all about? And where do the rankings for each race come from? So that's how it is. Lindsay was clearly also greatly shocked. This was the first time he had heard about this since he transmigrated to this world. Humans are only ranked D in the ranking of all races. I never thought that we could improve this rank by participating in the arena. Seeing Lindsay's thoughtful expression, the Heavenly Emperor smiled again and said, whether or not your human race goes, and when to go, is now entirely up to you. In other words, the ranking of the entire human race is now in your hands. You can think more before making a decision. But don't worry, this item is entirely yours and will remain effective indefinitely. It doesn't matter if you never use it. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. The Heavenly Emperor revealed a relieved smile. The Tower of Gods located in the human realm has been officially completed, and it's time for me to end my mission. He looked at Lindsay with a meaningful gaze again. Human brat, although you stole my spring water right away and then beat up this old man, I don't have any good feelings towards you. Ahem. However, your strength has indeed made me look at the human race in a new light. I wish you success in leading the human race and even all races to a bright future. After saying this, his entire
entire body gradually began to turn into particles of glowing dust, spreading outwards. A short while later, he vanished completely in the wind. At the same time, Lin Zhe felt his feet begin to shake violently. Please note that the Tower of God is about to collapse and is currently teleporting you out of the instance. 10, 9, 8. On the open ground outside the Tower of God. Because Lin Zhe had used time reversal once and changed the ending of the boss fight, the people outside had no memory of Lin Zhe failing the challenge and being teleported out. In their timeline, Lin Zhe had been stuck on the 100th floor for a very long time. Therefore, everyone was getting impatient. Foreigners, especially those preparing to start their $0 shopping spree, are all extremely anxious.
Why hasn't that Xiao person come out yet? Asked Yuichiro Obiko from the Sakura Kingdom. Yeah, how long have we been waiting? Is there something wrong? Brian from the Undying Empire chimed in.
I think it's because the boss is too difficult, so they're just slowly grinding down our health inside, Alexander the 10th of the Papal States said impatiently. Since none of them had ever been to the 100th floor, they could only guess wildly, one sentence after another. However, these words quickly caught Yu Suxian's attention. She frowned, stepped out from the crowd, and faced the several guild leaders directly with her petite figure, shouting, "Hey, I felt something's off since earlier. All of your countries are out of the game. Why aren't you all going home? What are you all doing here waiting for Lin Zhe?" These words immediately drew the ire of the foreigners. Can't we just stay here and see if that kid can pass the test? Brian replied, "That's right, this isn't your great Xia Kingdom's territory. What we do here is none of your business," the president of the Korean Association retorted. I wouldn't want to get involved even if you asked me to. Yu Suxian rolled her eyes at them. "I'm just afraid that some people are always eyeing other people's things, wanting to take them for themselves." One sentence hit the nail on the head, and each of their faces blushed slightly. "You Chinese, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you know that's slander?" Brian said, trying to cover it up. "Exactly, your nonsense will have a very bad international impact. Can you take responsibility for that?" Mayoko Yuichiro chimed in. "Alright, don't fall for her words." At this moment, Barbara from the United States stepped out, creating another large crater in the ground. It glanced lightly at Yu Suxian, pouted its thick lips, and said with a displeased look, "Little girl from Great Xia, I've been annoyed with you ever since just now. Do you know that a woman like you, with your delicate features and flamboyant attire, is only there to satisfy the male gaze? You are simply a disgrace and a disgrace to us women. If you were in our beautiful country, you would be criticized." These words left Yu Suxian somewhat bewildered. Being good-looking is a crime? What kind of twisted logic is that? However, she quickly seized on the other party's weakness and asked with feigned curiosity, "Wait, you just said we women, but didn't you say before that you weren't a woman?" Barbara immediately covered her mouth with her chubby black hand, clearly realizing her oversight. However, it quickly rolled its eyes and said, "What do you know? Everyone's gender is fluid. There are over 90 genders in our beautiful country. There were even a few days when I felt like my gender was a plastic bag. Ahem, I won't waste any more time arguing with you." As it spoke, a sinister look gradually crept onto its black face. "You want to know why we've been waiting here, right? Actually, telling you won't hurt." Suddenly, its pair of striking white eyes glared. "Your guess was right. In any case, none of you three great Xia people will escape today. Why don't we start by targeting you?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the foreigners around him dropped their pretense and simultaneously brandished their weapons, their eyes filled with greed. Level 70. Yu Suxian's beautiful eyes widened, and she immediately realized what was going on. So you really are plotting something. The next second, a peepa was already in her arms, and paired with her ancient-style long dress, she looked like a fairy in a painting. At the same time, Uncle Lu Fan, who had been silent all along, immediately stood behind her, the two of them back to back, ready to fight. Barbara sneered. "One is a support and the other is a bald old man. Even if you are the 7 heroes of the clouds, you are obviously not the top combat force. Do you really think you can fight us?" It glared with its wide eyes and shouted, "Everyone, attack together." At a command, the crowd surged forward. Clang! A crisp and clear sound of a peepa rang out from Yu Suxian's fingers. The next instant, a cry of "ouch" was heard, and the surging swarm of soldiers collided with each other, and the two who had been surrounded had vanished. He. Yu Suxian's mischievous laughter rang out from behind the crowd, her eyes sparkling. "So what if I'm a support? Cleaning up all this trash is more than enough for me. A little girl like you, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew?" My grandson Yuichiro walked steadily out from the crowd. He wore a set of bright red armor, with a pair of towering golden antlers on his helmet, and his profession was the Onimusha, which was exclusive to the Sakura Kingdom. At this moment, he moved one hand to his waist and placed it on the scabbard of a samurai sword, while his other hand gripped the hilt. He grinned maliciously. "Oh my god, you're dead." In an instant, more than a dozen eerie green flames shot out from his waist, each drawing a huge crescent moon trajectory in the air. This move is his exclusive skill, Chaotic Ghost Moon. Skill, Chaotic Moon. Unleashes a swift, almost imperceptible attack, unleashing 16 strikes within 2 seconds. Damage increases with each strike, culminating in a final attack equal to the sum of all 16 strikes upon sheathing the sword. The eerie green flames accompanying the attack were a special attribute effect of his legendary weapon, the demon sword Muramasa. Faced with such a fierce attack, Yu Suxian, who was in charge of the support role, also frowned and immediately played a few notes on her pipa. But then, with a crack, several strings on the pipa broke and blood flowed from his fingers. Hiss! Yu Suxian winced in pain and instinctively put her finger in her mouth, but the demonic green flames opposite her were sent at her again. However, the next second, a figure blocked her way. The person held a rectangular object and, with incredibly swift movements, blocked every attack from the other side.
Uncle Fan!
Yu Suxian clapped her hands immediately.
Finally, we can see you make a move.
The person blocking their way was none other than Lu Fan, who was usually quiet, and in his hand was a gleaming golden brick. He blocked every single one of the enemy's eerie green ghost moons perfectly. Even the final attack from the sheathed blade was precisely parried. Then Yuichiro Omega was immediately startled. You've got some skills. Then, he narrowed his eyes slightly and said slowly, Man of Great Xia, you are qualified to duel with me. After saying that, he placed one hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist again. But just then, a voice suddenly burst out from the crowd. Look, the Tower of God is blasting. What are you saying? Are you a stutterer? The others yelled. I mean, the Tower of God, it's collapsed. No sooner had the words been spoken than a rumbling sound came from high above. Looking up, they saw the towering, gray-white tower collapsing from top to bottom, with huge rocks falling from the sky. Everyone's face was filled with shock. After a moment of stunned silence, they all scattered in all directions as if their lives depended on it. At the same time, Abiko Yuichiro vaguely heard a voice above his head. The first few words were hard to hear, but as the distance closed, the last few words became clear. My grandson, your grandpa's here. The next second, Linzei descended from the sky and stepped on Yuichiro's face. Just after Linzei cleared the 100th floor of the Tower of God and had a conversation with the Heavenly Emperor, he felt the entire tower begin to shake violently. Just then, a broadcast notification popped up in front of me. Please note, the Tower of God is about to collapse, and you will be teleported out of the instance. 10, 9, 8. Good heavens, so this tower collapses after you clear it once? He instantly recalled what the Heavenly Emperor had told him. The true purpose of this Tower of Gods is actually to win the qualification to enter the arena of 10,000 races.
And now, the admission ticket is in your own hands. It appears that once this task is completed, the Tower of God will automatically initiate its self-destruct program.
That's why they say the Celestials are stingy, he grumbled.
Self-destruction? What's wrong with letting them attack a few more times?
In the blink of an eye, the teleportation countdown ended, and he felt everything go black. After a few seconds of time-space shift, Linzei found himself in the sky, with a parachute-like device on his back, helping him to slowly descend. And not far in front of us is the full view of the majestic and towering Tower of God. Under the sunlight and amidst the clouds, this miracle, which has stood for countless ages, is collapsing and crumbling at an alarming rate. The sight is both magnificent and heartbreaking. So this is the Tower of God's last gift to the victors? Linzei said with some emotion, to let people witness its destruction. However, Linzei had no time to admire the scenery. He quickly remembered something more important. When he was teleported out of the tower after his death, those foreigners were eyeing him menacingly, clearly intending to harm him. He hadn't had time to think about it earlier because of the time pressure, but now he realized, oh no, Yu Suxian and Uncle Lu Fan are in danger. He looked down at the ground and, sure enough, a group of people had surrounded the two of them. Abiko from the Sakura Kingdom was attacking them. However, he soon saw that Lu Fan had used some unknown method to parry all the attacks.
Wow, Uncle Lu Fan is something else, Linzei exclaimed in surprise.
No, now is not the time to watch the show. We need to hurry up and help them. After saying that, just as he was about to land, he cut off the parachute device on his back. My grandson, your grandpa is here, he shouted to the ground. Yuichiro only heard a voice above him from afar, but when he looked up, it was too late. A shoe stepped directly on his face. Thud! Linzei landed, and dust immediately billowed up. My grandson Yuichiro fell face first to the ground, sustaining injuries. 680901.
Everyone was stunned.
They didn't even have time to worry about the collapse of the Tower of God. They all looked at Linzei, who was descending from the sky.
What's going on? Everyone asked in surprise.
Only Yu Suxian immediately ran over, excitedly saying, Linzei,
you're finally out. How did it go?
Did you clear the level? Just then, a notification popped up in front of everyone's eyes. The Tower of God dungeon has been cleared. Players who cleared it, human, Great Xia Kingdom, Linzei. At this point, the Tower of Gods is permanently closed in the human territory. People were stunned, and it took them several seconds to realize what was going on. After a long while, a buzzing discussion finally broke out in the crowd. So, this Great Xia person who's only level 40-something really cleared the 100th floor of the Tower of God? Am I dreaming? What's even more serious is that the Tower of God is going to be permanently closed? That despicable Great Xia person not only cleared the game himself, but also made it impossible for everyone else to participate in the future. Is this what it means to go
go your own way and leave others with no way to go? Hey! Lindsay couldn't take it anymore and pointed at the crowd, yelling, "Explain yourself. I didn't destroy the tower, it's the Celestial clan that's too stingy." Enough nonsense. At this moment, Barbara's plump body stepped out again, her face showing great displeasure. "No matter what, none of you three great Xia people are leaving here today." Then, it said to the guild leaders, "My patience is running out, you'd better get started." "Yes, sir," the men replied respectfully, and once again surrounded Lindsay and his companions. "Be careful," Yu Suxian reminded her from beside her. He. Lindsay remained calm, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Having conquered 100 floors of the Tower of God, I don't mind doing some relaxation exercises." After saying that, he loosened his muscles and bones and prepared to fight. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a steady voice sounded beside him. "Brother Lindsay, let me handle this." The one who spoke was Uncle Lu Fan. His face remained expressionless as he stood directly in front of Lindsay, leaving behind a tall and imposing figure. He continued, "I am, after all, one of the 7 heroes of Yunshao. I can't always let you, a student, be at the forefront. Whichever of you goes first, there's only one outcome, so hurry up and get on with it." At this moment, an Asian man walked out. He had delicate features and was dressed fashionably. He was the president of the Master Thief Guild in South Korea. With a flick of his hand, a serpentine weapon extended outwards. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a long whip composed of segments of blades. Then, he put 2 fingers together and swiped them across the long whip, instantly coating it with green toxins. "The Thieves Guild, they specialize in assassinations, theft, and uncanny weapons," Yu Suxian explained to Lindsay. "But, we don't need to take them seriously." "What nonsense are you spouting?" the South Korean president roared, his long, gleaming whip lashing out at the 3 of them. Clang! In the next second, Lu Fan swung the gold brick in his hand with a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye, easily deflecting the opponent's attack. "Ha!" The Korean was slightly taken aback. Then, Lu Fan let out a long howl, and his clothes, pants, and shoes all exploded, leaving him with nothing but a pair of boxer shorts. The series of actions left Lindsay completely dumbfounded. What kind of move is this? Did he unleash his power? No. Yu Suxian's eyes were full of anticipation, and 2 blushes rose on her cheeks. Uncle Fan is going to start acting like a hooligan. Put. Lindsay almost spat out his drink. What the hell? And what's with that expectant look on your face? Don't think nonsense. Yu Suxian immediately corrected him. Uncle Fan's profession is called rogue, which is a B-level profession. The most suitable weapons are bricks or bare hands. However, despite being a B rank, Uncle Fan relied on his tireless efforts and perseverance to hone his skills to perfection, becoming the only B rank professional in the history of the Great Xia dynasty to enter the 7 heroes of the clouds. Moreover, it is also the strongest physical single-target attack in our Great Xia. Really? You can do that? Lindsay exclaimed in surprise. He only knew that Lu Fan was the representative of the assassin faction among the 7 heroes of Yunshao, but he didn't know any more information. Moreover, the usually honest and kind-hearted Uncle Lu Fan doesn't seem to have anything to do with the word rogue at all. But just then, Lu Fan, who was completely naked, let out a chilling laugh. "Hee, you newbies, I'm about to get started." Lindsay was shocked again. "Your personality has changed after you took off your clothes?" Then, Lu Fan vanished from sight. The next instant, his voice suddenly rang out behind the South Korean president. "Hey, a man can't leave his back to someone else." "Ha!" The president of the Korean National Assembly felt a chill run down his spine and immediately tried to distance himself. But in the next instant, a gold brick slammed heavily onto the side of his head. With a muffled thud, he was thrown several meters away. Lu Fan dealt 1,268,728 damage, critical hit. Upon closer inspection, the South Korean president was lying on the ground, his skull cracked open, with blood and white fluids flowing everywhere. Witnessing the entire process of this effortless victory, everyone around gasped and instinctively took a step back. Lu Fan licked the blood off his hands and chuckled. "Next, who's up?" Lu Fan's lightning-fast movements astonished everyone. A few seconds later, everyone remembered that Lu Fan had reached the 76th floor of the Tower of Gods, taking 2nd place this time. But why did they all seem to have collective amnesia just now, unconsciously ignoring this point? Even Lindsay felt that this uncle was too inconspicuous in the crowd, both in appearance and attire, and he was practically invisible. He would often unconsciously forget about him. "That's Uncle Fan's passive aura." Yu Suxian seemed to see his question and explained, "As long as he wears clothes, Uncle Fan will not be easily noticed in the crowd, and people will ignore his presence. As for what happens after you take off your clothes," Yu Suxian's eyes sharpened, and she said with an expression of admiration for the strong, "You can switch to another passive aura. The less you wear, the higher your physical attack and defense." "Oh," Lindsay thought to himself, "it sounds a bit like the Rakshasa King's innocent heart, talent, but his also adds defense. Could it be because you become thick-skinned after taking off your clothes?" Yu Suxian continued, "Therefore, even the people of Great Xia often overlook the fact that Lu Fan is one of the 7 heroes of the clouds. But in reality, Uncle Fan is one of the top experts in the human races, assassin, faction. Over the past few years, he has quietly made many contributions to the great Xia dynasty. I see. Lin Zhe nodded, his respect for Lu Fan growing even stronger. He. However, Lu Fan's continuous sly laughter and strange shouts quickly shattered his admiration. A bunch of noobs, none of you are going to go for it, huh? Well then, I'm going to go for it. Then, Lu Fan, shrouded in light, flashed past the crowd that surrounded him, leaving behind a series of white afterimages. Wherever he went, the crowd screamed in agony, as if playing a game of musical chairs. Oh, my eyes. Ah, my ol. Ah, my kuan. Ah, my chrysanthemum. People clutched their genitals and collapsed, writhing on the ground before dying. What's going on here? Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Why are you focusing on attacking the lower body? This is also a passive skill of the rogue class. Yu Suxian explained somewhat shyly. When attacking the enemy's vital points, the damage will be doubled. For example, gouging eyes, kicking Oo, flicking kunkan, 1,000 years of kill. If the enemy is a woman, Yu Suxian blushed slightly, then capture her. Alright, you don't need to go into so much detail. Lin Zhe's lips twitched. This guy's a real scoundrel. As the two were talking, the crowd that had surrounded them began to fall one by one, and Lu Fan's eerie laughter continued to echo from within. Those who hadn't yet been affected scattered in terror. The situation reversed instantly, and the one-sided outcome left the leaders of several guilds dumbfounded. After a long while, Duke Brian of the Undying Empire was the first to react, shouting, "None of you are allowed to run away. What kind of behavior is this? All panicked like this." He raised his cane high and muttered a few incomprehensible incantations. Then, a blue magical fence immediately surrounded them, blocking the way for the fleeing crowd. Alexander the 10th of the Papal States could no longer stand it and roared at the sky, "Damn the great Xia people, do you really think we can't handle you?" After saying that, he slammed his staff into the ground, and crosses formed by beams of light immediately appeared around Lin Zhe and the other two. All the crosses were arranged neatly and orderly, forming a hemispherical dome that encased the three people inside. Upon closer inspection, the base of each cross has a sharp angle, resembling a holy sword of light, with horizontal lines forming the hilt and vertical lines forming the blade. It's Alexander's ultimate move, Divine Judgment. Yu Suxian became somewhat alert this time. His profession is Apostle of God, and he's known as the man in the human world closest to God. I think he's just calling himself that, Lin Zhe sneered. There's no time for jokes. Yu Suxian looked as if she were facing a formidable enemy. This move is incredibly powerful. It's a pity my string broke, otherwise I might have been able to break the deadlock. Oh, speaking of strings, Lin Zhe immediately thought of something, took something out of his inventory, and handed it to Yu Suxian. "I don't need this, you can have it." "Huh, what's this?" Yu Suxian's eyes lit up immediately. What Lin Zhe held in his hand was the fairy melody strings, dropped by the fairy of Chinsa he encountered on the 70th floor. "Thank you, I need this material." Yu Suxian thanked him repeatedly, and her appreciation for Lin Zhe grew even stronger. As the two were talking, Alexander once again slammed his staff into the ground with a thud. Then, all the holy swords around them turned their blades toward them. The next second, the holy cross sword pierced towards the three of them like a torrential downpour of raindrops. "Watch out." Lu Fan held the gold bricks, preparing to swat away the incoming holy swords one by one. "No need for all that trouble," Yu Suxian exclaimed softly. The strings of the pipa in her hand were already installed, and the entire instrument shone even brighter than before thanks to the materials from the Celestial clan. Clang, clang. The sound of a pipa, like a sudden storm, rang out, and imperceptible waves of air spread out in all directions. Then, all those cross-shaped holy swords seemed to be drunk, swaying around in place for a few moments before falling to the ground. What? Alexander was so angry he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old Alexander, you're no good anymore." These were the words of Duke Brian. He took a step forward and smiled dismissively. "Let me do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his cane high, and suddenly, the sky above the entire island darkened as if night had fallen. "Ah, what's that?" someone shouted towards the sky. A cold, pale blue light poured down like moonlight. When everyone looked up, they saw that the blue magical energy had formed a giant ball, which was crashing down on Lin Zhe and the other two. "Ah, it's Brian's ultimate move, Starfall and Earthquake." Yu Suxian's eyes darkened again, and she immediately continued to pluck the strings, giving Lin Zhe and Lu Fan a powerful buff. "Hold on, we might not be able to withstand all of these buffs," she warned. "Never mind, no need to trouble you two, let me do it." At this moment, Lin Zhe finally spoke up. His face remained completely expressionless, as if the opponent's ultimate move was merely a juggling trick. At the same time, the blue sphere carrying immense energy landed, causing a massive earthquake and strong winds, which knocked some lower-level soldiers to the ground. After a while, the sky over the island finally cleared up again. Poof! Brian looked at the large crater that had been smashed into the ground ahead and let out a few smug laughs. "Those three great Xia people are probably dead for good. Let's just wait to get our gear." However, the next second, they realized that above the flying dust, a four-winged angel with black wings was hovering in the air, looking down at the crowd on the ground. Is that a celestial being? Or a demon? The group of people were shocked once again when they Zhe saw the angel who was both holy and evil. Then, the dust settled, and Lin Zhe, Yu Suxian, and Lu Fan emerged unharmed. A chill crept into the eyes of the three men, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Just moments ago, the fallen angel Abraham had already cast the radiant shield on the three of them, completely blocking Brian's ultimate attack. What? How is this possible? Brian's expression froze instantly, extremely embarrassed. Upon seeing the angel suspended in midair, Alexander knelt down abruptly, clasping his hands in devout prayer. My God, I actually saw angels? Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe laughed from the front. Aren't you supposed to be the man closest to God? Why are you making such a fuss when you see the celestials? What do you know? Alexander's face flushed slightly as he retorted righteously, I naturally have spiritual communication with the heavenly emperor and the angels, but I rarely have the opportunity to see their true forms. Lin Zhe was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore, wondering if the heavenly emperor himself knew about this. Just then, Abraham slowly landed and flew to Lin Zhe's side, saying quite respectfully, My esteemed master, may I ask how to dispose of this combustible waste? Let me bring divine punishment upon them on your behalf, and cleanse them of their filthy sins. After Lin Zhe took him on a trip to the Tower of God, his attitude towards Lin Zhe changed significantly, although he still spoke in a very childish way. Try to speak like a human next time. Lin Zhe was a little speechless, then ordered, As for these people, you can go back and stay here. I have my own ways of dealing with them. Yes, master, Abraham replied, then returned to Lin Zhe's summoning menu. However, this conversation left Alexander completely stunned. What? This angel actually called that kid from Great Xia, master? His eyes widened in disbelief. Just who is this person from Great Xia? What kind of person have I offended? I'm not playing anymore. I'm not playing anymore. I want to go home now. I'm retreating too. Brian panicked upon hearing this. My ultimate skill is useless against him, so what's the point of fighting? Survival is the priority. The remaining guild members were all preparing to flee in a flash. Suddenly, two loud slap sounds were heard, and a fat, dark hand slapped Alexander and Brian across the face, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Oh shit. You two are utterly useless. Barbara yelled, Your countries will never receive any more resources from our beautiful nation again. Then it spat on the ground and yelled, You're all such trash, you've made me lose all face. So what if there are only 3 Great Xia people? Since you're all so useless, I'll do it myself. As soon as she finished speaking, her feet left the ground, and her body slowly flew into the air. The only 2 white pupils on her black face rolled upwards, turning completely black, which looked very strange. Let me show you the power of my black calamity class. The next second, a black halo suddenly appeared behind it, looking somewhat like the halos behind gods in some oil paintings. However, the halo was black and stood out awkwardly against its burly body, lacking any sense of ethereal beauty. But then, something even stranger happened. All the foreigners on the island, including several association presidents, suddenly seemed to lose their senses and stood there dumbfounded. Then, their skin was quickly stained black, just like Barbara's. Not only that, but even those who had just died all got up from the ground again, their skin stained black. Skill, black assimilation, turns all friendly targets within range into controllable targets. Ha ha ha. Barbara laughed wildly, her fat body jiggling in the air. Now, you are all my compatriots. Only our race is the most awesome. Listen up, all troops, launch a full-scale attack. Then, it was seen that the strength and agility of the black-dyed soldiers had increased tenfold, but their intelligence had decreased tenfold. At the same time, they pounced on Lin Zhe and his 2 companions like crazed zombies. Be careful. Yu Suxian immediately plucked the strings of her pipa, giving Lin Zhe and Lu Fan a defensive buff. Unexpectedly, many of the zombies exploded as they approached the 3. Skill, Black Terror, consumes the body of the controlled target, triggering an explosion. You keep talking about compatriots, but you're just using them as bombs, aren't you? Lin Zhe mocked. But Barbara remained unmoved. Alexander and Brian beside her were also stained with black, and the 2 unleashed their ultimate moves, Divine Judgment, and Starfall Earthquake, once again. Instantly, the black zombie, the cross-shaped holy sword, and the giant magic ball were all thrown at Lin Zhe and his companions. You 2 stand back, I'm going to break through. Lu Fan said, his face contorted with rage. Let me do it, Lin Zhe said. The next second, the demon dragon and 10 hellhounds were summoned. Men, grab it, eat it, woof, roar. Immediately, the hellhounds began stealing the equipment from those people. The demon dragon started eating them one after another like snacks, triggering the Infinite Devour talent, which increased its attributes significantly. At the same time, Lin Zhe flashed with lightning and appeared right in front of Barbara. Arsenal of 10,000 insects, transformed into a long sword and stabbed directly at the opponent's body. But then Barbara pursed her thick lips, and a large cloud of black gas suddenly emanated from the pores all over her body. Ugh! Lin Zhe felt nauseous the moment he smelled it. Are you a skunk? Skill, Black Fragrance, releases Barbara's unique scent, inflicting various negative statuses on enemies, including poisoning, dizziness, paralysis, and confusion. Although Lin Zhe possessed the talent of turning misfortune into good fortune, which allowed him to transform these
negative states into positive ones. The pungent smell of the aura itself almost made him ejaculate.
Oomph, you little brat from Great Xia.
Barbara seized the opportunity to slip away to a more distant spot and said smugly, "You're still too green to mess with me."
Alright, is this how you play it?
Lindsay paused for a moment. "I suddenly feel that killing you directly would be too easy for you."
I've thought of a more fun way. Ha ha ha, what utterly arrogant words. Barbara let out a series of deep laughs. But I'd like to see what you really want.
Lindsay smiled faintly, and the next second, a coarse cloth bag appeared in his hand.
Barbara, if I call your name, will you dare to answer? Lindsay said. What wouldn't I dare agree to?
Barbara put her hands on her hips.
However, my name isn't something you can just casually name.
Before it could finish speaking, it felt its body being gripped by a tremendous suction force, and it involuntarily flew towards the bag in Lindsay's hand.
What are you going to do to me? Barbara panicked for the first time, grabbing the ground with both hands and shouting, "Are you trying to take advantage of my body?"
Upon hearing this, Lindsay almost vomited again. "Hurry up and go inside."
The next second, Barbara's entire obese body was sucked into the human bag. After Barbara was put into the human seed bag by Lindsay, everyone who was controlled by her stopped attacking and stood still. Then, the blackness gradually faded from their skin.
Those who were alive regained consciousness, while those who had died fell to the ground again. Everyone looked at each other, completely bewildered. However, the 7 heroes of the clouds will not sympathize with them just because they were manipulated. Clang! Yusushian's pipa music rang out again, a wave of sound that knocked them all to the ground. Lu Fan also moved instantly, emitting a strange laugh as he delivered a fatal blow to those people. Meanwhile, Alexander and Brian had also returned to normal. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they immediately tried to summon their flying mounts and escape.
Lindsay smiled crookedly. How could he let them leave so easily?
"Brian, if I call your name, will you dare to answer?" he shouted directly.
"Hey, what else do you want to do? Oh my god."
Brian was speaking when he felt a huge suction force pull him up, tearing his wig off and revealing a receding hairline. It is said that men in the Undying Empire are more prone to baldness, and it seems to be true.
Ha 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 ha. Lindsay laughed uncontrollably at the comical scene.
After Brian was sucked into the human bag, Lindsay slowly looked at Alexander, his wicked smile becoming even more pronounced.
What are you going to do? Alexander stood still, not daring to make a move. Alexander, if I call your name, will you dare to answer? Lindsay asked again. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course I won't agree. Alexander said, and then turned and ran.
However, the next second, a huge suction force came again, pulling his feet off the ground.
Didn't I refuse? Ha ha ha. Who said you have to agree to be sucked? Lindsay laughed until his stomach hurt. This is a human seed bag, not Silver Horn King's purple gold red gourd. I was just saying it casually. Amidst a chorus of curses and swears, Alexander was also sucked into the sack. Go inside and stay there. Your good days are yet to come. Lindsay smiled with satisfaction and tied the opening of the human seed bag.
At the same time, Yusushian and Lu Fan also cleared out all the remaining people on the island. This means that the Great Xia dynasty wiped out the top guild members of the 5 great nations with just 3 people. At this moment, Yusushian and Lu Fan also walked towards Lindsay.
Phew, it's finally all taken care of.
Yusushian patted the dust off her hands and said easily, "The 3 of us really caused quite a commotion this time." The 3 of them looked again at the corpses scattered all over the island in the Tower of God, which had completely collapsed into a pile of rubble. "Well, it was more than just a big commotion," Yusushian added. "I have a feeling I'll have to write a very, very long report for General Hua when I get back." "I didn't expect you 7 heroes of the clouds to be so ruthless," Lindsay laughed.
"I thought you would go easy on me to avoid international conflicts or something."
"Pa!" Yusushian tilted her head back and said disdainfully, "Those who offend our Great Xia will be punished no matter how far away they are, let alone these people who have stepped on our heads." Still naked, Lu Fan joined in the cursing. "These bastards, they actually tried to rob us. I think they're just old dogs who can't change their nature. You sons of bitches, no matter how many they come, I'll kill them all. I'll crush there and pierce there." Yusushian quickly stopped him from continuing. "Uncle Fan, the battle is over, put your clothes on." "Oh." Lu Fan then reluctantly took out a khaki plaid shirt, gray work pants, and old cloth shoes from the props inventory and put them on one by one.
"It looks exactly the same as before." How many of these clothes do you have?" Lindsay couldn't help but ask. He.
Lu Fan, who had put on the clothes, scratched the back of his head and chuckled. "I don't know how to dress up, so I prepared more than 100 identical outfits in my inventory. They were all bought wholesale from the small market." His entire demeanor and tone seamlessly shifted back to his previous one, becoming honest and unassuming, without a trace of thuggishness.
Seamless switching.
Lindsay was also a little speechless, but then he thought of another question. "By the way, Uncle Fan, I was just about to ask, what is that gold brick weapon of yours?
It looks pretty cool."
"Oh, this? I got it by chance when I was exploring a secret realm before," Lu Fan replied. "It's a perfect match for the characteristics of my profession, so I just used it."
As Lu Fan spoke, he took out the weapon and handed it to Lindsay without any suspicion. "Here, take a look." It was a
perfectly square cuboid, indeed much like a brick, but it radiated a dazzling golden light, clearly indicating its high value. When Lin Zhe received it, he immediately felt its heavy weight. Weapon, gold brick, mythical grade. Effect, strength plus 10,000, agility plus 10,000. True damage dealt by physical attacks * 2000%. Such a simple yet explosive effect. Lin Zhe was somewhat surprised, and it's actually at the mythical level. Actually, I was just thinking, Lin Zhe asked curiously, could this be the golden brick that Neza was holding? He recalled that after Neza transformed into his three-headed, six-armed form, in addition to his most famous weapons such as the Hun Tianling, Chen Kuan, and Hu Jin Chang, he also had a gold brick in his hand. Especially after seeing the celestial hound just now, he became even more convinced that there were some gods he knew in this world. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, both Yu Suxian and Lu Fan blinked in confusion. Neza? What is that? Lin Zhe then realized what was happening and thought to himself, it seems they don't know who Neza is. Do you know the celestial hound? Or Erlangshun? Lin Zhe pressed. Laughing celestial dog? Two wolf gods? The two shook their heads. Yu Suxian looked at Lin Zhe with a puzzled expression and asked with concern, why are you suddenly talking nonsense? Did you overdo it? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? I'm fine. Lin Zhe quickly covered up and returned the gold brick to Lu Fan. He thought to himself, so, since I transmigrated here, I've indeed never heard any great Xia people mention any mythical figures. This is really suspicious. Lin Zhe frowned slightly. The celestial race of Great Xia clearly exists, so why don't the people of Great Xia recognize them? Furthermore, according to Gabriel and the Heavenly Emperor, what exactly happened to the celestial race later? Another matter concerns the reasons why Abraham was forced into his depravity, and his sister whom he himself could not even remember. He always felt that layers of doubts had risen above the world of myriad races, like a tangled ball of yarn that was difficult to untangle. No, I feel like I need to start thinking. Lin Zhe patted his head. Just then, Yu Suxian's voice rang in my ears again. Alright, let's talk about it later. It's about time we went back. She gently plucked the pipa, and a cluster of colorful auspicious clouds reappeared before the three of them, bringing Lin Zhe back to his senses. Before leaving, Lin Zhe summoned the flame demon, which set the entire island ablaze. In any case, the Tower of God will never exist in the human world again, and this place will inevitably become a deserted island. As the auspicious clouds slowly rose, the three of them, filled with longing to return home, began their journey back to the Great Xia. Along the way, Yu Suxian asked Lin Zhe many questions with great interest about what happened after the 80th floor of the Tower of God. Lin Zhe also selectively avoided discussing many of his own secrets. However, the various and diverse descriptions of the celestial clan bosses still left Yu Suxian completely bewildered. Wow, you actually met angels and the Heavenly Emperor? Yu Suxian exclaimed in surprise. I think you're the one who's closest to God. I can't even imagine what General Huayu's expression will be when we go back and tell him that Lin Zhe has cleared the Tower of Gods. And once the media and newspapers throughout the entire Great Xia find out about this, you'll be reporting on it like crazy. Just wait and see how famous you become. Spare me, Lin Zhe said, shrugging. It's best to keep this from the media. He didn't want to be constantly subjected to speculation and rumors by the media. Alright, since you gave me that fairy melody strings, I won't tell anyone about this, Yu Suxian said playfully. Hee hee, Lu Fan chuckled. Of course I wouldn't say it. The three chatted idly for a while longer. The journey in the air was rather boring, so Lu Fan sat cross-legged on the cloud and began to take a nap. Yu Suxian said to Lin Zhe, if you're tired, you should rest for a while. I'll watch the road. Alright then, Lin Zhe replied, and followed Lu Fan's example by sitting down and closing his eyes. However, he didn't actually want to rest. Instead, he secretly opened the system's lottery interface. I haven't even used the lottery chance I got after clearing the Tower of Gods yet, and this time the prize is specifically designated as a mythic level item, making it the highest level reward I've ever received since the system was introduced. He eagerly pressed the button and started drawing. The prize pool spun for a while, then slowly came to a stop. Congratulations on drawing the class exclusive talent, Mythical Bloodline, Mythical Tier. Talent, Mythical Bloodline. Once activated, it can temporarily evolve your summoned beasts into mythical level creatures, lasting for 1 hour each time, with a 24-hour cooldown. Note, the specific evolution path of a summoned beast requires consuming corresponding soul fragments and lifespan. Lin Zhe looked at the description and didn't quite understand what it meant. He read it several more times. So, my summoned beasts can temporarily evolve into mythical level creatures, but it's not something that can be done casually? Ding! A soul fragment matching the evolution requirements has been detected in your inventory. Howling Celestial Hound. Do you wish to consume 3,000 years of lifespan to trigger the mythical bloodline talent, granting your summoned beast, Hellhound, a new evolutionary path? Oh, so that's what it meant. He has currently obtained 2 fragments of the soul, one from the Celestial Hound and one from the Heavenly Emperor. These fragments were originally disposable items that could summon the afterimage of the original body for 1 hour. Now, the fragments of the Howling Celestial Dog resonate with the Hellhound. hellhound. In other words, with this talent, you can summon an unlimited number of times.
Wow, that's pretty strong. Lindsay finally realized the power of his new talent and was overjoyed.
He immediately replied to the system in his mind. Confirmed. Having consumed 3,000 years of your lifespan, your summoned beast, the hellhound, has gained a new evolutionary path. Howling celestial hound.
Ah, my dog is finally awesome.
Lindsay sat on the auspicious cloud, trying hard to hold back his laughter. But Yu Suxian, standing beside him, still noticed that his expression was strange. This guy was clearly resting with his eyes closed,
but the corners of his mouth were like an AK that couldn't be suppressed, and she didn't know what he was secretly laughing about.
Yu Suxian covered her mouth and chuckled, thinking to herself, he's still just a greenhorn who's barely turned 18.
He seems calm on the surface, but he's probably still happy about clearing the Tower of Gods, isn't he?
Meanwhile, Lindsay continued to ask the system,
Master, besides defeating the Tower of Gods, what other ways are there to obtain this fragment of the soul?
Checking your question. Fragments of the soul can be obtained by completing certain dungeons, and there is also a small chance of obtaining them from the system's lottery pool.
Okay, I feel like you're just trying to trick me into spending money.
Lindsay muttered to himself, otherwise, how come I've pulled so many times and never gotten a single fragment?
Alright, let's move on to the next thing. Lindsay then asked the system, what is my current total lifespan? Current total remaining lifespan, 15,156 years and 490 days. Okay, I want to upgrade my talents and skills.
Lindsay entered the command directly. Since he currently has no summon slots available, he might as well upgrade his skills.
Checking for upgradable talents and skills for you.
S rank, Soul Link, 5,000 years, Time Management Master, 5,000 years, Infinite Devouring, 5,000 years, Demon Master, 5,000 years, achieving twice the result. With half the effort, 5,000 years, Turning Misfortune into Good Fortune, 5,000 years, Indestructible Golden Body, 2,000 years, Parry Master, 2,000 years. Rank A, Ice Soul Cold Heart, 1,000 years, Pure Heart, 1,000 years. Estir, Virology, 1,000 years, Law of Heaven and Earth, 2,000 years, Eye of Slaughter, 1,000 years, Meteor Inferno, 1,000 years. Rank A, Insightful Observation, 500 years, Elemental Frenzy, 1,000 years, Shadow Strike, 500 years, Wheel of Fortune, 500 years, Thunderous Burial, 1,000 years, Raiders of the Lost Ark, 500 years, Charged Strike, 500 years.
Lindsay looked at the dense text and pondered for a while.
Upgrade my Soul Link, Turning Misfortune into Good Fortune, and Infinite Devour. A total of 15,000 years of lifespan was consumed to upgrade 3 talents. The upgraded talent effects are as follows.
Talent, Soul Link, 2 of 3. Summoner Exclusive Talent.
Select a summon to link with, can be freely switched, and you will gain 75% of that summon's attributes, skills, and talents, originally 50%.
This effect remains active even when not summoned. Talent, Turning Misfortune into Good Fortune, max level.
Immune to all negative effects, converting them into positive ones.
Reflects negative effects inflicted by the enemy back to them. Talent, Infinite Devour, 2 out of 3.
When devouring any creature with an attribute, 50% of its attribute value is inherited, originally 10%. But, looking at these 3 incredible effects, Lindsay almost shouted out, with these 3 talents leveled up, I feel invincible again.
The Soul Link instantly increased all his attributes by 25%.
Infinite Devour makes the little dragon's attributes grow even faster. As for the Turning Misfortune into Good Fortune effect, that's a bit abnormal. Not only does it turn negative effects into positive ones, it can also directly reflect them back to the other party.
Oh dear, I'm tired of saying invincible. Lindsay finally couldn't help but laugh out loud.
Yu Suxian, watching from the side, was even more speechless. Lindsay had his eyes closed, but he was grinning from ear to ear. A bead of sweat hung on her forehead as she couldn't help but worry, my goodness, is this child going to become an idiot because he's too happy? The 3 flew for a while longer, and the vast ocean below the clouds gradually turned into land.
We've already entered the territory of the Great Xia.
Yu Suxian smiled. There's no need to go through all that trouble to get back to the city.
Let's just open the portal. Then, the auspicious 5-colored clouds descended onto the golden sandy beach.
Yu Suxian plucked the strings of her pipa, and a teleportation portal immediately appeared in front of her.
She looked at Lindsay. Let's send you back to Tianyu City first, then we'll go back to Panglai to report to General Hua. Hee, I can't wait to see his expression. Lu Fan stood by, smiling silently.
Lindsay also let out a long sigh of relief. Today had been far too exciting, and all he wanted to do now was go home and get a good night's sleep. However, at that moment, a ding-dong sound was heard, and Yu Suxian and Lu Fan's communicators simultaneously received message notifications. The 2 of them quickly opened it and took a look, then both frowned.
How could this be? Yu Suxian could not hide her surprise. The border of Tianyu City has been invaded by the Abyss? What's going on?
Lindsay was also somewhat surprised upon hearing this.
They say a new border instance recently appeared in the suburbs, and because of its low difficulty, it attracted many citizens to go there to play, Yu Suxian explained while while reading the information. However, just today, that instance was invaded by the abyss. A new instance in the suburbs. Lin Zhe suddenly realized something, and his heart sank. Oh no! He recalled that Wang Hao had mentioned this instance to him last night, and today Hanja was going to lead the newly formed Supernova Squad to that instance for their first tutorial mission. Other students who went with them included Wang Hao, Shi Xingyu, and Duan Feng. So what's the current situation? Lin Zhe asked hurriedly. Yu Suxian read the situation report carefully again, frowned, and said, I'm afraid the situation is not optimistic. The instance was invaded about 30 minutes ago, and the Border Legion immediately dispatched troops to provide support. Immediately afterwards, Lei Zhenyu, the city lord of Tianyu City, Feng Yuan, the city lord of nearby Tianqing City, and by Mo and Master Lu, two of the 7 heroes of Yunxiao, all rushed to the rescue. Logically speaking, their combined strength should be enough to quickly resolve the issue, but not only is there no news, the portal is also showing signs of overflowing from the abyss. This means that not only are all the people trapped inside, their fates unknown, but the abyss has also begun to pollute the real world. It's only been 30 minutes, how could it be this serious? Lin Zhe frowned. In all the abyss invasions he had encountered before, there had never been one that had become contaminated so quickly. At this moment, Lu Fan spoke up. Let's hurry over and provide support without delay. Yes. Lin Zhe and Yu Suxian nodded and immediately responded. Yu Suxian quickly plucked the strings of her zither and adjusted the positioning anchor point of the teleportation portal. Then, the three of them quickly stepped inside. A few seconds later, the three of them appeared at the misty border on the outskirts of Tianyu City. This is a small camp. As soon as you step in, you see rows of Border Legion soldiers busily going in and out. Many soldiers are carrying stretchers in pairs, with wounded soldiers lying on them. Meanwhile, more soldiers were gathered around a Chinese-style archway at the far end of the camp, their faces showing signs of helplessness and tension, muttering, what are we going to do? At this moment, Lin Zhe and his two companions walked over. When the soldiers saw that two of the 7 heroes of Yunxiao had arrived, a glimmer of hope finally flashed in their eyes. They saluted and made way for them. However, when they saw an unfamiliar young man following behind Yu Suxian and Lu Fan, everyone was puzzled again, wondering, who is this kid? Why did he come to such a dangerous place? When the three reached the front of the line, they saw a black, viscous substance slowly flowing out of the portal beneath the Chinese-style archway. It looked like asphalt used for paving roads. Meanwhile, the black substance had already formed a small swamp in front of the portal. Wherever it touched, nothing grew, turning the area into a barren wasteland and blocking the way into the portal. The soldiers were at a loss, surrounded by the mud pit. Yu Suxian and Lu Fan were both surprised when they saw this thing. Could this be the creation of the abyss? Yu Suxian frowned. That's right. Lin Zhe nodded, then took a step forward. Young man, don't move. Upon seeing Lin Zhe's actions, a soldier who appeared to be a captain immediately stopped him. He jogged over, first giving Yu Suxian and Lu Fan a military salute, then introducing himself. I am Du Bin, the captain of the 2nd detachment of the Border Legion. Then, he looked at Lin Zhe and said, young man, this thing on the ground is extremely dangerous. You must not touch it carelessly. Just now, a few of our soldiers wanted to take some samples for research, but they accidentally touched their skin and were immediately infected. They have already been taken out for treatment. But Lin Zhe didn't reply. Instead, he took out a ball of light that shone with a clear glow. After borrowing a lot of spring water from the 100th floor of the Tower of God, his miniature spring completely evolved into the Spring of Light. Then, Lin Zhe dripped a drop of spring water onto the ground, and the black substance immediately began to react violently, like paper being lit on fire. The spring water spread outwards like ripples on the water's surface, and the black substance disappeared along with it. In no time at all the black substance flowing out of the portal was swept away. This maneuver left all the soldiers dumbfounded. Captain Du Bin, who had just been trying to persuade Lin Zhe, looked completely dumbfounded. Who is this young man? Such a dangerous thing, and he dissolved it all with just a drop of water? Yu Suxian was also surprised, then burst out laughing. I forgot to introduce you. This is Lin Zhe, the youngest colonel in our great Xia, and also the person in the human world who has dealt with the abyss the most times. These words immediately caused an uproar in the group. What? He's Lin Zhe? I saw the internal report before. He's the one who single-handedly wiped out an abyss general? Moreover, it is said that he also received an audience with General Hua Yu. Alright, everyone, quiet down. Du Bin shouted immediately. Everyone, attention, salute. The soldiers immediately fell silent, snapped to attention, and stood in perfect unison. Then, they all saluted Lin Zhe and shouted in unison, greetings, Colonel Lin. This formality makes me a little uncomfortable. Lin Zhe smiled and returned the greeting. Then, Lin Zhe separated a tiny wisp from the fountain of light and handed it to Du Bin. Take this to your brothers who are being corrupted. Just drop a drop on the part of them that has come into contact with the abyss. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Du Bin hurriedly accepted the gift with both hands, thanked the gift repeatedly, and happily ran towards the infirmary. Lin Zhe glanced at the portal ahead, which had now returned to normal, and said, alright, next, we need to deal with the issues
others inside the dungeon.
Yes, Yu Suxian agreed. Let's hurry and go. No, but Lin Zhe shook his head. You and Uncle Fan should stay outside and defend. We don't know what the situation is inside yet. I think it's better if I go in alone.
Yu Suxian and Lu Fan exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat hesitant. As the 7 heroes of Yunxiao, the strongest fighting force in the Great Xia dynasty, no one had ever dared to say such things in front of them.
But who can blame him when that person is Lin Zhe? Strange, why do I feel a little uncomfortable?
Yu Suxian crossed her arms and stomped her foot.
I feel like I'm being treated as a burden? Ha ha ha.
Lu Fan scratched his head.
Since brother Lin Zhe has spoken, let's listen to him.
Lin Zhe smiled without saying a word, then distributed another ball of light to the two of them, instructing them, if there is any more overflowing from the abyss, use this. Yu Suxian and Lu Fan, like two naive children, carefully took the source of light and examined it curiously in their hands.
While listening to Lin Zhe's instructions, they nodded as if they understood, as if Lin Zhe were the superior of these two Cloud Sky 7 heroes. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding soldiers, who were all deeply shocked. Then, amidst the surprised or reverent gazes of everyone, Lin Zhe strolled into the teleportation portal. In a few seconds, Lin Zhe found himself on a vast plain. The sky was a strange dark red, and the once lush grasslands in all directions had withered and died, a typical state of being polluted by the abyss. Scattered across the grassland are the ruins of some white stone buildings. Despite their dilapidated state, the exquisite reliefs on the stones are still visible. One can imagine that this place was once a very prosperous city. Welcome to the dungeon, Kingdom Ruins. Level restriction 30. Difficulty, realistic mode. Mission description: a prosperous kingdom has been invaded by foreign races and plunged into chaos. Please drive out the foreign races that have taken over the land. However, this was only the original information from the original copy. In Lin Zhe's insightful insight view, the prompt changed to, Welcome to the dungeon, Ruins of the Corrupted Kingdom. Level restriction 80. Difficulty, nightmare mode. Mission description: why has this once prosperous kingdom fallen? Why have its kind inhabitants gone mad? Please find and destroy the ominous objects left behind here.
Comparing the two drastically different descriptions, Lin Zhe speculated, it seems that this instance is somewhat similar to the blood-stained village from before. On the surface, it is all about the human race being invaded by foreign races, but in reality, the ultimate enemy is something else entirely. However, he quickly realized, passing through the checkpoint is secondary. We need to rescue the people inside first. After all, many adventurers, including Hanja, Wang Hao, and Qi Xingyu, were still trapped inside. Even the city lords Lei, Feng, by Mo, and others who later rushed to provide support were all missing. Thinking of this, Lin Zhe immediately summoned his mount, the Star Spirit Eagle, and began to fly close to the ground, searching for footprints as he traveled. Along the way, he discovered the corpses of many soldiers and ordinary professionals lying in the black abyss matter, already lifeless. Lin Zhe felt a sudden tightness in his chest and increased his flight speed. However, after flying for a while, suddenly, a very rich aroma of food wafted over, making Lin Zhe's stomach rumble loudly. He then realized that he had been so busy all day that he hadn't even had a chance to eat. However, he quickly became alert. Who would cook in a place like this? Could it be a trap? Just as he was wondering, the aroma of food grew stronger and stronger, and a small campsite bustling with people appeared before him. Upon closer inspection, there were about several dozen people in the camp, all with faces resembling those of the Great Xia dynasty. Judging from their clothing, some were border soldiers, while others were ordinary workers. Many of them were injured, covered in dust, and had some simple bandages on their bodies. But at this moment, everyone was holding a large bowl in their hands, filled with white rice piled up in a pointed shape, topped with all kinds of meat and vegetables, the overflowing food almost twice the size of the bowl. Everyone was holding their bowls and shoveling food into their mouths like dogs digging in the sand, praising it as they ate. Oh my god, it smells so good. As a result, the sounds of shoveling food, chewing, and exclamations of praise rose and fell throughout the camp. What's going on? Lin Zhe stood at the edge of the camp, somewhat confused. Just then, a deep male voice came from the crowd. Freshly cooked twice-cooked pork. Say the word if you want some. Then, a chubby, round man walked through the crowd, carrying a large aluminum bucket in one hand and a long-handled steel spoon in the other. Upon hearing this, the people immediately scrambled to hold out their bowls, shouting, I want it. I want it. I want it. Hee. Don't rush, everyone gets a share. The fat man laughed as he scooped out a spoonful of twice-cooked pork and put it into a passerby's bowl. Then look at the twice-cooked pork. Each slice is cut to a moderate thickness, with a perfect balance of lean and fat, coated in glistening broth that reflects a shiny sheen. It's also served with scallions, garlic sprouts, and bright red chilies. Every time the fat man scoops a spoonful, it releases an irresistible aroma that makes your mouth water. The passers-by stared in disbelief, and when the fat man served it to them, they immediately started showing off. Gulp! Lin Zhe couldn't help but swallow. At this moment, the fat man finally noticed Lin Zhe standing at the edge of the camp, his smile unchanged. Hee, young man, are you hungry? Come in and find a seat. Lin Zhe then got a good look at the man's face. He was so fat
fat he was almost like a ball, and he was wearing a white chef's uniform. His features looked very kind and friendly, and he had a thick black mustache above his lips. However, Lin Zhe remained somewhat wary of the stranger's invitation and replied, "Let's forget about it." He then wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. He, no need to be on guard. The fat man let out his signature laugh again. "I know your name is Lin Zhe. You came in to help everyone, right? Who are you?" Lin Zhe was even more puzzled when he realized that the other party had recognized him. I am Louis Dao, one of the 7 heroes of Yunshao. The fat man patted his chest. "However, I prefer to be called Master Lu." Ah! Lin Zhe then realized that the other party was Louis Dao, one of the 7 heroes of Yunshao, representing the healing faction. "So, I did hear you Su Xian mention earlier that besides Bai Mo, he was also among those who came to help." Lin Zhe had heard before that Louis Dao, although a healer, was quite unique. Most healers use healing techniques or various potions to treat others, but Louis Dao uses dietary therapy. So, the people enjoying their meals at the camp were all receiving his treatment? Lin Zhe quickly clasped his hands in a fist and bowed politely, saying, "So it's Master Lu. My apologies for not being more respectful." No need to be so polite. Louis Dao gestured invitingly. "What are you waiting for? Come in and have something hot." No thanks," Lin Zhe declined again. "Saving lives is the priority." "Hey, you should eat something before you start saving people." Louis Dao laughed. Today's menu includes twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, sliced beef and tripe in chili sauce, and mapo tofu. With each additional name he uttered, Lin Zhe felt his stomach wriggle, and finally, it growled again, much to his dismay. "Oh, well, shall we eat a little first?" Lin Zhe scratched his head. That's more like it." Chef Lu laughed. "Welcome, a new customer. The dishes will be served shortly." By this time, the other diners had all eaten and drunk their fill, patting their round bellies and letting out continuous exclamations of amazement. "Wow, as expected of Master Lu of the 7 heroes of Yunshao, my injuries have been completely healed. Yes, I was lying on the ground and couldn't get up just now, but now I can jump around again. All the cases I had were cured." Lin Zhe casually found a quiet spot to sit down. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Louis Dao came over carrying some pots and pans. "Here you go." Something flew towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe quickly took it with both hands, and only then did he realize that it was a large bowl filled with fragrant white rice, so much so that it looked like a small hill. Lin Zhe exclaimed, "Why is this rice so pointed?" "Then let me ask you," Louis Dao laughed, "would you like twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, garlic pork belly, or stir-fried pork kidneys? Only children make choices, adults want it all." "Alright." Then Louis Dao scooped several portions of food into Lin Zhe's bowl, stacking them high like building blocks. Large chunks of meat, various fresh vegetables, and finally a spoonful of sauce. A strong, enticing aroma wafted over, and Lin Zhe finally couldn't resist and began to feast. Instantly, a variety of flavors, including fresh, fragrant, numbing, spicy, sour, and sweet, exploded on his tongue. Lin Zhe felt as if he had entered heaven, and he couldn't help but put food into his mouth with his chopsticks. Eat slowly, be careful not to choke." Master Lu smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits, and sat down opposite Lin Zhe. Then, Lin Zhe realized that after eating the food, several buffs had appeared on his status bar. Buff, savory, spicy, and numbing. Increases all attributes by 20%. Duration, 1 hour. Buff, fiery red. Evasion rate increased by 25%. Item drop rate increased by 50%. Duration, 1 hour. Buff, high intensity stir fry. Increases critical hit rate by 30% and critical hit damage by 80%. Duration, 1 hour. Buff, soul blessing. Adds a shield equal to 20% of the caster's maximum health. Duration, 1 hour. Exclamation point. Lin Zhe was immediately shocked. So many buffs? And if I hadn't seen this, I would have almost thought it was a food anime. Alright, Louis Dao's smile faded slightly. "You can eat while I tell you about the current situation in the dungeon." After receiving the news, by MO, and I rushed to the instance. By then, more than 10 minutes had passed since it was corrupted. The enemies and the professionals had already engaged in a fierce battle, and our side suffered many casualties. Louis Dao sighed and continued, "I've gathered all the injured people here, and they're all basically healed now." "What about Bai Mo, City Lord Lei, and Hanja?" Lin Zhe asked with concern. "That's what I'm going to talk about next," Louis Dao replied. "This dungeon has 3 branching routes, and they are each responsible for one of them. They've already gone and cleared it. I can sense that the enemies on all 3 routes are extraordinary, possibly stronger than most of the enemies we've encountered before." As they were talking, they suddenly saw several bright lights illuminating half the sky like lightning from behind a hill in the distance. Meanwhile, from another direction, a loud rumbling sound was coming. "Looks like they've already started fighting," Louis Dao said, gazing into the distance. At the same time, heads began to move from the grassland, as if an army was advancing in this direction. Upon seeing those human heads, the soldiers and civilians in the camp immediately became alarmed, and fear returned to their faces. "Don't be afraid, everyone." Master Lu immediately stepped into the crowd and shouted, "With me, Louis Dao, here, they won't be able to touch a hair on your heads. I've sprinkled special spices around around the edge of this camp. You just need to stay inside, and they won't be able to get in. In the short time that followed, Lin Zhe had finished his meal in no time, stood up with a satisfied look, and looked over there. The army was getting closer and closer to the camp in the blink of an eye. Lin Zhe noticed that although the enemy was a humanoid creature, apart from their clothing, the parts that should have been skin were all black, as if they were clay figures made from some kind of abyssal substance. Furthermore, the enemy is clearly one army, but they have three different outfits. The first type is silver armor similar to that of the ancient Xiao army, which glitters in the dim sunlight. The second type is brightly colored cloth clothing, with a round headscarf wrapped around their head. Lin Zhe recognized that this should be the attire of the Gali kingdom. The third type wore bullet-shaped helmets and short-sleeved, short-skirted armor. Lin Zhe vaguely felt that this seemed to be the attire of ancient soldiers from the long-lost Aegean kingdom. Can the same army have three different outfits? Lin Zhe pondered. It seems to be related to what Master Lu said about the three branching paths in the dungeon. However, why is it precisely the attire of the Great Xia, the Gali kingdom, and the Aegean kingdom? Just as he was pondering this, he saw that Louis Dao had changed his clothes. He was holding a dark, old-fashioned rural wood-fired pot in one hand and a spatula in the other. Master Lu, what are you doing? Lin Zhe asked curiously, but before he could finish speaking, he saw the information about the two pieces of equipment. Equipment: a common meteorite iron cooking pot, legendary grade. Defense plus 8,200, reduces damage by 30%. Equipment: unassuming mithril spatula, S rank. Attack power plus 9,000, fire damage plus 80%. Question mark. Lin Zhe was immediately surprised. These cooking utensils are quite impressive, but why does it feel like a bit of a waste of materials? He. Chef Lu laughed heartily again. Don't underestimate me, a cook. Who says a cook can't go to the battlefield? As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves. It's been a long time since I've really gotten serious, so I'll use these guys to practice. As they were talking, the army had already advanced to the vicinity of the camp. They seemed to have noticed the aroma of food and gathered around, but they couldn't pinpoint the location of the camp. This is naturally due to the effects of the special spices that Master Lu sprinkled. Just then, Louis Dao shouted, "You little bastard, your grandpa's here." The next second, he threw the large wood-fired pot on the ground, and the pot immediately became like a spinning top, sliding rapidly into the enemy army. Then, Master Lu's round body sprang forward and jumped onto the spinning pot. And so, in everyone's sight, a fat man carrying a large spinning top spun rapidly as he charged into the enemy army. Then, enemies were seen being knocked around and sent flying everywhere. How is that possible? Lin Zhe was stunned. Suddenly, Master Lu transformed into a nimble fat man, spinning rapidly among the enemy troops, sending them flying one after another. While spinning, it kept waving the ordinary spatula in its hand, making stir-frying motions. Instantly, a series of crackling sounds filled the air, and countless sparks flew everywhere, just like when someone was actually cooking. Skill: frying and stir-frying. Releases 1000 degrees Celsius high-temperature flames, dealing fire damage to enemies and applying the excessive oil effect, making enemies more susceptible to fire damage. Enemies struck by the sparks react as if they'd been doused in hot oil, screaming and jumping wildly, or lying on the ground struggling erratically, before their health bars are emptied. The people in the camp were stunned by the sight and exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, Chef Lu has really cooked up the enemy." Yes, all the enemies have been fired by Master Lu. Well done. Chef Lu is a real man, so powerful. Lin Zhe, standing nearby, remarked, Something sounds off. Then, Master Lu carried the iron pot and spun it to the very center of the enemy's position, finally bringing it to a stop. Seeing an opportunity, the Abyss soldiers swarmed around him, surrounding him completely and slashing at him with all sorts of weapons. However, the next second, Master Lu's fat body suddenly gathered its strength and bounced into the air like a round ball, causing the enemy's combined attack to miss. At the same time, while suspended in the air, Master Lu began to spin at high speed, scattering something around him like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be red chili peppers, green Sichuan peppercorns, and various spices such as star anise, cinnamon, and fennel. Then, the enemy troops below began to explode continuously, like firecrackers being lit. But this was not the end. In no time, a large circle of ground centered on Master Lu's position began to boil violently, like a hot pot of red oil. Skill: Infernal Hot Pot Formation. Enemy targets who step into the formation will suffer continuous fire damage and will be unable to use normal healing methods. Then the enemy soldiers trapped in the formation suddenly panicked, jumping and screaming like ants on a hot pan, with damage numbers popping up above their heads. They tried to escape, but their feet were stuck in the scalding, red-hot earth, unable to get out. Soon, their bodies, made of black matter, were scalded and melted, turning into a disgusting puddle of black mud on the ground. The people in the camp were once again astonished, and even Lin Zhe marveled at Master Lu's methods. I never expected a healer to have such powerful offensive capabilities. The title of 7 Heroes of the Clouds is truly well deserved. After eliminating a large number of enemies, Louis Dao's body finally landed slowly on the ground, and he once again
let out his signature ho-ho-ho laugh. However, at that moment, crowds surged up again in front of the plane, and a new wave of enemy troops poured in. "I'll fry his mother's legs." Master Lu spat on the ground, somewhat impatiently saying, "How come they're like locusts? You can't kill them all." At this moment, Lin Zhe spoke up from the side. "This is a characteristic of the abyss. They can spread rapidly." Lin Zhe spoke as he walked out of the camp's protective perimeter.
"Brother Lin, you can stay inside."
"I can handle enemies of this level," Lu Dao advised. "No, the enemy is clearly just stalling for time." Lin Zhe shook his head, then stretched his limbs.
"Thank you for your hospitality, Master Lu. Now that I've had my fill of food and drink, I should stretch my muscles a bit." As the two were talking, the army opposite them was rapidly approaching. Those people were still wearing three different clothing styles, those of the Great Xia, the Gali Kingdom, and the Aegean Kingdom. Lin Zhe smiled slightly, and the next second, a portal with a demon pattern carved on its border suddenly appeared beside him. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a red-skinned imp wearing silver chainmail emerged. The armor was clearly a size too large for him, and the helmet covered half of his eyes, making him look somewhat comical. Upon seeing Lin Zhe, the little devil's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately knelt on one knee and cried out in a high-pitched voice, "Master, Master, Master! You finally summoned us." Who are you?" Lin Zhe asked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't remember having such a kid before. "My name is Pippi, and I'm the army leader chosen by everyone," the kid replied respectfully. "While you were away, everyone worked hard to train and rebuild Black Cloud City, and I was chosen to supervise them." "Well, I didn't expect these kids to be so organized and disciplined." Lin Zhe then realized that he hadn't been to Black Cloud City for quite some time, and it seemed he should find some time to go again. However, he quickly regained his senses and asked the little brat named Pippi, "How many soldiers are there in Black Cloud City now?" Reporting to the master, "There are already more than 100,000. "Good heavens!" Lin Zhe's eyes widened slightly. "So many already? That ghost mother is really prolific. Alright, now it's your turn to shine." Lin Zhe smiled and ordered, "Immediately mobilize the army and launch a full-scale attack." "Yes, master, we finally have a fight." Pippi jumped for joy. Then, he pulled out a horn from somewhere and started blowing it. At the same time, the Abyss army, dressed in the uniforms of three different countries, had already rushed up to Lin Zhe and Lu Dao. Lu Dao immediately grabbed a pot in one hand and a spatula in the other, assuming a fighting stance, and shouted, "Here we come." However, the next second, he suddenly heard a rumbling sound of footsteps behind him. Countless imps, bat demons, and demons surged up from behind him like a flood bursting its banks, yelling at the top of their lungs, "Charge! Kill!" Lu Dao's figure was swallowed up by the horde of demons, and he was stunned. He asked Lin Zhe, you summoned all of these?" "Ha ha." Lin Zhe chuckled smugly. "Don't be impatient, Master Lu. This is just the beginning. Flame Demon, come out and liven things up." The next second, the Flame Demon Barrows burst forth, immediately using the Meteor Fire Hell skill. Suddenly, more than a dozen flaming meteors rained down from the sky, smashing deep craters into the ground. Then, Hellfire, composed of stone and flame, crawled out of the craters and joined the demon army. The lower-level demons were originally inferior to the soldiers of the Abyss, but the next second, the angel Abraham was summoned again. Radiant Shield immediately gave each imp a shield with more than 1 million health, so the enemy's attacks could not penetrate it at all. Whoa! The little devils suddenly seemed to have divine assistance, and they all started fighting like mad dogs. Soon, the Demon Legion crushed the enemy forces in a one-sided manner. To the people in the camp, this scene was like the end of the world, leaving them all speechless with astonishment. "I have a feeling that Lin Zhe is even better than the 7 heroes of Yunxiao," someone whispered. "Yeah, that's incredible. Luckily, he's on the human side. If he were attacking us, we probably wouldn't even know how he died." Then, Lin Zhe summoned his flying mount and said to Lu Dao beside him, "There's no need to worry about this anymore. Let's hurry to the 3 forks in the dungeon to support them." After Lin Zhe uttered those words, Lu Dao finally came to his senses and nodded. Immediately, he summoned a large black boar beside him and wrote on it. Then, a picture appeared before Lin Zhe's eyes, a round, fat man riding around, black pig, which looked quite comical. However, Lu Dao was quite serious and said solemnly, "There's no time to lose. Let's each choose a route to provide support." Lin Zhe looked into the distance and saw a main road extending into a certain place, which was indeed divided into 3 forks, left, middle, and right. The leftmost road leads behind the hill, where flashes of lightning are constantly appearing. At the end of the rightmost road, a continuous rumbling sound could be heard. The middle road, however, seemed to be quiet, which gave people a sense of unease. Lin Zhe thought for a couple of seconds, then stopped hesitating and said, "Then I'll go to the left fork in the road first." "Okay," Lu Dao said, "then I'll go to the very middle one." "Brother Lin, please be careful on your journey. We'll see you later." After saying that, Lu Dao shouted, "Giddy up," and the big black pig under him pawed with its hind legs, immediately charging towards the center like a swift deep-sea torpedo. Lin Zhe no longer hesitated and began to drive the Star Spirit Eagle towards the far left. As they got closer to the hill, the sky grew darker, the flashes of cold lightning became more dazzling, and the sounds of skills being activated gradually came into view. Finally,
after flying over a hill, a flat area of valley landslides came into view. Upon closer inspection, two beams of light of different colors were clashing. One beam was flying in the sky, emitting an icy blue light downwards, while the other beam was standing on the ground, emitting a platinum gold light upwards. The two had clearly entered the most intense phase of their battle. At the same time, Lin Zhe immediately recognized that the person standing on the ground was Feng Yuan, the city lord of Tianqing City. His profession was light and dark priest, which allowed him to use two different types of attack methods. At this moment, he switched to the attribute of light, forming a platinum gold holy shield around himself. At the same time, he swung the gem-encrusted staff in his hand, and small meteors were launched from the gem, attacking his opponent in the sky. Looking at the person in the sky, he was a size larger than a normal human, standing over 2 meters tall. He wore a tall, gilded hat and a white robe, adorned with numerous exotic decorations. Lin Zhe quickly recognized that the decorations were in the style of the Gali kingdom. Black abyssal substance was flowing on this person's skin, indicating that he had been corrupted. At the same time, the other party's message popped up. BOSS, corrupted god Arjuna, remains. Race, Celestials, Abyss, level, 90. Upon seeing this information, Lin Zhe couldn't help but be startled. The corrupted god? Arjuna? Based on the wealth of miscellaneous knowledge accumulated from reading online novels and playing games in his previous life, Lin Zhe quickly recalled that Arjuna was a legendary hero in the mythology of the kingdom of Gari. Although Lin Zhe didn't have a good impression of the people of Gari, Arjuna was originally supposed to be a hero symbolizing justice and courage, but unexpectedly he was corrupted by the abyss. However, this also confirms one of Lin Zhe's conjectures. The disappearance of the celestial race is indeed related to the abyss. At that moment, Arjuna hovered in mid-air, holding his striking golden bow and arrow, while his other hand continuously drew and released the string. Then, streaks of icy blue light shot out from the bow. The two beams of light, one ice blue and the other white gold, confronted each other, but soon cracks appeared on Feng Yuan's shield of light. He was, after all, just a human, so it was perfectly normal that he couldn't defeat the valiant and skilled celestial heroes. In fact, it could be said that his ability to hold out until now undoubtedly made him one of the best among humans. Am I going to die here today? Feng Yuan thought to himself. I wonder how things are going with Lei Jinyu and Bai Mo. You all must hold on, but I may have to go first. The shield of light shattered in the next instant, and countless icy blue light arrows pierced through it. In the blink of an eye, a golden light suddenly covered Feng Yuan's entire body. The icy blue light arrows had clearly pierced into his body, but Feng Yuan did not bleed at all. The next second, a boy appeared beside him. Lord Feng, you've worked hard, the young man said with an air of confidence. Leave the rest to me. Lin Zhe? Feng Yuan was both surprised and delighted, but as soon as he relaxed, he sat down on the ground. At the same time, a four-winged angel flew slowly overhead and confronted Arjuna, who was also in the sky. This is? Feng Yuan stared wide-eyed at the angel's body, which combined holiness and evil. Arjuna was startled to see the angel appear, but he seemed unable to speak, only uttering sounds like the howls of a wild beast. Humph. The angel Abraham covered his face with one hand and pointed at Arjuna with the other, launching into another passionate, childish speech. Look what I've discovered. A fallen eastern god. What turned you into a ferocious beast? How tragic. Then let me help your weeping soul find peace. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Zhe shouted at him directly. Hurry up and finish this so I can get to the next match, otherwise I'll lose the experience. Yes, master. Abraham replied obediently. The next second, his body was filled with intertwined light and shadow, transforming into two clones, one of light and one of darkness. The light clone was as holy as the bright moon, even its wings had turned white, while the dark clone was as black as the night sky, its skin had turned completely black. This was precisely because he was using his newly learned talent, light and shadow clone. However, the corrupted Arjuna clearly lacked the ability to think rationally. He simply roared like a mad beast, and once again drew his bow, sending countless icy blue arrows hurtling towards his two clones. Oh, my holy light, said the avatar of light, how utterly corrupt you have become. Let me purify you. He, how utterly despicable, said the shadow clone. Come, let's fall into hell together. Damn it, you've gone from one Shinibu to two, haven't you? Lin Zhe sighed, feeling incredibly ashamed. Then, a blinding white light and a bottomless black light simultaneously struck Arjuna. The icy blue light arrows along the way were instantly reduced to ashes. Zhou's eyes widened, finally realizing that the enemy's level was more than one rank higher than his own, and a hint of cowardice flashed in his beast-like eyes. But it was too late. In the next instant, his body was simultaneously engulfed by two beams of light, shattering and disintegrating. Then, a settlement notification popped up in front of Lin Zhe's eyes. Boss corrupted god Arjuna, remains, defeated, experience plus 120,000, plus an additional plus 60,000, lifespan plus 320 years, loot obtained, 120,000 copper coins, divine bow Gandiba, weapon, abyss core, material, easy, done. Lin Zhe clapped his hands and then checked the enemy's loot. Weapon, divine bow Gandiba, legendary, level restriction, 90. 80. Effect, agility plus 8000, intelligence plus 4000. Consumes mana, can be fired without arrows, and can be fired continuously without interruption if mana is continuously consumed.
The effect seems pretty good. He put the weapon into his inventory and muttered to himself,
it's just that I don't have any summoned beasts that are good at using bows and arrows yet, so I'll just have to leave it to gather dust for now.
At this moment, Feng Yuan had already stood up from the ground, but his mind was still replaying Lin Zhe's smooth and skillful operation, and he was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand it. How could the boss, whom he had been locked in a stalemate for half an hour, be so easily defeated by the other party in less than 2 minutes? It was as easy as breathing. Keep in mind, that was a level 90 celestial. Lin Zhe, that kid, has improved to this level in less than 2 months? And what's with those 2 angels he summoned? I've never seen him summon those 2 beasts before.
And those light and dark elemental damages make this light and dark priest feel utterly ashamed.
Lord Feng, are you alright?
Lin Zhe asked, noticing the other man's dazed appearance.
I'm fine.
Feng Yuan finally came to his senses and quickly said, Lin Zhe, you really helped me a lot just now. If you had arrived even a moment later, I might have died. Feng Yuan excitedly grasped Lin Zhe's hand and swung it up and down so violently that Lin Zhe's voice trembled as he said, it's okay. At that moment, an oval-shaped portal automatically appeared where the boss had disappeared. Level 80. Function, this portal allows you to quickly reach the next area. Oh, I didn't expect it to be so humane, Lin Zhe joked, then released his hand that Feng Yuan was holding. Lord Feng, I have to rush off to support the next match. You should also go back and rest. After saying that, he immediately walked into the portal. Feng Yuan was left standing there, completely stunned. A few seconds later, Lin Zhe stepped out of the portal and found himself in another hilly area. The moment he stepped inside, a violent shockwave struck him, nearly knocking him off his feet. At the same time, a thunderous roar echoed not far ahead. Lin Zhe judged that he must have arrived at the far right of the 3 areas this time. He immediately jogged forward, and after crossing a natural barrier of a huge rock, a flat valley appeared before him. In the valley, 2 figures, one in the sky and one on the ground, were engaged in a fierce battle. The person in the sky rode a black crane and wore a coarse cloth scholar's robe. He was none other than Mo, the master painter. His brows were furrowed, his eyes blazing, and his brush moved rapidly through the air.
The next second, several lifelike ink-washed dragons leaped out of the water, roaring as they surged toward the enemy on the ground.
Looking at the person on the ground, he was also several sizes larger than a normal human, just like Arjuna.
Moreover, he was much more robust than Arjuna.
He had curly, fluffy blonde hair, and his features were handsome and sculpted. His upper body was bare-chested, revealing very strong muscle lines, and his lower body was only wrapped in a white cloth, making him look like a Western classical hero. However, like Arjuna, his skin also had streaks of black abyssal substance flowing through it, which looked quite eerie.
Boss, corrupted god Hercules, remains. Race, Celestials, Abyss, level 100. Hercules?
Lin Zhe was shocked when he saw the message. This is a hero from Greek mythology in the world before he traveled through time. He is also the son of Zeus and is known for his great strength. This time, Lin Zhe was even more convinced that the celestial race did indeed contain figures from the myths of various countries, and that their disappearance was related to the abyss.
At that moment, several eastern dragons drawn by Mo flew to Hercules' side. Then, Mo shouted, "Dragon binding lock!"
Several giant dragons immediately intertwined like chains, trapping each other firmly.
Roar!
Hercules let out a huge roar, his muscles bulged, and his whole body became even bigger than before. He managed to break free of the chains formed by the dragons, and the pieces fell to the ground, turning into a pool of ink. Mo's eyes sharpened, and he didn't give the enemy a chance to breathe, continuing to wield his brush.
Mount Tai pressing down.
The next second, a massive mountain peak, painted with ink splashes, descended from the sky and fell directly on the enemy's head.
Boom!
Dust and smoke billowed up, the earth trembled, and the mountain peak occupied almost half of the valley, completely suppressing the enemy.
It's done?
Lin Zhe watched with great interest, thinking to himself that he had come all this way for nothing. But the next second, the massive mountain began to rumble and tremble, and started to rise higher and higher. Looking down, Hercules was seen raising his hands above his head, lifting the entire mountain. "Humans, die," he uttered in a slurred voice. Then, the entire mountain peak was as light as a feather in his hand, and he tossed it directly towards Mo in the sky. Such powerful strength!
Lin Zhe exclaimed in admiration.
Mo was also startled and immediately tried to fly away on his crane, but the entire mountain was too huge and was about to crash down on him. Lin Zhe reacted quickly and shouted, "Flame demon, go help!" The next second, a flash of fire appeared before Mo's eyes, and a huge fire demon appeared, smashing its heavy hammer directly towards the mountain peak. Sparks flew, and he smashed dozens of cracks into a mountain before it crumbled and disintegrated.
"Lin Zhe, you're here." Mo saw the flame demon and then noticed the boy standing not far away.
A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes.
"This enemy is not easy to deal with," he frowned. "Its strength, speed, and defense are all incredibly high. I can only keep it occupied and can't kill it." "It's alright, I'll do it," Lin Zhe
Zhe said casually. When Hercules saw Lin Zhe appear, a fierce rage ignited in his eyes. He uttered a garbled, beast-like voice. Lin Zhe has been discovered. Immediately execute the plan to eliminate him. Lin Zhe was slightly surprised. So you were prepared all along, waiting for me here? I never expected I'd become so famous in the abyss. He shrugged helplessly. However, the enemy wouldn't give him a chance to talk back. His massive body was like a bullet train, and an iron fist was already aimed at Lin Zhe's face. However, in the next instant, with a clang, Lin Zhe swung his blade and activated Parry Master, returning all of the opponent's attack. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Hercules took a few steps back, his face a mixture of shock and anger, before quickly regaining his balance. The next second, the Rakshasa King flashed with black light and was already beside him. The Killing Eye skill is activated, marking the opponent's weak point between their legs, a common weakness for every man. It feels kind of reasonable, Lin Zhe muttered, but why does it also seem a little vulgar? Without hesitation, the Rakshasa King, like a ruthless killing machine, aimed at Hercules' vital points and delivered a whip kick. But the enemy was clearly aware of his only weakness, so he was on guard at all times and immediately switched from offense to defense, using his hands to deflect the Rakshasa King's attack. But the next second, a great sword gleaming with black metallic luster appeared between Hercules' legs and slashed upwards with a whoosh. This is the new artifact that Shadow Fiend Nora possesses, the Tear's Edge, slicing sword. The enemy was clearly caught off guard by the sudden attack and tried to defend themselves, but they were just half a second too late. In an instant, Kunfi Ai's egg was smashed, causing all the male humans and demons present to shudder. Then came a scream of agony, and black blood spurted between Hercules' legs. A huge damage number appeared above his head, 4,468,638. Critical hit. Black abyssal matter gushed out, and then Hercules collapsed to the ground, his body gradually turning into a pool of black mud. Defeat the boss, corrupted god Hercules, remains, and gain plus 150,000 experience, plus an additional plus 75,000. Lifespan plus 350 years. Loot obtained, 150,000 copper coins, abyss core, material, Hercules' robe, equipment. Damn, this is insane. Lin Zhe couldn't help but complain when he saw the spoils of war. But thinking about it, it seems that the enemy only has that piece of white cloth on his body, and doesn't even have a proper piece of clothing. Let's take a look at the attributes. Equipment, Hercules' loincloth, rank F. Level restriction, 1. Effect, all attributes plus 5. Also serves as a covering. Lin Zhe was struck dumb, and threw the white cloth to the ground and stomped on it twice. At this moment, IMO also flew down from the sky, but he was obviously shocked by Lin Zhe's killing methods just now, and his mouth remained open. I battled that boss for half an hour, he said, somewhat dazed. I'd never even considered a solution like that. If word gets out that Lin Zhe defeated a god by cutting Kunkin, I wonder how people will react? No, please let me go. Lin Zhe clapped his hands together and said, don't I have any dignity? At this moment, Nora had transformed from her sword form into her little girl form and hopped over. With an innocent and naive look, she asked, Master, why is a man's genitals his fatal weakness? Lin Zhe blushed. You're still young. You'll understand when you grow up. After saying that, he put her directly into his weapon inventory. I never thought you'd have embarrassing moments too. By Mo laughed. What do you mean by that? Lin Zhe shrugged. Do you think I'm usually thick-skinned? Ahem. By Mo composed himself. However, I really owe you a lot just now. Otherwise I might have been crushed to death by the mountain I drew myself. That would have been terrible for me. By Mo. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something and asked, didn't you go to the Tower of Gods today? Are you back already? How were your results? Oh, Lin Zhe replied casually, I've cleared the game, and the Tower of God has collapsed. What? By Mo froze upon hearing this, taking several seconds to slowly react. You cleared the Tower of God? And it collapsed? Just as the two were talking, a shortcut portal reappeared where the boss had died, which appeared to lead to the final area. We'll talk later, Lin Zhe said, then immediately walked towards the door. By Mo was left standing there alone, still looking stunned. Is he joking with me? But I always feel that even the most outrageous things coming out of his mouth might actually be true. In a few seconds, Lin Zhe found himself in a new area. This is also a hilly area, but there are many more white stone building ruins like the ones you saw when you first entered the instance. Moreover, looking further ahead, on a small hill in the distance, stands a relatively well-preserved stone building, somewhat resembling a temple in the style of ancient Greece. The striking sign makes it hard not to suspect that there is something important there. Lin Zhe immediately used his insightful insight vision to investigate, and sure enough, an ominous black aura was emanating from it. Lin Zhe's expression darkened, and he quickened his pace. Moreover, Lin Zhe had another guess about this last area. The army we encountered earlier was dressed in the attire of the Kingdom of Gali, the Kingdom of Aegean, and the Kingdom of Xia. We had already encountered mythological figures from two of these kingdoms, so it's highly likely that the gods of the Kingdom of Xia will appear in this remaining area. Who will I be able to meet? Lin Zhe was also quite looking forward forward to it. After walking for a while, a wisp of white smoke rose from behind the boulder ahead, and at the same time, a familiar aroma of food wafted into their nostrils.
Ah, it's Chef Lu cooking. Lindsay immediately realized and ran forward.
After rounding the boulder, a campsite came into view, and Master Lu's round back immediately came into sight. At that moment, he was stirring his large wood-fired pot in front of a campfire, and the aroma was wafting out from it. There were still more than a dozen people sitting in the camp. Lindsay looked closely and saw many familiar faces in the crowd, including Lei Zhenyu, Hanzhou, Wang Hao, Qi Xingyu, and Duan Feng.
It seems everyone is alright.
He was somewhat relieved. However, he soon realized something was wrong. A group of people were sitting there chatting and laughing, looking very relaxed, and there were no enemies or bosses around.
If you didn't know better, you'd think a group of people were camping. This is clearly not what a dungeon corrupted by the abyss should look like. Lindsay couldn't help but become alert. However, at that moment, a childish but somewhat fierce voice suddenly rang out behind Lindsay. Hey, who are you? What are you doing sneaking around here?
Lindsay turned around and saw three short little boys standing behind him. They looked to be at most 5 or 6 years old, and were only a little over 1 meter tall.
Moreover, they looked exactly the same, both in appearance and attire.
Each person had 2 buns on their head, a red dot between their eyebrows, and wore a red jacket and coarse cloth lantern pants.
Are these triplets? Lindsay asked in surprise.
But how can there be 3 5 or 6-year-old kids in this kind of dungeon?
However, although they look alike, the 3 children have completely different temperaments.
The kid at the front of the line glared at me, hands on his hips, looking like a bossy older kid. He was the one who had just shouted those words. The 2 children behind them, the one on the left, looked rather simple-minded, with a string of snot running down his nose. The person standing on the right had their head down, appearing very shy and introverted. Just then, a string of messages popped up in front of Lindsay's eyes. Heavenly God Neza, the 3rd Prince. Race, Celestials. Level, 40. What the heck? Lindsay was dumbfounded. He then realized that the 3 children's clothes and appearance did indeed resemble Neza from the world he had traveled to before. However, in terms of temperament, these 3 little brats are far inferior to Neza, who stirred up the sea. At best, they're just cosplaying.
And most importantly, isn't Neza just one person? There are clearly 3 standing in front of him. You can't exactly tell me that the 3 in Neza's name actually means 3 people, can you? What's going on? Lindsay was completely baffled. Is there an error in the message? Hey, I'm asking you a question, the child at the front of the line said fiercely again. Who are you, and what are you doing sneaking around here? The 2 children behind him, one still had a blank expression, while the other was so frightened by the commotion that he took a step back. The child's voice quickly attracted the attention of the people in the camp, and they all looked over. Lindsay?
Lei Zhenyu recognized the boy first and strode over.
What brings you here?
Lord Lei, this is. Lindsay was still a little confused, obviously not having reacted yet. At this moment, Hanzhou, Wang Hao, and Qi Xingyu all crowded around.
Hey, Lindsay, what brings you here? Didn't you go to fight in the Tower of Gods?
We'll talk about the Tower of God later, Lindsay said seriously.
What are you all doing here? Where are the enemies from the abyss? We're trapped here, Wang Hao said, somewhat dazed, and once you came in, you can't get out either.
Lindsay was startled, only then realizing that the road behind him had turned into empty space, and the whole place was like an isolated island in the sea, cut off from the world. However, Hanzhou stepped forward and said, there's no danger here for the time being, so Chef Lu is cooking for us.
Isn't there any danger? Lindsay looked at the 3 children with a strange gaze. Don't you think they are the biggest danger? Ha ha ha. Lei Zhenyu laughed. I forgot to introduce them.
They are NPCs here, and they're also trapped here. Then, he pointed to the fiercest looking child in front of him and introduced him. This is NATO.
Poof.
The child crossed his arms.
So you're someone I know?
I asked him several times, but he didn't answer.
I thought he was an idiot. Then, Lei Zhenyu pointed to the child with snot hanging from his nose. This is a Nazi. Hello, the child said blankly. This one is Naza.
He pointed to the last shy child.
Why you, hello?
The child blushed, lowered his head, and spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz.
But Lindsay almost spat out a mouthful of blood after hearing the names of the 3 children.
No, Lord Lei, you've been tricked, haven't you? He said.
This name is obviously just a gimmick, isn't it?
However, everyone present blinked and looked at Lindsay with clear but foolish eyes.
Lei Zhenyu, what makes you say that?
Lindsay then realized that the people of Daxia in this world did not know these mythological figures, and naturally had never heard of Neza.
Then let me ask you, Lindsay asked directly, if the 3 of them are NATO, Naza, and Naza, then who is Neza, the 3rd Prince?
This, Lei Zhenyu was somewhat troubled.
Hey, what do you mean? The fiercest kid, NATO, immediately became dissatisfied and glared at Lindsay. Look at you, acting like you've never seen the world before. Neza, the 3rd Prince, is of course a combined name for the 3 of us. I don't believe you.
Lindsay's lips twitched violently.
You human, what a big mouth you have. NATO exploded. You want to fight, huh? I've had my hated you for ages.
Brothers, grab your weapons, he shouted to the 2 children behind him, and pulled out a gleaming silver spear himself. The 2 people people behind him were taken aback and immediately followed suit, pulling out their weapons as well. Stunned, one of them pulled out a red silk ribbon, while the timid and introverted Naza pulled out a steel ring. Oh, the fire-tipped spear, the universe ring, the heavenly silk, the universe ring? Lin Zay's eyes sharpened. They look quite impressive, don't they? Could these three children really be Neza, the third prince? At the same time, information about the three weapons popped up in front of Lin Zay's eyes. Weapon, fire-tipped spear, with a forked cloth. Strength plus 200, agility plus 100. Weapon, Hun Tianling, red scarf version. Intelligence plus 200, spirit plus 100. Weapon, universe ring toss version. Strength plus 100. Damn it. Lin Zay wanted nothing more than to grab the three kids and throw them to the ground. Trusting you for even a second is an insult to my intelligence. Humph, you mere human dare to be so arrogant? Quickly accept your punishment. Natua then brandished his fire-tipped spear with great skill. The two children behind them also struck a fighting pose. The next second, Lin Zay's figure transformed into a swift bolt of lightning, and then three crisp crack sounds were heard in the air. In an instant, each of the three children had a red handprint on their face. You dare to hit us? Nato covered his face, clearly shocked. Naza stood there blankly, not reacting, while Naza was so frightened that she burst into tears. Stop crying, Nato shouted stubbornly. It seems we need to teach this human a lesson. Form change, 3 heads, and 6 arms. The next second, the three children each picked up a weapon, stood back to back, and began to spin around in place like a carousel. Lin Zay's eyes immediately darkened. Are they about to transform? Could they really be Neza? But the three children just kept spinning around for 3 minutes without any change. Those around who witnessed the scene were all speechless and frozen in place. At that moment, crows flew overhead, cawing softly. Damn it. Lin Zay couldn't take it anymore. He used the 10,000 insect armory on his wrist to turn into a clothes hanger, grabbed Natuo's butt and started hitting him. While hitting him, he scolded, I told you not to pretend to be Neza. I told you not to pretend to be Neza. I'd rather believe I'm Qin Shi Huang than believe you're Neza. Wah! Nato finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into a loud cry. This series of actions left those around them stunned, and they all offered their advice. Alright, Lin Zay, why are you getting so worked up over a child? Yes, he's still just a child. Exactly, the child may be immature, but aren't you immature too? Upon hearing the words still a child, Lin Zay was instantly enraged and fought even more fiercely. Wah, stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. Nato cried out. I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. Lin Zay then put down the clothes hanger he was holding, stood in front of Natua, and, like a homeroom teacher scolding a student, put his hands on his hips. Speak. We. Nato sobbed as he covered his swollen buttocks and began to tell his story. We had a very long dream. In the dream, a great villain called Demon Mountain, one of the 10 Abyss generals, sent us here with the aim of invading your human race from the Abyss. Upon hearing this, the people around exchanged bewildered glances. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Zay was right and this child really is an enemy, and sent by the 10 generals of the Abyss? So, Arjuna and Hercules from the other 2 regions came with you too? Lin Zay asked. Exactly, Nato nodded, then continued. But after entering this barrier, our dream ended, and we could no longer hear the instructions from the Demon Mountain, as if we had lost contact. So, we lied to you and said we were NPCs here, when in fact we only arrived a short time before you. After he finished speaking, he timidly looked at the group of adults around him. Then, the 3 children obediently lowered their heads at the same time and said in unison, We're sorry, we lied to you. The adults looked at each other, unsure of what to do. These 3 children, although they have all come out that they are the enemy, seem to be different from other people corrupted by the Abyss. That's somewhat plausible. Lin Zay nodded and continued, Then how can we break this barrier? Natua pointed to the white temple not far ahead, the very one Lin Zay had seen when he first entered this area, and an ominous aura was emanating from it. The solution lies in the temple, but if I could solve it, I wouldn't be trapped here, Nato said. Let me explain, Hanja interjected. Based on my speculation, this copy is exactly what caused the Aegean kingdom to disappear on Earth. Do you remember the quest description for this instance? This kingdom was destroyed by an item, and that item is now kept in that temple. And, our area is actually a rule-solving level. We need to find that item and destroy it before we can all get out. Lin Zay frowned. Then why are you still resting here instead of going to look for them? It's not that we didn't look, it's just that. Hanja shook his head and said, Never mind, go and see for yourself. Lin Zay became even more curious and immediately headed towards the temple, with the others following behind him. After climbing a row of white stone steps, Lin Zay entered the temple. The space inside was not large, but it was filled with all sorts of small items, which looked to be everyday necessities. Just as Lin Zay was wondering what was going on, a notification popped up in front of him. Puzzle, find and break Pandora's box to leave this area. If any other items are broken, all living beings in this area will be wiped out. So that's how it is? Lin Zay's eyes widened slightly. The punishment for choosing the wrong option is so severe, no wonder everyone is afraid to make any rash moves. And about Pandora's box,
box? Lindsay pondered. Isn't that the famous artifact from Greek mythology, which corresponds to the Aegean region? Before I transmigrated, it said that once opened, disease and disaster will befall us. Lindsay snapped out of his thoughts and asked the people behind him, so, how did your search go? Lei Zhenyu looked at the objects in the room and replied, we searched inside and out, but we didn't find any magic box. In fact, there wasn't even a single object that looked like a box. Yes, Shi Xingyu chimed in, so it's not that we didn't look, it's that we simply couldn't find it. Is that so? Lindsay put his hand on his chin and then scanned the furnishings in the room. The items included utensils, vases, mirrors, ornaments, small sculptures, books, and so on, but there wasn't a single item that looked like a box. Even with the see-through everything vision activated, no information could be found. Lindsay pondered. Pandora's box. How could anyone possibly have seen what it looks like? Wait. Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind. He suddenly remembered that in the books he had read in his previous life, there seemed to be a saying that Pandora's box was not actually a box, but a wide-mouthed water jug. Magic box, everyone's been misled by this name, he read aloud, somewhat excitedly. Who says a magic box has to be a box? Then, he scanned the items in the room and found an unremarkable earthenware jar in an inconspicuous corner. It was somewhat similar to the ancient wine jars of the Great Xia dynasty, but with a larger opening. This is it. His eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped forward, picked up the can, and was about to smash it on the ground. Everyone else was shocked when they saw it. Lei Zhenyu, hey, Lindsay, what are you doing? Does that thing look like a box? Hanja, Lindsay, are you out of your mind? Let me give you some medicine. Wang Hao, Lindsay, I don't want to die yet. I want to at least get a girlfriend before I die. Shi Xingyu, what? You haven't dated anyone yet. I've dated 5 already. Wang Hao, you. However, Lindsay smiled faintly, loosened his grip, and the jar fell straight to the ground. No, don't, the others cried out in terror, rushing forward to catch it. But it was too late. With a crisp crack, the jar hit the hard ground and instantly shattered into several large pieces. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, a notification popped up in front of them. Congratulations on successfully destroying Pandora's box. You have cleared this level and received 60,000 experience points. We really beat the game? Everyone finally realized. Could it be that Lindsay made the right choice? So Lindsay isn't actually crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Lindsay cursed. But at the same time, after the water jug shattered, what gushed out was not water, but a disgusting mass of black, sludge-like substance. Then, the black substance rapidly spread outwards, causing the entire space to lose its solidity and turn into a bottomless darkness. Oh no! Lindsay exclaimed inwardly, it's the abyss. The abyss walk talent has been triggered. Lindsay himself was completely unaffected, but those around him felt dizzy. We've been tricked, the others realized as well. Whether we can solve this puzzle or not, we're in danger. Just then, a voice suddenly descended from the endless darkness above. Neza, what are you waiting for? It was a powerful yet malevolent voice, echoing through the dark, boundless space. Pandora's box is a gift I have specially bestowed upon you. Absorb it, then kill that human named Lindsay to prove your loyalty to the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 children, Natua, Naza, and Naza, suddenly appeared to be in extreme pain and tightly hugged their heads. Then, the surrounding black mist poured into their mouths and noses like a waterfall. NATO, damn it, it's the demon mountain. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Naza, wah, I'm so scared. Oh no. Lindsay immediately tried to step forward to stop him, but the next second, a black energy wave suddenly burst outwards from where the 3 children were. Then, the black mist dissipated, and a black-haired boy exuding a menacing aura slowly emerged from it. BOSS corrupted god of heaven, great god of the 3 altars and seas, Neza. The boy looked to be about the same age as Lindsay, but he was taller and more slender. He floated on the ground, surrounded by wisps of black energy. He was dressed in a magnificent red robe, beneath which were muscular physiques. Black abyssal substances flowed on his skin, indicating that he had been corroded. His features were delicate yet heroic, but his eyes were filled with a dark, malevolent aura, and his long hair flowed upwards like a surging demonic aura. A wild smile played on his lips. In his hand, he held a red tasseled spear that was about 2 meters long. BOSS corrupted god of heaven, great god of the 3 altars and seas, Neza. Race, Celestials, Abyss, level, 125. Weapon, fire-tipped spear, mythical grade. Lindsay's heart sank when he saw his image and information. It seems that those 3 children really are Neza. They became so weak because they were isolated by the barrier here and lost their connection with the abyss. Now that Pandora's box has been shattered, the barrier has been broken, and Neza has absorbed the dark energy inside. Lindsay stared wide-eyed at the black-haired boy in front of him. The mythical hero, known to everyone in the world before he transmigrated and someone he had heard about since childhood, was now standing alive in front of him. This feeling was simply breathtaking. Unfortunately, the mythical heroes are now being corrupted by the abyss and are turning against him, which makes Lindsay's feelings somewhat complicated. Me, fight Neza? He never dreamed that such a day would come. Meanwhile, the other professionals had no time to pay attention to the newly appeared enemies.
They stood in the abyss, feeling dizzy and seeing colorful illusions.
Those with weaker mental strength had already fainted. Oh no!
Lindsay realized what was happening and immediately pulled out the source of light, wanting to save the person. But the next second, he felt a gust of wind coming towards him, and the incredibly sharp tip of the red-tasseled spear was already at his face.
Where are you looking?
Nez's eyes were cold, and he made a sound like a wild beast. Like Arjuna and Hercules, he also seemed to have lost his own mind, and was controlled by the abyss like a puppet on strings. Lindsay's eyes sharpened, and with a flick of his long sword he immediately activated the Parrymaster talent.
Clang!
A crisp metallic clang rang out, and Lindsay felt his arm go numb from the impact. In terms of strength and speed, it is even better than General Hua Yu's sneak attack last time. After being pushed away by Lindsay, the opponent did not pause for even half a second. The attack of the fire-tip spear was like a wild beast that would not let go, and it chased after him again.
The next second, Lindsay used his summoning skill to summon the Flame Demon, Shadow Demon, and Rakshasa King.
The Shadow Demon possessed Tyr's blade of slicing blade blocked the fire-tip spear, protecting Lindsay's body.
Meanwhile, the Flame Demon and the Rakshasa King launched attacks from Nez's left and right rear, respectively.
Taking this opportunity, Lindsay immediately went to the side of those who had fallen, preparing to use the Fountain of Light to provide assistance.
But another unexpected event occurred. Lindsay discovered that his inventory was unusable. You're so distracted even while fighting? That loud and evil voice rang out again from above. I might as well tell you, but you can't use any items inside this barrier. Want to save them? Forget about it.
Lindsay looked up and saw a huge eye hanging high in the endless darkness, its enormous pupil staring at everything on the ground, which looked extremely eerie. World Boss, Demon Mountain, one of the 10 Abyss Generals.
Race, Abyss, health points. It's you again. At this moment, Shadow Demon Nora reacted even faster than Lindsay, shouting at the large eyeball, "You're still alive?"
Lindsay then remembered that when he first went to the underworld to make a contract with Nora, he encountered an eyeball that looked exactly like hers. According to Nora, he was the culprit who caused the extermination of the entire Shadow Demon race. Several demons had already destroyed the eyeball when they joined forces, but unexpectedly another one appeared here. It seems that the mastermind behind today's invasion of the Abyss instance and the corruption of the three gods is this Abyss general known as Demon Mountain.
Kid named Lindsay, I told you not to be indecisive.
You should just focus on being Nez's test subject.
Don't think too much about being just a mere human. Anyway, you're all going to die today.
At the same time, Nez's fire-tip spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and he fought against 3 demons at the same time without losing, and even had a slight advantage.
Lindsay frowned slightly, now undoubtedly in a dilemma.
Just then, a familiar laugh rang out behind him. Brother Lin, leave these people to me. There stood a large, fat man dressed in a chef's uniform. Who else could it be but Louis Dao? He smiled and said, I was cooking a meal when you all disappeared.
Luckily, I managed to find you here.
As he spoke, more than a dozen pipes formed of light emanated from his round body and pierced into the bodies of the professionals in midair.
I'll take care of treating them. You just focus on fighting. Okay.
Lindsay finally felt relieved and nodded. At the same time, Neza had already knocked the 3 demons to the ground and was about to stab at Lindsay.
Lindsay's eyes narrowed, and he immediately summoned 3 demons skilled in magical attacks, a succubus, an angel, and a demon dragon. Attack them all at once. Lindsay ordered. Yes, master.
The next second, the angel shielded each demon, the succubus began to unleash control skills, and the demon dragon released a sky full of lightning. At the same time, Lindsay used the demon hot spring skill to restore Shadow Demon, Flame Demon, and Rakshasa King to full health. 6 demons stood in different directions, completely surrounding Neza, and launched 6 attacks at him in an instant. Neza immediately swung his fire-tipped spear in a circle around himself, blocking some of the damage, but still taking the majority of it. Suddenly, damage numbers in the millions appeared above his head.
Ugh! Neza spat out a mouthful of black blood and knelt on one knee.
Don't stop, keep firing, Lindsay ordered. Even if the other party is a god of the Great Xia dynasty, since he has been corrupted by the Abyss, there is nothing to hesitate about. But at that moment, the voice of the Demon Mountain came from above again. Neza, the power I have given you is not just this. Stop dawdling and show your true strength. At the same time, the 6 demons launched another attack, but just as they were about to reach the immobilized Neza, a huge ball of deep red flame suddenly erupted around his body, engulfing all 6 attacks. Then, the flames spread outwards, like a giant lotus flower in full bloom. Lindsay and the demons felt a scorching current of air rush towards them and immediately took several steps back. Then, right in the middle of that deep red flame lotus, the boy's figure reappeared. But this time, his image has changed again. It has 3 heads, 6 arms, and each foot stands on a sparking flying wheel. In addition to a more dazzling fire-tipped spear, each of its 6 hands also carries a golden ring, a red ribbon, and 2 swords, one black and one white. Lindsay was immediately startled. At the same time, information about the other party popped up again. BOSS corrupted god, Lotus Child, Neza. Race, Celestials, Abyss. Level.
Level 140. Has the boss entered the second phase? This time, Lin Zhe was genuinely surprised. With 3 heads and 6 arms, plus the Windfire wheels, the Universe Ring, the Hun Tianling, a magical ribbon, and the Yin Yang twin swords. This is the majestic and awe-inspiring image of Neza that he is most familiar with. Anyone who sees him will praise his imposing and handsome appearance. But then he frowned. The problem was that Neza, in particular, had become the enemy he had to face. As Neza enters this stage, the black aura around his body becomes heavier, the abyssal substance spreading on his skin becomes more concentrated, and his eyes become more like those of a wild beast that kills based on instinct. Never mind, we have to keep attacking, Lin Zhe thought to himself, then gave the demons another order: don't let your guard down, coordinate well. The Balrog roared and raised his molten hammer, smashing it down on the enemy. But with a clang of metal, the Universe Ring was thrown from one of Neza's hands and collided with the Flame Demon's hammer. The golden circle not only completely blocked the Flame Demon's attack but also unleashed a powerful shockwave that bounced the Flame Demon back, causing him to fall flat on his backside. Weapon: Xiankuan Ring, mythical grade. Strength plus 20,000, stamina plus 10,000, defense plus 30,000. Versatile for both offense and defense, can also trap enemies within the ring, rendering them incapable of combat. I almost fell to my death, the Flame Demon shouted, rubbing his buttocks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Rakshasa King and the Shadow Demon each attacked from one direction. Rakshasa King, his body as hard as refined steel, activated the Killing Machine skill, which ignited his entire fighting power, and unleashed a series of unpredictable physical attacks on Neza. Shadow Fiend wields Tear's Blade, another mythical weapon, and adds the Ice Soul Heart talent to unleash icicles at his enemies. But after Neza transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed being, all attacks were visible to him from every angle, and he could clearly see the 2 demons' surprise attack. Faced with 2 attacks, Neza wielded 2 long swords, one black and one white. He swung the black sword at the Rakshasa King and swung the white sword at the Shadow Demon. The next second, Rakshasa King's physical attack hit Nora's face directly, and Nora's ice shards also hit Rakshasa King's body. Weapon: Yin Yang twin swords, mythical grade. Agility plus 20,000, spirit plus 20,000. Each sword is a divine weapon when used individually. When used together, they can shift into the Bagua, 8 trigrams, positions, becoming unpredictable and powerful. Ouch! The 2 demons cried out in pain at the same time. Seeing all 3 demons fall, Lin Zhe couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, this Neza is truly skilled. He deserves to be called the god of war in the mythology of the great Xia dynasty. Upon hearing this, the Flame Demon, Shadow Demon, and Rakshasa King immediately cast resentful glances at him, as if to say, Master, why are you siding with outsiders? Lin Zhe immediately realized, let's be more serious, or we might really lose. Then, he shouted directly at the Demon Dragon, Little Dragon, it's time for you to make a difference. Give it your all. Roar! The Demon Dragon roared majestically, stretching its neck out. Next, he used the skill, Law of Heaven and Earth, to suddenly transform into an incredibly huge monster, and then activated the skill, 10,000 Thunder Burial. In an instant, curtains of lightning were drawn across the heavens and earth, and countless streaks of blue-green lightning struck down toward Neza's head. But Neza remained completely calm. The next second, crimson flames erupted from the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet, and he spun around, heading straight for the giant dragon in the sky. Armor: wind and fire wheels, mythical grade. Agility plus 20,000. Fire resistance increased by 50%. Fire damage increased by 50%. Although it's armor, you can also use it as a weapon to stomp on enemies' faces if you want. Neza was flying halfway when he suddenly felt his foot trip. One of his legs had been bound by a long white bone whip without him even realizing it. Handsome young man, come and play with me, the succubus Queen Lilith's sweet voice rang out beside her. Humph. Neza, oblivious to the romance, merely let out a low growl like a wild beast. The next second, the red silk in her hand flew towards Lilith like a nimble snake, instantly binding Lilith's body tightly and completely restricting her movements. Weapon: Hun Tianling, mythical grade. All attributes plus 10,000. It can overcome strength with softness and inflict the weakness negative effect on enemies entangled by it, rendering them unable to move. Ugh, how annoying. Lilith's cheeks flushed red as she let out a scream that was hard to tell whether it was from fear or excitement. I didn't expect you, such a young man, to be so fun. My master is about your age, so why can't he? Lin Zhe nearly coughed up blood. Is this the time to say things like that? And you, Neza, are you serious? However, Neza ignored Lilith and, riding on his wind fire wheels and braving the lightning, continued his charge towards the gigantic demon dragon. Roar! The demon dragon roared angrily again, and a huge ball of lightning shot out from its mouth. However, Neza simply thrust his spear into the air, and a peculiar ruthlessness immediately appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, outside the instance, the next second, something strange happened. The demon dragon seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying natural enemy, and its entire body shrank back. Talent: Dragon Slayer. Neza's unique talent, inflicting a natural fear effect on dragons, which cannot be resisted. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Neza once wreaked havoc earthquake in the East Sea and pulled out the tendons of the Dragon King's third son, so he has an innate fear of dragons?
It feels reasonable, but something's not quite right.
The next second, he finally realized and complained bitterly, the demon dragon and the third prince of the Dragon King aren't the same species, are they? Then, the demon dragon ended its heaven and earth transformation and slunk back to Lin Zay's side. But the next second, the fallen angel Abraham appeared behind Neza.
I didn't expect you to have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Abraham said arrogantly.
However, I'll show you what absolute power looks like. Alright, stop with the harsh talk, Lin Zay complained from below. Didn't you notice that Neza is basically playing the protagonist in this episode?
Be careful you don't get slapped in the face. The next second, Abraham used the light and darkness clone technique, splitting into two clones, one of light and one of darkness.
Then,
using the same technique that had instantly killed Arjuna, he unleashed two beams of light, one black and one white, towards Neza. However, Neza kicked off with his wind fire wheels and thrust his fire-tip spear forward, instantly conjuring 9 deep red fire dragons that opened their massive jaws and charged toward the angel. Weapon, fire-tip spear, mythical grade. Strength plus 20,000, agility plus 20,000, fire attack plus 200%. Two beams of light, one black and one white, met the crimson dragon and were immediately swallowed into its mouth, disintegrating and disappearing completely. The next second, Neza, with 3 heads and 6 arms, arrived, followed by 9 giant fire dragons. A loud bang erupted in the air, and a deep red lotus flower bloomed once more. Then, the angel's wings burst into flames, and it fell like a meteorite.
And he landed face first. What did I tell you? Lin Zay rolled his eyes. Does your face hurt?
Seeing the 6 demons fall in an instant, Neza stood tall in the sky, looking down at Lin Zay with an icy gaze. Meanwhile, the large eye of the 10 Abyss generals, Demon Mountain, burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, Neza, well done, you gave me a wonderful performance.
Then, he mocked Lin Zay on the ground. Hey, human kid named Lin Zay, I admit you have a lot of demons, but it seems you've run out of tricks, haven't you?
Just surrender, and I'll make your death less painful.
However, Lin Zay did not show the slightest panic and calmly said to the sky, how can you be so sure that I have exhausted all my methods? Still being stubborn when you're about to die. The big eyes rolled around in their sockets, and it said contemptuously, so, you haven't even summoned your weakest dogs yet. What, you don't have any hope for those beasts, do you? Congratulations, you got it right. Lin Zay chuckled, then turned to Neza and said, you've had your fun as the protagonist, haven't you? Too bad, your time is almost up.
The next second, 10 black beast shadows appeared beside him. Lin Zay used the summoning spell again, and 10 hellhounds were summoned, surrounding him. Each one stared fiercely at the enemy in the sky, making a cooing warning sound in its throat.
Ha 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 ha. Demon Mountain let out an even more arrogant taunt. Lin Zay, have you lost your mind from defeat? A few level 50-something beasts, you dare to bring them out and embarrass yourselves?
Then, his large eyes turned to Neza, and he commanded, alright, my patience has its limits.
Neza, go and deliver the final blow to this foolish human. Yes, Neza replied in a mechanical voice once again.
Then, she pointed her fire-tip spear at Lin Zay, and her whole body transformed into a deep red lotus of flames, swooping down towards Lin Zay like a burning meteor, leaving a deep red trail in the endless darkness.
But Lin Zay remained completely calm and said indifferently, dogs, it's time to go. Woof! The hellhounds barked in unison, their voices tinged with excitement. The next second, Lin Zay immediately used the newly drawn talent, Mythical Bloodline. Talent, Mythical Bloodline.
Once activated, it can temporarily evolve your summoned beasts into mythical level creatures, lasting for 1 hour each time, with a 24-hour cooldown. In an instant, the 10 hellhounds emitted a dazzling white light, so bright that it was impossible for people to open their eyes. At the same time, the flaming lotus enveloping Neza had already closed in and was about to smash into Lin Zay's location. But at that moment, 10 long, drawn-out howls suddenly emanated from within the golden light. Then, the golden light dissipated, and the form of the hellhound had clearly changed. Each one's body is still covered in black fur, but its body shape has become more slender, and its originally iconic blood-red eyes have turned into a solemn black. It appears less ruthless, but more divinely radiant. Summoned beast, howling celestial dog, race, celestials, branch, Great Xia Divine Clan, rarity, mythical, tier 1, level, 115, health points, 600,000, mana points, 600,000, strength 80,000, agility 120,000, stamina 60,000, intelligence 100,000, spirit 60,000, skills, howling dog, sky-splitting claw, beast mark, heavenly dog devouring the moon. Expand to view details. Wow, amazing. It really has turned into the celestial hound, Lin Zay exclaimed with delight, and its attributes are now on par with those of an angel. What's even more terrifying is that, because the dog was given the talent of replication, 10 celestial hounds were summoned at once. This combat power is invincible, Lin Zay exclaimed with joy. At this moment, facing the enemy's impact like an asteroid, the 10 celestial hounds stretched their necks to the sky and let out a series of howls. Then, Neza's trajectory suddenly veered off course, and he crashed into the ground not far away. away, igniting a raging fire. Skill, Howling Dog. Grants a buff to an allied target, all attributes plus 10,000, defense plus 10,000. Simultaneously applies a damage reduction effect to an enemy target, all attributes reduced by 20%, and has a 50% chance to inflict mental confusion. A single skill can apply both buffs and debuffs simultaneously. Lindsay laughed, discovering that his attributes had indeed been stacked up to a very high level. Neza was affected by the mental confusion effect, which caused the projectile to deviate from its trajectory and land in the wrong place. What? The big-eyed man in the sky was shocked when he saw this, and shouted angrily, Neza, get serious. But where the flaming lotus landed, a cloud of dust rose. Less than 2 seconds later, Neza slowly emerged from it, completely unharmed. Kill, kill, kill. He muttered repeatedly, like a machine that only knew how to kill, his whole body emanating black energy. Immediately afterwards, he spun his wind and fire wheels and, once again wielding various divine weapons, launched an attack on Lindsay. Woof! Upon seeing the other party, the 10 celestial hounds let out a mournful cry, as if they had seen a familiar friend. After all, the celestial hound was originally Erlangshan Yangjian's pet beast, and Neza was Yangjian's junior brother, so they were naturally familiar with each other in the past. Neza's expression was now cold, and his eyes held nothing but murderous intent. Calm down, he's been corrupted. He doesn't recognize you anymore, Lindsay reminded the dogs. You just need to focus on fighting. Woof! 10 celestial hounds barked in unison and pounced directly at Neza. Then, the 10 large black dogs bared their sharp teeth and claws, dodging and weaving around Neza, instantly causing considerable damage numbers. Skill, Fong Mark. Deals damage to the enemy with sharp teeth and applies a mark. The next attack deals double damage. Skill, Sky Splitting Claw. Uses sharp claws to rapidly strike the enemy, dealing damage 3 times within 1 second, and has a 40% chance to inflict a vulnerability effect, increasing the damage taken by 20%. However, Neza was not to be outdone, using various divine weapons to defend and counterattack. If it were a one-on-one situation, the Celestial Hound would undoubtedly have no chance against Neza. But now, with 10 Celestial Hounds attacking at once, even with Neza's 3 heads and 6 arms, he is finding it difficult to cope, especially as the battle drags on. His disadvantages become more and more apparent. Seeing the situation was dire from the sky, Demon Mountain immediately issued a warning. Neza, fight well. Even if it costs you your life force, serve the abyss and win the victory. Hey, have you got any shame? Lindsay felt a surge of displeasure upon hearing this, thinking of some heartless bosses from his past life, and retorted directly, bosses who treat their subordinates like beasts of burden deserve to die. But Neza clearly lacked his own thoughts, simply mechanically replying, received. Then, with a roar, his body erupted once again with crimson flames, the scorching air causing the Celestial Hound to immediately retreat, unable to launch a close-range attack. Not only that, this lotus flower seemed to be even larger than before, and it began to spread outwards continuously, and wherever it was engulfed, it was immediately distorted by the high temperature of the flames. Lindsay also noticed that the black abyssal substance on Neza's skin began to flow faster, and Neza also showed a pained expression of gritting his teeth and enduring it. Is he going to go all out? Lindsay thought to himself, then scolded Neza, hey, he's telling you to burn through your life force, and you're actually doing it? But Neza was clearly unmoved. Lindsay's eyes darkened. You dogs, find a way to stop him. Woof! Upon receiving the command, the 10 celestial hounds leaped into the air and remained frozen at the highest point. Then, the dogs opened their mouths wide, and streams of pure white energy began to converge from all directions, forming an ever-growing energy sphere in their mouths. Skill, Heavenly Dog devours the moon. The celestial hound's signature finishing move, gathering arcane energy from heaven and earth to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. The next second, the dogs tossed their heads, and 10 crescent-shaped energy cannons shot towards Neza from all directions. With a deafening roar, the crimson and pure white energies collided like 2 planets, sending massive energy waves bursting and splashing outwards. After an unknown amount of time, at the very center of the energy eruption, the faint voice of a young boy could be heard. You are, Xiaotian. Amidst the turbulent energy splattering everywhere, Neza's intermittent voice could be heard. Xiaotian. After a long while, the energy of the 2 colors finally dissipated, and Neza's figure emerged from it once again. This time, however, in stark contrast to his earlier imposing manner, he was covered in bruises, clutching his other arm with one hand, and walking with a somewhat unsteady gait. At the same time, for the first time, Neza's face showed an expression other than indifference. Xiaotian, is it really you? His eyes widened slightly, and a hint of emotion seemed to appear in his pupils. How did you get here? Meanwhile, outside the instance. Woof! Seeing that the other party seemed to have regained consciousness, the 10 celestial dogs immediately pounced on him and wagged their tails. Oh, Lindsay was quite surprised to see this. It seems that Neza has regained his will from his corrupted state. In fact, he had noticed before that Neza seemed quite different from Arjuna and Hercules, who were completely under control. He was self-aware at least until Pandora's box was broken. Moreover, Lindsay noticed a small detail in the information of the 3 corrupted gods. The other other two had the words remains written after their names, but Neza did not.
Does this mean that the two celestial beings have perished, with only their bodies controlled by the abyss? And Neza's original form has not yet been destroyed? Anyway, this should be a good thing. Looking over there, Neza was still in a daze. He touched the head of the celestial hound and said in confusion, "Am I seeing things? How did you turn into 10? Woof woof."
10 dogs wagged their tails, squinted their eyes, and looked very happy. Then, they all grabbed Neza's trouser leg and dragged him toward Lindsay, as if they were introducing Lindsay to him. Neza took 2 seconds to realize the dog's intention, and then looked at Lindsay. Then, he smiled slightly and uttered a weak but warm voice, "Young man of the human race, although I don't know what happened, you seem to be the new master of Xiaotian. That's good too. If Xiaotian has someone to take care of him, then senior brother can rest assured." As he said this, a trace of sadness flashed across his eyes. But one sentence made Lindsay even more curious, and he quickly asked, "So what exactly happened to the celestial race, and why did they disappear? Is it related to the abyss?" Neza's consciousness seemed not to have fully recovered, and he looked confused, tapping his head. I think I asked too many questions," Lindsay said speechlessly. Just then, a majestic heavenly voice descended from the sky once again. "Hey, Neza, have you finished talking?" The Demon Mountain's big eyeball emitted an extremely oppressive voice once again. "Useless trash. You couldn't even beat a mere human, and you got beaten up like this. What use are you?" Lindsay and Neza both looked up at the sky. Lindsay retorted directly, "Hey, I've been putting up with you for a long time. You've been babbling on and on since the beginning. If you've got the guts, come over here." Neza's eyes were filled with shock and anger. "Mount Demon, what did you just do to me?" "Humph, Neza, I even had a sliver of hope for you before." Demon Mountain said coldly, "It seems you're useless now. I never keep useless people, and the fate of useless people is to be scrapped. Give me back my power, and then die." As soon as he finished speaking, Neza let out a painful cry, clutching his head with both hands, looking extremely distressed. At the same time, a wisp of black energy was drawn out of his body and slowly flowed into the endless darkness around him. Seeing this, Lindsay immediately sensed something was wrong and asked with concern, "Neza, how are you?" Neza clutched his head and said in pain, "You should take your companions and leave quickly. You can't defeat Demon Mountain." "Ha ha ha ha." The Demon Mountain let out another arrogant laugh in the sky. "Trying to leave? I am one of the 10 generals of the abyss. Don't you think too highly of me? That human named Lindsay, I admit you are somewhat formidable. Since Neza failed his trial, then I will personally finish you off." The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying scene unfolded. What was once a bottomless dark dome suddenly sprouted countless large eyes, each one looking exactly like the previous one, with each eyeball moving around in its socket, looking incredibly eerie. Then, countless large eyes began to show different colors, a colorful mess, a full-on mental pollution. Skill, myriad evil eyes, corrosive curse. A unique skill of Demon Mountain, one of the 10 abyss generals. Each eye inflicts a negative status effect on the enemy. If multiple enemies have the same negative status effect, it stacks on top of the existing one. Instantly, countless negative status effects appeared: frozen, burned, bleeding, darkness, confusion, sleep, paralysis, poisoning, slowness. Furthermore, there are some debuffs with extremely high percentages, such as 80% reduction in strength, 90% reduction in agility, and 70% reduction in intelligence. Ha 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 ha. The sky full of giant eyeballs let out an even more deafening laugh. So far, none of those who have been hit by my move have survived. However, they won't die immediately, they will slowly die, suffering pain and torment, under my watchful gaze. When Neza saw that Demon Mountain had used this move on Lindsay, his heart sank. Was it still too late? The Demon Mountain continued laughing. "How does it feel, Lindsay?" But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. "No, something's not right." How? Lindsay stood calmly in place, showing no sign of pain, and even had a wicked smile on his face. Not only that, his status bar also showed many positive stats. Strength increased by 80%, agility increased by 90%, intelligence increased by 70%. What's even stranger is that the mountain discovered that all the status effects he had applied to his enemies had been applied to him by himself. "Oh my, I've never seen an enemy as polite as you before," Lindsay said casually. "Other enemies at least come up and fight symbolically, but you come up here to offer help and even give yourself a negative status effect. What did you do to me? How did you do it?" The pupils of the sky-wide eyes suddenly became even larger, as if they had suffered an unprecedented psychological shock. Lindsay knew that this was because he had already upgraded his turning misfortune into good fortune talent to the maximum level. Talent, turning misfortune into good fortune. Immune to all negative effects, converting them into positive ones. Negative effects inflicted by the enemy are reflected back to the enemy. At the same time, the mountain's large eyes began to be affected by the negative state it had released. Some eyes were frozen solid like blocks of ice, some eyes were burning and screaming, some were drowsy, and some were bleeding profusely from the poison. Moreover, various attributes have also been reduced. Suddenly, the countless large eyes were no longer as powerful and majestic as
as before. Their squeaking and screeching came from all directions, and everything fell into chaos. Then, Lin Zay's eyes widened, and he said with a wicked grin, "Alright, your turn is over, now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zay summoned all the demons again, each of them now fully recovered. Attack them all at once. At Lin Zay's command, all the demons unleashed their skills at the giant eyeballs that were howling and screaming everywhere. Suddenly, a series of astonishing damage numbers appeared one after another on the sky full of giant eyes, dazzling the eyes. Oh my god. The demon mountain, weakened by various negative status effects, was powerless to resist and could only let out miserable cries. Level 50. This sight left Neza, who was standing nearby, completely dumbfounded. HP 100 million. What's going on? Neza's mouth gaped open in a big O. That demon mountain can control several gods, so why is it so vulnerable in front of this human? But just then, a desperate cry came from the sky. Neza, quick, I will give you my power again. Come and help me. The next second, a surge of black energy rushed towards Neza again, pouring into his mouth and nose. Neza was once again lifted up by an invisible force, his legs leaving the ground, his face showing an expression of extreme pain, his black pupils rolled upwards, leaving only white in his eye sockets. Lin Zay thought to himself, is Neza going to be forcibly controlled again? The 10 celestial hounds immediately charged forward, barking, but were repelled by the black energy. Unfortunately, all items are disabled within the barrier, so we can't use the source of light. Lin Zay frowned slightly. In that critical moment, he disregarded everything else and thought, there's no other way. It seems I have no choice but to resort to that move. The next moment, Lin Zay shouted directly at Neza, "Hey, Neza, wake up. Think about it carefully. You are the Neza, the third prince, who once wreaked havoc in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, feared no authority, and defied everyone. Are you really willing to be controlled by a mere abyss 10 generals?" Lin Zay imitated the verbal sparring scenes from many classic animations he had seen before, shouting with such sincerity. I don't know if this trick will work in real life. He was a little unsure. Unexpectedly, not long after the words were spoken, a faint voice came from within the black mist. Human, what did you just say? You actually know my story? Lin Zay's eyes widened slightly. It's done? The next second, with a muffled boom, a ball of flame suddenly burst out from the black mist covering Neza. This time, the flames were no longer a deep red, but a dazzling, bright orange red. Like a small campfire lit in endless darkness, it radiated hope despite its small size. Then, from within the firelight came a weak but resolute voice of a young boy. You're right, I am Neza. I, Neza, as a member of the Great Xia Heavenly Clan, will never submit to this evil creature of the abyss. The next instant, the three-headed, six-armed boy reappeared before them, his entire body enveloped in raging flames, igniting all the surging black matter. His eyes no longer held the confusion and cowardice of before, but instead shone with a defiant brilliance. He slowly looked at Lin Zay and said with an air of superiority, "You're quite good, human boy. I'll remember this favor." Then, he looked up at the enemy in the sky, his starry eyes narrowed, and he arrogantly shouted, "Mountain demon, you bastard who hides in the back and plots against people, you think you can make me your subordinate? You're not worthy. Let me, your grandpa, teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot straight into the sky like a crimson meteor. Neza, what are you doing? A chorus of large eyes widened in terror. You've really gone too far. Give me your life. The next second, Neza shouted, and his fire-tipped spear pierced into one of the eyes, causing black blood to gush out. The mountain cried out in pain again. Seeing Neza revert to his arrogant and unruly demeanor from mythology, Lin Zay was quite excited and immediately shouted to his demons, "You can't lose either. Kill them." Yes, a group of demons responded in unison, and immediately began to kill with even greater fervor. The Balrog throws fireballs, the succubus lashes out with bone whips, and the demon dragon spits out lightning balls, while the Rakshasa king rides on the back of the demon dragon and kicks one child at a time. Shadow Fiend controlled Tyr's blade of destruction, slicing it directly through a cluster of eyeballs, followed by a cacophony of howls. The angels also continuously emitted black and white light. After the 10 dogs evolved into howling celestial dogs, they could walk directly in the air. They took care of both old and new grudges and launched the most swift attack on the eyes. Neza transformed into a brilliant lotus flower burning with rage, turning everything in his path to ashes. After about 10 minutes, amidst screams of agony, the countless giant eyes were finally wiped out. Seeing that defeat was inevitable, Demon Mountain used his last large eye to let out a roar. Lin Zay, you just wait. Crack! Before he could finish speaking, Neza's fire-tipped spear pierced his eyeball and churned inside. Then, the settlement information finally popped up in front of Lin Zay's eyes. The boss Demon Mountain Dharma image of the 10 Abyss Generals has been defeated, gaining 180,000 experience points, plus an additional 90,000 experience points. Lifespan plus 500 years. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 50. Congratulations. Your summoned beast, Demon Dragon, has leveled up to level 35. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, Flame Demon. Current level, 65. Congratulations on leveling up your summoned beast, the Succubus Queen. Current level,
68. Loot obtained, 180,000 copper coins, 100-eyed giant's demon eye, material, abyss core, material.
Damn it, after fighting for so long, all we got was to kill one Dharma aspect? Lin Zhe was a little annoyed. Besides, these spoils aren't very useful, so it feels like a bit of a loss.
Meanwhile, the boundless darkness around them finally began to dissipate, revealing the previous instant scene. Lin Zhe immediately looked at the human professionals controlled by the abyss, ran over, and used Fountain of Light on them.
Gradually, everyone woke up from their coma.
Lei Jinyu, Hanzhou, Wang Hao, and Qi Xingyu were all perfectly fine, without missing any limbs. Luckily, Master Lu rushed up to continuously supply them with healing energy at the critical moment. Lin Zhe thought to himself,
otherwise, they would have been completely corrupted by the abyss by now. By the way, where is Master Lu? He then realized that he couldn't see the chubby figure in the crowd. Oh no, could something bad have happened? A bad feeling suddenly rose in his heart. Lin Zhe suddenly felt a pang of panic. He had been so focused on fighting monsters that he had completely forgotten about Master Lu's safety. By this time, everyone had recovered, but Master Lu's familiar figure was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Master Lu? Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Lin Zhe, what are you standing there for?
Turning my head, I saw a strange middle-aged man in front of me, dressed in white, with a rather handsome face. The only downside is that he's too thin, with a stick-like figure and slightly sunken cheeks, making him look like he's been malnourished for years and could be blown over by a gust of wind.
Who are you, handsome?
Lin Zhe was a little confused.
He.
The skinny man let out a familiar laugh, but it sounded noticeably less energetic.
Ha!
Lin Zhe was slightly surprised.
Master Lu, after you sacrificed yourself, you used your soul to possess someone else's body? That doesn't seem quite right, does it? Cough, cough, cough. The skinny handsome guy almost choked to death, coughing violently. At this moment, Lei Jinyu walked over and greeted him. Lin Zhe, what nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this Master Lu himself? Lin Zhe looked the skinny man up and down again with a puzzled expression. Sure enough, the man's appearance was quite similar to Louis Dao's. He. The skinny, handsome guy laughed again, explaining, it's normal that you don't know the nature of my profession. To be honest, one of my passive talents is called nourishment, which allows me to store energy in my body through eating. The other skill is called reciprocal energy, which allows you to transfer your energy to others, achieving the effects of replenishment and healing. However, these two skills have a side effect, namely, the change in my figure is quite significant. I didn't know it could be like that.
Lin Zhe suddenly realized, and at the same time felt relieved.
So you didn't get it. Put.
Master Lu's already frail body almost fell to the ground on the spot. At this moment, the others also surrounded Lin Zhe, and everyone had a smile on their face as if they had survived a disaster.
Hanja, Lin Zhe, I didn't expect you to save my life again. As your teacher, I'm a little embarrassed. Lei Jinyu patted him on the shoulder. Yes, from now on, you are my savior. Sai, in front of you, I really have to admit my age.
Qi Xingyu clasped his hands in a fist and knelt on one knee. Brother Lin, I have nothing more to say, please accept my bow.
From now on, I will be at your service.
Wang Hao scratched his head and said,
Lin Zhe, oh no, Godfather, I have to thank you again this time. Tell me, how many times have you saved my life?
After saying that, he chuckled and added, if I were a woman, I'd offer myself.
Stop right there. Lin Zhe's lips twitched. Other unfamiliar professionals also came to express their gratitude.
Lin Zhe was surrounded by a crowd, and he, who was never good at handling such situations, could only politely respond to each person, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just then, he saw a crimson meteor, still burning with embers, fall from the sky and crash heavily to the ground in the distance.
I forgot about Neza.
Lin Zhe suddenly realized and quickly pushed through the crowd, running towards that direction. But then they saw Neza lying on the ground. His body had returned to the form of a normal teenager from the three-headed, six-armed form. His skin was covered with wounds of all sizes, and his face looked weak.
Neza, how are you?
Lin Zhe squatted down beside him and asked with concern.
Huff, huff, huff. Neza was panting heavily.
It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying battle. I'm a little out of practice. But that fight just now was really exhilarating.
I haven't felt that feeling of being unrestrained by anyone in a long time.
Seeing that the other person was in bad shape, Lin Zhe immediately said, hang in there, I'll find someone to treat you.
No need.
This body has already endured too much and is about to collapse.
There's no need to do anything more. Neza's voice became even weaker. Meanwhile, outside the instance.
At the same time, others gradually gathered around, but each person stood not far away, their eyes filled with doubt and unfamiliarity as they looked at the boy on the ground.
Young man of the human race, your name is Lin Zhe, right? I have a request, Neza continued.
If possible, please find the souls of our great heavenly god clan from the abyss, and let everyone be freed. Lin Zhe frowned slightly, thinking to himself, it seems that things are becoming clearer and clearer. The disappearance of the celestial race is indeed directly related to the abyss. Thinking of this, he replied directly, don't worry, I will definitely do it.
Phew, that's great. A relieved smile appeared on Neza's pale face. I always felt that if it were you, you could do it. And Lin Zhe, thank you. Neza Neza continued, you reminded me of the person I used to be. Goodbye, but we will meet again in the long river of time.
As he finished speaking, Neza left with a relieved smile, and the skin on his face began to break down into tiny specks of light. Then, more and more parts of the body began to disintegrate, and numerous points of light, like shimmering golden butterflies, drifted away into the distance with the wind.
Lindsay remained silently in place, witnessing Neza's disappearance without uttering a word.
Those around Lindsay frowned slightly upon seeing his expression.
Hanja stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, Lindsay, that boss, is he a longtime friend of yours? A longtime friend?
As Lindsay pondered those words, he couldn't help but recall the little hero he had seen in books and on television since childhood in the world before he transmigrated.
That's right,
he's my friend, Lindsay replied affirmatively. Then, he stood up, his eyes regaining their resolve.
Don't worry, Neza, I will definitely help you find everyone's souls, so that I can comfort you in heaven.
Just then, a loud child's cry interrupted his thoughts. Everyone turned around and saw three little ones wearing red bibs sitting on the ground not far away, crying loudly.
Ah, it's Nato, Naza, and Naza.
Wang Hao was the first to react. At this point, their information was restored to its original level of 40. Lindsay and the others were also startled and immediately stepped forward.
Wang Hao asked, what are you three doing here? Where did you run off to? We just had a really scary nightmare. Nato answered, sobbing.
We dreamt that when we grew up, we encountered a really scary monster. That monster had so many eyes and it ordered us to do bad things. The group exchanged glances, all realizing that the monster he was talking about was not a dream.
But then,
the dazed-looking man continued, we met a brother who saved us and together we defeated the monster. Everyone knew perfectly well that the older brother they were talking about was none other than Lindsay.
Look, at this moment, the most shy Naza pointed to someone in the crowd and said, that's the older brother. Lindsay was also stunned. What's going on? How come these three kids have reappeared? Can't you see I'm feeling sad here?
The three little kids all turned their gazes to Lindsay, and their previously tearful faces instantly blossomed into smiles.
The next second, the three of them rushed to Lindsay's side, hugged his legs, and shouted happily, wow, big brother, is it really you? We meet again.
Lindsay was still in a daze.
He recalled the last words spoken by the young Neza before he vanished. In the long river of time, we will meet again.
He originally thought the sentence was quite poetic, containing a faint sense of sorrow. But I didn't expect this goodbye to be so soon.
Can't you just give me a proper stab and let me feel sad for a bit? And how did the perfectly healthy young Neza turn into three little brats?
Lindsay felt like he had a million complaints to make. Hey, don't wipe your snot on my clothes, he shouted as he tried desperately to shake off the three pendants. Those who witnessed the scene found it quite heartwarming and smiled knowingly. Neza the third prince clung to Lindsay's thigh for a while before letting go.
Ah, I almost forgot. Nato said as if he had remembered something. We have something to give you.
After saying that, he pulled a large object from his inventory.
Upon closer inspection, everyone realized it was a wide-mouthed earthenware jar, the very same Pandora's box that Lindsay had broken. Everyone's hearts tightened again. How come this evil thing is still here? Won't we have to break it again?
But then Nato continued to explain to Lindsay, in the dream just now, the grown-up version of us specifically instructed that this thing be left to you.
Give it to me?
Lindsay was also quite puzzled.
What use could this thing possibly be?
He reached out and took the pottery jar, and the moment his fingers touched it, the entire jar cracked open with a crack.
The next second, it shattered into countless pieces once again. Everyone was stunned. It really broke. Are the enemies coming again?
Lindsay, how could you be so careless?
Lindsay, what does this have to do with me? It broke on its own, okay?
This time, however, the shattered pottery jar did not spill any ominous substance. Instead, a ball of black light flew out of it, drifting lightly towards Lindsay and then merging into his palm.
At the same time, a notification appeared on Lindsay's personal interface. Congratulations on obtaining the loot, talent, Pandora's box, mythical. Lindsay exclaimed in surprise, the item has turned into a talent?
He couldn't wait to start examining the effects of this talent.
Talent, Pandora's box.
When learning magic skill books, you can decide whether to open the box and corrupt it into forbidden abyssal spells.
Note, each corruption consumes lifespan.
Lindsay read the description several times to make sure he hadn't misunderstood.
So, any magic skill book can be corrupted? No wonder that Demon Mountain wanted to get this thing. Its effects are too amazing.
Lindsay's lips curled up into a smile once again.
Once I get back, I'll immediately find some skill book to try it out.
He couldn't help but rub his hands together like flies.
To onlookers, Lindsay appeared quite unusual as he stood there grinning blankly after breaking the water jug.
Everyone couldn't help but worry about whether his mental state was still intact, and the scene became awkward for a moment.
Ahem.
Lei Zhenyu broke the silence, saying, now that the crisis is over, let's hurry back and not keep the people outside worrying too much. Everyone then realized what was happening and nodded in agreement. Lindsay also remembered that Yu Suxian and Uncle Lu Fan were still waiting outside.
Are you leaving?
The three children looked aggrieved when they heard Lei Zhenyu's words.
Big brother, we want to go with you too.
Naza looked at Lin Zhe with pitiful eyes and pleaded, her eyes filled with tears. Lin Zhe was a little troubled, thinking to himself, these 3 children are at least another form of Neza, so we really can't leave them in this desolate wilderness. But, as a single male college student who values his integrity, I can't possibly raise 3 kids in my dorm room, can I? If word gets out, wouldn't people misunderstand? This is easy. Louis Dao walked over with a smile, seemingly having seen through Lin Zhe's dilemma. He was holding a large steamed bun in each hand, and his figure was no longer as thin as before, clearly having regained a lot of weight through eating. While munching on a steamed bun, he said, let's take the 3 little ones to our Penglai city. Although they don't have much combat power, they are, after all, members of the celestial race, and the higher-ups will probably take them seriously. Moreover, we might be able to get some useful information out of them. As he spoke, he took out 3 more large steamed buns from his pocket, handed one to each of the 3 children, and said, little ones, come with me, and you'll have delicious food every day, okay? Okay. The 3 children, completely unsuspecting, took the fragrant neat buns and began to wolf them down. Lin Zhe was both amused and exasperated, but he was also relieved. Having the higher-ups of the Great Xia protect Neza was naturally the safest approach. He had a vague feeling that although they were weak now, one day in the future, that fiery lotus-like boy, Neza, would reappear. And then there's another thing, which is the request that the young Neza entrusted to him before he disappeared, to go to the abyss and release the souls of the Great Xia heavenly gods. Although there are no leads right now, I will definitely keep this matter in mind and live up to the trust placed in me, he thought to himself. At that moment, a notification popped up in front of everyone's eyes that the dungeon had been cleared. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Experience plus 50,000. The dungeon will close in 60 seconds. Teleporting you to 60, 59, 58. And so, a group of people, along with 3 children, were teleported out of the dungeon entrance. The soldiers and crowd waiting outside the gate were relieved when they saw them come out, and they cheered and surged forward. Then, Lin Zhe took out the source of light and dripped a drop onto the corrupted portal. Soon, the black abyssal matter on the portal dissipated and crumbled. Thus, Lin Zhe's long-term quest, purifying the abyss rift, has made new progress. Ding! Progress detected in your long-term quest, purifying the abyss rift. Current progress, June 10th. Received a stage reward, 1 system lottery draw, with a guaranteed S-level reward in this draw. Hint, continue completing the task. After successfully purifying 10 times, you will receive a reward. Keep up the good work. After Lin Zhe successfully averted the abyss crisis, the system displayed a new task settlement message. Great! Lin Zhe said expectantly, I'll have more to draw when I get back. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe appeared in the sky with 4 members of the 7 Heroes of the Clouds at Penglai City. Inside General Huayu's conference hall, they sat together with many high-ranking officials of the Great Xia dynasty, holding an important meeting. After all, such a major accident has occurred today, and it is necessary to report it immediately and formulate future preventative measures. Many high-ranking officials who had never met Lin Zhe were seated at the table. After hearing the full account of the incident, they all wore expressions of disbelief, thinking to themselves, this kid, who just turned 18 and is only a freshman in college, has actually repelled the invasions of the abyss multiple times? I find it hard to believe. However, General Huayu's face showed more worry. Unexpectedly, our human race has only discovered the abyss for less than 2 months, but the abyss seems to have already set its sights on us, launching invasions against us time and time again. Our human race is currently in a passive and defensive position. We can't predict when or where the enemy will invade us. This time, it was all thanks to Lin Zhe's timely arrival. Otherwise, Tianyu City would probably have been directly corrupted by the abyss. It was truly a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Then, Huayu looked at Lin Zhe with admiration and said, I propose that we all pay tribute to Lin Zhe. Clap clap clap. The room full of important officials immediately applauded for Lin Zhe, instantly waking him up from his near sleep after listening to a long part of the meeting. However, some of the older men at the table clapped rather perfunctorily, clearly feeling that they shouldn't applaud a young upstart. Alright, Huayu said again, and the applause immediately stopped. Then, a look of worry reappeared on his face, and he said, however, the safety of our entire Great Xia cannot be protected by Lin Zhe alone. Therefore, we need to formulate some strategies and measures to ensure that we won't be so passively attacked the next time the abyss invades. As soon as the question was raised, the high-ranking officials immediately began to whisper among themselves, and the entire conference room was filled with a buzzing sound. After a long pause, an old man spoke first. In my opinion, we should immediately shut down all instances across the country to reduce the chances of ordinary people coming into contact with the abyss to 0. Upon hearing this, many high-ranking officials immediately nodded in agreement. However, Huayu's expression showed hesitation. Just then, a voice rang out from the room. I object. Everyone turned to look, and found that it was Lin Zhe who was speaking. Lin Zhe stood up and said seriously, this plan is naturally the safest and easiest, but I have been in contact with the abyss many times. I know that the abyss will not be polite to us. Just because people don't fight doesn't mean they won't come looking for us. More More importantly, if we stop everyone from doing dungeons, it will only cause our Great Xiao's combat level to stagnate. If the Abyss launches a large-scale invasion one day, we will only be at a greater disadvantage. The old man, embarrassed by Lin Zhe's objections, said rather displeasedly, then why don't you come up with a solution? Lin Zhe calmly said, we should popularize knowledge about the Abyss throughout the country and have all professionals across the country prepare for drills to deal with an Abyss invasion. Upon hearing this, the people at the table began to whisper and discuss it again. Many people shook their heads repeatedly, some thinking, asking the entire population to fight against the Abyss? That's too much of a challenge. Some people, however, were thinking, isn't the Abyss just one of many alien races? Isn't this making a huge fuss over nothing? However, at this moment, General Huayu spoke up in a loud voice. I agree with Lin Zhe's plan. Everyone, simply dodging and backing down is nothing but self-deception. He stood up and said, our human race has enjoyed relatively peaceful and stable days for too long, causing us to forget the crises of the past. But now, you all need to understand that humanity may have reached a critical moment of life and death. Not only the entire Great Xia, but the entire human race should unite to resist the invasion of the Abyss. His words were a wake-up call, silencing all the high-ranking officials who had raised questions. However, Huayu hesitated for a moment, his face showing difficulty. The Abyss is different from other alien races, it spreads like a virus, and it is indeed a problem for our ordinary people when they encounter it. General Hua, there's no need to worry too much, Lin Zhe replied calmly. On this trip to the Tower of Gods, I obtained some items specifically designed to combat the pollution of the Abyss. He was referring to the source of light. I plan to have Professor Hanja dedicate himself to research and strive to produce a drug to combat the mental pollution of the Abyss as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Huayu's eyes lit up immediately. That's wonderful. What does Teacher Hanja need? We will definitely provide full support in terms of resources and manpower. Okay, I'll go back and tell him. Thank you in advance, General Hua. Don't mention it, I should be thanking you, Huayu said with deep emotion. Oh, right. He suddenly remembered something. If you hadn't mentioned the Tower of Gods, I would have almost forgotten that the most important thing today should have been for the three of you to participate in the Tower of Gods instance. How were the results? Lin Zhe scratched his head. I accidentally cleared 100 floors, and then the Tower of God collapsed. Suddenly, the entire conference room fell silent, as if everyone's brains had been fried by his words. Several seconds passed before people exclaimed in unison, what? The old man who had just been opposed by Lin Zhe seized the opportunity to question, you're not joking, are you? Even General Hua himself only reached level 79 in the Tower of God dungeon. While your strength may indeed be extraordinary, breaking through 100 floors? That's something that hasn't happened in the 100 years since the birth of human professions. Unfortunately, it really happened today. These words were spoken by Yu Suxian. She secretly rolled her eyes at the old man and continued, what Lin Zhe said is true. Uncle Fan and I can testify to it. Yes, it's true. Lu Fan nodded honestly. The old man froze in his seat, speechless, and everyone else gasped in shock. Even Huayu himself showed a rare expression of astonishment. Yu Suxian burst out laughing. I've been in Panglai City for many years, and I've never seen General Hua make such a wonderful expression. He. Luidao laughed alone. Don't even mention you. I've been here for decades and I've never seen him like this before. This is truly eye-opening. It's like a knife slapping my ass. Half an hour later, Lin Zhe walked out of General Huayu's private office. After he revealed at the meeting that he had cleared the Tower of God, Huayu knew that there must be many details that were inconvenient for too many people to know, so he specially held a private meeting with Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe recounted in detail how he cleared the Tower of Gods, obtained the entry ticket to the arena of 10,000 races, the collapse of the Tower of Gods, and the siege by several other countries. Of course, it still cleverly avoided content related to the system. Perhaps overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information, General Huayu frowned and pondered for a long time before slowly processing it. Then, a burst of hearty laughter erupted from his mouth. Haha, before you went to the Tower of Gods, I was worried that the debuff would be too effective against you, and I thought you probably wouldn't be able to climb many floors. Don't laugh at me, but my goal for you is 30 floors. Now I feel like I've made a fool of myself. I was just lucky. Lin Zhe scratched his head. Then, Huayu's expression turned serious again. As for the matter of you wiping out all the members of several important national guilds, let me make this clear first. Lin Zhe immediately explained, they attacked first, trying to kill and rob us. Why are you so nervous? Huayu suddenly laughed. What I meant to say was, well done. Although our Great Xia has always advocated peace and unity, no other country should even think about writing on our heads. I have always told Su Xian and the others this. However, those countries will likely use this as an excuse to cause trouble for us later. As Huayu spoke, a look of anticipation appeared on his face. But I want to see what kind of trouble they can come up with. Are they really that powerful as the Abyss? General Hua is right. Lin Zhe laughed after hearing this. As for the arena of 10,000 races ticket you obtained, Huayu paused. To be honest, I never knew that the final reward of the Tower of
of gods was this. But since this arena concerns the status of the entire human race among all races, we must be extremely cautious. Hua Yu slowly turned his gaze to Lin Zhe. I'd like to hear what you yourself think. Lin Zhe didn't hesitate for a moment and said directly, I originally wanted to use this admission ticket immediately, since if the human race's ranking goes up, then all of our strength will be improved. However, after seeing how other countries treat us, Lin Zhe's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. I suddenly realized that we can't let them benefit from our success. So I've decided to wait until the right time to use the admission ticket. Hua Yu pondered for a moment longer before speaking. I agree with your idea. Let's put this matter aside for now. Right now, the most important thing is for everyone to work together to defend against the abyss. After the conversation, Lin Zhe bid farewell to the 4 members of the 7 heroes of Yunxiao and learned from Master Lu that the arrangements for taking in Neza, the 3rd prince, had been made. They also arranged special teachers for the 3 children to teach them culture and martial arts. Lin Zhe thought to himself, for humans to teach Neza martial arts is truly going against the natural order. But what can you do when 3 kids are so weak? Who knows when they'll be able to transform back into young Neza? Afterwards, Lin Zhe finally returned to his dormitory, feeling completely exhausted. However, 2 things were still on his mind. The first thing is the lottery. This is a stage reward obtained by completing the Purifying Abyss Rift quest, and it guarantees at least an S rank reward. Open the interface and start drawing. The entries scrolled, then slowly came to a stop. Congratulations on drawing the class exclusive skill, Phase Shift, S rank. Skill, Phase Shift, allows you to swap positions with your summon creature, or between summon creatures. Oh, is it a spatial talent? Lin Zhe looked at the entry and pondered. It feels like it can make combat more flexible, and it might be very useful in certain situations. As for the second thing to do, it's naturally to use the newly acquired Pandora's Box talent. Pandora's Box. When learning magic skill books, you can decide whether to open the box and corrupt it into forbidden abyssal spells. Note, each corruption consumes lifespan. I want to see just how powerful this mythical talent really is. Lin Zhe rubbed his hands together with great anticipation and bought a bunch of affordable low to mid-level spells from the online store, such as Fireball, Ice Crystal, Earth Spike, and so on. Lin Zhe spread a bunch of spells out on the table, and sure enough, an interface automatically popped up in front of him. A magical skill has been detected. Do you wish to consume your lifespan to open the magic box and corrupt it into a forbidden abyss spell? Yes/no. Immediately, Lin Zhe's eyes swept over each skill book, and the interface automatically popped up showing the corresponding lifespan required for corruption. Taking fire attribute skills as an example, the most common C-rank skills, such as Fireball, require 1000 years of lifespan to be consumed. Intermediate level attacks, such as Flame Bug and Flame Wall, require a lifespan of over 3000 years. The higher the level, the more exaggerated the lifespan consumption. Lin Zhe looked at his lifespan, only 1828 years and 59 days, and was immediately dumbfounded. Goodness, I thought having such a long lifespan was already amazing, but now it seems there are more and more things that need to use that lifespan, and it's simply not enough. He instantly thought of some pay-to-win mobile games from his previous life, where the later the game went, the more tricks there were to get players to spend money. There's no other way, I'll just have to play with the lowest level spell first. After thinking for a while, he finally chose the Earth attribute spell, Earth Spike. Would you like to spend 1000 years corrupting the Earth Spike technique? Yes/no. Then, an animation started playing on the interface. In the very center of the screen was a wide-mouthed earthenware jar. The spellbook for Earth Spike was thrown into it, and the jar began to shake violently. A few seconds later, a stream of black, murky gas gushed out of the earthenware jar, and a new spellbook popped out. Successfully corrupted. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Great Impure Earth 10,000 Thorn Burial, Legendary. Skill, Great Impure Earth Burial of 10,000 Spikes. Summons abyssal spikes within a 1000 meter radius, dealing earth and abyssal damage to enemies within the area. Damage equals intelligence *20. Simultaneously creates an Earth Spike cage. Cage HP equals 1 million. Before the cage is broken, it deals continuous earth damage to enemies and applies the imprisonment effect. Cooldown, 2 hours. ? Lin Zhe was also surprised when he saw the skill description. He rubbed his eyes, afraid he was seeing things. This range, this damage, and the life points of this cage, are you kidding me? This is undoubtedly the most powerful spell he has acquired so far. Then let the succubus learn this skill, Lin Zhe thought. It feels like it would suit her perfectly. It was immediately handed over to Lilith. Ugh, master, why do you think this skill suits me so well? I'm so innocent and cute, Lilith said, feigning shyness. I don't like playing any kind of bondage or torture play. She put one hand to her lips, making a very seductive expression. Do you think I believe you? Lin Zhe was speechless. Alright, I won't tease master anymore. Thank you for the reward. Lilith gently kissed Lin Zhe on the cheek and flew away happily. After finishing all that, Lin Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief and fell asleep on the bed. Meanwhile, in a dark world beyond the myriad realms, amidst a swirling gray mist, a
majestic mountain stands tall. Suddenly, accompanied by a roar that resounded through the sky, the gray mist dispersed, the earth trembled, and the once immovable mountain began to shake completely. Upon closer inspection, the colossal object was not a mountain range, but a giant over 100 meters tall, with bluish-gray skin as hard as rock. If it remained still, it would look exactly like a mountain range. On its bluish-gray skin were patterns of eyes, and it had 6 eyes on its face. Damn it! My Dharma form was defeated by that human, he shouted angrily. Upon hearing the giant's commotion, the surrounding group of small creatures composed of black, muddy matter were terrified and scattered immediately, shouting, "Run! Lord Mountain has awakened!" The giant then slammed his large hand down on the ground, and dozens, or even hundreds of small creatures immediately appeared in his palm. Then, the mountain opened its massive maw and, as if eating snacks, fed the small creatures into its mouth. He stuffed his mouth full several times before he felt slightly satisfied. Coming to his senses, he muttered to himself, "This was my mistake. I underestimated Lin Zhe's strength. After all, he was the one who killed Molina, who was ranked 9th among the 10 Abyss generals. Even Ouroboros, who was ranked 7th, has been missing ever since he fought him. However, my Demon Mountain is ranked 6th, unlike those two who were useless. Only my Dharma form was defeated." He paused for a moment, then continued to mutter to himself, "But the most urgent task right now is to carry out the mission assigned to me by the higher-ups. Several powerful demons have been resurrected in the underworld. We need to assimilate them into our Abyss race as soon as possible to prevent future troubles. As for that human named Lin Zhe, humph." The pupils in his 6 eyes widened slightly. "One day, you will die by my hand. If we don't avenge this, we, the Demon Mountain, will be unworthy of being called the 10 generals of the Abyss." For the next few days, Lin Zhe had a relatively peaceful time, which allowed him to take a break. However, starting the day after the Abyss invasion, the Great Xia dynasty indeed launched a nationwide propaganda campaign to defend against the enemy with great efficiency. Schools across the country are required to popularize knowledge about the Abyss, and universities have added courses specifically designed to deal with the Abyss. Walking on campus, Lin Zhe could always hear various discussions about the Abyss around him. Every student seemed to have a tense look on their face, no longer laughing and joking as usual. All the major guilds also started training courses to deal with the Abyss, and countless people signed up immediately. As for Professor Hanja, ever since General Huayu offered to fully support his research and development of medicines targeting the Abyss, the school immediately set aside a brand new laboratory for him and purchased a lot of advanced equipment. Therefore, the group no longer needed to go to that old dormitory building every day. Furthermore, all the teachers who previously looked down on Hanja have completely changed their tune and are now greeting him with smiles. Several female teachers also extended invitations, offering to treat Hanja to meals and such. However, the real purpose of these people was to benefit from Hanja's influence so that he could put their names on the list of R&D personnel. Of course, Hanja remained the same aloof, handsome middle-aged man who disliked socializing, turning all these people away. As for Lin Zhe, after resting for a few days, he finally started to get itchy. That day, he was rubbing his hands together, ready to find a dungeon to fight, when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't been to the Netherworld in a long time. On the day of the Abyss invasion, he heard the little devil leader Pippi say that there were already hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers in Black Cloud City, and that there were probably even more in the past few days. He immediately opened the gate to all realms, preparing to go back and take a look. A few seconds later, Lin Zhe arrived at Black Cloud City again, shrouded in dark clouds. As soon as he stepped inside, he discovered that the place had undergone tremendous changes. The last time I came here, it was a scene of utter devastation. The outer walls of various buildings were damaged, and a corner of the city wall had been broken off by the city itself. Moreover, the entire city was deserted and empty. But this time, the moment I stepped inside, a bustling and lively atmosphere hit me. The streets were filled with all sorts of miniature demons, some forging iron, some cooking, some building houses, and some doing farm work. One of the imps, dressed as a butler, was giving them orders. From the training ground behind the castle, a unified shout could be heard. Looking at the buildings, the dilapidated exterior walls had been repaired to their original state, and the collapsed city walls had been rebuilt. Moreover, a large area of farmland had been cultivated around the city walls, where strange, demonic plants had sprouted. When Lin Zhe was teleported to the square in front of the castle, all the demons turned their attention to him and immediately stopped what they were doing. The next second, all the demons dropped what they were holding and rushed towards Lin Zhe. The scene was like a fan meeting their idol who was good at singing, dancing, and basketball. "It's the Lord. The Lord has finally arrived." All the demons cheered, some even shedding tears of excitement. Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Zhe was also speechless. Quiet, quiet. Go back to work." The little devil in the butler's uniform sternly called to the other devils as he walked over. He then curtsied gracefully before Lin Zhe and said humbly, "Welcome, my master. I'm Kaka, the housekeeper chosen by everyone. Pippi as the instructor, Kaka as the butler." Lin Zhe thought to himself, "You demons are quite orderly." "Ahem," Lin Zhe said with feigned superiority. "It seems you've managed Black Cloud
Cloud City quite well. Well done. Thank you for the compliment, Master. It's such an honor. Kaka quickly bowed again. Oh, right, I just remembered something, Lindsay said, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. Then, he had a seemingly ordinary cloth bag in his hand. Then, he loosened the drawstring at the top of the bag, and the bag immediately flew into the air before tipping down. 3 ouch sounds were heard as 3 people rolled onto the ground. The 3 humans who fell out of the bag were Brian of the Undying Empire, Alexander of the Papal States, and Barbara of the Beautiful Country. The reason Lindsay didn't kill them directly that day was because he wanted them to come here and experience a good life. But then the 3 of them tumbled to the ground with cries of pain and immediately stood up. It's you great Xia person. Brian was the first to react and said fiercely to Lindsay, what have you done to us? Alexander shouted, on the verge of collapse. You sucked us into that lousy bag and we were starving inside for days. This is torture. Lindsay then noticed that all 3 of them had become noticeably thinner, with sunken cheeks and listless eyes, clearly indicating that they had suffered a lot. Even Barbara, who was as fat as a pig, seemed to have slimmed down a bit. At this moment, Barbara's expression was the most exaggerated. Her black face was so angry that she looked like a wild beast, and her eyebrows stood up as if they were about to fly into the sky. It shouted, you rude great Xiaoman, do you think kidnapping me is the end of it? President Old Bitden of the United States will lead the nation's elite troops to rescue me. At that time, your great Xia will be finished. Ouch. Before it could finish speaking, it felt several sharp weapons pierce its buttocks, and immediately cried out in pain. Looking back, they saw an army of imps in armor, wielding long swords, surrounding the 3 of them. The leader of the line was none other than Pippi, their instructor. All that could be heard was Pippi's sharp reprimand at Barbara. Don't be rude to the Lord. You human, do you really look like a human? Then, he turned around and knelt down before Lindsay. Master, I'm late. It's all right. Lindsay waved his hand, glanced at the 3 foreigners with a cold look, and said slowly, people from America will come to rescue you? Don't you want to know where you are? The 3 had already sensed something was wrong with this place, and now, after looking around, they were even more horrified. Seeing the dark clouds and demons everywhere, and hearing the demons calling Lindsay Master repeatedly, the 3 of them finally realized this was not Blue Star at all. Where have you taken me? Barbara's voice held a hint of panic for the first time. You're doing this to me, the consequences will be severe. Ouch, ouch. Its rear end was poked several more times. Behave yourselves, the brats shouted in unison. How dare you insult the Lord? We'll execute you right now. Wait a minute. Lindsay interrupted him, a wicked smile returning to his face. I brought them here, of course, not to execute them. Then, he turned to the butler Kaka and instructed, these 3 are yours. Give them the heaviest work, whether it's farm work or construction work. If they don't perform well, it's not too late to kill them later. Upon hearing this, the 3 foreigners turned green with shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Brian was the first to jump up. I'm of royal blood, and you want me to do farm work? Alexander also shouted, I am the man closest to God, and you want me to do the same rough work as these demons? With 2 sharp cracks, they were immediately struck by the whips in Pippi and Kaka's hands, crying out in pain. But this time, Barbara was unusually silent, staring incredulously at her large, black hands, which were trembling slightly uncontrollably. It was as if I had been summoned by a call from my ancestral bloodline, and I couldn't wait to grab a plow and start working. Barbara's voice trembled. What is this strangely familiar feeling? But then Lindsay continued to instruct the butler, Kaka, remember, strictly supervise them. Make sure they work a full 18 hours every day and don't slack off for even a minute. If you do a good job, you'll get 2 meals a day. If you do a bad job, you won't get any food. You're not allowed to sleep more than 4 hours a day. If you perform well, after 1 year you will be allowed to work only 16 hours a day and take 1 day off every year. No lateness, absenteeism, or early departure allowed. Lindsay went on and on, making all sorts of demanding requests, leaving everyone around him, including the demons, stunned. The foreigner looked at the kids, then at Lindsay, and thought to himself, how come I can't tell who the real devil is? Each little devil was thinking, I always feel like our master is more like a demon than us. After giving all the instructions, Lindsay nodded in satisfaction. Alright, take them to work now. Barbara stared silently at her hands and followed the butler straight to the plantation. Brian and Alexander wanted to curse and swear, but they were whipped several times and immediately became quiet and could only follow behind dejectedly. That's more like it. Lindsay smiled. Farm tools should look like farm tools. Just then, a system notification unexpectedly popped up in front of him. Ding! Your long-running quest, Lord of Demons, has made progress. Detection indicates you led demons to rebuild the city, revitalizing Black Cloud City. You have gained 3% contribution points, bringing your total contribution points to 8%. Keep up the good work and continue to contribute to the revival of the demon realm. Oh, not bad, but there's no reward. Lindsay shook his head. Coming to his senses, he asked Instructor Pippi, what new changes have occurred in the demon realm while I was away? Reporting to the Lord. Pippi replied respectfully, we have sent out scouts and surveyors to
to explore the territory of the demon realm, and this is the current result. He took out a parchment scroll and presented it to him. Lin Zhe took it, opened it, and saw a map drawn with rather rough ink marks.
The map has a large outline, which should represent the entire demon realm.
A small part of it has been marked with various terrain features, such as rivers, forests, and hills.
It also marks the location of Black Cloud City, which is in the lower left corner of the map.
Many other areas, however, have not yet been drawn, leaving only a blank outline. Good heavens, these demons are really effective, he thought to himself with delight. We're incompetent, we've only explored these areas so far. There are still many places we haven't been to. Pippi seemed a little guilty.
No, you've done a great job.
Lin Zhe was quite satisfied, examining the map with great interest. Then he noticed that somewhere on the edge of the area where the terrain had already been drawn, there was a picture of a city.
It was also marked with a name, Molten City. Lin Zhe immediately became interested. What is this Molten City?
My lord, it is a city 20 kilometers away from Black Cloud City.
Our expedition team only explored that place a few days ago.
Legend has it that Molten City was once home to the Flame Demon clan, but unfortunately, they were wiped out in a war between gods and demons more than 100 years ago.
However, the expedition team discovered that the city now seems to have a new owner. Oh, the Flame Demon clan? Lin Zhe repeated.
However, at that moment, he felt his summoning bar shake violently.
After hearing Pippi's explanation, one of the demons clearly couldn't sit still inside anymore. Boom! The next second, the Flame Demon Barros was summoned. Walala!
Barros brought his face close to Pippi and howled angrily. You little brat, explain yourself.
What do you mean the Flame Demon clan was wiped out? Then what am I? Ugh! Pippi was terrified and plopped down on the ground.
Lord Flame Demon, I was careless and forgot about you. And another thing, the Balrog roared furiously, his expression contorted with rage.
You said Molten City has a new master? Who is it? Yes. Pippi seemed to be so frightened that she was about to faint. Alright, quiet down.
Lin Zhe punched the Flame Demon on the head with a thud.
What's with all the excitement? Look how scared you've made this kid. Ouch, my god.
The Flame Demon lost his balance and was knocked to the ground, landing face first on his chin.
After a while, he finally came to his senses, knelt down, and said, Oh, my lord, please forgive me. I acted impulsively.
He then looked at Pippi, his tone slightly softening. Tell me quickly, who has taken over Molten City?
To be honest,
Pippi said somewhat timidly, we don't really know either. Then he began to recount. When our expedition team discovered Molten City, it had already become a frozen wasteland. As soon as you get close to that city, a blizzard will block your way. Several brave team members ventured into the snowstorm, but they never returned.
Therefore, we have not found out anything. Please forgive us, Lord and Lord Balrog.
Alright, there's nothing to admit wrongdoing. Lin Zhe waved his hand and said, but since wind and snow are protecting Molten City, it's highly likely that there is indeed a new master inside.
Damn it!
Barros slammed his fist into the ground in frustration. A rare look of sadness appeared on his fierce face.
Lin Zhe looked at him and asked, What, is that city that important to you?
Barros composed himself and replied, My lord, you may not know this, but the Molten City was built by the ancestors of my Balrog clan, and our Balrog race has lived there for generations. Barros, was originally the second son of the Balrog king and a general of the Balrog clan. For hundreds of years, other demon races have occasionally clashed with our clan, but my father always led us to drive them out of the country. Therefore, Molten City is also a symbol of glory for our Balrog race. Until the great war between gods and demons more than 100 years ago, those damned gods caused the annihilation of our entire race.
And if I hadn't been summoned by the Lord, I would probably still be in a state of complete annihilation, body and soul. Ding!
Your summoned beast has room for improvement. You have a new mission. Help the fire demon reclaim Molten City.
Reward, 1 system lottery draw. Another mission? Lin Zhe nodded.
Just then, the flame demon seemed to suddenly realize something and slammed his fist on the ground, exclaiming, Wait, this is bad. This brat said that Molten City has become a frozen wasteland. Could it be that it has been taken over by those bastards from the Ice Demon clan? He said excitedly.
The Ice Demon clan?
The Balrog explained. Although our Balrog race has fought against many demon races, if we're talking about mortal enemies, then it's the Ice Demons.
We happen to be demons skilled in 2 opposing elements, and we have been at odds with each other for generations, resulting in
several major conflicts. However, during my father's reign, we utterly defeated them, and they swore never to bother us again. Those bastards. The flame demon gritted his teeth and said, They must have taken advantage of the fact that my race was wiped out to seize our territory and vent their anger.
He slammed his fist on the ground in anger again. I see. Lin Zhe nodded and said slowly, In that case, why don't we just go and take that city back? Both Barros and Pippi were taken aback by these words. My lord, is this true?
Barros' eyes widened, his face filled with anticipation.
Then when shall we go?
There's no time like the present, let's do it now, Lin Zhe replied calmly.
Lord, Pippi stammered, Isn't this too hasty? Are you planning to send troops? I'll go and assemble the army right now?
Lin Zhe waved his hand and said, No need for that.
I can go by myself. himself. But, you brat, what are you still babbling about? The flame demon roared. Don't you trust my lord's strength? You wouldn't dare. Thump! Lindsay punched the flame demon on the head again. I told you, don't scare him. He then recalled the flame demon, and immediately summoned the star spirit eagle, which he then mounted. My lord, please be careful of the wind and snow, Pippi said with concern. Alright, I'll be right back. Lindsay left behind a sentence, then rode the sky eagle into the sky and flew away. The sky eagle maintained its high-speed flight, and this was the first time Lindsay had ever viewed the demon realm from above. Flying over dense forests, rushing rivers, calm lakes, and vast grasslands, it seemed not much different from Earth, except that everything here was rather gray. About 10 minutes later, a large cloud of white mist gathered between several mountain peaks ahead, seemingly impossible to dispel, and attracted much attention. As he drew closer, Lindsay could vaguely see a towering city standing amidst the thick white fog. It seems that's Molten City, Lindsay said confidently. Soon, Lindsay flew to the vicinity of the city and discovered that what was surrounding him was not white mist, but a white whirlwind of snow. A fierce wind, mixed with ice and snow, swirled rapidly around the city, protecting the city center. It seems the sky eagle won't be able to fly in, so he landed on a clearing between the snow-capped mountains. He approached the edge of the snow cyclone, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Then, he tentatively put one hand into the vortex, and a sharp pain immediately struck him. The rapidly spinning ice shards cut his hands, and at the same time, a powerful suction force began to pull him into the vortex. He immediately pulled his hand back forcefully, thinking to himself, what a strong suction. At the same time, a notification popped up indicating the location of the cyclone. Skill: Frost King's Barrier. A barrier is formed by a rapidly spinning vortex of wind and snow. Anything that enters the barrier will continuously suffer ice damage and be repeatedly pulled and tugged until it is torn to pieces. It seems this is indeed a bit difficult to handle. He took a few steps back, stood in front of the barrier, frowned slightly, and pondered how to break the deadlock. But at that moment, a rustling sound suddenly came from all around. The next second, dozens of frost-covered creatures emerged from the snow.